Wishing well. 10 years younger. 20 years younger. 30 years younger. The place to claim the golden finger. Traversing the world of Dragon Ball. A sudden wave of nausea crashed over him. The air was thick with a foul stench, pungent, burnt, and mingled with the scent of earth. Cao Xiaobai jolted awake, his stomach churning violently, nearly expelling the bile within. What the hell is this place? He attempted to rise, but a sharp pain throbbed at the back of his head, as if he had been struck fiercely with a blunt object. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against the ground, but as soon as his palm touched the earth, he froze. This was not his hand. Short, thick, and pudgy, caked with dark mud. These were the hands of a child. In terror, he glanced down, revealing equally short and stout legs. I've traversed to another world, and I've become a tiny toddler. Cao Xiaobai's mind exploded with confusion. Having perished at his workstation in his previous life, he had merely closed and opened his eyes, and the world had transformed. What an absurd beginning. He strained to turn his neck and survey his surroundings. Before him lay a vast pit. The soil was charred black, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke, choking him. Not far away, a circular white object lay shattered, emitting dark smoke. Was that a spacecraft? A sinking feeling gripped Cao Xiaobai's heart as he shifted his gaze from the wreckage. Hiss! He gasped, his heart momentarily halting. There was a corpse. A man with hair spiked like a hedgehog, garbed in peculiar battle attire. A large gaping wound marred his chest, half his body scorched, his eyes wide open in death. The sight was grotesque and horrifying. Cao Xiaobai's stomach churned again, nearly expelling the remnants of his previous nausea. He forced himself to look further. There were two indistinct figures in the distance. One lay on the ground, clad in orange, sporting a hedgehog-like hairstyle. The other had green skin, a bald head, and pointed ears. Orange clothing, green skin, hedgehog hair, long hair. These keywords struck like lightning, cleaving through Cao Xiaobai's muddled memories. Raditz, Son Goku, Piccolo Daimao. I've been transported to the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. In that moment, there was no elation. Only an icy dread that enveloped him from head to toe. Raditz has been slain. So what comes next? Vegeta and Nappa. Only 1 year left. In 1 year's time, two monstrous scions capable of obliterating Earth would arrive. And what about me? Cao Xiaobai gazed at his chubby little hands, despair flooding his heart. A mere 4-year-old child, not even a match for weaklings. How could he survive? After finally having a second chance at life, was it merely to serve as a backdrop, obliterated by a ki blast a year later? No, I refuse to die. I must survive. The instinct to live flared within him, nearly igniting his very being. At that moment, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Beep. Detecting host's intense survival instincts. System activation in progress. Activation successful. Detecting residual blood of advanced life forms nearby. Would you like to activate the bloodline mark system? A system? A golden finger? Cao Xiaobai was momentarily stunned, but then overwhelming joy engulfed him. Activate. Activate immediately. He fervently shouted within himself. Whatever it is, if it helps me survive, I'll take it. Please, host, come into contact with the target's blood to complete the initial binding. Contact with blood? Cao Xiaobai's gaze involuntarily shifted back to Raditz's mangled corpse. Touch that. He almost retched again. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary office worker, never having even killed a live chicken, and now he was expected to touch a grotesque corpse? Yet, not touching meant death. Touching offered a glimmer of hope. Here goes. For the sake of survival, I'd do anything, even if it means touching a corpse. Cao Xiaobai bit his tongue sharply, using the pain to ground himself. He crawled awkwardly like a clumsy little insect through the mud towards Raditz. The frail body of a 4-year-old was too weak. The cuts from the rubble burned fiercely, but he dared not stop. Closer, even closer, the stench of decay intensified, nearly overwhelming him. Raditz's unblinking eyes seemed to mock him. Cao Xiaobai shut his eyes, extending his trembling little hand, and pressed it into the dark pool of blood upon Raditz's chest. Sticky, cold, foul that a myriad of repulsive sensations surged through him. Beep. Bloodline mark system binding successful. Analyzing bloodline. Analysis complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Raditz's death blood mark. One-time consumable. Effect 1. Summon Raditz's dying avatar. Battle power, 1500. For one battle, lasting 30 minutes. Effect 2. Permanently acquire Scion advanced warrior physique. Weak. Post-battle power enhancement speed slightly increases, with an extremely low probability of explosive growth upon near-death recovery. As the system's prompt faded, a surge of unfamiliar, primal energy flooded into Cao Xiaobai's small frame. He could distinctly feel his body becoming slightly sturdier. His muscles tightened, and his bones felt a tad more resilient. 1500 battle power. A one-time trump card. Cao Xiaobai trembled with excitement. With this, he at least had some means of self-preservation. However, before he could revel in his newfound power, a suffocating aura of terror enveloped him. Who? Cao Xiaobai shot his head up. The green-skinned man had risen, staring intently at him. Piccolo. Those green eyes held no warmth, only pure, bone-chilling malice. This nauseating aura. Piccolo's voice was hoarse and weak, yet laced with a chilling coldness. Another silent scum? No, wait, a little earthling, yet he carries that guy's aura. With heavy wounds, Piccolo advanced step by step towards Cao Xiaobai. With each step, it felt as if he were stepping on Cao Xiaobai's very heart. The Demon King. This was the true Piccolo daimyo. Even wounded, the pressure he exuded was enough to terrify an adult, let alone a mere 4-year-old like Cao Xiaobai. He intends to kill me. He thinks I'm allied with Raditz. Cao Xiaobai's spirit nearly fled in terror. He wanted to run, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. Immovable that in this situation, he had no choice but to summon Raditz's avatar. A desperate gamble. Die whatever you are. Piccolo stood before him, slowly raising his hand, a dangerous light gathering in his palm. Damn it. Was he to be obliterated by the Demon King's light beam right after crossing over? Cao Xiaobai felt a rush of blood surging in anger, ready to summon Raditz's avatar. That moment. Wait. Piccolo. A weak yet resolute voice broke through. It was Son Goku. He is just a child. Goku panted heavily. I can feel. He is filled with fear. He is not a bad person. Piccolo frowned. Displeasure etched across his face as he looked at Goku. Son Goku, your kindness will eventually lead to your demise, at the very least. Spare the child. Upon uttering these words, Wukong seemed to expend all his strength, his raised neck collapsing once more. Rescue had arrived. Cao Xiaobai collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. He gazed upon the blood-soaked figure of Son Wukong, then glanced at the details on the system panel. The vital blood mark that a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. As long as Son Wukong remained alive, obtaining his blood would unlock an even more formidable vital blood mark. With this, he would be equipped with the strength to contend in the impending battle a year hence. Chapter 2. The Target of All. The sound of an airplane propeller grew louder as a small aircraft descended unsteadily nearby. 3 figures leaped from it. A striking woman with blue hair, a short bald man, and an elderly gentleman with a white beard wearing sunglasses. Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi. Goku, they cried, rushing towards the fallen Son Wukong. A profound sorrow enveloped them, rendering them oblivious to the muddy figure of Cao Xiaobai nearby. Wukong uncle, please don't die. Cao Xiaobai seized the moment, rolling and crawling beside Son Wukong, weeping inconsolably, tears streaming down his face. He lay next to Son Wukong, his small frame trembling in despair, appearing utterly pitiable. Yet no one noticed. His chubby little hand, concealed beneath his sleeve, pressed desperately into the pool of blood beneath Son Wukong's chest. Beep. Detected a prime life source. Son Wukong, near death. Attempting to establish a life essence mark. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced with anticipation. It was coming. The bloodline of the universe's strongest potential. With this, he could contend against the likes of Vegeta and Frieza. Hurry. Even faster. He felt a faint yet vast power emanating from his fingertips. However, in the next moment, warning. Target life vitality is rapidly depleting. Establishment of life essence mark failed. Beep. Target is about to die, automatically transcribing death essence mark. What? Cao Xiaobai nearly collapsed in frustration. Failed. So close. He felt the warmth beneath his palm ebb away like a receding tide, leaving only an icy silence of death. Congratulations. Host acquired. Son Wukong Death Essence Mark. One-time consumable. Effect. Summons Son Wukong's Death Avatar. Battle Power. For 116. Locked. For 1 combat. Lasting 30 minutes. For 116? Cao Xiaobai was left dumbfounded. After all that, this was it? He realized that the Death Essence Mark summoned an avatar whose power was confined to that moment of death, and it could only exhibit its normal combat strength. Wukong. Son Wukong struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Krillin and the others, his breath faint. Please, everyone, he whispered, casting a final glance at the tear-streaked face of Cao Xiaobai, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Then, his head tilted, and he lay completely still. Wukong, Krillin and Bulma's cries intensified. Cao Xiaobai numbly withdrew his hand, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. He had exploited a hero's demise, only to end up with a mere token of gratitude. It was infuriating, but the true frustration was yet to come. Wait, Krillin, who had been crying the hardest, suddenly halted. He abruptly lifted his head, his tear-stained face now filled with suspicion and alertness. He stared intently at Cao Xiaobai. There was something amiss. Krillin leaped up, pointing at Cao Xiaobai, his voice trembling. Who are you? Why do you carry the sinister aura of a scion? Boom. Cao Xiaobai's mind reverberated, his blood running cold. He had forgotten. He had just acquired Radit's bloodline mark. Though faint, that deathly aura could not possibly escape the senses of martial artists like Krillin. What? Bulma was also taken aback. Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, a glint of sharpness flashing in his small eyes. A heavy pressure instantly enveloped the area. This child, Master Roshi's voice was grave, does indeed harbor an ominous presence. And why is he at the heart of the battlefield? At that moment, everyone reacted. Their gazes, sharp as knives, were all fixed on Cao Xiaobai. Who are you? Krillin shouted at Cao Xiaobai. Are you in league with that long-haired guy? And no, I'm not. Cao Xiaobai stammered, genuinely panicking. He shook his head vigorously, tears streaming down his face. This time not an act, but genuine fear. His 4-year-old body trembled uncontrollably. Yet, this time, no one showed him sympathy. Oomph, what a performance. The silent Piccolo finally spoke, his tone cold. He brushed off the dirt from his clothes, his icy gaze sweeping over Cao Xiaobai, as if assessing a bug he could squash at any moment. Though Radit's aura is faint, I won't be mistaken. You, little brat, are suspicious. But he is just a 4-year-old child. Bulma exclaimed, rushing forward to protect Cao Xiaobai. Bulma, you are too naive. Krillin shouted, scions are cunning. Who knows if he's not a spy sent by them? Better to wrongfully kill than to let one escape. Master Roshi slammed his staff against the ground, his tone frigid. This child cannot be spared. Those 3 words fell upon Cao Xiaobai like boulders, crushing his heart. He fought desperately to survive, yet he was to be slain by these so-called righteous allies? You are being unreasonable. Cao Xiaobai screamed in a mix of anger and fear. Would an ordinary child be here? Would an ordinary child possess the aura of a scion? Krillin pressed closer. Enough. Piccolo interrupted impatiently. He cracked his neck, the sound echoing ominously. Whether you are a spy or not, harboring the aura of a scion is enough for you to die. The Demon King was indeed a Demon King. He never reasoned when it came to killing. He slowly raised his hand, a ghostly green light gathering in his palm. No, Bulma screamed. In the ensuing chaos, Bulma was yanked by Krillin, stumbling and falling to the ground. Her arm struck a sharp fragment of the aircraft. Ah! She cried out in pain, a gash appearing on her arm as blood gushed forth. Cao Xiaobai's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. He realized that to survive, he must reveal something of substance. Enough. This farce must end. Piccolo, losing patience, strode over and seized Cao Xiaobai by the throat, lifting him off the ground. The sensation of suffocation engulfed him instantly. The shadow of death felt all too real. Go to hell and repent, little brat. The energy sphere in Piccolo's palm was aimed at his head. I refuse to accept this. Cao Xiaobai let out a primal roar. He gazed at those familiar faces, the kind-hearted Krillin, the wise Master Roshi, the cold Piccolo. At that moment, they appeared more terrifying than monsters. He had to take a gamble. You can't kill me. Cao Xiaobai mustered the last of his strength, forcing the words through clenched teeth. I know what will happen in a year. Piccolo's grip faltered momentarily. I know all your secrets. Cao Xiaobai fixed his gaze on Piccolo, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I know the weaknesses of the Scions, Vegeta, and Nappa. Piccolo's hand froze in midair. Chapter 3. Counterattack through information gap. I am truly a prophet. Piccolo's grip on his neck loosened slightly. Cao Xiaobai fell to the ground with a thud, disregarding the pain in his backside, gasping for breath in the mud. He had survived, but he knew the crisis was not over. Piccolo looked down at him, his gaze as if observing an ant. Little brat, you had better say something useful. Piccolo's voice was chilling. Otherwise, I will make you wish for death. The surrounding silence was deafening. Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma. Everyone held their breath. A 4-year-old child claiming to know the secrets of the science? It sounded utterly ludicrous. Yet Cao Xiaobai understood this was his only chance at survival. They are called Vegeta and Nappa. Cao Xiaobai suddenly lifted his head, summoning every ounce of strength to shout these two names. Boom. These two unfamiliar names crashed like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Klin's face turned ashen. They were associates of Leitai's. Cao Xiaobai widened his eyes and exclaimed with a sharp and fearful tone, performing as if it were genuine. They were far stronger than Leitai's. Tenfold. In a year, they would arrive on Earth to annihilate us all. Tenfold. A battle power of 15,000. Klin was so frightened that he fell to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The sunglasses of the turtle hermit clattered to the ground, his face filled with horror. If they could not defeat Leitai's, with a power level of 1,500, how could Earth withstand one with 15,000? Big's pupils tightened instantly. He stared intently at Cao Xiaobai, searching for any sign of deceit on that small face. How do you know? Big's voice was low and menacing. I just know. Cao Xiaobai lifted his chin, embarking on his most reckless gamble. I also know that Sun Wukong is not an ordinary person. He suddenly pointed at the unconscious boy nearby. Within him lies a power greater than any of you. He is a hybrid of Scion and Earthling. A hybrid. Big abruptly turned his head. His gaze towards Wukong transformed entirely. It was the shock of discovering that what he thought was merely a wildcat was, in fact, a prehistoric beast. Moreover, Cao Xiaobai launched his final bombshell. Uncle Sun Wukong is not truly dead. His body will soon vanish. He will go to a place called Jiwangsing to train, and in a year, he will return stronger and confront those two Scions. No sooner had he spoken than Sun Wukong's body vanished from where it lay. What? At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Big understood that this was the work of the heavenly god, but Klin and the turtle hermit were oblivious. Their expressions towards Cao Xiaobai shifted from suspicion to astonishment and reverence. Wait. Klin suddenly reacted, his eyes reddening as he fixed a piercing gaze on Cao Xiaobai. Something is terribly amiss. How could a 4-year-old child know so many secrets? Who are you? Klin began to doubt again. You are not possessed by some monster, are you? Cao Xiaobai's heart skipped a beat. He understood that merely predicting the future was insufficient. He must reveal something even more shocking to dispel their doubts entirely. He pointed his chubby finger at Klin, activating his exposure mode. You are Klin. In the past, at Dwelling Temple, you were bullied daily by your senior brothers for lacking a nose, and you would cry in your blanket at night. You even secretly lifted girl skirts. You were punished by your master to sweep the floor for an entire month. Klin nearly spewed blood. His face instantly flushed a deep shade of crimson. Trembling as he pointed at Cao Xiaobai, stuttering, Why, you're lying. I didn't. How do you know? Cao Xiaobai ignored him, swiftly shifting his focus to the turtle hermit. And you, old man, do not feign propriety. You know how many swimsuit magazines you've hidden under your bed. You even deceived that golden-haired sister, Lanchi, into believing you are a gentleman. The last time you got drunk, you even hugged a pig shouting, my sweet. Cough, cough, cough. The turtle hermit choked on his own saliva, his eyes rolling back as if he might faint at any moment. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Klin and the turtle hermit, the two representatives of Earth's martial arts, had their secrets laid bare before a 4-year-old child. The overwhelming fear of having all their secrets exposed instantly crushed all their suspicions. Monster, you are truly a monster. Klin retreated in terror. A telepath with the ability to see into the human heart. This explanation sounded far more plausible than being a spy. Yet, Big's suspicion had not entirely dissipated. The heart of the Demon King is harder than stone. Little ghost, even if you can read minds. Big's voice carried a hint of menace. How do you explain the Scion energy within you? That malevolent aura cannot deceive me. This was a deadlock. The blood mark of Leitai's was like an indelible tattoo, firmly branded upon him. I do not have it. Cao Xiaobai realized this was the final test. He took a deep breath and performed an action that left everyone dumbfounded. With a swift motion, he pulled down his pants. A tender, smooth little bottom was suddenly exposed before everyone. Look, I do not have a tail. All Scions possess tails. I am an Earthling. The scene became exceedingly awkward. Klin's face turned as red as a monkey's backside, hastily averting his gaze. He really doesn't have one, Klin stammered. Then the energy around him. The turtle hermit wanted to say something more. I understand. Suddenly, Bulma, who had been dazed while clutching her wound, screamed. It was as though she had discovered a new continent, her eyes sparkling as she focused on Cao Xiaobai. I just remembered. When he fell earlier, his hand pressed into the blood of that long-haired villain. Furthermore, Bulma pointed to her still bleeding arm. He tried to help me and touched my blood too. Could it be that he can absorb the residual power from others' blood, which is why he possesses that energy? Yes, that must be it. Cao Xiaobai mentally applauded Bulma with 32 praises. A genius is indeed a genius. This deductive ability is simply divine. I do not know. Cao Xiaobai continued to feign ignorance. I just feel like something has changed in me after touching that bad guy. Now, the logic was sound. An orphan from Earth with extraordinary powers, capable of sensing hearts and futures through blood, inadvertently absorbed the Scion energy on the battlefield and foresaw the future. So it was. The turtle hermit let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze towards Cao Xiaobai shifting from wariness to sympathy and pity. The crisis was entirely averted. However, Cao Xiaobai knew that the true opportunity had arrived. Bic stood in place, silent for a long time. He believed Cao Xiaobai's information, but remained filled with ulterior motives towards him. A year, Bic muttered, his eyes glinting with dangerous light, a battle power of 15,000. He suddenly turned and lifted the unconscious son Wukong onto his shoulder. Hey, Bic, what are you doing? Clint exclaimed in alarm. What do you think? Of course. I am training him. Bic sneered. Upon finishing, his icy gaze shifted back to Cao Xiaobai. And you, little ghost. Cao Xiaobai's heart sank. Though he feigned fear on the surface. You will come with me. Bic's tone was uncompromising. Your telepathy may prove useful in battle. Before I drain your value, you best be obedient. No, Uncle Bic, I am scared. Cao Xiaobai cried out, clinging tightly to Bulma's leg, performing the act with heartfelt sincerity. Humph, you have no say in this. Bic, disinterested in further conversation, reached out and, like catching a chick, tucked Cao Xiaobai under his arm. Sister Bulma, my name is Cao Xiaobai. Please do not forget me. I do not know if I can survive. Cao Xiaobai struggled and shouted. Wait. Just as Cao Xiaobai was about to be taken away, Bulma called out anxiously. Bic impatiently halted, turning back with a fierce glare. Woman, you better have something important to say. He is still just a child. And he is so dirty. Bulma disregarded Bic's displeasure entirely. She looked at Cao Xiaobai, covered in mud and blood, her heart aching as she hurriedly fished a small universal capsule from her pocket. With a snap, she tossed it to the ground. Bang! A pile of clean children's clothing and a basin of hot water appeared out of thin air. Little Bai, let me help you wipe your face. My goodness, Little Bai, you look quite similar to how I did when I was young. Bulma took charge, gently using a towel to wipe away the grime from Cao Xiaobai's face. The sudden tenderness left Cao Xiaobai momentarily stunned. Having been an orphan in his past life and a black household in this life, no one had ever treated him with such kindness. A warm current surged within him. However, in the next instant, Cao Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with realization. An opportunity. He keenly grasped the crucial point. Bulma was a living person. Moreover, she currently held sympathy and affection for him. The system had stated that the active blood mark required the other party's voluntary gift. This was indeed a divine chance. Sister, Cao Xiaobai's acting skills immediately came into play. His eyes brimming with tears, his voice soft and tender, akin to a drenched kitten. You are so kind. Are you a fairy? Can you perform magic? Bulma chuckled, her previous tension and sadness dissipating significantly. This is not magic, it is science. It is a universal capsule. Science. Sister, you are so clever. You are amazing. Cao Xiaobai's face radiated admiration. No woman could resist a child resembling a doll, complimenting her intelligence in the most sincere tone. Bulma's heart melted, and she embraced Cao Xiaobai tightly. Oh dear, Xiaobai knows how to sweet talk. I like you so much. Affection level 111. Steady. Cao Xiaobai was overjoyed internally. Yet he maintained an expression as if he had something to say, but hesitated. What's wrong, Xiaobai? Bulma gently inquired. Sister. Cao Xiaobai pointed to the still bleeding wound on Bulma's arm, whispering, You are bleeding. My ability, if I can come into contact with your blood, perhaps I could see your future. See the future? Bulma's eyes widened in curiosity. Really? Come on. Without a second thought, she grabbed Cao Xiaobai's chubby little hand and pressed it against her wound. Cao Xiaobai was taken aback. This sister was quite bold. Ding. Active blood mark source detected. Target Bulma's emotions are pleasant. Intimacy is overwhelming. Determined to be a voluntary gift. Success. Cao Xiaobai trembled with excitement. But he had to finish the act. He dramatically closed his eyes, his small face scrunching as if he were trying hard to see something. I see it. I see it. What do you see? Hurry up and tell me. Bulma urged impatiently. Cao Xiaobai's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and in a babyish voice, he said, Sister will be very happy in the future. You will marry a super handsome, super proud, but also super powerful man. You will even have children. Bulma. Handsome? Proud? Powerful? Her mind flashed with Yamcha's face. Wait, Yamcha isn't proud, right? Bulma's face turned crimson, a mix of shyness and joy. Oh, you little rascal. What nonsense are you talking about? Ding. Bulma's active blood mark successfully activated. Done. Cao Xiaobai silently celebrated. Enough chit-chat. Have you had enough? Piccolo had completely lost his patience, grabbing the freshly clothed Cao Xiaobai under his arm and soaring into the sky. Xiaobai, stay alive, Bulma shouted from below. The howling wind rushed into Cao Xiaobai's mouth, yet he grinned like a fool. Long-term support secured. This is a blood gain. He eagerly opened the system panel. Bulma's active blood mark, activated. Effect 1. Permanent increase in training speed by 10. Effect 2. Gain the talent for extraordinary learning and comprehension, passive. You will analyze and master any knowledge, skills, and energy operation laws at a superhuman speed. Wow. 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 Cao Xiaobai nearly jumped up in Piccolo's armpit. The 10 increase in training speed was merely a bonus. The true marvel was this extraordinary learning and comprehension ability. In the Dragon Ball world, intelligence was everything. He abruptly turned to gaze at Piccolo, who was carrying him. In that moment, the world transformed. In his eyes, Piccolo was no longer an unfathomable demon king, but a precise, functioning energy furnace. He could see the flow of energy within Piccolo, witnessing the tumult of energy racing through his meridians, even discovering energy stagnation points. Left shoulder, right waist. Analysis. Old injuries have not healed. Backlash from the Makankasapo. Weakness locked. Gasp. Cao Xiaobai inhaled sharply. Was this the power of a genius? Just a glance, and he could identify where the flaws lay. Piccolo seemed to sense something, casting a cold glance downward. Kid, what are you looking at? And nothing. Uncle Piccolo, you fly so fast. Cao Xiaobai quickly averted his gaze. Feigning fear, Piccolo scoffed and ignored him. Yet, Cao Xiaobai's heart pounded fiercely. He knew he held a trump card that could alter his fate. Next, there was another target. He struggled to turn his head, looking at son Wukong, who was being held by Piccolo with the other hand. An S-class potential stock, the mysterious Wukong of the future. However, when he scanned Wukong's body with his genius eye, boom. Cao Xiaobai felt as if his brain had been struck by a hammer. What he beheld was not a sleeping child, but a supernova on the verge of explosion, capable of annihilating everything at any moment. The fury hidden within Wukong's body was wild, chaotic, and disorderly. Warning: target energy is extremely unstable. Potential: SSS level, immeasurable. Control level: 0, on the brink of losing control. System prompt: forcefully extracting blood has a 999 probability of triggering an energy explosion, with a 100 fatality rate for the host. Damn! Cao Xiaobai's excitement was instantly doused with cold water, chills running down his spine. A nuclear bomb. This was no mere blood pack. This was a humanoid nuclear bomb. No wonder Piccolo subjected him to hellish training. If this power were to spiral out of control, Wukong would be the first to burst. Cao Xiaobai's heart sank. Son Wukong's active blood mark was not to be touched for now, until Wukong learned to control this power. Extracting blood would be tantamount to seeking death. Cao Xiaobai let out a long breath, forcing himself to calm down. He couldn't be greedy. With the Bulma mark already in place, and his learning ability skyrocketing, this was already a godsend start. He must develop cautiously and avoid reckless actions. Boom. Piccolo landed heavily with both of them. They found themselves in a desolate wilderness, surrounded by barren rocky mountains, with not a blade of grass in sight. The howling wind whipped sand against their faces painfully. Piccolo released them, tossing Cao Xiaobai and Wukong to the ground as one would discard trash. Wukong whimpered softly, awakening. Wow. Upon seeing the unfamiliar surroundings and the dark-faced Piccolo, Wukong immediately burst into tears. Cao Xiaobai rubbed his backside and got up, looking up to meet Piccolo's icy gaze. Listen well, little brats. Piccolo's voice was low and raspy, as if emanating from the depths of the earth. From today onward, this will be your grave. If you wish to survive, There is but one way. Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, a suffocating aura bursting forth. Become stronger. Strong enough to kill the scions that will descend in a year. The hellish survival training had officially begun. Cao Xiaobai looked at Piccolo and then at the weeping Wukong. A sudden excited smile crept across his lips. Hell, no, for him. This was a paradise for gaining experience. Chapter 5, Hellish Training. The fangs of the blood collector begin to show boom. Cao Xiaobai felt as if he were a torn sack. His body was lifted by an irresistible force and slammed onto the hard rock. Crack. He thought he heard the sound of his ribs breaking. Or perhaps he didn't hear it, as his ears were filled with a buzzing roar. Pain. The agony made his vision darken, and he struggled to catch his breath. The frail body of a 4-year-old child was too delicate. Like a fragile sheet of paper, it shattered effortlessly under the casual strike of Baik Dumawang. Trash. A cold voice echoed from a distance. Cao Xiaobai struggled to turn his head, using an eye not obscured by blood to gaze in that direction. Baik stood there, his green visage devoid of any expression, his gaze as indifferent as if he were observing a stone by the roadside. He couldn't even be bothered to spare Cao Xiaobai a second glance before turning his attention to another direction. There lay Suan Wufan, battered and bruised, yet appearing far more resilient than himself. Suan Wufan, get up. Baik's voice dripped with disdain. Is this all the power you possess? You're even weaker than a wild dog. Cao Xiaobai lay on the ground, tasting blood mingled with sand. A fire ignited deep within him. Humiliation. Rage. Damn you, greenskin monster. Cao Xiaobai mentally cursed Baik's entire lineage. He was a transmigrator. He possessed a golden finger. Yet what was the outcome? On the very first day of hellish training in this world, he was nearly beaten to a pulp. Baik regarded him as inconsequential. He was merely a practice dummy, a tool to provoke Suan Wufan. Even in the moments when Baik struck him, it felt as though he were venting his frustrations from Leitai's defeat. Was this the treatment reserved for protagonists? Bah! Cao Xiaobai gritted his teeth, attempting to rise. But his body refused to obey, every cell screaming in protest. Kid, stop playing dead. Baik's cold voice drifted over again. If you want to survive, get up, get lost. Cao Xiaobai felt darkness closing in, sensing his life slipping away. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, a buzz resonated in his mind. The icon representing Buer Ma Huoxianji flickered to life. Streams of information exploded uncontrollably in his mind. Extraordinary learning and comprehension ability activated. Analyzing host's injured state. Analyzing the flow of qi. Analyzing the scion, faint, physical response. In an instant, the world transformed. Within Cao Xiaobai's blurred vision, the terrifying oppressive force emanating from Baik was no longer a formless mass. Instead, it revealed itself as distinct energy circuits flowing within him. He witnessed how Baik's muscles moved the instant he exerted force, how the qi surged from his dantian to his fist. He even glimpsed the interior of his own body. Near a broken rib, an almost non-existent power was working diligently to mend the wound. It was the lingering scion talent from Leitai's death mark. Pain. The pain was still excruciating. However, Cao Xiaobai suddenly burst into laughter while lying on the ground. The laughter was hoarse, eerie, and tinged with blood. Baik frowned, looking at him. Have you lost your mind? I am not mad. Cao Xiaobai shot up, his dark eyes ignited not with fear, but with exhilaration. He understood. He comprehended everything. The Buer Mainji allowed him to instantly grasp the limits of his body, the extent of his potential. And that faint trace of scion blood began to awaken its characteristic of growing stronger amidst the agony. Pain was no longer torment. It became nourishment. With each fall, each broken bone, his body was memorizing this destructive power. Then, instinctively, it began to adapt and strengthen. Uncle Baik. Cao Xiaobai swayed as he stood, bloodied yet grinning like a little demon. Haven't you eaten? Hit harder. Seeking death. Baik was thoroughly enraged. This audacious little brat dared to provoke him. Boom. Baik's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared before Cao Xiaobai, a fist imbued with terrifying power crashing down towards his head. This time, Cao Xiaobai did not passively await his fate. He saw clearly. Though his body could hardly keep up, his mind tracked Baik's fist trajectory. Instinctively, he summoned all his strength and turned his head to the side. Bang! The fist grazed his ear, slamming into the rock behind him. The mountain crumbled. Cao Xiaobai was still toppled by the ferocious gust of wind. Yet he suffered no fatal injury. Huh. Bike was momentarily stunned, surprise flickering in his eyes. Again, Cao Xiaobai rose once more, slightly quicker than before. He felt the qi within him growing in a faint, yet undeniable manner. These two little brats are both insane. A chill surged through Bike. Suan Wufan was a madman whose power could spiral out of control at any moment. And this Cao Xiaobai was a madman who reveled in suffering. Night fell. In the wilderness, the campfire crackled. Suan Wufan had long succumbed to exhaustion. Sleeping like a dead pig, Bike sat cross-legged a short distance away, eyes closed, recovering the qi he had expended during the day. Cao Xiaobai sat alone by the fire. His wounds had ceased bleeding, even beginning to scab over. The speed of recovery was so astonishing that he himself felt alarmed. He did not rest. Utilizing the extraordinary comprehension brought by the Buer Mainji, he mentally replayed Bike's every action and qi flow throughout the day. Ding. Host's understanding of basic qi application has deepened, increasing training speed by an additional 5. Delightful. Cao Xiaobai licked his cracked lips, his gaze fervent. His eyes first fell upon the slumbering Suan Wufan. Target, Suan Wufan. Potential rating, S, divine level. Control level, F, catastrophic level. This was a nuclear bomb that could detonate at any moment. He then turned his gaze to the meditating Bike. Target, Bike. Ability, high-speed regeneration, SSR level. A walking blood bank, a perfect experience package. The collector's instincts within him roared like flames. To endure relentless beatings day by day, slowly growing stronger? No, too slow. This was not his style. What he desired was the blood mark of life. He coveted Bike's monstrous high-speed regeneration. But how could he persuade Bike to willingly provide him with blood? Was it a pipe dream? Unless Bike found himself in dire straits and required his assistance. Cao Xiaobai slowly raised his head, gazing at the large, full moon in the night sky. A plan, wildly ambitious, took shape in his mind. Bike. Cao Xiaobai's eyes turned deep and dangerous. Do you not wish to train Wufan? Let me assist you, and you shall witness what true hell is. And I shall claim your high-speed regeneration. He crouched down like a small wildcat, stealthily creeping beside Suan Wufan. The risks of this plan were immense. If Wufan lost control, the first to perish would be himself. But fortune favors the bold. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath and suddenly raised his hand. Slap. A resounding slap struck Suan Wufan's face. Ow, that hurts. Suan Wufan groggily opened his eyes, tears welling up. Wufan, look up. Cao Xiaobai exerted all his strength. Pointing at the sky, his expression twisted in a fierce roar. A monster. A gigantic monster. Suan Wufan was startled by him, instinctively following his finger's direction. There. A full moon radiated an eerie glow. Huh. Meanwhile, Bike's eyes snapped open. A wave of intense foreboding gripped his heart. Kid, what have you done? Bike's eyes widened in fury as he lunged towards Suan Wufan. But it was too late. Roar. A roar that bore no resemblance to human sound erupted from the depths of Suan Wufan's throat. In an instant, his eyes became bloodshot, appearing as red as blood itself. The fabric of his clothing burst apart, and his body swelled like an inflating balloon, bones cracking with a noise akin to popping beans. Black hair spread across his entire form at a visible pace. Quick! Stop him! Bike shouted in terror, sensing the cataclysmic power surging within. It grew tenfold, then 100-fold. The earth trembled. A monstrous ape, nearly 100 meters tall, with a fearsome visage, appeared in the wilderness, pounding its chest and stomping its feet. Roar! The giant ape Wufan had completely lost his sanity. It bellowed furiously, swiping its massive hand with reckless abandon. A nearby hill was instantly reduced to dust. Damn it! Bike's face turned ashen. This power was beyond his capacity to withstand. This is all your fault, you little brat. Bike glared furiously at Cao Xiaobai. Yet, Cao Xiaobai merely grinned, his face devoid of any fear, only an almost frenzied delight. Uncle Bike, are you surprised? This is what special training is all about. The giant ape Wufan locked onto the only powerful aura present, Bike. It took thunderous steps, its crimson eyes fixated on Bike, then opened its cavernous mouth. A tempest of energy began to coalesce within. Not good. Bike's hair stood on end, and without a second thought, he turned and fled. Chapter 6. The blood pact with the Demon King. The roar of the giant ape was no longer merely sound. It was a shockwave. The entire wilderness trembled under the force of the roar, as if caught in a sieve. Cao Xiaobai felt a piercing buzz in his ears. as though a needle had penetrated through. His body was flung like a withered leaf, crashing against a massive boulder. He coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The ribs that had just begun to heal throbbed with excruciating pain. It was over. He had underestimated the terror of the transformation into a giant ape. This creature was beyond human resistance. Struggling to lift his head, he was met with a sight that nearly sent his spirit soaring away. It was a mountain, a living mountain, covered in black fur. Wukong, the little boy who had been crying just moments ago, had transformed into a terrifying beast towering 100 meters high. With a single stomp, the ground split open, creating a chasm over 10 meters wide. Damn it! Damn it! Bike's furious roar echoed in the wind. He felt like a green fly buzzing around the giant ape. He clasped his hands together, aiming at the ape's chest. Demonic energy cannon. Boom. A spiraling purple beam struck the giant ape's chest with precision. Useless. The blow, potent enough to annihilate a city, merely sparked against the ape's spiky coat. The giant ape did not even flinch. It simply let out an annoyed growl and swatted back with its hand. Bang! Bike was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram, hurtling faster than before. With a thunderous crash, he smashed through 3 hills. Cough! Amidst the swirling dust, Bike struggled to rise. His once proud green skin was marred with harrowing cracks. One arm had twisted into an unnatural shape, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The great demon king had been grievously injured by a mere slap. Cao Xiaobai, hiding among the rubble, felt his heart pounding like a drum. Fear, undoubtedly. That massive hand could reduce him to pulp with a mere brush. Yet, deep within this overwhelming dread, an uncanny calm began to spread through his mind. As solid as ice. Extraordinary learning and comprehension ability, Bulma's vitality mark, activated. Analyzing target. Giant ape transformed Wukong. Weakness, nerve cluster at the base of the tail. Threat level, cataclysmic. Analyzing target, Bike. Status, severely injured, energy depleted. Threat level, extremely low. An opportunity had arisen. Cao Xiaobai bit down hard on his lip, tasting the metallic tang of his own blood. He gazed at Bike, who was in a pitiful state, nearly devoid of hope. And a greedy beast within him let out an excited roar. The moment had come. The giant ape grew impatient. It zeroed in on Bike's energy signature, stomping forward with earth-shaking steps. I can't let him escape. Cao Xiaobai scrambled out from the pile of stones. He had to complete his final extortion before Bike was crushed. Uncle Bike, he shouted with all his might, his voice barely audible against the backdrop of the giant ape's roar. I know how to stop him. Bike turned sharply, his slit pupils filled with bloodshot fury. You little brat. You dare. Enough of the nonsense. Cao Xiaobai charged towards him frantically. You must have realized the moon is the problem. In your current state, you can't possibly destroy the moon. We will all perish. Boom. The giant ape's foot landed less than 3 meters behind him. The shockwave nearly tore him apart. Life and death hung by a thread. Cao Xiaobai paid no heed to what lay behind him. His gaze was fixed on Bike, his eyes ablaze with desperate madness. I need power. Your power. What are you babbling about? Bike roared. Give me your blood. Cao Xiaobai screamed hoarsely. As long as I touch your blood, I can grow stronger. Hurry. If you dare to trick me, I will haunt you even in death. Bike's eyes were filled with rage. You are about to join the dead. Roar. The giant ape had raised its fist, as large as a building, high above. The shadow it cast blotted out the sun, completely enveloping them. The countdown to death was palpable. Despair gripped Bike. The proud genius of Namek, the embodiment of gods and demons on earth, was about to perish at the hands of an uncontrollable little brat. Damn it. He gazed into Cao Xiaobai's eyes, filled with a desperate will to survive and madness. Ultimately, the pride of the demon king bowed to the instinct to survive. Take it. Bike ground his teeth. With his only remaining good hand, he swiped across his bloodied chest. Then, he forcefully flicked a drop of vital blood towards Cao Xiaobai. Whoosh. The drop of blood zipped like a bullet, perfectly embedding itself in Cao Xiaobai's palm. Success. Cao Xiaobai was overtaken with ecstasy. Ding. Vitality mark source detected. Bike, genius of Namek, embodiment of gods and demons. Warning, target's energy level extremely high, fusion risk present. Fuse. Fuse immediately. I fear not death. Cao Xiaobai roared within his mind. Detected target in state of voluntary donation, survival. Bike's vitality mark activation successful. Boom. An indescribably immense power surged through Cao Xiaobai's small form, crashing into him like a torrent. This was not merely an infusion of energy, but a transformation of life's essence. He felt his blood turn into searing magma. Every muscle within him was torn apart, only to be reconstituted. Acquired talent, rapid regeneration, impaired, healing speed increased by 1,000. Acquired talent, energy division control, beginner. You begin to understand how to fine-tune energy manipulation. Training speed permanently increased by 80. Oh, Cao Xiaobai let out a scream that was anything but human. His wounds began to heal at a visible rate. The fractured ribs snapped back into place. Meanwhile, the giant ape's colossal fist, capable of flattening mountains, was about to descend. It was over. Bike closed his eyes. Boom. The earth fractured, sending plumes of dust soaring into the sky. Big's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. That reckless little brat. In the end, still hey, green-skinned uncle, what are you dawdling for? A cold and metallic voice pierced through the swirling dust. Big abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils narrowing in shock. As the haze cleared, Cao Xiaobai stood unscathed at the epicenter. A faint, haunting green luminescence emanated from his diminutive frame. He had not taken the punch head-on. Instead, at the very last moment before the fist descended, he evaded with an astonishing speed, almost like a specter. That speed and technique were unmistakably Big's own aerial maneuver. Cao Xiaobai slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes were no longer merely black. Deep within his irises, a mesmerizing, eerie green flickered. He looked at Big, the corners of his mouth curling into a chilling smirk, as if everything was under his dominion. Now, Cao Xiaobai's voice was eerily calm. Follow my command. Go, sever his tail. Chapter 7. Outwitting the Demon Ape. I am the tactical core. Boom. The giant ape's fist grazed Cao Xiaobai's body, crashing down onto the ground. The earth trembled. Cao Xiaobai felt like a mere ball, lifted high by the terrifying gale of the punch, only to crash down heavily. It felt as if something within him shattered. His mouth was instantly filled with the thick, metallic taste of blood. Yet, this excruciating agony lasted no more than 3 seconds. A cool and powerful force surged from his heart, spreading through his limbs. The body that had felt as if it were falling apart was now frantically healing. The fractured ribs emitted crackling sounds, as if an invisible hand was forcibly resetting them. The wounds on his skin rapidly closed, leaving only faint red marks. Big's vital blood mark, regeneration. This was truly a game-breaking ability. Damn it, this sensation is exhilarating. Cao Xiaobai grinned, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, gasping in pain. Roar. Not far away, the giant ape, son Wukong, unleashed another deafening roar. Those blood-red eyes were fixated on the only 2 living beings on the battlefield. It was enraged. No, he could not allow himself to be overwhelmed by brute force any longer. Cao Xiaobai was acutely aware that even with regeneration, he could not withstand the relentless bombardment. He was now the commander of the battlefield. He needed to remain composed. System. Split my energy. Cao Xiaobai's thoughts roared within his mind. Command confirmed. Energy split activated. In an instant, the energy within him split in a mysterious manner. Around him, several indistinct, almost imperceptible afterimages materialized out of thin air. These phantoms swirled around the giant ape, son Wukong, rapidly darting about. Each flicker precisely disrupted the giant ape's line of sight. Grr. The giant ape was increasingly agitated by these sudden apparitions. Its massive claws flailed wildly, each strike carrying the force to devastate, creating enormous craters in the ground. Now is the moment. Cao Xiaobai seized this fleeting opportunity. With all his might, in a voice that was both childish yet undeniably authoritative, he shouted towards Big in the distance. Uncle Big, don't strike its body. It's futile. Use your strongest energy wave. Attack its eyes. Hurry. Its eyes. Strike its eyes. Big was momentarily taken aback by this sudden command. Being directed by a 4-year-old, this felt utterly humiliating. It was a disgrace of the highest order. He, the great demon king, had to heed the orders of a mere earthling child. Yet, that little brat's strategy seemed to hold some merit. The giant ape's body was as hard as steel. Brute force attacks would indeed prove ineffective. But those eyes, humph. Do I need you to instruct me? Big's mind screamed in defiance, yet his body remained obedient. He gritted his teeth, fervently gathering the remaining energy within his palms. Big currently had about 30 units of energy stored. extraordinary learning and comprehension ability. Cao Xiaobai's inner monologue raced wildly. He fixated on Bic's movements, his mind racing at an unfathomable speed. He could unleash another powerful attack, but it had to be with full force. The giant ape, now enraged by the distractions, had begun to slow its movements. It was in this very moment. Cao Xiaobai's voice grew more urgent. Uncle Bic, now, release the move. The strongest strike. A glint of cold determination flashed in Bic's eyes. He sensed it too. Cao Xiaobai had seized that exquisitely delicate instant. In that fleeting moment, the giant ape instinctively blinked its eyes in response to its fury. Die, monster! Bic roared, his body lunging forward. Demon flash. A massive, blood-red energy beam tore through the air, striking the bloodshot eyes of the giant ape at an awkward angle. Grr! The giant ape screamed in a more anguished and tortured wail. The energy beam struck its eye socket with precision, although it did not completely blind it. The destructive force immediately sent it rolling in agony. Boom, boom, boom. The giant ape's massive form pounded the ground frantically, each impact creating terrifying tremors. The surrounding mountains seemed on the verge of collapsing under this immense force. Success! Cao Xiaobai's heart soared with exhilaration. But oh no, Bic's heart sank heavily. The giant ape's attacks transformed from precise strikes into a chaotic barrage. The power was even more formidable. Countless crimson energy beams erupted from its mouth, raining down like meteor showers. Boom! The earth quaked, rocks shattered, and dust engulfed the air. Bic's previous strike had sapped a tremendous amount of energy, and now, faced with the giant ape's frenzied energy outpour, he could only dodge desperately. Damn it! This creature has completely lost its mind. Bic's face turned pale. He could feel that the violent energy fluctuations were more terrifying than any previous encounter. Little brat, we are going to perish here. Bic's voice carried a hint of despair. Cao Xiaobai also felt a tightening in his chest at this sudden turn of events. He watched the peaks, shattered by the energy beams, and observed the giant ape roaring madly amidst the winds and dust. Traditional methods were simply ineffective. Engaging head-on, even combined, they were no match for this raging giant ape. No, they absolutely could not die here. He still needed to collect, cleanse mark. Came Sinan's mark. He still had to gather, Vegeta's blood. A glimmer of determination flashed in Cao Xiaobai's eyes amidst the chaotic battlefield. System. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fear and distractions in his heart. Activating the final trump card, Sun Wukong. Roar. The deafening roar drowned out his final call. Chapter 8. The bond between father and son. Severing the threads of fate, Sun Wukong. Cao Xiaobai expended the last vestiges of his strength, shouting that name with all his might. Ding. Detecting host's strong will to survive. Sun Wukong's blood mark, combat power 416, activated. Boom. Cao Xiaobai felt a buzzing in his head, as if something had fiercely drained him. The energy within him, along with the little strength he had just recovered, was instantly siphoned away. Everything went dark before his eyes. It was over. He was truly finished. Yet, just as his consciousness began to blur, roar, the giant ape's fist, the size of a building, hurtled towards the exhausted Bic, accompanied by a cataclysmic gale. Bic desperately closed his eyes in despair. Wufan, a voice so frail it seemed as if a mere gust of wind could disperse it, unexpectedly emerged amidst the cataclysmic clamor. This voice, delicate and gentle, bore an ineffable strength that pierced through the very fabric of the soul. The terrifying fist of the giant ape, capable of rending mountains and shattering stones, halted less than a meter from Bike's nose. The tumultuous wind from the ferocious strike still lashed against Bike's cheek, causing him pain. Yet he astonishingly opened his eyes in disbelief. What did he behold? Before the blood-red, wrathful gaze of the colossal ape, a figure, bloodied and tattered. Its presence, so faint it was nearly imperceptible, struggled to float there. Was that Sun Wukong? No, merely a spectral energy form. A mere shadow with a lamentable battle power of only 416 points. In the face of the beast whose strength exceeded 10,000. This apparition appeared as insignificant as a firefly amidst a tempest. Yet, it was this very firefly that silenced the entire world. Wufan's shadow called out once more, infused with love and remorse. Do not fear, your father is here. The giant's roar abruptly ceased, transforming into a confused whimper. In its blood-red eyes, the violent intent ebbed like a receding tide, replaced by bewilderment, struggle, and a deep-seated reliance rooted in its very essence. It stood still. The cataclysmic motion slowed. 0. 1 seconds. 0. 5 seconds. Now is the moment. Cao Xiaobai's eyes shot open. He squeezed the last remnants of Bike's regeneration from within, forcing himself to remain conscious. This was a precious 0. 5 seconds bought with his very life. Extraordinary learning and comprehension ability, Bulma's vitality mark, activated. Buzz. Cao Xiaobai's mind surged into a hyperactive state. The giant ape's massive form was instantaneously deconstructed into countless nodes before his eyes. The patterns of muscle, the connections of bones, the flow of energy, all discerned. Cao Xiaobai's gaze was fervently fixed on that twitching, 10-meter-long, formidable tail. Bike. The base of the tail. The third joint. 3 inches to the left. That was the nerve cluster. The weakest point. Summoning all his strength, Cao Xiaobai roared hoarsely, his voice breaking as if weeping blood. Hurry. Quickly. Uncle Wukong's specter cannot hold on any longer. Bike trembled. He had no time to ponder why this child knew the giant's weaknesses so intimately. He only knew this was their sole chance for survival. Bike squeezed the last vestiges of magic from his core, thrusting his lone arm forward. No flamboyant techniques. No earth-shattering sounds. Only a purple energy wave, condensed to its utmost, as fine as a hair. With a soft pop, the sound was nearly inaudible amidst the giant's whimpering. But in the next moment, the giant Wufan emitted a deafening wail, filled with agony and disbelief. That tail, emblematic of terrible power, was severed. Boom. With the source of its strength lost, the giant's immense body began to deflate like a punctured balloon, shrinking at a visible rate. Victory. Cao Xiaobai could no longer hold on. Darkness engulfed him, and he lost consciousness entirely. Silence enveloped the desolate wilderness, with only the howling cold wind and heavy breaths remaining. Bang! The transformed Suan Wufan plummeted from the sky, landing on the ground and fainting. Cao Xiaobai and Bike sprawled like 2 lifeless dogs amidst the ruins. Victory! They had truly won. Bike gasped for breath, the frigid air searing his lungs. His severed arm still bled profusely, yet he lacked the strength to move a single finger. With great effort, he turned his head to gaze at Cao Xiaobai, who lay unconscious not far away. Under the moonlight, the child's face was as pale as paper, smeared with blood, and so frail he seemed as if a mere breeze could topple him. Yet it was this very wretch, the one he initially intended to use as a mere punching bag, as cannon fodder, even ready to crush at any moment, who, in the direst of circumstances, unveiled the giant's vulnerabilities. It was he who, with his uncanny ability, awakened Wufan's reason. It was he who, within the critical 0.5 seconds of life and death, precisely directed the fatal strike. Throughout the encounter, this 4-year-old child had been the true essence of the battle. A tempest of emotions surged within Bike. Anger, humiliation, frustration at being directed by a child, all were present. Yet beneath it all surged a sentiment so profound and unsettling that even he struggled to comprehend. And a trace, barely perceptible, of acknowledgement. What manner of monster are you? Bike rasped, his voice tinged with unprecedented complexity. Cough, cough, cough. As if responding, Cao Xiaobai erupted into a violent fit of coughing and slowly opened his eyes. Oh, Uncle Greenskin, you're not dead yet? Cao Xiaobai grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. His smile irritatingly cheeky. Bike thought he could easily swat this little brat dead. Xiaobai? At that moment, a feeble voice emerged. Suan Wufan had awakened. He sat there, completely naked, bewildered as he surveyed the destruction around him, at a loss. I think I had a dream. He gazed at the battlefield strewn with ruins. Then at the 2 battered figures, his eyes filled with confusion and gratitude. Did you save me? Chapter 9, Harvest. The gift of S-class potential. Suan Wufan wept, sobbing like a fool abandoned by the entire world. He sat bare on the ground he had destroyed, tears and snot smeared across his face, his cries heart-wrenching. Cao Xiaobai lay sprawled nearby, feeling as though every bone in his body had shattered. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and his lungs burned with pain. Yet within, he reveled in laughter. Success. This round, a blood prophet. He could feel the accelerated regeneration, talent inherited from Bike wildly activating. Fractured bones crackled as they slowly realigned. Damaged organs were enveloped by a gentle energy, mending. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to a tireless construction crew residing within his body. Yet on the surface, he had to maintain a facade of vulnerability, as if he might expire at any moment. He struggled to prop himself up, extending his somewhat intact small hand to gently pat Suan Wufan's shoulder. His voice was hoarse, as if rubbed raw by sandpaper, breaking hearts. Wufan, big brother is all right. It's okay, do not fear. This utterance seemed to unlock the floodgates of Wufan's emotions. Wah! Wufan cried even more ferociously, resembling a frightened creature as he clung to Cao Xiaobai. Xiaobai, you lost so much blood. It's all my fault. I actually fell asleep. Wufan's embrace lacked strength, yet Cao Xiaobai grimaced in pain. Yet in his heart, he remained composed and calculating. Excellent, the guilt is at its peak. Next, a little guidance is needed. He forced a pale, angelic smile. It's nothing, I'm fine. As long as big brother Wufan is all right, that is all that matters. A true actor. In his mind, Cao Xiaobai awarded himself a little golden statuette. What he desired was Suan Wufan's unreserved guilt and dependence. With effort, he turned his gaze toward Bike, who sat cross-legged, using his remaining magic to mend his shattered arm. His complexion was greener than usual, clearly exhausted. Cao Xiaobai seized this opportunity, speaking to Wufan in an almost reverent tone. Wufan, you must thank Uncle Bike. He, with his utmost effort, saved both of us. As Baiku, deeply engrossed in the creation of muscle tissue, heard those words, he nearly gasped for breath and almost choked. He abruptly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze fixated on Cao Xiaobai. This little rascal. A tempest of emotions surged within Baiku. He had meticulously devised the entire strategy, summoned the illusion of Sun Wukong, and even called for the decisive strike at the crucial moment. Yet now, he was audaciously attributing all the credit to himself. What kind of maneuver is this? In all his years, Baiku had never encountered a 4-year-old so adept at manipulation. However, being a clever individual, Baiku quickly grasped Cao Xiaobai's intentions. He snorted coldly, refraining from retorting. He realized that Sun Wufan's gaze towards him had genuinely shifted. The profound, soul-stirring fear and aversion had notably diminished. In its place was a flicker of gratitude intermingled with reverence. Baiku uncle, Wufan stammered, resembling a timid little hamster as he cautiously approached. I'm sorry for causing you injury. Thank you for saving me. Baiku's lips twitched involuntarily. He surveyed the tear-streaked face of the child before him, and then glanced at the distant, barely conscious Cao Xiaobai, his emotions swirling in a complex turmoil. He stiffly nodded. Humph, don't think for a moment that I will let you off the hook. Tomorrow's special training will be doubled. Yes. To his surprise, Wufan did not object, but rather seemed to exhale in relief. Cao Xiaobai observed this exchange with hidden delight. Perfect. The scheme of discord, no? The plan of fusion has succeeded. Now, the rift of enmity between Baiku and Wufan has been forcibly breached. I am their sole adhesive. He had successfully garnered Wufan's absolute trust while allowing Baiku to perceive his value beyond mere prophecy. The next phase was the most crucial one, the moment of harvest. Cao Xiaobai emitted a precisely timed groan of pain. Under the influence of Baiku's regeneration, his wounds had nearly healed, yet he deliberately manipulated his muscles to maintain a few of the most gruesome-looking injuries, allowing blood to continue seeping outward. Xiaobai, what's wrong? Does it hurt terribly? Wufan, in a panic, instinctively rushed to support him. No, don't touch me, it hurts. Cao Xiaobai weakly pushed him away. What should we do? What should we do? Wufan fretted in disarray. His gaze fell upon Cao Xiaobai's pale visage. And suddenly, an idea struck him, his eyes shining with realization. Blood. Yes, blood. I read in a book that you're losing too much blood and need a transfusion. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced wildly. Yet, his expression remained one of terrified protest. No, Wufan, you mustn't hurt yourself. It's fine. Wufan, consumed by kindness and guilt, disregarded him entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his chubby little hand and bit down fiercely on his own fingertip. Cao Xiaobai winced at the sight. This child was so genuine it was heart-wrenching, yet also so useful it was painful. Hurry, Xiaobai, drink it. Get better quickly. Wufan urged, his eyes glistening with tears as he thrust his bloodied finger towards Cao Xiaobai's mouth. An indescribable essence surged into Cao Xiaobai's nostrils. This was not merely the scent of blood. It was an aroma brimming with explosive potential, akin to the core of a sun. Cao Xiaobai felt the call of his bloodline mark, system within the depths of his soul, unleashing a greedy roar. He could no longer contain himself. Trembling, He opened his mouth and gently took Wu Fan's finger into his mouth. With a gulp, a drop of blood slid down his throat. Boom! In that instant, it felt as though a megaton nuclear bomb exploded within Cao Xiaobai's mind. Ding! Detecting the voluntary donation of Sun Wu Fan, potential rating, SSS level. Sun Wu Fan's bloodline mark activated successfully. Warning! Energy levels are extremely unstable. The system is forcibly stabilizing the fusion. Fusion successful. It has arrived. Finally, Cao Xiaobai felt himself freeze. If absorbing Baiku's blood felt like immersing oneself in a warm, life-giving spring, then consuming Wu Fan's blood was akin to directly swallowing an entire, erupting supernova. Frantic, chaotic, infinite, that force surged through his limbs and bones. 1,000 times more domineering than Baiku's magic. Cao Xiaobai sensed that his fragile 4-year-old body was on the verge of bursting. His skin flushed crimson, steam rising from his head. Xiaobai, what is happening? Wu Fan exclaimed in alarm, attempting to withdraw his finger. Don't mind me. Cao Xiaobai clenched his teeth, forcing out a few words through gritted jaws, greedily savoring the precious blood. He accessed his system panel, witnessing words that made his very soul tremble. Host, Cao Xiaobai, bloodline mark, stacked state. Bulma, training speed 10, Baiku, training speed 80, Sun Wu Fan, training speed 100, current permanent training speed bonus, 190. 190%, nearly triple the training speed. Cao Xiaobai trembled with excitement. This meant that 1 day of his training equated to 3 days of relentless effort. But that was not the most astonishing revelation. What truly warranted Sun Wu Fan's bloodline mark, its SSS rating, was the unparalleled talent it bestowed. Acquired talent, Rage Explosion, SSS level unawakened. Description: you have touched the deepest trigger of anger within the Scion bloodline. When the host or a cherished individual faces extreme peril, your potential will erupt geometrically. Current state: seed has been planted. Rage Explosion, the key to becoming a Super Scion. Cao Xiaobai envisioned the deepest recesses of his soul, where a tempestuous golden energy lay ensnared by countless golden chains. Though it could not be unlocked for now, the key was already in his possession. Ha ha ha! Cao Xiaobai collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily, yet unable to suppress a low, muffled laugh. He felt reborn. The energy within him, under the terrifying enhancement of 190, expanded and condensed at a visibly rapid pace. Xiaobai, are you all right? Wu Fan gazed at him with astonishment. Cao Xiaobai's wounds healed at a speed several times faster than before, leaving only faint pink marks in an instant. This was the combined enhancement of Baiku's regeneration and Wu Fan's potential. Yes, Wu Fan's blood is extraordinary. Cao Xiaobai leaped up, swinging his tiny fist. Filled with newfound vigor, he sensed that his current base combat power was undeniably beyond mere single digits. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Wu Fan exclaimed joyfully, bouncing on the spot. Cao Xiaobai suppressed his inner exhilaration and slowly turned to face Baiku. Baiku had just completed the regeneration of his severed arm. Standing up and testing his new shoulder, their gazes meeting. Their eyes locked. Baiku's pupils abruptly constricted. Something was amiss. The way this little rascal looked at him was entirely different. Just a few hours prior, there had been a glint of wariness, calculation, and desperation in the child's eyes. Yet now, the fear and apprehension had vanished, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze. Like a butcher assessing the weight of a pig, like a strong man measuring another, slightly weaker contender. The voice of the little demon, Piccolo, was low and menacing. What are you looking at? Cao Xiaobai stood still, his diminutive frame seemingly concealing a newly awakened giant beast. He smiled, a smile so innocent and pure that it inexplicably sent a chilling shiver through the battle-hardened Demon King. It's nothing, Uncle Cao Xiaobai replied in a childish voice, but his next words made the Demon King's heart skip a beat. I was just thinking that a year seems rather long. Boom. An invisible aura erupted from Cao Xiaobai's small body. Bika felt as if struck by lightning. He sensed a hint of threat emanating from this 4-year-old child. Bika stared at him in disbelief. Cao Xiaobai, hands behind his back, raised his head to gaze at the distant, starry sky. Saijin, Vegeta, Naba, bring it on. I, Cao Xiaobai, can hardly wait. Turning to Bika, Cao Xiaobai's eyes sparkled as he declared, starting tomorrow, special training will be upgraded. Chapter 10, The Monster Cultivation Program. As dawn broke, a hint of light appeared on the horizon. The air in the wilderness was icy and biting. Bang! Suan Wufan was once again kicked away by Bika, rolling like a deflated ball among the rubble, finally stopping as he wailed. "What are you crying for, you useless brat?" Bika stood with impatience and irritation etched on his green face. Without the ability to even sense basic energy, how could one claim to fight? Not far away, Cao Xiaobai sat cross-legged, his eyelids unflinching as if the world outside bore no relevance to him. He was immersed in an unprecedented, exhilarating sensation. Permanent training speed boost, 190. Bulma mark, learning, Bika mark, Regan perception, Suan Wufan mark, potential fury. He could distinctly feel the energy within him transforming from a gentle stream into a roaring river. With each breath, he sensed himself growing stronger and denser than the second before. Thrilling, absolutely exhilarating. This was the treatment a transmigrator deserved. What a joke to call this hellish training. For him, it was akin to riding a rocket to ascension. "Hey, you little brat." Bika glared at Cao Xiaobai after dealing with the sobbing Wufan. "It's your turn. Don't think you can slack off just because you survived yesterday." Cao Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes, revealing orbs as dark and bright as the night sky, seemingly containing the fading of stars. He stood up, leisurely brushing off the dust from his backside, then beckoned to Bika with a finger, his voice childish yet audacious. "Come on, green-skinned uncle." Bika paused for a moment. This child had been playing dead on the ground yesterday, and today he dared to provoke him? Had he taken leave of his senses? Seeking death, Bika was consumed with rage. In an instant, he became a blur, appearing before Cao Xiaobai with a swift motion. His fist, the size of a cauldron, cutting through the air with a fierce wind, aimed straight for Cao Xiaobai's face. He only exerted a fraction of his strength. Yet that fraction was enough to turn the Cao Xiaobai of 3 days prior into a mere puddle of flesh. However, too slow. Cao Xiaobai's lips moved, barely making a sound. Extraordinary learning comprehension, Bulma mark, activated. In that fleeting moment, when Bika threw his punch, the world within Cao Xiaobai's eyes seemed to play at half speed. He clearly observed the minute contraction of Bika's shoulder muscles. He saw the direction of energy flowing through his arm. He even caught a glimpse of the fleeting disdain in his eyes. Anticipation. Cao Xiaobai simply tilted his head slightly. Whoosh. Bika's fist, carrying a fierce wind, grazed past his nose. What? Bika was struck with astonishment. How was this possible? He actually dodged it. Before he could retract his punch or change his move, Cao Xiaobai's small form suddenly darted forward, slipping behind him like a slippery eel. What is he planning? This thought flashed through Bika's mind. The next second, he felt a trivial impact on his lower back. Taste my friendship punch. Cao Xiaobai gathered all his strength and landed a punch on Bika's lower back with all his might. Bang! Ugh! Bika grunted, his body stumbling forward uncontrollably for 2 steps. Although this punch felt no different than a tickle to him, he was actually struck by a 4-year-old child he had to protect just yesterday. Such humiliation. This little beast. Bika completely lost his temper. Boom! The terrifying aura of the Demon King erupted, and the surrounding air felt as if it had solidified. Bika showed no mercy, his speed doubling as he transformed into countless blurred phantoms, attacking Cao Xiaobai from all directions. Come on! Cao Xiaobai trembled with excitement. This was precisely the effect he desired. If he didn't push Bika to the brink, how could he learn anything substantial? Energy splitting control, Bika mark, activated. Swish, swish, swish. Around Cao Xiaobai, several phantoms erupted. Though their solidity paled in comparison to Bika's, they were sufficient to confuse the eye. This is my technique. Bika's eyes nearly bulged out. This little brat had just obtained his blood yesterday, and today he could mimic his unique techniques. A monster. What kind of monster was this? Bang, bang, bang. In the wilderness, the large and small figures engaged in a dazzling, frenzied exchange. Cao Xiaobai was well aware that his physical prowess was far inferior to Bika's. He also understood that Bika was not using all his strength. To confront him head-on would be sheer folly. However, his advantage lay in his understanding of Bika. He analyzed every move of Bika using the Bulma mark, searching for flaws. He employed the Bika mark to imitate Bika's combat techniques, returning the favor in kind. Finally, he utilized the terrifying combat instincts bestowed by the Wufan mark to evade genuinely lethal attacks. Here, a flaw. Seizing a moment when Bika was exhausted and had not yet regained his strength, Cao Xiaobai soared with a kick, landing a powerful blow to Bika's shin. Hiss! Bika inhaled sharply. This hit was genuinely painful. Cao Xiaobai, You're courting death. Bika, filled with rage and humiliation, abandoned all notions of teaching, raising his hand to unleash a concentrated demon flash. Cao Xiaobai's pupils constricted. He knew this strike was unavoidable. He could only brace himself. Boom. He was engulfed by a yellow energy beam, launched like a kite with its string cut, carving a deep trench in the ground as he was thrown several meters away. His body scorched. Xiaobai. In the distance, Wukong screamed in terror. But the next second, an astonishing scene unfolded, leaving both Wukong and Bika dumbfounded. Spitting out a mouthful of black soot, Cao Xiaobai staggered out of the pit, shaking off the dirt. The horrific scorch marks on his body began to visibly scab and peel, revealing fresh, pink skin beneath. Rapid regeneration, Bika mark. Moreover, with the life force granted by Wukong's potential, his recovery speed surpassed even that of Bika. Bika stood rooted, panting heavily. He stared at Cao Xiaobai, who appeared unscathed, as if gazing upon a prehistoric monster risen from the depths of hell. He, the formidable overlord of the short flute, was thoroughly humiliated by a mere 4-year-old child, unable to truly contend with him. Cao Xiaobai clapped his hands and approached with an air of nonchalance. Uncle Bick, you seem to be struggling. Were you worn out yesterday? Would you like me to let you take a break? To kill, one must also strike at the heart. Bick's face darkened, as black as the bottom of a pot. He fell silent for a long moment. What exactly are you? Bick rasped. Devoid of his previous disdain and fury, replaced by profound trepidation and a hint of acknowledgement he himself had yet to recognize. Cao Xiaobai straightened up, his mischievous grin fading. His gaze turned exceedingly earnest. I am your hope, Uncle Bick. He locked eyes with the Demon King and stated emphatically, 1 year from now, the Science will arrive. Relying on Wukong. He cannot even control himself, and is but a ticking time bomb. Relying on you? Do you truly believe you can defeat Raditz? Bick's pupils constricted, rendered speechless. Only I, Cao Xiaobai declared, pointing to himself with a small finger, only I can grow stronger at the swiftest pace. Strong enough to alter the tides of battle. Therefore, he stepped closer, his aura rivaling that of the Demon King before him. Put aside your so-called basic training for the weak, and teach me the true combat techniques of the demon race. The magic beam cannon, the super explosive demon wave, and all your hidden skills, surrender them. Otherwise, 1 year from now, we shall both perish. The wind howled, stirring up the dust beneath them. Bick fixed his gaze on Cao Xiaobai, as though attempting to see through the child's small frame to the profoundly mature soul within. Ultimately, the Demon King smiled, a grin that was sinister, frigid, yet tinged with a sense of relief. Very well. Bick nodded slowly. Little brat, you have piqued my interest. Since you wish to hasten your demise, I shall oblige. Starting tomorrow, hell shall be upgraded. Deal. Cao Xiaobai beamed, revealing his pearly white teeth. The underdog's counterattack was complete. From this moment forth, he was no longer a mere plaything to be toyed with, but the true core of this monstrous training program. In the days that followed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Wukong continued his lamentable survival training and basic awareness exercises, while Cao Xiaobai and Bick embarked on an almost self-destructive advanced training regimen. The energy condensation of the magic beam cannon? Extraordinary comprehension activated. After observing Bick's demonstration, Cao Xiaobai could pinpoint 3 redundant nodes in his energy compression process, leaving Bick speechless. The limits of rapid regeneration? Cao Xiaobai voluntarily requested Bick to sever his limbs, pushing the boundaries of regeneration and potential to the brink of life and death. He resembled an insatiable sponge, voraciously absorbing every nutrient that could enhance his strength. His battle power surged daily at a rate that left even Bick's scalp tingling. 3 months later, with a resounding crash, Cao Xiaobai shattered a boulder the size of a small truck into dust. Standing atop the mountain, he felt the ceaseless flow of energy within him. His battle power had steadily surpassed 500. This figure was a rarity among Earthlings. The sensation of becoming stronger was exhilarating. Yet, it was still insufficient, far from enough. Cao Xiaobai understood that a battle power of 500 was still mere fodder in the face of that of 4,000. Not to mention the 18,000 of Vegeta. The rate of his training, at 190, was still too sluggish. Squinting, he gazed down upon the vast earth beneath him. His eyes seemed to penetrate the clouds, catching sight of distant cities and the throngs of people within them. There are still many kind souls on this planet waiting for my visit. He recalled the lecherous yet enigmatic old man, Master Roshi. His miraculous Kamehameha and Mafuba techniques could indeed create wonders. And Krillin's battle wisdom and keen sensitivity to ki were invaluable as well. A smile crept onto Cao Xiaobai's lips. Uncle Bic, he turned to Bic, who was urging Wufan to climb the mountain. I miss home. I want to go see Sister Bulma. He paused and added in the most innocent tone, and I'd like to pay a visit to Grandpa Roshi. Bic shot him a glance, his eyes seemingly piercing through the child's thoughts, and with a cold snort, he replied, just don't die. Rest assured. Cao Xiaobai transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. The moment for hunting was upon him, or rather, the moment for gratitude had arrived. Chapter 11. The 4-year-old child visits Master Roshi. In the sky, a dark green streak of light tore through the clouds, racing toward the endless sea. Within this streak was the diminutive Cao Xiaobai. The air beneath his feet felt as solid as steps, his body as light as a swallow. This was the flight technique Bic had taught him. The sensation of flying was wondrous. The wind howled past his ears, and the clouds flowed beneath him. Looking down at the vast azure sea, he felt a swell of emotions. In his previous life, he was a corporate drone, crammed into the subway, staring at the overcast sky outside, feeling as though his existence was trapped in a can. Yet now, he could soar freely through the skies. This feeling was more intoxicating than any power or wealth. However, the hellish training over the past 3 months felt like a daily dance with death. The improvement in his physique was tangible. He could clearly sense that his ki had grown more robust than tenfold compared to 3 months ago. But it was still insufficient, far from enough. Cao Xiaobai gazed at the ocean below, a fierce hunger igniting within him. He was like a wild dog that had just tasted meat, now seeing everyone as a walking experience bundle. Master Roshi. The image of the old man with sunglasses, white beard, and a lecherous grin surfaced in Cao Xiaobai's mind. This old man wields the essence of the Kamehameha technique. His miraculous Kamehameha and Mafuba are capable of tackling the strongest foes. More importantly, having lived for centuries, his understanding of martial arts undoubtedly surpasses that of anyone else on Earth. If I could obtain his life force signature. A benevolent smile involuntarily crept upon Cao Xiaobai's face. Grandpa Roshi, Little White has come to see you. Came house. A solitary island situated in the midst of the sea. This pose is simply exquisite. Master Roshi, the turtle hermit, lounged extravagantly on a beach chair in front of the house, holding a scandalously covered magazine. A perverse grin plastered across his face, nearly causing his nose to bleed. Master, are you indulging in such unhealthy material again? Nearby, a giant sea turtle sighed in resignation. What do you know? This is art. Art. Master Roshi retorted defiantly, completely immersed in his own world. Just then, an unprecedented, suffocating aura descended from the sky. The resigned expression on the sea turtle's face froze instantly. Instinctively, it looked up towards the heavens. What kind of monster is this? The sea turtle, having lived for over 100 years, had never felt such an overwhelming and oppressive presence. This aura was akin to the ominous clouds that herald a storm, stifling, heavy, and laden with an extreme sense of danger. Master, quickly, take cover. The sea turtle cried out in desperation. Take cover? From what? Is that little Bulma coming to see me again? Master Roshi remained blissfully unaware, lost in his fantasies. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded. A diminutive figure landed steadily before the Kame house. The ground erupted with shattered stones and swirling dust. Kame Sennin finally lifted his gaze from the magazine. His body, drained by indulgence, felt not danger at first, but rather dissatisfaction. Who dares to interrupt an old man's appreciation of art? Rubbing his eyes, he peered through his sunglasses into the dust-laden center. At first glance, he beheld a pair of black, abyssal eyes that seemed capable of devouring all. Those eyes held neither the innocence nor curiosity typical of a child, but rather an incongruous weariness and a disquieting greed that sent shivers down his spine. Teacher Wutian. It has been a long time, Cao Xiaobai declared, brushing the dust from his clothes and revealing an innocent smile. Who is this little imp? Kame Sennin was taken aback. Adjusting his sunglasses, he scrutinized the 4-year-old child clad in a deep purple training outfit. He felt a sense of familiarity, but could not recall where he had encountered this child. His expression was peculiar, as if he had swallowed a fly. What an unsettling aura this child possessed. It felt powerful yet chaotic, as if several distinct energies were forcefully intertwined. Grandfather, I am Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai stepped forward, his smile brightening. I have come to ask you for a favor. A favor, you say? Came Sinin instinctively grew wary. Cao Xiaobai halted, adopting an utterly naive tone as he uttered the most astonishing words. I need your blood. Came Sinin, mid-sip of coconut juice, spluttered, spraying Mr. Turtle beside him. My blood? Are you out of your mind? His eyes widened in disbelief and incredulity. Little imp, are you filming some prank? Do you even know who I am? Chapter 12. Came Sinin's demands. Came Sinin's laughter erupted uncontrollably, nearly causing tears to spill from behind his sunglasses. Of course I know. However, Cao Xiaobai's expression remained devoid of emotion as he calmly regarded the old man feigning madness. Teacher Wu Tian, the once great god of martial arts and the founder of Kame style. He paused before stating matter-of-factly, your current battle power is merely 139. Boom. Came Sinin's laughter froze, his expression as rigid as a duck with its throat grasped. He sprang from the lounge chair, the wooden deck creaking under the sudden strain. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, bulged in disbelief as he stared at Cao Xiaobai. A tumultuous wave surged within him. How could he know? That value of 139 was calculated by Bulma with her scouter. It was a secret known only to her and me. Could this little imp truly possess mind-reading abilities? A storm of confusion erupted within Came Sinin. His mind raced, and finally, a vague memory surfaced. Oh, I remember now. The smile vanished from Came Sinin's face, replaced by a steely resolve as he gathered all semblance of mockery. His muscles tensed instantaneously. You are that little imp taken by Piccolo on the battlefield against Raditz? His heart raced as if it were about to leap from his throat. How eerie. This child, astonishingly powerful, had transformed so vastly in just 3 months. I have told you, I am here to visit, Cao Xiaobai said casually. He then unleashed the full force of his aura. Rumbling. A torrent of energy erupted from his small form, spilling forth without restraint. The entirety of Kame Island trembled. The tranquil sea was instantly whipped into a frenzy, waves crashing violently against the shore. How could this be possible? Came Sinin felt as though an immense weight pressed down upon him. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing. This energy was even greater than that of the former Demon King Piccolo, or perhaps even stronger than the adult son Wukong. And it continued to rise. Wait. Came Sinin, seasoned by many trials, trembled but raised his hands, adopting an internationally recognized gesture of surrender. Little imp. No, little hero. Let us talk this over calmly. Cao Xiaobai regarded Came Sinin's comical demeanor with bemusement. Indeed, he was a crafty old fox who feared the strong. He gradually restrained his aura, and the sea and earth were restored to tranquility. Grandfather, I understand the rules. Cao Xiaobai reaffixed his harmless smile. I need your blood, and you certainly cannot give it freely. Humph, you have some discernment. Recovering from his shock, Came Sinin swiftly descended the steps. He regained his composure, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, and resumed his usual flippant demeanor. In his mind, a plan began to form. This little imp is extraordinarily powerful. Confronting him directly would be futile. However, he seems to have ulterior motives. This is an opportunity. I wish to become your disciple. Cao Xiaobai suddenly knelt before Came Sinin, performing a deep bow. His voice, though soft, carried a resonant weight. Came Sinin was utterly taken aback. Become a disciple? Are you serious? His initial shock transformed into uncontrollable elation. This child, a creature of godly strength, wishes to become my disciple. The Kame style shall rise and become renowned. He quickly cleared his throat, adopting the demeanor of a wise master, and said with pride, very well. Given your sincerity, as long as you become my disciple, I would gladly offer not just a drop of blood, but 10 or even 8. However, Came Sinin's eyes twinkled as he adopted an extremely serious tone. The initiation rules of Kame style are quite extraordinary. With your abilities, you should comprehend, yes? What rules? Cao Xiaobai feigned innocence. Heh. Came Sinin revealed a knowing smile, gesturing toward the swimsuit magazine that had fallen to the ground. The initiation test for Kame style requires you to bring a beautiful woman. Teacher Wu Tian, even Mr. Turtle beside you cannot bear to witness this. Silence. This is a sacred tradition passed down for a century in Kame style. Came Sinin exclaimed, his eyes filled with anticipation. He envisioned the splendid scenes to come. This boy, so immensely powerful, must know many beautiful women. Bulma? Launch. Either would be a boon. Yet, Cao Xiaobai's expression remained unchanged. He merely smiled knowingly. The old lecher has indeed taken the bait. Grandfather, rest assured. I know the perfect candidate who will surely satisfy you. With that, Cao Xiaobai turned and shot into the sky like a streak of light before Cao Xiaobai could react. Wait, little imp, if I am not satisfied, I want to give you blood. Cao Xiaobai shouted excitedly into the sky, trembling with enthusiasm. His mind raced with fantasies of the exquisite woman who could impress even this formidable child. The next day, on Kame Island, the sound of a speedboat engine grew nearer. Cao Xiaobai eagerly approached, his smile brighter than the flowers blooming on the island. Ha ha, little imp, you have finally arrived. Quickly, let me see which stunning beauty you've brought. However, upon seeing the woman stepping off the speedboat, his smile instantly froze. She was a rabbit girl adorned with garish makeup, exuding the scent of cheap perfume, clad in revealing attire, and radiating an aura of worldly weariness. Hello, Gue. I have heard that you are in need of a beautiful woman. The bunny girl even cast a flirtatious glance at him. Goodness. The old turtle sage fell to the ground, his face turning pale with shock. Little brat, what do you mean by that? Chapter 13. Your beauty, my nightmare. My word. He sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice trembling with indignation. Little brat, you dare call this a perfect candidate? Cao Xiaobai leaned casually against the doorframe, leisurely munching on an apple, blinking his innocent big eyes at the words. Crunch. He bit into the crisp apple, juice splattering everywhere. Grandpa Wu, is she not beautiful? He asked in a babyish tone, pointing at the girl. Just look at those big eyes, that small mouth. And her figure, it meets your requirements perfectly. As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at her thick, fan-like false eyelashes, the lipstick smeared above her lip, and her obviously padded chest. Perfect candidate, my foot. The old turtle sage's beard bristled with anger. What I want is something fresh and refined. Youthful vitality. Not this garish, gaudy mess. Upon hearing this, the bunny girl exploded with rage. Hands on her hips, her glittering eyelids rolled dramatically. Hey, old lecher, who are you talking about? If it weren't for this little brat's generous offer, I wouldn't even bother showing up. What a lousy island. No Wi-Fi. Goodbye. With that, she turned on her heel and stormed away. The sound of her high heels clicking against the wooden planks felt like a hammer striking the old turtle sage's heart. Get lost. Scram. Eyesore. The turtle sage clutched his chest, feeling as if he had lost 10 years of his life in an instant. Cao Xiaobai watched the woman board the speedboat and leave, not surprised in the slightest. The plan was proceeding smoothly. He strolled over leisurely, accurately tossing the apple core into a distant trash bin. Grandpa Wu, don't be angry. It was just a minor mistake, a mistake. I will find another one immediately. Another one. The old turtle sage's face turned green. Spare me, please. I guarantee you'll be satisfied this time. Cao Xiaobai grinned mischievously, ceasing any further idle chatter. His petite figure transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. He had no time to dawdle with this old man. He needed to acquire Mo Feng Bo and Wan Guijing Tianzhang. Since the conventional route was blocked, he would resort to something more forceful. High above the city, Cao Xiaobai closed his eyes, amplifying his perception of energy. The myriad life forces of the city unfurled in his mind like a swirling ocean of varying shades. He was searching, seeking a surge of violent and twisted energy. Soon, he pinpointed his target. The first high school, academic affairs office. He hovered outside the window. The sounds within clear to his ears. Smack. A resounding slap echoed. Useless. You can't solve such a simple problem. Are your parents pigs? A teacher, clad in a tight-fitting skirt, her figure alluring yet her face contorted, was hysterically yanking a frail girl by the hair, repeatedly slamming her head against the wall. The girl's forehead was already oozing blood, yet she bit her lip, refraining from crying out, her body trembling uncontrollably. Cao Xiaobai's gaze instantly turned icy. He despised those who bullied the weak under the guise of authority and power. Initially, he sought merely a prop, but now it seemed he could conveniently eliminate some trash. Excellent, you are the one. A cold smile crept across Cao Xiaobai's lips. In the next moment, boom. The window of the academic affairs office, along with the old security bars, shattered under an invisible force. Glass shards flew in all directions. The teacher let out a scream, momentarily stunned by the sudden chaos. She felt as if she were a chick caught by an eagle, her neck seized, and she was yanked out of the window by a tremendous force. Help! Kidnapping! Her piercing shriek resonated through the air. Cao Xiaobai found her noise bothersome and frowned. With his free hand, he pointed at her noisy neck and waved gently. Instantly, the world fell silent. Gripping the sack, Cao Xiaobai soared toward the ocean without looking back. On Guaxian Island, the old turtle sage lay weakly on a beach chair, applying a chilled drink to his eyes while muttering curses. Little brat, if you bring back any more riffraff. A gust of wind swept in. Cao Xiaobai landed with a thud on the deck, still carrying someone. Grandpa Wu. This time it's absolutely perfect. Chapter 14. This aura, this figure. Cao Xiaobai tossed the unconscious woman onto the deck with a dull thud. Another one. The old turtle sage jolted upright, wary of encountering any further monstrosities that might challenge his aesthetic sensibilities or heart's endurance. However, as he focused on the woman on the ground, his eyes widened in astonishment. Though she lay unconscious, her tight-fitting dress perfectly accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her face, while currently contorted due to her state, bore exquisite features. Her underlying beauty was undeniable. The old turtle sage inhaled sharply, feeling a rush of warmth surge to his head, nearly losing control of his nosebleed. A gem, an absolute gem. He quivered with excitement, rubbing his hands together, circling the unconscious teacher like a wolf eyeing a delectable feast. This aura, this figure, more enticing than the Bulma of my youth. Cao Xiaobai stood by, silently rolling his eyes. Old lecher. He reached out, interrupting the old turtle sage's fantasies. Grandpa Wu, I've brought you someone. Are you satisfied? This is my apprenticeship gift. Delighted. Absolutely delighted. The turtle sage's mind was a whirlwind, scarcely registering the latter part of Cao Xiaobai's words. He waved his hand, nearly drooling with anticipation. Once she wakes up, we can have some fun. He was entirely oblivious to the fact that the woman on the ground was beginning to stir. The teacher slowly regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open, still hazy. What met her gaze was a wrinkled, utterly repulsive face adorned with suspicious traces of blood, grinning foolishly at her. Ah, pervert. The teacher's scream pierced the air, even more shrill than when she had been airborne. A volatile individual by nature. Waking up in an unfamiliar environment to find a lecherous old man before her sent her into a frenzy. Bang! Without even looking, she grabbed a nearby vase from the beach table, summoning all her strength to smash it down on the old turtle sage's head. Ouch! My goodness! The turtle sage, taken by surprise, dove for cover. Beautiful lady. It's a misunderstanding. A total misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. You old bug. The teacher seemed to awaken some extraordinary power within her, transforming into a berserker, chasing the turtle sage around the room in a frenzy. Smash! The limited edition Hawaiian grass skirt, treasured by the turtle sage, was ripped to shreds. Crash! The exclusive swimsuit collection he had hidden beneath his bed, thicker than bricks, was discovered by the teacher and set ablaze. The roaring flames illuminated the despairing face of the turtle sage. My book, my youth. He let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, lunging forward to extinguish the fire, only to be met with a swift kick from the teacher, sending him crashing through a framed picture on the wall. Cao Xiaobai had long retreated to the rooftop, finding a comfortable spot to sit, swinging his short legs with delight as he watched the spectacle unfold. TSK. Such combat prowess. What a shame she isn't participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. You bunch of scoundrels. The teacher, seemingly gone mad, began her indiscriminate assault. She burst into the kitchen, seizing a gleaming kitchen knife, her blood-red eyes fixated on the trembling sea turtle cowering in the corner. And you ugly creature. Just watch me stew you today. The sea turtle, initially so frightened that it seemed ready to retract into its shell, felt its survival instincts surge in response to the glinting knife aimed at it. Its tiny, green bean-like eyes widened in shock. This is outrageous. The sea turtle let out a roar that belied its size, retracting its limbs and head before launching forward with a tremendous force. Boom! The entire shell propelled like a green cannonball, crashing into the abdomen of the female teacher at an astonishing speed. With a splat, her eyes nearly bulged out, and remnants of her previous meal mixed with bile sprayed across the floor. She flew backward like a kite with its string cut, landing with a splash into the sea. At last, the world fell silent. The old turtle sage knelt amidst the debris and ashes, lamenting the loss of his youth, tears unshed. Trembling, he turned and raised his head, glaring at the figure of Cao Xiaobai on the roof, his voice hoarse. Is this the beauty you brought? Is this a demolition crew? Cao Xiaobai gracefully leapt down from the rooftop, dusting off his hands with an innocent expression. Grandpa Wu Tian, you did say you wanted something eye-catching. She is indeed captivating, though a bit temperamental. A bit temperamental? She nearly took my life, and she burned my books. The turtle sage was beside himself with indignation, shaking as he pointed an accusatory finger at Cao Xiaobai. I won't stand for this. I can't endure such a character. If you can't find someone satisfactory, don't even think about taking my blood for apprenticeship. Cao Xiaobai sighed, shaking his head. Grandpa Wu Tian, your standards are exceedingly high. He gazed at the clouds on the horizon, his expression becoming contemplative. Well, it seems the finished product won't do. Since you prefer the nurturing type, upon my return, I sensed a disturbance at an abandoned warehouse on the city's edge, where foul energies surrounded a faint yet stubborn essence. That was bullying. That was despair. And it is the finest material. This time, I assure you, it will be unforgettable. With that, Cao Xiaobai's figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight, leaving behind the turtle sage, bereft of tears, and the sea turtle, tasked with retrieving the unconscious teacher from the ocean, shedding tears of grievance in the waves beneath the setting sun. Chapter 15. The transformation of a troubled girl and hellish training on the outskirts of the city. An abandoned warehouse stood, its rusty iron gates and dilapidated walls exuding an air of neglect, the scent of dust and rust permeating the atmosphere. Ha! Run! Why aren't you running now? The harsh sound of mocking laughter echoed through the vast emptiness of the warehouse. A group of delinquent youths, their hair dyed in a riot of colors, advanced like hyenas scenting blood, encircling the center of the warehouse. There, a girl leaned against the cold metal of a shipping container, trembling. Her dazzling golden short hair framed a face adorned with tears. Her once pristine private school uniform now tattered and soiled. Yet, she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to utter a sound, her large eyes filled with fear, but more so with anger. Cao Xiaobai hovered silently outside the dilapidated skylight of the warehouse, his expression cold as he observed the unfolding scene below. Another group of scum, taking advantage of their numbers to bully a lone, vulnerable girl, is truly repugnant. He had no intention of intervening, but for the sake of the turtle sage's apprenticeship gift, he felt compelled to act. Moreover, the girl radiated a resilient spirit that intrigued him. In an instant, he vanished like a weightless leaf, slipping silently through the gap in the skylight and landing atop a high beam. The delinquents, engrossed in their antics, remained oblivious to the new presence above them. What are you doing? A youthful, sweet voice, tinged with curiosity, suddenly broke the tension. The movements of the delinquents froze, and they turned sharply to locate the source of the voice. There stood a chubby-cheeked boy in a purple training outfit, hands clasped behind his back, smiling innocently at them. Who is this little brat? Get lost and don't interrupt us. The leader, with yellow hair, scrutinized Cao Xiaobai with disdain. Cao Xiaobai's smile widened, yet a chilling undertone lurked beneath it. Don't say that, brother. He ambled over to the girl, positioning himself protectively behind her. His tone was that of a seasoned veteran evaluating a group of unrefined newcomers. I see potential in you all, but what a shame, you're not cut out for fighting. Your techniques are erratic, lacking any form or discipline. Not one of you can hold a candle to true combat. The yellow-haired leader exploded in anger. What nonsense is this little brat spouting? Seeking death, he bellowed, swinging his fist with a gust of wind aimed straight for Cao Xiaobai's pudgy face. Cao Xiaobai didn't even flinch. In his perception, the leader's movements were as slow as a film in slow motion. Just as the gigantic fist was about to collide with his nose, he gently raised a small hand. With a soft slap, he firmly caught the yellow-haired boy's fist. Too slow. Cao Xiaobai shook his head and twisted the fingers, gripping the fist with sudden force. Crack! The sound of breaking bone resonated through the air. Ah, my hand. It's broken. The yellow-haired boy screeched, collapsing to the ground, convulsing as cold sweat drenched his back. The other delinquents stood frozen, their eyes wide, staring at the chubby boy as if he were a terrifying monster. Now, apologize to this sister. Cao Xiaobai's voice remained childlike, yet to the others, it sounded more fearsome than a demonic whisper. And then, scram. I'm sorry. We're sorry. We want to do it again. The delinquents, terrified, hastily hoisted the still wailing yellow-haired boy and fled, stumbling over themselves in their haste. In the warehouse, only Cao Xiaobai and the astonished girl remained. Turning to face her, he extended his small hand, his icy demeanor instantly melting away, revealing his harmless, adorable visage once more. Come, sister. I'll take you to a wonderful place, Gushin Island. The turtle sage sat languidly on a beach chair, gazing despondently at the sea, having lost all hope for Cao Xiaobai's apprenticeship gift. Grandpa Wutian, look who I've brought. Cao Xiaobai's voice rang out from behind. The turtle sage wearily turned his head. Upon seeing the golden-haired girl following Cao Xiaobai, his eyes instantly sparkled with life. There was a vibrancy to her beauty, tinged with wildness, akin to a rosebud with thorns, poised to bloom. This aura, this figure, and that lovely short hair. The turtle sage, brimming with excitement, rushed forward, circling the girl. Little girl, do you transform when you sneeze? The girl looked utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for the lewd remarks of this elderly man. Chapter 16. The troubled heiress, she doesn't tea, Grandpa Wutian. Cao Xiaobai chuckled, breaking the awkward tension. If she could transform with a sneeze, this world would be far too dangerous. Upon hearing the words, Master Roshi burst into hearty laughter. Paying no heed to the girl's wariness and confusion, he circled around her several times, growing increasingly pleased, muttering incessantly, Good, good, good. I am thoroughly satisfied with this gift. Cao Xiaobai discreetly activated the system's detection ability, Shui Xinjian. Within his vision, the contours of the girl's body materialized. The energy within her resembled a flickering flame, weak yet remarkably resilient. Surrounding this flame was a faint golden glow, indicative of her latent martial arts talent. Buried deep within her genes, and yet to be unearthed, a line of virtual text appeared clearly before his eyes. Target: rich bad girl. Potential rating: B grade, excellent. Core talent: tenacious will, emotional outburst. Advantages: possesses a strong intuition and understanding of martial arts. Capable of rapidly developing combat instincts through intensive training in a short period. B grade? Cao Xiaobai mused silently. Although it paled in comparison to the monstrous SSS grade of Gohan, it was nonetheless commendable for a pure earthling. The key factor was her talents of tenacious will and emotional outburst, which were particularly conducive to rapid development. That sufficed. What he sought was not a true powerhouse, but rather a creation that could earn Master Roshi's full recognition, a living testament to his qualification to inherit all of the Turtle School's teachings. 10 days later, in a narrow alley at the city's edge, it was the time when school had just let out. The gang of yellow-haired boys had ensnared a few passing students, extorting their pocket money. The yellow-haired leader, with his previously broken hand now bandaged, appeared even more menacing. Boss, did you really encounter a ghost last time? One of the crew with a buzz cut whispered, still shaken. Bullshit. That brat was just a strong freak. Who would have thought such a tiny kid could possess such strength? The yellow-haired leader's voice rose dramatically in anger. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out from behind them. You owe me a debt. Isn't it time to repay it? The yellow-haired leader turned sharply, recognizing the familiar yet strange face of the golden-haired girl. However, the aura she exuded now was entirely different from the trembling girl of 10 days prior. Her gaze was calm and sharp, akin to a drawn sword, standing silently at the alley's entrance, radiating an unsettling pressure. What do you want? The yellow-haired leader's heart raced with an ominous foreboding. Debt collection. Her voice was crisp, yet the two words carried an undeniable dominance. Before she finished speaking, she leaped forward, transforming into a blurred shadow rushing towards the yellow-haired leader. He managed a short, horrified scream before being sent flying by her precise kick, crashing against the wall at the alley's end like a kicked football, then slumping to the ground as if all his bones had been removed. Now it's your turn. The girl slowly retracted her leg, her icy gaze sweeping over the other stunned henchmen. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 delinquent boys lay sprawled on the ground like heaps of discarded trash, their cries of pain causing passing students to steer clear in fright. On came House Island. Master Roshi was engrossed in a live broadcast, watching the scene unfold, witnessing the golden-haired girl's transformation and her body's graceful yet powerful lines after martial arts training. Master Roshi was utterly exhilarated. A genius. An absolute genius. In just 10 days, she has been trained from a frail girl into a martial arts expert. Master Roshi's gaze towards Cao Xiaobai shifted from initial lewdness to undisguised shock and admiration. Cao Xiaobai smiled, as if everything had unfolded according to his design. Master Wutian, can I become your disciple now? Of course, Master Roshi exclaimed, slapping his thigh with a booming voice. To have a disciple like you in the Turtle School is an honor of a lifetime. Cao Xiaobai smiled, his plan a success. However, His grin did not escape Master Roshi's keen eyes, which, despite appearing murky, were exceptionally sharp. The old man saw through him. He knew the boy harbored other intentions. Yet, Master Roshi's demeanor shifted. The playful arrogance disappeared, replaced by the solemnity of a martial arts master. If you wish to be my disciple, you must follow the orthodox path of turtle school training. Oh, Cao Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, instantly becoming alert. The real challenge had begun. First, every morning, you will rise before dawn until 100 acres by hand. Master Roshi pointed towards a barren island in the distance. Second, you will stand on one leg atop that pole from sunrise to sunset, without rest. Cao Xiaobai twitched his mouth. Indeed, these were the classic introductory trainings from Dragon Ball. This old man sought to temper his spirit with the most monotonous, fundamental exercises. Third, Master Roshi paused, extending a finger towards a massive boulder at the mountainside. A solitary stone, larger than a house and weighing at least a dozen tons, stood there. For the third and most crucial task, you must carry that boulder to the mountaintop and back every day. Remember, you are not allowed to use energy. The old man wore a smug smile, as if envisioning Cao Xiaobai's struggles. I know you possess strong energy within, but the foundation is paramount in martial arts training. Master Roshi, feeling triumphant, thought to himself, your body is merely that of a 4-year-old child. Without energy, your physical capabilities and willpower will certainly fall short. He could hardly believe that this boy could complete the task as effortlessly as he had trained the girl. Chapter 17, Monster. You call this training? Master Roshi's smugness was practically written across his forehead. Little brat, don't say I didn't warn you. With hands clasped behind his back, he assumed an air of profound mystery, pointing at the towering boulder. This boulder was once moved with great difficulty by your senior brother, son Wukong. Over the course of a month, without the use of energy, relying solely on physical strength. All right, Master Wutian. Cao Xiaobai impatiently interrupted him, his tone akin to shooing away a fly. He rolled his wrists, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. Ridiculous. His current combat power had already surpassed 500. Not to mention the terrifying potential inherited from son Wukong's SSS grade. Not allowed to use energy? I could crush you with sheer physical strength. Cao Xiaobai strolled leisurely to the massive stone, extending his small, chubby right hand. Hey, what are you doing? Use both hands. Get into a proper stance. Master Roshi shouted from behind. Do you think this is child's play? Cao Xiaobai ignored him, taking a deep breath. The bloodline mark belonging to son Wukong erupted within him. The explosive power nestled within the hybrid scion genes surged throughout his body. Lift, he exclaimed, his youthful voice resonating with a hint of a spine-chilling dragon roar. Boom. The ground trembled under Master Roshi's wide-eyed gaze. The boulder weighing several tons was effortlessly lifted above Cao Xiaobai's head as if it were but a piece of foam. Holy smokes! The turtle sage let out a startled exclamation, stumbling and landing unceremoniously on the beach. The sea turtle, with a splash, dove into the water, revealing only its pair of green bean-like eyes, trembling in fear. This cannot be. The turtle sage babbled incoherently, rubbing his eyes fiercely, convinced it must be an illusion. What new prank has that girl Bulma devised? Yet, the reality lay stark before him. Cao Xiaobai, hoisting a massive rock, turned around and offered the turtle sage a benign smile, stating, Grandfather, it's to carry it to the mountain peak and then return, right? The turtle sage nodded mechanically, his mind a blank slate. All right. Cao Xiaobai propelled himself forward. Boom. The beach erupted into a large crater, and in an instant, Cao Xiaobai's figure vanished, leaving behind only a barely discernible afterimage and a deafening sonic boom. The turtle sage remained in his seated position, disheveled by the wind. 5 minutes later, bang. The massive rock was returned to its original position with pinpoint accuracy, not a single degree amiss. Cao Xiaobai stood atop the stone, his face unflushed and breath steady. Not a single hair out of place. Master, what is the next task? The turtle sage, feeling as though his 300 years of existence had been in vain, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing himself to remain composed. The essence of the turtle school is control. It is understanding. The second task, stand on one foot. Do not move until the sun sets. The turtle sage thought to himself that this little rascal might possess great strength, but surely his endurance and control would falter. A 4-year-old child standing for a minute would be considered a victory for him. Without a word, Cao Xiaobai stepped onto a rock by the sea, balancing like a golden rooster. The sea breeze howled, and the waves crashed. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Cao Xiaobai remained utterly motionless, resembling a statue. He even closed his eyes, navigating through the techniques of energy division taught by Bic. The profound comprehension afforded by Bulma's mark allowed him to master his body to an unfathomable degree. Standing on one foot, to him, it felt easier than sleeping. The turtle sage fell into utter despair. Chapter 18. A monster. This is undeniably a monster. He gazed at the small figure unwavering amidst the raging winds and gigantic waves, feeling a chill rising from his soles to the crown of his head. A monster. This is absolutely a monster. The final task. The turtle sage nearly shouted through clenched teeth, "Till the soil. Turn this barren land over with your bare hands." He pointed to the central area of the island, where the hard saline alkali soil lay. This task had taken Sun Wukong and Krillin an entire day. Cao Xiaobai approached the desolate land, letting out a sigh. "Master Wu Tian, this is quite difficult for me." He raised his palm, gathering a blazing orb of light within it. The ferocious application of energy was something he had gleaned from Sun Wufan's uncontrollable giant ape power. "Since you favor efficiency," Cao Xiaobai slammed his palm down. Boom. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. The entire barren land was instantly plowed by an invisible force. The hard clumps of earth shattered and tossed into the air, only to fall away like dust. As the smoke cleared, a soft, level, and perfectly cultivable field appeared before the turtle sage. Time taken, 3 seconds. Thud. The turtle sage rolled his eyes back and fainted. When he regained consciousness, it was already night. He lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Cao Xiaobai squatted by the bedside, grinning at him. "Grandfather, you're awake? Was today's training satisfactory for me?" "Satisfactory?" The turtle sage shot up, grabbing Cao Xiaobai's shoulders with such force that it nearly crushed him. "Is this what you call satisfactory? You're tearing apart my island. Who on earth are you?" He had lived for 300 years, having witnessed countless prodigies. Sun Wukong's talent had amazed him. But this little rascal before him instilled fear. Such growth speed was not something humanly conceivable. Cao Xiaobai's smile faded, his expression turning serious. "Master Wu Tian, I truly do not remember." He presented the carefully prepared excuse, his eyes reflecting just the right amount of bewilderment and distress. "When I awoke, I was near the battlefield of Raditz. My mind is filled with strange knowledge, yet I know not who I am or where I come from. Half-truths are the most masterful of lies." The turtle sage stared intensely into his eyes. Those clear pupils held no malevolence, only a yearning for power and a bewilderment toward the unknown. Having met countless people, the turtle sage could sense that the child was not inherently wicked. Though his actions were eccentric, he held a sense of morality towards Bulma, Sun Wufan, and even that troublesome girl. He sighed deeply, seeming to age a decade in an instant. "Perhaps you are the variable sent by the heavens to save this world." The turtle sage rose and walked to the window, his silhouette forlorn. "Cao Xiaobai, you no longer require foundational training. Your energy, your strength, your control, all far exceed my expectations. I have nothing left to teach you." A tightness gripped Cao Xiaobai's heart. "Here it comes." However, the turtle sage slowly turned, a remarkable glint igniting in his murky eyes. The aura of the martial arts deity erupting with thunderous resonance. The turtle school possesses one more technique that transcends energy and touches the soul. He shed his flamboyant Hawaiian shirt, revealing his robust, well-defined muscles. The atmosphere of Turtle Island suddenly grew tense. The turtle sage sank into a horse stance, his hands moving slowly to his waist, an ancient, weathered, soul-chilling aura radiating from him. This is the essence of the turtle school, turtle-style Qigong. Chapter 19. Turtle-style Qigong and the limits of destruction. Within the frail body of the turtle sage lurked the power of a primordial beast. Blue and white light frantically coalesced between his hands, the surrounding air crackling under the pressure of this force. Even the sand beneath his feet trembled. Hami-hami-ha. Boom. A massive, blinding blue beam, so intense it was impossible to look at, ripped through the air, carrying cataclysmic might, instantly striking a towering mountain 100 meters away. There was no thunderous roar as expected. The mountain vanished as if erased by an eraser, silently disappearing. All that remained was a charred, smooth surface and a sky filled with swirling magma. Cao Xiaobai stared, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "Holy cow! This old man is terrifying when he gets serious." This technique could obliterate the moon. The sea breeze rushed in, causing Cao Xiaobai's garments to flap wildly. He fixed his gaze intently on the turtle sage's actions, his mind racing with the Bulma vitality mark and its accompanying super learning comprehension ability. The pathways of energy, the subtle muscle contractions, the focus of spirit, ding. Super learning comprehension ability, analysis complete, turtle-style qigong, perfect. Mastered. Cao Xiaobai licked his lips, trembling with excitement. The turtle sage slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, turning with pride to face Cao Xiaobai. Little rascal, this is the pinnacle of martial arts. You. His words abruptly halted, for he saw Cao Xiaobai across from him, striking an identical pose. What are you doing? The turtle sage's eyelids twitched. Cao Xiaobai grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Grandfather, let me give it a try. He brought his palms together. Buzz. The energy of the universe seemed to find an even more terrifying vortex, surging towards his palms at a speed even faster than before. The blue-white light orb expanded to the size of a basin, its glow blinding, even tinged with a hint of a heart-stopping gold. The turtle sage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That little rascal only observed once. Hami hami ha. Cao Xiaobai's voice, sweet and tender, echoed. Yet it was swiftly followed by a roar that could shatter the heavens. Boom. If the Kame Senin's beam of light resembled a dragon, then Cao Xiaobai's was a true raging beast. The beam surged forth, crashing violently into the freshly cleaved mountain face created by Kame Senin. Crack. The entire island shook violently. The beam penetrated the mountain, creating a gaping hole in another peak behind it. The aftermath swept across the ocean, raising monstrous waves of dozens of meters. Silence. A pin drop could be heard on Kame House. Kame Senin gaped, sounds escaping his throat like a fish cast ashore. A monster. This was no mere monster. It was an ancient beast cloaked in human skin. His proud, 300-year-old skills had been effortlessly seen through and surpassed by this mere 4-year-old child. Grandfather, is my posture standard? Cao Xiaobai dissipated the energy in his hands, grinning as he inquired. Thud. Kame Senin's knees buckled, and he fell to the sandy beach. I concede. The god of martial arts, his heart shattered. He lifted his head, his gaze a complex tapestry of emotions. Cao Xiaobai, you no longer require a teacher. What is it that you truly seek from me? This was the moment Cao Xiaobai had been awaiting. He reined in his smile, approached Kame Senin. His eyes ablaze with fervor as if to melt the very soul of the elder. Master Wu Tian, I seek your recognition. He extended his hand, revealing a small knife that had mysteriously appeared in his palm. A single drop of blood signifies your true passing of the essence of Kame style to me. Kame Senin studied the knife, then met Cao Xiaobai's unwavering gaze. He let out a bitter laugh, realizing there was no room for refusal, nor was there a need to decline. Very well. He took the small knife and made a delicate cut on his fingertip. A drop of crimson, imbued with 3 centuries of martial arts essence, fell. Ding. Chapter 20. Activating combat limits. Detected the voluntary offering from martial arts master Kame Senin. Vitality mark established successfully. Boom. An immensely profound and vast understanding of martial arts flooded into Cao Xiaobai's mind in an instant. It felt as though he had experienced 3 centuries of time, countless battles, training, and insights, all becoming his own. Kame Senin's vitality mark, effect triggered. Training speed, 60. Current permanent training speed bonus, 190. Gohan, Piccolo, Bulma, 60-250. 25 times speed, delight. Cao Xiaobai felt a thrilling rush. A 25-fold training speed, combined with his own efforts, meant his growth would skyrocket. But this was merely an appetizer. Martial technique inheritance, activated. Acquired. Universal stunning palm, proficient. Acquired. Demon seal wave, requires substantial vitality, use with caution. Cao Xiaobai nearly burst into laughter. The universal stunning palm. This was Kame Senin's ultimate crowd control technique. However, the most critical notification arrived. System notification. Fusion of martial arts master level vitality. Mark has broken the potential barrier of the host. Combat power limit unlocked. Cao Xiaobai clenched his fists tightly. Here it comes. The new phase he had anticipated. He could distinctly feel an invisible shackle within him snap. That sense of confinement. That despair of never being able to reach the ceiling no matter how hard he tried, evaporated. Let me see what my current limits are. He closed his eyes, sensing his body. The system panel, hidden, refreshed in his mind. Cao Xiaobai, current status, race, Earthling, soul mutation, original combat power limit, 600, Earthchild prodigy, devour fusion. Kame Sinin, Earth martial arts limit, 1000, limit stacking. Piccolo, Namekian prodigy, 500 Gohan, SSS level half-breed potential 600, current theoretical combat power limit, 1600, 500, 2100. Current actual combat power, 650, enhanced by special training mark, 2100. Cao Xiaobai abruptly opened his eyes, brilliance exploding forth. A combat power limit of 2100. This signified that his current ceiling had surpassed that of Tianjin Han, 1830, and Krillin, 1770, during the Scion invasion. He had leaped from a mere underdog to Earth's most promising contender. Ha ha ha. Joy surged within Cao Xiaobai. This was the correct way to unlock a golden finger. Collect, stack, evolve. Kame Sinin watched as Cao Xiaobai suddenly fell into a frenzy, his aura soaring, and he retreated in fright. This child had grown stronger, and it was a fundamental transformation. However, 3 seconds later, Cao Xiaobai's manic laughter abruptly ceased. The excitement on his face drained away, replaced by an overwhelming nausea and defeat. 2100, is that a lot? A chilling number, 18,000, surfaced in his mind. Vegeta's base combat power. Damn. Cao Xiaobai slammed his fist into the beach, creating a massive crater. 2100, in the face of 18,000, was barely a fraction. Not to mention Vegeta's terrifying 180,000 in his Great Ape form. He had painstakingly extorted Piccolo, deceived Gohan, and secured Kame Sinin's approval, stacking 3 top-tier marks to elevate his limit to 2100. What the hell? The immense disparity instantly washed away the euphoria he had just experienced. Not enough. Far from enough. Cao Xiaobai's eyes turned cold. He had to become stronger, strong enough to overturn the chessboard. Limits can be stacked. So, what if he gathered all the Z Warriors marks? Tianjin Han, Krillin, Yamcha, Master Wu Tian. Cao Xiaobai turned around, his expression having regained calmness. Yet the ambition hidden beneath it sent a chill down Kame Sinin's spine. Thank you for your teachings. I must take my leave. Where to? To grow stronger. We shall meet again after the great battle. Cao Xiaobai soared into the sky, leaving Kame Island without a second thought. He hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters, gazing down at the world below. A limit of 2,100 was his source of shame. The first stop, West City, to find Bulma. Relying solely on brute force training was too slow. He needed equipment, weapons for victory. He thought of the gravity room. But that contraption was developed by Bulma and her father after studying the Namekian spaceship and Goku's childhood ship. It had only been 9 months, far too little time. I must ascend Karen Tower. Even if Yajirobe's combat power is low, every bit counts. And then there's Krillin, Tianjin Han, and Yamcha, all up there. Your blood is mine. Cao Xiaobai transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the west. He intended to turn everyone's strength into his own limit. Before Vegeta's arrival, he would become the greatest variable. Chapter 21. The genocidal plan of a 4-year-old shocks the world's wealthy. Whoosh. The wild wind howled in his ears as Cao Xiaobai darted through the sky at 10,000 meters altitude. Exhilarating. So exhilarating. With a 25-fold training speed bonus. Coupled with the martial arts insights from Kame Sinin's mark, his control over Chi was now exquisite. The speed of his flight technique had more than doubled. He hovered amidst the clouds, peering down. The azure planet was breathtakingly beautiful. How stunning, Cao Xiaobai murmured, though a glimmer of greed unbefitting his age flickered in his eyes. This planet is mine. Here lie Krillin, Tianjin Han, Yamcha, and many more powerful beings yet to appear. This is my pasture, my treasure trove. Vegeta? Nappa? Do you wish to destroy my treasure trove? Dream on. The murderous intent in Cao Xiaobai's eyes was palpable. Your blood is already reserved for me. He took a deep breath, adjusted his direction, and shot towards the opulent metropolis of Shidu. He was determined to seek out Bulma. Merely relying on cultivation and collecting tokens to reach a level capable of contending with Vegeta within the final 9 months seemed overly ambitious. He needed an external advantage. A technological boon. Bulma, my scholarly genius, it is time to unleash your true potential. Shidu, headquarters of Capsule Corporation. This colossal edifice, brimming with a sense of advanced technology, symbolizes the unassailable status of the Briefs family as the world's richest. At this moment, Within the lavish dining hall on the top floor, the atmosphere was tense. Dr. Briefs and his wife were enjoying their lunch, while their prodigious daughter, the brilliant scientist Bulma, was staring blankly at a pile of intricate data charts, her expression one of irritation and aloofness. Just then, the old butler rushed in, drenched in sweat, his face a mask of terror, as though he had seen a ghost. What now? Bulma impatiently lifted her gaze, thinking if it was those bothersome suitors, she would simply have them expelled. The butler swallowed hard, his voice trembling. No, it's not the suitors. It's a child. A child? Bulma frowned. I have no time to entertain little brats. He says his name is Cao Xiaobai. The butler's complexion turned pale. And what? And he looks remarkably like you when you were young. It's as if you were carved from the same mold. Bulma's reaction was immediate. Dr. Briefs, who had just taken a sip of tea, sprayed it all over his wife. She stared blankly, mechanically wiping her face with a napkin, her eyes wide with shock, slowly turning to her daughter. Bulma exclaimed, "What did you say?" She stood up abruptly, knocking her chair to the ground. Me? What nonsense. I'm only 16. I haven't even held a boy's hand. How could I possibly have such a large, illegitimate child? The butler was nearly in tears. It's true. That big-eyed look, that clever demeanor. The key point is, P.S. wearing a peculiar training outfit, just as adorable as you were when you cosplayed as a child. Bulma's mind went blank. Piccolo. She suddenly recalled that enigmatic little brat who knew so many secrets half a year ago. Dad. Mom. Let me explain. I do not. Bulma stammered, feeling as though she would suffer social death. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting. Bulma. Lately your requests for funding on advanced materials and high-energy physics research have been rather excessive. Her mother added with a hint of sarcasm. I knew it. A girl should be at home more often. I was trying to save the world. Bulma was on the verge of a breakdown. In the midst of this suffocating interrogation, a series of crisp footsteps echoed. At the entrance of the dining hall, a 4-year-old child donned in a purple training outfit. Cherubic and delicate, swaggered in with his hands behind his back. He glanced around, grinned widely, revealing 2 adorable little fangs, and said, "Oh, everyone is here? Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. I am Bulma's sister's friend. My name is Cao Xiaobai." His voice was sweet and innocent, yet matched with a face strikingly similar to Bulma's, but cuter. Bulma covered her face, utterly collapsing. So her subconscious concern for Cao Xiaobai had stemmed from the resemblance to her childhood self? There was no way to clarify. She felt as if she could not cleanse herself even by jumping into the Yellow River. Yet, Cao Xiaobai seemed unfazed, walking up to Bulma and looking up at her. "Sister, how have you been? I have come to discuss a business deal to save the world." Dr. and Mrs. Briefs exchanged glances, thinking this child was more audacious than his father. Bulma seized Cao Xiaobai's arm. "Let's go. To my laboratory." She wished to escape this place immediately. In the depths of the 3rd basement, Bulma's private laboratory. Finally, it was quiet. Bulma, still shaken, patted her chest and glared at Cao Xiaobai. "You nearly caused my demise. You little brat." Cao Xiaobai shrugged. "What can I say? You are simply too beautiful. Your genes are too exceptional. Stop being cheeky." Though Bulma scolded him, she felt a surge of delight within. "So what do you need me for? What grand secret do you possess?" Cao Xiaobai's smile faded, his small face becoming serious. He spotted Raditz' dilapidated testing device in the room. The relic of Raditz. The alien technology used by Scions to detect battle power. "Bulma, I need you to do 2 things. Cao Xiaobai wore a smile that hinted at his overwhelming confidence. "First, crack it and then mass-produce it." Bulma's eyes widened. "Mass-produce?" "Yes." Excitement flashed in Cao Xiaobai's eyes. "We must achieve information equality. Our enemies know our strengths and weaknesses, while we are left in the dark. This war is unwinnable. We need to provide Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the others with 1 each." Bulma gasped in surprise. This child's strategic vision was astonishing. "No problem. Give me 3 days, no? 1 day? I will master it." Bulma brimmed with confidence. Cao Xiaobai nodded, then revealed the real bombshell. The second task, he paused, his small face tense as though he were discussing a matter of cosmic significance. "I need you to develop a weapon of genocide." The temperature in the laboratory plummeted. Bulma's smile faltered. "What did you say?" Cao Xiaobai stared intently at her, enunciating each word. "Scions can transform into a monstrous form known as a Great Ape. In that state, their combat power surges tenfold. It represents overwhelming destructive force." Bulma's complexion turned pale. "Tenfold? But Cao Xiaobai quickly countered. Their transformation requires a critical condition, the tail and the Blutz wave. He pointed to his lower back, even though he currently lacked a tail. I need you to develop a weapon that can sever their tails, something exceptionally sharp, or more directly, an ultra-high energy cluster cutting laser. Cao Xiaobai's innocent voice now carried a chilling intent for slaughter. I want a tail-severing blade. Just cut off their tails. And regardless of how elite a scion they are, they will be brought to their knees. Bulma was taken aback. She gazed at this 4-year-old boy, now far more mature, as he articulated the most ruthless and precise plan for annihilation in the most innocent tone. The tail-severing blade. What a genius idea. A strike at the root of the issue. Genius. You are truly a divine genius. Bulma trembled with excitement, pulling Cao Xiaobai into an embrace and planting a kiss on his cheek. This plan is magnificent. I will handle it immediately. Whatever super materials or high-energy lasers. I will procure them. I will invest everything to make it happen. Cao Xiaobai, bewildered by the kiss, hastily wiped the drool from his face. Success. He knew that at this moment, the scholarly genius within Bulma resonated perfectly with him. His proposition was not a challenge for her, but rather a stimulant. Go forth, daughter of the world's richest. Cao Xiaobai patted her shoulder with a sage-like demeanor. The future of Earth relies on you. Bulma shouted aloud, turning and dashing deep into the laboratory, leaving behind a single command. Do not disturb me. I must enter seclusion. Cao Xiaobai stood alone in the empty laboratory, a slow, cold smile creeping onto his lips. The technological strategy had been set in motion. Vegeta, when you discover that your proud Great Ape power is countered by a mere Earth device, your expression will surely be priceless. And when you learn that the blade severing your tail was conceived by your wife, it will certainly be most entertaining. Cao Xiaobai approached the window, gazing eastward. It was time to pay a visit to that cat sage. In the shadow of the towering tower, a delectable reserve of grain awaits. Chapter 22. The supernatural incident on the highway and UPA's regret. On the highway, the wind howls as a flamboyant yellow sports car accelerates at a staggering speed of 300 kilometers per hour, the engine producing a deafening roar. Ha! What do you think of my new car, huh? The heir to wealth laughs triumphantly from the driver's seat, while the alluring girl in the passenger seat shrieks with adoration. Brother Jack, you are truly amazing. At this speed, no one can catch up to you. The wealthy heir presses down on the accelerator, boasting, of course, you are correct. No one can catch up to me. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he murmurs in a low voice, unless I encounter the group of perverts from 2 months ago. Oh my goodness. Before he can finish his sentence, he perceives a shadow darting past him. Instinctively, he glances to the side, and his pupils constrict in shock. Is that a baby carriage? He rubs his eyes vigorously and looks again. It is not a baby carriage. It is a child. A small figure clad in a purple practice outfit, exquisitely delicate. The child's legs leave behind a trail of afterimages. The wealthy heir feels as though he has encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Trembling, he turns to the alluring girl beside him, only to find her pale and speechless, pointing out the window in terror. What on earth is that? The heir's voice quivers. At that moment, the little ghost turns its head, revealing a sweet, harmless smile. A childlike voice wafts through the car window. Brother and sister, your car is so slow. Boom. The words strike him like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the heir's perception of reality. Before he can comprehend the situation, Cao Xiaobai accelerates, transforming into a blur, leaving behind a long trail of air turbulence. The sports car loses control in an irregular arc on the highway, nearly crashing through the guardrail. Cao Xiaobai swiftly reaches the base of the Kalen Tower. Beneath the tower, a tall Indian man cradles his child by a campfire. It is UPA and Bora. Cao Xiaobai's eyes light up, pondering whether the blood of these two could yield a bloodline mark. Instantly, a signature, deceitful smile adorns his face. Uncle, big brother. He jogs over, greeting them in a childlike voice. Bora pauses, eyeing the mysteriously appearing child with suspicion. Whose child are you? This place is dangerous. You should go back. Cao Xiaobai waves his hand mysteriously. I am here to find the cat immortal, and I possess a special ability to see through people's past and future. I can help you. He employs his mind-reading trick again, narrating the past of UPA and Bora. UPA and Bora are astonished. They exchange incredulous glances. Little brother, how do you know this? Bora asks in shock. Cao Xiaobai reveals a smug smile. I already mentioned, my ability is to see through everything. However, I require a small token from you. He gestures to his hand, indicating Bora to give him a drop of blood. Without hesitation, Bora cuts his finger and offers a drop of fresh blood to Cao Xiaobai. Yet, just as Cao Xiaobai is about to activate the blood vitality mark with this drop, a notification chimes in his mind. Ding. System notification. Target Bora, life level 2 low, unable to form an effective blood vitality mark. Ding. System notification. Target UPA, life level 2 low, unable to form an effective blood vitality mark. System suggestion. The current minimum threshold for the host's ability blood vitality mark requires a warrior with a Chi foundation. Please seek a warrior as a target. Ordinary humans cannot provide effective enhancement. Cao Xiaobai's smile freezes. He gazes at the drop of blood in his hand, then at the expectant faces of Bora and UPA, feeling as though he has been struck by a whip of despair. Utter disappointment overwhelms him. He understands that in the realm of Dragon Ball, ordinary humans' physical abilities cannot compare to those of Z warriors. Yet in his heart, Bora and UPA are crucial characters, warm presences. However, the system's cold notifications douse the flicker of warmth within him like a bucket of ice water. I'm sorry, uncle. This drop of blood is of no use to me. Cao Xiaobai returns the drop of blood to Bora, turning away to gaze at the towering Kalen Tower. No longer hesitating, he takes a deep breath, gathering his strength, and in an instant, his body vanishes. In the blink of an eye, Cao Xiaobai is already climbing the Kalen Tower using hands and feet, quickly bursting through the cloud layer, disappearing from their sight. He. UPA stammers in shock. Bora pats his shoulder. Yes, I saw it. This child may be even more powerful than son Wukong. Bora and UPA stand in astonishment. They only see a purple shadow, like a bolt of lightning, vanishing at the edge of their vision. Unbeknownst to them, Cao Xiaobai is enduring immense pressure. This is his first time climbing purely with physical strength, without relying on flight techniques. With each step upward, his chi is rapidly depleting, yet simultaneously, he adapts to the surging power at an astonishing pace. He feels the tearing of his muscles and the trembling of his bones, yet his heart races with excitement. Ding. System notification. Host's basic battle power has surpassed 700, progressing toward a higher limit. To hell with limits. Cao Xiaobai roars within. I will shatter all boundaries. At the summit of the tower, a white figure squints down, quietly observing. A wicked yet pure aura emanates from him. The cat immortal murmurs. This child has come to take something. Chapter 23. The cat immortal's willingness and the purification of the spirit. At the peak of the Kalen Tower, a gentle breeze brushes against him, and the white clouds swirl beneath his feet. A diminutive figure with a cane watches as Cao Xiaobai ascends the tower. It is the cat immortal. Cao Xiaobai gazes up at the ancient cat, who has lived for 800 years, his heart brimming with excitement. This is the cat immortal, the guardian of the Kalen Tower, the cultivator of the sacred beans, and the guide of martial artists in Chi. He inhales deeply, ready to speak, when the cat immortal, as if reading his mind, slowly opens his eyes. You are not here to drink the holy water. The cat immortal's voice is aged yet filled with the wisdom of all-seeing insight. Cao Xiaobai is taken aback, his smile frozen on his face. In your eyes, there is no reverence, no thirst for power, only greed. Just like those who wish to steal the sacred beans, you are a collector. Nonetheless, your collection is indeed intriguing. Gods, demons, martial arts masters, and even the bloodline of the Scions. The cat immortal speaks with a calm demeanor, yet each word is a precise blade, piercing through all of Cao Xiaobai's facades. Cao Xiaobai's heart contracts sharply, the sweet smile on his face finally faltering. A chill runs down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. This old cat is far more formidable than he had imagined. No longer able to feign, his gaze sharpens. Since you have seen through me, I shall not beat around the bush. Cao Xiaobai steps forward, unabashedly meeting the cat immortal's gaze. I need your blood vitality mark and the sacred beans you possess. As soon as he finishes speaking, the cat immortal chuckles. His smile is tranquil, yet carries a sense of detached understanding of the world's vicissitudes. Human greed never changes. However, obtaining my blood and sacred beans is not a matter of mere words. In an instant, the cat immortal vanishes from sight. Cao Xiaobai's pupils suddenly constricted. So swift. The golden finger of extraordinary learning and comprehension ability instantaneously activated, propelling his brain into an overclocked state. Countless streams of data flickered before his eyes. Cat immortal, standard combat power, 300. Predicted movement trajectory, left, 3 o'clock direction. Action mode, primarily agile, dodging and counterattacking, avoiding direct confrontation. A smirk crept onto Cao Xiaobai's lips, revealing a smile of unyielding determination. Without hesitation, he swayed his body and charged toward the predicted direction with fervor. You little brat. The cat immortal appeared at the 3 o'clock position, preparing to strike, only to find Cao Xiaobai already before him. What a swift reaction! The cat immortal exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly attempting to evade once more. Yet, Cao Xiaobai seemed to possess a GPS, consistently appearing a step ahead of his next landing spot. Got you. Cao Xiaobai lunged forward, grasping the cat immortal's tail with a firm grip. Goodness, what a sensation! The cat immortal was startled, the fur on his tail bristling. He twisted his body in an effort to break free, but Cao Xiaobai's grip was as unyielding as iron pincers, firmly securing his tail. Little brat, your combat instinct is terrifying. The cat immortal marveled. From Cao Xiaobai, he sensed the ruthless demeanor unique to Piccolo of the demon clan, the primal intuition of son Wukong, and even the profound martial foundation of Master Roshi, all qualities unfathomable for a mere 4-year-old. This child is nothing short of a monster. This is my trial. But it seems you have already passed. The cat immortal ceased his resistance, gazing at Cao Xiaobai with admiration. Your path may lead to vistas even I have never witnessed. He raised a paw, gently slicing his fingertip, a drop of crystalline blood emerging. This drop of blood, I willingly bestow upon you. Cao Xiaobai's eyes gleamed with excitement. He eagerly extended his hand, accepting the drop of blood into his palm. Ding. System notification. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Cat Immortal's vital blood mark. Target, Cat Immortal. Potential rating, S level divine. Activation of the vital blood mark grants a cultivation speed bonus, 70. Current total bonus, permanent cultivation speed bonus, 320, equivalent to 42 times speed. Successful activation of the vital blood mark. Analyzing talents talent analysis successful. Congratulations, host has acquired a new talent. Ultimate refinement of Qi, passive. Talent description, your Qi becomes more concentrated, reducing energy consumption by half when using any techniques or skills. Talent analysis successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired a new talent, mental barrier, passive. Talent description, your mental power is greatly enhanced, granting immunity to all forms of mental control and illusions. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. This cat immortal's mark is truly divine. The speed of his cultivation surged once more. Now, a single day of his training equates to 4.5 days for others. Moreover, ultimate refinement of Qi. Is this not the very reason why Super Saiyans consume less energy in the latter part of Dragon Ball? Mental barrier is an absolute lifesaver. In encounters with adversaries like Babidi, who wield mental control, he would be invincible. The little brat smiled. The cat immortal observed Cao Xiaobai's uncontrollable joy and shook his head. But you still do not know, my gifts extend far beyond this. As his words fell, the system's notification echoed once more in Cao Xiaobai's mind. Ding. System notification. Detection of host acquiring the divine martial arts mark. Potential barrier re-unlocked. Host's combat power limit has been elevated. Fusion and enhancement source. Cat immortal, 900. Current theoretical combat power limit, 3,000. Current actual combat power, 680. Cao Xiaobai froze in astonishment. 3,000. His combat power limit had skyrocketed to 3,000. This value surpasses that of Piccolo during the Saiyan invasion, 2,800, leaving Krillin, 1770, and Tien Shinon, 1830, far behind. This signifies that his training is no longer aimless but directed toward a defined ceiling. Should he elevate his combat power to 3,000, he would become the strongest on Earth. He now possessed the means to confront Vegeta directly. Senza beans, where are the Senza beans? Cao Xiaobai eagerly inquired. The cat immortal pointed to a large jar behind him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I'm afraid, little brat, that the Senza beans cannot be produced for a year. Unable to produce. Cao Xiaobai instantly comprehended. From the cat immortal's tone, it was clear something had transpired, and regarding the stock, he could easily deduce that Yajirobe had devoured them all. Ding. System warning. Detection of a powerful life form approaching. Target, Yajirobe. Threat level, medium. Yajirobe. Cao Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with interest. He lifted his gaze toward the distant sky, his pupils narrowing suddenly. That chubby figure? A treasure trove of experience. Just in time. Chapter 24. The Exchange of Hunter and Prey. The despair of reserves. Cao Xiaobai licked his lips, a fervent glimmer igniting in his eyes. His current standard combat power had surged to 680, enhanced further by the Cat Immortal's mental barrier and ultimate refinement of Qi, coupled with a staggering 42-fold cultivation speed bonus. He felt an insatiable thirst. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated as the sacred platform of Corinta trembled violently. A rotund figure, carrying a dinosaur carcass larger than a truck, huffed and puffed as he leaped up. I'm exhausted. Cat Immortal, I've brought you some delicious food. Hurry, give me some senza beans. Yajirobe tossed the dinosaur onto the ground and plopped down, shouting boisterously. He was completely oblivious to the small figure standing at the edge of the platform. The Cat Immortal leisurely stroked his beard, gesturing with his staff toward Cao Xiaobai. The senza beans are gone. If you wish for beans, you must inquire with him if he consents. Yajirobe paused, finally following the Cat Immortal's gaze. A 4-year-old brat, dressed in peculiar training attire, smiling brightly at him. Where did this little brat come from? Yajirobe scowled. Get lost. Don't waste my time eating. He hardly regarded Cao Xiaobai, perceiving him as a mere weakling. However, the look in Cao Xiaobai's eyes sent an involuntary shiver down Yajirobe's spine. It was the gaze of a hunter observing its prey. System scan initiated. Target, Yajirobe. Combat power, 612. Talent assessment, B-level, mediocre martial arts. Special physique, S-level, extraordinary vitality. This unit possesses near-perverse recovery abilities and astonishing energy reserves. S-level. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced. The gifts from Piccolo, SSR-level high-speed regeneration, and Son Gohan, SSS-level rage transformation, had already given him a taste of power, and now, this seemingly inconspicuous chubby figure possessed S-level extraordinary vitality. If he could acquire this, he would nearly be invincible in future battles. Yajirobe, Cao Xiaobai began sweetly, his smile growing ever more innocent. The Cat Immortal is correct. There are no senza beans left. However, I possess an appetizer far superior to senza beans. Huh, little brat. You haven't even grown hair yet, and you speak of appetizers? Yajirobe scoffed. Let us have a spar. Cao Xiaobai flexed his wrists, a series of crisp bone cracks echoing as he added, allow me to see just how tough the man who devoured all the senza beans truly is. You're asking for death. Yajirobe fumed. Though he was lazy, he was still a formidable fighter with combat power exceeding 600. How could he tolerate being provoked by a mere child? His palm, as large as a fan, struck down towards Cao Xiaobai's head with a whistling sound. A blow that could have turned an ordinary person into mere pulp. Too slow. A flash of brilliance ignited in Cao Xiaobai's eyes. His extraordinary talents endowed him with a reaction speed that was astonishingly swift. He crouched low, effortlessly evading the blow while simultaneously thrusting his fingers like blades. Combining the precision of the Kame Sun-Nin style with the ferocity of the Piccolo style, delivering a fierce jab to the wrist joint of Yajirobe. Crack! A sharp sound of fracture echoed. A piercing scream erupted from Yajirobe, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, as he clutched his wrist and staggered back. His arm contorted at an unnatural angle. You monster! Yajirobe gasped in horror. He could hardly fathom that this diminutive figure possessed such terrifying strength and skill. In just one move, his hand had been rendered useless. Cao Xiaobai did not pursue him, but rather observed Yajirobe's wrist with keen interest. A chilling spectacle unfolded as Yajirobe's distorted wrist began to visibly heal at a slow pace. Bones shifted, muscles reformed. Although the speed was not comparable to the magical beans, such a regenerative ability was nonetheless formidable. Indeed, an extraordinary vitality. Cao Xiaobai trembled with excitement, finding this regeneration even purer and more enduring than Piccolo's. He required a more in-depth examination. Again, Cao Xiaobai commanded, initiating another assault. The ensuing scene was a brutal one-sided test. Cao Xiaobai did not unleash his full force to kill. He resembled a cold-hearted experimenter, meticulously controlling his strength, targeting Yajirobe's non-lethal areas. A miniature version of the Kamehameha. A blue and white beam pierced through Yajirobe's thigh. The demon cannon pierced through his shoulder with a spiraling force. The world-shattering palm unleashed blinding currents that charred Yajirobe's body, his hair standing on end. Yajirobe, battered and crying out for mercy, rolled helplessly on the ground. He attempted to retaliate, but Cao Xiaobai's speed was too overwhelming. He sought to flee, but there was no escape atop the Corin Tower. Devil, you're not human. You're a devil. Xiaobai was utterly shattered. He would rather face the great demon Piccolo than confront this grinning 4-year-old. That child was too ruthless. Each strike left him gravely injured, yet never fatal, forcing him to watch as he slowly healed, only to be struck again. It was a torment, both mental and physical. The recovery speed had diminished. It seemed that continuous severe damage would deplete his essence. Cao Xiaobai calmly recorded the data. Finally, when Xiaobai was kicked by Cao Xiaobai and crashed into the corpse of a dinosaur, unable to rise again, this one-sided sparring session came to an end. Xiaobai lay on the ground, gasping heavily, his gaze vacant, filled with despair. He had lost, utterly defeated, his dignity crushed. Cao Xiaobai dusted off his hands and approached him, reverting to his innocuous and adorable demeanor. Mr. Xiaobai, you are indeed quite strong, Cao Xiaobai said with a smile, pulling out a miniature blood collection tube crafted by Bulma. Seeing the syringe, Xiaobai's soul nearly left his body as he shrank back. What do you want? Stay away. No need to be nervous. Cao Xiaobai crouched down. We've sparred. So we are friends now. I have a little hobby of collecting mementos from friends. He waved the blood collection tube. I just need a tiny bit. Just a little of your blood. Would you be willing to give it to me? The word willing was emphasized heavily by Cao Xiaobai. Looking at that charming smiling face, Xiaobai felt as if he were gazing into the abyss of hell. He had no doubt that if he uttered a refusal, this little monster would immediately scorch him to ashes, waiting for him to resurrect, only to strike again. Fear completely shattered his will. I am willing. I will give it. Take it all. Just take it. Xiaobai shouted, tears in his voice as he extended his bruised arm, freshly healed. What a straightforward person. Cao Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction and collected the sample without hesitation. Ding. Detection of voluntary donation under extreme fear from target Xiaobai. Activation conditions for the vital blood mark achieved. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Xiaobai Vital Blood Mark. Chapter 25. Limit 3,900. Human form Senzu being acquired. Gulp. Xiaobai's blood, imbued with fear and reluctance, surged through the specially designed blood collection tube as Cao Xiaobai touched it, unleashing an unprecedented, violent vitality. Boom. Cao Xiaobai felt his cells screaming, rejoicing. It was as if a parched riverbed had suddenly welcomed a once-in-a-century flood, every pore expanding to the utmost. Refreshing, utterly exhilarating. The muscle soreness and mental fatigue accumulated from his spar with Xiaobai dissipated in an instant, replaced by an explosive energy that felt capable of tearing a dinosaur apart with bare hands. Ding. Detection of S-rank talent. Extraordinary vitality. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the core talent. Gluttonous recovery. S-rank weakened. Talent description. Your body has transformed into an efficient energy furnace. Through substantial consumption, you can rapidly heal injuries and restore stamina. The more you eat, the faster you recover. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent. Wild intuition, A-rank. Your perception of danger has escalated to a beastly level, allowing you to foresee murderous intent. What the heck? A human form Senzabine? Cao Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. This talent was tailor-made for him. He abruptly turned to gaze at the colossal dinosaur carcass Xiaobai had discarded, swallowing hard. That was no longer mere food. It was a massive vessel of blood. No wonder Xiaobai was either eating or on his way to eat. Cao Xiaobai finally understood that this wasn't just character design. It had an underlying logic. What exactly are you? Xiaobai lay on the ground, trembling like a dead dog, staring at Cao Xiaobai's almost maniacal smile, completely crumbling. This little brat had just drawn his blood, and now he looked at the dinosaur with covetous eyes. Cao Xiaobai had no time to concern himself with this experience pack. His consciousness was entirely immersed in the exhilarating rush of the system notifications. Ding. Xiaobai Vital Blood Mark activated. The host's training speed permanently increased by 50. Ding. Mark stacking. Cat Senin 70. Xiaobai 50. Current total training speed bonus 370, equivalent to 47 times speed. 47 times. Cao Xiaobai clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. This speed would make even Piccolo weep with envy. But this was not the most explosive news. Ding. The host has gathered the 5 core elements: God, Cat Senin, Martial, came Sannin, Demon, Piccolo, Potential, Sun Gohan, and Life, Xiaobai, resulting in a leap in life level. The barrier of combat power limit has been shattered once more. Limit stacking, Xiaobai 900. Current theoretical combat power limit, 3,900. 3,900. Cao Xiaobai gasped, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. At Kame House, his limit had barely surpassed 2,100, and this trip to Kirin Tower had catapulted him to 3,900. What does 3,900 signify? It meant he was now on par with the second-in-command of the Scion Advance Team, Nappa. He, a mere 4-year-old child, theoretically possessed the qualification to contend with Nappa. Ha! Cao Xiaobai could no longer contain himself, laughing maniacally towards the heavens. His laughter echoed across the vast Kirin Tower, causing Master Roshi's beard to tremble and nearly scaring Xiaobai into wetting his pants. Refreshing. This was the true essence of having an advantage. He lowered his gaze to observe his tender little hands, feeling the surging energy within him that was nearly overflowing. The current combat power stood at 680. He was still far from his limits, yet he possessed a speed multiplier of 47 times. System, please estimate how long it will take to reach my limits at this speed. Ding. Estimated time, 6 months. 6 months. With 8 months remaining until the invasion by Vegeta, time was more than sufficient. Cao Xiaobai's eyes instantly darkened with a formidable intensity. He turned around, looking down from a height at the pile of flabby flesh below. Mr. Uuuuuuuu. Mr. Uuuuuuu jolted awake, his corpulent body springing up with a cry, Master, Grandpa, I've given you all my blood. What more do you want? I truly have no more Xiando. Why the panic? Cao Xiaobai approached with a smile, patting his belly. I am here to express my gratitude. I am quite satisfied with your gift. He pointed at the dinosaur. This creature belongs to me now. You have no objections, do you? No. No objections. Please be my guest. Uuuuuuu shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Without hesitation, Cao Xiaobai lunged at the dinosaur, biting into it. Devour recovery activated. As large chunks of dinosaur meat filled his stomach, he could distinctly feel the burgeoning vitality belonging to Uuuuuuu being swiftly awakened, nourishing his limbs and bones. Power. An endless source of strength. Delicious. Cao Xiaobai licked the grease from the corner of his mouth, a smile that sent chills down Uuuuuuu's spine. After satiating his hunger, Cao Xiaobai stood up and stretched his limbs. It is time to take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality, Cat Sage. He bowed slightly towards the treehouse. The Cat Sage emerged, leaning on his cane, his expression complex. You little rascal, you've taken more than I anticipated. I hope you can wisely utilize this power. Rest assured, I am the man destined to save the Earth. Cao Xiaobai laughed heartily, leaping off the Kirin Tower. Instead of using the flight technique, he chose to free-fall directly. The fierce wind howled past his ears as he spread his arms, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of speed. Wild instinct sounded a wild alert, yet extraordinary vitality and rapid regeneration provided him ample confidence. Just a second before landing, his energy erupted, allowing him to float gently to the ground, unscathed. Refreshing. Cao Xiaobai gazed skyward. 8 months. Is 3,900 enough? Not at all. Vegeta's normal state is 18,000. That Naba is 4,000. Even Raditz, that pathetic fighter, has 1,500. With his current limits, he would still be easily crushed by the Scion Prince. I need more. 4,000. 5,000. Even 10,000. Ambition ignited fiercely in Cao Xiaobai's eyes. Having exhausted Kirin Tower, his next target was clear. He stroked his chin, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips. Klin, Tianjin Fan, Lu Ping, Jiaozi, UZ fighters are all walking limit breakers. Clean your necks and await my visit. In the distant depths of the universe, it was cold and silent. A disc-shaped Scion spaceship raced through the starry sea at speeds surpassing light. Beep, beep, beep. The combat power detector on the control panel blared a frantic alarm. Vegeta, in less than 9 months, we will arrive at our target planet, Earth, reported the elite Scion warrior Naba in a deep voice. Sitting in the pilot's chair, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of impatience flashing in his cold black gaze. What is so significant about that lower-class warrior Kakarot's trash planet? However, Naba pointed to the data on the detector, puzzled. Not long ago, the detector captured a strange energy fluctuation, very faint and fleeting, yet peculiar. Peculiar? Vegeta scoffed. What could be strange about a mere border planet? He casually pulled up the information on Earth. The glaring insignia of a weak fighter glaring at him. Humph, Kakarot. I hope your planet has a few decent insects. I wouldn't want to be bored. Vegeta licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Spaceship accelerate. Target, Earth. Chapter 26, Ascending to the Divine Realm. Unexpected guests boom. Cao Xiaobai leaped from the base of Kowloon Tower, relying solely on his physical strength and the precise control of wild instinct. Cutting through the air with a deafening sonic boom. Refreshing. It was utterly exhilarating. The Uuuuuuuu vitality mark brought forth devour recovery, filling him with explosive power. As if he were tearing through the very air around him. His target was the divine realm directly above Kowloon Tower, the temple. There dwelled deities, Bobo, and the Z fighters who were diligently training. Klin, Tianjin Fan, Lu Ping, each one a walking repository of experience. Cao Xiaobai licked his lips, his eyes glinting with greedy ambition. Though his combat power was only 680, his limits had already soared to 3,900. He was akin to a kindergarten child wielding a nuclear bomb. The clouds were violently parted as a solemn, gyroscope-like, ancient white palace came into view. Bang! Cao Xiaobai landed steadily, the white jade floor beneath him unmoved. The surrounding area was eerily silent, the air thin and oppressive. It felt as though all the clamor of the lower realm had been cut off, with even the flow of air becoming slow and stagnant. Welcome, guest. A faint voice startled Cao Xiaobai. A short, stout figure clad in peculiar attire, dark and shiny, appeared before him without a sound. Mr. Bobo. Those eyes, with only whites and pupils, gleamed eerily in the darkness. Hello, Mr. Bobo. Cao Xiaobai promptly switched to a harmless demeanor, grinning widely. I came to play with the Grand Elder. Bobo did not smile, merely fixing his penetrating gaze upon him before turning away. The Grand Elder is waiting for you. A chill ran down Cao Xiaobai's spine. Wild instinct, A-class, flared up instantly. A subtle yet bone-chilling malice emanated from deep within the temple. What the hell? They set their sights on me so quickly? Cao Xiaobai followed quietly, aware that the Grand Elder was not as easily duped as the cat sage. Inside the Grand Hall, the Grand Elder, clad in his iconic white robe, stood with his back to him, gazing down upon the myriad beings of the lower realm. You have arrived. The Grand Elder's voice was aged and authoritative, carrying an air of cold indifference. He slowly turned around, his wise eyes sweeping across Cao Xiaobai. Buzz. Cao Xiaobai felt as though he were being X-rayed. The chaotic energy within him, intertwined with Piccolo's demonic essence, Sun Wukong's wild nature, Turtle Sage's martial truth, Cat Sage's divinity, and the overwhelming vitality of Uuuuuuuu, was laid bare before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's pupils suddenly constricted. What kind of monster are you? For the first time, his voice bore traces of shock and fear. He sensed Piccolo's presence, that unsettling, fundamentally evil aura. A tremendous pressure descended upon him. Cao Xiaobai stumbled back 3 steps, his expression shifting slightly. Is this the oppressive feeling of a deity? Grandfather, you misunderstand. Cao Xiaobai feigned innocence. Uncle Piccolo willingly gave this to me. I am here to help you fight the Scions. The Grand Elder fixed his gaze on him, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Though Cao Xiaobai's energy was chaotic and dangerous, its core was surprisingly pure. A result of mental barrier and pure martial heart, fragment. After a moment's contemplation, the Grand Elder sighed. I understand. Bobo, keep an eye on him. Do not allow him to approach the House of Fate before he departs. The Grand Elder waved his sleeve and departed. Yes, Grand Elder. Bobo remained expressionless. Cao Xiaobai gazed at the departing figure of the deity, a faint smile gracing his lips. The collection plan was officially underway. He turned and glanced at the square not far away. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sounds of violent collisions and shouts, mingled with the scent of sweat and energy. The Z warriors were undergoing grueling training in this infernal setting. With his hands tucked behind him, Cao Xiaobai sauntered over with an air of indifference. In the square, 4 figures were engaged in fierce combat. The bald Clearin gritted his teeth as he exchanged blows with Lu Ping. The 3-eyed Tianjin Fan delivered a powerful punch that sent Jiaozi flying. Each of them radiated immense energy, their fists whistling through the air and debris flying about. Hello, uncles, are you busy? Cao Xiaobai greeted in a childlike voice. The 4 combatants halted simultaneously and turned their heads in unison. Upon seeing the 4-year-old boy, their taut nerves instantly relaxed. Lu Ping wiped the sweat from his brow and scoffed. Where did this little brat come from? This is the temple of the deity, not a playground. How did Mr. Bobo allow anyone in here? He hardly regarded Cao Xiaobai as a threat, dismissing him as a mere child of little consequence. Clearin furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity with the child. Wait, you're that kid from the battlefield. Go play somewhere else and don't disturb our training. Lu Ping waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Tianjin Fan crossed his arms and cast a cold glance at Cao Xiaobai, the indifference in his gaze sharper than a knife. Jiaozi peeked out from behind Tianjin Fan, curiosity and fear dancing in his eyes. Observing their reactions, Cao Xiaobai's expression stiffened. He had hoped to interact amicably, but instead, he was met with disdainful treatment. It seems I must employ some assertive measures to collect the bloodline marks. He suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter. Lu Ping's expression darkened. What are you laughing at, you little brat? Uncle, I'm laughing at how pathetic you all are. Cao Xiaobai's expression turned serious, his eyes filled with utter disdain. Boom. The air in the square seemed to freeze. Pathetic? They were exerting themselves to the utmost, their combat power soaring to around 800, yet this child dared to call them pathetic? You little rascal. Still in diapers, how dare you say we're pathetic? Lu Ping was furious, veins throbbing on his forehead. Ignoring him, Cao Xiaobai leisurely raised his hand, activating the Shui Shen Ji Yin instantly. Ding. Scan complete. Target, Clearin. Combat power, 820. Target, Tianjin Fan. Combat power, 910. Target, Lu Ping. Combat power, 810. Target, Jiaozi. Combat power, 730. All hovering around 800. While that may be considered top tier among Earthlings, in the presence of Vegeta, they were mere appetizers. With such meager strength, Cao Xiaobai remarked, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of condescension, against a scion, you wouldn't even suffice as a snack. He shook his head, an expression of disappointment on his face. Tension crackled in the atmosphere as Clearin, Tianjin Fan, and Lu Ping suddenly grasped that this was no ordinary child. After all, few on earth were privy to such secrets. However, Cao Xiaobai's words ignited their warrior spirits, especially Clearin, who recalled how he could easily crush this child on the battlefield. It was intolerable to be mocked so blatantly in the temple. Little brat, do you know what you're saying? Clearin's face flushed with anger. Tianjin Fan's third eye widened, radiating murderous intent. Stop wasting time with him. Lu Ping stepped forward with malicious intent, his fists clenching ominously. Today, Uncle will teach you what heaven and earth truly are. Cao Xiaobai regarded him as if he were an opportunity for double experience. He tilted his head, revealing a deceptively innocent smile that sent chills down Lu Ping's spine. Hee. Uncle, if you have the ability, then bring it on. Chapter 27, Wolf Fongwind Fist? Is this it? Cao Xiaobai wore an expression of harmless innocence, yet his eyes brimmed with blatant contempt. You little rascal. Lu Ping exploded with rage. As a proud Z warrior, having trained relentlessly in the temple, with his combat power soaring to 810, he was now being outmatched by a mere 4-year-old child? If word got out, where would his pride as a desert wolf be? With fury surging, Lu Ping's eyes turned red, veins bulging on his forehead. You ignorant little thing. Watch me not turn you into a mess. With a sinister grin, he propelled himself forward, the ground cracking beneath him as he transformed into a blur. Lunging at Cao Xiaobai, he was not using his full strength, merely about 20%, which he believed would be sufficient to frighten this reckless child into submission. His fist, the size of a cauldron, surged with a howling wind, aimed directly at Cao Xiaobai's face. Lu Ping, hold back, Clearin instinctively shouted. Although Cao Xiaobai was infuriating, he was still just a child, and Clearin vividly recalled the helplessness in his eyes on the battlefield. However, in the next moment, all were stunned. Facing the punch that could shatter boulders, Cao Xiaobai did not flinch. No, he moved, his body shifted while his legs remained planted. At the instant the fist was about to connect, he leaned back at an angle that defied the laws of physics, floating effortlessly out of harm's way. Whoosh! The punch grazed the tip of his nose, stirring a few strands of hair. It missed. What? Lu Ping was taken aback. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength, the speed was undeniable. How did this little brat evade it? Clearly, those who could enter the temple of the deity were not to be underestimated. Before he could react, Cao Xiaobai chuckled, his diminutive figure seeming to flicker like a wraith. appearing instantly at Lu Ping's left side. The cat immortal's blood mark. Extraordinary agility activated. Too slow, uncle. The taunt rang out, striking Lu Ping like a slap to the face. You bastard. Lu Ping felt humiliated, his anger boiling over. Huh. He clenched his fists tightly, his energy erupting with a roar, forcing Clearin and Tianjin Fan to shield themselves from the overwhelming pressure. Wolf, Fong Wind Fist. He was deadly serious now. A tempest of fists descended like a torrential storm, sealing off every possible escape route for Cao Xiaobai. Each punch carried the power to shatter rock. Clearin and Tianjin Fan's hearts raced, fearing that with this onslaught, the child would either perish or be severely injured. But to their utter astonishment, amidst the chaotic barrage, Cao Xiaobai moved like a leaf upon a raging sea, appearing on the verge of capsizing, yet always managing to evade at the last moment. The wild instinct, A-class, had predicted the trajectory of every incoming attack. Lu Ping was fast, but Cao Xiaobai was faster. Lu Ping was fierce, yet Cao Xiaobai was more elusive. The punches rained down, yet not even the hem of his clothing was touched. Cao Xiaobai even found the leisure to yawn, covering his mouth with his hand, his expression one of utter boredom. Uncle, are you just tickling me? The humiliation was unbearable. Lu Ping was enraged, his roars growing more frantic as his attacks escalated in speed and chaos. A proud man, bested by a mere child. A flaw. A glint of cold light flashed in Cao Xiaobai's eyes, his previously playful demeanor suddenly transforming into a steely focus. The Shui Shinji Yin had already locked onto Lu Ping's exposed weakness, 3 inches beneath his right ribcage, where his energy circulation was hindered. Having played enough, it was time to end this. Cao Xiaobai's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath, gathering the chaotic but now semi-consolidated energy within him. The Piccolo's energy division control compressed the violent energy to its utmost limit. The Turtle Hermit's energy technique concentrated the power to a single point. In the fleeting moment when Lu Ping had exhausted his strength and was yet to summon new vigor, Cao Xiaobai sprang into action. He did not throw a punch. Instead, he merely lifted his forefinger, which bore the weight of all his power, and delicately prodded Lu Ping's weakness. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, echoed in the air. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Lu Ping, maintaining his forward momentum, suddenly widened his pupils, disbelief etched upon his face. With a mere fingertip to counter the Wangya Fengfeng Chuan, had this child lost his mind? Yet, in the next heartbeat, an earth-shattering roar erupted within Lu Ping's body. The energy from his cherished Wangya Fengfeng Chuan detonated like a barrel of gunpowder, surging backward, collapsing, and exploding within him. Lu Ping's eyes bulged as he spewed forth a fountain of blood, his frail form hurtling backward faster than he had advanced, as if struck by a speeding locomotive. He traced a tragic parabolic arc through the air, landing with a thud at the edge of the temple, emitting a wretched cry. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the temple square, where a pin drop could be heard. Colleen and Tianjin Fan were petrified, cold sweat soaking their backs, as a chilling sensation surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. A single finger from a 4-year-old child had obliterated Lu Ping, whose combat prowess exceeded 800. This was unfathomable. Colleen trembled, his worldview shattered. The heights they had painstakingly attained through their hellish training were effortlessly crushed by a mere child, who had been an ordinary person just 3 months prior. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes locked onto Cao Xiaobai, turmoil raging within him. The precision of that targeted strike. The terrifying control over energy. This was certainly not a mere child's possession. Cao Xiaobai clapped his hands, standing in the sunlight, his diminutive figure radiating an oppressive aura. He slowly turned, his innocent smile taking on a sinister allure in the eyes of the onlookers. TSK. He shook his head, disappointment lacing his tone. I had thought Wangya was formidable, yet it amounts to this? Such a letdown. His gaze gradually shifted to Colleen. Beep. High-value target detected. Colleen. Potential rating. S-class. Peak of Earthlings. The system's notification resonated in his mind, acting as a catalyst that intensified the greed in Cao Xiaobai's eyes. He extended his tiny pink tongue to lick his lips, resembling a young wolf fixated on its prey. He tilted his head, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Next. Who will come to offer guidance? Gulp. Colleen swallowed hard, feeling his legs tremble. A monster. This was certainly not human. A creature clad in human skin. What manner of monster are you? Colleen's voice quivered, he shouted with futile bravado. Just 3 months ago, you were a mere weakling. How could you possibly possess such terrifying combat prowess in such a short span? Cao Xiaobai blinked innocently, instantly reverting to a harmless facade. His ability to change expressions astonishingly swift. Me? He chuckled, hands clasped behind his back, taking deliberate steps towards Colleen. Each footfall akin to a stomp on Colleen's heart. Uncle Colleen, don't be nervous. Cao Xiaobai's south eyes curved into crescent moons, his voice sweetly syrupy. Yet his words plunged Colleen into an icy abyss. I am merely a good person here to assist you. Chapter 28. The wisdom and despair of the strongest earthling Yu. Colleen stumbled backward, engulfed in sheer terror. 3 months ago, this child named Cao Xiaobai had been someone they needed to protect, possessing a combat power in single digits. But now, Leping, the fastest and most experienced of them, had reached a combat power of 810 after rigorous training, only to be obliterated by this 4-year-old with a mere finger. Their years of hard-earned training could not compare to the 3 months of this child's cultivation. What kind of talent is this? Colleen felt the sky collapsing around him. Is this even human? Cao Xiaobai tilted his head, his cherubic face adorned with a sickly sweet smile. Uncle Colleen, I assure you, I am here to help you. Good grief. Colleen could no longer contain himself, cursing aloud. He leaped aside, adopting the initial stance of the Kame Sinin style, bellowing with all his might. Tianjin Fan. Let us take him together. This little demon is too uncanny. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes fixated on Cao Xiaobai, his face gravely serious. He sensed more acutely than Colleen that the power at play was not mere brute strength, but an exquisite mastery over energy. Jiaozi support. Tianjin Fan commanded, his aura surging violently. In an instant, the air within the temple felt as if it had solidified. Whoosh. Colleen sprang into action. He opted not for a frontal assault, instead becoming a blur, darting around Cao Xiaobai at high speed. His tactical acumen allowed him to assess that while this monster possessed extraordinary strength and skill, it was still a child's body. Thus, attrition might be their only salvation. Phantom Fist. 4 or 5 Colleens materialized simultaneously, attacking Cao Xiaobai from various angles. A mere parlor trick. Cao Xiaobai yawned, his expression replete with boredom. Mao Xianren's living blood mark. Extraordinary agility. His form contorted at impossible angles, evading Colleen's attacks effortlessly. Now is the time. Jiaozi, Colleen shouted. Freeze. From a distance, Jiaozi's face turned pale, summoning all his strength to unleash his superpower. Cao Xiaobai's form momentarily faltered. Gotcha, Colleen rejoiced, seizing the rare opportunity to channel all his might into a punch aimed at Cao Xiaobai's ribs. Bam! A resounding thud echoed as Cao Xiaobai's petite body was sent flying, rolling several times upon the ground. Success! Colleen exhaled in relief, but the next second, his smile froze. Cao Xiaobai staggered to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The spot where he should have sustained grievous injury merely displaying a faint red mark. It was neither painful nor debilitating. Cao Xiaobai grinned, revealing a set of small white teeth. How is this possible? Colleen felt as though struck by lightning. That punch could have shattered boulders. Tianjin Fan's pupils constricted. He could see clearly that at the moment of Colleen's strike, Cao Xiaobai's energy instinctively shielded his vital points, dissipating 90% of the force. Again, Tianjin Fan roared, charging forward. He unleashed a palm strike directly to Cao Xiaobai's chest. Crack. This time, a distinct sound of bones fracturing resonated. Cao Xiaobai coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was injured. He was not invincible. Colleen's spirits lifted. Yet, a scene that sent shivers down their spines unfolded. The dented area on Cao Xiaobai's chest began to pulsate and restore itself at a visible pace. Living blood mark. Gluttonous recovery, S-class. Blending the regenerative abilities of the Namekians with the almost miraculous healing prowess of the Senzu beans. Cao Xiaobai's recovery capabilities had reached a terrifying level. Crunch, crunch, the sound of bones realigning echoed hauntingly in the silent temple. In just 3 seconds. Merely 3 seconds later, Cao Xiaobai's chest wound was entirely healed, leaving no trace of a scar. No, this cannot be. This is regeneration? Colleen's voice trembled, despair washing over him. Indestructible. This was an invincible monster. Have you finished? Cao Xiaobai licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his demeanor exuding a wild, greedy hunger Now it is my turn. With a resounding blast, a terrifying aura far surpassing before erupted from his diminutive frame. Cao Xiaobai ceased evasion, taking deliberate steps towards Colleen, his little legs moving with purpose. Block him. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened with desperation. For he knew that if this monster were to close in, Krillin would be doomed without a doubt. Kikaho. Tianjin Fan ignited his life force, compressing all his energy into a singularity, unleashing his most formidable strike. A blinding beam of light engulfed the heavens and the earth, causing the entire temple to tremble violently beneath its might. Krillin was hurled away by the shockwave, his heart filled with hope as he gazed towards the center of the explosion. Was he dead? As the dust settled, a charred figure stood amidst the remnants. Cao Xiaobai's attire was tattered, skin scorched to a deep black, revealing glimpses of bone beneath. Yet, he remained standing, and, under the terrified gazes of onlookers, the scorched flesh was wildly regenerating, recovering. Enough games. Cao Xiaobai's voice was as cold as ice. In a flash, he traversed dozens of meters, appearing before the utterly terrified Krillin. It was too swift, so rapid that Krillin had no time to react. Cao Xiaobai did not deliver a lethal blow. He merely nudged Krillin, who lost his balance and fell to the ground. Cao Xiaobai looked down upon him, his gaze devoid of anger. Only the cold detachment of one assessing prey. Uncle Krillin, he crouched down, his youthful face close to Krillin's, his tender voice whispering like the devil's murmur, "You are afraid, aren't you?" Krillin trembled, his teeth chattering, unable to utter a word. "I can smell your fear." Cao Xiaobai inhaled deeply, his eyes narrowing in ecstasy, reminiscent of the helplessness he felt when facing Majin Buu and Raditz. Majin Buu, Raditz. These names pierced Krillin's heart like a dagger, striking at his most tender and fearful places. Cao Xiaobai's smile widened, and he gently patted Krillin's bald head, as if soothing a frightened animal. "Do not be anxious, Uncle Krillin. I have no intention of killing you." Krillin gulped hard, his eyes still shimmering with terror. "Really?" "Of course." Cao Xiaobai blinked his large eyes innocently. "I just need a tiny bit of assistance." With the flair of a magician, he produced a gleaming syringe from his pocket, crafted by Bulma overnight. "Just a little of your blood, and I promise not only will I spare your life, but I will also make you stronger. Just like Uncle Lepin. Oh, but I think he has become weaker." Krillin's pupils dilated in horror. To surrender his blood? To this monster? "You, Shu." Cao Xiaobai raised a finger, interrupting him. "Think carefully. The consequences of refusal will be quite painful." His other hand gently rested on Krillin's carotid artery, an icy chill coursing through Krillin's body. He had no doubt that if he uttered a refusal, this child would instantly crush his throat and drain his blood like one would suck a jelly. Dignity? The pride of a martial artist? In the face of absolute terror, everything seemed so pale and powerless. Krillin's defenses crumbled entirely. He recalled Goku's death, Raditz's might, and his own insignificance in the face of crisis. He did not wish to die. "I will give it to you." Krillin shut his eyes, humiliated tears streaming down his face as he trembled, extending his arm. "That's more like it." Cao Xiaobai smiled with satisfaction. He elegantly and gently inserted the needle into Krillin's vein. Beep. Detecting target, Krillin voluntarily, fearful submission, providing key life essence. Blood mark of Krillin, S-class potential, is being generated. Crimson blood flowed slowly into the syringe, and a sickly satisfaction spread across Cao Xiaobai's face. "I did it." Beep. Krillin's blood mark, activation successful. Acquired talent. Combat intelligence, S-class unlocks physical combat potential, significantly enhancing combat wisdom and reaction speed. Permanently increases training speed by 50. Combat power limit unlocked, 700. Current permanent training speed boost, 420. 52 times speed. Current theoretical combat power limit, 4,600. Boom. An even more potent and refined aura erupted from Cao Xiaobai's body. His already terrifying presence surged to new heights. A powerful shockwave radiated from him, sending debris flying in all directions. Krillin slumped to the ground, his face ashen. He sensed the monster before him had grown even stronger. "Ah, how refreshing." Cao Xiaobai exhaled deeply, clenching his fist, feeling the new power coursing within him. Krillin's mark bestowed upon him not only accelerated training, but also the indomitable spirit of survival in dire circumstances along with unparalleled combat wisdom. He slowly turned around. In the distance, Lepin was clutching his chest, unsteadily rising from the ground, looking dazed as he stared this way. Cao Xiaobai's lips curled into a broad smile. His eyes filled with concern. "Oh dear, Uncle Lepin, you're awake?" He trotted over with his short legs, grinning widely. "I just asked Uncle Krillin a few questions. Now, it's your turn." Chapter 29. The Howl of the Wolf and the Wrath of the Gods. What have you done to Krillin? Lepin struggled to rise, his eyes immediately falling on Krillin, who lay humiliated on the ground, and the glaring red syringe in Cao Xiaobai's hand. Shame. An overwhelming sense of humiliation engulfed Lepin's rationality. They, the esteemed Z fighters, guardians of Earth, had been reduced to this by a 4-year-old child. "Ah, little brat, I will kill you." Lepin went completely mad. His eyes bloodshot, unleashing his last reserves of strength, transforming into a blur, howling like a wolf as he charged forward. "Kikoha!" Lepin roared, a glowing orb swirling ominously between his palms. This was his newly developed ultimate technique, powerful enough to track and tear apart foes. Yet, Cao Xiaobai merely observed coldly. Beep. Integrating Krillin's blood-marked combat intelligence, S-Class. With Krillin's honed combat instincts enhancing him, Lepin's unstable Kikoha, in Cao Xiaobai's eyes, was as clear as a three-dimensional model. Too slow, Cao Xiaobai gently shook his head, sidestepping to the left, the energy orb narrowly grazing his clothing. Too scattered. He sidestepped again, and the energy orb disintegrated due to Lepin's unstable control, dissipating into harmless light. Too weak. Cao Xiaobai's voice was soft, but struck Lepin's heart like a hammer. Impossible. This cannot be. Lepin, driven to madness, became increasingly erratic. "You are just a child." "Indeed, I am merely a child." Cao Xiaobai tilted his head, his tone innocently chilling. "So, Uncle Lepin, are you saying you are even inferior to a child? Isn't that shameful?" Uffed. Lepin, overwhelmed with fury, spat out a mouthful of blood. His prideful speed, the martial skills he was renowned for, had become a joke before this monster. "I've had enough of this." Cao Xiaobai lost his patience. He raised his small hand, a cerulean energy orb rapidly coalescing and compressing in his palm. This, Lepin's pupils constricted, staring intently at the energy orb, his voice trembling. "Kikoha? This is the technique I just used, one I've only recently developed. How could this child?" Eye of the Scholar activated. Analysis complete. Kikoha, perfect level, mastered. "Go?" Cao Xiaobai waved his small hand, and the luminous orb instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light, tracing an eerie arc in the air. It bypassed Lepin's defenses and struck him fiercely in the back. Boom. The shockwave erupted, propelling Lepin through the air like a discarded sack, and he crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Lying on the cold stone slab, he gazed blankly at the sky. It was over. Completely over. His most powerful technique had been replicated and surpassed, and his pride had been shattered into dust. He had lost everything. Footsteps approached. Cao Xiaobai stood before him, looking down from a height. "Uncle Lepin," he said with a smile as he shook the collection device in his hand, "would you prefer to maintain your dignity? Or would you like me to assist you in preserving it?" Lepin's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. "Uncle Klin is quite brave, you know," Cao Xiaobai kindly reminded him. "Making the right choice in just a second. Surely, you can't be worse than Uncle Baldy?" The mention of Uncle Baldy became the final straw that broke the camel's back. I concede." Lepin closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. He had surrendered. Dignity? Pride? In the face of overwhelming power, they were worthless. "That's more like it." Cao Xiaobai swiftly completed the collection. Ding. Lepin's vitality mark, activated successfully. Gain talent. Wolf's keen insight. A grade slightly enhances dynamic vision and wilderness survival instincts. Training speed permanently increased by 30. Combat power limit unlocked. 300. Current permanent training speed bonus. 55 times. Current theoretical combat power limit. 4,900. Boom. An even more violent and purer energy erupted from Cao Xiaobai's body. A training speed of 55 times. A combat power limit nearing 5,000. Cao Xiaobai felt so good that he almost moaned with pleasure. He clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power within him. Delightful. This was the true path to strength. He slowly turned around, surveying the scene. Klin, Lepin, and Tianjin Fan, the three foremost martial artists of Earth, were now either sitting or lying down, all injured, their faces ashen. Their gazes towards Cao Xiaobai were devoid of the initial anger, replaced only by profound, bone-deep fear. A monster. This was not human. This was a demon clad in human skin, continually devouring and evolving. Suddenly, the entire Karen sanctuary began to tremble violently. A vast, ancient, and suffocatingly majestic aura descended from the heavens, as if transcending time and space. Little brat, have you had your fun? A thunderous voice echoed through the sky. The divine being of earth could no longer remain idle. Accompanied by a radiant white light, the aged yet imposing figure of the divine being slowly descended in the center of the temple. His expression was stern, his gaze towards Cao Xiaobai filled with shock and gravity. Little brat, this ends now. The divine being's voice contained supreme authority, nearly suffocating Klin and the others. However, Cao Xiaobai merely dug at his ear. He regarded the divine being as if gazing upon a rare treasure. Target, divine being, BIC. Threat level, extremely high. Potential rating, SSS, divine level. Core abilities, divine wisdom, sacred aura, extraordinary perception. SSS level. Cao Xiaobai's eyes brightened instantly. This ends now? He placed his hands behind his back, adopting a small adult's demeanor that coupled with his terrifying aura created an indescribably eerie effect. Grandpa divine being. Why is your voice so soft? Ding. Mental pressure detected. Cat Immortal's vitality mark mental barrier, S grade. Activated automatically. Immunity assessment passed. Delightful. Cao Xiaobai felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. To him, the divine being's pressure felt like a gentle breeze. The mental strength of the Cat Immortal, refined through countless years, combined with the various chaotic energies within him, had long since honed his spirit to the hardness of diamond. What can you use to suppress me? The divine being's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his aged face. He sensed that his divine consciousness, capable of dominating all things in this world, vanished without a trace upon contacting Cao Xiaobai. Even more horrifying was the backlash. Boom. An even more terrifying, chaotic, and malevolent aura erupted from the diminutive body of Cao Xiaobai. Within it was the pure, cold essence of the Demon King BIC, the uncontrollable, world-destroying fury of Sun Wukong, the deeply ingrained martial will of Master Roshi, and the survival instinct of Yachirobe, who would stop at nothing to live. This was not a human aura. This was a monster woven from the obsessions and powers of countless strong beings. Step, step, step. The divine guardian of Earth was forced to retreat 3 steps by this aura. His face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He witnessed a phantom of a blood-soaked battlefield behind this child. What is your true intention? The divine being's voice trembled. Me? Cao Xiaobai tilted his head, smiling innocently. I already told you. I am a kind-hearted person here to help you progress. Grandpa divine being, if you truly want me to provide a satisfactory purpose, I just want to say, I want to live. The arena fell silent. The divine being remained silent, sensing the tumult of emotions surging within Cao Xiaobai from that simple statement. At this moment, enough. A thunderous roar erupted. Tianjin Fan was furious. This earthly martial artist could no longer endure. Rising from the ground, his 3 eyes fixed intently on Cao Xiaobai, ablaze with furious determination. Little brat, you have desecrated martial arts. You have desecrated the divine. I, Tianjin Fan, will not allow this. He could not accept the humiliation of his comrades. Nor could he accept the divine being forced back. The dignity of a martial artist overshadowed everything at this moment. Dumpling, assist me. Yes, Tianjin Fan. Dumpling struggled to rise, his small face full of resolve, once again channeling his dwindling superpowers in an attempt to disrupt Cao Xiaobai. Come at me. Cao Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Target, Tianjin Fan. Threat level, medium. Target, Dumpling. Threat level, low. Superpower interference requires caution. The high-level combat wisdom of Kellen's revitalizing mark, S rank, has been activated. Tianjin Fan moved. With a thunderous roar, the muscles on his back twisted strangely, and 2 robust arms emerged from his shoulders with a series of popping sounds. For Demon Fist, the 4 arms transformed into a flurry of fist shadows, conjuring a fierce wind that sealed off all escape routes for Cao Xiaobai. Jiaozi simultaneously exerted his power, freeze. Cao Xiaobai felt a slight pause in his body. For anyone else, even Piccolo, this brief moment of hesitation would deter them from recklessly taking on such an attack. However, in Cao Xiaobai's eyes, the world seemed to be playing at 0. 5 times speed. Too slow. He nonchalantly sidestepped, slipping through the gaps in the myriad of fists at an astonishing angle. Moreover, the point of force was miscalibrated. He extended a single finger and lightly tapped Tianjin Fan's elbow joint. Crack! A faint yet crisp sound echoed. Tianjin Fan felt as if struck by lightning, his entire arm instantly going numb, his assault collapsing like a house of cards. Tianjin Fan was aghast. The power techniques he had honed for decades had been effortlessly perceived by a mere 4-year-old child. And you too, Uncle Jiaozi. Without even glancing back, Cao Xiaobai waved his hand, unleashing a pure burst of telekinetic force that dissipated Jiaozi's superpower. Splutter! Jiaozi spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting from midair. Combat is not governed by intent. It relies on strength and efficiency, Cao Xiaobai admonished in an unexpectedly mature manner. Damn it! Come again! Tianjin Fan roared, unleashing a series of relentless strikes, leg techniques, elbow strikes, knee blows, the killing moves of Turtle School and Crane School poured forth. Cao Xiaobai strolled leisurely, weaving effortlessly through the dense onslaught. He not only evaded but also critiqued. The Crane School's whole wave? The energy accumulation is too slow. By the time you release it, the enemy will have already fled. The sweeping leg? Your foundation is unstable, revealing numerous flaws. This move, is somewhat interesting, yet you have used it inappropriately. Cao Xiaobai resembled a master imparting wisdom to a novice student. This was far more humiliating than simply defeating Tianjin Fan. With each passing moment, Tianjin Fan's fear and despair grew. His pride in martial arts appeared as laughable as a child's play in front of this little boy. How are you doing this? Tianjin Fan gasped, his eyes bloodshot. Use your brain. Cao Xiaobai pointed to his temple. Kellen Uncle's combat wisdom truly is effective. Kellen, sprawled on the ground, felt his face burn with embarrassment upon hearing this. His wisdom had become a tool for humiliating his companions. This is too much. Tianjin Fan completely lost his composure. He realized that conventional means could not touch this monster in the least. He suddenly retreated, creating distance. His arms trembling as he assumed a tragic stance, hands forming a triangle with his thumbs and index fingers touching. Tianjin Fan. No! Kellen exclaimed in horror. Stop! You will die? Lepin shouted in vain. New Kamehameha. Tianjin Fan's third eye widened, tears of blood streaming down. This was his forbidden technique, burning his life force to transcend his limits. With my blood, I will eradicate evil. Within that triangular void, a heart-stopping destructive energy gathered. Oh! Cao Xiaobai's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had just seen his most cherished toy. Academic eye analyzing. Warning. The target is burning life force. Energy structure extremely unstable. Danger level extremely high. Analysis progress 30-70-100. Ding. Forbidden martial technique Kamehameha fragment. Analysis complete. Ding. Piccolo's revitalizing mark. Control of energy division activated. Optimizing energy model. Optimization complete. Improved version of Kamehameha generated. Consumption reduced by 80. Power increased by 20. Just as Tianjin Fan was about to unleash his attack, Cao Xiaobai moved. He made a gesture that froze the souls of all witnesses. He too raised his hand, his tiny palm awkwardly mimicking the same triangular shape. Tianjin Fan's movements froze, his 3 eyes widening in disbelief and terror. What is he doing? How does he know this technique? Is this how you pose it? Cao Xiaobai tilted his head, seemingly confirming. The next second, boom! A more refined, dazzling, and terrifying square energy cannon erupted from Cao Xiaobai's hand than Tianjin Fan's. The improved Kamehameha. That blinding beam of light shot forth, grazing Tianjin Fan's scalp and roaring toward the endless sea of clouds beyond the shrine. Boom! The heavens shook. The cloud sea was blasted open, creating a massive void hundreds of meters in diameter, bottomless. The arena fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Kellen gaped, unable to utter a sound. Lepin trembled, his eyes filled with fear. Jiaozi stared blankly at the evaporated cloud sea, utterly befuddled. Plop! Tianjin Fan maintained his stance as the energy in his hands quietly dissipated. He had lost. Completely. His life-risking ultimate technique had been instantaneously replicated and executed in a more perfect and effortless manner. All his pride, all his perseverance, all his martial beliefs were crushed in that moment. Thud! Tianjin Fan's knees buckled, collapsing to the ground, his 3 eyes losing their brilliance, making him appear as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Impossible! This can't be happening, he muttered, his resolve shattered. Cao Xiaobai dusted off his hands. as if he had accomplished a trivial task. He turned and walked step by step toward the divine being, who looked pale and wary. With each step, his aura intensified. Delightful. Such ecstasy. This is power. This is dominion. Standing before the divine being, Cao Xiaobai tilted his head back, his dark eyes burning with ambition and greed that could strike fear into the gods themselves. His childish voice now resonated like a haunting melody from the abyss. Grandfather of the gods, now, we can have a proper conversation. Chapter 31, A Wager with the Gods. Unraveling the truth of the world. Above the shrine, silence reigned supreme. The terrifying void created by the improved Kamehameha unleashed by a 4-year-old child resembled a scar torn in the fabric of the world, one that would remain unhealed for ages. Plop. Tianjin Fan fell completely to the ground, his 3 eyes devoid of all brilliance. The forbidden technique he had poured his life into was effortlessly appropriated and executed even more flawlessly by his opponent. The pride of a martial artist lay in ruins. Kellen and Lepin gaped like 2 dying fish. What were they witnessing? A monster, a being wielding their companion's ultimate technique, shattering their companion's resolve. Cao Xiaobai dusted off his hands and turned, his dark eyes locking onto the pale-faced divine being. Boom. The divine being's eyelids twitched. Without any extravagant movements, only the purest. Divine pressure was unleashed. This time, he summoned the maximum power of his pressure, an invisible yet incredibly heavy force that enveloped the entire shrine plaza in an instant. Ugh! Kellen emitted a pained gurgle, pressed to the ground, the stone slabs cracking beneath him. Lepin fared worse, rolling his eyes back. Even Jiaozi, barely standing, was slammed to the ground with a thud, unable to move. Divine might was like a prison. The divine being fixed his gaze upon Cao Xiaobai, his ancient voice resonating as if from the heavens. You aberration! What on earth are you? The divine being recognized the terrifying nature of Cao Xiaobai, a variable more fearsome than even Piccolo, and for the peace of the world, he could not simply allow this to continue. However, Cao Xiaobai stood at the epicenter of overwhelming pressure, his diminutive frame erect and resolute. Suddenly, a notification resonated. High-intensity mental oppression detected. Cat Immortal's vitality mark mental barrier, automatically activated. Judgment, immunity. Another chime followed. Holy energy surge detected. Big's vitality mark demonic antibody, automatically activated. Judgment, 99 reduction. A wave of comfort washed over Cao Xiaobai, as he felt a gentle breeze caress his face. This was nothing but a trifling matter. After all, the Cat Immortal's centuries of mental fortitude, combined with the innate demonic nature of Bic, the great demon, rendered the mere pressure of a celestial being as inconsequential as a drizzle. Tilting his head slightly, he observed the celestial being exerting his full might and, with a voice that bore the innocence of a child, remarked with disdain, "Grandpa Celestial, your aura is rather impure." A thunderous roar ensued, as the celestial being, struck as if by lightning, witnessed his concentrated force dissipate in an instant. He looked at Cao Xiaobai in disbelief. Could this little imp truly withstand his full power? And dare to critique his aura? How dare you speak such nonsense? The celestial being thundered. Cao Xiaobai, hands clasped behind his back, strolled a couple of steps, his small face adopting a grave demeanor. Indeed, it's true. Within your aura, there exists a hint of, how shall I put it? Sticky and chilly. Reminiscent of Uncle Bic's essence. Silence. The celestial being lost all composure. His most profound secret, the dark history of splitting off Bic the great demon, laid bare by this child. Who are you? His voice trembled, the gaze of his divine eyes, which had seen the vicissitudes of the world, now filled with confusion and dread. He could not see through this child. It was as if the soul of this boy was shrouded in a veil of chaos. Wait, could it be? The celestial being's expression shifted. You, come with me. In the temple, the celestial being confronted Cao Xiaobai directly. With a resigned sigh, he uttered, "Child, your soul does not belong here, does it?" Cao Xiaobai shivered at this revelation, his smile widening as he realized his identity had been discerned. However, rather than panic, he exhaled in relief and chuckled. "Ah, Grandpa Celestial, you've discovered my secret. Rather than conceal it, why not elevate the stakes?" Cao Xiaobai boldly proclaimed, "Grandpa Celestial, I hail from a higher dimensional world. In my homeland, this ability of mine is known as divine endowment." He gestured to his head and heart, to analyze all things, to encompass everything, to evolve infinitely. The energy, techniques, and bloodlines of your world are but fruits for me to pluck at will. Arrogant, unfettered arrogance. This was the celestial being's immediate thought, yet recalling Cao Xiaobai's recent actions, he found it somewhat justified. What is your purpose in coming here? The celestial being's voice was hoarse. If this was true, then Earth stood before an existence as insignificant as dust. Cao Xiaobai's smile faded as he gazed into the distant sea of clouds, his eyes deepening as if piercing through endless time and space. To survive. He paused before uttering a chilling ambition that sent shivers down the celestial being's spine, and then to grow stronger. Strong enough to tear apart the barriers of this universe and find my way home. To tear apart the universe. In the context of the Dragon Ball universe, the celestial being could not fathom who possessed such power. A chill ran from his feet to the crown of his head. Before him stood not a mere child, but a demon clad in human skin, intent on consuming worlds. Yet, soon after, despair washed over him. The Scions were soon to arrive, and his most cherished guardians were being mercilessly slaughtered by this demon. Even if Son Goku were to return, could Earth truly be saved? Unless. The celestial being fixed his gaze on Cao Xiaobai, a flicker of desperate resolution flashing in his eyes. You wish to grow stronger? He inhaled deeply, suppressing his fear and aversion. Of course. Cao Xiaobai licked his lips, having caught sight of the celestial being's panel displaying the dazzling SSS level, divine, rating. Very well. The celestial being made a decision that contradicted centuries of principle. I can assist you. This old body of mine, along with those incapable fellows outside, are at your disposal. He gestured towards the Z fighters outside. But I have one condition. There is still some time before the Scions arrive. I do not care how you do it, but train them to possess the ability to protect themselves. In exchange, the celestial being closed his eyes, as if slicing into his own flesh. If you succeed, I willingly offer my divine blood. Boom. Cao Xiaobai's mind erupted with possibilities. What an opportunity. I had been pondering how to obtain the celestial being's blood. And this is perfect. Deal. Cao Xiaobai nearly screamed in agreement, saliva nearly spilling from his lips. Divine blood. This was something that Bic the Great Demon had yearned for. It surpassed any Kamehameha by 1,000-fold. The celestial being felt a chill at the unmasked greed in Cao Xiaobai's gaze. He knew he was bargaining with a tiger, yet he had no choice. This was both a test for Cao Xiaobai and his final observation. Furthermore, this visitor from another realm was his only variable capable of defying fate. From this moment forth, all resources of the temple are at your disposal. The celestial being wearily waved his hand. I hope you honor your promise. Rest assured, Grandpa Celestial, Cao Xiaobai grinned, his eyes narrowing into slits. I am the epitome of contractual integrity. He turned to face the fallen Z fighters, a sense of finality in the air. The transaction was sealed. The celestial being had compromised. The monster took charge of everything. Bobo quickly relayed the command. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Den looked on in terror and humiliation as Cao Xiaobai approached. They were Earth's heroes, now reduced to mere pawns in this child's transaction with the celestial being. Cao Xiaobai halted before them, his smile vanishing, replaced by a chilling coldness that struck fear deep within. All right, uncles, his childish voice now sounded like a death knell. The Earth survival tutoring class is now in session. Extending a finger, he tapped Tien Shinhan's forehead, who looked most defiant. The first lesson is to make you thoroughly understand just how weak you truly are. Boom. A terrifying aura, mixed with brutality, divinity, cunning, and wisdom, erupted from Cao Xiaobai, sending everyone flying. The hellish training had officially commenced, and he would personally forge these failures into the sharpest blades. Chapter 32, Krillin's Sacrifice, Boundless Magical Power. The terrifying prototype of Chi Round Slash. In the temple square, the atmosphere had reached a point of utter tension. The celestial being stepped aside, having entrusted everything to this monster. The Z fighters, now lying on the ground, resembled a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Cao Xiaobai stood before them, hands clasped behind his back. Despite his 4-year-old stature, he emanated an oppressive force that left everyone breathless. His pitch-black eyes held no trace of childlike innocence, only an unfathomable coldness and mockery. All right, the Earth survival tutoring class is now in session, his childish voice rang out, sending chills down Krillin and the other spines. Ugh. Tien Shinhan struggled to spit out blood, his 3 eyes fixated on Cao Xiaobai. You demon. Don't think we will listen to you. Demon? Cao Xiaobai tilted his head, smiling. Uncle Tien, you certainly know how to label things. I am helping you. Otherwise, you wouldn't even be able to withstand a finger from the Science. He strolled over to Krillin, who wore a face of indignation, ready to fight back. Cao Xiaobai gazed at him, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. The activation of Kellen's blood circulation mark battle wisdom, S-class, initiated a reverse deduction. Suddenly, the voice of Cao Xiaobai became ethereal, as if piercing through Kellen's very soul. Do you think of yourself as particularly clever? During the turtle hermit style, you were always the one to grasp techniques the fastest, weren't you? Kellen was taken aback. What was this little imp up to? You rely too much on your petty cleverness. Cao Xiaobai's words struck precisely at Kellen's most unwelcome weakness. You are always seeking shortcuts, always hoping to achieve great results with minimal effort. Consequently, your energy has always been restless and scattered. Nonsense. Kellen's face flushed with anger. Nonsense. Cao Xiaobai chuckled coldly, waving his small hand vehemently. Now, concentrate your energy for me. Let me see how substantial your prideful energy truly is. Fine, I shall. Kellen gritted his teeth. Rising to his feet, palms pressed together, desperately urging the energy within him. A sphere of white light gathered in his palms. Yet it flickered like a candle in the wind, its edges chaotic and unstable, as if it could vanish at any moment. Is this all? Cao Xiaobai scoffed, curling his lip in disdain, not even as forceful as a toddler's attempt to urinate. You. Kellen was humiliated to the core. It was an utter disgrace. Way too scattered. Cao Xiaobai shook his head, resembling an exceptionally strict mentor. Your energy waste rate is a staggering 30%. Such energy, when directed at a scion, would be akin to mere tickling. He extended his chubby little hand, palm facing upwards. Observe closely, energy should manifest like this. A completely different wave of energy erupted above the temple. It was a manifestation of the exquisite control of energy division from Bic, combined with the profound mastery that the turtle hermit had accumulated over a century. In Cao Xiaobai's palm, a nearly invisible, gossamer-like energy blade slowly emerged. It lacked the grand luminosity of Kellen's display, exuding only a spine-chilling hiss. This was not an explosion of energy, but rather a piercing shriek produced by energy compressed to its utmost, creating friction with the air. What is this? Lu Ping gulped, feeling the hairs on his body stand on end. That tiny energy blade seemed to harbor a terrifying power capable of slicing through anything. Cao Xiaobai remained silent, gently pushing the energy blade forward. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no deafening roar. The gossamer energy blade sliced through the temple's specialized alloy floor like a hot knife through butter, silently vanishing into the surface. Is this it? Kellen was about to mock, but noticed the pity in Cao Xiaobai's gaze. Look down. Hesitantly, Kellen lowered his head. The next moment, he gasped, nearly popping his eyes out. A hairline black crack appeared on the alloy floor 3 meters in front of Cao Xiaobai. The fissure ran deep, seemingly cleaving the entire temple in two. Silence ensued. The temple was enveloped in an eerie stillness once more. Tianjin Fan, Lu Ping, and Jiaozi all gaped in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. That was the temple's floor. Even their full-force strikes could not penetrate its unique material. It was cut through just like tofu. This is impossible, Kellen mumbled, his worldview shattered. This is what it means to condense energy. Cao Xiaobai withdrew his hand, his small face filled with disdain for the unteachable child. All power must be concentrated at a single point. Then, he made a cutting gesture, sliced through everything. The terrifying prototype of the energy circle slash was manifested in the hands of this 4-year-old child in the most perfect and shocking manner. Now, it is your turn. Cao Xiaobai gazed at Kellen, his smile vanishing, replaced by a chilling murderous intent. Otherwise, boom. A tangible aura of killing intent erupted from the small body of Cao Xiaobai. This was neither Bic's demonic energy nor the pressure of a divine being. It belonged to the blood collector. A pure killing intent emanating from a soul that had clawed its way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Kellen felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his throat, the shadow of death instantly cloaking his entire being. I can't do it. Kellen's voice trembled, overwhelmed by an unprecedented despair. If you can't do it, you die? Cao Xiaobai's palm once again coalesced that terrifying energy blade. I will count to 3. 1. Wait. I will do it. The instinct for survival triumphed over all. Kellen unleashed a heart-wrenching roar. He did not want to die. He still had no girlfriend. He aspired to become the strongest earthling. Kellen squeezed every last ounce of potential from within, his brain operating at maximum capacity. Cao Xiaobai's earlier demonstration, the piercing guidance, and the suffocating threat of death miraculously fused together in this moment. Compress. Compress. Focus it all into one point. The scattered light in his palm began to violently shrink, emitting crackling sounds. A flickering, unstable, yet undeniably real energy blade began to take shape in his hand. Go. Kellen expended his final ounce of strength, hurling the energy blade at a nearby massive rock. Puffed. Like a hot knife through butter, the several-ton boulder was silently sliced in half. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. I did it. Kellen collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He succeeded. He truly succeeded. A euphoric thrill of survival and an overwhelming sense of achievement flooded his chest. The other Z fighters were dumbfounded. They stared at the cleaved boulder, then at the collapsed Kellen, their eyes filled with astonishment. Is this Kellen's true potential? Cao Xiaobai approached. Kellen instinctively recoiled, already terrified of this little demon. However, Cao Xiaobai merely patted his shiny bald head. Well done. Those two simple words made Kellen's nose tingle, nearly bringing him to tears. This was more precious than any praise. Finally, you bear some semblance of the strongest earthling. Cao Xiaobai withdrew his hand, turned, and scanned the others. Next, his gaze ultimately landed on Lu Ping, who lay on the ground, desperately trying to diminish his presence. Lu Ping jolted, nearly wetting himself. What do you want? Cao Xiaobai grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. That smile appeared more terrifying to Lu Ping than any demon from hell. Wukong fist. Huh. Flashy and useless on the battlefield to come. Cao Xiaobai cracked his knuckles, producing a series of pops. Let me teach you how to make your technique capable of tracking enemies and shredding prey. The energy bullet. Perfected. Chapter 33. Saving the 5 useless warriors. Energy bullet and the mental shackles. It's your turn, Mr. Lu Ping. The title Mr. dripped with biting sarcasm. Lu Ping trembled, his face instantly paling. He had just witnessed Kellen being pushed to the brink of death. Aye. Lu Ping's teeth chattered. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. First, tell me about your Wukong fist. Cao Xiaobai tilted his head, scoffing. The name sounds impressive, but it's just a haphazard flailing. In a true life and death struggle, this flashy display is utterly useless. You speak nonsense. Lu Ping shouted with a facade of bravado. Nonsense. Cao Xiaobai's gaze grew icy. You fear death. You fear pain. When you throw a punch, you don't dare to exert your full strength, always holding back to protect yourself. That is not martial arts. That is the struggle of a coward. Boom. Those words struck Lu Ping like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. Indeed, Cao Xiaobai was absolutely right. For all these years, he had lived in the shadow of his fears. From the martial arts tournament to the subsequent demise brought about by the subordinates of Baik Dama Wang, the insignia of defeat was indelibly etched upon his soul. He harbored an aversion to combat, fearing the bitter taste of death once more. Lu Ping stammered, his eyes reddening with despair. Fear is not shameful. Yet weakness is the original sin. Cao Xiaobai gazed at him with an indifferent demeanor. Ding. The eye of the scholar has completed its analysis. Target, Lu Ping. Weakness, psychological collapse, fear of close combat. Adaptation direction, range control, primal instinct. Cao Xiaobai surveyed the system panel, a cold smirk curling his lips. Uncle Lu Ping, you have not erred. His voice, though childlike, resonated with the authority of thunder. You are not a natural martial artist like Sun Wukong. At your core, you are a wolf. A wolf? Lu Ping was taken aback. Yes, a wolf. Cao Xiaobai emphasized. Does a wolf engage in direct confrontation with a wild boar? No. A wolf relies on keen instincts, patient tracking, and a decisive strike. Approaching Lu Ping, Cao Xiaobai placed his small hand upon Lu Ping's chest, seeking to harness the potential within his bloodline through his own acquired mark. Feel your wildness. Lu Ping's vitality mark, wolf's sharpness, activate. A peculiar wave surged from Cao Xiaobai's palm into Lu Ping's body. Ding. Bloodline mark resonance detected with the original host's bloodline. Reverse guidance of bloodline potential successful. Cao Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had conceived this idea long ago after acquiring the scholar's power from Buerma, but had awaited a suitable subject. To his astonishment, it truly worked. At that moment, Lu Ping felt his heart race, as if the world around him had transformed. The energy in the air was clearer than ever before. No more relying on your fists. Cao Xiaobai commanded sternly, use your energy. Imagine your energy as your fangs. Your claws. Let them separate from your body to tear at your enemies. How is that possible? Leping was incredulous. Let's talk. Condense an energy sphere, then control it. Gritting his teeth, Leping, desperate, followed Cao Xiaobai's guidance to form a simple energy sphere in his palm. Throw it. Use your mind to steer it. With determination, Leping hurled the energy wave, which flew straight for 3 meters before dissipating with a soft thud. Continue. Focus. Imagine you are hunting a rabbit. Your energy is your hunting dog. Closing his eyes, Leping recalled moments from his past, wandering the wilderness. He unleashed another energy sphere. This time, rather than fixating on the sphere, he concentrated entirely on the pursuit. Humming, the sphere veered unexpectedly after 2 meters. I succeeded. Leping rejoiced. Not enough. Cao Xiaobai's voice was chillingly cold. 1. Does a scion stand still for you to strike? I want a barrage. A barrage. 10. Control them simultaneously. Leping's scalp tingled. Was this even humanly possible? Fail, and you die. Cao Xiaobai's palm revealed the terrifying energy blade once more. I will do it. I will do it. Under the threat of death, Leping's potential was fully unleashed. Veins bulged on his forehead as his hands danced like phantoms, zipping through the air. 10 energy spheres erupted forth. His visage contorted, locking his mind onto a distant boulder. Go, go, go. 10 energy spheres traced bizarre arcs, simultaneously striking the boulder from all directions. Boom. The boulder shattered into fragments. Leping gazed at his trembling hands, exhilarated. I truly accomplished it. A perfect energy control. He had succeeded. No longer was he the useless one who could only perform the Wukong fist. Not bad, barely passable, Cao Xiaobai commented nonchalantly. Leping knelt in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for your guidance. Another one down. Cao Xiaobai's gaze shifted to Jiaozi. The diminutive Jiaozi was currently cowering behind Tianjin Fan's severed arm, trembling like a startled quail. Do not come any closer. Jiaozi's voice quivered. Uncle Jiaozi, fear not. For I shall not consume you. Cao Xiaobai's tone softened slightly. Your abilities are intriguing. A superpower, am I correct? Jiaozi nodded. To immobilize strong adversaries is remarkable. Cao Xiaobai spoke truthfully, yet added, 1 second is too brief. Your power is misapplied. He gestured to his head. Your source of strength lies here. But your telekinesis is like a scattered pile of sand, easily disrupted. He recalled the mental barrier of the cat sage. Envision your telekinesis as a wall, an impenetrable barrier, to compress the opponent's psyche rather than merely immobilizing them. Cao Xiaobai approached Jiaozi, lightly tapping his forehead. Concentrate, calm your mind. Feel that energy. Jiaozi closed his eyes. In the next moment, an invisible wave radiated from Jiaozi. Ugh! Both Krillin and Leping, closest to him, groaned as if an unseen hand had tightly gripped their brains, halting their thoughts. After 3 arduous seconds, Krillin managed to utter 2 words, his face a mask of shock. He was immobilized. For a full 3 seconds. In a battle of experts, 3 seconds is enough to die 100 times. I did it. Jiaozi opened his eyes. Disbelief etched across his face. His immobilization technique had ascended. Thank you. Truly thank you. Jiaozi floated with excitement. Though socially anxious, he was indeed clever. And in a barely audible whisper, he addressed Cao Xiaobai, I understand what you seek. With a hint of grievance, he glanced at Tianjin Fan. Brother Tian, is that acceptable? Decide for yourself. Tianjin Fan turned his head away, scoffing. All right. Jiaozi knew Tianjin Fan had acquiesced. Thus he willingly extracted a drop of blood to float toward Cao Xiaobai. Ding. Acquired, Jiaozi Vitality Mark, Extraordinary. Telekinesis Talent Analysis in progress. Acquired talent. Telekinetic Interference, a grade. Can slightly disrupt the enemy's energy flow. Training speed, 20. Current total multiplier, 57 times. 57 times. Cao Xiaobai reveled in the surging power within him, contentedly narrowing his eyes. This divine tutoring session had proven immensely profitable. Krillin, Leping, and Jiaozi stood before Cao Xiaobai. Their gazes now devoid of the previous anger and fear, replaced by fervent admiration and gratitude. This 4-year-old child had, through nearly demonic means, facilitated their profound transformation in merely half an hour. Enough, Cao Xiaobai clapped his hands, capturing everyone's attention. Your course has concluded. Next, it is time to address the repeaters. He turned, step by step, towards the edge of the temple, where Tianjin Fan leaned against the wall, his 3 eyes fixated on him, brimming with hatred, pain, confusion, and a deep sense of helplessness. His once proud Qi Gong Pao now seemed but a jest before Cao Xiaobai. His pride lay in ruins. Uncle Tianjin Fan. Cao Xiaobai halted before him, his voice as frigid as ice. What? Do you wish to kill me? Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his arms. Kill you? What are you thinking? Am I truly that terrifying? Cao Xiaobai scoffed dismissively. In your current state, living is more unbearable than death, is it not? Tianjin Fan's body trembled violently. You wish to grow stronger, do you not? Cao Xiaobai leaned closer, locking eyes with him as if to peer into his very soul. Do you seek revenge against me, aspire to the pinnacle of martial arts, and protect your companions? Humph. Tianjin Fan huffed coldly, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Then let us first learn. Cao Xiaobai paused, articulating each word as if thunder had struck, how to fight without resorting to suicide. Chapter 34. Reforging the Heart of Martial Arts. The resounding clarity of the new Qigong canon. What? Have you lost your fighting spirit? Cao Xiaobai's voice, though youthful and tender, pierced more profoundly than the gale winds of the divine temple. Tianjin Fan leaned against the wall, his arms hanging limply, as humiliation, rage, and despair churned violently within his chest. The life-preserving technique he took pride in had been effortlessly improved upon by a mere child. What, then, was the meaning of his existence? What do you understand? Tianjin Fan's voice was raspy and terrifying. The Qigong canon was a life-risking ultimate move. Utter nonsense. Cao Xiaobai mercilessly interrupted him, his small face brimming with scorn. What you possess is foolishness. It is incompetence. Is it truly honorable to exchange one's life for the harm of an enemy, a one-for-one trade? Only a fool would do such a thing. Tianjin Fan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a fearsome killing intent. What did you say? I said you were foolish. Cao Xiaobai, with hands clasped behind his back, paced back and forth like a stern schoolmaster delivering a harsh reprimand. You think I replicated your Qigong canon? Incorrect. What I have replicated is merely its form. Your technique is akin to recklessly casting away life energy like spilled water, brutal, wasteful, and primitive. He extended a finger and waved it before Tianjin Fan. What I employ is principle. Principle? Tianjin Fan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Cao Xiaobai's eyes as concepts of Bulma's vitality mark, extraordinary learning and understanding, and Piccolo's vitality mark, high-speed regeneration, collided frantically in his mind, birthing a wild notion. Your Qigong canon essentially transforms life energy into destructive power. However, the conversion rate is far too low, with most dissipating into the ether. Cao Xiaobai began to elucidate in his youthful voice. What if we were to add a converter to it? He pointed to his head, then to his heart. Utilizing my understanding, I shall analyze the energy model of your technique. Then, with my comprehension of Piccolo's regenerative abilities, I will design an entirely new method for internal circulation of life energy. A spark of wisdom illuminated Cao Xiaobai's gaze. All I need is for you to learn how to recycle your own life energy while it burns. In simpler terms, you must teach your Qigong canon to breathe. This is impossible. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was sheer fantasy. How could life energy be reclaimed and cycled? In my world, nothing is impossible. Cao Xiaobai grinned widely, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Do you wish to learn? Do you desire to transform your suicidal technique into a true cannon, rather than a mere firecracker? Hope, that damned, wild hope, ignited within Tianjin Fan's desolate heart like a wildfire. He abruptly straightened, clenching his fists. Teach me. Excellent. Cao Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the descent into hell begins. In the ensuing 2 months, the divine temple morphed into a genuine purgatory. Krillin's wretched screams pierced the heavens. He stood with one hand on his hip, a rapidly spinning, gossamer-thin energy blade disc vibrating madly in his palm. Cao Xiaobai stood before him, wielding a specially crafted alloy steel plate. Steady, steady. Why are you trembling? Are you slicing vegetables? Cao Xiaobai kicked Krillin in the rear, envisioning it as the sharpest of knives, severing all. If you tremble again, I will slice you in two. Krillin nearly wept. He felt as though his energy was being completely drained. Yet he dared not halt. Truly, he dared not. This devil would follow through on his threats. Whoosh. The energy disc finally stabilized, transforming into a cutting machine that cleanly sliced the alloy steel plate in half, the edge as smooth as a mirror. Now, that's more like it. Meanwhile, Lu Ping fared little better. Too slow. Too slow. Cao Xiaobai pointed at the erratically flying energy orbs in the air. Is your energy filled with lead? Agile. I require agility. Like a cunning wolf. Lu Ping, drenched in sweat, grit his teeth as he maneuvered the energy orbs, executing astonishing directional changes in midair. He felt as if his mental energy was about to ignite. Yet the results were astounding. 10 energy orbs under his control moved like 10 dragons, hitting their targets with precision. And the most harrowing of all was Tianjin Fan. Boom. Another failed attempt. Tianjin Fan was struck by backlash, spitting blood, his face as pale as parchment. He collapsed to the ground, his life force rapidly waning. Heal. Cao Xiaobai snapped his fingers coldly, and a surge of pure regenerative energy flooded into Tianjin Fan's body. His nearly exhausted frame began to visibly recover. Continue. Cao Xiaobai's voice bore no warmth. Tianjin Fan struggled to rise. Without a moment's hesitation, he once again assumed the stance of the Qigong cannon. He was not training. He was oscillating between death and resurrection time and again. Control. Control the energy lock. Do not release it all at once. Treat it like squeezing toothpaste. No. Reverse flow. Feel the energy within you and seize that fleeting possibility of return at the moment of eruption. Cao Xiaobai's furious shouts resonated continuously, compelling Tianjin Fan to grasp the elusive intricacies of life energy circulation in the most brutal manner. A month passed, 60 days. Tianjin Fan could no longer recall how many times he had died. All he knew was that with each brush with death, his understanding of energy deepened. He was no longer the reckless assassin he once was. He had become a martial artist on the cusp of touching the divine realm. The final day of the wager arrived. In the square of the divine temple, the Z warriors stood solemnly. Krillin, Lu Ping, and Jiaozi each exuded an aura of profound transformation. Their gazes were no longer clouded, but filled with resolve and reverence for the 4-year-old child. The last chance. Cao Xiaobai stood before Tianjin Fan, his small face solemn. Let me see if you are worthy of the title martial artist. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath. He did not strike immediately. Instead, he slowly closed his 3 eyes. In that moment, his heart was as still as water. After 2 months of torturous training, he finally grasped the thread of principle Cao Xiaobai had spoken of. He felt the flow of life energy within him, sensed the pulse of his qi. He suddenly opened his eyes. Roar. Unlike in the past when he would bellow, this time his voice was low and restrained, as if containing the power of a mountain collapsing and a river surging. New Qigong cannon. In his palm, there was no blinding light. Instead, a deep blue sphere of highly condensed energy formed. That energy was both reserved and terrifying, resembling a singularity on the verge of collapsing. Boom! A beam of light shot forth with a thunderous roar. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the sound of ripping. The azure beam pierced through the mountain peaks and clouds at an unbelievable speed. The clouds did not explode, but instead formed a triangular incision that stretched to the horizon, the central portion silently vanishing. More frighteningly, Tianjin Fan's form merely quivered slightly. Though his complexion paled, his life force remained stable, a stark contrast to his previous state of exhaustion. The power had increased by at least 30%. Krillin's eyes nearly bulged out. The energy consumption was almost negligible. Is this still the Qigong cannon? This is nothing short of a perpetual motion machine. I did it. Tianjin Fan gazed at his palm, his voice trembling. He had done it. He had surpassed his limits, transcended himself. He turned to face Cao Xiaobai, the one who had pulled him from the abyss and propelled him to the pinnacle. Without hesitation or humiliation, Tianjin Fan knelt on one knee, bowing his proud head. This was the most solemn tribute of a martial artist. Mr. Cao, please accept my bow. He was utterly convinced. Your guidance has reshaped my martial way. From this day forth, my life belongs to your command. Cao Xiaobai looked at him, a satisfied smile finally gracing his youthful face. Excellent. He extended his hand. Tianjin Fan, without a moment's hesitation, drew forth a drop of vital blood, which fell into Cao Xiaobai's palm. A notification chimed. Acquired, Tianjin Fan Blood Vitality Mark, S-Class. Following this, another message appeared. Successful fusion. Acquired talent. Martial will, S-Class significantly enhances training focus and the probability of breaking through bottlenecks. The training speed was permanently elevated. A staggering increase of 60. The current permanent training speed bonus reached an astonishing 630, equivalent to 73 times the normal rate. Boom. Cao Xiaobai felt an unprecedented clarity flooding his mind, the flow of energy around him becoming strikingly vivid. A training speed of 73 times. This rate was appallingly extraordinary. Thus, the Divine Hall's tutorial session concluded triumphantly. The Z warriors were utterly captivated by Cao Xiaobai's brutal methods and miraculous outcomes. Their gazes shifted from initial fear to fervent adoration. This child was their sole hope against the Psiots. Cough, cough. The silent observer, the celestial being, approached slowly, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Over the past 2 months, he had witnessed miracles unfold. This enigmatic child had enabled Earth's warriors to achieve remarkable leaps in strength through methods he could scarcely comprehend. He had lost, and lost with full acceptance. "You have won, child," the celestial being said, his voice laden with age and resignation. "You have kept your promise." He raised his hand, a drop of blood radiating a faint golden light forming at his fingertip. "This is my divine blood. I hope it is used for a righteous purpose." A notification chimed, detected SSS class, divine source quality. Without hesitation, Cao Xiaobai accepted it, his eyes gleaming with delight. At that moment, a figure silently appeared behind the celestial being. It was Mr. Bobo. This servant of the Divine Hall, typically as silent as a shadow, now bore an enigmatic smile as he bowed deeply to Cao Xiaobai. "Esteemed guest," Bobo's voice was calm and gentle, "if you do not mind, please accept my share of power as well." Chapter 35, 75 times speed. The final preparations and countdown. Mr. Bobo's blood fell into Cao Xiaobai's palm, and without hesitation, he absorbed it. Boom. In an instant, he felt as if his soul had been cast into the furnace of a supernova. Successful fusion. Acquired Celestial Being Blood Vitality Mark, SSS class. Gain Talent. Divine Perception, SSS class. Your mental power will encompass the globe, allowing you to perceive the energy of all things. Training speed permanently increased. 80. Ecstasy surged through him, nearly overwhelming his senses. But it was not over yet. Successful fusion. Acquired Bobo Blood Vitality Mark, Extraordinary. Talent Mental Barrier evolved into Divine Hall Guardian, EX class. Immune to all mental attacks, maintaining inner peace. Training speed permanently increased. 40. Detected multiple talents interwoven within the host's bloodline. Host bloodline quality upgraded. Current quality. Silver. Combat power limit elevated to 1,000,000. Here it was. The final reckoning. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced, nearly bursting with excitement. He fixated on the system panel, his breath suspended. Astonishingly, his bloodline quality had improved, and his combat power limit had surpassed 1,000,000. Akin to a koi leaping over the dragon gate. Exhilarating. Current permanent training speed bonus, 650. Your training efficiency is 75 times the norm. Cao Xiaobai exhaled deeply, the breath transforming into a visible white streak, shooting forth and etching a shallow mark on the Divine Hall's floor. A speed of 5 times. What did this imply? While others required a year of training, he needed barely 2 months. He felt entirely enlightened. The world appeared transformed before his eyes. Divine perception unfurled instantly. He saw it. He perceived the myriad human energies beneath the Divine Hall, densely packed like fireflies. He glimpsed deep within Baozi Mountain. The faint but resilient life force of Chi-Chi. He even detected, from the distant wilderness, the tumultuous and vast energy of Bic. The entire earth lay within his grasp. Was this the power of the divine? Cao Xiaobai clenched his small fists, the sound of explosive energy crackling from his palms. It was no mere illusion. It was an expression of power overflowing to its utmost. He turned to the celestial being, grinning widely to reveal his pearly white teeth. "Thank you, Grandpa Celestial Being." The celestial being's eyelids twitched. Gazing at this 4-year-old child, an uncontrollable fear surged within him. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he was facing not a human, but an awakening black hole, one that consumed everything in its path. "Why you're in a state of..." The celestial being's voice faltered, his throat constricted. "Curious to know?" Cao Xiaobai tilted his head, suddenly springing into action. Without warning, without any build-up, and without any noticeable energy mobilization, he merely waved his hand. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. A cloud at the edge of the divine hall was instantly crushed into powder by an invisible force. It was not shattered, it was compressed. Goodness. Krillin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he plopped down onto the ground. He didn't even use a Kamehameha. This is pure force. Tianjin Fan's expression grew grave, his fists clenched tightly. His mastery over energy has reached a state of primal simplicity. He's only 4 years old. Yamcha gaped, utterly dumbfounded. They had tirelessly trained for 2 months, believing they had caught up to the monster, only to find that this monster had evolved further. Cao Xiaobai, hands clasped behind his back, ambled leisurely to the astonished celestial being, his face bearing a mischievous expression. Grandpa Celestial Being, according to the Scion machines. What are the combat powers of everyone present? The Celestial Being pondered briefly before providing a clear answer. Such calculations were not difficult for him. Your base combat power should be 2,300. 2,300. Krillin and the others were left speechless. However, the Celestial Being continued to disclose their combat values. Krillin, 1,700. Tianjin Fan, 1,800. Yamcha, 1,600. Under 2 months of intense training in hell, they had reached the pinnacle level required to confront the Scions as depicted in the original story. But what of Cao Xiaobai? Just 2 months prior, he had only been at 680. Now, this 4-year-old child had surpassed Tianjin Fan in regular combat power. How could this be possible? The celestial being trembled, utterly astonished by the terrifying talent of Cao Xiaobai, who had also elevated the combat power of Krillin and the others significantly. The times have changed, Grandpa Celestial Being. Cao Xiaobai remarked nonchalantly. With the Scion hybrid heritage, Gohan's mark, the regeneration capabilities of Bic fully maxed out, the mental barrier of the cat immortal, solid foundation, and now the Divine Hall Guardian bestowed by Bobo providing perfect mental clarity. Under the 75-fold enhancement, these 2 months had equated to over a year of arduous training for others. Coupled with the life-level leap granted by Divine Blood, 2,300 was merely the beginning. He surveyed the room, taking in the awe, shock, and even fear reflected in their eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Well then, the kindergarten curriculum of the Divine Hall has concluded successfully. Cao Xiaobai dusted off his pants, his face expressing mild indifference. You classmates are no longer worthy opponents for me. He gazed into the distance, towards the wilderness where Bic resided. I require a true training partner. Gentlemen, we shall meet on the battlefield. Without looking back, Cao Xiaobai leaped forward. Boom! The sound barrier shattered, transforming him into a bolt of golden lightning that vanished into the horizon, leaving behind the strongest warriors of Earth, shaken and questioning their existence, in the wind. He will save the Earth, won't he? Krillin swallowed hard, murmuring to himself. The celestial being stared in the direction where Cao Xiaobai had disappeared, lost in thought. He was unsure of the monster he had unleashed, but he understood that the fate of the Earth now rested solely on that child's shoulders. In the wilderness, rugged stones jutted out, the landscape marred and scarred. Several months had passed since the graduation from the temple. For Bic, this period was a nightmare. For Cao Xiaobai, however, it was a feast of indulgence. With a 75-fold increase in training speed, coupled with the near-suicidal exchanges of mutual harm with Bic, each brush with death amplified his Scion bloodline, causing his power to soar at a terrifying pace. Boom! A blast of purple-black magic energy pierced the sky, accompanied by a shrill scream that tore through the air, instantly reducing a peak to charred remains. Was that all? Amidst the smoke, a mocking voice rang out in a childish tone. Cao Xiaobai stood unscathed, merely tilting to the side, evading Bic's lethal technique by a hair's breadth. Little brat, don't get too carried away. Bic roared, his combat power having surged above 4,000 under extreme duress over the past few months. Yet in the face of Cao Xiaobai, he still felt a profound sense of helplessness. He spread his arms wide, unleashing countless small energy blasts that cascaded down like a torrential rain, sealing off all avenues for evasion. You see, your understanding of energy is outdated. Without flinching, Cao Xiaobai simply raised his hand. A thin, rapidly rotating transparent vortex materialized before him. This is easy. The myriad of energy blasts, upon contact with the vortex, were all deflected and neutralized, dissipating harmlessly. This was the ultimate defensive technique, Dozhuan Xing Yi, born from the fusion of Qi Yuanzhan's cutting, the meticulous control of energy blasts, the tranquil state of Bo's heart, and the divine perception's insight into energy flow. Now it's my turn. A flash of bloodlight ignited in Cao Xiaobai's eyes as he stomped his foot. Boom. The ground within a 100-meter radius instantly fractured and sank. He appeared before Bic in the blink of an eye, his small fist striking out with unadorned force. Bic's pupils constricted, and in a panic, he crossed his arms to block. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed. Bic was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through a dozen massive boulders and carving out hundreds of meters of trenches before finally coming to a halt, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Your strength. Bic clutched his chest, his face a mask of shock. Monster. Chapter 36. Intimidation and Armament. The countdown to the Scion arrival. Cough. Bic struggled to crawl out from the rubble, his mouth spilling blood. 4,000. His combat power had now surpassed the 4,000 mark. Yet moments ago, that little brat had effortlessly sent him flying with a single punch. It was not a matter of energy suppression, but rather a perfect amalgamation of technique, timing, and the application of power. That Dozhuan Xing, he was able to deflect the overwhelming energy of his blasts and turn it against him. What kind of monster are you? Bic's voice trembled as he felt that his centuries of battle experience were rendered a mere joke in front of Cao Xiaobai. As the dust settled, Cao Xiaobai stood with his hands behind his back, a look of disdain on his small face. He hadn't even broken a sweat. The 5-fold training speed boost, combined with the life-level leap granted by the divine blood, had thickened his chi to an astonishing degree. Not to mention, after merging divine perception, Bobo's heart, and Clin's wisdom, his control over chi had reached a transcendental level. Uncle Bic, you've regressed, you know. Cao Xiaobai's childish voice delivered the final blow. Uffed. Bic spat out another mouthful of old blood, his resolve nearly shattered. Meanwhile, son Wukong, whose combat power had reached 2,700, stood in utter disbelief. His mouth agape. His small body trembled uncontrollably. It was not fear but profound shock and admiration. So powerful. Little Xiaobai is incredibly strong. Wukong could sense the S-class potential within himself humming under the immense pressure of Cao Xiaobai's boundless chi, as if it had encountered a king, desiring to pay homage. The latent influence of the active blood mark at that moment instilled in Wukong an almost blind reverence for Cao Xiaobai. Just then, a shrill whistle pierced the sky. Xiaobai? I'm here. The things you wanted, oh dear. Bic, what happened to you? Were you hit by a meteor? A high-speed aircraft from the Capsule Corporation suddenly descended, and the door opened to reveal Bulma, clad in practical work attire, jumping down. Upon seeing the devastation, she was utterly flabbergasted. Bic's state was more pitiful than when he had been defeated by Wukong. Forget about Uncle Bic. Did you bring the stuff? Cao Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he scampered over. I did. You little rascal, these things took a lot out of me. Bulma grumbled while tossing down a capsule. Uffed. 2 heavy boxes materialized. She pointed to the first box, as if claiming credit. Tada! Duan Weizhi No. 1. Ultra-high energy focused cutting laser. I've used the latest fusion battery. Don't even talk about tails. It can slice through battleship armor like tofu. But it can only be used 3 times. Very good. Cao Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. He opened the second box to reveal a green battle power detector lying quietly inside. This was restored based on Scion remains, but the chip has been redesigned by me. Bulma proudly placed her hands on her hips. Theoretically capable of accurately detecting power levels below 200,000. What do you think? Genius, right? Sister Bulma, you truly are a genius. Cao Xiaobai lavishly praised her, then gently touched the intricate detector with his small hand. Buzz. Ding. Bulma's active blood mark, extraordinary learning and understanding activated, resonating with the target's technological creation. You have instantly mastered all operational principles and usage techniques of the new detector and the Duan Weizhi laser. Awesome. A smile crept across Cao Xiaobai's lips. The sensation of grasping something at a glance was simply marvelous. He casually picked up the detector, placed it on his ear, and aimed it at the still charging Bic. Beep beep. The detector emitted a series of urgent alarms, and then a bright red number flashed. 4,150. Wow. Uncle Bic, you've become stronger again. Cao Xiaobai remarked cheerfully. Bic, I thank you. He then pointed the detector at Wukong. 2,700. Finally, Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath and aimed the detector at himself. Beep beep. Beep beep beep. Just as the detector was about to reveal the value, a commanding voice resonated. They are coming. It is the divine beings. 2 Scion spaceships are approaching Earth. Estimated time of arrival, 10 minutes. Boom. The divine being's words struck every heart like a heavy hammer. The atmosphere, once relaxed due to the surge in combat power, instantly solidified. 10 minutes. The Grim Reaper has begun the countdown. Bulma's face turned ashen, her body growing weak. Wukong clenched his small fists in tension. Even Bic instinctively stood upright, gazing towards the sky. They are coming. What is the panic? Cao Xiaobai's calm voice shattered the oppressive silence. He stood at the forefront, his small figure seemingly the only pillar in this vast expanse. Methodically, he began issuing commands, his voice not loud but imbued with undeniable authority. Sister Bulma, you must return to Kame House immediately. There are Master Roshi and Baba the Fortune Teller. Your task is to monitor the globe and report enemy movements at all times. All right. Bulma nodded vigorously, realizing that her presence here would only be a burden. Wukong, go, help Uncle Bic up. Uncle Bic, Cao Xiaobai turned to face Bic, his gaze sharp as a blade. I am aware that you harbor discontent, but at this moment, the survival of Earth supersedes all else. I require your assistance, and you, in turn, need mine. Will you heed my command? Bic locked his eyes on Cao Xiaobai, grappling with the indignity of obeying a mere 4-year-old child. Such disgrace. Yet this child, his calm and almost sinister strategic acumen had been witnessed by Bic countless times over the past year. Humph. Bic turned his head away, giving a cold snort, which served as an unspoken acquiescence. Excellent. Cao Xiaobai smiled with satisfaction. Grandfather Tianxin, please notify Uncle Clin and Uncle Tianjin Fan, instructing them to assemble here immediately. They are already en route, came the response from Tianxin. On the barren plain, a fierce wind surged. The atmosphere had grown oppressive, as if the very air had transformed into viscous tar, rendering each breath a monumental effort. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For figures pierced the sky with terrifying speed that surpassed sound, landing steadily behind Cao Xiaobai, Clin, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, and Lepin. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the scene before them, the collapsed mountain peaks. The grievously injured Bic and Cao Xiaobai, whose power had multiplied several-fold since 6 months ago. Xiaobai, have you become stronger again? Clin swallowed hard. His battle power was nearing 3,000, yet he felt immense pressure in the presence of Cao Xiaobai. There is no time for pleasantries. Cao Xiaobai waved his hand, interrupting their astonishment. The enemy is about to arrive. Hiss. The three gasped in shock, their faces instantly turning serious. Thus, the mightiest Z warriors of Earth had gathered at Cao Xiaobai's summons. This force far surpassed the original narrative power. Ladies and gentlemen, Cao Xiaobai turned to face the elite warriors of Earth. Despite being the smallest among them, he naturally became the focal point of attention. His gaze swept over each individual, imbued with the scrutiny of an adult and the depth of a strategist. This battle concerns the survival of Earth and the fate of each of us. I have but one request. Cao Xiaobai slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the distant horizon, where 2 menacing meteors were hurtling towards them. Conceal all of your energy. Disguise yourselves as the most ordinary of Earthlings. They consider themselves noble and view us as mere ants. Therefore, a cold smile, incongruous with his age, blossomed on Cao Xiaobai's small face. Let us, these ants, provide those lofty scions with an unforgettable surprise. Chapter 37. The Weaklings? No, this is an invitation to the trap. 10 minutes. Cao Xiaobai's voice was not loud, yet it struck each heart like a heavy hammer. The air was thick as if laden with lead, making it laborious to breathe. He stood at the forefront. His diminutive figure had become the backbone of all present. One last reiteration. Cao Xiaobai turned, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his expression as icy as a child's should not be. Conceal all of your energy. Not a hint must escape. Whoever dares to disrupt my plan, I shall be the first to eliminate them. A chilling killing intent made Clin and Lepin shudder in unison. They harbored no doubts about the truth of his words. Just 6 months prior, this little imp had ground them into the dirt, almost leaving them with psychological scars. Cao Xiaobai closed his eyes, the tranquility bestowed by the Bobo vitality mark enveloping him, while the divine perception of the Tianxin vitality mark acted as a precise radar, monitoring the energy of everyone present. Uncle Bic, especially you. Cao Xiaobai fixed his gaze upon Bic, commanding him to suppress his foul demon energy. If you scare away our allies, I shall hold you accountable. Little brat. Bic's forehead twitched with veins. As a formidable demon king, he had never endured such humiliation. Within him, The terrifying battle power exceeding 4,000 surged like a beast trapped in a cage, desperately yearning to break free. It was unbearable. Yet, he gritted his teeth and endured. Over the past 6 months, he had been subjected to various unimaginable training methods by Cao Xiaobai, and he had already been subdued. He knew that this little brat's strategies had never failed. Excellent. Cao Xiaobai nodded with satisfaction. The energies of the Z warriors began to retract dramatically. Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Lepin, despite possessing enough power to obliterate mountains, now appeared weaker than the most ordinary earthlings. This was the epitome of concealment. Time ticked by. The heartbeat of each individual was distinctly audible. They have arrived. At the edge of the sky, 2 meteors ablaze with fiery flames, exuding a cataclysmic aura, trailed long tails as they streaked through the sky. Boom, boom. 2 earth-shattering roars shook the entire wasteland. The ground split, mountains crumbled, and a terrifying shockwave, mingled with clouds of dust, rushed forth. Wah! Klin was toppled to the ground by the force of the blast, his face filled with astonishment. Is this how Scions make their entrance? Merely descending feels like the apocalypse. Amidst the dust, a nauseating aura of sheer brutality and carnage surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing everyone instantly. Gulp! Lepin swallowed hard, sensing his very soul tremble. Fear. This was an overwhelming suppression at the level of existence. Creak. The left hatch of the spaceship slowly opened, and a towering figure emerged. Naba. He stood over 2.5 meters tall, his muscles bulging, and his bald head glinted ominously in the sunlight. He grinned savagely, sweeping aside the surrounding dust with a mere wave of his hand. Ha! Is this the place? The air is truly refreshing, huh? Naba's laughter was coarse and grating, causing discomfort to the ears of those present. Soon after, the right hatch opened as well. A figure, not particularly tall and rather petite, stepped out leisurely. Vegeta, dressed in Scion battle attire, he crossed his arms, slightly raised his chin, and his cold, unfeeling black eyes scanned the crowd as if surveying a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Lacking Naba's arrogance, the aura he emitted was 10 times more terrifying. Merely standing there evoked a sense of suffocation. Beep, 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 beep. The battle assessment device activated. What is going on? Where's that useless cockroach? Has Raditz' garbage battle reading vanished too? It seems he is truly dead. Naba scratched his bald head in confusion. Then his gaze fell upon the Z warriors. A wide grin revealing his yellowed teeth. Forget it. It appears the trash on this planet has already dealt with them. Naba cracked his neck with a series of pops. Huffing. It seems you lot are the strongest warriors on Earth, huh? He mockingly raised his wrist and pressed the battle power detector again. Beep. Beep, beep, beep. The detector emitted an urgent and piercing sound. The hearts of all Z warriors leaped into their throats. Here it comes. The classic moment of the weaklings. Klin pinched his thigh tightly. Tianjin Fan remained expressionless, yet the veins on his temples throbbed. Bick, with his battle power exceeding 4,000, was now being regarded as trash. Beep. Naba looked at the readings on the detector, initially taken aback, then erupted into a thunderous guffaw. Ha! Vegeta, come quickly and see this. It's killing me. Naba laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face, pointing at Bick, breathless as he exclaimed, this green-skinned giant has a battle power of only 408? With such a level, he could kill Raditz? That useless Raditz truly underestimated the situation. 408. The emblematic lines on Bick's forehead seemed to materialize. If a gaze could kill, then Naba would have been flayed alive 1,000 times over. Naba aimed the scouter at Colleen. Beep. 201. Ha. Naba burst into laughter, doubled over with mirth. 201. This bald fellow is even weaker than a cultivated being. Is this the caliber of Earthlings? Not even as formidable as our slaves. Colleen hung his head, fists tightly clenched, his body trembling slightly from the intense restraint. Endure. I must endure. Xiaobai said this is a trap. Vegeta stood to the side, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Boring. He coldly uttered 2 words. Naba. Stop playing around. Swiftly eliminate these pests. And then inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. With a combat power of merely a few hundred, they are not worthy of his attention. This is the arrogance of the Scion Prince. Naba straightened up, grinning menacingly as he approached the group. All right, Prince. I shall commence with this green-skinned one. Hold on. A youthful yet remarkably composed voice suddenly interrupted Naba's actions. Naba paused, looking down. Among this collection of weaklings, there is yet a smaller sprout? Cao Xiaobai strolled out from behind Bika, hands clasped behind his back. He lifted his chin, gazing at Na Ba with an innocent smile gracing his small face. Uncle, are you here for a vacation? Uffed. Colleen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. A vacation? How could you even think of that? Na Ba was momentarily stunned, then erupted into an even louder laugh. Ha ha, little brat. You are amusing. Unfortunately, Uncle is here to send you on your way. He casually raised the scouter, pointing it at Cao Xiaobai. The device emitted no sound whatsoever, not even a combat power reading. Ha ha ha. This planet is truly pathetic. Na Ba laughed uncontrollably. Beiji Ta was finally drawn by the commotion, casting an impatient glance. His gaze traversed over Bika and Colleen, ultimately resting upon the 4-year-old child. Cao Xiaobai stood there, facing two cosmic executioners, confronted with enough power to obliterate Earth, yet his eyes held no trace of fear, only an unfathomable tranquility. Beiji Ta's brow furrowed slightly. This little brat is peculiar. He felt an odd dissonance, yet could not pinpoint its source. After all, the scouter does not lie. What threat could an infant with no combat power possibly pose? Have they brought a child to the slaughter? Beiji Ta slowly raised his chin, his eyes filled with disdain and boredom. Truly tiresome. Chapter 38. Utter Humiliation. The Cultivator's Death Game. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Have they even brought a child to die? Are they aware of their impending doom, unwilling to leave the child behind to suffer? How touching. However, your actions are quite wise, for once we acquire the 7 Dragon Balls to fulfill our wishes, we will eradicate everyone on this planet. Na Ba's maniacal laughter echoed across the wasteland, resonating painfully in the ears. He pointed at Cao Xiaobai, laughing so hard he was on the verge of tears. Beep. He raised the scouter once more, aiming it at Cao Xiaobai. Beep beep, no response. Ha ha ha. 0. The combat power is 0. Is every infant on this planet this feeble? Na Ba clutched his stomach, reveling in mockery. Cao Xiaobai stood still, head lowered, his small shoulders trembling violently as though gripped by fear. Colleen swallowed nervously, pondering whether Xiaobai had gambled too recklessly this time. After all, these are two merciless fiends. Leping's face turned pale, yet only Bika, standing behind Cao Xiaobai, could perceive the unsettling thrill hidden beneath that lightly quivering back. Cao Xiaobai was laughing. He bit down hard on his teeth, nearly piercing his tongue, desperately suppressing the urge to cackle uncontrollably. The Bobo Vitality Seal invigorated his heart, now in frenetic motion, forcibly cooling the boiling intent to kill. The divine perception of the Tianxin Vitality Seal distinctly revealed the repugnant, swollen violence brewing within Na Ba. Delightful. It felt utterly exhilarating. Being openly ridiculed by the king of weaklings, this pinnacle of humiliation sent Cao Xiaobai's adrenaline soaring to new heights. Laugh all you want. The harder you laugh now, the more you will weep later. Hey, Na Ba, how long do you intend to play around? Beiji Ta, who had been watching with crossed arms, finally grew impatient. He yawned, not even casting a glance at the Z warriors, as if they were less significant than weeds by the roadside. The air on this planet feels delightful. Hurry and dispose of this garbage. Ask about the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. Do not waste my time. Beiji Ta's voice was icy and piercing, laced with an air of superiority. In his eyes, this group of useless beings, with a combined combat power of less than 1,000, were utterly unworthy of his attention. Heh, as you command. Na Ba straightened up, grinning as he cracked his thick neck, producing a series of bone-cracking sounds. He approached step by step, each footfall echoing like a heartbeat in the Z warriors' chests. Killing you would dirty my hands. Na Ba displayed a cruel smile, retrieving 6 grayish seeds resembling dried beans from a small pouch at his waist. Let us play with these. They are the favorite little toys of us scions. Uft, uft, uft. Na Ba casually buried the seeds in the soil, pouring a bit of water over them. The soft earth erupted, releasing a foul odor and green slime as 6 grotesque, malevolent little figures emerged from the ground. They shrieked and brandished their claws, hideously ugly. Beep, beep, beep. Colleen, Leping, and Tianjin Fan simultaneously pressed the buttons on Bulma's newly developed scouter. 1,200. 1,200. All readings were 1,200. They had suppressed their combat power to the level of 200 to 300 to conceal their auras. Yet these monsters were each 4 to 5 times stronger than they appeared. Haha, are you scared? Trash. Na Ba stood proudly with his hands on his hips. These little cuties could easily squash all of you. Go on, enjoy the slaughter. The 6 cultivators received their command, immediately screeching as they surrounded the Z warriors. They bared their teeth at Colleen, even spitting at Leping, as if mocking the incompetence of earthlings. How infuriating! Leping's forehead throbbed with veins, his Wolfang fist nearly escaping his control. Stay calm, Tian Jinfan whispered, clenching his fists tightly. Frustrating. How utterly frustrating. They clearly possessed the power to crush these creatures, yet had to endure like cowards. Naba reveled in their impotent rage, laughing even more maniacally. He delighted in the thrill of cat and mouse, relishing the pleasure of trampling upon the dignity of the strong. His gaze swept through the crowd and landed on the small figure trembling in fear, Suan Wufan. Wufan had also suppressed his combat power to the utmost. Yet due to insufficient control, the combat power he exhibited was indeed the strongest among the group. Naba's eyes lit up, recalling the communication from Radz before his demise. Oh, isn't this Kaka Luotes' worthless son? Naba strode over, seizing Wufan by the collar and lifting him into the air. I heard it was you, little crybaby, who gravely injured Radz. Ha ha ha. Hilarious. With you? Beep. Naba pressed the scouter against Wufan. 590. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Slightly stronger than your deceased father. No wonder Latz was injured by a fool like you due to carelessness. Truly, it is a disgrace for the Scions. That Ba forcefully pinned Wu Fan to the ground, stepping on his chest and applying pressure. Cry out. Let me witness your astonishing power. Ha ha. Wu Fan's small face turned pale. He bit his lip tightly, tears welling in his eyes, yet he stubbornly remained silent. He recalled Cao Xiaobai's instruction. Endure. Stop. Clin and Baika simultaneously roared, ready to charge in. Do not move. A youthful voice, imbued with a chilling authority, instantly quelled all restlessness. Cao Xiaobai finally raised his head. The fear and trembling on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a suffocating calm. His distinctly black and white eyes seemed to transform into an eternal icy pool, cold to the bone. He did not look at that Ba, but slowly turned his gaze to Sun Wu Fan, who lay beneath his foot. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Ba's laughter abruptly ceased. He sensed something amiss. As the boy's gaze made him uncomfortable, Vegeta finally emitted a sound of surprise, for the first time regarding Cao Xiaobai with earnest eyes. Cao Xiaobai exchanged a glance with Baiku. In a single moment, Baiku understood everything. The moment for the hunt had arrived. Wu Fanji. Cao Xiaobai's voice was soft, as though afraid of disturbing something, yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. He extended his small hand, pointing towards the 6 boastful cultivators and the arrogant Ba. Go ahead. Bury them all. Chapter 39, The Awakening Beast. Wu Fan's fear and anger. Boom. This declaration resonated in Sun Wu Fan's mind. He abruptly lifted his head, not meeting Ba's menacing grin, but rather Cao Xiaobai's unfathomable black pupils, as if they could see through everything. That gaze offered neither encouragement nor warmth, only a cold command and expectation. Expectation for him to unleash his potential? Expectation for him to kill? Sun Wu Fan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, fear overwhelming him like a tidal wave. He was merely a child of over 4 years. He did not wish to fight. He wanted to return home to his mother. Come on, little brat. Don't disappoint your little brother. Ha ha. Ba laughed maniacally, delivering a harsh kick to Wu Fan. Wu Fan stumbled, forced to face the 6 screeching cultivators. Beep, beep. Ba's scouter locked onto him. A mere 590 of trash. Hey, little green-skinned ones, who wants to go first? I'll reward them with a pound of fresh meat. Creak. The closest cultivator, filled with excitement, emitted an eerie cry and transformed into a green blur, its sharp claws lunging for Wu Fan's throat. A battle power of 1200. Wu Fan, be careful. Clin's eyes widened with fury, wanting to rush in but was firmly held back by Tianjin Fan. Trust Xiaobai. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth. He understood that this was part of the plan, a hurdle Wu Fan must overcome. However, Wu Fan's reaction left them in despair. Facing the oncoming demon, Wu Fan unexpectedly shut his eyes, cradled his head in his arms, trembling as he crouched down. Uffed. The cultivator's claws left 3 bloody gashes on his face, blood gushing forth. Ha ha. Useless. Truly worthless. Ba laughed uncontrollably. Is this the hybrid scion? Is this Kakarot's useless son? What a disgrace to the scions. Vegeta stood aside, observing with indifference, his eyes filled with disdain. Such trash, devoid of even a will to resist, was unworthy of scion blood. Bika clenched his fists. He was furious. He was anxious. He wished to replace Wu Fan, but he understood better. Since Cao Xiaobai had given the order, there must be a profound purpose behind it. Cao Xiaobai stood still, his small face taut. The Bo vitality mark kept him utterly calm, yet the combat wisdom from the Clin vitality mark sounded frantic alarms. Wu Fan's potential was completely shackled by fear. With a foundation of 2,700, he was now barely exhibiting even 500. This cannot continue. If this persists, Wu Fan will truly be toyed with. Squeak. The cultivator, tasting success, grew more exhilarated, jumping onto Wu Fan's back and opening its foul maw to bite down ferociously. Wu Fan finally let out a dreadful scream, struggling desperately, yet feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Enough. Clin could no longer contain himself. Wait. Cao Xiaobai abruptly extended his hand to stop him. His gaze fixated on the humiliated Wu Fan, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. A flower in a greenhouse, untested by storms, can never bloom. Since fear has overwhelmed instinct, let greater pain shatter the shackles. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath, channeling the divine energy belonging to the heavenly god. He aimed to ignite the powder keg within Wu Fan's heart in the most direct and brutal manner. A faint, imperceptible wave of mental energy crossed the space and penetrated Wu Fan's mind. It was not comfort, but rather the whisper of a demon. Son Wu Fan, what are you doing? Cao Xiaobai's voice was cold and stern, resonating deep within Wu Fan's soul. Wu Fan trembled, forgetting the pain in his bitten shoulder. Look at yourself now. Cowardly. Pathetic. Who do you owe this to? Think of your father. Son Wukong. He died at La Tz's hands to protect the earth. To protect you. When he perished, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and hope for you. Now think of your mother. Chi. She awaits your return day and night at home. If she knew you were being trampled like a dog, how heartbroken would she be? Cao Xiaobai's voice grew increasingly frigid, each word striking Wu Fan's heart like a hammer. He even invoked the anger trigger derived from Wu Fan's bloodline deep within the system. Do you intend to die here in such a pitiful manner? Allow the one who killed your father to mock your corpse. Stand up, son Wu Fan. You are not a coward. You are the son of a scion. Within your veins flows the proud blood that can grow stronger through rage. Explode for me. The final word. Cao Xiaobai nearly screamed with all his might. Wu Fan's mind flashed with his father's warm smile, his mother's stern admonitions, then abruptly shifted to the horrific image of his father being pierced through the chest, transforming into La Tz's maniacal laughter. Fear, humiliation, pain, and fury, every emotion converged, compressed, and erupted at that moment. I, Wu Fan, lay on the ground, my body trembling violently, my teeth chattering, blood oozing from the corner of my mouth. The cultivator excitedly increased its bite force. I will not allow you. A fractured, suppressed voice squeezed from the depths of Wu Fan's throat. The cultivator paused. Boom. An indescribable wave of terror erupted, centered around Wu Fan, instantly exploding. The cultivator screamed, as if struck by a speeding truck, sent flying away, crashing to the ground, its fate unknown. Dust and rocks flew. The heavens and earth changed color. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ba's smile froze on his face. Vegeta widened his eyes, for the first time revealing a grave expression. As the dust settled, Sun Wu Fan slowly rose. He lowered his head, his bangs concealing his eyes. His body no longer trembled. Instead, a mountain-like steadiness replaced it. Drip. A drop of liquid, mingled with tears and blood, fell onto the charred earth. I will not allow you to harm my friends. I will not permit you to insult my father. I am furious. Accompanied by earth-shattering roars, Sun Wu Fan suddenly lifted his head. Boom! A blue aura intertwined with violent white lightning surged from his small frame. His once obedient black hair standing on end. The youthful visage contorted, as the inky pupils ignited with a fury potent enough to incinerate all in its path. The very ground trembled beneath this force. How could this be possible? Clin stared, dumbfounded, at the scene before him. A transformation that could only be described as monstrous. An overwhelming aura enveloped the atmosphere. Lepin collapsed onto the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. The oppressive essence surpassed even that of the peak period of Bic. Cao Xiaobai observed the soaring azure flames, a smirk of satisfaction, almost grotesque, creeping onto his lips. It was done. The SSS-level talent, Fury Explosion, had been completely activated. Beep, beep, beep. The battle power detector emitted an unprecedentedly shrill alarm, as if it were on the brink of exploding. Naba stood paralyzed, unable to fathom the frantically dancing numbers on the detector screen, his voice trembling. No, it cannot be. This little brat's battle power is skyrocketing. What in the world is this creature? 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. The numbers surged at a dizzying pace, showing no signs of halting. Damn it! Stop! Stop! Naba screamed in terror, sensing a threat, a lethal threat. Beep. 5,700. The alarm abruptly ceased. The numbers froze at a height that left all the scions present breathless. 5,700. This battle power surpassed that of Nappa. It was over 4 times greater than the fighters they had brought. Naba swallowed hard, his face turning ashen. Had he just mocked a monster with a battle power of 5,700? Chapter 40. One punch to obliterate. The proud 1's expression management fails. 5,700. Naba's scream reverberated in his throat, as if gripped by an invisible hand that abruptly silenced him. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All eyes were riveted upon that diminutive figure. Sun Wufan stood there, head bowed, the tremors of his body now stilled. In their place surged a terrifying aura that made the earth quiver. His once soft black hair now stood on end. Boom. The blue-white energy, like a volcanic eruption, shot skyward from his small frame. The violent energy manifested as visible shockwaves, lifting debris into the air. Wufan, Wufan. Klin's voice trembled, nearly suffocated by this overwhelming presence. Is this still the timid child who feared confrontation? Creak. The cultivation being, which had just tasted success, clinging to Wufan's back, now felt as if plunged into an ice cavern. It instinctively sensed a fatal threat, emitting a terrified shriek, its sharp claws plunging down once more in a desperate struggle. Get lost. Sun Wufan suddenly raised his head. Those eyes, devoid of fear and tears, were now filled with burning rage and icy malice. With a swift motion, he seized the creature as if grasping a chick, effortlessly tearing the 1,200 battle power monster from his back. Squeak. The cultivation being writhed desperately, but its struggles seemed laughable before Wufan's terrifying might. You hurt me. Wufan's voice was hoarse and low, reminiscent of a beast's roar from the abyss. Bang. With no extraneous movement, he merely smashed the creature into the ground. The earth instantly cracked. The cultivation being had no time to scream, obliterated into a mass of green mush under that overwhelming force. Instant kill. Swift and brutally efficient. Gulp. Naba swallowed hard, his face as pale as a sheet. His prideful soldiers were dispatched like garbage by a creature he deemed worthless. How exhilarating. Lepin could no longer contain his exuberance. The pent-up frustration and anger finally released in that moment. Don't just stand there, Wufan. Cao Xiaobai's calm voice resonated like thunder in Wufan's mind. There are 5 more. Leave none alive. With Klin's battle wisdom and Tian Shun's comprehensive awareness aiding him, Cao Xiaobai swiftly outlined the perfect path of slaughter for Wufan. Wufan's gaze sharpened as he received the command. Whoosh. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage. Not good. Scatter quickly. Naba cried out in panic, his voice hoarse. Too late. Boom. Wufan appeared before a cultivation being, delivering a straightforward punch. The creature attempted to block, but crack. Bang. Its arm shattered instantly, the punch continuing onward, piercing through its chest. Next, Cao Xiaobai's voice rang out once more. Swish. Wufan disappeared again. Splatter. A green head soared into the sky. To the left. Boom. The Kamehameha wave devoured everything. A tiger among sheep. No, a wolf in a henhouse. Under Cao Xiaobai's precise guidance, an unleashed Sun Wufan displayed a chilling combat instinct and efficiency. He was no longer a child, but a pure killing machine. Clap, clap, clap. It was as simple as smashing a few watermelons. From Wufan's explosive emergence to the end of the battle, it took less than 10 seconds. 6 cultivation beings, each with a battle power of 1,200, which had instilled dread in the Z warriors, were utterly annihilated. Upon the scorched earth, only Sun Wufan remained, standing silently. His fists were still smeared with green liquid, yet he paid it no mind, slowly turning to fix his cold gaze upon the trembling Naba. It is your turn, Wufan stated, his voice chillingly calm. You stay away. Naba completely unraveled, a proud scion elite warrior reduced to retreating in fear before a mere 4-year-old child. You insolent wretch. A thunderous roar erupted, as if thunder had struck. Vegeta finally moved. His complexion was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, and his proud eyes burned with an inferno capable of consuming all. Crack! He ripped the battle power detector from his ear and in his grasp. The precision instrument was reduced to dust. Beep, beep. The detector, in its final moments of being crushed, faithfully reported, battle power 57. Rubbish. Vegeta bellowed. He had been played. Completely and utterly deceived. The proud Scion Prince, the pride of the universe's mightiest warrior race, had been toyed with by those he regarded as earthbound insects. They had concealed their true battle power. From the beginning, those figures of 408, 201 were all lies. Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong. But soon his gaze shifted to the black-haired boy standing calmly in the background, Cao Xiaobai. His instincts told him that this child, whose detector had consistently read 0, was the true puppet master behind it all. You. Vegeta's voice was low and dangerous, each word forced through gritted teeth. Were you the one orchestrating this? Faced with the wrath of the Scion Prince, Cao Xiaobai merely smiled faintly. He brushed the dust from his hands and leisurely approached Sun Wukong's side. Oh dear. I truly apologize. Cao Xiaobai's voice was innocent, a hint of regret on his face. It seems I accidentally broke your toys. You. Naba seethed, rage consuming him as he prepared to charge forward, only to suddenly feel an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Boom. His legs gave way, and with a thud, he found himself forced to one knee by the sudden influx of energy. Naba looked up in horror, incredulous at the sight of Cao Xiaobai. It was this little brat? Cao Xiaobai's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold indifference that disregarded all life. He stood there quietly, yet it seemed as though he had become the very center of this realm. The tranquility of Bobo rendered him indifferent to both praise and blame. The divinity of Tiantian bestowed upon him an innate majesty. The wisdom of Kellen granted him insight into all things. He slowly raised his head and locked eyes with Vegeta, suspended in midair. Within those profound black orbs, there resided no trace of fear, only scrutiny, as if appraising a priceless artifact. Uncle Vegeta, Cao Xiaobai spoke with a calm demeanor. The warm-up is over. We have grown weary of your trifles. Now he paused, a chilling smile gracing his lips. It is time to get serious. Boom. In that instant, an overwhelming, unfathomable aura began to emanate slowly from Cao Xiaobai's diminutive frame. This aura, unlike Gohan's ferocity, resembled an ancient glacier, heavy and oppressive, making even breathing a laborious task. This force left Kellen and the others in sheer astonishment. They knew Cao Xiaobai was formidable, but they had not anticipated such an extent of power. Merely releasing a hint of his aura was enough to suppress that Naba with a battle power of 4,000. Vegeta's pupils constricted abruptly. He sensed a threat, an unprecedented threat. After a brief moment of shock, Vegeta erupted into maniacal laughter, his voice brimming with madness and excitement. How intriguing. Absolutely fascinating. To think such a monster lurks on Earth. Splendid. Truly splendid. He ascended gradually, reaching the same level as Cao Xiaobai, gazing down upon him with haughty disdain. Little brat, you have piqued my interest. State your name. You are worthy of dying by my hand. Cao Xiaobai shrugged noncommittally. Do you believe that with such unrefined tricks, you can defeat a Scion? Vegeta spread his arms wide, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Let me show you what true, absolute power is. Thunder rumbled as the clear sky was suddenly engulfed in dark clouds. A tempest arose, stirring up dust and debris. An overwhelming pressure, capable of sending shivers through the soul, radiated outward from Vegeta like a tidal wave. Under this pressure, Kellen, Lu Ping, Tianjin Fan, and others found themselves staggering, unable to maintain their footing. What sort of monster is this? Lu Ping exclaimed in terror. Cao Xiaobai's expression grew grave. Tianjin's perception went into overdrive. He witnessed the terrifying energy within Vegeta, akin to a supernova on the verge of exploding. Beep, beep. The device on Naba's wrist trembled as he pointed towards Vegeta. The next moment, the device emitted a piercing alarm. Battle power, 18,000. Naba collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. So powerful. This is the true strength of Prince Vegeta. 18,000. That number fell like a death sentence upon the hearts of the Z fighters. Despair. Combined. Piccolo and Gohan barely surpassed a little over 10,000. while Vegeta alone equaled 18,000. Not to mention the 4,000 from Naba beside him. How could they possibly win this battle? Vegeta basked in his own ferocious aura, resembling a descending demon. With a sinister grin, he slowly raised his hand, pointing at Cao Xiaobai. Naba, you take care of that green-skinned one, Piccolo, and that little brat, go on. As for this hidden little fellow, a cruel glint flickered in Vegeta's eyes, and he enunciated each word deliberately. He is mine. Chapter 41, Hope. The late arrival of Kakarot. Little brat, meet your demise. Vegeta cackled, slowly raising his hand, a spine-tingling beam of energy coalescing at his fingertips. He intended to crush this insect, daring to mock him as one would squash an ant. The shadow of death loomed ominously over the battlefield. Cao Xiaobai's gaze turned icy. Although his battle power was still far from the monumental 10,000, he was still no match for Vegeta. Nevertheless, with his numerous innate talents, he was more than capable of battling Vegeta. Just as he prepared for the confrontation, wait. Kellen suddenly let out a shrill cry, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed towards the distant horizon. This feeling, he trembled, not from fear, but from incredulous joy. It's Goku. Boom. Kellen's voice erupted like thunder, shattering the silence of despair. What? Piccolo spun around abruptly. Dad. Gohan stood frozen. Goku. Liu Ping's voice cracked with astonishment. Goku. He has finally arrived. Tianjin fans' pupils narrowed. It cannot be mistaken. This energy is undoubtedly Goku. He has returned. He truly has returned. Kellen, overwhelmed with emotion, wept openly, his tears flowing freely as he released all the pent-up frustration from his heart. Hope. In the darkest hour, a ray of light tore through the heavens. Vegeta's movements faltered. He slowly turned to gaze in the direction Kellen was pointing. The next moment, whoosh. A blinding orange light streaked across the sky at an incomprehensible speed, leaving behind a lingering tail of flames. He has come. Cao Xiaobai felt invigorated. His grip on the laser knife relaxed. He has come. That man, he has finally caught up. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the orange figure descended like a meteor, landing heavily between the Z fighters and Vegeta. A violent shockwave surged forth, carving a deep trench into the scorched earth. As the dust settled, a man clad in a pristine orange martial arts uniform, emblazoned with the character for World on his back, stood tall before them. Son Wukong. He has returned. Goku. Kellen choked, unable to stand any longer, collapsing to the ground in tears. Dad. Gohan cried out, rolling and scrambling towards Son Wukong, throwing his arms around his father's leg. Gohan, are you all right? Son Wukong lowered his head, gently ruffling his son's hair with a warm tone. Though his eyes blazed with fury, he had seen the scars on Gohan's back. Thank goodness I made it in time. Son Wukong's voice was filled with relief. Goku, you arrived just in time. Liu Ping shouted excitedly. KK Kakarot. A voice, clenched with teeth yet tinged with pathological excitement, resonated. Vegeta. He fixed his unwavering gaze upon Son Wukong, and in his proud eyes, only pure battle intent and madness remained. You actually survived. Ha. Splendid. Marvelous. So it seems the legends of the Dragon Balls on Earth are indeed true? Ha. Excellent. A scion who could crawl back from the depths of hell. You are worthy of dying by my hand. Son Wukong ignored Vegeta's frenzied outburst. He rose to his feet, scanning the faces of his comrades, eventually resting his gaze upon Cao Xiaobai, who stood beside Gohan. Son Wukong was taken aback. Instinctively, he reached out to sense this 4-year-old child's energy. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. This energy, it was so peculiar, a chaotic amalgamation, seemingly infused with the traits of countless individuals. Piccolo's Namekian energy, the vastness of the Tiantian, Kellen's battle wisdom, and the martial arts mastery of the Turtle Hermit. All these disparate energies harmoniously coalesced within this tiny body. Moreover, beneath this chaos lay an enormous power that even he found unsettling. You must be that little brat from back then. What on earth have you experienced these past few months? Son Wukong was astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. You have become so powerful, stronger than Piccolo, even stronger than Gohan. Cao Xiaobai chuckled, revealing 2 adorable little canines, and sweetly exclaimed, Uncle Wukong, my name is Xiaobai. I have been well taught by Uncle Bick and everyone. I have truly put in great effort. In his heart, he fervently complained, what nonsense. I've been training at 75 times the normal speed. With all my external enhancements, how could I not be strong? If you don't show up, I would have to face that perverse Vegeta alone. Sun Wukong regarded Cao Xiaobai with deep appreciation, his eyes filled with warmth and admiration. Well done, Xiaobai. You protected everyone, didn't you? Official recognition from the original protagonist. How exhilarating. Cao Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, more satisfying than consuming a ginseng fruit. All right, leave the next part to me, Sun Wukong said as he stretched his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. He turned to Cao Xiaobai and instructed earnestly. Take Gohan and step back a little. Got it. Uncle Wukong, go for it. Defeat him. Cao Xiaobai responded promptly, pulling Gohan and retreating. Finally, I don't have to step in myself. That's terrifying. 18,000. Who can withstand that? As he ran, he enthusiastically cheered for Sun Wukong in his mind. Go, Uncle Wukong. When you win, don't forget to leave me a souvenir. He discreetly glanced at Vegeta. Yes, he had reserved that SSR-level blood vitality mark for himself. Kakarot, how dare you ignore me? Vegeta was utterly enraged. He could not tolerate Sun Wukong's nonchalant attitude towards the impending battle. I will kill you. Boom. Vegeta's aura surged once more. The ground beneath him cracked instantaneously, fissures sprawling like a spider's web in all directions. Sun Wukong's smile vanished. He slowly raised his head, his gaze turning fiercely sharp. Vegeta, is it? Your bullying of my friends has angered me. Boom. A similarly cataclysmic red aura erupted from Sun Wukong. The two forces of destruction collided violently on the wasteland. The heavens and earth altered in hue. Dust and stones flew. Come on. Sun Wukong assumed the initial stance of the turtle school. Prepare to perish. Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, descending with tremendous force. Bang! The deafening sound seemed capable of shattering the entire earth. The battle of the mightiest scions had officially commenced. Chapter 42, Commander-in-Chief. The meat grinder plan is activated. Boom. At the edge of the sky, two distinctly terrifying auras collided with a thunderous roar. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, these two monsters among the scions, seamlessly shifted the battlefield to an uninhabited area. The energy waves they unleashed caused the very ground beneath to moan and tremble. They have left. The two strongest monsters have departed. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed upon the lone remaining scion, Naba, towering over 2.5 meters. A muscular bald giant, now wore an expression dark enough to drip water. He had been ignored. That bastard Vegeta had left him behind to revel in battle. Damn Kakarot. Naba gritted his teeth, the fury within him nearly combustible. He abruptly turned, his eyes like copper bells, bloodshot and fixated upon the Z-warriors. You insects. How dare you keep Vegeta waiting? Naba sneered, cracking his neck ominously. Now, it's my turn to entertain you. He glanced warily at Gohan, raising his arm to press down on the scouter atop his head. Power level 2,700. Naba was taken aback, then erupted into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha. The machine must be malfunctioning. I told you, how could a scion child be this strong? A mere 2,700 dares to be insolent before me. As Gohan's anger subsided, his power level decreased. Although 2,700 was still significantly above normal, in Naba's eyes, it was no different from an ant. Die. Naba completely let loose, stomping down violently, causing the ground to collapse. He shot towards Gohan like a cannonball, enveloped in a devastating aura. Now, a voice, calm to the point of being chilling, resonated in the minds of all Z-warriors. Cao Xiaobai. He stood at the rear of the formation, his small frame motionless. Yet his distinctly black and white eyes sparkled with a chilling gleam. Though my power level could easily eliminate Naba, it would be unlikely to make him surrender the blood vitality. However, what if I drive him to despair? Heh, I am indeed a genius. Cao Xiaobai initiated a flawless plan in his mind. Cleanse blood vitality mark, combat wisdom, S-class, activated. Temple Guardian, EX-class, fully engaged. In Cao Xiaobai's view, Naba's movements seemed to be in slow motion. He saw through him. Naba was arrogant, conceited, and foolish. He relied solely on overwhelming strength. To deal with him, brute force was unnecessary. The meat grinder plan is in motion. Cao Xiaobai's voice, though soft, clearly reached everyone's ears. Objective: exhaustion. No one is allowed to linger in battle. Proceed in the designated order. Go. Understood. The Z-warriors shouted in unison, their voices devoid of fear, filled only with obedience and indomitable fighting spirit. They were no longer the lambs being passively beaten in the original story. They had been trained for months by the devil instructor Cao Xiaobai, turning them into elite soldiers. Lu Ping, position 1. Got it, Lu Ping shouted, transforming into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Naba. Power level 2500, daring to seek death. I shall grant you your wish. Naba sneered, his massive fist ruthlessly swinging. This punch could obliterate a mountain. However, Lu Ping was well prepared. Chi bomb barrage. He chose not to confront directly, but, while moving at high speed, his hands danced like fluttering butterflies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of high-density energy bombs, whistling sharply, shot towards Naba's eyes, throat, and joints from all angles. This was not the loose chi bombs of Lu Ping's past. This was a multi-tracking chi bomb, optimized by Cao Xiaobai using the eye of the academic deity and improved with Lu Ping's blood vitality mark, wolf sharpness. Each shot encapsulated Lu Ping's entire essence. Annoying flies. Naba bellowed, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that shattered the incoming bombs. Yet, more chi bombs followed in rapid succession. Get lost. Naba was thoroughly enraged by the relentless harassment, abandoning his attack on Gohan to pursue Lu Ping instead. Lu Ping, 3 steps to the left. Lead him to point B. Cao Xiaobai calmly commanded. Lu Ping gritted his teeth, exerting himself to narrowly evade Naba's heavy punches while leading him towards the designated area as instructed. Naba, like a raging bull, was being toyed with by Lu Ping, the fly. Bastard. If you have the guts, don't run. Haha. Big guy, come catch me. Lu Ping, though in a precarious situation, was filled with delight. This was the meat grinder, using speed and technique to gradually wear down the opponent's patience and stamina. Yet, Naba was, after all, an elite scion with a power level of 4,000. Found you. At the moment Lu Ping was exhausted, Naba's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He predicted Lu Ping's landing. Boom. Naba, moving with an unexpected speed for his massive frame, appeared beside Lu Ping, his palm descending like a fan. Lu Ping. Kling gasped. Not good. Lu Ping's soul fled, and he did his utmost to turn sideways. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed. The formidable strike from Naba did not land on Lu Ping's head, but rather crashed solidly against his shoulder. With a violent cough, Lu Ping spewed forth a copious amount of blood, his body flying backward like a broken sack, crashing violently against a massive boulder, leaving his fate uncertain. Uncle Lu Ping. Sun Wufan's face turned pale. Do not panic. He will not die. Cao Xiaobai's voice remained calm as he completed his task. Naba began to breathe heavily. Upon closer inspection, although Naba had severely injured Lu Ping, he stood in place, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The continuous bursts of energy and the anger from being toyed with had begun to deplete his stamina. 1. Naba sneered, casually wiping the sweat from his brow. Next. Who will come? I will. The bald-headed Klin stepped forward, his diminutive stature radiating an unsettling pressure. Naba glanced at the detector, sneering dismissively. The opponent was slightly stronger than the previous one, yet still beneath his contempt. Before the derogatory words could escape his lips, Naba's pupils dilated in shock. Above Klin's palm, a rapidly spinning disk of energy, as thin as a cicada's wing, materialized. Zzz. The disk sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, as if the surrounding space itself had been cleaved. What in the world is this? Naba's heart raced with alarm. Chi Yuanzhan, improved version. Klin gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength to hurl the disk with ferocity. Whoosh! The light raced to its zenith, almost forming a line in the air, heading straight for Naba's neck. A mere trick, Naba bellowed, arrogantly believing his tough skin and muscle would allow him to withstand the blow. PFFF. Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, there was only the dull sound of a blade piercing flesh. Naba's grin froze on his face. His arm, capable of withstanding a standard energy blast, was severed as easily as a hot knife through butter upon contact with the Chi Yuanzhan. Oh, my hand. A chilling scream echoed through the air. The severed arm was smooth as glass, not a drop of blood immediately gushing forth, showcasing the astonishing speed of the cut. Yet, the offensive of the Chi Yuanzhan was far from over. After severing Naba's arm, it continued its relentless path toward his head. Damn it! The shadow of death loomed over him, sending chills through Naba's core. Ignoring the agony of his severed limb, he exerted every ounce of strength to lean back. Swish! The sharp disc grazed the tip of his nose, drawing a line of blood and slicing off one of his ears before embedding itself into the distant mountainside, with a resounding crash flattening half the peak. Who? Na Ba, clutching his severed arm, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. His face drenched in cold sweat and terror. He had nearly met his end, almost taken down by a bald little man whose battle power was barely half his own. You damn earthlings! Na Ba's dignity lay in ruins, and he howled in rage, appearing almost deranged. Clint, well done. Return. Cao Xiaobai's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Clint's face was pale. That last attack had nearly drained him of all his energy. He quickly retreated, creating distance from Na Ba. Position 3. Tianjin Fan. Prepare. Understood. Tianjin Fan scoffed, stepping forward. His third eye on his forehead suddenly opened wide, locking onto the enraged Na Ba. Na Ba, he intoned, his voice deep and filled with murderous intent. You have committed countless wrongs. Today is your end. He clasped his hands together, striking a peculiar pose. New Qigong Canon. Chapter 43. Exhaustion. The kindness of the Demon King. The new Qigong Canon. Boom. It was as if a colossal square beam of light pierced the heavens and the earth. Not a final song of sacrifice from Tianjin Fan, but a strategic bombardment enhanced and optimized by Cao Xiaobai's energy circuitry. Na Ba emitted a wretched scream akin to a slaughtered pig, just as he recovered from the lethal threat of the Qi Yuanzhan and had not yet steadied himself. He was struck head-on by this overwhelming force. His feet carved deep furrows into the scorched earth, and every muscle in his body cried out in agony, tearing apart. But it was not over. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened, and his third eye gleamed with intensity. The energy within him surged forth like a dam bursting. Yet he felt no loss of vitality. Thanks to Cao Xiaobai's teachings on energy division control and ultimate refinement, he mastered the power perfectly. Boom. Another blast. Na Ba's armor shattered completely, exposing a gruesome, bloodied chest. Boom. The third blast. PFF. Na Ba spat blood, his towering form suddenly diminishing in stature. Ding. Target Na Ba's energy response has sharply declined. Current estimated battle power, 3,700. Cao Xiaobai, standing at the rear, captured Na Ba's dwindling energy with his divine perception. A cold smile crept upon his lips. This is what I call a meat grinder. Use your lives to fill my experience pool. On the battlefield, the Z warriors stared in astonishment. When had they ever witnessed such a fierce Tianjin Fan? 3 consecutive Qigong cannons, without a hint of fatigue. After unleashing 3 blasts, Tianjin Fan felt slightly drained, yet he stood firm, his eyes filled with exhilarating battle spirit. You damn fool. Na Ba knelt on one knee, feeling as though his insides had been rearranged. Proud as he was, he had never been brought to such a pitiful state. Struggling to rise, he glared fiercely at Tianjin Fan, as if intending to devour him whole. Now, Jiaozi. Cao Xiaobai's low command resonated on a mental level. Jiaozi, who had been gathering strength, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his small frame unleashing an unprecedented mental wave. Freeze. Virum. An invisible force instantaneously locked onto Na Ba. As Na Ba raised his head, his eyes bulged in horror. He realized he could not move. It was not a physical restraint, but a paralysis originating from the depths of his soul. What sorcery is this? Na Ba was utterly horrified. This mental force was several times stronger than before. Under Cao Xiaobai's guidance, Jiaozi abandoned his scattered mental control and concentrated all his psychic energy into a singular point, driving it forcefully into Na Ba's mind. 2 seconds. Jiaozi bled from all 7 orifices, yet he gritted his teeth in determination. That's enough. Tianjin Fan roared, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, transforming into a fleeting shadow and delivering a powerful punch to Na Ba's abdomen. Bang! The crisp sound of shattering bones rang out. Wow! Na Ba curled up like a boiled shrimp, expelling every drop of bitterness and blood from his stomach. As Jiao Zi's mental grip loosened, he collapsed, only to be swiftly caught by the quick-witted Klin. Meanwhile, Na Ba lay completely incapacitated on the ground, exhaling his last breath, devoid of any intake. We won. Lu Ping struggled to sit up, incredulous at the sight before him. The once invincible Scion elite had been utterly defeated by their ragtag group? Do not relax. Cao Xiaobai's voice pierced through the atmosphere. The Scion's vitality is more resilient than that of a cockroach. He was all too aware that severe injuries served as the best stimulant for a Scion. Indeed, Naba, sprawled on the ground, twitched his fingers. A light chuckle shattered the battlefield silence. Piccolo approached, hands behind his back, his towering figure casting a shadow over Naba. The aura of the Demon King was fully manifested at this moment. The esteemed Scion Elite, Vegeta's right-hand man, Piccolo looked down at Naba with undisguised scorn and pity. Is this all you are capable of? Truly an affront to the senses. With the sting of his words sharpened by Cao Xiaobai's lessons, Piccolo's tongue had grown sharper. What did you say? Naba struggled to lift his head, his eyes ablaze with humiliated fury. He would rather die in battle than be pitted by this group of insects. I said, you are too weak. Bike crossed his arms and sneered, very well. I will give you 3 minutes. Lie here and rest, regain some strength. Otherwise, it would be too dull to fight. You. That Naba's eyes nearly burst with fury, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What a humiliation. What does he take me for? A worthless being who needs to be coddled to fight. You will regret this statement. Naba gritted his teeth, each word forced out through clenched jaws. Do not underestimate the recovery ability of our Saya people. Just as he finished speaking, he took out a vial from his pocket and drank its contents. A surge of violent energy suddenly erupting from his battered body. Boom! The scorched earth trembled once more. The wounds on Naba's body began to scab over. Ha ha ha! Naba laughed maniacally as he stood up, the near-death weakness vanishing entirely. Ding! Warning! Target Naba has triggered near-death revival. Combat power is rapidly increasing due to severe injuries. Current estimate, 3,900. Here it comes. Cao Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, Bobo Xinjing, keeping him in absolute calm. A Saya person recovering from serious injuries is the most dangerous. Can you feel it? That Namekian. Naba grinned wickedly, moving his remaining left arm. This is the power of the Saya. We are a battle race that grows stronger with each fight. Now, I will tear you to pieces. Boom. A shockwave erupted beneath his feet, and he transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, enveloped in raging flames, charging toward Bike. Excellent. Bike felt joy instead of fear. He had long wished to test the results of his training over the past few months. Too slow. Just as Naba's fist was about to strike his face, Bike merely sidestepped with ease, avoiding the blow. Naba's punch missed, and before he could react, Bike countered with an elbow strike that landed forcefully on his back. Bang! Naba stumbled, nearly falling. Is this all? Bike sneered, his figure flashing as he reappeared behind Naba. Your movements are as slow as a snail in my eyes. Bastard. Naba completely lost his mind, wildly swinging his fists, creating explosive sounds in the air, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of Bike's clothing. Bike moved like a cat toying with a mouse, effortlessly navigating through Naba's tempestuous assault. Too weak, too weak. Bike shook his head while dodging. Even if you returned to your prime, you would still be no match for me. I will kill you. Naba was infuriated, his pride shattered, as he was toyed with in such a manner. Slap. Bike, bored, seized an opening and delivered a fierce kick to Naba's face. Uffed. Naba flew dozens of meters, rolling several times on the ground before finally stopping. Half of his face caved in. Lying on the ground, Naba's eyes revealed fear for the first time. He understood. This greenskin monster was stronger than him from the very beginning. The power he had once taken pride in was utterly futile before this Namekian. How could there be such a powerful being on Earth? Naba mumbled to himself, his self-esteem and pride shattered in that moment. The arena fell into silence. The Z fighters were filled with fervor. Bike was so cool. Well done, Uncle Bike. Suan Wufan cheered, waving his tiny fists. Cao Xiaobai stood at a distance, watching Naba lying on the ground, completely devoid of fighting spirit, a flicker of fervent light flashing in his eyes. The time has come. Body collapsing, while disintegrating. Pride lost. System prompt. Target Naba's spirit is extremely fragile, meeting the prerequisites for the extraction of blood mark. Cao Xiaobai licked his lips. The elite of the battle race. The pride of the Saya? In his eyes, they were merely prime material ready to be harvested. Uncle Bike, leave him to me. Cao Xiaobai took small steps. Approaching the once mighty giant, Naba struggled to lift his head, seeing the so-called weakling he had derided, now gazing at him with the eyes of a predator. For some reason, Naba suddenly shivered. What do you want? Hush. Cao Xiaobai raised a finger, revealing an innocent smile. Uncle, don't be afraid. I just want to borrow something from you. He slowly extended his hand, a faint crimson glow quietly emerging from his palm. It is time to harvest the collection. Chapter 44. Harvesting the elite. Naba's volition and downfall. On the battlefield, silence reigned. Naba lay like a dog stripped of its spine, gasping for breath. Defeated. He, the elite warrior of the Saya, the right-hand man of Vegeta, had actually been defeated by this group of weaklings. What a dishonor. How infuriating. Naba struggled to prop himself up with his remaining left arm. His vision blurred, but he could still see the culprit, that grinning little boy, deemed by the detector as having zero power, approaching him step by step. How infuriating. Even a little brat with no combat power dares to come over and mock me. Naba's throat emitted a beast-like growl, having completely lost his sanity. Seeking death, he roared, his remaining left hand transforming into a blade, engulfed in raging energy, striking down toward Cao Xiaobai's head. Die. This strike contained all his humiliation and murderous intent. Watch out, Xiaobai, Kring exclaimed. Too late. Naba grinned wickedly. However, when a sharp metallic clash echoed, Naba's hand blade struck solidly against Cao Xiaobai's forehead. There was no scene of brain matter splattering as imagined. Cao Xiaobai stood firm, not even flinching. He maintained that tilted posture, but the smile in his eyes had completely frozen. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was particularly piercing in the silence. Naba's fingerbones shattered. This is impossible. Naba's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his twisted, deformed hand. He exerted all his strength. Yet he couldn't even scratch this little brat. Uncle, it's wrong to hit people, you know. Cao Xiaobai patted his forehead. In that instant, Naba felt an unprecedented fear. This is not a weakling at all. This is a monster. What are you? Naba's voice trembled. Cao Xiaobai did not answer. He approached Naba, looking down at him. That youthful, dumpling-like face appeared extraordinarily eerie in the shadows. Uncle Naba, let us make a deal. Cao Xiaobai spoke in a childish tone, but his words sent chills down the spine. Do you want to live? Or would you prefer to die a bit more painlessly? Naba froze. What do you mean? Very simple. Cao Xiaobai extended a delicate finger. Give me a drop of your blood. Blood? What do you want my blood for? Dream on. I, the mighty Saya Naba, was about to struggle defiantly. Cao Xiaobai sighed, seemingly growing impatient. It seems you still do not understand your situation, uncle. In the next moment, boom. A devastating aura erupted from Cao Xiaobai's small frame. The earth shattered. The air rippled. The Z-fighters were forced back by this sudden, terrifying pressure, with Kring and Leping even being knocked to the ground. This is your true power. Bike's pupils constricted. He realized that since Cao Xiaobai's combat power surpassed his, he had not used his full strength, yet did not expect it to be so formidable. He felt as if he was facing a volcano on the verge of eruption. Naba was the first to bear the brunt, pressed flat against the ground, his eyes almost popping out from the pressure. He laboriously lifted his head and beheld Cao Xiaobai enveloped in a palpable, almost tangible white aura. Beep, beep. The battle power detectors in attendance emitted an alarm. The detector worn by Naba screeched with a piercing cry before it exploded with a resounding bang, rendering it utterly useless. Before its demise, the vivid crimson number was indelibly etched into his retina. 7,900. A profound silence fell over the arena. 7,009. The child they had sheltered, whom Naba regarded as insignificant, possessed a combat power of an astonishing 7,009, nearly double that of Naba. Even Piccolo's combat power seemed diminutive in comparison. Naba's throat emitted a sound akin to a deflating balloon as his worldview shattered completely. It was all a facade. From beginning to end, a mere act. They had toyed with the Scions. Now, uncle, are you willing to submit? Cao Xiaobai reigned in his aura, reverting to the innocent child he appeared to be. Yet at that moment, his smile was more terrifying than that of a demon in Naba's eyes. Naba understood that refusal would lead to consequences far graver than mere death. This monster possessed myriad methods to ensure his existence became a torment. Pride, dignity. In the face of absolute power and the unknown terror, they amounted to nothing. Naba, utterly crushed, tremblingly dipped his hand into the blood on his chest and humbly offered it forth. Cao Xiaobai's face lit up with satisfaction. He waved his hand, causing the blood, rich with Scion elite lineage, to soar into his palm, vanishing instantaneously into his skin. A hum resonated in Cao Xiaobai's mind, awakening a long-lost celestial melody. Ding! Detected voluntary sacrifice from Naba, Scion elite. Blood vitality mark, Naba, activated successfully. A searing torrent of warmth surged through Cao Xiaobai's limbs and bones. He could distinctly feel his bones, muscles, and every cell fortifying and brimming with explosive power under this new strength. Exhilarating. This sensation of power surging was intoxicating. Very well. Uncle, you have been obedient. Cao Xiaobai, in high spirits, patted Naba's gleaming bald head, proclaiming, I grant you an opportunity. Naba was taken aback. What opportunity? The chance to flee. Cao Xiaobai smiled sweetly, stating, I will count to 3, and then you may run. If you can escape alive, I shall spare you. The spark of hope ignited in Naba's eyes. The desire to survive eclipsed all else. Though gravely injured, he was still a scion. 1, 2, 3. No sooner had Cao Xiaobai's voice faded than Naba unleashed his final reserves of potential, darting away like a fleeting shadow, skimming the ground towards the distance. His target was clear, Vegeta. As long as he returned to Vegeta's side, he would be safe. Vegeta, save me. Naba bellowed with his last ounce of strength. On the other side of the battlefield, the clash between Sun Wukong and Vegeta had reached a fever pitch. Sun Wukong, employing Kaioken, exchanged blows with Vegeta. The more they fought, the more alarmed Vegeta became. This lowly lower-class warrior was indeed matching his rhythm. Kakarot, you wretch. Just then, Naba's anguished scream pierced through the air. Vegeta, save me. The Earthlings are despicable. That. Vegeta frowned, casting an impatient glance at Naba. The sight of him, in such a pitiful state, begging for mercy, ignited his fury. The face of a scion had been utterly disgraced by this waste. Naba, you useless fool. Vegeta scoffed, a glimmer of unmasked disdain flickering in his eyes. What? Naba froze, unable to believe his ears. You are of no further use. Vegeta raised his hand, coalescing a sphere of destructive energy in his palm. No, Vegeta. Naba exclaimed in abject terror, finally realizing that the Scion's own ruthlessness was more terrifying than that of the Earthlings. Disappear. Boom. A dazzling beam of light ruthlessly obliterated Naba. Oh, a once great Scion elite, consumed by despair and unwillingness, was reduced to ashes by his own prince's hand. Swift and merciless, Vegeta blew away the smoke from his fingertips, as if he had merely crushed a pest. How cruel! Krillin and the others shuddered in horror. This is what it means to be a Scion. So merciless even to their own kind. Yet Cao Xiaobai watched with keen interest from the rear, utilizing waste, perfection. He had anticipated Vegeta's actions. Proud as he was, Vegeta would never allow his subordinates to survive in such a humiliating manner. Naba's attempt to flee was, in fact, a path to his own demise, sparing Vegeta the need to dirty his own hands. Very well, the troublesome ones have been dealt with. Cao Xiaobai stretched leisurely, ready to receive the system rewards. Ding. Blood vitality mark. Naba, fully integrated. Permanent enhancements activated. 1. Training speed increased. 50. Current total enhancement. 800. Equating to 9 times speed. 2. Combat power limit unlocked. 1000. A gift from the Scion Elite. 3. Acquired skill. Super Giant Impact. An optimized version of Naba's common skill. 9 times speed. Cao Xiaobai clenched his fists, feeling the relentless surge of power within him. This rocket-like acceleration was utterly addictive. His current base combat power stood at 7,900, and with another surge in limits, he would soon breach the 10,000 mark. Vegeta, you truly are my living bodhisattva. Cao Xiaobai gazed at Vegeta as if he were a dazzling treasure trove. At that moment, in the heart of the battlefield, Sun Wukong's expression grew grave as he sensed the increasingly terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta. Kakarot, the warm-up is over. Vegeta sneered, gradually floating into the air. Surrounding him were blinding arcs of purple electricity. To have pushed me to this extent, you should take pride in yourself. Vegeta spread his arms wide. A furious aura erupting upwards, darkening the sky with ominous clouds. But the game ends here. He placed his hands on his hips, palms facing each other, and swiftly formed a pulsating purple energy sphere, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction. As a sign of respect for your strength, I will use my most powerful technique to send you to hell. The madness in Vegeta's eyes was unmistakable. Kakarot, receive my Gallic gun. Boom. A purple beam, dozens of meters in diameter, tore through the atmosphere, carrying the power to obliterate planets, hurtling towards Sun Wukong with tremendous force. The decisive battle had begun. Chapter 45, Clash of the Kaioken versus Gallic Gun. Boom. Naba's body transformed into a cloud of blood mist, disintegrating in the devastating beam. How ruthless. Krillin's lips trembled. It was his first time witnessing Vegeta's brutality firsthand. Are all scions monsters? Lepin's face turned ashen, his throat dry. Yet, Cao Xiaobai remained unfazed, even sporting a satisfied smile. This is Vegeta. Proud, cold, and utterly intolerant of failure tarnishing his glory. Naba's death was inevitable. Ding. The blood vitality mark, Naba, has fully merged. The system's notification echoed in his mind. The cold electronic voice was like the sweetest music. An unprecedented sense of power flowed within him. And Cao Xiaobai could distinctly feel his silver bloodline solidifying at that moment, as if coated with a faint layer of gold. This was the power of the Scion Elite. He clenched his fist, relishing the overwhelming sensation of strength. Naba, though seemingly worthless, is nonetheless an elite Scion, and the enhancement he brings far surpasses that of Earthlings. Permanent enhancement activated. 1. Obtained talent. Elite physique, A-class. Talent description, slight increase in defense and recovery, effectively resisting non-lethal damage. 2. Obtained talent. Destructive instinct, A-class. Talent description, when using pure energy attacks, one instinctively comprehends the destructive nature of energy, with a power level of 10. A faint golden glow enveloped the surface of Cao Xiaobai's body. He could feel as if he had been reforged, every muscle and bone brimming with explosive power. Excellent. Vegeta, I accept your legacy. The fire in Cao Xiaobai's eyes ignited. His training speed is now 9 times the norm, with a battle limit of 1 million. Collecting bloodline marks can nurture his own bloodline, leading to its transformation. Naba's battle limit can be disregarded. It seems imperative to gather more bloodline marks to achieve a qualitative shift in power. However, Cao Xiaobai had no time to savor this newfound strength. For the battle on the main battlefield had reached a critical juncture. The scene abruptly shifted. A colossal purple beam, infused with the power to annihilate all, hurtled towards Sun Wukong. Gallic Gun. This is Vegeta's ultimate move, a terrifying energy capable of obliterating the earth. Kakarot, perish. Vegeta's face was twisted with madness. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, placing his hands at his waist as a tempest of energy rapidly coalesced in his palms. Here it comes. Vegeta. Kaioken times 3. Boom. Sun Wukong's body was drenched in crimson, a terrifying force ripping his clothes apart, his aura surging uncontrollably. Kamehameha. A dazzling blue beam, akin to a roaring dragon, surged upward, colliding violently with the purple beam of destruction. Boom! The entire world fell silent. There was no sound, no explosion. Only the clash of two starkly contrasting energies, colliding, compressing, and tearing at one another in the sky. Purple and blue, two extreme colors, painted the heavens into a fantastical canvas. The aftershocks of the energy spread like a tsunami. The earth split, mountains melted, and even the distant ocean roared with towering waves. Everyone was rendered speechless, shaken by the terrifying energy fluctuations. Is this the true power of the Scions? Is this the kind of power that can obliterate planets? My goodness, can a mere human unleash such might? Lepin's voice trembled. Piccolo's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, his heart churning with tumult. He had thought his battle power of over 4,000 was formidable, yet in comparison to them, he felt like a mere child. A triumphant sneer spread across Vegeta's face. Kakarot, do you think this meager power can defeat me? You are sorely mistaken. He suddenly exerted more force, causing the purple beam to double in thickness. The terrifying power of destruction surging towards Sun Wukong like a breaking dam. Guh! Sun Wukong felt a sweet taste in his throat as blood spewed forth. His Kaioken was beginning to falter. He could distinctly hear his bones groaning under the strain. Damn, this guy's power is still rising. A grave seriousness etched itself onto Wukong's face. Vegeta sneered. He intended to see this lower-class warrior perish in despair. Kakarot, surrender. You, a lowly warrior. Stand no chance against me. Die. The purple energy beam, like a ravenous beast, completely engulfed Sun Wukong. Wukong. Krillin and the others were wide-eyed with panic, wanting to rush in to assist, but were forced back by the terrifying energy's aftershocks. Cao Xiaobai also grew anxious. As it stands, my arrival seems to have triggered a butterfly effect. Sun Wukong, please don't die. If you perish, the 7 Dragon Balls cannot resurrect you. And I will have to confront Frieza alone. He stared intently at the battlefield, his heart roaring in desperation. However, just when everyone believed Sun Wukong was doomed, a cold, Cruel smile appeared on Vegeta's face. He suddenly increased his power, the purple energy beam erupting once more. Ah! Sun Wukong's body emitted a heart-wrenching scream. His bones were cracking under the pressure. Yet, he refused to yield. For the earth. For everyone. Sun Wukong bellowed, his eyes burning red, and even more terrifying. More ferocious aura erupting from within him. Kaioken times 4. Boom. Sun Wukong's body was instantly engulfed in a crimson glow. His bones sounded like a cacophony of shattering glass, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. This was a gamble for his very life. Chapter 46. The Artificial Moon. Vegeta's desperate counterattack. Boom. The blue beam emitted a deafening roar, forcefully pushing against the purple beam into outer space. No, this is impossible. Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his voice hoarse from disbelief. He is the Prince of the Scions, the strongest warrior in the universe. How could he possibly lose to a lower-class warrior? Huh. At this moment, Sun Wukong was equally distressed. His body was entirely enveloped in crimson light. His bones creaking under the weight, blood seeping from his pores, staining his clothes red. He had long exhausted his physical limits, but he could not stop. For the earth. For his family. For everyone. Break through. Boom. With Sun Wukong's earth-shattering roar, the crimson beam suddenly thickened. Its terrifying energy even tinting the edges of the purple beam a faint red. How could this be? Vegeta's face paled, sensing an overwhelming force emanating from the opposite side. How could this be? Damn it. Damn it, damn it. Kakarot. Hum. The blue beam surged forward with unstoppable momentum, completely engulfing the purple beam. Boom. Vegeta's body, like a kite with its string cut, was utterly consumed by the terrifying energy beam, then propelled backward at a speed 100 times faster than before. Aya, accompanied by Vegeta's unwilling scream. He transformed into a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon. The entire world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants. The earth cleaved with an unfathomable rift, and the ominous clouds in the sky were completely dispelled, revealing a scorched red sky. We won. Lepin's calves trembled. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Had they truly triumphed? Defeated the terrifying scion capable of annihilating the earth? Wukong. Krillin, disregarding his shock, rushed towards the bloodied figure of Sun Wukong atop the boulder. In that moment, Sun Wukong was drenched in blood, his bones shattered, his form resembling a puppet disassembled and forced back together, barely maintaining an upright stance. His gaze was fixed on the sky, suddenly frozen in expression. He uttered trembling sounds of, haha, I'm still alive. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile that was more painful than tears. Krillin and the others rushed forward, anxiously supporting him. The monster. At this moment, Bika's face was ashen, having sensed the movement of Vegeta above the clouds. He clenched his fists tightly, a grave expression etched across his features. Cao Xiaobai stood at the back, quietly observing the unfolding scene. He neither approached nor uttered a word, but silently used Tianxin Ganji to discern every injury within Sun Wukong's body. He could distinctly perceive each fractured bone, every torn muscle, and each damaged cell. Wukong's condition was dire, vastly different from the experience of watching an animation. This was an entire world, filled with joy and sorrow, sweetness and bitterness, as well as the pain of life and death. Cao Xiaobai shook his head, setting aside his thoughts. As he watched the blood droplets ceaselessly fall from Wukong's body, he could not help but swallow hard. A primal thirst surged within him, an instinctual desire inherent in a collector of blood. The look in Cao Xiaobai's eyes as he gazed at Sun Wukong resembled that of a wolf, starved for 3 days, upon spotting the plumpest lamb. He forcibly suppressed the impulse within himself. Remain calm. It is not yet the time. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. However, just when everyone believed the crisis had passed, a resounding laughter, infused with boundless fury and humiliation, echoed from the sky. The voice, reminiscent of a demon from hell or a god from the abyss, carried an unsettling terror. The hearts of everyone sank heavily. This was Vegeta's voice. Liping cried out in terror. He is not dead? How is that possible? Just as doubts filled the air, a disheveled figure burst through the clouds. Bloodied and battered, his battle attire in tatters, exposing his muscular form beneath. His hair was in disarray, his face smeared with blood, and his pitch-black eyes were now ablaze with uncontainable rage. It was indeed Vegeta. He had truly survived. I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could I possibly be defeated by a lower-class warrior? Vegeta's face twisted with fury, his voice booming like thunder. His pride, his dignity, had been utterly shattered by Sun Wukong's strike. You despicable earthlings. Vegeta glared fiercely at Sun Wukong before shifting his gaze to Cao Xiaobai. His eyes brimmed with profound hatred. The moon? Yes, the moon. Vegeta howled madly, yearning to transform, to unleash the most primal and terrifying power, obliterating this detestable earth along with its wretched inhabitants. Yet, when he turned his gaze toward the sky, he found himself bewildered. What has happened to the moon of this planet? Vegeta's sanity snapped. Suddenly remembering something, he whirled to face Cao Xiaobai, who had remained at the back, quietly observing all of this. His expression turned ashen. Despicable. Shameless. Vegeta bellowed, his voice resonating with unending humiliation. You little brat, it was you, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken, you must have uncovered the secret of the Saiyans. It was you who destroyed the moon, right? Curse be you. How infuriating. A mere child, with such pitiful combat prowess, resorting to such despicable, underhanded tactics to corner me into this dire situation. This is far more humiliating than being defeated in a fair fight. Ha ha ha. Vegeta initially roared, but that fury morphed into a hysterical laughter. His laughter sent chills down everyone's spines. Did you think I would be powerless without the moon? You lower-class warriors, do not overestimate yourselves. Although this consumes a great deal of my energy, today let me show you what true despair looks like. Vegeta's laughter abruptly ceased. He slowly raised his hand, a glowing orb of energy gathering rapidly in his palm. The orb, initially the size of a fist, radiated a horrifying aura. Vika's expression changed drastically. He sensed the terrifying power contained within the energy sphere. This is not good. He intends to recreate the moon. Clin, Leping, and the others widened their eyes in terror. How is this possible? How could this monster possess such power? Cao Xiaobai's pupils contracted sharply. Here comes Vegeta's ultimate counterattack. He fixed his gaze on the energy sphere in Vegeta's hand, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest. Vegeta grinned malevolently, hurling the energy sphere into the sky. Today, I shall show you what true despair means. The sphere rapidly expanded in the air, emitting a brilliance more dazzling than the moon, enveloping the entire world in a ghastly white light. Everyone was blinded by the terrifying radiance. Chapter 47. The Crushing of the Great Ape. The Wails of Despair in a Dead End. Boom! With a deafening roar, the artificial moon rapidly swelled in the sky, its blinding light casting the world into a pale glow. Everyone was forced to shut their eyes against the piercing brightness, except for Cao Xiaobai, whose pupils flickered with a hint of blood-red light, fixating on Vegeta. An incredibly terrifying energy was surging wildly within Vegeta. Ah! Vegeta emitted a thunderous roar, his voice transcending that of a human, resonating like the roar of an ancient beast. His body began to swell at a visible rate, growing larger and larger. His battle attire strained against his expanding form. Blood-red fur erupted from every pore, rapidly enveloping him. His muscles twisted and bulged, bones cracking ominously. Boom! When Vegeta's body finally ceased its expansion, a terrifying giant ape, towering at a height of 100 meters, loomed before everyone. Its enormous blood-red eyes shone like two crimson suns, exuding a suffocating murderous intent. An indescribable pressure emanated from the giant ape, descending upon each person like a mountain. Cursed be this. Clin, Leping, Tianjin Fan, and the others turned pale, their legs trembling. They had seen Sun Wukong transform into a giant ape before, but that version was an irrational beast. Yet this one, its eyes brimmed with intelligence. It was filled with the essence of slaughter and torment. How could this combat power be possible? Cao Xiaobai's Tianjin Ganji was sounding alarms frantically. The combat power of the giant ape, at 180,000, was no longer a mere number, but a living presence before them. The oppressive force was overwhelming. It resembled an unfathomable black hole, threatening to consume them all. B-plan. The B-plan must be executed. Cao Xiaobai's mind screamed in a frenzy, the combat wisdom from Clin Huishuanji racing through various strategies in his mind. A direct confrontation? That would be a dead end. A sneak attack? No opportunity. Escape? Forget it. They were already locked down by the giant ape's terrifying aura. Their only glimmer of hope lay in exploiting the information gap and Vegeta's pride. Ha ha ha. The giant ape opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a booming laugh that echoed like rolling thunder in everyone's ears. This is the true power of the Science. You insignificant earthlings now experience despair. The colossal ape, Vegeta, suddenly raised his immense palm, swatting toward the nearest Lu Ping as if to crush a fly. Damn it! Kikaho! Lu Ping, in a state of despair, fled, furiously waving his hands to gather all his energy, unleashing the most formidable barrage of 11 strikes in history. Yet, before the giant ape, this so-called unparalleled martial technique seemed but a child's play. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's palm descended without a hint of deceleration, striking Lu Ping directly. Lu Ping's body was sent flying like a ruptured sack, spewing blood mid-air, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a small hill. Lu Ping. Kuririn let out a heart-wrenching scream. How fragile! Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, his massive frame abruptly lunging toward Tian Shinhan. Damn! New Kikaho. Tian Shinhan, undeterred, formed a triangle with his hands, channeling all his energy into his palms. A blinding beam of energy surged toward the giant ape's form. However, the colossal creature merely lifted its enormous foot, crushing the energy beam beneath it. The Kikaho emitted a shattering sound under the immense pressure before exploding instantaneously. Tian Shinhan was jolted by the backlash, blood spewing from his mouth as his body was sent hurtling back as though struck by a freight train, crashing into a pile of rubble, leaving his fate uncertain. It's over, all over. Despair etched across Kuririn and Piccolo's faces. Their once proud techniques and strength were utterly ineffective against this monstrous entity. Only 2 left, or rather, 3. Vegeta, the giant ape, chuckled with a hint of amusement, his blood-red gaze locking onto Piccolo. You are that Namekian, aren't you? I've heard they possess extraordinary powers. I presume the Dragon Balls on Earth were your doing. Fear not. I shall not dispose of you before fulfilling my wishes. Despite his words, Vegeta's gigantic foot descended, obliterating the energy sphere Piccolo had just gathered. Before Piccolo could emit a cry of anguish, the giant's other hand seized his shoulder. Crack! Piccolo's screams echoed across the battlefield as the giant ape ruthlessly tore off his left arm as one would rip an old garment. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from Piccolo's shoulder. Enjoy this gift. The other hand of the giant ape conjured a terrifying energy sphere, launching it directly at Piccolo. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing Piccolo's body in the energy beam, before slamming him deep into the ground, his survival uncertain. The Namekian Piccolo, with a battle power exceeding 4,000, could not withstand a single blow from the giant ape. Despair, utter despair, pervaded the hearts of everyone present. This was no battle, it was a complete massacre. Vegeta, the giant ape, grinned in satisfaction, akin to a child bored with a toy. His gaze traversed the battlefield, littered with chaos, landing finally upon the small figure hidden in the shadows. Found you, little mouse. Vegeta's mouth stretched into a menacing grin, a thunderous laughter escaping him. He felt that all his humiliation and foiled plans were inexorably linked to this child. With a sudden lunge, his towering frame charged toward the direction of Cao Xiaobai. Each step sent tremors through the earth. Here he comes. Cao Xiaobai's pupils constricted, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. He realized he had been locked onto. Cat Sage Blood Vitality Mark, activate. Without hesitation, Cao Xiaobai activated his talent of extraordinary agility. His figure became as light as a feather, seemingly melding with the wind. As Vegeta's colossal foot descended, he slipped sideways through a mere 10 centimeters of space, a slight dust cloud rising beneath him. Vegeta paused momentarily, his massive palm crashing down where Cao Xiaobai had just stood, producing a thunderous sound. Little mouse, Vegeta roared, his blood-red eyes wildly scanning the ruins for that small figure. You can't escape. You, how dare you provoke me, little mouse? Obey. Come to me. Chapter 48, Blood Vitality Mark, a mortal's trick against a giant ape. Found you. Vegeta's sinister laughter erupted as his 100-meter-tall terrifying figure began its charge. A wave of indescribable deathly cold surged through Cao Xiaobai. Damn, this murderous intent, this speed, it's like a desperate gamble. System warning, extreme danger. Extreme danger. Target locked. Escape impossible. Flee. Who said I was going to run? An inner roar erupted within Cao Xiaobai. A flash of crimson light flickered flickering in his eyes. He did not retreat. Instead, he charged toward the looming shadow. Cat Sage Blood Vitality Mark. Extraordinary Agility. Activate. God Blood Vitality Mark. Divine Perception. Activate. In that moment, Cao Xiaobai's body became as light as air, seemingly merging with the wind. Just as Vegeta's terrifying foot was about to strike, he slipped sideways like a wraith, stirring up a slight cloud of dust beneath him. What? Vegeta's massive foot crashed down, creating a resounding boom, the ground fracturing like a spider's web. Yet his prey had vanished. Right here, you foolish gorilla. Cao Xiaobai's clear voice rang out from between the giant's toes. Roar! Vegeta let out a furious roar, his enormous hand swatting down like a fly swatter, wildly attempting to strike beneath him. However, with each futile attempt, he only stirred up clouds of dust and debris. Cao Xiaobai's figure flitted about like a playful sprite, deftly avoiding the giant's hands, toes, and even its tail. He would appear on its knee one moment, then dart to its shoulder the next. You can't hit me, you oversized imbecile. Come on, faster, you brute. While evading, Cao Xiaobai utilized divine perception to project his voice precisely into Vegeta's ear, each taunt piercing deeply into the giant's proud heart like a sharp knife. Damn it! Despicable Earth Mouse. Do you think these tricks are effective? Vegeta was thoroughly enraged, abandoning precision in his pursuit, opening his gaping maw to conjure a terrifying energy wave. Taste this. Boom! A massive beam of energy, akin to a volcanic eruption, shot forth toward the spot where Cao Xiaobai had just stood. The overwhelming energy instantly flattened a small mountain, the colossal shockwave even sending Cao Xiaobai hurtling away. Cao Xiaobai's diminutive frame was tossed about like a rag, crashing violently against a massive rock. Bang! With a deafening sound, the rock shattered, and Cao Xiaobai's body was embedded deep within it. His chest caved in. His organs seemed shattered, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha! Vegeta's satisfied cackle echoed. Now, let's see how you escape. However, in the next instant, his laughter abruptly ceased. Piccolo Blood Vitality Mark. High-speed regeneration. Activate. Yajiro Blood Vitality Mark. Gluttonous Recovery. Activate. Nappa Blood Vitality Mark. Elite Physique. Activate. Cao Xiaobai felt an indescribable, excruciating pain sweep through his body, as if countless insects were gnawing at his flesh and tearing at his bones. But then, a surge of warm energy welled up from within him. The shattered bones, making terrifying cracking sounds, began to heal at a visible speed. His sunken chest began to swell, and his broken internal organs began to repair themselves. Holy crap! Cao Xiaobai cursed under his breath, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, and scrambled out of the rubble. His previously pale face regained its rosy hue within seconds. He could even feel that the severe injury he had just suffered hadn't made him weaker. Instead, it seemed to have opened up some kind of barrier, making his immense energy even more active. This is impossible. Vegeta's blood-red pupils contracted sharply, staring incredulously at the unharmed little mouse. That attack was enough to reduce a building to dust. He actually stood up completely unharmed. What kind of monster are you? Vegeta roared inwardly. His prized scion regenerative abilities were a joke in front of this brat. He'd only ever seen someone recover from near death, never someone who could be smashed into a pulp and instantly stand up. Do Earthlings possess such incredible power? Cao Xiaobai grinned, revealing a smile more innocent than a child's, yet more sinister than a demon's. That's it. Great Ape, are you just tickling me? You. Vegeta's rage instantly pierced the sky, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Cao Xiaobai. This bizarre chase became even more frenzied at this moment. Cao Xiaobai continued to weave beneath the Great Ape's feet. Every injury, every time he was swatted away, was a mockery of this arrogant scion prince. However, only he knew that this performance would soon have to stop. System notification, host stamina remaining 5, reached its limit. Piccolo's bloodline mark high-speed regeneration. Insufficient energy, unusable. Yajirobe's bloodline mark gluttony recovery. Insufficient energy. Unable to support high-intensity healing. Not done yet. Gohan. Faster. Cao Xiaobai screamed internally, focusing all his senses on Son Gohan. Yes, Son Gohan. In the original story, Son Gohan would soon grow a tail. He was waiting for this miracle to happen. He held a powerful weapon, but couldn't find an opportunity to use it. But he firmly believed that Gohan's tail would grow at this moment. His God's perception ability was pushed to its limit at this moment. He could clearly see Beneath the charred ruins, Son Gohan's tender body was growing a fluffy tail at a visible speed. It's coming. It's coming. Cao Xiaobai was overjoyed. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He swiftly dodged Vegeta's massive foot, nearly stumbling and falling from exhaustion. However, at that moment, Vegeta's enormous tail lashed out at him like a whip. Damn it! Cao Xiaobai's pupils constricted sharply. He had no time to dodge. He could feel the terrifying power contained within that massive tail, enough to tear him to shreds. He instinctively closed his eyes. God's eye. Real-time analysis. Son Gohan's bloodline potential is being activated. Hair is growing. Activation threshold is about to be reached. Come on, Son Gohan. Cao Xiaobai silently cried out in his heart. He had risked everything, waiting for this moment. Just when he thought he was about to be shattered to pieces, he heard a muffled thumping of a heart behind him. He knew his chance had come. Chapter 49: The Battle of the Two Apes. Who is the real monster? Bang! A deafening roar. Just as Vegeta's massive tail was about to strike Cao Xiaobai, from the ruins behind him, blasted to scorched earth by the energy wave, came an even more violent cracking sound. The sound of Gohan's bones, flesh, and even his genetic code being frantically torn and reshaped by an unimaginable force. Roar! Immediately afterwards, Gohan let out a painful and desperate howl that echoed through the sky. That howl, childlike yet brimming with wild power. Vegeta's enormous crimson pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively stopped his attack, because he could sense that the wildly surging ki was the same thing within him. Impossible. How could this little bastard? A storm raged within Vegeta's heart. Whoosh. The energy waves from the artificial moon, like a switch being flipped, surged wildly into Gohan's body. His body began to expand at a visible speed. His short black hair became disheveled. His youthful face was covered by layers of brown fur. His pupils turned bloodshot, and his small clothes were torn, revealing the wildly expanding muscles beneath. It's here. Cao Xiaobai's pupils gleamed with almost manic joy. He'd gambled correctly. Gohan's tail did indeed grow at that moment. A great ape, purer, more primal, and more ferocious than Vegeta, was born at that moment. Whoosh! Gohan's howl transformed from pain into a beastly rage. He completely lost his mind. His blood-red pupils held only the most primal killing instinct. He saw his father, struggling to his feet, barely alive. Gohan, attack the Great Ape. He saw his uncle Piccolo, severely injured and covered in blood. Gohan, unleash your true power and attack him. He saw Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, their bodies covered in wounds, howling in pain. Gohan, attack that big guy. He also saw the monster standing in the center of the ruins, emitting a wicked aura and radiating an evil aura. A monster even larger than himself. Whoa! A flash of clarity crossed the eyes of the great ape that Gohan had transformed into. He let out a deafening roar and, without hesitation, launched his most primal and bloodiest charge towards Vegeta. Ha 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 ha! A chilling, maniacal smile appeared on Vegeta's face. He had naturally seen through Cao Xiaobai's stalling tactic. He hadn't attacked Cao Xiaobai with his full strength, wanting to see what tricks this despicable brat was up to. He hadn't expected it to bring him such a huge surprise. At this moment, he had to reassess the value of the Scion-human hybrid. Although not mentioned in the original work, this might be a subconscious factor in Vegeta's choice to have a relationship with Bulma. While he approved in his heart, his words were still dripping with sarcasm. You little bastard. I didn't expect you to possess the power of a great ape. But don't get cocky. You're still far from it. A fierce fighting spirit instantly ignited within Vegeta. Awesome. Let me see just how strong this half-Scion bastard really is. Boom. Two great apes, each tens of meters tall, engaged in an unprecedented hand-to-hand combat on Earth. The terrifying fists slammed together, producing a deafening roar. Each impact was accompanied by a violent shockwave, hurling surrounding rocks and soil high into the air, forming mushroom clouds of dust. Rumble. The earth groaned, the mountains trembled, and even the sky seemed to be torn apart by the power of these two monsters, leaving visible cracks. Vegeta's great ape possesses reason. Every attack it launches is imbued with combat skill and experience. Its fists strike Gohan's vitals, while its massive tail lashes out like a whip, relentlessly lashing Gohan's body. However, Wukong's great ape, while devoid of reason, possessed an unadulterated and primal fury. Every attack he unleashed lacked any semblance of strategy, yet was imbued with cataclysmic power. His fists were relentless, driving forward, while his feet knew only to crush everything beneath them. He embodied a raw beast, solely focused on venting his rage. How formidable! Is this the true essence of a scion? In the distance, Klin and Lepin, along with others, gazed at this world-destroying battle, their hearts heavy with awe and dread. Is this truly humanity? Lepin's voice trembled. No, they are monsters. Tianjin Fan's tone was laced with bitterness. Yet, as everyone anticipated Wukong to vanquish that monster, a diminutive figure silently maneuvered at the edge of the chaotic battlefield. The opportunity had arrived. Cao Xiaobai retreated into the shadows, his face devoid of fear or despair, only marked by an unmatched calmness. His mind functioned like a high-speed computer, feverishly calculating every variable: Vegeta's strength, speed, attack frequency, the trajectory of each punch, Wukong's attack patterns, the limits of his rage, and his stamina depletion. I have but one chance. It must succeed. At this moment, I cannot rely on Jackalope. That fellow wouldn't dare approach. Only I can sever Vegeta's tail. Cao Xiaobai understood this was his singular opportunity. He retrieved a capsule from his pocket, extracting a sleek, cold glimmering black weapon. Tail severer no. 1. This creation, a pinnacle of Bulma's technology, hummed softly like a long-awaited predator. Cao Xiaobai waited patiently, his gaze fixed on the two rampaging great apes. He observed as Vegeta, with his intellect, gradually suppressed Wukong's fury. At last, the moment arrived. Vegeta pinned Wukong to the ground, using a massive foot to firmly crush his tail. Cao Xiaobai calculated that the probability of success at this moment was at least 30. He took a deep breath, preparing to strike. Ha! Son Wukong, look at your son. How pitiable. How feeble. His ridiculous fury is nothing before my might. At that instant, Sun Wukong, who had remained silent, raised his hands to the heavens. Vegeta, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned, then ignited with rage. Are you surrendering to me? A proud scion warrior should never resort to such submissive gestures. You have disappointed me greatly. Yet, seeing this, Cao Xiaobai felt a surge of joy. His advancing footstep halting abruptly. It appeared there was an even better opportunity to strike. Indeed, at that moment, a glint of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Genkidama. A massive sphere of light formed instantaneously. What? Vegeta realized the anomaly, his eyes widening in horror. But it was too late. Brace yourself, Vegeta, and experience my final strength. The Genkidama surged forth with a heart-stopping power. Don't let it go to your head. Vegeta positioned his palms to firmly withstand the high-velocity Genkidama, his forehead veins bulging. His colossal form propelled backward for dozens of meters until he finally came to a halt. A perfect opportunity. In that fleeting moment, Cao Xiaobai sprang into action. Klin's blood vitality mark, battle wisdom, S rank, activated. Bobo's blood vitality mark, absolute mindset, EX rank, activated. All emotions, all distractions, were purged from his mind at that instant. He calculated the optimal angle and perfect timing for his attack. His body felt like a bow drawn taut. And in his hand, Tail Severer No. 1, became the long-awaited arrow. Die, you bastard. A streak of black lightning shot forth from the shadows. Cao Xiaobai's figure moved with unmatched swiftness, the Tail Severer No. 1, shimmering ominously with a blood-red light, as it descended mercilessly upon Vegeta's tail. Chapter 50. One cut. Two tails. Uffed. The sharp blade of the Tail Severer sliced through muscle, yet there were no heart-wrenching screams, no hoarse wails of agony. Vegeta remained oblivious until, boom, the sturdy tail fell to the ground. Only then did Vegeta react. Roar. Vegeta emitted a terrified, pained, and unwilling cry, his massive form quaking like a mountain. Damn it. He whirled around. Incredulity etched across his face as he beheld Cao Xiaobai, standing with the blade. You despicable insect. Without his tail as a conduit for Bulma's energy, his body could no longer maintain its ape form. It began to shrink at a visible pace, collapsing like a punctured balloon. Tail Severer No. 1. Bulma's technological masterpiece had flawlessly accomplished its mission. However, Vegeta's misfortune had only just begun. As he began to diminish, the Genkidama, forged from Sun Wukong's very life force, spiraled out of control. Boom. There was no surprise. The enormous sphere of light engulfed Vegeta's body, still writhing in pain and shrinkage. A devastating shockwave radiated outward in visible rings, flattening the land for hundreds of kilometers. Mountains were leveled, rocks vaporized into nothingness, and even the clouds above were torn asunder, creating a massive void in the sky. The Z fighters present felt an irresistible force wash over them, like leaves caught in a tempest, flung away as they rolled on the ground a dozen times before crashing against a mountainside, spitting blood. Cough, cough. Clin lay on the ground, bloodied, struggling to lift his head, his eyes wide with shock. Did we win? Win? Did we truly win? This all transpired in the blink of an eye. From Cao Xiaobai's charge to sever the tail, to the explosion of the Genkidama, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds. The tremendous impact even toppled Wukong's Great Ape form. I am sorry, Wukong. Cao Xiaobai's gaze sharpened. He had not forgotten the threat posed by Wukong's Great Ape. In a flash, he appeared at the base of the Great Ape's tail. Without mercy, he swung his blade once more. Uffed. Wukong's tail fell as well, just in case. Wukong's tail could not remain. Roar. Sun Wukong's howls transformed from rage to anguish and confusion. He reverted to the little boy of 4, naked and soft. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes clouded. Within 10 seconds, 2 scion tails had been severed. This honor, Cao Xiaobai believed, he could boast about for a lifetime. He sheathed his blade and turned, calmly surveying the scorched earth left in the wake of the Genkidama. At this moment, Vegeta lay bloodied in a deep pit, barely clinging to life. Did we win? Lepin trembled as he rose from the ground, his voice filled with disbelief. He beheld the Great Ape lying on the ground, the bloodied Vegeta, and saw Cao Xiaobai standing amidst the ruins, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. It was Mr. Cao who did this. Ah-ha-ha. Tianjin Fan's voice quivered. His respect for Cao Xiaobai grew. Even more profound than the feelings he had when abandoned by the crane hermit and guided by the turtle hermit. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly harmless little imp, who always sweetly called him uncle, could unleash such terrifying murderous intent and action at a critical moment. He felt a profound admiration, genuinely so. At that instant, Cao Xiaobai appeared to him not merely as a strategist, but as a hero destined to save the world. Truly, it was Xiaobai. Ah, ha, we have won. We have triumphed. Clin was overjoyed like a fool. He gazed at the diminutive figure and suddenly recalled Cao Xiaobai's words from earlier atop the temple. I have come to help you save the earth. He had once thought it mere bravado, but now he grasped the true weight of that declaration. This 4-year-old child was not only the most fearsome monster on this planet, but also its greatest hero. Though lacking overwhelming strength, he possessed unparalleled wisdom and an extraordinary ruthlessness. He had used his own body as bait to lure Vegeta into attacking, exhausting his stamina, and precisely calculated the timing of Son Goku's energy blast. This was a plan that only a madman could conceive, and he succeeded. Who on earth is this child? Piccolo, clutching his severed left arm, crawled out from the depths of the pit, his gaze towards Cao Xiaobai, filled with extreme complexity. He had once believed himself to be the demon king of the demon race, the most cold-hearted entity in existence. Yet now, as he beheld that small figure, an unprecedented sense of awe surged within him. This child was more devilish than he. Cough, cough, you bastard. Just as everyone was immersed in shock, a weak yet furious voice emerged from the scorched earth. Vegeta struggled to rise from the ground. His entire body was charred, his clothes tattered, and he bore numerous grievous wounds, blood seeping relentlessly from them. With his last ounce of strength, he crawled to where his severed tail lay, now just a bloody stump. Bastard, bastard, bastard. At that moment, Vegeta's sanity shattered completely. He, Prince Vegeta, the pride of the Scions, the elite of the universe, was reduced to having his tail severed like prey by a lowly earthling. He angrily lifted his head, his crimson eyes filled with madness and humiliation, locking onto the only figure still standing amid the ruins. Cao Xiaobai, you despicable earth brat. His voice was like that of a demon rising from hell, filled with seething hatred. I swear, one day I will make you. His body trembled violently, not from cold, nor fear, but from an overwhelming tide of hatred. In those eyes, there was no longer any arrogance or disdain, only an unprecedented madness, fear, and a deep-seated hatred. He etched Cao Xiaobai deeply into his soul. Just wait. His words trailed off as he collapsed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Chapter 51. The climax of battle and the joy of harvest. Ha! Did we win? Lu Ping's lips trembled, his voice filled with disbelief. We won. We truly won. At that moment, all the Z fighters felt as though their strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. They had triumphed, with blood and intellect. They had successfully pulled a monster with a combat power of 180,000 down from its pedestal. And all of this stemmed from a 4-year-old child. Cao Xiaobai stowed away, tail severe number 1, his chest rising and falling violently. On the surface, he appeared calm as water, but inside, he was a tempest. Damn it. We won. We really won. I survived. Haha. Damn it. I almost thought that gorilla would stomp me to death. I just walked through the gates of hell. What a thrill. Absolutely exhilarating. A glimmer of near-manic joy flashed in Cao Xiaobai's eyes. He was no saint. He was merely a time traveler. At the moment he severed Vegeta's tail, he felt not the glory of a savior, but the elation of survival, the pride of victory, and the purest thirst for immense power. He turned his gaze towards the pit where Vegeta lay. This man was the living blood mark he had longed for. System. Detect the target's life signs. He lowered his voice, issuing commands to the system in his mind. Ding. Target, Vegeta's life signs are rapidly weakening, in a near-death state. May perish at any moment. It is advised that the host take immediate action. No need to rush. Cao Xiaobai licked his chapped lips, his eyes turning fervent and greedy. Now is not the time. He slowly approached Vegeta, each step light as a feather. Lord Xiaobai, where are you going? Lu Ping struggled to rise from the ground, his voice filled with awe. Cao Xiaobai did not turn back, merely responding coolly. I'm going to see if that gorilla is dead. As soon as he spoke, a small figure crept over from a distance, Yachirobe. Upon seeing the scorched earth and the Z fighters sprawled on the ground, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Hey, are you all okay? Yachirobe rushed to Son Goku's side, noticing him covered in blood and barely clinging to life, and immediately began shouting, I told you. Without me, Yachirobe, you wouldn't have won at all. I was just about to help you chop that gorilla's tail. Yet before he could finish, he spotted the massive tail lying on the ground, and he immediately sat down in shock. Who did this? His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the severed tail. Was it you? He abruptly looked at Cao Xiaobai, filled with shock and fear. This little brat is that strong. What nonsense are you spouting? Klin, gritting his teeth against the pain, stood up, his face ashen. He glanced at Yachirobe, coldly stating, Yachirobe, were you hiding and watching the whole time? Now that the battle is over, do you wish to come and pick up the pieces? Don't say it so harshly. Yachirobe scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Since everyone is fine, I'll just be on my way. He attempted to slip away. Stop! Klin shouted, stepping in front of Yachirobe and snatching the knife from his hand. What are you doing? Yachirobe retreated several steps in fright. Ignoring him, Klin tightened his grip on the knife and strode towards the pit where Vegeta lay. I will end this threat once and for all. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. It was his responsibility as Earth's protector. A monster that could push them to this brink must not be allowed to leave Earth alive. Stop! A weak voice called out from the ground. It was Son Goku, struggling to lift his head, using every ounce of strength to address Klin. Klin, let him go. Goku, have you lost your mind? Klin stared at him in disbelief. Have you forgotten what they came to Earth for? I know, Son Goku's voice was hoarse yet resolute, but I want to face him in a fair fight. He is a powerful warrior. Hearing Son Goku's words, a faint smile crept onto Cao Xiaobai's lips. Here it comes. He had awaited this moment for far too long. This was Son Goku, both his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. His mercy, his kindness, his foolishness, these emotions perfectly embodied who Son Goku was. And Cao Xiaobai had exploited this very trait. Let him go, Uncle Klin. Cao Xiaobai walked to Klin's side and gently patted his shoulder. A scion who has lost his tail, a half-dead Vegeta, poses no threat to us anymore. Yet, Krillin seems to wish to voice something further. There is no yet. This is Goku's wish, and we must honor it. Cao Xiaobai gazes at Krillin with a calm demeanor, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority. Krillin falls silent, his gaze shifting between the pleading look in Son Wukong's eyes and the profound depths of Cao Xiaobai's pupils. Ultimately, he slowly lowers the knife he held. Very well. He steps aside, his face etched with reluctance. Thank you, Krillin. Son Wukong manages a weak smile. Humph. Piccolo emerges from the ground, letting out a cold snort, remaining silent. Yet his eyes brim with disdain for Son Wukong. Foolish do-gooder. He will never comprehend that mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. At that moment, Vegeta, lodged in the deep pit, suddenly stirs. Cough, cough, cough. He struggles to rise, bloodied and in disarray. Lifting his gaze, his crimson eyes fixate intensely on Son Wukong. You fool. Do you think I need your pity? His voice, hoarse and filled with fury, seems forced from his throat. You wait. He fights against his own body. Each step towards his spaceship a monumental effort, yet each step is resolutely taken. He must survive. He must grow stronger. He vows to return and personally slay Sun Wukong. He intends to obliterate this detestable planet along with that despicable brat. Hey, moving so slowly. Are you hoping for me to stab you again? A voice suddenly rings in his ear. Vegeta whirls around, eyes wide with terror and rage. It is Cao Xiaobai. What do you want? Vegeta demands, eyeing him warily. Don't be anxious. I only wish to lend you a hand. Cao Xiaobai replies with a smile, extending a finger from which a faint aura emanates, drifting towards Vegeta. You. Vegeta's pupils constrict sharply. He sees it. The feeble energy, though insignificant, is infused with pure and potent power. It is a type of energy he has never encountered. It is neither of Earthlings, nor Psions, nor Namekians. It is an energy blended from countless powerful bloodlines. You monster. The moment Vegeta's body makes contact with the aura, he trembles. A warm current flows within him, and the nearly shattered vitality of his life shows the slightest sign of revival. What is happening? A look of horror crosses Vegeta's face. He cannot fathom it. This little brat dares to save him? This is the mark I have left for you. Cao Xiaobai smiles, a strange expression gracing his adorable face. Until we meet again, Vegeta whispers in a tone only they can hear. I swear you will regret this. Vegeta's eyes blaze with unprecedented humiliation and fury. He says nothing further, expending all his strength to climb aboard his spaceship. Boom. The spaceship ignites, spewing forth fiery flames. Farewell, my vital mark. Cao Xiaobai silently muses. He watches as Vegeta's vessel transforms into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. At last, it is over. Cao Xiaobai exhales a long breath. He understands this battle is merely the beginning. Namek is the true paradise. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta clenches his fists, nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. You despicable earth brat. His eyes burn with an indelible hatred. I swear one day, I will make you kneel before me and lick every drop of my blood clean. The spaceship hurtles into the depths of space, carrying with it endless humiliation and profound enmity. Chapter 52. Healing in the Hospital, New Aspirations. Cough, cough. The pungent scent of disinfectant in the hospital is bothersome. Cao Xiaobai lies on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, utterly bored. Beside him, Sun Wukong sleeps soundly, while Krillin, Lu Ping, and Tianjinhan are all bandaged and resting in their respective beds. This is what they call post-battle relaxation. Cao Xiaobai rolls his eyes in his mind. Yet, he has no time to relax. At this moment, Frisia's army is likely nearing Namek. Although, thanks to his efforts, none of the main characters on Earth have perished. How can he persuade everyone to head to Namek? He cannot go alone, can he? That thought sends a shiver down his spine. Shaking his head, he glances at Sun Wukong. First, let us obtain a vital mark. Seizing the opportunity while others are distracted, Cao Xiaobai quietly rises from his bed and cautiously approaches Sun Wukong's bedside. He takes out a micro blood collection tube crafted by Bulma and gently pricks Sun Wukong's arm. Sun Wukong instinctively stirs but quickly returns to his deep slumber. The system prompt echoes in Cao Xiaobai's mind. Ding. Detected. Sun Wukong, vital sample. Ding. Detected strong recognition from Sun Wukong towards the host, automatically determined as a voluntary gift from Sun Wukong himself. Ding. Sun Wukong's vital mark has been activated. Acquired talent near-death strengthening, S-class upgraded. Spirit Bomb, fragment. Kaioken, fragment. Note, can be completed through training. Ding. Training speed permanently increased by 80. Ding. Battle power limit unlocked to 1000. Ding. Detected the host has gathered 3 Scion vital marks. Ding. Talent, Scion transformation, has been unlocked. Cao Xiaobai's heart races uncontrollably. Wow. 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 Truly, Sun Wukong has no defenses at all. Even in sleep, he can automatically grant his essence. Thank you, my eternal God. This is exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. His inner self screams in delight. However, obtaining only fragments of Kaioken and Spirit Bomb is somewhat disappointing. Cao Xiaobai is self-aware regarding this matter. Such techniques are taught by the King of Worlds, and even with the eye of the learning god, he cannot fully grasp them in a short time. To acquire fragments that can still be completed through training speaks volumes about the power of the bloodline system. Near-death strengthening, spirit bomb, kaioken, and scion transformation. This is indeed the legendary ultimate cheat. Cao Xiaobai feels his blood boil with excitement. With these abilities, the journey to Namek is assured. Ding. Detected the host has acquired all Z Warriors vital marks from the Earth faction. System upgrading. Ding. Upgrade complete. Ding. Bloodline resonance. Function unlocked. The host may choose one bloodline to resonate with a bloodline character, enabling a qualitative transformation of that bloodline, allowing for evolution. Cao Xiaobai's body shudders. This ability is powerful. In the later stages, Tianjin Han, Lu Ping, and Jiaozi will be of little use. With this skill, they can at least make an appearance. Exhilarating. Simply exhilarating. He clenches his fists, feeling the explosive power surging within him, a nearly mad smile gracing his face. He carefully returns to his hospital bed, feigning weakness. Xiaobai, how are you doing? Krillin asks with concern upon seeing him. I'm fine, just fine. Cao Xiaobai smiles and makes small talk. I checked on Uncle Wukong. He is sleeping soundly, so he should be all right. Yes, Krillin nods, though he is gravely injured and needs ample rest. The doctor mentioned it would take at least 2 months before he could manage to get out of bed. Yes, I have heard the same. Cao Xiaobai nodded. Yet within his heart, he was scheming how to entice them into journeying to Namek. A few days later, as an orphan, Cao Xiaobai smoothly took residence in the Bulma household. After all, Dr. Briefs and his wife had developed a fondness for him, growing increasingly affectionate. A sentiment Bulma remained non-committal about. Lying on the soft bed, he gazed out at the azure sky, yet his heart was tumultuous. The name Frisia weighed heavily upon him. A terrifying cosmic monarch with a battle power of 530,000. If left unchecked, and if Krillin and Gohan did not participate in the events on Namek. He feared for the Elder's life. Should that happen, the Dragon Balls would vanish. Consequently, Vegeta and Frieza would be compelled to seek the Dragon Balls on Earth. And Earth would inevitably face annihilation. It was imperative to act, to steer the narrative back to its principal course. With the ability of bloodline resonance, he could actively enhance the power of the Z fighters. There was still a month left, and time was of the essence. Cao Xiaobai pondered deeply. He rose from bed and sought out Bulma, who was tinkering with machines in her laboratory. Sister Bulma, he called sweetly. Xiaobai, you've come. Bulma turned her head, revealing a radiant smile upon seeing him. Sister Bulma, I had a dream last night, Cao Xiaobai said, feigning mystery. A dream? Bulma's interest was piqued. What kind of dream? I dreamt of Vegeta and his companions arriving at a place called Namek. He continued to fabricate. There, they killed many Namekians and seized the Dragon Balls. And then? Bulma inquired curiously. Then, Vegeta took the Dragon Balls back to Earth, Cao Xiaobai replied, and he became stronger than ever, destroying the planet. Ha. Xiaobai, have you been watching too many cartoons? Bulma laughed. Dreams are often the opposite of reality. Don't take them seriously. I am not lying. Cao Xiaobai insisted, urgency creeping into his voice. It's true. All right. It's true, Bulma conceded dismissively. It was not that she doubted him. She was aware that Cao Xiaobai could glimpse indistinct future images from his blood, but as far as she knew, he had never come into contact with Vegeta's blood. Moreover, it was merely a dream, so she naturally did not take it to heart. Well, I need to research a new detector. You should go have fun for now. Disappointment was etched across Cao Xiaobai's face as he turned to leave, seeking out Krillin and the others. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Lu Ping, he recounted the same story again. After listening, Krillin and Lu Ping exchanged glances. Xiaobai, don't joke around. Krillin shook his head. Where's Namek? Is there a bunch of Piccolo Daimao there? How could that be? In their understanding, Piccolo Daimao was a unique entity born on Earth, a devil, a legend. Naturally, they did not believe that Piccolo could be an extraterrestrial. Exactly. Lu Ping chimed in. We just finished a battle and are exhausted. We're still injured. I just want to rest. But Vegeta will return. Cao Xiaobai's eyes reddened with urgency. He will become stronger and destroy the Earth. Don't worry, he just left. And Goku is here. Goku always saves the Earth. Krillin reassured him. Even without Goku, you're here, right? You wouldn't let him go. You must have a way to deal with him. Right. Lu Ping clenched his fists. You're the protector of Earth now. A chill coursed through Cao Xiaobai's heart. He realized he had failed. These individuals, having just experienced a fierce battle, only wished to relax. They neither believed nor wanted to believe that a greater crisis was quietly approaching. He turned to son Goku. Uncle Goku, do you believe me? He asked, filled with hope. Yes, I believe you. Son Goku nodded with difficulty. I want to see Namek too, to see how strong the warriors there are. Cao Xiaobai's heart reignited with hope. But my injuries aren't healed yet, son Goku said, a hint of dejection in his voice. In an instant, Cao Xiaobai's hope was extinguished once more. Hey, Cao Xiaobai, I advise you to study hard like my son Gohan and not think about fighting all day, or you'll become a delinquent. Chi-Chi entered the room holding freshly cleaned clothes and glared fiercely at Cao Xiaobai, exuding an aura of stay away. Also, my Goku can't move right now. It's useless to talk to him. All right, Aunt Chi-Chi. Looking at the group before him, Cao Xiaobai felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Had he been in their shoes, having just emerged from battle and uncertain of the upcoming plot, perhaps he too would harbor doubts and a sense of false hope. Since words could not persuade them, alternative measures must be considered. Chapter 53. Piccolo and the Goddess Hometown, Namek. A sudden realization struck Cao Xiaobai. The Goddess spaceship. He recalled that in the original narrative, the god possessed a spaceship located at the world's end. If he could locate that vessel, it would at least provide proof of extraterrestrial technology. With determination, Cao Xiaobai stealthily slipped out of Bulma's house under the cover of night. The next day, when Cao Xiaobai landed a peculiar-shaped spaceship at Bulma's doorstep, the entire West City trembled. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies as the gust from the ship sent the trees in the garden swaying wildly. What is happening? Bulma rushed out of her laboratory, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before her. Cao Xiaobai leaped from the spaceship, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Sister Bulma, do you believe now? Is this really an alien spaceship? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes bulging as she circled the vessel repeatedly. Xiaobai, where did you get this from? I told you, everything I dreamt is true, Cao Xiaobai shrugged. This is the Goddess spaceship. I found it at the world's end. Bulma's eyes sparkled with fervor. The kind a scientist exhibits upon encountering unknown technology. Incredible. This propulsion system, this energy configuration. She was so exhilarated she could hardly contain herself. Xiaobai, you are a genius. The technology of this spaceship is at least 1,000 years ahead of Earth. So, will you believe me about Namek now? Cao Xiaobai pressed his advantage. However, Bulma's expression suddenly turned grave. Xiaobai, even if Namek truly exists, we cannot go there. She shook her head. It's too dangerous. What if we encounter aliens like Vegeta? But no buts. Bulma interrupted. I promise you I will study this spaceship's technology as quickly as possible. But you should think carefully about going to Namek. The universe is not as simple as you think. Cao Xiaobai's heart plummeted to the depths. Even with the spaceship brought before her, she still refused to go. He felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, as if someone had seized his throat, rendering his struggles futile. Forget it. You can study the spaceship. He forced down his disappointment. I'll head back to my room for now. As night fell, Cao Xiaobai lay in bed, unable to find slumber. Time was running short. Time was truly running short. He repeatedly recalled the plot of the original story in his mind. According to the timeline, Frieza should be nearing Namek. If he did not act soon, once Frieza gathered the Dragon Balls, Earth would indeed be doomed. Given Frieza's character, if he were granted his wish for immortality, he would surely not tolerate the existence of a second set of Dragon Balls in the universe. This was unacceptable. He must devise a way to make them believe him. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon his own hands. Wait, the bloodline mark, bloodline resonance. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. Piccolo and the god. Both were pure-blooded Namekians. How foolish of me to let my cleverness backfire. If I could reveal the true plight of Namekexing to Bika and Tianxin, what might transpire? He recalled that Bika and Tianxin were originally one entity, both being Namite people. Moreover, Namite individuals possess a telepathic connection, and with Tianxin being a deity of Earth, perhaps it was feasible. Furthermore, he currently held the living blood mark of Bika and Tianxin. Utilizing the power of the bloodline mark could indeed yield results. With renewed determination, he rolled off the bed, his heart racing fiercely. This shall be done. The following morning, Cao Xiaobai sought out Bika, who was diligently training in the wilderness. Uncle Bika, he panted as he approached. What is it, little brat, so early in the morning? Bika furrowed his brow. Uncle Bika, I have something of great importance to share with you. Cao Xiaobai's expression was uncharacteristically grave. It concerns your homeland. Homeland. Bika paused, momentarily bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting? You are of Namite descent. Your homeland, Namekexing, is in dire straits. Bika's countenance shifted instantly. Namekexing? It feels familiar. How do you know of it? Uncle Bika, you must be aware of my abilities. I not only know of Namekexing, but I can also allow you to witness everything that transpires there. Cao Xiaobai inhaled deeply. However, I need your complete trust. After a brief moment of silence, Bika nodded, albeit with a hint of pride in his voice. If you dare deceive me, I shall end your life. All right. Cao Xiaobai scoffed. First, surpass my fighting power. Humph, that won't be far off. Bika retorted, somewhat sheepishly. Cao Xiaobai extended his hand. Give me your hand. Bika complied, and Cao Xiaobai gripped it tightly. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Cao Xiaobai's mind. Detected host has successfully activated bloodline resonance function. Target: Bika, Tianxin, bloodline connection established. A powerful wave of energy surged between the two, causing Bika's eyes to widen in astonishment. Close your eyes and feel with your heart, Cao Xiaobai urged, gritting his teeth as he desperately activated the living blood mark's power. Let your bloodline guide you back to your homeland. Bika followed his instructions, shutting his eyes and entering a deep meditative state. Suddenly, his body began to tremble. No, it cannot be. In his meditation, he beheld Namekexing. A village was ablaze. A young Namite child was fleeing, weeping. Surrender the Dragon Balls, or perish. Above, two soldiers clad in uniforms akin to Vegeta's were malevolently slaughtering his kin. How could this be? What is their connection to Vegeta? Bika's eyes snapped open, filled with shock and fury. This is my homeland? Uncle Bika, I have never deceived you. Cao Xiaobai released his grip, his face as pale as parchment. Now, we must seek out Tianxin. At the pinnacle of the temple, Tianxin was quietly observing the world below. Tianxin, Bika's voice resonated from behind. Tianxin turned, noticing the unprecedented seriousness etched upon Bika's face. His heart constricted. What has transpired? It concerns our lineage. Bika glanced at Cao Xiaobai. Little brat, once more. Cao Xiaobai nodded, though he felt exceedingly weak. He had no choice but to proceed. He extended his hand, grasping Tianxin's, activating Bika's living blood mark with Tianxin's mark to invoke bloodline resonance. A more intense wave of energy erupted. As a deity, Tianxin's sensitivity to energy surpassed that of Bika. Almost instantaneously, he felt the anguish and despair emanating from Namekexing. No, Tianxin's complexion turned ashen. My kin. In his meditation, he envisioned clearer images. Soldiers clad in Scion battle attire were scouring the villages for the Dragon Balls. Though the warriors of Namekexing fought valiantly against the nefarious intruders, the information indicated that a terrifying force was en route to Namekexing. Tianxin abruptly opened his eyes. His formerly calm gaze now brimming with shock and fear. Namekexing. His voice trembled. My homeland. He turned to Cao Xiaobai. His eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. It is suffering. His throat emitted a painful groan. An unprecedented crisis. Chapter 54. Mobilization of all. Setting sail to Namekexing. What? How could this be? Tianxin's voice quivered, his face pale as death, his eyes reflecting disbelief and terror. The images from the bloodline resonance were etched deeply into his soul, akin to the most malevolent curse. Tianxin. Bika's voice emerged from behind, his expression dark and foreboding, reminiscent of the sea before a tempest. Did you see it? I did. Tianxin turned, his voice hoarse. Bika, our homeland, Namekexing, is on the brink of annihilation. That power is more formidable than even Vegeta. Bika clenched his fists. A power deep within his bloodline beckoned him. A longing for his homeland and a sense of duty to his brethren. Bika, this enemy is exceedingly powerful. Tianxin's tone was laden with struggle. To resolve this, we... Don't even think about it. I shall not merge with you. Bika interrupted, flames igniting in his eyes. I believe that with my strength, I can save my kin. Very well. Tianxin sighed in relief, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. We need allies. We require the strength of Earth's heroes. As you wish. Bika did not object. They truly needed power this time. Cao Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. The bloodline resonance had drained him of considerable energy, yet it had succeeded. On Earth, in Shidu, all Z warriors, including Bulma, received Tianxin's message. What? Tianxin, you mean Namekexing? Krillin's eyes widened, scarcely believing his ears. Tianxin's voice resonated with unprecedented urgency. It is true. A profoundly evil force approaches Namekexing. Their target is the Dragon Balls there. I can sense that if they fail to locate the Dragon Balls, their next target will be Earth. Haha, Cao Xiaobai was indeed right. Namekexing truly exists. I want to go. I feel my body brimming with excitement. Son Goku's voice rang out. Krillin rolled his eyes. But Goku, your body 1T heals so quickly. Damn it. Are the sins of beings from Master Karen not ready yet? Please take me with you. Son Goku pleaded, appearing pitiful. Humph. Goku, I suggest you focus on your recovery. We can handle those foes without you. Bika interjected, his voice heavy with responsibility. Namekexing still has Dragon Balls. I too wish to go, but my mother will surely disallow it. Son Gohan, somewhat confused, recognized the gravity of the situation in light of everyone's serious demeanor. Oh dear, Bulma placed a hand to her forehead, her expression grave. More powerful than even Vegeta? Are you all insane? Furthermore, do you even know where Namekexing is? What are the coordinates? How do we get there? The coordinates of Namekexing? Let me check. Ah, found it. It's SU 83 and 9045 XY. A voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Oh, King Kai, what brings you to concern yourself with matters on Earth? Son Goku exclaimed with surprise. I'm simply bored. I've appeared to advise you to think carefully. The individual heading towards Namekexing is not someone you can contend with. You cannot contend with them. Ha ha ha. Isn't that a funny joke? Is this really King Kai? So humorous. Liping chimed in. Well, it seems my advice is futile. How about this? If you could prepare some amusing jokes for me, I might consider allowing you to train here. King Kai remarked. Indeed, is that so? Thank you. Lord Kai, I shall take care of this matter. The celestial being respectfully stated. Lord Kai, esteemed celestial being, I wish to participate. I believe I can grow even stronger. Tianjin Fan inhaled deeply, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Lu Ping also stepped forward, his face still bearing wounds, yet his gaze unwavering. Very well, I shall join as well. I sense there is still room for my improvement. Jiaozi nervously clutched his clothing, but nodded in agreement. The group exchanged greetings with Lord Kai, who then exited the chat. The Z warriors continued their discussion. Suddenly, Bulma appeared troubled. According to the coordinates Lord Kai mentioned, I calculated that even with the celestial being's spaceship, it would take at least a month to arrive. Moreover, that ship cannot accommodate so many of us. Oh dear, Bulma, what are you muttering about? Dr. Briefs, with a cigarette in his mouth, approached Bulma. Dad, I was discussing with the celestial beings how to reach the coordinates 9045 XY for Namek. What? That coordinate? Previously, Goku had also asked me to construct a spaceship. Although it is incomplete, Dr. Briefs patted Bulma on the shoulder. Perfect. I am quite interested in the spaceship that Xiaobai returned with. Why not let me join in and enhance that vessel? I shall ensure it reaches maximum capacity and speed. Really? Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight. That's wonderful. Dad, let us start immediately. Xiaobai sighed with relief. Finally, the plot was back on track. These fellows truly only spring into action upon witnessing a threat. Krillin approached Xiaobai, patting his shoulder. Xiaobai, it seems you were indeed right. I apologize for our earlier disbelief. No worries. Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. What matters is that now everyone understands. Sun Wufan, excited, clenched his fists. I wish to go too. I want to assist Uncle Piccolo in protecting the inhabitants of Namek. Wufan, you cannot go. You still owe a year's worth of homework. Chi-Chi's expression darkened. It is impossible to go without Wufan. Xiaobai sat on the hospital chair, his eyes darting. Hey, Aunt Chi-Chi, studying is actually quite simple. Xiaobai began to persuade Chi-Chi. In the depths of the universe, a massive spaceship traversed the starry sea. Within the cabin, the atmosphere was somewhat lethargic. Oh ho 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 ho. Frieza sat upon his throne, twirling the tip of his tail with his fingers, and in a sinister tone, inquired. Dodoria, tell me, has Vegeta yet returned from that distant planet called Earth? Zabu stood respectfully beside him, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. Lord Frieza, according to intelligence, it seems Vegeta has encountered some troubles there. Oh, a cruel smile curved Frieza's lips. Troubles? How amusing that someone besides me can bring the proud Vegeta to his knees. However, he dismissed the matter. For now, acquiring the Dragon Balls is paramount, as it concerns my wish. I cannot afford to be careless. I shall observe how long those tough Namekians can endure before my absolute power. Yes, my lord. Zabu and Dodoria responded in unison. The spaceship sliced through the silence of the universe, advancing at full speed towards Namek. Chapter 55, a new chapter, embarking on a journey 1 month later. Ding 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 ding. Behold the pinnacle of my genius and my brilliant father's creation. Bulma clapped her hands, gazing at the enormous circular spaceship before her. Welcome to the luxurious version of the cosmic resort. The vessel stood 3 stories tall, its silver metallic exterior glistening in the sunlight. With a gravity room, a music room, a viewing room, a kitchen, and bedrooms, Bulma counted on her fingers. My father even specially designed an oversized training chamber for you martial arts enthusiasts, based on Goku's ideas. Aunt Bulma, this is incredible, son Wukong exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Now we can continue training in space. Krillin stroked his chin. This spaceship is far more advanced than the celestial beings. Dr. Briefs is indeed a genius. Humph. Piccolo, arms crossed, snorted. I find the gravity room's design quite appealing. Descending from the sky, Piccolo landed. Uncle Piccolo. Xiaobai squinted and smiled. So, how has your training been this past month? Piccolo shot him a glare. You brat. It is not your place to concern yourself with me. TCH, Xiaobai pouted, but I can sense your energy has significantly increased. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Haha, I finally caught up. Everyone turned to see son Wukong running energetically towards them, cradling a small bag. Wukong, Krillin exclaimed in surprise. You are fully recovered? Of course. Son Wukong patted his chest. Thanks to Master Karen's magical beans, I now feel brimming with energy. Chi-Chi rushed in behind, panting. Wukong, why are you running so fast? Wufan, do you truly intend to go to that Namek? Mom, son Wufan, sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle and carrying a small backpack, dashed to Chi-Chi's side. Xiaobai said there are many who need our help on Namek. And moreover, Wufan is now my prized disciple. Xiaobai interjected proudly. Aunt Chi-Chi, fret not. I assure you I will bring Wufan back safe and sound. I will guarantee his studies. Chi-Chi looked at Xiaobai, her expression complex. Over the past month, Xiaobai had appeared almost supernatural in her eyes. Whether in mathematics, physics, history, or even advanced quantum mechanics, he could grasp concepts with ease. Xiaobai, Chi-Chi squatted down. Are you truly only 4 years old? Have you considered becoming a great scholar like Wufan in the future? Not at all necessary, Aunt Chi-Chi. Xiaobai scratched the back of his head. Perhaps I am just a tad smarter? Although I learn everything quickly, my dream is to be a martial artist. A tad smarter? Chi-Chi rolled her eyes internally. This was not just a little. He was a genius among geniuses. Such a talent is indeed a pity. However, with such a little teacher around, what could she possibly worry about? Very well, Chi-Chi sighed. Wufan, you must listen to Xiaobai. Do not forget to study. Understood? Understood. Mom. Bulma, do not accelerate the spaceship too quickly. Wait. Bulma suddenly jumped out. Who said I was going? I never agreed to venture to that dreadful place. Xiaobai blinked innocently. Sister Bulma, but you are the only one capable of piloting this spaceship. Xiaobai, aren't you the pilot? Bulma placed her hands on her hips, incredulously staring at Xiaobai. Huh. Xiaobai looked utterly bewildered. But Sister Bulma, I can't even reach the brakes. My little arms and legs. He showcased his chubby little legs. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. But, oh dear, Bulma, there is no but. We all need you. The others urged Bulma. Humph. Very well, I shall reluctantly accompany you. Bulma turned her head, her face flushed, but I must state, if we encounter danger, I shall not be responsible. Son Wukong chuckled heartily. Bulma, you remain as contradictory as ever. Shut up, Wukong. Xiaobai quietly chuckled to himself. Bulma, the proud one, is still so easy to persuade. All right. He clapped his hands. Then let us set sail. One by one, they boarded the spaceship. Xiaobai was the last to board. Glancing back at the sky of Earth, this journey would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Inside the spaceship, in the gravity training room. Xiaobai, what did you mean by that understanding of Qi? Krillin asked curiously. Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes suddenly becoming profound. If you wish to know, I can teach you. Son Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, and son Wufan all gathered around. Qi, not merely a form of energy, is the essence of life, the manifestation of will, and the bridge that connects all things. As Cao Xiaobai spoke, a peculiar aura emanated from him, seemingly infused with countless diverse powers. Son Wukong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This sensation is remarkably unique. Piccolo furrowed his brow. How does this feeling compare to the last time? Haha. Cao Xiaobai smiled mysteriously. I have practiced diligently to master this technique. The sharing of bloodlines is immensely taxing on one's mental energy after a month of relentless practice. Cao Xiaobai's mental strength surged dramatically. He finally managed to trigger multiple bloodline marks for sharing within a short span. Henceforth, all of you need only train with me, and I will impart to you a novel method of cultivation, Cao Xiaobai announced, rising to his feet. It is called bloodline resonance technique. For the next few hours, Cao Xiaobai began to teach them his original cultivation method. Of course, this was merely a facade to elevate their bloodline levels through resonance. Sun Wukong was the first to respond, his aura becoming markedly purer. Krillin soon followed, exhibiting an evident enhancement in his control over his energy. Even the aloof Piccolo had to concede the brilliance of this method. Only Son Gohan remained anxious. Gohan, relax a bit. Cao Xiaobai approached him. Don't overthink it. Just follow your instincts. However, Son Gohan felt apprehensive. I have this nagging sensation that something within me is about to burst forth. Cao Xiaobai's gaze flickered. Gohan's anger burst. Talent is stirring to life. It's all right, he gently reassured. That is merely the power within you awakening. Do not fear. That night, in the spaceship's cockpit, Cao Xiaobai stood alone before the viewport, gazing at the starry expanse outside. Countless stars twinkled in the darkness, beautiful and enigmatic. Yet, he understood the multitude of dangers and bloodshed concealed beneath this alluring facade. Frieza, he murmured softly, the Cosmic Emperor with a base battle power of 530,000. The Ginyu Force. And Vegeta. A crimson light flashed in Cao Xiaobai's eyes. This journey to Namek would present a monumental opportunity for a significant upgrade to his bloodline mark system. Frieza's blood, the Ginyu Force's blood, and even Vegeta's. I long for your royal bloodline. He licked his lips, eager for the conquest. The spaceship sailed silently through the cosmos, carrying this group of Earth warriors toward a planet brimming with uncertainty and peril. Ahead lay Frieza's terrifying dominion. Ahead lay the brutal slaughter of the Ginyu Force. Ahead lay the ultimate trial of life and death. Yet, in Cao Xiaobai's eyes, only fervent anticipation and desire resided. Namek, here I come. This time, I shall elevate the combat prowess of our protagonist group to unimaginable heights. Chapter 56. Interstellar Solitude. The initial experience of bloodline resonance. The next day, attention passengers. Bulma's voice echoed through the intercom. Based on the latest calculations, we shall arrive at Namek in approximately 25 days. Cao Xiaobai sat cross-legged in the gravity chamber, nodding internally upon hearing this news. It aligns almost perfectly with the original timeline. A subtle smile graced his lips. This means Frieza should just be starting to collect the Dragon Balls. Xiaobai, what are you thinking? Son Wukong approached, noticing his mischievous grin. Oh, nothing, Uncle Wukong. Cao Xiaobai blinked. I was contemplating how we should make the most of these 25 days. Piccolo rose from the corner. What are you scheming this time? Haha. Cao Xiaobai chuckled enigmatically. Today we shall officially commence the training method I developed. Krillin leaned in with curiosity. What was that training method you mentioned yesterday? The bloodline resonance technique. Cao Xiaobai stood up, a glint of brilliance in his eyes. In simple terms, it involves resonating through a special aura to unlock the potential within your bloodlines. Ah, is that what you meant yesterday? Krillin rubbed his bald head. Son Gohan leapt excitedly. Xiaobai, can I become stronger too? Absolutely. Cao Xiaobai patted Gohan's head, though this process may be a bit unconventional. Piccolo frowned. Unconventional? What do you mean? Cao Xiaobai did not answer directly, but instead walked to the gravity controller. First, let us acclimate to twice the gravity. He pressed the button. Buzz. The entire gravity chamber was enveloped in an invisible force. Wow. Son Gohan nearly toppled over. It's so heavy. Krillin felt his body grow heavier. Is this what double gravity feels like? Son Wukong moved his limbs. It feels good. My body is a bit heavy, but I can adapt. Piccolo scoffed. This level of gravity is nothing. Cao Xiaobai nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. It seems everyone can adjust. Now, let us begin the real training. He walked to the center of the group and slowly closed his eyes. Uncle Wukong, you go first. Me? Son Wukong pointed at himself. What should I do? Relax. Don't think about anything. Cao Xiaobai's voice softened. Feel my aura. In the next moment, a strange energy radiated from Cao Xiaobai. This energy seemed to encompass countless different powers. Son Wukong's eyes brightened. This sensation is remarkably curious. Ding. Target detected. Son Wukong. Bloodline level, divine. No higher level bloodline available for resonance enhancement. Recommend utilizing Piccolo's bloodline for resonance. Can enhance target's recovery ability and grant a minor regenerative capability. Cao Xiaobai's heart stirred. Divine bloodline. Truly a scion. Uncle Wukong, you may feel some changes. He opened his eyes. Do not resist. All right. Son Wukong nodded. I trust you. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath and activated Piccolo's bloodline mark. Bloodline resonance activated. Instantly, a surge of green light poured from Cao Xiaobai, enveloping Son Wukong. Ah! Son Wukong exclaimed, I feel a warm power. His body began to emit a faint glow, and the dark injuries sustained during his battle with Vegeta rapidly healed. What is this? Krillin's eyes widened. Piccolo was also astonished. Is this my regenerative ability? Indeed. Cao Xiaobai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Through bloodline resonance, Uncle Wukong now possesses a minor regenerative ability. Son Wukong, feeling the changes within him, exclaimed with excitement. This is incredible. I feel my body becoming more resilient. Next is Gohan. Cao Xiaobai turned to Son Gohan. Target detected, Son Gohan. Bloodline level, divine. Recommend utilizing Piccolo's bloodline for resonance. Another divine bloodline. Cao Xiaobai felt a surge of joy within. The Scion bloodline is indeed formidable. Gohan, are you ready? Yes. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. I am ready. The same green light enveloped Son Gohan. Wow. Gohan exclaimed, it's so warm. Just like being in my mother's embrace. Minutes later, Gohan also acquired regenerative abilities. Now it's Uncle Krillin's turn. Cao Xiaobai looked at Krillin. Target detected. Krillin. Bloodline level, none. Enhancement difficulty, extremely low. Recommend utilizing Scion bloodline for comprehensive enhancement. No bloodline. Cao Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized. Krillin is a pure earthling. His bloodline talent is indeed limited. However, this also signifies vast potential for enhancement. Uncle Krillin, your transformation may be quite pronounced, Cao Xiaobai cautioned. Pronounced? Krillin felt a bit anxious. There won't be any side effects, right? Rest assured, you will only grow stronger. There will be no drawbacks. Cao Xiaobai activated Son Wukong's bloodline mark. Bloodline resonance activated. Scion bloodline infusion. A golden light instantly surrounded Krillin. Oh, Krillin suddenly shouted, it's so hot. It feels as though something is igniting within. His body began to tremble violently, muscles rapidly restructuring. Klin, Son Wukong exclaimed with concern. It's all right. This is a normal phenomenon, Cao Xiaobai replied, his gaze fixed intently on Klin, whose bloodline was evolving. Minutes later, the radiance dissipated. Klin opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flashing within. I feel completely different. He clenched his fists. Ding. Klin's bloodline has ascended to bronze level. Battle power limit increased to 500,000. Cao Xiaobai was overwhelmed with joy. A battle power limit of 500,000. This signified that Klin's potential now surpassed that of many formidable warriors from the original tale. Finally, it was time for Bic. Cao Xiaobai turned to him. Target detected, Bic. Bloodline level, demigod level. It is recommended to resonate with the Scion bloodline to acquire a slight enhancement of the near-death power trait. Demigod level. Truly the genius of Namek. Bic, are you ready? Bic regarded him coolly. Let us see what surprises you can bring me. Golden light enveloped Bic once more. Bic furrowed his brow, sensing the aura of a Scion. His body began to undergo subtle changes, the innate combat instincts of the Scions merging with his Namekian bloodline. Moments later, Bic opened his eyes. Interesting, he remarked, moving his limbs. I feel an indomitable urge. Chapter 57, Arrival at Namek. That is the combat instinct of a Scion. Cao Xiaobai elucidated. Now you possess the near-death enhancement trait, albeit its effect is somewhat diminished. Bic nodded, a commendable ability. All right. Cao Xiaobai clapped his hands. Now that everyone has acquired new abilities, let us test the five-fold gravity. He approached the control panel and pressed a button. A hum resonated as gravity instantly intensified to 5 times. Wow. Sun Wufan nearly collapsed. This is so heavy. Although Sun Wukong and Bic found it somewhat challenging, they could still move normally. Only Klin's complexion paled. Klin, are you all right? Cao Xiaobai inquired with concern. I can still endure, Klin gritted his teeth. Cao Xiaobai frowned. It appeared that despite Klin's bloodline enhancement, his body still required time to adapt. Let us do this, Uncle Klin. I will assist you once more. He stepped beside Klin and reactivated Bic's bloodline mark. This time, I will grant you some regenerative abilities, allowing your body to recover at an accelerated pace. Green light once again enveloped Klin. This time, Klin quickly acclimated to the five-fold gravity. Incredible, he exclaimed excitedly. I feel much lighter. In the following days, the group trained fervently in the gravity chamber. Cao Xiaobai periodically facilitated bloodline resonance to expedite their adaptation and growth. By the third day, they had fully acclimated to 10-fold gravity. By the fifth day, it was 20-fold. By the 10th day, they reached 50-fold gravity. Each increment in gravity was accompanied by a significant leap in their strength. Cao Xiaobai's own power was also surging rapidly. Current battle power, 150,000. Current battle power, 200,000. Current battle power, 250,000. On the 20th day, Cao Xiaobai emerged from the training under 100-fold gravity, wiping away his sweat. Current battle power, 300,000. 300,000. He felt an exhilarating thrill. This figure surpassed many powerful warriors from the original narrative. Xiaobai, your progress is astonishing, Sun Wukong approached him. My current battle power is 280,000, and I can't even compare to you. Uncle Wukong, you are formidable as well, Cao Xiaobai smiled. Uncle Bic stands at 260,000, Wu Fan at 250,000, and Uncle Clin has reached 150,000. Indeed, Clin remarked, without Xiaobai's assistance, we could never have become so strong in such a short time. Bic nodded. Indeed, this training method is truly extraordinary. Just then, Bulma's startled voice echoed from the cockpit. Not good. Everyone, come quickly. The group hurried towards the cockpit. What is wrong, Bulma? Sun Wukong asked. Bulma pointed at the display screen ahead. Look, there is a massive star. Everyone gazed at the screen, witnessing a colossal red sphere emitting terrifying heat. Bulma's voice trembled. Our spaceship is being drawn in by its gravity. Cao Xiaobai felt a jolt. Wasn't this the very star that Sun Wukong encountered in the original tale? He never anticipated they would encounter it as well. If we do not correct our course promptly, we will be pulled in, Bulma said anxiously. What should we do? Clin asked nervously. Cao Xiaobai recalled the events of the original story where Sun Wukong employed the Kaioken to propel the spaceship away from the gravitational pull. Uncle Wukong, you should go, Xiaobai. Sun Wukong suddenly interrupted him. I believe you should be the one to go. Me? Cao Xiaobai was taken aback. Yes, Sun Wukong said earnestly. I can sense the power of the Kaioken within you. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced. Had he been discovered? Moreover, Sun Wukong continued, from Bic's descriptions. I know that the enemies on Namek are at least 10 times stronger than Vegeta. I have always wondered why you were so eager to venture forth. It wasn't until I sensed the mixed energies within you, along with your bloodline resonance technique over these days, that I understood. You can gain abilities from others, correct? Cao Xiaobai fell silent. Indeed, this was not much of a secret. After all, Bic had known for quite some time, and Clin and the others had likely surmised it without stating it outright. This was also the reason he exposed his secret to resonate bloodlines with them. Over these 20 days, not only had his battle power skyrocketed, but he had also completed the techniques acquired from Wukong, such as the Genki-Dama and the Kaioken. Sun Wukong's perceptiveness was sharper than he had anticipated. Xiaobai, Sun Wukong's tone softened. I can sense that your intentions are pure. You genuinely care for the earth. However, his expression turned serious. I must ascertain just how powerful you are. Cao Xiaobai met Sun Wukong's sincere gaze, warmth swelling in his heart. This was Sun Wukong, innocent, kind, yet possessing sharp insight. Very well. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath. Uncle Wukong, you are correct. I do possess the ability to acquire talents from bloodlines. So it is true. Bic nodded. I knew you were no ordinary lad. Xiaobai Gij is amazing. Sun Wufan exclaimed excitedly. Clin also realized. No wonder your abilities are so intricate. Since we're being honest, Cao Xiaobai looked at everyone. I shall show you my true strength. He walked towards the spaceship's exit. Xiaobai, what are you planning to do? Bulma asked anxiously. To propel the spaceship. Cao Xiaobai donned his space suit, reassuringly stating, do not worry, I am confident. Moments later, Cao Xiaobai appeared in the vastness of space outside the spaceship. Facing the enormous star, he inhaled deeply. Kaioken. A red aura instantly enveloped his body. 5-fold Kaioken. The energy surged ferociously. 10-fold Kaioken. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him. Inside the spaceship, everyone was astonished. What? What is this power? Bulma's eyes widened. 10-fold Kaioken. Sun Wukong was astounded. Xiaobai can actually use the 10-fold Kaioken. In the cosmos, Cao Xiaobai pressed his palms together. Kamehameha. A massive blue beam erupted from his hands, striking the surface of the star directly. The overwhelming force propelled the spaceship, gradually freeing it from the star's gravitational grasp. Minutes later, Cao Xiaobai returned to the spaceship. All sorted. He removed his helmet, his face somewhat pale. "Xiaobai." The crowd gathered around him. "You were incredible," Sun Wukong exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder. "The KO kin times 10, even I couldn't execute it so flawlessly. Indeed, you are a remarkable being," Piccolo remarked with a sense of admiration. As Cao Xiaobai met the concerned gazes of his companions, a warm current surged within him. "Is this the feeling of belonging?" "All right," he smiled. "Let us continue our training. We still have a few days until we reach Namek." In the days that followed, the bonds among the group grew stronger. After Cao Xiaobai revealed his abilities, the trust from everyone deepened. On the 25th day, everyone. Bulma's voice echoed through the intercom. "A beautiful green planet has appeared ahead." The group hurried to the observation window. Before them, a verdant planet spun slowly. Namek. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Cao Xiaobai's eyes. "We have finally arrived. This planet brimming with danger and opportunity." Frieza, the Ginyu Force, and Vegeta were all waiting for him. "Prepare for landing." He turned to the others. "The true battle is about to commence." Chapter 58. The Crisis on Namek. The spacecraft landed smoothly. As the hatch opened, a fresh breeze carrying the scent of grass and damp earth rushed in. The scenery before them resembled a painting: lush mountains and clear waters, with 3 suns of varying sizes suspended in the sky, casting a gentle glow that bathed this tranquil land in a dreamlike hue. "Wow, what a beautiful place." Son Gohan was the first to leap from the ship, curiously surveying his surroundings. Krillin followed closely behind, taking a deep breath of the alien air, his tension easing slightly. "It truly is a peaceful planet." Sun Wukong stepped out, feeling the vitality of the land. Piccolo was the last to land, arms crossed, still maintaining his cool demeanor, yet his taut muscles relaxed a fraction. Cao Xiaobai exited the hatch, and, rather than admiring the view, he immediately closed his eyes. Tiantian perception, he activated fully. However, in the next moment, an indescribable, almost tangible aura of evil surged towards them like an invisible tidal wave from the distant horizon. This aura was cold, brutal, filled with intentions of destruction and death. It instantly shattered the planet's tranquility, making the air thick and oppressive. Krillin's body stiffened suddenly. The muscles that had just relaxed tensed instantly. Cold sweat beating on his forehead. What a terrifying presence. Son Gohan's face turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Piccolo's expression grew grave, sensing a shiver from the depths of his soul. It was the primal fear of a lower life form facing an absolute predator. Only Sun Wukong, after the initial shock, felt his cells quivering with excitement. So powerful. There are beings this strong in the universe. His fists clenched involuntarily, his fighting spirit rising at an unprecedented speed. Cao Xiaobai abruptly opened his eyes, and a fleeting crimson glow flickered in his deep black pupils. In his mind, the system's alerts blared furiously. "Warning. Detected an energy source exceeding specifications. Target locked. Frieza, normal state. Combat power, 530,000. Threat level, extinction level, 530,000. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced. Despite having known this number, when Tiantian perception presented that world-destroying power in the most direct way, the impact nearly left him breathless. His current combat power stood at 350,000. This figure could be considered divine on Earth, but in the presence of this cosmic emperor, it was still inadequate. What was more frightening was that this was merely Frieza's normal state. Over there, Cao Xiaobai pointed towards the source of that sinister aura. The individual mentioned by the KO, Frieza, was right there. He was in a village, coercing the Namekians to hand over the Dragon Balls. "We must help." Sun Wukong's excitement intensified, his blood boiling. 530,000. That's amazing. He turned to Cao Xiaobai, his eyes shining. "My combat power is 300,000. If I use the Kaioken, I can definitely challenge him." Piccolo cracked his knuckles. His combat power having soared to 280,000, the competitive spirit of the Demon King ignited completely. "Humph. I also want to see how formidable this cosmic emperor truly is." Though Krillin's combat power had also reached 200,000, he still felt a wave of trepidation in the face of that terrifying aura. Only Cao Xiaobai remained chillingly composed, observing the eager expressions of Wukong and Piccolo. Alarm bells rang in his mind. No, They cannot just rush in. The mindset of battle maniacs is too dangerous. Everyone, calm down. Cao Xiaobai's voice, though soft, silenced the group. He scanned his companions, formulating a plan. Listen, everyone must follow my orders for the next operation. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Gohan, you three protect Bulma. And immediately rescue the Namekians. I can sense that there are 6 more villages on this planet, totaling 108 individuals. We must transfer them all to the ship. His plan was clear. Preserving the Namekians' living forces was one of the key objectives. The impending battle could very well destroy this planet. Krillin and Gohan nodded immediately, understanding the gravity of the situation. Don't worry, Xiaobai, we've got this. Bulma also leaned out from the spacecraft, giving him an okay gesture. Cao Xiaobai turned to son Wukong, preparing to outline the second phase of the plan. However, at that moment, son Wukong suddenly soared into the sky. Xiaobai, I'll go meet that guy first. He didn't heed Cao Xiaobai's further words, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards Frieza. Uncle Wukong. Cao Xiaobai's outstretched hand halted in midair. This guy? You forgo rescue the Namekians. Piccolo snorted, his pride preventing him from participating in the rescue mission. I want to see just how strong that evil guy is. No sooner had he spoken than he also transformed into a purple streak, following son Wukong's path. In the wind, only Cao Xiaobai, Krillin, and Son Gohan remained. The atmosphere turned awkward. Cao Xiaobai thought, he has really lost it. These 2 damn battle maniacs. They're completely disregarding the plan. His mind was racing with frustration. He knew that Frieza could transform 3 times, ultimately reaching a terrifying battle power of 120 million. Not to mention the current Son Wukong. Even if he activated the Kaioken 20 times, he would only be instantaneously defeated. He must transform into a Super Saiyan. But what triggers a Super Saiyan transformation? It is the utmost rage. In the original story, it was Krillin's death that ignited Wukong's fury. But now, Krillin was alive and well, standing right there. Though Cao Xiaobai himself had gathered the 3 Saiyan bloodline marks and possessed the qualification to transform into a Super Saiyan, he had not mastered the technique. He had secretly attempted it on the spacecraft, but could not grasp the key. Either he needed to witness Son Wukong's transformation firsthand and analyze it with Shueishan's eye, or find something to sacrifice to experience sheer rage. Cao Xiaobai's gaze unconsciously swept over Krillin's bald head. Krillin suddenly shivered. Xiaobai, why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. Cao Xiaobai averted his gaze, already having made a decision in his heart. He could not rely on these battle maniacs any longer. He must become that shadowy figure, manipulating everything from the darkness. He turned around, presenting a trustworthy smile to Klin and Wu Fan. The plan has changed. Chapter 59 Frieza. I have yet to make my move, yet my subordinates are already kneeling? You 3, immediately execute the rescue mission. Remember, this is of utmost importance and concerns our ability to return home. Conceal your energy and avoid any conflicts. Klin nodded vigorously, understanding. But what about you? What about Goku and Piccolo? A grave expression surfaced on Cao Xiaobai's face. I must go to save them. That malevolent fiend is not as simple as he appears. Rest assured, I will bring them back. Observing Cao Xiaobai's youthful yet resolute visage, Klin and Wu Fan hesitated no longer. They boarded the spaceship with Bulma, cautiously flying towards the distant village. On the vast expanse of grassland, only Cao Xiaobai remained. He raised his head, sensing the 2 energies rapidly approaching the source of evil, belonging to Goku and Piccolo. Truly, they are 2 troublesome individuals. Very well, let them scout ahead. The stage is set, and the actors should soon take the stage. In an instant, Cao Xiaobai vanished from sight. Instead of heading directly to the center of the battlefield, he took a wide detour, like a specter, silently lurking at the edge of the conflict. Amidst the chaotic ruins of the village, Frieza hovered in midair, flanked by his elite guards, Dodoria and Zarbin. Before him, Son Wukong hovered with a fierce warrior spirit. Oh, Frieza gazed at the man clad in an orange martial arts uniform, a smirk forming on his purplish lips. I never expected to find a stray Saiyan monkey on this remote planet. Beside him, Dodoria and Zarbin had just survived the harrowing explosion of the probe. Their eyes were filled with suspicion as they regarded Son Wukong. Lord Frieza, this man's combat power is beyond what our probe can measure. A bunch of useless fools. Frieza did not even turn around. He regarded Son Wukong with keen interest. Your combat power is quite impressive. In this universe, you can be considered a strong contender. If I am not mistaken, you must be the scion that Vegeta went to Earth to meet. So what do you say? Are you interested in joining my ranks? I could make an exception and allow you to be my right-hand man. Frisia's voice dripped with condescension. I'm afraid not, son. Wukong grinned. I have no interest in being your subordinate. I simply wish to engage you in battle. Frisia's smile faltered for a moment. Just then, a purple figure silently appeared beside Sun Wukong. It was Piccolo. He concealed most of his energy, but the unique aura of a Namekian still caught Frisia's attention. Another one? A Namekian? Frisia's interest peaked. Today is indeed lively. Dodoria and Zarbin exchanged knowing glances. Lord Frisia, let us test this fellow's strength. They grinned wickedly and charged at Piccolo from either side. However, Piccolo merely stood his ground, his body swaying slightly. Dodoria and Zarbin's attacks failed to land entirely. They couldn't even graze the hem of Piccolo's clothing. What? The two were taken aback. Lord Frisia, these two are formidable, Dodoria reported in terror. This green-skinned fellow has low combat power, yet his speed is astonishing. Moreover, the probe indicated that 3 high-energy responses are moving over there. Zarbin added. The amusement in Frisia's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of ominous intent. He detests surprises. He detests anything that escapes his control. Dodoria. Yes, Lord Frisia. Go inform the Jinyu force and instruct them to come immediately. Yes. Dodoria felt as if he had received a pardon and turned to flee this perilous place. However, a chilling aura locked onto him. Trying to leave? Piccolo scoffed, and his figure vanished. He had grown weary of being underestimated. He would demonstrate to these cosmic scum just how powerful the warriors of Earth and the Demon King of Namek truly are. He intended to eliminate these two. However, just as his claws were about to pierce Dodoria's back, a youthful voice, imbued with undeniable authority, rang out. Stop! Piccolo's hand froze midair. A small figure had appeared between him and Dodoria. It was Cao Xiaobai. Xiaobai. Piccolo was both astonished and enraged. What are you doing? Cao Xiaobai ignored him. He simply gazed calmly at the 2 Frisia army elites, who were now utterly terrified. In the next moment, an overwhelming energy, surpassing even that of Goku and Piccolo, erupted from his small frame, powerful enough to alter the very fabric of reality. 350,000 combat power. Full power unleashed. Thud. Dodoria and Zarbin could not even endure for a second. As if crushed by an invisible mountain, they plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Unable to move a single finger, the arena fell into silence. Sun Wukong stared in shock at Cao Xiaobai. Piccolo could scarcely believe the child he had trained. Even Frisia, who had always held himself in high regard, displayed a drastic change in expression for the first time. This child whose combat power read as 0, possesses such terrifying strength. Cao Xiaobai slowly descended before Dodoria and Zarbin, looking down upon them. His innocent smile belied the chilling words that fell from his lips, sending the 2 cosmic villains into a state of utter dread. Uncle, don't be alarmed. I merely wish to ask for a small favor from you. He extended 2 fingers. A drop of blood from each of you, voluntarily. In exchange for your lives, it's quite a fair trade. I assent it? Faced with the absolute power capable of crushing them to dust, Dodoria and Zarbin's mental defenses crumbled instantly. I'm willing. Don't kill me. I'll give you anything. Ding. Detected that target Dodoria's mental state is extremely fragile, deemed voluntary sacrifice. Congratulations, host. Acquired Vitality Blood Mark Dodoria, extraordinary. Fusion of the mark permanently increases cultivation speed by 80. Acquired talent, Brutal Charge, a grade. Your pure strength attacks will carry additional impact and armor-piercing effects. Ding. Detected that target Zarbin's mental state is extremely fragile, deemed voluntary sacrifice. Congratulations, host. Acquired Vitality Blood Mark Zarbin, extraordinary. Fusion of the mark permanently increases cultivation speed by 90. Acquired talent, Hideous Transformation, B grade. You can unleash your physical limits when necessary, significantly increasing strength and defense, but will become quite unsightly. 2 barely visible streams of blood-red light shot from their fingertips, merging into Cao Xiaobai's body. A warm surge coursed through him, enhancing his power even further. His permanent cultivation speed surged once more. Having completed this, Cao Xiaobai contentedly retracted his energy. The terrifying pressure weighing down on Dodoria and Zarbin vanished instantly. The 2 collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Their gazes towards Cao Xiaobai filled with even more fear than they had for Frisia. Very well. Cao Xiaobai clapped his hands, returning to his harmless, adorable demeanor. You may leave now. Leave. Dodoria and Zarbin thought they had misheard. Indeed. Cao Xiaobai smiled like a little angel. Hurry along. Go summon your Jinyu force. Remember to inform them that this planet is filled with a plethora of delightful new toys. Chapter 60. Just the three of you? Come at me together. I am pressed for time. Duo Liya and Sa both fled in disarray, like two wild dogs frightened by a hunter. Yet the playful smile on Frisia's face remained undiminished. He did not even glance at his two disgraceful subordinates. Instead, his purple lips curled upwards as he took a keen interest in the diminutive figure suspended in midair before him. This child is quite intriguing. Oh. Frisia gently clapped his hands, the sound crisp yet imbued with a natural sense of intimidation. What a splendid performance. A battle power of 350,000 perfectly contained within such a small body. It could even deceive the old-style detectors. The new detector's lens clearly reflected the image of Cao Xiaobai, while a series of numbers had just begun to slide down from its peak. It seems that you guessed from Earth possessed the skill of concealing your energy. Frisia's gaze swept back and forth between Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Cao Xiaobai. Your target is this great king, is it not? He spread his arms wide in an elegant posture, yet it was filled with undeniable arrogance. I am curious as to what has emboldened you to challenge the Emperor of the universe. Nonetheless, it matters not. With the three of you, you lack the capability to seize anything from this great king. Frisia's eyes were filled with disdain, as if he were observing three slightly stronger ants. Since your bones are so tough, I shall grant you an opportunity. Come at me together. Let me see how much courage you truly possess. As soon as the words left his lips, a presence far deeper and more malevolent than Cao Xiaobai's 350,000 battle power enveloped the entire battlefield like an abyss. The expressions on Sun Wukong and Piccolo instantly turned grave. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced in alarm. This scoundrel, a base power of 530,000, truly deserving of its reputation. This battle is not even from the same dimension. Just as Sun Wukong's fighting spirit surged, preparing to be the first to charge in, a purple figure blocked his path. Wait a moment. Piccolo stepped forward, rolling his shoulders with a crackling sound. His face wore an unprecedented seriousness. Wukong, Xiaobai, allow me to go first. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Piccolo, I want you to see the results of my month of training. Piccolo's voice was low and resolute. I also want this arrogant fellow to know the wrath of the Namekians. Cao Xiaobai looked at Piccolo's determined expression and almost succumbed to the urge to scoff. Brother, I know you are brave, but you are facing Frisia. In the original story, you couldn't even defeat his second form after merging with Nail. Now, the gap in strength is immense. Charging at him head-on? How wonderfully ironic that the same plot might unfold again. Is this not serving oneself up for slaughter? However, despite his inner thoughts, Cao Xiaobai did not intervene. Letting Piccolo test the waters and gauge Frisia's true strength is far better than recklessly charging in with Wukong. He needs data, the most precise battle data. Though Sun Wukong was reluctant, he held absolute respect for Piccolo, his former rival and now comrade. He could sense the energy within Piccolo igniting in an unprecedented manner. All right, Sun Wukong nodded. Be cautious, Piccolo. That guy is no ordinary foe. Humph, Piccolo snorted coldly. Choosing not to elaborate further, he slowly raised his hands, gripping the heavy white turban atop his head. With a sudden motion, he yanked it off and threw it to the ground. Next came the deep purple weighted clothing. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, as if a meteor had struck. The heavy turban and weighted clothing smashed into the hard ground, creating a bottomless pit. Dust and debris filled the air. Cao Xiaobai's lips twitched. Goodness! This is indeed the standard equipment of Dragon Ball Z. No wonder you, Uncle Piccolo, train while wearing such absurdly heavy gear. He instinctively glanced at Sun Wukong beside him. Sure enough, a knowing smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face, as if to say, so you do this too. There was no doubt. This battle fanatic must also be wearing a set. I truly cannot comprehend the peculiar hobbies of you Scions and Namekians. As the weight was lifted, Piccolo's energy surged dramatically. The previously restrained power erupted like a volcano, climbing higher and higher. The surrounding air began to tremble, stirring up gusts of wind. Oh, Frisia's eyebrows lifted slightly, as the numbers on his new detector skyrocketed. A battle power of 300,000. How amusing, shedding a piece of clothing to grow stronger. Is this how you Namekians fight? Frisia's tone held a hint of mockery. Piccolo paid no heed to his derision. He rolled his neck, feeling an unprecedented lightness and strength coursing through his body. Frisia! He shouted, his figure instantly vanishing from his original position. In the next moment, he appeared before Frisia, his fist enveloped in fierce energy, aimed directly at Frisia's face. Swift. Incredibly swift. Yet, Frisia merely stood in place, not even altering his posture. He simply raised a single finger. A slender white finger. Bang! Piccolo's fist, capable of shattering mountains, was effortlessly blocked by that finger. A powerful shockwave radiated from the two, lifting the ground around them once more. Yet Frisia remained utterly unmoved. What? Piccolo was horrified. His full-force strike was actually halted by a mere finger? Not bad speed. Frisia's voice echoed in his ear, filled with condescending critique. Too bad. Your power is too weak. Before the words had finished, Frisia's figure suddenly became indistinct. Piccolo felt a blur before his eyes, followed by an indescribable pain in his abdomen. Thud. He flew back like a cannonball, crashing hard into a towering mountain. Rumble. The entire mountain trembled violently, countless cracks spreading from the impact point, and debris fell like rain. Piccolo, bloodied, was embedded in the mountainside, barely able to move a finger. One strike. Just one strike. The battle power of 300,000. Piccolo suffered a crushing defeat. Piccolo. Son Wukong roared in fury. Cao Xiaobai's heart sank to the depths. Is this the Emperor of the Universe? In his base form, he has become this formidable? Frisia slowly retracted his kicked foot, even disdainfully shaking it, as if it had been sullied. Too weak. He shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. Next, his gaze fell upon Son Wukong. The smile had vanished from Son Wukong's face. In his pure eyes burned fierce anger and combat intent. It's my turn. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. Chapter 61. On Namek, just after Frisia had eliminated him in an instant, he was contemplating how to turn the tide. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of impact resonated through the sky. Son Wukong's figure was so swift that only a series of afterimages could be seen as he unleashed a torrential flurry of attacks upon Frisia from all directions. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. Each strike contained enough power to rend the earth asunder. Yet Frisia handled it with aplomb. He even used just one hand to deflect all of Son Wukong's assaults. Is this all you have? Scion Monkey. After yet another exchange of blows, the two momentarily separated. Frisia looked down at the slightly panting Son Wukong with a mocking expression. Your strength has reached its limit. Upon hearing this, a sly smile appeared on Son Wukong's face. The battle has only just begun. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a crimson aura erupted fiercely from within him. Kaioken. It was as if a layer of blood-red flames ignited around his body. His muscles bulged, veins popping, and in that instant, his battle power soared geometrically. Oh! Frisia's new type of detector emitted a sharp alarm. Tenfold Kaioken. Son Wukong let out a thunderous roar, and his power surged to an astonishing height. 3 million. Prepare yourself, Frisia. Son Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, his speed exceeding that of before by more than tenfold. Boom. This time, Frisia could not block with just one hand. Son Wukong's fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Interesting. Frisia steadied himself midair, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by a chilling expression. It seems I must unleash my true abilities to fully enjoy this game. Very well, Scion, you have successfully enraged me. He spread his arms wide, and his body began to undergo a drastic transformation. His head elongated, the armor on his body proliferating and twisting, sharp bone spikes sprouting from his back. An evil aura, exponentially stronger than before, engulfed the entire Namek. Third form. Cornered, Frisia bypassed his second form entirely, assuming a terrifying third form with even greater battle power. Feel despair. Frisia screeched, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the sky, two streaks of light, one red and one purple, collided at a speed surpassing visual limits. Each clash erupted with cataclysmic energy shockwaves. The earth wailed, and the sky trembled. Distant lakes evaporated, and mountains crumbled into dust from the residual waves. Cao Xiaobai hid far away, struggling to capture every detail of the battlefield with his divine perception, his heart already storming with turmoil. So powerful. This is the pinnacle of mid-series Dragon Ball Z combat. Just the aftermath of the battle was enough to obliterate him. Boom. Another violent clash. Both Sun Wukong and Frieza were sent flying. Sun Wukong's tenfold Kaioken seemed to subtly suppress Frieza's third form. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Frieza roared in an extreme rage. He could not accept this. The mighty Universe Emperor, Frieza, was being pushed to this extent by a mere scion monkey. Unforgivable. I shall show you my true, perfect power. And then, you will die in utter fear. Frieza's body transformed once more. This time, it was not the grotesque growth and distortion of before. His bizarre head and muscular frame began to shrink rapidly, becoming smooth. All the bone spikes and armor vanished, replaced by pure white skin, as smooth as porcelain, adorned with purple crystals. His form became diminutive and streamlined. Yet, the aura emanating from him reached a suffocating, despair-inducing zenith. Final form. His battle power peaked at 120 million. The entire Namek seemed to freeze under this terrifying aura. Sun Wukong's body trembled uncontrollably. This was not fear, but a primal reaction when faced with an insurmountable force. Damn it! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I must give it my all. 20-fold Kaioken. He pushed his potential to the limit. The crimson aura almost became tangible, enveloping him entirely. His battle power reached 6 million. However, this number, once a source of pride, now seemed laughable and utterly powerless before Frieza's 120 million. It's over, monkey. Frieza's figure appeared before Sun Wukong like a specter. He extended a finger and lightly touched Sun Wukong's forehead. Puff! Sun Wukong's body jolted violently, and the red aura of the 20-fold Kaioken extinguished in an instant. He plummeted from the sky like a puppet with its strings cut. What followed was a torrential assault. Frieza moved so swiftly that even Cao Xiaobai's divine perception could barely keep up, only catching glimpses of a white shadow leaving gruesome wounds on Sun Wukong's body. Fists, kicks, energy blasts. Sun Wukong was treated like a punching bag, ruthlessly battered in midair. Ultimately, Frieza delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing down into the ground, creating a massive crater. The battle came to an end, marked by the crushing defeat of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. Frieza slowly descended to the edge of the crater, looking down at the blood-soaked, barely conscious figure below. Scions are truly a terrifying race. The closer they are to death, the stronger their potential becomes. I cannot let you live. A glint of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand, gathering an energy sphere capable of annihilating planets at his fingertips. Just as he was about to strike, a familiar yet impossible voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Frieza die? Frieza's movements froze. That voice belonged to Raditz. Impossible. Hadn't the intelligence department reported that Raditz died on Earth? Could he have been resurrected? In that split second of shock, a bolt of black lightning surged into the crater at lightning speed. It was Cao Xiaobai, using Raditz's death mark. He scooped up Sun Wukong from the bottom of the crater, while his other hand reached out to pull the heavily injured Piccolo from the distant mountains. Then, he turned and fled. Do you think you can escape under my watch? What a joke. Frieza's anger flared instantly. While he might welcome individuals with battle powers in the hundreds of thousands, anyone who posed a threat to his status would be mercilessly eradicated. Swish, 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 swish. Purple energy beams erupted from Frieza's fingertips like the scythes of death, instantly closing in on the fleeing Cao Xiaobai and the others. Puff, puff, puff. The beams pierced through their bodies, spraying blood mist. Intense pain coursed through them in an instant. Cao Xiaobai felt darkness envelop him as he clutched Sun Wukong and Piccolo, helplessly plummeting from the sky. Below was the massive lake created by the aftermath of Sun Wukong and Frieza's battle. Splash! The three crashed heavily into the water, sending up a spray, and quickly sank beneath the surface. Frieza hovered above the lake, and his new type of detector faithfully reported the underwater information. Life signs are rapidly declining. Target 1, life signs at 0. Target 2, life signs at 0. Target 3, life signs at 0. Humph. A bunch of ignorant trash. After confirming the deaths of the three, Frieza turned away, satisfied. The lake's surface returned to tranquility. Time passed, and in a secluded corner far from the battlefield, overgrown with water plants, a series of bubbles suddenly broke the surface. With a splash, Cao Xiaobai struggled to drag Sun Wukong and Piccolo back to the surface. Sun Wukong and Bic had both succumbed to unconsciousness, their bodies marred by ghastly puncture wounds. Their breaths barely perceptible. Yet, they were not dead. The Scion's indomitable vitality and the Namekian's remarkable regenerative abilities were gradually mending their shattered forms. As for Cao Xiaobai, the wound on his chest had ceased to bleed, healing at a visibly rapid pace. The amalgamation of various regenerative talents, such as Bic's vitality mark, Naba's elite physique, and Yakalob's gluttonous recovery, bestowed upon him an almost grotesque immortality. As long as he was not obliterated in an instant, he could recover from even the gravest of injuries. Gasping for air, Cao Xiaobai cast a glance in the direction where Frisia had departed. The meticulously devised plan to infiltrate Frisia's army, to develop discreetly while secretly collecting the blood of the Jinyu force and Frisia himself, now lay in tatters. Engaging the ultimate boss from the outset had nearly led to their total annihilation. This hellish difficulty script was becoming increasingly exhilarating. He looked down at the two near-lifeless ace fighters in his arms. What was to be done next? Chapter 62. The framework expands. Using Wukong and Bic as bait. I am now in the atmosphere. The frigid waters enveloped Cao Xiaobai, along with the weighty burdens in his grasp. He inhaled deeply, the piercing pain in his lungs intensifying with each breath, infused with the taste of water. The divine perception within him, akin to the highest precision radar, relentlessly tracked Frisia's departing presence. Only when that suffocating aura vanished from his senses did he exhale a slight sigh of relief. Safe, for the moment. With one hand on each, he dragged the unconscious Sun Wukong and Bic from the water and discarded them onto the moss-laden, slippery shore. The flight technique was utterly out of the question. In the presence of a monster like Frisia, any fluctuation of energy could reveal his position, inviting utter catastrophe. He had no choice but to rely on running. Cao Xiaobai assessed his bearings. They were situated towards where Krillin and Sun Gohan were located. He bent down, hoisting Sun Wukong and Bic as though they were two heavy sacks. They were exceedingly heavy, a Scion and a Namekian, both possessing muscle densities far beyond that of ordinary humans. Gritting his teeth, he commenced a frightful sprint across the uniquely blue grass of Namek, moving with a speed that belied his youthful stature. Damn Frisia, the plan is in shambles. His mind was a tumult of confusion. The previously envisioned infiltration of Frisia's army. To play the role of a covert logistics personnel, step by step collecting the Jinyu force's blood, was irrevocably blocked upon Frisia's ultimate form's appearance. A battle power of 120 million. What did that even signify? Even if he trained the Kaioken to its 100-fold, he would still be unable to reach Frisia's heels. Engaging him head-on would be sheer folly. Now, the only viable option emerged in his mind. A figure clad in a black bodysuit, striking a flamboyant pose, Captain Jinyu. His body change ability seemed to be the sole possible shortcut to seize Frisia's perfect form. However, the risks were monumental. A failed exchange or exposure during the process could instantaneously unveil the secret of the soul of a traveler concealed within him. At that point, death would be a luxury. Damn it, to gamble or not. The innate talent of the Ice Demon clan was among the most elite bloodlines in the universe. Not only did it promise terrifying growth and battle power, but it also conferred survival abilities in the vacuum of space. This bore immeasurable value for his future plans, including the ultimate goal of returning home. It was worth the risk, but it necessitated an infallible plan. As Cao Xiaobai's mind raced, devising countless infiltration strategies, his divine perception suddenly detected a few familiar auras. Krillin and Gohan. Their energy was swiftly moving, though not towards him. Behind them, Bulma's aura was accompanied by dozens of faint yet resilient Namekian energies, advancing in another direction. They had split into two groups. It seemed the rescue operation was proceeding successfully. A sense of calm enveloped Cao Xiaobai's heart. He sensed that Krillin and Son Gohan were heading towards a location brimming with immense life energy. The Elder. They were going to enhance their potential. A thought, like lightning, flashed through Cao Xiaobai's mind. Wait. He glanced at the two blood bags he was carrying, Sun Wukong and Bic. If he were to revive them with the Senzu beans now, with their battle-crazed tendencies, he could not guarantee that once they regained consciousness, they would not rush off to confront Frisia recklessly. How could he then execute his plan against the Jinyu force? These two unpredictable variables would disrupt everything. However, what if he allowed them to seek the Elder and undergo potential development? In the original tale, Krillin, with a battle power of over 1,000. Had his power soared to 13,000 after the elder merely touched his head? What about son Wukong and Bic? One a battle prodigy infused with scion blood. The other a martial artist endowed with the memories of the gods from the Namekian heritage. Their potential would surely surpass even Krillin's. If he could elevate their strength to a level capable of contending with Frisia's ultimate form, then perhaps he could orchestrate a grand performance. Let these two super fighters attract Frisia's full attention while he maneuvered behind the scenes, seeking an opportunity to strike against Jinyu, or even against Frisia himself. This might be the only feasible method to obtain Frisia's blood. This strategy was 1,000 times more reliable than recklessly playing a life-or-death game of body change. A grin spread across Cao Xiaobai's face as he emitted an unintelligible chuckle. The plan was viable. He promptly altered his course, abandoning the direction of Bulma's spaceship. He would save the sins of beans for later. Now was the opportune moment for investment. He quickened his pace, his small figure casting a fleeting shadow across the vast grasslands as he dashed towards Krillin and Son Gohan. Meanwhile, Krillin and Son Gohan were cautiously flying at low altitude. Just moments ago, under the Elder's guidance, they had successfully rescued a group of Namekians enslaved by Frisia's army, including 2 combat-type kin who would eventually merge with Bic. Aside from Naru, upon explaining their intent, the Namekian elders contacted the Elder through telepathy. The Elder's decision astonished everyone. He had agreed to Cao Xiaobai's earlier plan, hoping that Bulma could lead his kin away from the planet temporarily, relinquishing their guardianship of the Dragon Balls. My time is limited. The Elder's frail and aged voice resonated through their minds. That wicked emperor is beyond your current capability to oppose. Come to me, children, in my final moments. Allow me to assist you in awakening the powers slumbering within you. Krillin and Gohan exchanged determined glances, recognizing each other's resolve. Consequently, they parted ways with Bulma. Bulma took the Namekians to the spaceship for refuge, striving to save more of their kin. The two of them hurried towards the Grand Elder's temple. Wu Fan, do you really think the Grand Elder can make us stronger? Kuririn expressed his apprehension. Despite his combat power reaching an unimaginable height through rigorous training aboard the spaceship and the resonance with Cao Xiaobai's bloodline, it still felt inadequate against Frisia. It must be possible, Uncle Kuririn. Sun Wu Fan clenched his fists tightly, his small face radiating determination. We absolutely must grow stronger and then go help Dad and Xiaobai. At that moment, a familiar yet oppressive aura suddenly enveloped them. Both froze midair. That energy is from Vegeta. Kuririn's voice trembled. Before them, a figure slowly rose from the rocky terrain. It was none other than the Scion Prince, Vegeta, who had recently been defeated and had fled in disgrace. He had donned a new battle suit, and his injuries had completely healed. His power level detector was glowing red. Ha ha ha, what a twist of fate, Kakarot-san, along with that bald head, Vegeta sneered. A cruel and arrogant smile gracing his features as he waved the orange Dragon Ball, etched with 4 stars. I never expected you to acquire one as well. However, it now belongs to me. Having recovered from the humiliating defeat on Earth, his power surged from 18,000 to 24,000, instilling him with renewed confidence. Little did he know, Kuririn and Sun Wu Fan had undergone transformations beyond his comprehension. In Vegeta's eyes, these two were still mere insects that he could crush at will. He couldn't even be bothered to use his power detector, as he was in good spirits. He merely wished to take revenge on the two who had humiliated him. Kuririn, intimidated by Vegeta's presence, took a step back, cold sweat streaming down his brow. The fear of domination had been ingrained in his very bones. Yet, instinctively, he sensed his own energy. A powerful, surging force flowed quietly within him, like a mighty river. He then sensed Vegeta's energy. It doesn't seem so terrifying after all, he thought, comparing it to his own, which felt like a mere trickle. Kuririn's posture gradually straightened, and a subtle change in his mindset began to take shape. Looking at Vegeta's arrogant face, he found it somewhat amusing. Hey, I say, Scion. Kuririn stepped forward, mimicking Cao Xiaobai's stance with his hands on his hips. You're not going after Frisia, but instead blocking us because you think we're easier to bully? Vegeta's smile faltered. How dare this bald-headed fool mock him? You're seeking death. Vegeta's anger ignited instantly. He raised his hand, aiming it at Kuririn. I'll start with you, you scum. However, what greeted him was Kuririn's derisive snicker. Kuririn glanced at the reading on the modified detector created by Bulma, which displayed a power level of 24,000. With just that power, what are you boasting about? Kuririn shook his head, a look of pity on his face. What a pathetic scion prince you are. You. Vegeta's mind buzzed, overwhelmed with rage. He had noticed Kuririn's detector. This bald-headed fool dared to pity him. Die. Vegeta completely lost control, unleashing a terrifying energy wave directed at Kuririn. Uncle Kuririn, be careful, Sun Wu Fan shouted in alarm. Yet Kuririn remained unmoved. He slowly raised one hand. With a boom, the energy wave that could obliterate a mountain vanished upon contact with Kuririn's palm, as if it had never existed. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, Kuririn's figure appeared before him in an instant. Too fast. Vegeta's dynamic vision couldn't even capture his movement. Vegeta barely managed to utter a word. A fist expanded in his sight. Boom. With a deafening sound, Vegeta was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through a series of mountains before being buried under a pile of rubble. Instantly defeated, Kuririn retracted his fist and exhaled. I might have overdone it a bit. I just didn't control my strength well. He turned to a stunned Sun Wu Fan, scratching his bald head sheepishly. Let us go, Wu Fan. We shouldn't keep the Grand Elder waiting. Sun Wu Fan nodded vigorously, his gaze towards Kuririn filled with admiration. The two vanished like streaks of light into the horizon. Amidst the rubble, Vegeta struggled to cough up a mouthful of blood. Every bone in his body felt shattered. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. He had been gravely injured by the bald earthling he despised the most. How infuriating. He recalled his pride as the Scion Prince and his ambition to surpass Frieza and become the ruler of the universe. Now all of it was a joke. He was to die here, at the hands of the very earthling he scorned. A single tear of frustration slid down his cheek. Just as darkness began to engulf his consciousness, a childish voice, laced with mockery, echoed in his ears. Oh dear, isn't this the proud Scion Prince Vegeta? Why are you lying here waiting to die? Vegeta struggled to open his eyes. He saw a small boy in a purple training suit, squatting before him with curiosity. Examining him, the boy held two semi-conscious individuals in either hand, Kakarot and that Namekian. Cao Xiaobai grinned. Vegeta, do you want to live? Give me your blood. And I can not only save you, but also make you stronger. Vegeta's breath hitched. Get lost. I, Vegeta, would rather die than beg for mercy from a brat like you. Oh, is that so? Cao Xiaobai stood and pretended to leave. Very well. You can just wait here to die. Frieza is currently in a rage. He might just pass by and discover you, the traitor. Cao Xiaobai's words pierced Vegeta's heart like needles. The desire for life, the fear of Frieza, and the obsession with power swirled chaotically in his mind. Wait. Vegeta gritted his teeth, forcing out two words. Cao Xiaobai turned around, his smile brightening. What? Changed your mind? Why should I trust you? Vegeta gasped. Cao Xiaobai waved the unconscious Kakarot and Piccolo. They're far worse off than you, beaten by Frieza himself, yet they're still alive. He pointed to his own chest. I was also pierced by Frieza, yet do I look like I'm in trouble? Vegeta's pupils constricted. He finally noticed the holes in the boy's clothing, but his skin beneath was unscathed. Stop wasting time. Your Highness, Cao Xiaobai impatiently interrupted him. Agree or disagree? My patience is limited. Silence. A deathly silence lingered. After a long while, Vegeta shut his eyes and spat out a word, filled with humiliation. Fine. Successfully obtained SSR level by Jita Huoshua Injia, Wangzi. Gained permanent enhancement. Training speed 100. Unlocked ultra-rare talent. Near-death strength, super version S level. When a Scion recovers from near-death, their combat power will receive a tremendous boost, far exceeding that of ordinary Scions. Ding, your bloodline has undergone a qualitative change, promoted to Golden Bloodline. Combat power limit 10 million. Ding, unlocked combat power limit 5,000. The system's notification sounded like celestial music. Cao Xiaobai stifled his overwhelming joy, retrieving a spare Xian from his pocket and flicking it into Vegeta's mouth. Crack. Vegeta instinctively chewed. In the next moment, a warm and immense life energy surged throughout his body. All injuries, all fatigue, were swept away in an instant. He leapt up from the ground, feeling an unprecedented explosive power within him. His combat power detector emitted a piercing scream. 35,000. His combat power surged from 24,000 to 35,000. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, feeling this powerful force, was instantly filled with confidence and let out a maniacal laugh. He turned around, locking his cold and cruel gaze on Cao Xiaobai and the two unconscious figures in his hands. Little brat, Thank you for your beans. In return, I will ensure you die without pain. The desire to kill surged anew. Yet, Cao Xiaobai remained unmoved, merely regarding him with a look of disdain. Vegeta, I know what you were thinking. His cold words echoed in Vegeta's ears. Restrain your pathetic murderous intent. Your mere 35,000 combat power is insignificant before me. Even if you sought revenge on Kuririn now, you would still be swiftly annihilated. What did you say? Vegeta roared in fury. Cao Xiaobai was too disinterested to engage in further banter. He simply released a wisp of his energy. In an instant, boom. An indescribable, vast, terrifying aura flashed by. Vegeta's combat power detector did not even have time to scream before it exploded with a loud bang. He stood frozen, his mind blank, his body trembling uncontrollably from extreme fear. What was that aura just now? Now, do you still wish to kill me? Cao Xiaobai's voice drifted softly. Vegeta collapsed, his legs weakening, nearly kneeling on the ground. He gazed at the child still wearing an innocent smile, feeling as though he was looking up at an unfathomable ancient demon. I can help you become stronger. Cao Xiaobai spoke again, coaxing him gently. If you ask me, ask him. Vegeta's last shred of pride prevented him from uttering those words. He ground his teeth in silence, turning to flee in a flash of light, escaping in disarray. Cao Xiaobai watched his retreating figure without concern. Run away. Go indulge yourself. Even if you die, the Dragon Balls of Namek can resurrect you. That top tier, Uuuuuuuuu, will eventually be mine. He hoisted Sun Wukong and Bic once more, no longer delaying. In a flash, he sped after Kuririn and Sun Wufan ahead. Chapter 64. A limit of 10 million? Sorry, but it is merely a joke before Frieza. Cao Xiaobai, carrying the two human pendants, traced a golden streak across the sky. His speed had reached its zenith. The energy within him, bolstered by the golden bloodline, surged ceaselessly, akin to an inexhaustible river. However, it was still insufficient. Far from enough. In Cao Xiaobai's mind, a number on the system panel flashed mockingly. Combat power limit, 10,000,000, 10 million. This figure had once seemed an unattainable astronomical number. Yet now, after witnessing Frieza's cataclysmic combat power of 12 million, this 10 million appeared utterly laughable and feeble. It was not even a fraction of Frieza's might. In fact, even Frieza's base form of 530,000 was something he had to navigate with various means. This was not merely a battle of magnitudes. The golden bloodline sounded impressive, but in essence, it merely reinforced his vessel, elevating his potential limit. Yet the water within that vessel remained pitifully scant. A solution must be found. He needed to extract every ounce of nourishment worth collecting from this planet in the shortest time possible. His gaze seemed to pierce through the clouds, directed into the depths of the universe. The Jinyu Force. Frieza's trump card. 5 monsters with extraordinary abilities. Riku's brute strength. Buddha's speed, Jisu's special beam, Goldo's superpowers, and Captain Jinyu's body-swapping ability that could be deemed a cheat. All of these were the top-tier talents he yearned for. Besides this larger experience package, there were Frieza's Legion soldiers, and all Namekians represented his experience package. Only by stitching these bizarre bloodline marks onto himself, and allowing his golden bloodline to undergo another metamorphosis, could he truly grasp the threshold of divinity. His goal had always remained singular: to elevate his bloodline to an unrivaled divine level. As his thoughts raced, Cao Xiaobai focused his mind, quietly unfolding Tianshan Ganzi. Instantly, the entire landscape of Namek became vividly clear in his mind. Countless life forces flickered like candles in the dark, revealing themselves one by one. He quickly located Bulma's position. Beside the massive spaceship, Namekians were orderly boarding. 2 villages had already been saved. Bulma's execution was always reliable. Cao Xiaobai sighed with relief, preparing to shift his perception away. However, at that moment, 2 combat-type Namekians next to Bulma suddenly broke away from the main group, flying toward a perilously dangerous direction. That direction was precisely where Frieza was terrorizing a village. Cao Xiaobai nearly stumbled from the air. What is happening? Are they seeking death? I haven't even absorbed your experience yet. Without time to ponder, he concentrated his mental energy, transforming it into an invisible ripple that crossed vast distances, precisely penetrating the minds of those 2 Namekian warriors. Stop! What do you 2 think you are doing? The sudden voice caused the 2 rushing warriors to freeze, nearly coming to a halt. Who is it? Do not concern yourself with who I am. The direction you are heading is Frieza's location. Do you want to be crushed by a single finger? Cao Xiaobai's voice brimmed with urgency. One of the taller warriors quickly regained composure, responding in his mind. Our kin are still there. We cannot abandon them. Frisia's terror exceeds your imagination. If you go now, you will only die in vain. Even if it costs us our lives, we must save even one of our kin. The resolve of the other warrior was unyielding. Cao Xiaobai's anger flared. Foolish courage is more dangerous than cowardice. Just as he was about to reprimand them with harsher words, a more ancient, vast, and gentle mental energy quietly joined the conversation. It was the elder. Nifu, Kadu returned. The elder's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Elder, the warrior named Nifu exclaimed, but, no buts. The elder interrupted him. What this child says is correct. Your sacrifice is of no significance. Now, the final hope for Namek lies not in battle, but in survival. Heeding his directives, the elder led all surviving tribesmen away from this place. The great elder's command is absolute. Nifu and Kato fell silent. Seizing the moment, Cao Xiaobai urged, listen. You must return immediately and contain your energy to an almost negligible state. Frisia possesses the latest combat power detectors, and any trace of energy fluctuation could reveal your location. The two warriors hesitated no longer, respectfully acknowledged his words, and turned towards Bulma's spaceship. The immediate crisis was averted, and Cao Xiaobai exhaled a sigh of relief. However, his mind raced, seizing this rare opportunity. Great Elder, he transmitted respectfully, I will soon bring my companions. They are gravely injured, and to combat Frisia, we require greater strength. I have heard that you possess the miraculous ability to unlock human potential. A gentle chuckle resonated from the Great Elder through their mental link. Of course, child. To protect Namek, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Come to me. Elated, Cao Xiaobai wasted no time and flew with all his might towards the Great Elder's location. Meanwhile, in another desolate valley of Namek, Vegeta emerged from the rubble, feeling the surge of power within him, his face alight with a sense of exhilaration and brutality. He discarded the now-defunct scouter from his ear with a disdainful snort. The boy's energy was indeed unfathomable. But what of it? Once I, Vegeta, wish for immortality. With the Scion's innate ability for limitless growth, surpassing you and Frisia will merely be a matter of time. What he needed to do was to secretly gather all 7 Dragon Balls before that. He transformed into a streak of light, following the familiar energy of the Dragon Balls. Soon, he spotted 2 familiar figures, Frisia's lackeys, Zarbin and Dodoria. They seemed to have just reported to someone and were about to leave. Oh, aren't you the lapdogs of Frisia? Vegeta mocked, blocking their path. Vegeta, Dodoria gasped in shock. You're not dead. Zarbin's face was filled with wariness. He could sense that the Vegeta before him was entirely different from before. What do you think? Vegeta flexed his wrists. Not only am I alive, but I've also learned something quite interesting. He gradually suppressed his energy. In Zarbin and Dodoria's perception, Vegeta's formidable presence vanished into thin air. That's a technique of the Earthlings. Alarm bells rang in their minds. Unfortunately, it was too late. In a flash, Vegeta moved with a speed that exceeded their reflexes and delivered a punch that pierced Dodoria's chest. Following that, he unleashed an energy wave that obliterated the stunned Zarbin into cosmic dust. Humph, scum. Vegeta wiped his hands and picked up the Dragon Balls they had dropped. Now, he possessed 2. The remaining 5 must be in Frisia's possession. He needed to find an opportunity to seize them all. On Frisia's spaceship, a soldier rushed in panic to report, Lord Frisia. All energy signatures from Namekians have vanished from the detector. What? Frisia, holding a glass of red wine, froze mid-action. He activated the main screen, revealing a grid map of the planet where the previously flickering dots had vanished entirely. Frisia chuckled softly. Yet the laughter chilled the air in the command room. Interesting. It appears that apart from those 3 little insects, others have joined this game. He downed the wine in his glass and crushed the goblet into powder. I've been played. Rising to his feet, his purple lips twisted into a cruel grin. Relay my orders. Mobilize the entire army for a net search. Leave no stone unturned on this planet. Additionally, activate high-precision life detectors and uncover all potential hiding spots, including caves and water sources. I want to see how long these rats can hide. Yes, the Frisia army, this colossal war machine, was set into motion. 2 hours later, Cao Xiaobai finally caught up with Krillin and Son Gohan. Xiaobai, are you all right? The two breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him. I'm fine. But don't speak. Conceal your energy and keep moving. Cao Xiaobai succinctly instructed, leading them swiftly to a uniquely shaped colossal mountain. A familiar figure awaited them there, Nail. He nodded at Cao Xiaobai and led them into the vast cave within the mountain. Upon seeing the great elder seated upon a throne, his form resembling a mountain, Krillin and Son Gohan were left speechless in astonishment. Is this the great elder? Krillin stammered. The great elder smiled warmly, his gaze drifting past the three to rest on Son Goku and Piccolo, who were being supported by Cao Xiaobai. Poor children, you are gravely injured. He extended a hand gently over Son Goku and Piccolo. A wave of warm, gentle life energy surged into their bodies, visibly healing their grievous wounds at a miraculous pace. Soon, Son Goku and Piccolo opened their eyes, feeling not only their injuries healed, but their strength renewed, even their depleted energy fully restored. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the gravity and fear they felt. They had truly experienced Frisia's terror, an absolute power that could bring them to the brink of death with a single blow, rendering their self-healing abilities useless. Children, my time is limited. The great elder's aged yet gentle voice broke their reverie. Now, one by one, come forward and let me see what future potential lies within each of you. Krillin was the first to step up. The great elder placed his hand upon his bald head. Oh, quite impressive potential, child. Your courage has earned you a fate that should not belong to you. A flash of light enveloped Krillin. He felt a warm current coursing through him, as if some shackles had been wholly unbound. Instinctively, he sensed his energy within. The power surged so greatly that it felt both strange and terrifying. Ding! Combat power has undergone a transformation. Current combat power, 500,000. 500,000. It had directly peaked at the limit of his lineage. Krillin trembled with excitement. Then it was Son Gohan's turn. Anger is your key, yet also your shackle. What an extraordinary talent you possess. The light shone again. Son Gohan's combat power shattered the million barrier, soaring to 3 million. Next was Piccolo. Oh, you are the son of Catus. No, you have split. You are the child from Earth, the hope of Namek. Your path has already surpassed that of your father. Piccolo's combat power stabilized at 3,900,000. Finally, it was Son Goku's turn. Incredible. Within you lies a heart so pure. You are the miracle of this universe. Son Goku's combat power skyrocketed to 420,000. They all experienced a foundational increase in power due to their near-death recovery. And through the Great Elder's potential unlocking, their strengths underwent a transformative change. Lastly, Cao Xiaobai stepped forward. The Great Elder's hand rested upon his head. I cannot fathom you. Child. The Great Elder's voice carried a hint of surprise for the first time. Your soul does not belong here. Within your body flows countless possibilities. Truly a greedy little creature. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene. Cao Xiaobai's combat power firmly rested at 3,500,000. Although it paled in comparison to Baiku and Son Wukong, he found satisfaction in it, for his bloodline allowed him to grow without bounds. Baiku felt the warmth of the elder's affection for the first time. Though he did not greet him, he respectfully nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he engaged in a solemn discussion with Son Wukong, Klin, and Wu Fan on how to counterattack Frisia. Naturally, Baiku inquired about Cao Xiaobai's opinion. But at that moment, Cao Xiaobai was preoccupied with another matter, quietly approaching Nair. He blinked his innocent eyes and asked, Uncle Nair, could you give me a drop of your blood? Nair was taken aback, his expression suddenly wary. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, the elder's voice resonated once more. Give it to him, Nair. Elder. Nair responded, puzzled. I have seen into his heart. The elder spoke with wisdom. His heart is pure. Like us. He merely wishes to survive in this cruel universe. The elder commanded, give him your blood. He turned to Cao Xiaobai, a gentle smile gracing his aged face. My blood shall be yours as well, child. I hope it aids you. As he spoke, both the elder and Nair extracted a drop of blood, sending it toward Cao Xiaobai. Beep. Extraordinary life essence detected. Merging in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Namekian warrior, Nair, life essence mark. Beep. Gained cultivation speed 70. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Namekian elder life essence mark. Beep. Gained cultivation speed 60. Beep. New talent acquired. Healing hand. Weakened version C class. Can consume energy to heal non-lethal injuries and restore 25 energy to the target. Ecstasy surged within Cao Xiaobai. This was nothing short of a divine skill. With this, he essentially carried a healer at his side. Yet, the surprises did not end there. Beep. Host has acquired the bloodline of the Dragon Ball creator. Analyzing. Due to the host's inability to obtain the Dragon God's approval, talent transformation failed. Performing secondary transformation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unique talent, Energy Matter Transformation, EX class. Talent description. You can consume your own energy to directly manifest any existing matter within your understanding. This transformation is irreversible and limited to matter. It cannot transform life or conceptual abilities. Cao Xiaobai was momentarily stunned. His mind raced. The ability to consume energy to materialize any existing object. Was this not a thought that wildly proliferated in his mind, causing his breath to quicken? Did this mean that as long as he had sufficient energy, he could conjure anything he desired from thin air? A spaceship? Battle armor? Even senzu beans? Chapter 66. Against all odds talent. I can create infinite senzu beans. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced with fervor. Energy Matter Transformation. EX class. A unique talent. The concept was vast and terrifying. He snapped back to reality, forcing himself to remain calm. This miraculous card must be thoroughly understood regarding its limits and consumption. While Sun Wukong and the others were still adjusting to their newfound power, he quietly slipped away to a secluded corner outside the Elder's Mountain. He extended his hand, silently envisioning a stone. A faint energy flowed from him, and a simple stone appeared in his palm. Indeed, Cao Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he attempted again, this time envisioning a more complex object, a Science single-person spherical spaceship. Boom! A surge of immense energy was instantly drawn from him. Cao Xiaobai felt a wave of dizziness as a visible portion of his energy was consumed, fully 1/5. In the next moment, a spaceship, identical to his memories, hovered before him. It truly worked. Overjoyed, he quickly stored the spaceship in the capsule given to him by Bulma. After conducting some simple tests, he began to form a hypothesis about this ability. The energy consumed indeed correlated with the value and complexity of the material. Now, for the final and most crucial test, senzu beans. He took a deep breath, concentrating all his energy, envisioning the small green bean of the cat sage. This time, the energy consumption changed. It was no longer a sudden withdrawal but a gentle, sustained infusion. He felt his energy being poured into the forming bean. When he sensed he had consumed nearly 1/10 of his energy, a senzu bean finally materialized in his hand. Observing it closely, he noted that it appeared identical to the genuine article. However, upon using divine sense to scan, he immediately detected a flaw. This senzu bean could not replenish a wounded individual's stamina and energy instantaneously as those made by the cat sage did. Instead, it functioned more like an energy reservoir. The amount of energy he infused into it would restore an equal measure of stamina and energy to the injured. So it was an exercise in energy conservation. Far from disappointment, Cao Xiaobai felt exhilaration. This was more than sufficient. It meant he could utilize senzu beans as energy reservoirs. During peacetime, he could create them infinitely, storing all his energy. This trump card was quite valuable. He realized he could not continue testing for long. A few more attempts would soon deplete his energy reserves. Just as he returned, Baiku's serious voice reached him. He saw Sun Wukong, Baiku, Wu Fan, and Klin gathered, their atmosphere gravely solemn. Their powers had received an epic enhancement. Klin, 500,000. Wu Fan, 3 million. Baiku, 3,900,000. And Sun Wukong, 4,200,000. This power could sweep through anything on Earth. Yet here, on Namek, in the presence of the monster named Frisia, it was still inadequate. Baiku was analyzing the situation with Sun Wukong. Old Sun, although my power has increased significantly, I could feel during our last encounter that Frisia did not exert himself. It was hardly even a warm-up. Baiku recalled how his full-force strike was effortlessly blocked by Frisia's finger, followed by being casually kicked to the brink of death, a feeling of helplessness that remained vivid in his memory. After you fell unconscious, Frisia transformed, Sun Wukong continued, his demeanor more serious than ever. I used the Kaioken 10 times, hoping to secure a victory, but Frisia transformed again. I risked everything, using the Kaioken 20 times. And that guy transformed once more. One strike, just one strike nearly cost me my life. At this, Klin and Wu Fan shuddered, the reality exceeding their imagination. Old Sun, given your current energy, how would you fare with the Kaioken? Baiko posed the critical question. After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong contemplated his strength and shook his head. Still not enough. The gap remains considerable. However, Sun Wukong's expression shifted as a spark of battle intent ignited in his eyes. If paired with the Senza beans, perhaps we can give it a try. Very well, Baiko decisively stated. With this, our plan is clear. He spread his hands and swiftly sketched a rudimentary map on the ground. Wukong, you hold the Xiando and engage Frisia head-on. Your objective is not to defeat him, but to delay him. Apply maximum pressure, divert his attention from other fronts. I, along with Wufan and Klin, will head to the location of Frisia's spacecraft. Our mission is to utterly destroy that vessel, cutting off Frisia's escape route. Simultaneously, we must obliterate any high-tech devices that could trace us, rendering him blind. Piccolo's plan was both clear and ruthless. This way, once Bulma has evacuated all the Namekians to our ship, we can retreat from this planet entirely. As for the Dragon Balls, Piccolo pondered. As long as we keep the one we possess and find a suitable hiding place, or simply take it with us, his wish shall remain unfulfilled. This plan was nothing short of perfect. Responsibilities were distinctly assigned, goals were clear, and it maximized everyone's strengths. However, Piccolo himself pointed out a significant flaw. The sole drawback was food. The Namekians can survive on water alone, but our ship would require nearly a month to return to Earth, and the food on board cannot sustain so many people as consumption. Uncle Piccolo. At that moment, Cao Xiaobai's voice interjected. Everyone turned to him. Your plan is outstanding. Almost our only lifeline, he affirmed. However, there is bad news. His words caused a renewed wave of anxiety among the hopeful crowd. You might think that trapping Frisia on Namek ensures our safety. Yet, what you do not realize is that the Frisia race possesses a terrifying ability, Cao Xiaobai stated emphatically. They can survive in the vacuum of space. Boom. This statement struck like a bolt from the blue in everyone's minds. Klin's face turned pale. What? How is that possible? This meant that destroying the spacecraft would not confine Frisia. He could easily escape into space, pursue their ship, and obliterate them along with it. Thus, while there was no issue with Wukong engaging Frisia, the real concern was that he must continue to do so until everyone else had safely departed this star region. Chapter 67. The Mockery from the Jinyu Force. If that were the case, Cao Xiaobai did not finish his thought, but everyone understood. In that scenario, Sun Wukong would be unable to leave. He would be left on this planet indefinitely, facing a monster he could never defeat until he met his demise. Moreover, Cao Xiaobai delivered the most fatal blow, stating that Uncle Wukong had already been resurrected once using Earth's Dragon Balls. If he were to sacrifice himself this time, their only hope would rely on Namek's Dragon Balls. Yet, once they departed, Namek's Dragon Balls would inevitably fall into Frisia's hands. The atmosphere once again plunged into despair. I understand. After a long silence, Sun Wukong spoke, his face devoid of fear, instead reflecting a calm optimism. But we must still give it a try. He smiled, revealing a bright grin. How would we know if we don't try? Perhaps I won't die. Who knows? I might even surpass my limits in battle. Cao Xiaobai looked at Sun Wukong, feeling a stirring within. This was Sun Wukong, ever optimistic, eternally hopeful, always shouldering the most perilous tasks. Hee. Cao Xiaobai chuckled. Uncle Wukong is right. With Xiando in hand, the 20-fold Kaioken is not our limit. Perhaps we could even unleash 30 or 40 times. There is still a chance to win. He had to instill confidence in them. However, before executing the plan, perhaps they could enhance their odds a bit more. The group turned their attention back to him. Taking a deep breath, Cao Xiaobai articulated his long-held thoughts. Dear uncles and brothers, you are somewhat aware of my secret. My strength comes from a unique ability. I require the blood of strong warriors. This planet is home to many powerful beings, which is an invaluable resource for me. Yet, I need your assistance for my strength to surge dramatically in a short span. If that happens, whether it be restraining Frisia or destroying the spacecraft, our success rate will significantly increase. His words were spoken with utmost sincerity. They had long recognized Cao Xiaobai's unique physique and had witnessed him create miracles time and again. After a series of life and death experiences, they had come to trust this seemingly childish yet incredibly reliable companion. No problem. Sun Wukong replied heartily. You can count on me to hold Frisia off. Humph. Kid, whatever your plan is, just lay it out, Piccolo said with a stoic expression, yet his actions were direct. Klin and Wufan also readily expressed their agreement. Thank you, everyone. A warmth spread through Cao Xiaobai's heart. He did not hold back and revealed his plan. Soon, Cao Xiaobai laid out the plan, when suddenly, he, along with the elder, Piccolo, and Wukong, felt a tremor in their bodies. Powerful and malevolent energies descended upon the planet without warning. There were 5 in total. Each was brimming with brutality and chaos. Frisia's minions have arrived, Piccolo exclaimed. The Jinyu force. Cao Xiaobai immediately realized. Frisia's elite squad had finally arrived. Let the plan commence, Cao Xiaobai decisively declared, without a hint of hesitation. Uncle Wukong. Understood. Son Wukong did not even glance back as his aura erupted in an instant. A blue flame soared into the sky. He transformed into a streak of blue light, racing towards the direction where Frisia's energy was most concentrated. The battle had officially begun. Aunt Bulma, immediately bring all the Namekians onto the ship. Wait for us in space. Cao Xiaobai conveyed his final command through the communicator. Okay. Please be careful. Bulma's voice trembled, yet she understood that this was not the time for hesitation. Complying with the order, Bulma piloted the ship, rapidly ascending into the sky, heading towards the predetermined trajectory. Uncle Clin. Cao Xiaobai turned to Clin. The task of destroying Frisia's spacecraft is entrusted to you. After completing it, rendezvous with Aunt Bulma immediately. Leave it to me. Clin nodded emphatically, his battle power of 500,000 instilling him with unprecedented confidence. He shimmered, transforming into a beam of white light that vanished into the horizon. Now only Cao Xiaobai, Piccolo, and Wukong remained. Let us go. The 3 set their sights on the village where the Jinyu force had descended. Their goal was to rescue the Namekians there and seize the opportunity to collect blood from the Jinyu force. However, upon their swift arrival, the sight before them left them momentarily stunned. They beheld 4 oddly dressed individuals striking highly embarrassing poses. No, they were rehearsing. They repeatedly started over due to someone failing to execute their movements correctly. Geez, raise your leg higher. Berta, the angle of your elbow. How many times have I told you? Guldo, no tiptoeing. We are emphasizing strength here. One individual with purple skin and 2 horns atop his head stood with arms akimbo, nitpicking at the others. He was none other than the leader of the Jinyu force, Jinyu. Beside their rehearsal space, a streak of light rushed back. It was the red-haired, muscular member of the Jinyu force, Riku. He was holding a pitiful figure, bloodied, clad in tattered battle attire, barely clinging to life. It was none other than Vegeta. Cao Xiaobai's gaze sharpened. The plot has diverged into an entirely unfamiliar direction due to his butterfly effect. In the original narrative, Vegeta did not suffer such misfortune, yet now he finds himself captured immediately upon the ship's landing, reduced to this pitiful state. It appears that Li Gao, during the descent, discovered Vegeta gathering Dragon Balls in a nearby village, and upon landing, he swiftly dealt with him. The unfortunate prince, having just recovered with the Senzu Bean, experiencing a power surge to 35,000, had not even had the chance to assert his dominance before he collided with the formidable Jinyu force, whose strength far surpassed his own. In the ensuing skirmish, he was brutally beaten to near death. Li Gao casually discarded Vegeta and a Dragon Ball onto the ground and rejoined the rehearsal. Captain, I have returned. Excellent. With Li Gao's addition, our elite team, the Jinyu force, is finally complete. Captain Jinyu expressed his satisfaction, clearing his throat as if preparing for an official introduction. It was only then that he noticed Cao Xiaobai and his companions hovering nearby. Of course, Cao Xiaobai, Bike, and Su and Wukong had already suppressed their energy to the utmost. On the opponent's scouter, their battle power registered merely in the thousands. Oh, another 3 little insects? Captain Jinyu cheerfully reported via communicator. Lord Frisia, we landed and immediately acquired a Dragon Ball, and we also caught the traitor Vegeta. Additionally, 3 local natives appear to be seeking their demise. On the other end of the communicator, Frisia's praise resonated. Well done, Jinyu. However, exercise caution, Frisia advised. Previously, I encountered 3 individuals capable of freely controlling their battle power, each exceeding 300,000. But do not worry, I have already dealt with them. Yes, Lord Frisia, Jinyu responded respectfully. Yet, upon ending the communication, he gazed at Cao Xiaobai and his companions with disdain and mockery. The Lord is far too cautious. How could there possibly be more individuals in this universe with battle powers of 300,000? He chuckled at the thought. What does it matter if they can control their energy levels? In the face of absolute strength, it is all mere trickery. We, the Jinyu force, are the strongest in the universe. The team erupted in laughter. Their scouters clearly displayed. The green-skinned being was at 3,000, the diminutive one at 2,005, and the round-faced child at a mere 1,002? Utterly ridiculous. Chapter 68. Wu Fan, do not kill Li Gao. Listen well, natives. The robust red-haired Li Gao stepped forward, thumping his rock-like chest with a resonating thud. Before you stands the Jinyu Force, the mightiest elite team under Lord Frisia in the entire universe. He flashed a wide grin, revealing yellowed teeth, and scanned Cao Xiaobai and his companions with his scouter. My battle power is 45,000. Blue Hurricane Bait. The tall blue alien immediately struck a flamboyant pose, moving so swiftly that he almost seemed to leave an afterimage. My battle power is 46,000. I am the fastest in the universe. Red Magma Jisai. Another red-skinned, white-haired handsome man winked. My battle power is 44,000. My combined attack with bait is unstoppable. Telekinetic Guru, Gudu. The short, plump green four-eyed fellow puffed out his belly. Though my battle power may be low, my telekinetic ability can freeze time itself. Lastly, there was Captain Jinyu, hands on his hips, striking a classic bodybuilding pose, his muscles exuding strength. And I am the great Captain Jinyu. My battle power is 120,000. Their laughter echoed in unison, filled with absolute confidence and arrogance. To them, the three individuals before them, whose combined battle power barely reached 5,000, were not even worthy of a warm-up. Cao Xiaobai remained unfazed, even feeling a hint of amusement. These clowns were indeed just as he remembered. However, his gaze fell upon Baijita, who lay discarded on the ground like a dead dog. TSK, Your Highness. Your luck is unparalleled. Just as I finished taking advantage of you, you collide with the complete Jinyu Force. This wave can be termed precise poverty alleviation, delivering warmth right to your door. Captain, Li Gao had grown somewhat impatient. He pointed at Cao Xiaobai and his companions, requesting, "Let me handle these small fry. I guarantee they will vanish from this planet in 3 minutes. No, 30 seconds. Captain Jinyu nodded in satisfaction, waving him off. Go ahead, Li Gao. Strike swiftly. Do not delay our search for the Dragon Balls. All right. Li Gao eagerly cracked his neck, producing a series of bone-crunching sounds. He strode towards Cao Xiaobai, Bike, and Suan Wufan, the ground trembling slightly with each step he took. The oppressive feeling emanating from his 45,000 battle power bore down upon the three like a solid wall. Had this been the previous Krillin, he likely would not have been able to stand. Yet now, Bike wore an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze icy. Suan Wufan clenched his fists tightly, his small face a mask of tension and determination. Cao Xiaobai, however, wore a smile. Hey, you three. Li Gao halted, looking down at them as if they were mere ants. I'll give you a chance. Come at me together. Otherwise, I fear that the moment I strike, you won't have another opportunity. Ha ha ha. Li Gao laughed boisterously. Upon hearing this, Cao Xiaobai chuckled as well. In a sweet, childish voice, he replied, Uncle, I'm afraid we cannot manage that. Li Gao's laughter faltered, quickly morphing into further mockery. Oh, you cannot manage it? How pitiable you weaklings are. He shook his finger. Indeed, with your combined battle power barely reaching 10,000, even together, you wouldn't withstand a single punch from me. No, Uncle. Cao Xiaobai's smile grew even brighter, but his words caused Li Gao's expression to stiffen. What I mean is, if we were to attack together, I fear you wouldn't last a second. The air fell into a deathly silence. Li Gao's expression visibly shifted from ridicule to fury, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver. What did you say, little brat? He forced the words through gritted teeth. A violent energy erupted from him, sending the grass around them swirling. Stop the nonsense. Come here and accept your death. Otherwise, I will be forced to attack. Very well then. Cao Xiaobai shrugged helplessly, turning to Suan Wufan beside him. Wufan, brother. Suan Wufan nodded earnestly. I leave it to you. Just be careful not to kill him. I still need to collect his blood samples. I understand, Xiaobai. Suan Wufan took a deep breath and stepped out from behind Bike to face the towering Li Gao. This scene elicited laughter from the remaining 4 members of the Jinyu Force. Huh, that green giant 1T fight and sends a little one instead? Li Gao, you've been underestimated. Ha. Looks like this little brat is eager to be the first to die. Li Gao, filled with rage, sneered at Suan Wufan's youthful face, saying, Oh my. Are the kids of today so arrogant? Since that's the case, I shall show mercy and allow you a single punch. He puffed out his chest, patting his solid abs. Come, hit me with all your might. If you can push me back even a step, you win. Suan Wufan's expression turned serious. Imitating the martial artist he had seen on television, he bowed slightly to Li Gao. Uncle, here I come. I will lightly strike a punch. As soon as the words left his lips, the figure of Suan Wufan vanished from sight. Li Gao's smile had yet to fade when his pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. He could barely perceive a blur before him, as an indescribable, terrifying force imprinted itself upon his abdomen. There was no cataclysmic sound, not even a whisper. It felt as though a meteor capable of obliterating a planet had been compressed to a mere point and then lightly brushed against him. Bang! In the next instant, Li Gao's massive form curled up like a boiled shrimp. His eyes bulged, bloodshot and wide, his mouth agape, yet no sound escaped his lips. The expression on his face was frozen in that moment. Pain, horror, disbelief, and a primal fear of the unknown power that gripped his very soul. He clutched his abdomen tightly and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Sweat poured from his forehead like a waterfall, instantly soaking the earth beneath him. He gasped for air, the sounds of agony escaping his throat. The arena fell into a profound silence. Jinyu, Bait, Jaisai, and Goku stood with expressions of shock, their smiles frozen. Their scouters had revealed nothing in that fleeting moment. The reading stubbornly remained at the ludicrous level of 2005. How could Li Gao, renowned for his battle power of 45,000, be brought to his knees by that little boy with a mere punch? How could this be possible? Chapter 69. The Despair of Captain Jinyu. Li Gao knelt on the ground, taking several minutes to regain his composure as he felt his internal organs settle back into place. He lifted his gaze towards Suan Wufan, his expression entirely transformed. No longer was there disdain or mockery, but rather a profound wariness and suspicion. Little brat. He gritted his teeth, struggling to stand. You are quite impressive, possessing considerable strength. I need not hold back any longer. Li Gao inhaled deeply, his arms flung wide open. Now, I shall get serious. Boom. An aura, several times more potent than before, surged from his being, enveloping him in a purplish-red energy that cracked the ground beneath his feet. Aya! Li Gao bellowed, pushing his power to its utmost limit. Let me show you the ultimate technique of Li Gao. Li Gao laser cannon. He directed his arms towards Suan Wufan, gathering a colossal energy sphere pulsating with destructive energy in his palms. Yet, Suan Wufan merely observed him with an expression of curiosity. Uncle, let me see just how strong you really are. With a furious roar, Li Gao propelled the energy sphere forward. The purplish-red sphere, trailing a long tail of flame, soared through the air like a miniature sun, scorching the very atmosphere in its wake. This strike was powerful enough to raze a city to the ground. Jinyu and the others wore cruel smiles, convinced that the battle had reached its conclusion. However, Suan Wufan's response left them all agape once more. He merely extended a hand and, with a gentle motion, swatted at the incoming energy sphere as if swatting a fly. Slap! A crisp sound echoed. The energy blast, imbued with terrifying power, was sent careening back into the sky at a speed greater than it had arrived. Boom! The energy sphere erupted high in the atmosphere, forming a gargantuan mushroom cloud that painted half the sky in shades of purplish red. Li Gao, Jinyu, Bait, Jaisai, and Goku all stood in stunned silence. Li Gao remained rooted in place, his mind blank. Had he truly gambled everything on his ultimate technique, only to be dismissed with a mere swipe? Now it's my turn, uncle. Suan Wufan's voice, akin to a demonic whisper, echoed in his ears. Li Gao snapped back to reality, only to see a tiny fist enlarging within his field of vision. Once again, it was that punch, but this time, he could clearly see the thin layer of golden energy enveloping the fist. Bang! Li Gao's body was sent flying like a ragged sack, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing into a distant mountain, whereupon he fell silent. The scouter displayed Li Gao's life signal as faint as a flickering candle in the wind, gravely injured, on the brink of death. The remaining 4 members of the Jinyu Special Forces were left dumbfounded. They gazed at Suan Wufan, who wore an innocent expression, then glanced back at the scouter, which stubbornly displayed a reading of 2,500, feeling their worldviews collapse in an instant. What on earth was happening? Bait exclaimed in horror. Why did Li Gao lose? Jaisai's voice trembled. His battle power was only 2,005. No, Captain Jinyu's expression finally turned grave. He fixated on Suan Wufan, then glanced at the composed bike and the ever-smiling Cao Xiaobai. Lord Frisia was right, he murmured. These individuals can freely manipulate their battle power. They are monsters. Altogether, Captain Jinyu decisively commanded. Bait, Jisai, use the purple comet strike. Gudu, use your psychic abilities to immobilize him. Yes, the remaining three snapped out of their stupor. No longer did they harbor any sense of contempt. They instantly regarded Suan Wufan as their greatest adversary. Time halt. Gudu's eyes widened as he exerted all his strength to unleash his psychic powers. An invisible wave instantaneously spread, enveloping the entire battlefield. In their line of sight, Suan Wufan's movements froze. Well done, Gudu, Bait and Jisai exclaimed in delight. Now, they unleashed their auras simultaneously, transforming into two streaks of blue and red light, racing towards Suan Wufan from opposite directions. Purple Comet Strike. The two intertwined in midair, their red and blue auras merging into a colossal, tornado-like wave of energy, crashing fiercely toward the immobilized Suan Wufan. This was their proud combined technique. Its power exceeded the sum of their individual attacks. Yet, just as the energy tornado was about to engulf Suan Wufan, his figure suddenly vanished, disappeared into thin air. What? Bait and Jisai's pupils trembled. Gudu felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly choking on it. His time stop had inexplicably failed. Are you looking for me? Suan Wufan's voice emerged from behind them. The three froze, mechanically turning their heads. To their astonishment, Suan Wufan had appeared behind them, tilting his head with curiosity. His face bore that same innocent expression. Too slow. Suan Wufan shook his head. Then he moved. With just a few simple flashes, bang, bang, bang. Three muffled thuds resounded almost simultaneously. Bait, Jisai, and Gudu were sent flying in the same manner as Li Gao, following in their comrades' footsteps. In an instant, the once mighty Jinyu special forces were reduced to a solitary Captain Jinyu, standing alone and forlorn. Jinyu's body trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat soaked his purple skin. Fear, an unprecedented terror gripped his heart. Flee. I must escape immediately. This was the sole thought racing through his mind. With no hesitation left, he unleashed the entirety of his combat power, a staggering 12,000, and turned to flee like a fleeting ray of light. Yet, a small hand gripped his shoulder like a vice. Captain, in such a hurry, where are you off to? The cheerful voice of Cao Xiaobai rang in his ears. Jinyu's body stiffened. He could feel that the seemingly tiny hand resting on his shoulder contained an irresistible force, as heavy as the stars themselves. It was over for him. Cao Xiaobai exchanged a knowing glance with Bic from a distance, and a flicker of understanding passed between them. They nodded silently. The plan could proceed to the next phase. Cao Xiaobai released his grip, circled in front of Jinyu, and, hands behind his back, surveyed him like a little adult. Wow, 12,000 combat power, how impressive. He remarked in an annoyingly teasing tone. What a pity, it seems rather ineffective. Chapter 70. In our hometown, their essay saying. Sitting in a well and watching the sky, Jinyu's face turned ashen, but he was at a loss for words. Do you know? Cao Xiaobai extended a finger and shook it. In our hometown, we have a saying, sitting in a well and watching the sky. It means a frog believes the sky is only as big as the well-less opening. You, along with your team, are that pitiful frog. The smile on Cao Xiaobai's face suddenly vanished. An indescribable, terrifying aura exploded from his diminutive form. Boom. The golden aura erupted like a supernova, soaring into the heavens. The entire Namek planet trembled violently under this force. The atmosphere was torn apart, and the clouds were shredded. The ground cracked like a spider web, centered around him. The combat power detector on his body screamed wildly, the numbers soaring. 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Finally, under Jinyu's nearly bulging eyes, the value froze at a number that made his very soul shudder. 3,500,000. Beep, beep. Warning. Energy levels exceed the limit. Crack. With a sharp sound, the latest model of the detector worn by Jinyu displayed a crack, then exploded with a resounding bang. 350,000. Jinyu's voice turned sharp and distorted. Filled with endless terror, he felt as if every bone had been extracted from his body, collapsing to the ground. This number had utterly shattered his understanding, pulverized his pride. 350,000. That was nearly 6 times greater than King Frisia's regular power of 53,000. What does that even mean? Such power could not possibly exist in this dimension. How could there be such a monster in this universe? Jinyu was nearly driven insane by fear. Gazing at the child suspended in midair, enveloped in golden flames, feeling as if his mind had turned to mush. Cao Xiaobai, seeing Jinyu's dazed expression, deliberately descended and squatted in front of him. He reached out and patted Jinyu's face. Ha ha! Cao Xiaobai burst into laughter, doubled over, nearly in tears. That laughter rang in Jinyu's ears, sharp and mocking. Fear, humiliation, and despair intertwined within him. Cao Xiaobai struggled to contain his laughter. This guy's mental fortitude was incredibly weak. Collapsing under such little provocation? Finally, in the face of extreme fear and despair, a final, powerful trump card flashed through Jinyu's mind. Yes, that. His eyes instantly lit up. Ha ha ha! This time, it was Jinyu who laughed maniacally. His laughter was filled with the relief of survival and a twisted pleasure. Cao Xiaobai ceased his laughter and looked at him with keen interest, teasingly saying, "Oh? After all this, how can you still make me despair? Little brat. You are indeed strong, very strong," Jinyu panted, a strange, sinister smile spreading across his face. "But you shouldn't underestimate the Jinyu force." He lowered his voice deliberately and beckoned to Cao Xiaobai. "Come a bit closer, and I shall reveal this secret to you." At that moment, Cao Xiaobai's heart leaped with joy. The bait had finally been taken. He feigned curiosity, leaning closer. Just as their faces were mere centimeters apart, Jinyu's eyes erupted with unprecedented brilliance. With all his strength, he roared the life-altering word, "Exchange." A blinding white light burst forth from his mouth, enveloping both him and Cao Xiaobai completely. After the light faded, everything settled. The body that had originally belonged to Cao Xiaobai remained, but now it housed Jinyu's soul. Meanwhile, the once limp Jinyu's body had transformed into Cao Xiaobai. Jinyu wiggled his small hands and feet, sensing the terrifying power still surging within this body, albeit suppressed. And a wicked grin spread across his face. It worked. He had successfully exchanged bodies with this little brat. Now, this 350,000 combat power was his. Ha ha ha. Foolish little brat. Now, it's your turn to despair. Jinyu, now occupying Cao Xiaobai's body, laughed maniacally. He suddenly turned his head to look at Bic, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. First, eliminate this green-skinned fellow. In a flash, he appeared before Bic, delivering a vicious chop aimed at his neck. However, Bic simply extended 2 fingers and effortlessly caught his wrist. Jinyu was taken aback. What was happening? This green-skinned guy could actually block my attack? Just as Xiaobai had said, Bic showed no surprise. Instead, a faint smile filled with battle intent graced his features. This guy had already exchanged bodies with Xiaobai. He observed the familiar yet strange face of Cao Xiaobai before him, twisting his neck. Perfect. I was just lamenting the lack of a worthy opponent. Xiaobai, let me see just how strong this body of yours truly is. Bic was filled with delight. He was thrilled. Finally, he could rightfully give Cao Xiaobai a thorough beating. Jinyu was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong also understood and rushed to the ground next to the body belonging to Jinyu. He gazed at the purple face and softly asked, "Xiaobai, is that you?" Cough, cough, of course it's me. Cao Xiaobai, now in Jinyu's body, coughed weakly twice. Sun Wukong hesitated no longer, pulling a senza bean from his pocket and stuffing it into his mouth. The senza bean melted instantly. A warm energy coursed through his entire being. His injuries healed completely within a second. Cao Xiaobai, or rather, now should be called Jinyu Xiaobai, moved this brand new body around. To his astonishment, he discovered that the power contained within this body was far greater than Jinyu's original 12,000. As he sensed it, the combat power within surged directly to nearly 20,000. It seemed that my golden finger and soul were bound. They hadn't been taken by that guy. A surge of joy filled Cao Xiaobai's heart. The system panel remained vividly displayed in his mind. This signifies that his core abilities remain intact. Wufan, everything is normal. Cao Xiaobai gestured towards Suan Wufan. Uncle Bike had given him the freedom to engage, as long as my body remains unharmed. Having said that, he did not linger. His body transformed into a violet streak of light, soaring into the sky, racing towards the distant, earth-shattering battle aura, the battlefield of Frisia and Suan Wukong. This was the boldest plan he had devised, a feigned defeat. By swapping bodies with Captain Jinyu, he would masquerade as the vanquished Jinyu before Frisia, staging a grand performance to procure the blood of that cosmic tyrant. The reason he had not first sought to collect the blood of the other members of the Jinyu force was due to uncertainty about whether his golden opportunity would vanish after the body swap. However, it appeared that his concerns were unfounded. Nonetheless, he had prepared for the worst-case scenario. If his golden opportunity truly disappeared, he would have Uncle Bike and Wufan severely injure the Jinyu captain occupying his body, and upon his return, he would devise a way to reclaim his form. Observing in the distance, Bike was already engaged in a cataclysmic battle with himself, prompting him to mutter in jest, "Uncle Bike, you are quite ruthless. How much resentment have you amassed?" He further sensed that his counterpart was indeed unable to utilize the Kaioken, Kamehameha, or any techniques he had mastered. This mirrored the scenario in the original story where Captain Jinyu could not use the Kaioken after switching bodies with Wukong. Cao Xiaobai finally breathed a sigh of relief. With no lingering worries, he pushed his speed to the utmost limit. "Frisia, I am coming. Your blood shall be mine." Chapter 71, A Fortuitous Surprise. An unexpected exchange talent. Just as he flew a short distance, a sudden chime resonated in Cao Xiaobai's mind, without warning. The sound was melodious and enchanting, akin to ethereal music. Ding. Detection of host completing special body switching behavior. System evaluating. Evaluation result. Captain Jinyu, in a state of extreme mental fragility and peak survival instinct, voluntarily activated the exchange skill with the host. This behavior aligns with the underlying logic of voluntary donation. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the SSR level Jinyu Vitality Mark. Congratulations, host. Your training speed has permanently increased by 80. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ultra-rare talent Exchange EX level from Captain Jinyu. Exchange EX level, a unique talent, can forcibly swap bodies and souls with a designated target. Note, after the exchange, the user cannot employ the target's special skills, such as Kaioken, Shunken Ito, etc., which require specific methods to activate, but can inherit the target's basic physical attributes and combat capabilities. A series of system notifications rang out like the sweetest chimes in the depths of Cao Xiaobai's soul. His flying form abruptly halted, almost causing him to plummet from the sky. Ecstasy. An indescribable joy erupted within him, akin to a volcanic eruption, instantly overwhelming his reason. What? This is possible. Cao Xiaobai, or rather now Jinyu Xiaobai, could hardly contain himself and nearly laughed aloud in Captain Jinyu's rugged voice. His original scheme was to enact a feigned defeat. He would allow Jinyu to take over his body, then perform as Jinyu before Frisia to acquire the Tyrant's blood. As for how to switch back, he could only hope Uncle Bike and Wufan would show mercy, leaving the Jinyu Xiaobai occupying his body in a near-death state. Then he would return to coerce and persuade Jinyu into using the skill once more. This plan was fraught with uncertainty. What if Bike struck too hard and damaged his body? What if Jinyu refused to switch back? But now, all concerns vanished. He had gained the power of exchange. This meant that from this moment forth, the initiative was entirely and unequivocally in his hands. He could swap back his body at any time. Furthermore, he could exchange for an even more powerful form. Yet, Cao Xiaobai was a nostalgic person. He had grown quite accustomed to his own body and had no intention of changing it for the time being. Captain Jinyu, you truly are a great benefactor. Cao Xiaobai laughed maniacally in his heart, almost wishing to award Jinyu the title of the universe's best assist. This maneuver not only granted him an extraordinarily powerful vitality mark, a bug-level talent, but also inadvertently tested that the binding mechanism of the golden opportunity was indeed tethered to the soul. It was a resounding success. Ha ha ha. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer and unleashed a wild and peculiar laughter from Jinyu's body. That laughter echoed across the desolate Namek, filled with the exhilaration of survival and an overwhelming sense of control over everything. It was settled. This move had secured everything. Cao Xiaobai's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. He hesitated no longer, adjusting to the somewhat cumbersome yet powerfully robust body, elevating his speed to its zenith. The violet streak of light, akin to a comet plummeting through the sky, tore through the heavens, racing towards the two colossal auras in the distance. Frisia, your blood is mine. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, now reduced to rubble, Frisia hovered midair, looking down with a hint of amusement at the figure reappearing before him. A smirk graced his purple lips. Oh, I never expected you, this monkey, to still be alive. His voice was low, yet carried a chilling coldness that felt capable of freezing the soul. Sun Wukong adjusted his breath, muscles taut, his gaze heavy as water. Having just unlocked his potential with the Elder, his combat power had surged to a whole new realm. Yet even so, facing this unfathomable cosmic emperor, he felt an immense pressure akin to a mountain. Frisia spoke deliberately. "Your opponent is me." "Opponent?" Frisia scoffed as if he had heard the greatest joke. "A monkey is still a monkey, forever oblivious to its own place." He extended a finger, shaking it lightly. "Even if you claw your way back from the brink of death and enhance your power somewhat, what difference does it make? Before me, you remain merely a slightly stronger ant." Frisia's confidence was not blind arrogance. He possessed a thorough understanding of the Scion race. The ability to grow stronger at the brink of death, while formidable, had its limits. He did not believe a mere monkey could bridge the chasm between heaven and earth in an instant. The battle was on the verge of erupting. However, just as Frisia prepared to raise his hand to erase this monkey, who had caused him a modicum of displeasure, a sudden crackling sound emanated from the new communicator adorning his ear. Shortly thereafter, a piercing scream filled with terror and despair rang out. "Frisia, this is bad. A bald man is attacking our spaceship. He is too powerful. We can't stop him." The communication ceased abruptly after a chilling scream. Silence enveloped the air, as if time itself had frozen. Cao Xiaobai had just flown to the edge of the battlefield, ready to find a hole to hide in, behaving like a competent underdog. When he witnessed a scene that left him utterly dumbfounded, he distinctly felt the air of mockery that had briefly lingered around Frisia vanish in an instant. In its place surged a pure, apocalyptic rage. What? Frisia's body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from immense fury. Slowly, he lowered his head inch by inch, gazing in the direction of his spaceship. Upon that once handsome visage, veins bulged ominously, contorting into a grimace akin to a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. The spacecraft. It was his chariot, a symbol of his exalted status. Now, how dare these insignificant creatures lay a finger on his vessel? "You despicable lot." Each word dripped with murderous intent, as if forced through clenched teeth. Boom. The figure of Frisia vanished. No, it did not merely disappear. Rather, it surged forth at a velocity beyond the limits of perception, transforming into a radiant beam of purple and white destruction, racing towards the spacecraft with fervor. The speed was astonishing. It was so swift that the ground beneath was cleaved into an unfathomably deep chasm by the turbulent winds. The rocks and flora along its path were reduced to mere dust. "This is bad." Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Furisa's sudden outburst. "Frisia, your adversary is me." Sun Wukong bellowed, unleashing all his power, transforming into a golden streak of light in hot pursuit. Yet, it was futile. The unleashed Frisia was far too fast. Cao Xiaobai, hidden behind a massive rock, stared in disbelief as the two beams of light vanished into the horizon. He could distinctly see the distance between Sun Wukong and Frisia widening rapidly. Sun Wukong could not catch up. A sense of dread gripped Cao Xiaobai, plunging his heart into despair. Blast! The plot had spiraled out of control. His mind was a blank slate. This was entirely different from the script he had envisioned. Chapter 72. The Spark of Fury. Wukong Transform. According to his plan, Sun Wukong was supposed to engage Frisia in a fierce battle while he took advantage of the chaos. But now, Frisia was heading straight for Klin, with Klin's combat power at 500,000. And in the face of Furisa's 53,000 in normal state and an unknown terror in rage mode, that was tantamount to delivering a meal. "Klin, you must not perish." Cao Xiaobai was drenched in sweat. Klin's demise would be the immediate catalyst for Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Once Sun Wukong transformed here, the entire situation on Namek would spiral into utter chaos. How could he continue to develop in secret or siphon Furisa's energy? No, he had to follow and see. Without hesitation, Cao Xiaobai soared into the sky, desperately chasing after that direction. The wreckage of the spacecraft billowed thick smoke. On the ground, the soldiers of Furisa's army lay scattered in disarray. Klin gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. He looked at his hands, still in disbelief. After unlocking his potential with the Grand Elder, his strength had undergone a monumental transformation. Those aliens that once filled him with despair were now utterly feeble before him. Done. Klin glanced at the segments of the spacecraft he had cleaved with his energy blade, nodding in satisfaction. Next, He would rendezvous with Mr. Piccolo and the others. Just as he prepared to depart, a terrifying aura, one that froze his very soul, locked onto him instantaneously. That aura was filled with brutality, slaughter, and boundless rage. Every hair on Clint's body stood on end in an instant. He whipped around. In the distance, a small point of purple and white was rapidly enlarging at an incomprehensible speed. It was Farisa. Run. The singular thought consumed Clint's mind. Without a second thought, he fled. However, in the moment he turned, that ghostly figure had already materialized before him. You detestable creature. Furisa's voice was chillingly cold. You dare damage this king's spacecraft? He slowly raised his right hand, extending a finger, upon which a purple dot of energy began to coalesce. Die. A slender beam, seemingly capable of slicing through space, shot forth. It was too fast. Clint had no time to react. Not even the thought of evasion could arise. He felt an irresistible force of destructive energy pierce through his body in an instant. Agonizing pain elicited a terrified scream from him. Yet, he did not perish immediately. Farisa controlled the beam, cruelly elevating Clint's body towards the heavens. Just as in the original tale, he intended for this wretched earthling to explode from the relentless agony and terror, disintegrating into cosmic dust. Clint struggled and wailed in despair in the air. Just then, stop! Sun Wukong's figure finally arrived. He beheld his dear friend, ensnared in energy midair, his body swelling painfully, and stood frozen as if struck by lightning. His mind was a blank slate. How could this be? How could this happen? Wukong! Clint's terrified and desperate cries echoed in Sun Wukong's ears. He saw Sun Wukong. That was his last glimmer of hope. But Sun Wukong merely stood there, dazed. The eyes that once brimmed with confidence and fighting spirit were now filled with shock, confusion, and a sense of helplessness he had never encountered before. He did not know what to do. At this moment, with a mere thought, Farisa could end Clint's life. No matter how swift Sun Wukong was, he could not outpace a single thought. For the first time, he faced an adversary that made him feel so powerless. Die for me, Farisa. Observing the despair etched on Sun Wukong's face, felt a perverse pleasure swell within him. He roared, intensifying the energy output. Clint's body expanded to its limit. Akin to a balloon, it was on the verge of exploding. Cao Xiaobai finally arrived. Witnessing this scene, his heart threatened to leap from his throat. It was over. Everything was finished. Clint was going to die. Wukong was going to transform. His plan was utterly ruined. What to do? What to do? What to do? His mind raced frantically. Save. How to save? Charge in and confront Farisa? That would be suicidal. This body of his was not even worthy of a scratch on Farisa. As Clint's body began to emanate a dangerous glow, Sun Wukong remained frozen in place. In a flash of inspiration, Cao Xiaobai conceived a wildly audacious and reckless idea. Gamble. This was the only chance he had. Farisa, stop. With all his strength, he roared in the guise of Captain Jinyu. The sound reverberated through the heavens. Farisa, immersed in the pleasure of slaughter, halted abruptly upon hearing that familiar voice. Instinctively, he turned to see his trusted lieutenant, Captain Jinyu. He paused for a moment. That moment of hesitation provided Sun Wukong with an unparalleled opportunity. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from his position. The next second, he reappeared beside Clint, executing a precise strike to sever Furisa's energy control. Thud! Clint plummeted from the sky like a discarded rag doll, caught in Sun Wukong's embrace. Saved. Just in the nick of time, before the explosion. Cao Xiaobai sighed in relief, feeling as though all his strength had been drained from him. He felt as if he had just emerged from water, drenched in cold sweat that soaked through his battle attire. The gamble paid off. However, before he could revel in his victory for even a second, an icy cold murderous intent ensnared him completely. Farisa slowly turned his head, his crimson eyes locking onto Cao Xiaobai. Captain Jinyu. His voice was terrifyingly calm. Why do you impede me, your majesty, from eliminating that earthling wretch? Grant me an explanation, or you shall face the consequences. Cao Xiaobai felt his very soul tremble, acutely aware that Frisia harbored a genuine desire to kill. A single misstep in his words could lead to a fate far more harrowing than that of Clint. His mind raced at a speed surpassing light. The original plan was utterly abandoned. The scheme to act as a shield for the king, only to extract a bit of blood in compensation, now appeared nothing short of a farce. He had to conjure an argument that would not only persuade Frisia, but also safeguard his own life, and swiftly. Your Majesty, Frisia? Cao Xiaobai stifled his fear, striving to infuse his voice with utmost loyalty and urgency. I have just uncovered some information from those earthlings. It pertains to the Super Scions. The mere utterance of Super Scion caused Frisia's pupils to visibly constrict, his cold, murderous intent momentarily subsiding. Speak, he commanded, a single word imbued with undeniable authority. Cao Xiaobai recognized that he had successfully advanced his first move. He promptly commenced his performance, weaving a tale that was half truth, half deception. I discovered that the Earthlings are secretly researching Super Scions. Your Majesty, have you not noticed that their combat prowess has become somewhat abnormal? It has even surpassed the standards of most powerful beings in the universe. At this revelation, a flicker of realization crossed Frisia's eyes. You speak the truth. I too have observed this anomaly, he admitted, grappling with the troubling question of how a group of remote planetary natives could possess such formidable strength. Now, Jinyu had provided him with a seemingly valid explanation. Cao Xiaobai seized the moment, continuing, Your Majesty, it is because they have extracted Scion genes. They have acquired the Scion ability to drastically enhance their power upon nearing death. I see. Frisia's gaze turned icy, filled with disdain for these audacious earth thieves. This explanation was logical, and he was entirely convinced. However, Frisia's expression shifted once more, now imbued with danger. You have done well in this matter, but it does not excuse your obstruction of my intent to slay that bald-headed fool. The pivotal question had surfaced. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced to his throat. Yet he maintained an appearance of urgency. Your Majesty, from the interrogation of the Earthling intelligence, I have obtained a most crucial piece of information. He deliberately emphasized his words. Once a Scion's rage surpasses a certain threshold, they transform into the legendary Super Scion. At that point, even you may not stand a chance against that monkey. What? Frisia erupted in fury. You dare suggest that I, the great Frisia, would be outmatched by that monkey? Deep within, he harbored a profound fear of the ancient legend. Yet his pride and self-respect forbade him from admitting that he could be defeated by an inferior creature. He perceived Jinyu's words as mere hyperbole, an attempt to undermine his authority. However, just as he prepared to unleash his wrath and execute Jinyu, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Not far away, Son Goku, cradling Klin, underwent a terrifying transformation. Klin's life force had dwindled to the brink of extinguishment. Fetching a Senzu bean from the spaceship, it was too late. An endless torrent of rage erupted from Son Goku's core, akin to molten lava. He was furious with himself for having restrained part of his power. Had he unleashed a King Kai fist exceeding 20 times, he could have saved Klin in an instant. He was enraged at Frisia for daring to inflict such harm upon his dear friend. He was furious that Klin was on the verge of death. All these emotions converged into an overwhelming inferno of wrath. How dare you? How dare you lay a hand on Klin? The atmosphere trembled violently. Golden arcs of electricity began to dance around him. His iconic black hair oscillated uncontrollably between raven and brilliant gold. An unprecedented, ferocious energy surged within him, awakening with fervor. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced. By the gods, it has truly begun. I cannot let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. He widened his eyes, fixated on every change in Son Goku's form. The eye of the scholar is activated. He could not afford to miss this rare chance. The first documented transformation into a Super Scion in the universe. The secrets of this bloodline held immeasurable value. Meanwhile, Frisia stood utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Jinyu's absurdity, yet the next instant, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. He beheld Son Goku, enveloped in golden flames and electric light, witnessing the shifting hues of his hair, feeling the terrifying aura escalating without limit. He felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill coursing through him. The legend, the one that had haunted his dreams, compelling him to annihilate an entire planet, was indeed real. Before him stood this monkey, truly transforming. Chapter 73, The Showdown. The Super Scion emerges. Frisia's latest model detector, capable of measuring combat power up to 200 million, manifested a fine crack across its lens. Moments later, with a sharp crack, it shattered in the silent battlefield, the sound piercing the stillness. The device erupted into countless delicate fragments, scattering before Frisia's eyes. He froze, an indescribable chill emanating from the depths of his soul, creeping up his spine and freezing his thoughts. What was that? What had just manifested that fleeting aura? Why did it instill within him a primal fear akin to facing a formidable adversary? Impossible. In this universe, aside from Lord Beerus, no entity could instill fear in him. Frieza completely lost control, succumbing to terror. He screamed hysterically, abandoning all composure and grace befitting a cosmic emperor. Like a madman driven to desperation, he flailed his arms wildly, unleashing energy as if it were of no consequence, transforming it into a deluge of purple energy blasts, akin to a tempest, hurling toward the golden enshrouded Son Goku. Stop him. I must prevent him. He cannot be allowed to complete that accursed transformation. Boom, 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 boom. Each energy blast possessed the power to obliterate a small planet. Hundreds and thousands of blasts converged, forming a violet curtain of death that engulfed the area where Son Goku stood. The explosive flames painted half the sky in a hue of annihilation. The violent shockwaves stripped away layers of earth for miles around. Dust obscured everything. Frieza gasped heavily, fixated on the epicenter of destruction. Is he dead? With such an onslaught, even vibranium should be reduced to rubble. Yet, as the dust slowly settled, the scene that unfolded caused Frieza's pupils to constrict to their utmost limit. At the heart of the debris, a golden spherical energy shield floated unscathed in the air. Within the protective barrier, Son Wukong stood in solemn stillness. Beneath his feet lay a solitary stone pillar, stretching 100 meters into the sky. Beyond this, the surrounding landscape, earth and mountains alike, had been reduced to rubble by the recent cataclysmic bombardment, giving rise to an unfathomably deep chasm. The golden shield, reminiscent of a fleeting dream, gradually dissipated. Son Wukong lifted his gaze. His hair had transformed into a resplendent gold, each strand standing upright as if set ablaze. His eyes, once pure and gentle, now gleamed with an icy, emotionless emerald hue. An indescribable sense of overwhelming authority radiated from him, a power that transcended all. Xiaobai, Son Wukong's voice emerged, low and detached. His gaze traversed the horrified Frieza, landing directly upon the distant figure clad in the Jinyu Force combat uniform. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced. It appeared that Son Wukong had discerned his true identity and recognized the body swap with Jinyu. Klin is entrusted to you. Son Wukong's tone brooked no dissent. I can sense the extraordinary ability within you. You can save Klin, can't you? Frieza was utterly dumbfounded. When had his formidable subordinate allied with this monkey? What was happening? Yet, after a fleeting moment of shock, Cao Xiaobai's mind cleared. Indeed, in the original tale, upon becoming a Super Saiyan, Son Wukong had acquired some astonishing abilities. He could perceive the conversation between King Kai, far away on King Kai's planet, and Piccolo on Earth, even reading memories by touch. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he had seen through the body swap. With this revelation, there was no need for pretense. It was time to confront the truth. Continuing to feign ignorance served no purpose. Ignoring the now bewildered Frieza, Cao Xiaobai transformed into a streak of purple light, soaring towards Son Wukong. Jinyu, you traitor! Frieza seethed, trembling with rage at the sight, yet he dared not move. For Son Wukong's cold gaze had once again locked onto him. As if he were observing a corpse, Cao Xiaobai reached Klin's side, gazing at his form, pierced by Frieza's death ray, his life force barely perceptible. Without a moment's hesitation, he thought, senzu beans? I don't have any on me. The few he had brought were either left on Bulma's ship or given to Gohan for emergencies. However, the absence of beans did not preclude the possibility of summoning them. Energy material conversion, activate. Cao Xiaobai summoned the immense energy from within, akin to Captain Jinyu's nearly 200,000 battle power. A tremendous force surged forth, draining nearly half of his energy. The intense exertion left him dizzy, yet in his palm appeared a green bean radiating a soft, warm glow. Senzu bean. He promptly opened Klin's mouth and fed him the self-made senzu bean. It dissolved instantly upon contact. In the next moment, Klin's already faint life force surged like a flame ignited by an accelerant. His wounds healed at an observable rate. Within mere seconds, Klin's eyes snapped open, and he sprang to his feet. He surveyed his body, then glanced around. Upon seeing Son Wukong, engulfed in golden flames and emanating an aura of terror, he was rendered speechless. Wukong, the magnitude of Son Wukong's unfathomable energy astounded him. Then, his gaze fell upon Cao Xiaobai, recognizing the familiar purple visage. Klin paused briefly before realizing that Xiaobai's plan had succeeded at least in part. Xiaobai, Thank you for saving me, he expressed with heartfelt gratitude, but could not help but add, though you do look rather grotesque right now. Cao Xiaobai's expression darkened instantly. He wholeheartedly agreed, but did not wish to hear it. This is not the time for idle chatter, he retorted, turning to the indifferent Super Saiyan and calling out, Uncle Wukong, don't kill him. I need him alive. Son Wukong's emerald eyes regarded him calmly before he nodded coldly. Rest assured. You too, move to a safe distance. Understood, Cao Xiaobai affirmed, grasping the still-dazed Klin. And they sped towards Piccolo and Gohan. Chapter 74, Personal Vendetta. I will pummel Uncle Piccolo. Frieza watched them attempt to flee, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Trying to escape? Did you seek my permission? He moved to intercept them. However, a golden afterimage appeared before him with uncanny swiftness. A hand, transcending time and space, effortlessly grasped his outstretched fist. It was Son Wukong. Frieza's pupils dilated in shock. He unleashed all his power, striving to break free, but found his fist as immovable as if crushed beneath an ancient mountain. How is this possible? Cao Xiaobai did not glance back, lacking interest in the battle unfolding behind him. What a farce! With a 50-fold increase in battle power, Son Wukong's 200 million battle power dwarfed Frieza's final form of only 120 million. It was akin to a father chastising a son, devoid of any suspense. He and Klin soared swiftly, soon catching sight of the battlefield where Piccolo and the others had been engaged. At this point, the battle had already concluded. Cao Xiaobai focused, and his heart sank as he beheld his original body lying pitifully in a deep pit, drenched in blood, numerous bones shattered, and most alarmingly, one arm had vanished entirely. The remnants of life were so faint that it seemed to flicker like a candle about to extinguish. What on earth, Uncle Piccolo? You have gone too far. Cao Xiaobai could not contain his frantic thoughts. This was not a spar, it was a brutal beating. How much resentment had accumulated to result in this? Xiaobai, Uncle Klin. Gohan rushed over upon their return, his face lighting up with genuine joy at seeing Klin unharmed. After a brief exchange, Cao Xiaobai learned of the events that transpired in his absence, which aligned closely with his expectations. The Jinyu Force leader, occupying his body, had been utterly incapable of unleashing its true power and could not utilize techniques like the Kaioken. Frustrated and pent up, Piccolo had used him as a punching bag, mercilessly pummeling him. Cao Xiaobai rolled his eyes, unwilling to dwell on it further. Approaching his battered body, he took a deep breath. Swap. A familiar white light enveloped him. The soul returned to its rightful place. The moment he re-entered his body, an excruciating pain erupted throughout Cao Xiaobai. Gasping, he felt the overwhelming regenerative power activate, restoring vitality to his form. Although his body could heal through regeneration, the extent of recovery was limited. Wukong. Gohan quickly understood and produced a senzu bean, placing it in Cao Xiaobai's mouth. A warm energy coursed through him, revitalizing his every limb. Fractured bones, vanished limbs. All injuries, including energy, restored in an instant. An unprecedented, explosive sensation of power surged wildly from every cell of the body. This is Binsi Bianxiang, Super Version S-Class. Superior to any Scion's near-death power increase. Meanwhile, Captain Jinyu, having been swapped back, returned to his own body. He felt the overwhelming surge of power within him. Unable to contain his joy. My battle power has actually increased. He turned and, without hesitation, transformed into a streak of light, attempting to escape. Thinking of fleeing? Bike let out a cold huff, his figure flickering as he pursued. However, no one anticipated that Captain Jinyu's escape was merely a ruse. He had long since targeted Bike as his next body swap. Suddenly, he pivoted mid-air, eyes wide, and bellowed the word. Swap. Bike's speed was too swift. So swift that he could not possibly break in time. Little did he expect that even someone as clever as him could be caught off guard, believing that such an abnormal ability would have limitations. To his astonishment, not long after, this capability could be employed yet again. The brilliant white light struck Bike's body with precision. As the radiance dissipated, Captain Jinyu had assumed Bike's appearance. Meanwhile, Bike, bewildered, found himself trapped within Jinyu's imposing purple physique. Jinyu, occupying Bike's body, erupted into a maniacal laugh. He reveled in the terrifying battle power of 3,900,000 within this body, his confidence soaring to unparalleled heights. He turned, looking down from above at Cao Xiaobai, Suan Wufan, and Colleen, mocking them in Bike's voice. "Ha! Now, I have become the strongest Namekian among you. Fear me. Tremble. Ha ha ha." However, his laughter had yet to cease when a figure appeared before him like a specter. It was Cao Xiaobai. Heh heh. Cao Xiaobai let out a chilling sneer. He winked at the real Bike trapped in Jinyu's body, revealing a smile that sent shivers down Bike's spine. "Uncle Bike, do not worry. It is now my turn to give you a beating. I promise to elevate your battle power to unprecedented heights." He pronounced the word with particular emphasis. Bike, ensnared in Jinyu's body, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. This little brat is definitely doing this on purpose. He is seeking personal revenge. Meanwhile, Jinyu, occupying Bike's body, appeared utterly baffled. "What did you say?" He wore an expression of extreme disdain on Bike's face. "You wish to fight me? With your strength? Do you not realize how powerful this Namekian body is?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding bang echoed. Cao Xiaobai's figure had vanished from sight. Bike's abdomen was struck with a powerful kick. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of sour liquid. His body propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through several colossal mountains before finally coming to a halt. Impossible. This cannot be happening. He struggled to rise from the rubble, bloodied and incredulous. "When I controlled your body, you were not this strong." Cao Xiaobai's figure reappeared before him, slowly materializing. On his youthful face was a pure, harmless smile. Yet, within his eyes flickered a maddening light that sent shivers through Jinyu's very soul. "Surprised, are you?" Cao Xiaobai tilted his head. "That only indicates your weakness." Resurrected from near death, his normal battle power had skyrocketed to a terrifying number. 5 million. A full 5 million. This figure did not even account for the 20-fold Kaioken boost. It would be exceedingly easy to handle a foe with a mere 390,000 battle power, who could not even utilize special techniques like the Mekanka Sappo. Bike Jinyu attempted to utter something, but Cao Xiaobai had lost all patience for further chatter. His figure vanished once more. What followed was a purely one-sided, merciless beating. Bang, 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 bang. Captain Jinyu could not even touch a shadow of Cao Xiaobai, being battered like a rag doll from above to below, and then back again. The sound of breaking bones echoed incessantly. Ultimately, as he was beaten to the brink of unconsciousness, Cao Xiaobai planted a foot upon his face, looking down upon him. "Swap, or not swap? I will swap." Before the overwhelming might and the threat of death, Captain Jinyu completely broke down. With his last ounce of strength, he executed the swap once more. A flash of white light. Bike finally returned to his own body. As he regained his form, he was immediately struck by excruciating pain, nearly fainting. Cao Xiaobai tossed him a senzu bean. Upon consuming it, Bike's injuries were instantly healed. A surge of even greater power flowed within him. His battle power had successfully surpassed the 4 million mark after this near-death revival. Captain Jinyu lay on the ground, akin to a dead dog, devoid of the courage to flee. He had come to realize that these earthlings were all monsters, each one more abnormal than the last. His once prided swapping ability was a mere joke before them. Once they grew wary, he could never succeed again. Cao Xiaobai and his companions could not be bothered to pay further attention to this thoroughly defeated individual. They gathered around the still figure lying motionless on the grass nearby. Vegeta, though gravely injured, he clung to life with the indomitable will of a scion prince. He witnessed everything unfold before his eyes: Sun Wufan's overwhelming might, Bike's formidable strength, and Cao Xiaobai's unfathomable power that continually exceeded his understanding, alongside his array of uncanny abilities. His heart sank to the depths of despair. It turned out that those who surpassed him were not limited to Colleen alone. Over a month ago, during the invasion of Earth, those warriors he regarded as mere ants now possessed powers far exceeding his own. His once proud heart, belonging to a scion prince, suffered an unprecedented, devastating blow. Cao Xiaobai remained silent. He merely extended his hand, activating energy material transformation once more. This time, he controlled the output of energy, consuming only a minimal amount to create a senzu bean with halved effects. This bean could not instantaneously heal all injuries, but it was sufficient to restore Vegeta's mobility and replenish his energy. He approached Vegeta and fed him the senzu bean. Vegeta's injuries rapidly healed. He sprang from the ground, feeling his power surge once again, his battle power soaring from 35,000 to nearly 250,000. This was now nearly equivalent to his battle power after being severely injured by Wukong and subsequently revived in the original tale. The gaze he cast upon Cao Xiaobai was filled with complexity, resentment, unwillingness, fear, and a hint of gratitude he was reluctant to acknowledge. Vegeta. Cao Xiaobai spoke gently, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. You may leave. Do not forget, I have saved you once more. Vegeta's body stiffened abruptly. He let out a cold grunt, uttering no words, before transforming into a streak of light and soaring into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. Yet, that proud heart, once impervious, seemed to show a hint of wavering. Cao Xiaobai gazed in the direction of his departure, a slight smile gracing his lips. Excellent. In investment, one must hold on for the long term. This promising stock must not be allowed to perish prematurely. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the captain of the Jinyu force, sprawled on the ground. Captain Jinyu, you may leave as well, Cao Xiaobai stated in an equally calm tone. Go back and inform your companions, or share the news with anyone. Your Lord Frieza is doomed this time, for he is contending with the legendary Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, Captain Jinyu exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. He cast a terrified glance at the overwhelming battle aura in the distance, scrambling to his feet and fleeing like a streak of light, desperate to escape. Interestingly, he fled in the same direction as Vegeta. The smile on Cao Xiaobai's face widened. He understood that these two would undoubtedly stir up trouble upon encountering one another. Chaos often represents opportunity. Uncle Piccolo, Brother Gohan, Uncle Krillin. Cao Xiaobai turned to the others and announced the forthcoming plan. Please wait a moment. Once I collect the blood of the Jinyu Force members lying on the ground, I will head over to Uncle Goku. I have yet to obtain Frieza's blood. Piccolo snorted, his face betraying an unmistakable fighting spirit. Kid, I will accompany you. I want to witness firsthand just how powerful the Super Saiyan truly is. Krillin, however, instinctively trembled and waved his hands in protest. I want to go. I have lingering fears from the time Frieza toyed with me like a balloon in the sky. I will take the Namekians from these two villages to rendezvous with Bulma. Cao Xiaobai nodded in understanding. After all, not everyone possesses a heart so bold as his for stirring up trouble. Chapter 76, Spoils of War. The sacrifice of the entire Jinyu force. Cao Xiaobai looked towards the nearby Jinyu force members, incapacitated and struggling to move. The plan could now enter its next phase. He took small, measured steps towards the spoils of war. Piccolo and Gohan followed closely behind, flanking him like two loyal bodyguards, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The first to be attended to was Riku, the muscular man who had previously boasted about taking things seriously but was rendered useless by a single punch from Gohan. As he saw Cao Xiaobai approach, he felt as if a prehistoric beast had set its sights on him, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. He wished to flee, but the excruciating pain coursing through him made even lifting a finger impossible. He had witnessed everything that had transpired. That kid had treated their invincible Captain Jinyu like a punching bag, ruthlessly pounding him from the heavens to the ground. This group was not human. They were monsters clad in human skin. Cao Xiaobai crouched before him, holding a micro-blood collection tube crafted by Bulma, gently shaking it. Uncle, don't be nervous. My voice is sweet and innocent, as I merely wish to borrow a small drop of your blood. Riku stared at the gleaming syringe, a whimper escaping his throat, fear nearly causing him to faint. He had seen how Gohan had effortlessly dispatched him. He had also seen how their captain, with a battle power of 120,000, had been mercilessly humiliated by this child. Resistance? What was that? Could it be consumed? He closed his eyes, adopting a posture of submission. Cao Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Very compliant. Skillfully, he drew a drop of crimson blood from Riku's brawny arm. Ding. Detected extraordinary vitality mark. Riku, subject in an extremely fragile mental state. Deemed a voluntary sacrifice. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Riku's vitality mark. Permanently increased cultivation speed by 65. Cao Xiaobai's mind resonated with the system's cold notification. Expressionless, he stood and walked towards his next target, Berta, the blue alien who claimed to be the fastest in the universe. At this moment, he lay on the ground, instinctively wishing to flee using his proud speed as Cao Xiaobai approached. Unfortunately, his severed leg rendered all movements futile. Don't waste your effort. Cao Xiaobai's voice sounded like a death knell. Berta froze, despair written all over his face. Following the same procedure, he too offered a drop of blood. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Berta's vitality mark. permanently increased cultivation speed by 66. Next was G's, with his red skin and white hair, now caked in dirt and blood. He was far more resigned than Berta, simply closing his eyes and awaiting death. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring G's vitality mark. Permanently increased cultivation speed by 64. Finally, there was the diminutive Guldo, who possessed the ability to stop time. He was the least injured but the most frightened. Upon seeing Cao Xiaobai, tears streaming down his face, he begged incoherently, "Please, don't kill me. I will give you anything." Cao Xiaobai maintained his cheerful demeanor, and the collection process proceeded astonishingly smoothly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Guldo's vitality mark. Permanently increased cultivation speed by 55. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the rare talent time stasis C grade. Talent description: by holding 1's breath, time can be temporarily halted within a limited range. The duration of the stasis is proportional to the breath-holding time, and the effectiveness of control varies with the target's power level. A series of system notifications made Cao Xiaobai's smile widen unconsciously. He opened the system panel to review the lengthy list of increased cultivation speed. Gohan 100, Kaishin 80, Master Roshi 60, Tien 60, Krillin 50, Puar 40, Yamcha 30, Bulma 10, Dodoria 80, Zabu 90, Vegeta, Prince 100, Nail 70, Grand Elder 60, Jinyu 80. Now, adding the 4 from the Jinyu Force, the total was 1360, 250, 1610, equivalent to 171 times. In an instant, his total cultivation speed enhancement surpassed an astonishing figure. Satisfied, he closed the panel. This was a tremendous gain. His prolonged performance had not been in vain. Having collected all the blood, Cao Xiaobai could scarcely be bothered to glance at the now utterly useless beings. He left them to fend for themselves on this strange planet. Uncle Piccolo, Brother Gohan, let us go. Cao Xiaobai turned, waving his small hand as he soared into the sky. Piccolo and Gohan immediately followed suit. Meanwhile, Krillin flew in another direction, needing to contact Bulma via communicator to ensure the safety of the Namekians from the two villages. On the other side of the planet, chaos ensued. Golden auras clashed with purple malevolent energy, shaking the very core of planet Namek. The earth was torn asunder, oceans evaporated, and the three suns in the sky seemed to lose their brilliance. This was a stark contrast to the thrilling and perilous death struggle depicted in the original narrative. At this moment, the battlefield presented a one-sided, overwhelming force. Sun Wukong, transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, experienced an astonishing surge in power. His gaze was devoid of emotion, resembling a lofty deity passing judgment on the sins of mortals. Meanwhile, Frieza, the once mighty cosmic emperor, now appeared as wretched as a stray dog, reduced to a pitiful state. His proud final form seemed fragile as paper before the golden figure. Regardless of the formidable energy attacks he unleashed, they were effortlessly dismissed with a casual swipe. No matter how swiftly he attempted to flee, he could not escape the relentless golden fists that shadowed him. With a resounding impact, Frieza was struck again, his body hurtling like a cannonball into the ground, creating a terrifying chasm spanning thousands of meters. The golden figure descended slowly. As Sun Wukong gazed into the pit, where Frieza's body convulsed in pain and humiliation, his expression unwavering. Frieza struggled to emerge from the depths, his biological armor shattered, revealing a gruesomely battered body. What filled him with dread was the rapid depletion of his energy under Sun Wukong's unrelenting, storm-like assault, leaving him unable to maintain his final form. With a reluctant roar, his body began to shrink dramatically, reverting to its comparatively diminutive state, bloodied and weak. Apart from some tattered clothing, Sun Wukong remained unscathed, not a single hair out of place. So powerful, it was despairingly overwhelming. Frieza gasped, his fiery red eyes now filled with a novel emotion, fear. Just then, two streaks of light shot in from afar, halting at the edge of the battlefield. It was Vegeta, who had just narrowly escaped death, alongside the utterly terrified Captain Jinyu. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Vegeta froze. What did he see? The lowly warrior Kakarot, whom he deemed his lifelong rival, was now enveloped in golden energy. The cosmic tyrant Frieza, who had instilled fear and humiliation in him, was being trampled like a defeated dog, unable to maintain his final form. Why? Why? Vegeta's eyes reddened with blood vessels, his heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand, on the verge of exploding. A conflagration of jealousy, anger, resentment, and despair blazed wildly within his chest. Why should a lowly warrior possess power that surpasses that of a Scion prince? Why could he transform into a super Scion, a being only spoken of in legends? Vegeta's breath grew labored as he clenched his fists, his nails piercing his skin and drawing blood. He spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva and made an impulsive decision that even he considered utterly insane. He dashed forward like a streak of light, recklessly charging into the heart of the battleground between Frisia and son Wukong. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice rang out, hoarse and frenzied. I am the one who should defeat Frisia. I should be the one to transform into a super Scion. His crimson eyes bore into son Wukong's. Glancing at the barely conscious Frisia not far away, his tone resolute. I will undoubtedly defeat Frisia. Just wait and see. Step aside. Chapter 77. The Prince's Gamble. I, Vegeta, shall never yield. Super Saiyan son Wukong cast a cold glance at Vegeta, his icy green eyes betraying no emotion. To everyone's astonishment, he acquiesced. Very well, Vegeta. Son Wukong's voice was as frigid as ancient ice. Go and experience Frisia's power for yourself. He is already severely weakened by my hand. Their exchange was clearly heard by Frisia. Boom. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and fury ignited Frisia's sanity. You wretched monkeys. Frisia emitted a shrill, piercing roar. He lifted his head abruptly, his blood-red eyes fixated on the oblivious Vegeta rushing toward him. Vegeta, don't be foolish. Do you think you, a worthless creature, can defeat me? You won't know unless you try? Vegeta roared, unleashing his battle power, soaring to a staggering 250,000 without reservation. He charged forward like a frenzied beast. His fighting style was wild, fierce, and infused with raw power. Each punch and kick carried the weight of destruction. Alas, reality is cruel, even with all his strength unleashed. Facing merely a wounded Frisia who had reverted to his normal state, he was still no match. Bang! Frisia effortlessly flicked his tail, deflecting Vegeta's assault with ease. Then, with a simple kick, he struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen. Pooh! Vegeta's body curled up like a cooked shrimp, his eyes bulging as blood spewed from his mouth. He flew backward like a stone kicked away, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt as though his internal organs had shifted and countless bones had broken. He was left questioning his very existence. Frisia approached him with a sinister grin, relishing in the thrill of the hunt. Just as in the original tale, Vegeta was knocked down time and time again, yet he struggled to rise each time. Ultimately, he was pierced through the chest by an energy blast from Frisia, collapsing in a pool of his own blood, his life force rapidly waning. As he teetered on the brink of death, Cao Xiaobai, Piccolo, and Son Gohan finally arrived at the battlefield. The moment Cao Xiaobai landed, he was met with a hauntingly familiar scene. Vegeta shed tears of defiance. His face twisted in a self-deprecating grimace, as if he had accepted his fate of death. Vegeta, do you wish to live? A clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out. Cao Xiaobai swiftly appeared at Vegeta's side, holding a peculiar green bean that emanated an enchanting fragrance. The Senzu bean. He offered it to Vegeta's lips. However, at that moment, Vegeta's will had crumbled entirely. He stared at the Senzu bean within arm's reach, his eyes dull, devoid of any desire to survive. Let it be as it may. He had lost to Kakarot and been crushed by Frisia like a mere insect. He no longer wished to remain in this world. Observing Vegeta's indifferent demeanor, Cao Xiaobai rolled his eyes inwardly. It seems I must provide you with psychological counseling. Do you wish to become a Super Saiyan? Cao Xiaobai's voice held an alluring quality. I can help you. Vegeta's nearly closed eyes fluttered suddenly. Cao Xiaobai continued to coax him. To be honest, with your current strength, you are of no use to me anymore. The reason I have repeatedly helped you is that I admire your character. Proud, resilient, and unyielding. This is the demeanor befitting a Scion prince. If you were to die here, I would forever look down upon you. A cowardly prince who cannot even surpass a lowly warrior. The final word struck Vegeta's heart like a heavy hammer. Buzz. Vegeta's once dulled pupils suddenly refocused. He stared intensely at Cao Xiaobai, as if experiencing a moment of illumination, his eyes ablaze with fierce fire. Suddenly, he opened his mouth. Tears of humiliation and resentment streaming down his face, and forcefully swallowed the miraculous bean. In the next instant, a miracle occurred. A warm and powerful surge of life energy coursed through his limbs and bones. The life-threatening wound in his chest healed at a visibly rapid pace. Broken bones reconnected. The depleted energy within him was replenished in an instant. Then, amidst a series of explosive sounds, an immense power, multiplied many times over from before, erupted from every cell in his body. Near-death strength enhanced to an S-level super near-death transformation. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the center of Vegeta. His battle power skyrocketed as if he had boarded a rocket. 500,000. 1 million. 1.5 million. 2 million. Ultimately, it reached a staggering value of 2,400,000. Vegeta leaped from the ground, feeling the unprecedented strength within him, and looked at Cao Xiaobai with a complex expression. He fell silent for a moment and squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Thank you. Cao Xiaobai was somewhat taken aback. This proud prince actually expressed gratitude? It seemed this psychological boost had remarkable effects. Little one, do you have more of those beans? Vegeta's eyes turned fervent once again. Upon hearing this, Cao Xiaobai furrowed his brows, already aware of Vegeta's intentions. This fellow wanted to challenge Frieza in his complete form. Brother, you couldn't even defeat the injured Frieza. Truly a madman for battle. Cao Xiaobai thought to himself. But he still retrieved the last genuine miraculous bean from his pocket. Vegeta, this is the last one. He handed over the bean. Just this once. I'll indulge you. Vegeta gave Cao Xiaobai a deep look. He understood that this little one had completely seen through his thoughts. He did not stop him, but chose to support him instead. In this moment, Vegeta felt a flicker of recognition towards this little one. He nodded heavily. Thank you. If I survive this time, I will consider returning to Earth with you. After speaking, Vegeta turned and flew straight towards Frieza. Cao Xiaobai stood stunned. Return to Earth? No, I never said that. Vegeta, don't misunderstand. I admire your character, not because of any personal inclination. I am straight. A steel-straight man. Before he could finish his complaints, the next scene left everyone present, except him, utterly dumbfounded. Vegeta actually threw the priceless miraculous bean towards Frieza. Frieza, eat it. Vegeta's voice was filled with pride and fighting spirit. Your energy will be instantly replenished. I want to defeat you in the strongest state. Huh. Frieza looked at the flying bean with a bewildered expression. He thought Vegeta had lost his mind. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's miraculous recovery from near death and the nearly tenfold increase in his power, he could not help but burst into laughter. Oh ho ho ho. Excellent. Vegeta, you have done well. To reward your courage, I promise this time, I won't kill you so easily. Without hesitation, Frieza swallowed the miraculous bean. Instantly, all his injuries healed, and his energy was fully restored. The terrifying aura of a battle power of 530,000 enveloped the arena once more. Come, Frieza. Vegeta roared, unleashing his 2,400,000 battle power without reservation. He charged forward again. This time, the tide of battle turned. The power-enhanced Vegeta forced Frieza to transform. Second form. Third form. Ultimately, Frieza transformed into his ultimate form, boasting a battle power of 120 million. Vegeta ultimately fell. Even though he had become so powerful, he remained helpless in the face of such an absolute disparity in strength. Bloodied and swaying, he stumbled off the battlefield. He approached Cao Xiaobai. Little one, I leave the future to you. After speaking, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Cao Xiaobai, Chapter 78. The Showdown. I am also a Super Saiyan. Cao Xiaobai was utterly speechless. So all this time, Vegeta saw him as a portable healing pack? Use and discard? Nevertheless, despite his complaints, Cao Xiaobai extended his hand and activated energy matter conversion once more. A slightly dimmer miraculous bean formed in his palm. He placed this self-made bean into Vegeta's mouth. Although this bean could not replenish all his energy instantly like a genuine miraculous bean, Vegeta's injuries began to heal rapidly. Moreover, his battle power experienced another earth-shattering surge after this near-death recovery. 24 million. A full 24 million. Although the energy within him was limited and could not sustain prolonged combat, this power was undeniably real. Vegeta gradually regained consciousness. Feeling the renewed surge of power within him and the dwindling energy, he, being an astute individual, immediately understood the difference between this miraculous bean and the previous one. He asked nothing, silently stood up, and walked over to Bika and Suan Wufan, closing his eyes to meditate. Suan Wufan and Bika, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta, looked at him with astonished expressions. Pika couldn't he help but mutter a curse. Monster. On the other side, the Super Saiyan Suingong took a deep breath. The golden aura surrounding him gradually receded, and his hair reverted from gold back to black. He reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation. Little one. Suingong turned to Cao Xiaobai with an unprecedented seriousness. Frieza is your responsibility now. I have lost interest in him. Suingong was genuinely disinterested. The feeling of easily overwhelming Frieza after becoming a Super Saiyan had rendered him indifferent. The opponent was too weak to ignite his fighting spirit. They were no longer on the same level. Continuing to fight would only amount to one-sided bullying. However, Suingong's actions ignited Frieza's fury. What did you say? You're not fighting anymore. How dare you look down on me, Frieza the Great? Frieza let out a thunderous roar and charged violently at Suingong. Suingong's gaze sharpened as he prepared to transform once more. However, at that critical moment, a sneaky figure had quietly circled around to Suingong's back. It was Captain Jinyu. Exchange. He exerted all his strength, shooting out a strange beam of light aimed directly at Suingong's back. Suingong sensed the incoming energy and turned around just in time to see the deadly beam. There was no time to evade. However, Cao Xiaobai had long since noticed this lurking miscreant. There was no way he would allow this to succeed. Just as Captain Jinyu activated his ability, Cao Xiaobai swiftly grabbed a trembling Namekian frog from the ground. With all his might, he hurled it. The unfortunate frog traced a perfect parabolic arc in the air, perfectly positioning itself between the beam and Suingong. The light flashed. Captain Jinyu successfully exchanged bodies with that frog. The transformed Jinyu emitted a bewildered croak. Meanwhile, the frog, now possessing Jinyu's form, frolicked on the ground, mimicking a frog's movements, and with a powerful leap, dashed away in a flash. The original plot unfolded perfectly at this moment. Frieza stood in stunned silence at the sight. Seizing the opportunity, Cao Xiaobai swiftly appeared before Frieza. Uncle Wukong said, Frieza, your opponent is me. Cao Xiaobai gazed up at the colossal figure before him, a naive smile gracing his face. Hand over your blood, and I might consider going easier on you. You? Frieza looked down at the pint-sized figure, seemingly hearing the universe's most ludicrous joke. A mere earthling dares to claim he can defeat me? Intrigued, he thought. Since you are so eager to seek death, I shall oblige. Frieza raised a finger, gathering a death beam capable of annihilating planets at its tip. Yet, Cao Xiaobai remained unfazed. He merely took a gentle breath. Ha 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 ha. There were no heart-wrenching roars or agonizing struggles, just a subtle exertion. In the next instant, boom, a golden aura, far more terrifying than the one exhibited during Sun Wukong's transformation, erupted from Cao Xiaobai's small frame, soaring into the sky. Golden lightning spiraled around him. His soft black hair stood upright in an instant, transforming into a dazzling gold, identical to Sun Wukong's. He had instantaneously become a Super Saiyan. Cao Xiaobai's heart swelled with joy. It turned out that transforming into a Super Saiyan allowed him to forcibly transcend his combat limits. Indeed, the Super Saiyan was no trivial matter. This scene stunned all present. Frieza's energy sphere was instantly dispersed by the force of this aura, his eyes widening in disbelief. Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Krillin gaped, feeling as though their minds could not comprehend what they were witnessing. Only Sun Wukong's expression revealed a hint of contemplation. So that's how it is, he murmured. Xiaobai is truly remarkable. The Saiyan blood coursing through him boiled with fervor. Once this matter concluded, I must challenge him to a proper duel. Vegeta, however, wore a bitter smile more sorrowful than tears. Another one surpasses him, and it is a child he once dismissed. An earthling? Transforming into a Super Saiyan? This world has indeed gone mad. As a Super Saiyan, Cao Xiaobai coldly regarded Frieza with his emerald green eyes. The system panel displayed a battle power that sent tremors throughout the universe. 250 million. The terrifying aura suffocated everyone present, including Piccolo. All finally grasped just how fearsome Cao Xiaobai was. The child who had always smiled cheerfully. He could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan at will. This was no mere monster. This was a monster among monsters. Do you still think I am seeking death? Cao Xiaobai's voice was icy and devoid of emotion. Frieza's body trembled uncontrollably. From this child, he sensed a deathly pressure more terrifying than that of Sun Wukong, capable of reducing him to dust. Make your move. Cao Xiaobai beckoned with his finger. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to act. In that instant, the roles of hunter and prey were irrevocably reversed. Frieza, thoroughly enraged, roared and launched a frenzied assault on Cao Xiaobai. Yet, all was in vain. Cao Xiaobai moved leisurely amidst Frisia's relentless barrage. He didn't even bother to raise a hand, merely absorbing all of Frisia's attacks with his body unscathed. When Frisia finally ceased his onslaught, exhausted, Cao Xiaobai finally made his move. He raised his hand. With a single slap, a crisp sound reverberated across the desolate battlefield. Frisia was sent flying by the blow. What followed was a one-sided, merciless beating, 100 times more violent than that of Sun Wukong. Ultimately, Frisia lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his body battered and bruised, like a puddle of mud. All his pride and dignity were utterly shattered. Cao Xiaobai slowly approached him, crouching down, retrieving a familiar blood collection tube. "Now, can I have your blood? I might consider letting you go." Frisia gazed at the syringe, tears of humiliation streaming from his eyes. Trembling, he extended his bloodied arm. Ding! Detecting divine-level blood mark. Frisia. The subject is in an extremely fragile mental state, determined to be voluntary sacrifice. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Frisia's blood mark, Cosmic Emperor. Training speed permanently increased by 100. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unique talent of vacuum survival, EX level. A series of system notifications resounded in Cao Xiaobai's mind, composing the most exquisite melody. Chapter 79. Instant transmission. Here I come. Cao Xiaobai felt as if he might faint from exhilaration. He truly obtained Frisia's blood. This was an incredible windfall. No, it was a fortune beyond measure. He lifted his head, his emerald green eyes, now that of a super scion, coldly scanning the defeated Frisia, who lay on the ground unable to even cry out. The once formidable Cosmic Emperor, who had haunted his dreams, now resembled a dog stripped of its spine. Dispose of him? Cao Xiaobai scoffed. To kill him would be a waste. A living Frisia is an excellent tool, continually providing near-death power-ups for Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Such a renewable resource cannot be easily discarded. With this thought, Cao Xiaobai stowed away the collection tube, dissipating the golden aura and returning to his adorable form with black hair and eyes. He turned and trotted over to Sun Wukong. "Uncle Wukong, this mess is yours." He efficiently tossed the burden aside. "I'm off to test my new abilities." Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Cao Xiaobai bent his legs slightly, and like a small cannonball, he shot into the sky with a thunderous roar. He pierced through the thin green atmosphere of Namek and dove into the profound, cold, and silent universe. Wow! An unprecedented sensation enveloped Cao Xiaobai's entire being. There was no air, no sound. Absolute darkness surrounded him, with distant stars twinkling like scattered diamonds on black velvet. His body instinctively craved to breathe, a suffocating pressure weighing upon his chest. But in the next moment, the talent of vacuum survival activated automatically. He felt as if the energy within him formed a perfect, self-sustaining cycle. Energy flowed through his limbs, replacing oxygen and maintaining the vitality of every cell. The sensation of suffocation vanished in an instant. In its place was an indescribable freedom. He no longer needed to rely on fragile lungs to breathe. In this vacuum, he was his own god. This feeling was exhilarating. Cao Xiaobai excitedly punched the air and space, moving with astonishing speed unimpeded by any resistance. He returned to the vast ocean of stars like a fish, reveling in the cosmic expanse. Turning back, he gazed at the green planet behind him. Once a source of immense oppression and constant peril, the planet Namek now appeared as a tranquil glass marble, suspended on a black chessboard, insignificant yet beautiful. Such is the universe. Cao Xiaobai extended his hand, as if wishing to embrace the starry sea. This sensation was far more profound than any transformation into a super scion or any surge in combat power. It was a genuine transcendence of life itself, a true freedom. After frolicking in space and testing his combat efficiency in a vacuum, Cao Xiaobai contentedly adjusted his direction and flew back to the surface. Upon landing lightly, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Frisia, the cosmic tyrant, was trembling as he stood. Sun Wukong faced him, devoid of murderous intent, replaced instead by a martial artist's serene acceptance upon meeting a worthy opponent. "Frisia, you may leave," Sun Wukong spoke calmly. "I hope that when we meet again, you will have grown stronger. Otherwise, you may find yourself unworthy of even confronting me." Cao Xiaobai thought to himself, "What a remarkable mindset you possess, Sun Wukong. Your heart is vast enough to pilot a galactic mothership." This suited him perfectly. Frisia cast a venomous glare at both Sun Wukong and Cao Xiaobai, his eyes openly seething with malice. You scions and that detestable earth brat. Frisia's voice rasped like two sheets of sandpaper rubbing together. This will be the most regrettable decision you have ever made. I, the great king, shall make you understand what true despair means. With those words, Frisia summoned his last strength, transforming into a streak of light as he fled toward a circular spaceship hidden in the valley. Soon, the ship activated, hastily escaping the planet Namek. Watching the vessel vanish into the horizon, Cao Xiaobai stroked his chin, foreseeing that Frisia would not give up easily. That old fiend would surely hide somewhere and remotely command his vast cosmic army, perhaps monitoring Namek, waiting for the moment they departed to launch a counterattack. Sure enough, Piccolo, with a composed expression, voiced the collective apprehension: Frisia will undoubtedly return. This single statement rekindled the tension that had just begun to dissipate. Krillin and Son Gohan's faces paled. Sun Wukong stumbled, a grimace on his face as he scratched his head. But I don't want to stay on Namek forever. There's Chi-Chi and everyone back on Earth. This sentiment rang true. Being a guardian on Namek was less appealing than facing death, as everyone found themselves at a loss. Bulma's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, I've got it. We can make a wish to the dragon. Let the dragon move the entire Namek to the neighboring galaxy, a more stable place. That way, it will be closer to Earth. If Frisia truly comes back, Wukong and Xiaobai can assist easily. The group brightened at this revelation, realizing they had forgotten about the omnipotent Dragon Balls. This idea was nothing short of brilliant. The Namekians nodded in agreement, for they cherished peace and tranquility, desiring to escape this tumultuous land for a new home. The Grand Elder promptly sent someone to seek out the Dragon Balls. Just as the Namekians joyfully prepared to summon the dragon, Cao Xiaobai halted them. He mysteriously pulled Sun Wukong aside. Uncle Wukong, would you like to accompany me to a special planet before we return to Earth to learn an extraordinary ability? Cao Xiaobai whispered, reminiscent of a mischievous uncle tempting a child. He had not forgotten the instant transmission from Yardrat. Although capable of flying in space now due to vacuum survival, manually navigating the cosmos was akin to driving a manual tractor for long distances, tiresome and dull. Nothing could compare to the exhilarating joy of instant transmission. It was a divine skill that must be acquired. Oh! Sun Wukong's eyes lit up instantaneously at the mention of a new ability, shining like a 2,000-watt bulb. What ability? Is it powerful? Can it be used in combat? While it may not be formidable in battle, Cao Xiaobai paused for effect. It will allow you to go wherever you wish, instantly. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully slapped his thigh. I want to go? Of course I want to go. Thus, Sun Wukong publicly announced that he would not return to Earth for the time being, opting to embark on this important quest with Cao Xiaobai. Now it was Vegeta's turn to be unsettled. He eyed the two skeptically, suspecting they were seeking a place to settle their differences. A wave of sourness and resentment surged within him. He spat and approached Bulma, commanding, Woman, take me to Earth in the spaceship. I must uncover the secret behind Kakarot's transformation. Bulma, hands on her hips, retorted without hesitation, Why should I? Who do you think you are? If you want to go, fly there yourself. Having been publicly humiliated, Vegeta's face darkened. With a haughty snort, his pride prevented him from uttering another word. Humph! With a disdainful huff, Vegeta erupted with fury and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing before the crowd. Cao Xiaobai observed his retreating figure, a slight smile gracing his lips. Go on. Go on. A wild Super Saiyan requires ample space to grow. Before long, Cao Xiaobai and Sun Wukong each found a usable circular spaceship. Utilizing his memory and the eye of the god of learning, Cao Xiaobai helped Sun Wukong locate the coordinates of Yardrat on the star map and kindly pressed the launch button for him. Before departing, Cao Xiaobai had one more crucial task. He approached the Grand Elder of Namek, adopting the sweetest voice possible to make a humble request. Grand Elder, in order to protect the love and peace of the universe, I need to grow stronger. May I collect a small sample of blood from everyone for research? Seeing the little hero who had saved their entire race, the Grand Elder had no reason to refuse. Thus, Cao Xiaobai gathered his collection device and activated the scanning mode. One by one, he collected precious living blood signatures from every surviving Namekian. Ding! Acquired the active blood signature of Namekian warriors, training speed 60. Ding! Acquired the healing type active blood signature of Namekian warriors, training speed 10. Ding! acquired. However, the results left Cao Xiaobai slightly disappointed. Aside from the two formidable warrior Namekians who provided a commendable 60 boost, the majority of ordinary Namekians offered pitifully low training speed increases. Many only yielded 10. Similar to Bulma. In total, this amassed a mere 310 training speed boost. A mosquito's leg is still meat. Cao Xiaobai could only console himself. Nevertheless, there were surprises in store. Ding! Detected the host merging a large amount of homologous, Namekian, bloodlines, enhancing the talent of super regeneration. Super regeneration, S-level recovery effect enhanced. Now, you can consume energy during combat to recover 50 energy and stamina. Cooldown time significantly reduced. This enhancement brought instant joy to Cao Xiaobai. The ability to restore half of his energy bar was nothing short of a miraculous sustainment skill. What a windfall! Contentedly stowing away his spoils, Cao Xiaobai bid farewell to everyone and boarded his spaceship. Outside the porthole of his spaceship, the Shenlong of Namek had been summoned, its immense form casting a shadow over half the sky. The first wish: please relocate our Namek to the Andromeda Galaxy, a place suitable for our survival. The second wish: please resurrect all our compatriots who were slain by Frieza and his minions. The third wish: please return all beings and objects that do not belong to Namek to their original planets. As the Grand Elder made his wishes, the Shenlong's eyes flashed with a crimson glow. The figures of Bulma, Krillin, and Son Gohan instantly vanished from their location. Cao Xiaobai's spaceship, propelled by this mysterious force, surged forward, racing alongside Son Goku's ship, hurtling towards the vast expanse of the cosmos. Next stop, Yadalat Star. Instant transmission, here I come. Chapter 80, Countdown to Homecoming. The Divine Skill, Instant Transmission. Pitch black, icy cold, and eerily silent. This is the eternal theme of the cosmos. Two Scion-designed spherical spaceships, like insignificant specks of metallic dust, etched straight trajectories across the endless expanse of black velvet. Inside the spaceship, Cao Xiaobai reclined comfortably in the ergonomically designed pilot seat, his feet leisurely resting on the control panel. Squinting, he gazed through the small circular window at the stars, unchanged for billions of years, feeling an unprecedented sense of elation. How delightful! The acquisition of Frieza's life force mark not only bestowed a 100 increase in cultivation speed, but, more importantly, it granted him the EX-level unique skill, Vacuum Survival. This ability did not enhance his combat prowess, but signified a transcendence in the essence of life. It meant that, from now on, while the universe is vast, there would be no place he could not reach. No longer was he the fragile being reliant on a spaceship, trapped under the gravity of a planet. The stars and the sea were now his destined path. Cao Xiaobai gleefully accessed the system panel to admire his spoils. Name: Cao Xiaobai. Race: Earthling, Golden Bloodline. Combat power: 5 million. Combat power limit: 10 million. Cumulative cultivation speed increase: 1920. His journey to Namek had been an epic harvest. The 250 cultivation increase from the Jinyu Force, the 310 accumulation from ordinary Namekians, and Frieza's 100 combined to yield a cultivation speed 202 times that of his base state. What does this mean? It equates to his power skyrocketing effortlessly. While others toiled for a day, he effectively trained for 20. This enhancement was so ludicrous that even he found it somewhat absurd. Not to mention, his super regeneration had also evolved to S rank, allowing him to recover half of his stamina and energy during combat, maximizing his endurance. The only regret was the EX level, energy matter conversion ability, which consumed an excessive amount of energy. The last time he conjured a Senzu bean out of thin air to save Krillin, it nearly drained him of nearly 100,000 energy points. Now that his combat power had risen to 5 million, he estimated he could only create a few dozen, and those would be energy-conserving Senzu beans. He needed to use them sparingly, as they represented his true strategic trump card. Cao Xiaobai stroked his chin, contemplating. He turned to observe the other spaceship flying in parallel. Inside it sat Son Goku, that simple-minded battle enthusiast, who was likely still excited about the new abilities he was about to learn. A smile, one only he could comprehend, crept across Cao Xiaobai's lips. Son Goku was his most crucial card, his finest treasure. In the past, he had to tread carefully behind Son Goku, leeching off experience and plot. But now, he had qualified to stand alongside Son Goku, even surpassing him in certain aspects. For instance, in cunning and future planning. Yadalat Star. Instant transmission. Cao Xiaobai's gaze deepened. This skill must be acquired. It was pivotal to his grand plan of harvesting the universe and a crucial step on his journey home. Meanwhile, far away on King Kai's planet. Wow. Amazing. Incredible. Lu Ping, Tianjin Han, and Jiaozi surrounded the two swaying antennae atop King Kai's head, each spellbound and exhilarated. Through King Kai's television broadcast, they witnessed everything that unfolded on Namek. From Frisia's terror to Son Goku's invincibility upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, to that small figure, Cao Xiaobai, who erupted with golden flames, effortlessly manipulating the Cosmic Emperor. Have Goku and Xiaobai truly become this powerful? Tianjin Han's third eye widened, filled with disbelief and intense fighting spirit. Is that what a Super Saiyan looks like? Lu Ping murmured, feeling a dryness in his throat. Previously, he could console himself that the disparity between him and Goku stemmed from differing levels of effort. But now, that gap had transformed into an insurmountable chasm between species. No, we cannot return like this. Tianjin Han clenched his fists tightly, knuckles cracking. I will stay here, on King Kai's planet, and train with all my might. Indeed, when we meet next, I cannot allow Goku and Xiaobai to outpace me. Lu Ping gritted his teeth, resolved. Meanwhile, King Kai stroked his chin, smiling with satisfaction. Ambition is commendable. At the same time, Krillin, Son Gohan, and Piccolo, who had just been granted wishes by the Shenlong and teleported back to Earth from the Namek spaceship, had not even caught their breath before sensing an evil aura spreading across Earth. It was the demon, Kadiki Air, from the temple. In the original story, this individual caused quite a bit of trouble for the Z warriors. But now, faced with Krillin's combat power of 500,000, Son Gohan's 3 million, and Piccolo's 4 million, this unfortunate soul, just freed from his seal and not yet able to breathe in fresh air, did not even catch a glimpse of the second sunrise on Earth before being swiftly dispatched by a punch from Gohan, a kick from Piccolo, and a ki blast from Krillin. The entire process took no more than 5 minutes. They didn't even miss dinner. Earth welcomed a long-awaited, genuine peace. After a lengthy interstellar journey, Cao Xiaobai's spaceship finally emitted a signal indicating their arrival at their destination. Finally arrived. Cao Xiaobai stretched, leaping from his seat. The spaceship descended slowly, and the hatch opened. A rush of fresh, humid air enveloped him, mingled with the earthy fragrance of unknown plants. The scene before him left Cao Xiaobai momentarily stunned. This was an exceptionally peculiar planet. The sky was a pale purple, with 2 small moons floating, emitting a soft white light. The ground bore no towering skyscrapers or steel forests. Instead, there were uniquely shaped structures resembling gigantic mushrooms or seashells, their surfaces smooth and rounded, exuding a sense of futurism and biological essence. A group of wise beings, clad in loose, simple white robes, with pink skin, bald heads, and pointed ears, watched them with a mix of curiosity and caution. These were the Yadalat people. Hello. Son Goku was the first to leap from the spaceship, exuberantly raising his hand, wearing his signature radiant smile. However, the response he received was not one of warm welcome, but rather a profound silence. And dozens of pairs of eyes filled with hostility and fear. Scion, a Yardrat alien, pointed at Son Wukong, his voice trembling. The most evil fighting race in the universe. What is he doing on our planet? Does he want to destroy this place? Quick, go and inform the elders. The crowd stirred, retreating as if Son Wukong were some kind of contagious virus. Son Wukong's smile froze. He scratched his head, looking innocent and bewildered. I'm not a bad person. Cao Xiaobai followed behind, slowly walking down. He looked at the scene before him, not surprised at all. Scions were infamous, a race even dogs in the universe would despise. With that face and the iconic Scion hairstyle, Son Wukong would be treated as a prime target wherever he went. He cleared his throat, toddled forward with his short legs, and flashed his most effective, harmless, sweet smile. Hello, uncles and aunties. We've come from a very far place. With no ill intentions, he said in his most childlike voice. However, it was no use. The Yardrat aliens, though seemingly gentle, were extremely wary. A fierce-looking Scion, accompanied by an Earthling child of unknown origin, arrived in a Scion spaceship. This combination looked suspicious no matter how you looked at it. A Yardrat alien who appeared to be a captain of the guard stepped forward, holding a strange metal staff, the tip pointed at Son Wukong. Whoever you are, whatever your purpose, please leave our planet immediately. Yardrat does not welcome you. His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Cao Xiaobai sighed inwardly. Well, it seems the cuteness tactic isn't foolproof. Son Wukong wanted to explain something, but Cao Xiaobai grabbed his trouser leg. Uncle Wukong, never mind. Cao Xiaobai shook his head at him, then bowed to the captain of the guard. Sorry to bother you. We'll leave now. With that, he pulled a bewildered Son Wukong back onto the spaceship. After a series of maneuvers, the spaceship took off and landed a moment later on a towering boulder platform in the wilderness of the planet. Xiaobai, why are we leaving? I haven't told them we came here to learn instant transmission. Son Wukong scratched his head anxiously. It's no use telling them. Cao Xiaobai climbed back into his seat and crossed his legs. With that scion-like face. Saying I'm super evil, it's useless. They look at you like they look at a talking gorilla, full of fear and distrust. Ask them to teach us now? No way. Son Wukong nodded, seemingly understanding. Then, what do we do? Just going back like this? I went through so much trouble to get here. He looked extremely dejected. Going back? No way. Cao Xiaobai chuckled, revealing a set of small white teeth. The phrase returning empty-handed doesn't exist in my dictionary. Of course, he wouldn't give up so easily. Force him. That's not impossible. With his current Super Saiyan strength, he could easily turn the entire planet Yardrat upside down. But that would be too undignified. Besides, instant transmission, an ability leaning towards mental and technical skill, can't be forced to learn. They have to teach him willingly. Cao Xiaobai's eyes darted around. Since reasoning and negotiation didn't work, he could only wait for an opportunity. An opportunity that would force them to seek help from him and Goku. Although the original plot didn't mention it, Goku, as a scion, learning instant transmission must have a story behind it. This opportunity would probably arrive soon. Don't worry, Uncle Goku. Cao Xiaobai pulled a specially made compressed energy bar from his pocket, took a bite, and said, we'll wait here. Wait. Yes, wait. Cao Xiaobai smiled mysteriously, waiting to be heroes. For the next few days, Cao Xiaobai and Son Wukong indeed waited in the spaceship. They didn't go out again, but observed the planet through the spaceship's monitoring system. The life of the Yadrat people was very peaceful, even somewhat monotonous. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, without conflict or battle. Most of the time, they were engaged in some kind of meditation-like practice. Cao Xiaobai discovered that the skill of teleportation was indeed not something everyone could do. Only a very few Yadrat people, revered as elders, could master this spatial teleportation technique. They would occasionally use it, teleporting from one mushroom house to another to handle some matters. Each time, Cao Xiaobai activated his God's Eye, attempting to analyze the underlying principles. But this thing is far more complex than imagined. It's not purely about the use of energy. It also involves a unique resonance between mental fluctuations and spatial laws. Without guidance, you can't learn it just by watching. TSK. Looks like I'll have to follow the original story's process. Cao Xiaobai listlessly munched on an energy bar, watching Son Wukong beside him already punching the air in his daily training, and couldn't help but complain inwardly. This guy, he can't sit still for a second. These past few days have been incredibly boring for him, training alone in the wilderness, even wanting to spar with Cao Xiaobai, which Cao Xiaobai naturally refused. If Cao Xiaobai hadn't used that nonsense about it being part of cultivation, called quiet cultivation, to fool him, he would have already rushed out to fight. Just when Cao Xiaobai felt he was about to vomit from eating energy bars, the opportunity finally arrived. Woo. A piercing alarm shattered the tranquil sky of planet Adelaide. Above the pale purple sky, space distorted, and a dozen menacing black warships, resembling monstrous fish from the deep sea, tore through space and appeared out of thin air. Below the warships, hatches opened. A dense swarm of figures, like locusts, descended from the sky. They were a group of ugly-looking aliens, clad in heavy armor and wielding energy weapons. They should more accurately be called space pirates. The moment they landed, they began a frenzied destruction and looting. Energy beams swept in all directions, blasting beautiful mushroom-shaped houses into ruins. The Yadrat aliens had never seen anything like this. They screamed and scattered in all directions. Their guards mustered their courage, grabbed their staffs, and charged forward, attempting to resist. But their attacks struck the invaders' armor without even a spark, and a casual shot from the invaders could reduce them to ashes. It was a complete massacre. Inside the spaceship, Son Wukong clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Xiaobai. It's time. Cao Xiaobai tossed aside the energy bar packaging and clapped his hands. Uncle Wukong, get ready. It's our turn to perform. All right. Sun Wukong couldn't wait any longer. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously pushed open the spaceship's hatch. Boom. A golden figure, like a cannonball, shot out instantly. Sun Wukong didn't transform. He merely unleashed his normal power, becoming a phantom too fast for the naked eye to follow. Charging into the ranks of the invaders. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever he passed, men and horses fell. Those invaders who were so arrogant before the Yadrid aliens were as fragile as paper before Sun Wukong. They were either punched or kicked away. Cao Xiaobai, on the other hand, followed leisurely behind. He had his hands in his pockets, as if strolling in his own backyard. A clueless invader, seeing this little guy, grinned maliciously and raised his energy gun. Die, brat. A thick beam of energy shot towards Cao Xiaobai's head. Cao Xiaobai didn't even lift an eyelid. With but a mere extension of 2 fingers, he deftly pinched the beam of light powerful enough to melt steel, capturing it between his fingers like a docile serpent, immobilized. The invader looked on in confusion. Cao Xiaobai flicked his fingers, and the energy beam shot back at a speed 10 times greater than its arrival, piercing straight through the chest of the invader with a soft thud. It was hardly even an appetizer. Cao Xiaobai grimaced slightly, feeling a sense of tedium. He employed Tianxin Ganjue to scan the battlefield, revealing that the combat prowess of these foot soldiers was generally around several thousand. The leader, however, seated and unmoving within his battleship, boasted a commendable combat power of approximately 3 million, comparable to the enhanced Gohan. He was a dominant entity not mentioned in Dragon Ball. Unfortunately for him, he was up against 2 transforming monsters. Uncle Wukong, enough fooling around, let's finish this quickly. Cao Xiaobai shouted at Sun Wukong, who was currently wreaking havoc among the crowd. All right, Sun Wukong responded, abruptly halting his movements. Kamehameha. In the blink of an eye, a golden aura surged upward. His raven locks, standing on end, transformed into a dazzling gold. His pupils shifted to a cold emerald. Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong. A terrifying aura, reminiscent of a sovereign's might, enveloped the entire planet instantaneously. All beings engaged in battle, fleeing, or lamenting froze in their actions. The invaders, overwhelmed by this pressure, found their legs buckling beneath them, collapsing to the ground, unable to steady their weapons. What is this? In the flagship's command room, the 3-meter-tall invader leader, resembling an upright rhinoceros, fell from his commander's seat at the sight of the golden scion radiating divine light. Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan feared by King Kurd? The legends are true. His voice trembled with unending dread. Yet, his fear was far from over. For he then beheld the seemingly harmless child beside the golden scion, slowly raising his head. Those originally pitch-black eyes were now covered by a brilliant golden sheen. Boom. Another wave of golden aura, equally as formidable as Sun Wukong's, erupted from the diminutive body of Cao Xiaobai. 2 Super Saiyans. The invader leader felt darkness closing in, nearly suffocating under the weight of despair. What kind of misfortune had befallen them to invade a planet graced by 2 Super Saiyans? Hey, big guy up there. Cao Xiaobai's voice turned icy upon his transformation. He lifted his gaze, seemingly piercing through the battleship's thick armor to lock eyes with the rhinoceros leader. Are you coming down? Or should I come up to fetch you? The rhinoceros leader, gripped by terror, scrambled out of the battleship, falling to his knees before Cao Xiaobai. Great Lord, spare my life. I did not recognize your greatness. I shall never dare again. Oh, Cao Xiaobai tilted his head, approaching him, and lightly kicked his hardened head with his toes. What is your purpose? Why invade here? We are the Basi Kustar interstellar plunderers. We heard that the Yadalate people possess wondrous secret arts, so we came to seize them. Seize? Cao Xiaobai chuckled. In our homeland, taking things comes at a cost. He raised a hand, palm directed toward the sky, where a dozen battleships hovered. How about this? I shall confiscate your ships as compensation for the spiritual losses incurred by this planet. You have no objections, I trust? None. Absolutely no objections. The rhinoceros leader buried his head in the ground, banging it repeatedly. Ships can be rebuilt, but a life lost is irretrievable. As for you all, Cao Xiaobai stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Ding. Collectible target detected. Proceed with blood collection? The system prompt chimed at the perfect moment. Cao Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with delight. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. To punish you, each of you must give me a drop of blood as proof of your remorse, he declared in an undeniable tone. The group of invaders exchanged bewildered glances, entirely unclear about this procedure. Yet, None dared to resist. They obediently formed a line, one by one stepping before Cao Xiaobai, extending their fingers to be pricked by his specialized collector, extracting a drop of blood. Ding. Acquired basic coup plunderer blood mark. Cultivation speed 2. Ding. Acquired ding. Acquired basic coup leader blood mark. Cultivation speed 25. After the entire process, several hundred individuals contributed nearly 180 to Cao Xiaobai's cultivation speed. Not bad, better than nothing. Cao Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Ding. Cumulative cultivation speed increase has reached 2,300. Bloodline advancement conditions met. Congratulations, host. Golden Bloodline has been upgraded to Legendary Bloodline. Congratulations, host. Combat power limit increased to 100 million. The series of system prompts left Cao Xiaobai momentarily stunned, soon filling him with exuberance. 100 million. His combat power limit had finally surpassed the 100 million mark. Although it still fell short of Super Saiyan Son Wukong's 150 million, it was undoubtedly a monumental milestone. All right, you may leave now. Cao Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, as one would shoo away a fly. The invaders, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, scrambled away with all their might, not daring to linger for even a second longer. It was only at this moment that the surviving Yatalate people emerged from their stupor, gazing at the two celestial beings radiating divine golden light with expressions of awe, gratitude, and a hint of guilt. An elder, white-bearded and white-browed, appearing the oldest among the Yatalate, approached with a trembling staff. He deeply bowed before Son Wukong and Cao Xiaobai. Great warriors, please forgive us for our prior rudeness and offense. We thank you for saving Yatalate. Cao Xiaobai dispelled his transformation, returning to his adorable form with black hair and eyes, smiling as he helped the elder up. Elder, no need for such formality. It was but a small effort. His demeanor was a stark contrast to before. Son Wukong also reverted, scratching his head and grinning. The elder observed the two, especially Cao Xiaobai, with a gaze filled with complexity. Having lived for thousands of years, he had never encountered such an extraordinary duo, one pure-hearted scion and one seemingly innocent child, yet with depths as profound as the ocean. To express our gratitude, please accept our highest respect, the elder said earnestly. Whatever you desire, as long as we can fulfill it, we shall not hesitate. Finally, Cao Xiaobai had been awaiting this very phrase. He immediately feigned curiosity, blinking his large eyes as he inquired, Elder, I notice some among you possess a remarkable technique that allows them to vanish in an instant. Could you teach us? The elder's face revealed a hint of difficulty. What you refer to is the instant transmission, one of our clan's most profound secret arts, never to be shared. Oh, you can't teach it? Cao Xiaobai feigned a look of utter disappointment, his small head drooping. Son Wukong stood beside, equally hopeful, observing the two saviors of his entire race displaying such despondency. The elder's heart softened. He gritted his teeth, as if making a resolution. Very well. You are benefactors of Yatalate, and rules can be bent. However, learning instant transmission relies on one's comprehension and the innate talent of spiritual power. We can only guide you once. Whether you learn or not depends on your own fortune. How wonderful! Son Wukong exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Cao Xiaobai also immediately raised his head, his face beaming with joy. Thank you, Elder. In a meditation room filled with the peculiar scents of exotic spices, Cao Xiaobai and Son Wukong sat cross-legged. The elder pointed his fingers to the center of both their foreheads. Calm your mind and empty your thoughts. Feel the essence emanating from every life in this universe. Identify the coordinates you wish to reach and use your mental energy to lock onto it. Then, forget your body and unite your will with that coordinate. The elder's voice reverberated in their minds as if imbued with some magical power. Son Wukong, confused and furrowing his brows, struggled to comprehend. What does it mean to forget the body? What does it mean to unite one's will? This was far more challenging than calculating 1 plus 1. However, Cao Xiaobai experienced a completely different scenario. Through the perspective of the eye of the scholar, the elder's enigmatic guidance was instantaneously analyzed, quantified, and compiled. Countless data streams flashed through his mind. Space, energy, mental power, coordinates. Everything formed an incredibly intricate and complex yet beautifully patterned model of space-time. He saw it, the invisible network woven from the life essence that permeated the universe. He also discerned how to carve a shortcut through these nodes via the resonance of mental energy. So that is how it is. The corners of Cao Xiaobai's mouth lifted slightly. He opened his eyes. In the next moment, his figure vanished from where he sat and reappeared silently behind the elder. The elder's body tensed, and he turned abruptly to see the grinning child before him. His eyes brimmed with unprecedented astonishment. You have learned? Yes. It seems I've learned. Cao Xiaobai nodded, feeling as if he had unlocked a new feature in a game. How is this possible? It took me 10 years just to barely get started. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was still scratching his head, drenched in sweat. This is impossible, Xiaobai? I cannot feel that sensation of unity you described. After attempting numerous times, either crashing into a wall or moving just half a meter, Sun Wukong finally gave up. Dejectedly running to Cao Xiaobai for advice. Cao Xiaobai looked at him and sighed helplessly. Teaching a battle god magic is truly no easy task. Uncle Wukong, don't think so complicated. Cao Xiaobai pondered for a moment and rephrased in a way he could understand. Consider instant teleportation as a special version of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Kamehameha? Sun Wukong's eyes brightened. Exactly. When you unleash a Kamehameha, do you not first sense the enemy, lock onto them, and then unleash your energy? Yes, yes. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Instant teleportation is similar. First, sense the energy of someone you are most familiar with, like Krillin on Earth. Focus on his shiny bald head, imagining its reflective surface. Sun Wukong couldn't help but chuckle. Then, concentrate all your energy, but do not release it. Imagine yourself as that energy blast. Then Baiyu. Shoot towards Krillin's bald head. Cao Xiaobai explained in an exceedingly straightforward manner, although the principles were worlds apart. This might be the most effective teaching method for Sun Wukong's simple-mindedness. Picture yourself as an energy blast, Baiyu. Sun Wukong muttered to himself, deep in thought. He closed his eyes and began to follow Cao Xiaobai's instructions. He sensed it. At the far end of the universe, that familiar energy. No, it was the familiar aura. He began to gather all his energy. Then, envisioning himself as an energy blast, Baiyu. Whoosh. Sun Wukong's figure vanished. The next second, on the distant planet King. While playing hide and seek with old Kai, he suddenly felt someone behind him. He turned around to see the bewildered face of Sun Wukong. Wukong, how did you return? Huh, Lord of the King? How did I end up here? Sun Wukong was also stunned. No, I meant to go to Earth. He closed his eyes again, focusing on Krillin. Baiyu. Whoosh. Sun Wukong's figure vanished once more. On planet King, only a bewildered king and his companion Babarus remained. On Yadrit, Sun Wukong reappeared, excitedly slapping his thigh. Huh, I think I'm starting to get it. Xiaobai? I succeeded. Cao Xiaobai looked at him, rolling his eyes. Your sense of direction is concerning, Uncle Wukong. However, at least you've made a start. Gazing out at the vast starry sea, Cao Xiaobai extended his hand. Excitement gleaming in his emerald green eyes. Instant teleportation achieved. A combat power limit of 100 million reached. However, even with 100 million combat power, transforming into a Super Saiyan would only grant 50 billion, insufficient to defeat the second form of Cell after absorbing Android 17. Cao Xiaobai did not wish to engage in battles without a chance of victory. Instead, he planned to wander through the universe for a while, aiming to elevate his bloodline at least one more tier, making it easier to deal with Cell. Chapter 81, Bloodline Enhancement 3,000 times. Normal state 100 million. Days later, once again in the meditation room filled with peculiar aromas, Cao Xiaobai observed Sun Wukong, still scratching his head and sweating profusely, and sighed helplessly. Teaching a battle god magic is truly no simple endeavor. Precise teleportation is still not working. No, Xiaobai, I cannot feel that sensation of unity you described. After yet another attempt, almost crashing into a smooth white pillar, Sun Wukong completely gave up, distressed and unsure how many times he had sought Cao Xiaobai's guidance. He clearly intended to go to the elder, but instead, Baiyu. He found himself in the restroom. Your sense of direction is concerning, Uncle Wukong. At least you have made some progress, enough to know the door is there. Cao Xiaobai looked at him, sensing it was about time. Uncle Wukong, I have learned and will no longer stay here with you. Cao Xiaobai dusted off his pants and stood up, preparing to wander the universe. Huh, are you leaving? Sun Wukong looked at him enviously. That sounds wonderful. I also wish to battle with strong beings in the universe. However, he glanced at his hands, attempting to grasp the feeling of Baiyu again, but it remained elusive. My instant teleportation is still far from sufficient. Sun Wukong, surprisingly self-aware. acknowledged that now was not the time for frivolities. Cao Xiaobai nodded in approval. Indeed, while he may be simple-minded, he possesses some wisdom. If Sun Wukong were to wander around with his half-baked instant teleportation, who knows where he might end up? Perhaps he would even find himself at the event horizon of a black hole, and that would be quite a predicament. That spaceship is left for you. Cao Xiaobai approached Sun Wukong, standing on his toes to pat his arm, adopting an air of maturity. I have inscribed the operating methods on the console. You are clever enough to figure it out. He carefully confirmed that Sun Wukong could indeed fumble through the spaceship's controls before feeling relieved. In case this fellow couldn't master it, at least he could pilot the spaceship home. Be careful, Xiaobai, Sun Wukong earnestly urged. Cao Xiaobai waved his hand at him, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Rest assured, Uncle Wukong, the cautious one should be them. No sooner had the words left his lips than his figure quietly faded from view, vanishing like vapor merging with the air without making a sound, completely disappearing from the astonished gazes of Sun Wukong and Elder Yaddalate. In the cosmos, on an unknown habitable planet, Cao Xiaobai's form suddenly materialized in a forest radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. He inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet scent of mint blended with cream that filled the air. Refreshing. He stretched lazily, feeling every pore of his body unfurl. Without the relentless urgency of Sun Wukong, the training fanatic, or the existential threat posed by Frisia hanging overhead. This sense of freedom, being able to go wherever he pleased, was simply delightful. He felt like a child who had finally broken free from parental constraints, pocket money in hand. Setting off on an adventure, with the entire cosmic amusement park laid open before him, Cao Xiaobai ambled curiously through this world. The trees appeared as though carved from crystal, their semi-transparent trunks flowing with liquid in hues of the rainbow. He spotted creatures resembling small deer, their bodies adorned with luminescent scales, cautiously approaching a crystal tree, licking the viscous sap seeping from the bark. Can this be consumed? Cao Xiaobai's curiosity piqued. He leaned closer, imitating the deer, dipped his finger into the rainbow-colored liquid, and tasted it. An indescribable, cool sweetness burst on his palate, flowing down his throat and into his stomach, transforming into a gentle energy that spread throughout his body. Ding! Ingested high-purity life energy liquid, minor enhancement of cellular vitality. Aha, what a delightful find. With eyes aglow, Cao Xiaobai, disregarding appearances, leaned against the tree trunk and drank heartily. The creatures on this planet possessed generally low combat power, with the strongest guardian beasts boasting merely tens of thousands of battle power. Without much effort, Cao Xiaobai amicably negotiated with them and successfully collected their life essence. Ding! Acquired crystal deer life essence mark, cultivation speed of 3. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. From that day forth, Cao Xiaobai embarked on his long-cherished cosmic road trip. He visited a planet entirely composed of gas, where the inhabitants were energy forms floating like phantoms in a sea of clouds. There, he witnessed a magnificent migration of life forms, resembling an aurora storm, performed by billions of energy beings. The breathtaking spectacle left him feeling as though his soul had been cleansed. He also ventured to a desolate planet with gravity hundreds of times that of Earth, where the surface temperature could melt steel. Yet, life still thrived there, embodied in silicon-based beings resembling transformers. Cao Xiaobai engaged in a spirited battle with their mightiest warrior, a 100-meter-tall mountain giant, decisively overpowering him. After leaving his opponent questioning their existence, he managed to obtain a drop of their metallic blood, heavy as mercury. Ding! Acquired silicon giant life essence mark. Cultivation speed of 20. Permanent enhancement of physical strength. Thus, Cao Xiaobai roamed freely, sampling local delicacies from across the universe, all the while eagerly pursuing his collection endeavors. His footprints marked every corner of the Milky Way. His strength soared at a terrifying pace during this leisurely journey. 6 months later, in the year 763 of the IGG calendar, in June, atop a colossal life tree with a diameter exceeding thousands of kilometers, Cao Xiaobai reclined on a branch thicker than a mountain, chewing on an unknown stalk of grass and lounging comfortably. This half-year had been exceedingly pleasant for him, days filled with feasting, fighting, and gathering blood. Cultivation? What was that? Was there a need for it? A single battle would suffice to elevate his power. He summoned his system panel for a glance. Cumulative cultivation speed enhancement, 5,000. A staggering 5,000. That was 51 times the base state. Back on Namek, he was but a pitiful creature, engaging in cunning battles with the Jinyu Force for a mere few hundred points of cultivation enhancement. Now, after simply wandering the universe for half a year, the various bloodlines he had collected provided an astronomical total of enhancements. His power had naturally increased. Battle power, 10 million. In just 6 months, his baseline battle power had doubled from 5 million, officially entering the 10 million tier. If Vegeta were to learn of this, he would likely explode with rage. The disparity between individuals can be infuriating. Invincibility can be quite lonely. Cao Xiaobai gazed up at the stars at a 45-degree angle, releasing a faux somber sigh. Days of effortless strength gain had grown somewhat tedious. Those so-called planetary overlords and galactic powers held no sway over him. They hardly qualified to compel his transformation into Super Saiyan. More often than not, upon sensing his aura, they would bow in submission, pleading for him to refrain from striking. There was little challenge to be found. Perhaps it was time to return to Earth? He wondered how Uncle Wukong's instant transmission training was progressing. Cao Xiaobai calculated the time. It wouldn't be long before the androids appeared. He needed to prepare his strategy. However, just as he was about to depart, his radar-like divine perception suddenly detected 2 eerily familiar yet malevolent presences. Cao Xiaobai jolted upright, his gaze sharpening. Within his mental perception network, 2 exceptionally bright red dots emerged in a distant starfield. One of them, though significantly stronger than 6 months prior, bore the chilling, tyrannical aura he would recognize even in ashes. Frieza, the other red that resided beside Frieza. This presence, originating from the same source, was even more profound and colossal, akin to an unfathomable abyss of ice. A name instantaneously sprang to Cao Xiaobai's mind. King Cold, Frieza's father. Oh no, this is bad. Cao Xiaobai sprang from the tree branch, nearly dancing with excitement. Just as he had wished for something exciting to happen, it came knocking at his door. The Frost Demon Clan. This was one of the top bloodlines in the Dragon Ball Z universe, rivaling even the Saiyans and Namekians. That Frieza fellow, despite his minimal training, boasted a battle power exceeding 100 million, a true prodigy among prodigies. His father, King Cold, as an ancient cosmic emperor, would surely be even stronger if he could acquire this bloodline. Cao Xiaobai's lips curled into an uncontrollable, amiable grin. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. In the distant starry sky, 2 massive fleets stood silently opposed. One was the remnants of Frieza's army, still formidable but evidently battered, with its flagship showing signs of damage and a somewhat disheveled appearance. The other fleet, several times larger than Frieza's, boasted a flagship that resembled a floating black mountain in the cosmos, exuding an aura of coldness and death. That was King Cold's Imperial Fleet. Within the flagship's throne hall, luxuriously adorned, the cold metallic floor gleamed, capable of reflecting a person's silhouette. Frieza stood at the center of the grand hall, addressing the imposing figure seated upon the vast throne, pouring forth his grievances. Father, you must advocate for me. His voice brimmed with profound indignation and bitterness. That accursed Super Saiyan, and that even more detestable earthling brat. How dare they trample upon me, the king, the emperor of the universe, to suffer such humiliation? He recounted the events on planet Namek, embellishing his narrative with exaggerated flair. Naturally, he transformed his humiliating defeats at the hands of Son Goku and Cao Xiaobai into a tale of momentary oversight, resulting in a narrow loss. I refuse to accept this. Over the past 6 months, I have diligently trained for several hours. When he mentioned those hours, his expression conveyed an immense sense of grievance. My combat power has successfully surpassed expectations. Now, in my ultimate state, I can reach 200 million. He clenched his fists, a surge of formidable energy flickering momentarily. Pride and a sense of vindictiveness illuminating his countenance. From the throne, the figure, larger and more imposing than Frieza, stirred slowly. King Cold, possessing a similar white exoskeleton to Frieza, but with longer, more pronounced horns and an appearance marked by age and malevolence, lifted a goblet filled with dark red liquid. Swirling it gracefully, his gaze, cold and unyielding as ancient ice, settled on Frieza. 200 million? King Cold chuckled lightly, his tone ambiguous, neither entirely approving nor mocking. Indeed, my son, you have made some progress. He paused, then shifted the conversation. However, does a mere 200 million combat power truly cloud your judgment? Frisia's expression of pride faltered. Father, my regular combat power is already 100 million. King Cold's voice remained flat, as though stating an undeniable truth. But you must understand, our lineage's true strength does not lie in the ordinary. He extended a finger, conjuring a small, ominous sphere of energy that radiated terrifying power. If I so choose to unveil my ultimate form, I can elevate my power to its zenith. King Cold regarded Frisia, a cruel smile curling his lips. As he articulated with grave emphasis, my maximum combat power can reach 2 billion. Boom. This revelation struck Frisia's mind like a thunderclap. 2 billion. His proud 200 million now seemed laughable in comparison to this staggering figure. Therefore, Frisia, King Cold continued, retracting the energy sphere. Do not let the so-called super science instill fear in you. In this universe, no race capable of rivaling our frost demon lineage has yet to emerge. Frisia's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, but soon, overwhelming elation replaced it. With his father's 2 billion combat power as a backing, what super scion or earthling brat could possibly survive? Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. Frisia hastily ingratiated himself. King Cold dismissed the flattery with a wave, showing little interest. Rather than that super scion, I find myself more intrigued by the planet you mentioned, that Namek. It seems to possess some ability to make planets vanish, which likely involves a form of spatial teleportation. The legends circulating in the universe regarding the Dragon Balls granting any wish appear to be true. Frisia, dispatch someone immediately to locate the new coordinates of Namek at any cost. King Cold leaned back in his throne, speaking with an enticing tone. I have heard that the Dragon Balls of Namek can grant 3 wishes. I require only one, to attain eternal life. The remaining wishes shall be yours, my dear son. Thank you, father. Frisia exclaimed, elated. His initial intention had been to persuade King Cold to take action, and it seemed he had succeeded. Father. Frisia's mind shifted. In fact, there is a place more easily attainable than the elusive Namek. Oh, it is called Earth. That monkey, Vegeta, has been there before. It, too, possesses Dragon Balls. King Cold nodded, rising from his throne, casting a colossal shadow that enveloped the room. Excellent. Then relay my commands. The fleet shall change course, targeting Earth. We shall first pay a visit to that insignificant planet. Just as father and son reached a consensus and prepared to embark on their new journey, neither noticed a diminutive figure, nearly blending into the shadows behind King Cold's towering throne. Cao Xiaobai concealed his presence to the utmost degree. His innate talent for vacuum survival allowed him to masterfully control every cell of his body. His heartbeat was nearly imperceptible, and his breathing transformed into a subtle internal cycle. He appeared as a lifeless speck of cosmic dust. Yet within, his emotions churned with tumultuous waves. 2 billion. This old tyrant could unleash a combat power of 2 billion. Cao Xiaobai felt a pang of anxiety in his molars. In the original tale, Trunks, who traveled back from the future and transformed into a Super Saiyan, had dispatched both him and Frisia with a single stroke. At that time, he had thought Trunks to be only slightly superior to Super Saiyan Goku. Now, it became evident. Goodness. Trunks, you are lucky. If this old tyrant transforms, you would be overwhelmed. The depth of this situation was unfathomable. Cao Xiaobai silently felt a wave of concern for the future Trunks. However, this presented a tremendous opportunity for him. The stronger King Cold grew, the greater his own bloodline potential would be. This delivery was guaranteed. A sly smile crept upon Cao Xiaobai's lips, visible only to him. Very well. Since you plan to venture to Earth, I shall hitch a ride. From that day forward, Cao Xiaobai commenced his infiltration and gathering within Frisia and King Cold's fleet. Within the heart of the enemy's stronghold, beneath the watchful eyes of the 2 supreme bosses, he collected intelligence from their subordinates. How to describe this sensation? One word suffices: exhilarating. He first stealthily entered the quarters of a low-ranking soldier, incapacitated a hapless short-statured individual, and donned his battle attire. This outfit proved quite useful, equipped with a rudimentary life support system and communicator. Thus, Cao Xiaobai transformed into a proud new recruit of King Cold's logistics department. His presence began to manifest throughout the fleet's various sectors. In the gravity training room, a seasoned warrior with combat power exceeding 100,000 gazed at the diminutive figure performing a one-finger handstand under 500 times normal gravity, visibly astonished. Not bad. Cao Xiaobai feigned breathlessness, portraying himself as nearing his limits. Come, let me train with you. The elite warrior, with goodwill, approached to offer guidance. 3 minutes later, he lay on the ground, bruised and battered, casting a disbelieving glance at the small figure. "Are you really from the logistics department?" "Indeed." Cao Xiaobai responded with an innocent grin, moving to assist him. "Sir, are you all right? Did I perhaps exert too much force?" As he walked away, a notification chimed. Ding. Acquired the elite warrior's blood vitality mark. Training speed increased by 15. In the medical center, an officer injured during training was receiving treatment. Cao Xiaobai wheeled in a cart filled with medical supplies. "Sir, it's time for a bandage change." The officer waved his hand impatiently. "Might I trouble you for a drop of your blood?" Cao Xiaobai clumsily replaced the nutrient solution while inadvertently dropping a used syringe into his pocket. The alert sounded, signifying an enhancement in his cultivation speed. The cafeteria, restroom, and maintenance corridors became his hunting grounds, where his cultivation speed surged as if propelled by a rocket. Encountering those unwilling to yield, he found that strength was the undeniable truth within the fleets of King Kurd and Frisia. Particularly, the elite troops under King Kurd were evidently of superior quality compared to those of Frisia. In a mere 2 months, the system notified him that his cumulative cultivation speed enhancement had reached an astonishing 30,000. When the notification chimed, Cao Xiaobai was taken aback. 30,000. This figure did not even account for Frisia or King Kurd themselves. Merely by reaping benefits from their subordinates, he had amassed over 20,000 points in enhancement. Following this revelation was an even more profound surprise. The system announced that his cumulative cultivation speed enhancement had satisfied the conditions for bloodline promotion. Congratulations were in order as his legendary bloodline ascended to demigod-class bloodline. His combat power limit soared to an unprecedented 50 billion. Gazing at this staggering number, Cao Xiaobai felt his breath quicken. This was a terrifying threshold capable of overpowering everyone from the Cell Games era. He suppressed his inner ecstasy and turned his gaze to the control panel of the gravity chamber. His own training had not lagged behind either. With such excellent free facilities available, he intended to make the most of them. After the enhancement from the demigod-class bloodline, his body had become extraordinarily formidable. He set the gravity to 1,000 times. Pressing the button, an overwhelming force descended upon him, a weight capable of flattening a battleship. Yet it only made him feel a slight heaviness. Gradually, under the 1,000-fold gravity, he began to throw punches. Each strike, though slow, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. His regular combat power, having been relentlessly honed over the past 2 months, achieved yet another transformation. He reached a combat power of 100 million. Now, in his normal state, he could rival Frisia at 100% power. If he transformed into a Super Saiyan, that would yield a combat power of 50 billion. Slowly retracting his fists, he exhaled a long breath of white vapor. He could sense the 2 auras within the throne hall were still stable. At this moment, he possessed the capability to storm in and obliterate that father-son duo along with their entire fleet from the universe. However, he abandoned this tempting notion, deeming such a kill too merciful. Moreover, the future Trunks awaited his grand display. To eliminate them now would be a disservice to Trunks. There was no rush. He would take his time. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, a glint of a hunter's gleam flickered in his eyes. The game had only just begun. In Chapter 82, the god of war comes to crash a meal. The joyous moments of 2 old acquaintances. Cao Xiaobai leisurely sat in the cafeteria of the Frisia army, lifting a large bowl of unfamiliar purple soup to his lips. The flavor was peculiar, but it was rich in energy. He had been enjoying his time here, indulging in food and utilizing the training facilities for free, which was simply delightful. Just as he was savoring his meal, a familiar aura abruptly materialized beside him. "Yo, Xiaobai!" A sudden shout nearly choked him, causing the purple soup to splatter across the table. He quickly raised his head to find Sun Wukong's iconic grin beaming at him. Dressed in his orange GI, with those innocent, large eyes, Cao Xiaobai nearly fell from his chair. What was happening? Sun Wukong had brazenly arrived at the headquarters of the Frisia army as himself, without any disguise. It seemed that Sun Wukong had completely mastered instant transmission. A myriad of possibilities flashed through Cao Xiaobai's mind. This was disastrous. His 2 months of carefully crafted undercover work was on the verge of unraveling. He had been wondering where Sun Wukong had disappeared to, only to find him frolicking in Frisia's lair. Sun Wukong's expression radiated realization, as he patted Cao Xiaobai's shoulder with such force that it nearly knocked him off balance. You seem to have become much stronger, Sun Wukong remarked, his eyes sparkling as he scrutinized him. Cao Xiaobai's mouth twitched. Of course, he had been using the entire Kurd army as a power bank. It would have been strange not to grow stronger. But this was not the time for such discussions. Cao Xiaobai abruptly stood, grabbing Sun Wukong's arm and dragging him toward an empty storage room. Uncle Wukong, have you lost your mind? He whispered, nearly gritting his teeth. Sun Wukong looked puzzled as he was pulled along. What's wrong? What's wrong? Cao Xiaobai was nearly frantic. Do you realize where this is? This is Frisia's territory. Are you trying to get us killed? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Oh, that. Don't worry, I've concealed my aura. Cao Xiaobai face-bombed. The aura might be hidden, but what about your face? What about your attire? Plenty of people in the Frisia army have seen you. If someone recognizes you, it would cause an uproar. Taking a deep breath, Cao Xiaobai forced himself to calm down. It was too late to dwell on it. He needed to find out what Sun Wukong was here for. Uncle Wukong, what brings you here? He asked, striving to keep his tone from collapsing. Sun Wukong grinned widely. Of course, I'm here to fight Frisia, he declared with an air of nonchalance, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Cao Xiaobai's mouth twitched. Looking to fight Frisia, huh? Impressive. However, a thought struck him. Sun Wukong's presence here indicated he had confidence. Could it be that? Cao Xiaobai narrowed his eyes. Activating the system panel. Target acquired. Sun Wukong. Scanning combat power data. In the next moment, a string of numbers appeared. Name: Sun Wukong, normal combat power, 20 million, Super Saiyan state, 1 billion. Cao Xiaobai inhaled sharply. 20 million in normal combat power, 1 billion in Super Saiyan form? Was this the same Sun Wukong who struggled to master instant transmission on Yardrat? What had this guy experienced over the past year? After some contemplation, it made sense. Sun Wukong was a battle fanatic. Given a year, he would likely train himself to the brink of exhaustion, coupled with his already exceptional talent. Rapid progress was only to be expected. 1 billion combat power, although it paled in comparison to his transformed 50 billion. It was already an extraordinary feat at this point in the original timeline. In the original plot, even Trunks would have been no match for him. No wonder he dared to come to Frisia's stronghold to play around. He had solid ground beneath him. Just now, I sensed another aura that seemed significantly stronger than Frisia. Sun Wukong's smile faded, his expression turning serious. I feel that even in Super Saiyan form, I might not be able to defeat him. Cao Xiaobai nodded in agreement. The combat intuition of Sun Wukong is indeed formidable. That refers to Frisia's father, King Cooled. Cao Xiaobai spoke slowly, stating an extreme battle power of 20 billion. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted. 20 billion. He inhaled deeply, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. That is truly impressive. However, his expression quickly transformed into one of excitement. Such an opponent is genuinely interesting. Cao Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Indeed, he is a battle fanatic. Hearing about such a formidable enemy, he not only felt no fear, but was instead filled with enthusiasm. Sun Wukong turned to Cao Xiaobai. Xiaobai, seeing you so composed, does that mean you can defeat him? Cao Xiaobai chuckled lightly. I suppose so. His casual tone concealed a hint of confidence. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled. Really? You are truly impressive, Xiaobai? In such a short time, you have become so strong. Please, teach me how you accomplished this. Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, his face sincere. Cao Xiaobai pondered for a moment, looking at his genuinely earnest expression. Teach. That's certainly feasible. After all, the fleet is still en route, and we have some time before reaching Earth. Having another Sun Wukong around could be quite entertaining. Moreover, despite his occasional lack of clarity, Sun Wukong's strength is undeniable. His presence allows me to be more carefree. All right, I'll share my insights with you. Cao Xiaobai cleared his throat, adopting an expression as if he were imparting life lessons. It's quite simple. Just secretly utilize Frisia's army's training facilities. He gestured outside. The training rooms here are exceptionally well equipped. Gravity chambers, energy rooms, combat simulation rooms, everything you could need. Frisia is simply too lazy and dislikes training. Otherwise, with their lineage's innate talents, their battle power would be even greater. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Oh, he clapped his hands, his entire face brightening. Quick, take me to train. Let us go, let us go. Cao Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Sometimes, Sun Wukong's thought process was truly impressive. Just a moment ago, he had mentioned wanting to fight Frisia, and now, upon hearing about the training facilities, he immediately shifted to wanting to train. But it was for the best. Training was certainly safer than running around aimlessly. All right then. Cao Xiaobai sighed, resignedly stating, "First, I'll get you some clothes and create an identity for you. This isn't difficult for me." After a moment's thought, he added, "Frisia's army often has new recruits. 1 or 2 more people one team matter." Besides, Cao Xiaobai's lips curled into a proud smile. "I now hold the title of a mid-level officer, firmly establishing myself as a middle management member of Frisia's army." Sun Wukong's eyes widened. "A mid-level officer? Xiaobai, you're truly remarkable." Cao Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. "Let us keep a low profile." Chapter 83. Wukong's battle power soars to 50 million. Frisia's facilities are truly inviting. He felt quite proud inside. Over these 2 months, he had not only been training and collecting blood samples, but had also managed to establish an identity within the army. After all, having an identity made tasks much easier. Furthermore, he had secretly controlled his energy levels. When others scanned him, his battle power only registered around 5,000. In Frisia's army, 5,000 battle power was a standard for mid-level officers. Not too high, not too low, thus avoiding attention while also maintaining respect. Perfect. Cao Xiaobai soon procured a standard combat uniform for Sun Wukong from the army's warehouse. The black bodysuit paired with white armor created a classic Frisia army soldier appearance. After changing, Sun Wukong did indeed look the part, aside from his face being too recognizable. "Remember, don't run around or speak carelessly," Cao Xiaobai instructed. "If anyone asks, just say you are my subordinate. Understood?" Sun Wukong nodded. Got it." Cao Xiaobai looked at his expression of complete understanding and felt somewhat skeptical. "Whatever. It is what it is. Follow me." Cao Xiaobai led Sun Wukong through the training area with ease. Over the past 2 months, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the structure of the entire flagship. He could navigate to the gravity chamber, energy room, cafeteria, and armory, even with his eyes shut. As for encountering Frisia and King Cooled, that was unlikely. Frisia rarely wandered around the ship. Even if he occasionally did, with Cao Xiaobai's sensitivity to energy, he could easily avoid him. The two encountered no troubles along the way. Occasionally, soldiers passing by would respectfully nod at Cao Xiaobai, recognizing the officer's insignia on his chest. Sun Wukong followed behind him, his curiosity evident as he looked around. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a massive metallic room, marked with the words Gravity Training Room 07. Cao Xiaobai pushed the door open. Inside was a spacious circular room, its floor, walls, and ceiling all crafted from silver-white metal. In the center stood a control panel. "This is the gravity chamber," Cao Xiaobai pointed to the panel, explaining that it could be adjusted to a maximum of 2,000 times gravity. Additionally, this room was isolated from external testing devices, eliminating concerns about exposing their true strength. Previously, only elite warriors like Jinyu had trained here, and currently, no one was using it. As for Bartley and the others, they had yet to report back. It was unclear where they had gone. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled. 2,000 times. He rolled up his sleeves, eager to begin. Cao Xiaobai stopped him. "Hold on. Take it slow." He approached the control panel, skillfully operating it. "Let us start with 500 times to let you get accustomed." A wave of invisible pressure surged from all directions. Sun Wukong's body sank slightly, but he quickly adapted. Not bad. He moved his limbs, feeling no issues. Cao Xiaobai adjusted the setting again. 1,000 times. Boom. This time, the gravity was significantly stronger. Sun Wukong's body sank deeper, his feet creating shallow dents in the metallic floor. Yet, he gritted his teeth and stood firm. Incredible. Sun Wukong grinned widely, beginning to perform push-ups in the gravity chamber. 1, 2, 3, each rise accompanied by muscle tearing and rebuilding, every descent resonating with the clash and fortification of bones. Cao Xiaobai stood by, arms crossed, observing him. Sun Wukong's adaptability was genuinely terrifying. Even elite warriors from Frisia's army struggled to move under 1,000 times gravity, let alone perform push-ups. But Sun Wukong? After just a few repetitions, he had already adapted, his movements becoming increasingly fluid. "As expected of you," Cao Xiaobai murmured softly. In the days that followed, a rather peculiar scene unfolded. Two super scions, typically sworn enemies of Frisia, brazenly enjoyed food, drink, and training facilities within the heart of Frisia's army. The gravity chamber, energy room, combat simulation room. Cao Xiaobai even managed to sneak Sun Wukong into the advanced training facilities of King Cooled a few times. Suin Wukong's daily routine consisted of training, eating, sleeping, and training again, simple yet effective. Meanwhile, Cao Xiaobai continued his endeavors in sample collection. With Suin Wukong's arrival, his workload had increased. He had to provide cover for him and occasionally remind him not to slip up. Although it was tiring, witnessing Suin Wukong's battle power steadily rise brought Cao Xiaobai a sense of satisfaction. Is this the joy of leveling up alongside someone? One day, Cao Xiaobai stealthily entered a senior officer's room to collect some blood samples, as was his custom. Just as he finished and prepared to leave, a notification from the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Detected that the host has reached the threshold for cumulative bloodline collection. Bloodline resonance function is being upgraded. Upgrade complete. New function unlocked. Batch resonance. Cao Xiaobai's eyes brightened. Batch resonance? What a fantastic development. He opened the system panel and scrutinized it closely. Bulk resonance. It allows the simultaneous selection of multiple bloodline marks to create a large-scale resonance link, causing all associated targets' bloodlines to undergo a qualitative transformation. Astonishing. Cao Xiaobai gasped in awe. This feature is incredible. Previously, bloodline resonance could only be conducted in a one-on-one manner. Now it can be done in bulk. If this were applied to the Z warriors, he thought with a wicked smile. As days turned into weeks, Sun Wukong's combat power soared at a visibly alarming rate. 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. In just over 2 months, his normal combat power surged from 20 million to 50 million. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power even broke through the staggering threshold of 2.5 billion. This figure was already sufficient to crush King Cold. Cao Xiaobai looked at Sun Wukong's excited face, secretly marveling. Truly, a Scion's innate ability to grow stronger in the face of death, combined with Sun Wukong's intense training regimen, was nothing short of extraordinary. However, one day, after finishing his training, Sun Wukong suddenly approached Cao Xiaobai. Xiaobai, I want to go find Frieza and fight him, he said, his eyes gleaming with combat fervor. Cao Xiaobai nearly spat out his drink. Fight? Are you out of your mind? He slapped Sun Wukong on the head. What kind of training is that? If Frieza finds us, we'll have to pack up and leave immediately. We can't lose access to such excellent training facilities. Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking conflicted. But I really want to fight. Cao Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Hold on. Once we reach Earth, you can fight as much as you want. For now, be obedient. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. It seemed to make sense. He scratched his head and, albeit reluctantly, nodded. Cao Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he still had some sense. If he truly went to confront Frieza, it would spell disaster. Cao Xiaobai took out a small energy detector and checked the coordinates. The fleet was steadily advancing towards Earth. At this speed, they would arrive in less than 3 months. It was nearly time. He needed to return to Earth and see how Krillin and the others had been training this past year. What about Bic, Vegeta, and Gohan? Although Cao Xiaobai was well-versed in the original storyline, this time, due to his intervention, the plot had undergone countless changes. He had to return to confirm whether everyone's strength was sufficient to face the impending crisis. If necessary, he glanced at the gravity chamber behind him and then at Sun Wukong, who was soaking in the energy room not far away. He thought, why not bring Krillin and the others over for some intensive training at Frieza's base? After all, with such excellent training facilities, they should make the most of it. With this in mind, Cao Xiaobai devised a plan. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his pants. Uncle Wukong, he shouted toward the energy room. Sun Wukong poked his head out, bare-chested. What is it? I plan to return to Earth for a bit. You keep training here and don't wander off, understood? Cao Xiaobai instructed. Sun Wukong nodded. Okay. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath, pressed his finger to his forehead, and sensed the distant direction of Earth. In that moment, his ability to teleport was pushed to its limits. His figure gradually faded away. The next second, he vanished from his location, leaving behind a lingering message in the empty training room. When I return, I might bring you some surprises. Chapter 84. Instant transmission return. The lazy teammate raises blood pressure. In the next moment, warmth and humidity, intertwined with the fragrance of grass and soil, enveloped him. He was back on Earth. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath, feeling every pore in his body relax. The air at home was so much more pleasant than the stench of exploitation aboard Frieza's ship. He opened his eyes, and instead of the anticipated wilderness, he found himself in a tidy children's room. Cartoon animal stickers adorned the walls, and a tall stack of exercise books filled the desk. A boy in a yellow vest, sporting a watermelon haircut, was intently focused on his homework. The sound of a pencil scratching against paper filled the air. Cao Xiaobai stood dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes, wondering if he had teleported into an illusion. Gohan, doing homework? He looked down at himself and then back at Gohan. At that moment, this scene triggered a widely circulated meme in his mind. Sorry for the interruption. Cao Xiaobai nearly turned to leave. What an absurd cosmic joke. He had envisioned a scenario where the androids treated Earth like an amusement park, and Cell devoured the Z warriors like dessert. And yet, here was one of the key future combatants, the half-Saiyan prince, Gohan, solving quadratic equations? What a shocking revelation. An inexplicable anger surged within Cao Xiaobai. Gohan, he exclaimed, his voice betraying a mix of disappointment and frustration. Startled, Gohan nearly dropped his pencil, looking up with a mix of surprise and confusion in his big, dark eyes. Xiaobai? How did you get here? Aren't you with Dad? Let us set that aside for now. Cao Xiaobai interrupted, leaning forward to point at the book titled Elementary Olympiad Mathematics and Practice on the desk. What time is it? You're still here doing homework. Huh. Gohan looked bewildered, instinctively protecting his workbook as he quietly defended himself. But Mom says if I don't study hard, I won't be able to find a good job in the future. Cao Xiaobai felt a rush of blood pressure rising. He nearly choked on his words. Just as he was about to shout, in a few years, there won't even be an Earth left for you to find a job. He suddenly paused. Wait a moment. It seemed that when he left, he had been so preoccupied with exploiting the resources on Namek that he hadn't mentioned the androids to anyone. From his perspective, it was an imminent existential crisis. However, from Gohan's viewpoint, having defeated the cosmic tyrant Frieza, Earth had entered a long-awaited peace. Wasn't this the perfect time for quiet study? With this realization, the anger that had been about to erupt instantly faded, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. Well then, it turned out the fool was himself. He rubbed his nose, and the earlier forceful demeanor dissipated without a trace. Clearing his throat, Cao Xiaobai adopted a serious expression, patting Gohan on the shoulder. Gohan, I got a bit carried away earlier. Please don't take it to heart. The thing is, I've returned to bring some rather concerning news. Gohan looked at him. Seriousness etched on his face. Cao Xiaobai organized his thoughts and conveyed the details about the Red Ribbon Army's revenge, Dr. Gero, and the two androids who viewed slaughter as a game, in the simplest terms possible. He didn't delve into excessive detail, but the sense of impending doom was clearly communicated through his solemn expression and grave tone. Gohan's complexion gradually paled. He gripped his pencil tightly, his small frame trembling with anxiety. Caught between his mother's hopes of becoming a great scientist and the terrifying enemies poised to annihilate the world, two colossal burdens crushed down on the heart of this 5-year-old child. Cao Xiaobai gazed at his troubled expression, feeling a pang of empathy within. However, he found himself powerless. In times of chaos, possessing talent is akin to bearing original sin. If one has the power to change the world, they must also shoulder the responsibility of protecting it. Wufan, Cao Xiaobai spoke softly, I need you. The Earth needs you. Wufan lowered his head, remaining silent for a long while. Just when Cao Xiaobai feared he would fail, Wufan suddenly lifted his head, his gaze reflecting the indomitable spirit of a scion, overpowering the child's timidity. I understand now, Xiaobai. He nodded emphatically. I want to protect the Earth. Protect Mom. Cao Xiaobai sighed in relief, knowing that Wufan, the son of Sun Wukong, would never falter in critical moments. Just as he prepared to make a swift exit with Wufan, the door creaked open. Wufan, how's your homework coming along? Mom has cut some fruit for you. Chi-Chi entered, holding a plate of sliced apples, and froze upon seeing the unexpected guest. Cao Xiaobai's heart sank. This could spell disaster. If Chi-Chi discovered he was attempting to take her son to fight, he might very well be met with a frying pan to the head. He braced himself for a hasty retreat. However, Chi-Chi's subsequent reaction nearly left Cao Xiaobai speechless. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and a radiant smile spread across her face as she rushed over and embraced him. Oh my, is that you, Xiaobai? When did you return? What a rare visit. Chi-Chi's enthusiasm left him momentarily bewildered. This script was not as expected. Aunt Chi-Chi. He tentatively addressed her. Oh, don't call me aunt. Call me sister. Chi-Chi laughed joyfully, pinching Cao Xiaobai's chubby cheeks. Last time you took Wufan to Namek, his grades not only didn't drop, but improved tremendously. At the last parent-teacher meeting, the teacher specifically praised him, saying his logical thinking and problem-solving speed were like he had unlocked a new level. I felt so proud in the parents' group. Cao Xiaobai recalled the Bulma's bloodline imprint, which granted extraordinary learning comprehension abilities. When they visited Namek, the resonance had inadvertently influenced Wufan. What a fortunate discovery, he thought, noticing Chi-Chi's eyes shining like she had found a free gold medal tutor. That, Sister Chi-Chi, he skillfully maneuvered the conversation. I have discovered an exceptional learning method that requires taking Wufan to a special place for a few months of intensive training. I assure you, upon his return, he will be ready to leap into university. Really? Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled even brighter. Absolutely, Cao Xiaobai assured her, patting his chest. Then hurry. Chi-Chi immediately stuffed Wufan's backpack into his arms, urging him to be careful on the way. Wufan, make sure to listen to Teacher Xiaobai. Wufan was left utterly confused. Cao Xiaobai grasped the bewildered Wufan's hand, and with Chi-Chi's enthusiastic send-off, they swiftly departed from Baozi Mountain. What kind of ability do you possess, Xiaobai? It's incredible. As Cao Xiaobai and Wufan's figures vanished from Baozi Mountain and reappeared beneath the Corin Tower, Wufan was left in awe, his mouth agape. Instant transmission, Cao Xiaobai succinctly explained. Taught by an alien elder. Can you teach me? Wufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. No, Cao Xiaobai shook his head, a hint of regret on his face. Both Uncle Wukong and I promised that elder. It's a secret of their clan and cannot be shared. While Cao Xiaobai would endure anything for survival, he believed some principles should not be compromised. Moreover, he felt it necessary to respect the original narrative. If instant transmission were commonplace, the universe would be in chaos, and no one would bother with technological advancement. He suddenly recalled that in the original story, Sun Wukong had never taught instant transmission to anyone, likely due to this promise. With Wufan in tow, Cao Xiaobai commenced his plan to recruit Z warriors. Their next destination was the Kame House, on the Azure Sea. Krillin lounged on a beach chair under the sun, wearing sunglasses, while a turtle ambled nearby. Cao Xiaobai teleported over and scanned with the system. Battle power, 500,000. Not surprising, as Krillin's bloodline battle limit was indeed 500,000. Uncle Krillin, the Earth is in peril. Wake up. Before Krillin could react, Cao Xiaobai pulled him away. Next stop, the metropolis. Once a desert bandit, now a baseball star, Yamcha was basking in the cheers of fans. Cao Xiaobai flew over and scanned again. Battle power, 13,000. He fell silent, too disheartened to comment. Silently, he teleported behind Yamcha and, amidst the shrieks of female fans, whisked him away like an eagle capturing its prey. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were diligently training in the mountains. Yet, the results were disheartening. Tianjin Fan, 14,000. Jiaozi, 9,000. Cao Xiaobai sighed, feeling utterly exhausted. This group of slackers had no motivation without external pressure. It seemed he would need to regularly assign them tasks. However, it appeared that the limits of Earthlings had been reached. Soon, aside from Vegeta, who was still drifting in space, and Piccolo, residing in the temple, the main members of the Z warriors had been gathered by Cao Xiaobai. He assembled everyone in the plains beneath Corin Tower. All right. You must all be aware of the android situation. He surveyed the ragtag group of Z warriors, each looking bewildered. He felt the weight of his plan was substantial. Clearing his throat deliberately, he raised his voice. Next, it's training time. I have a plan. I will take you to a great place to train. But it is extremely dangerous, and you must exercise caution. Otherwise, you may lose your lives at any moment. He paused, casting a glance at each individual before his gaze settled on a nearby rock. A man dressed in a pink Badman shirt, arms crossed, and exuding a haughty demeanor, leaned casually against it, casting sidelong glances at them. Vegeta. He was indeed on Earth. It appeared that Vegeta had mastered the art of concealing his energy. Cao Xiaobai felt a surge of inspiration and deliberately stated, moreover, Frieza and his even more terrifying father, King Cold, will arrive on Earth in less than 3 months. At that time, with your current strength, none of you will be able to contend with them. He emphasized his words, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. Especially you, Vegeta. Vegeta stiffened, abruptly turning his head, his gaze like a blade directed at Cao Xiaobai. Unfazed, Cao Xiaobai returned the look with a radiant smile. The system panel unfolded before him. Name, Vegeta, battle power, 35,000,000. Goodness. Cao Xiaobai marveled internally. 35 million was quite impressive, befitting a battle genius. On Namek. He had gained the most experience from near-death situations. Unfortunately, he remained a stubborn fool who could not transform. If he could become a Super Saiyan, his battle power would soar to 1, 7 to 1, 8 billion. That would be a different story altogether. Cao Xiaobai's gaze drifted to the others. Piccolo had also descended from the temple and stood at the edge of the crowd, exuding a calm aura. Battle power, 10,000,000. Not bad, Uncle Piccolo. Cao Xiaobai silently praised. Only a faint version of the talent enhancement that strengthens one at the brink of death. Achieved purely through rigorous training, truly worthy of the industrious spirit of Dragon Ball. Wukong, 410,000. The increase may be modest, yet considering Chi-Chi's academic pressures, it is already commendable. The remaining power levels are as follows: Klin, 500,000, Yamcha, 13,000, Tianjin Fan, 10,000. Cao Xiaobai concealed his face in despair. It was too painful to watch. If this continues, when the game with Shalu begins, these individuals will only be able to stand by and shout in admiration. A significant boost is imperative. Vegeta, Cao Xiaobai's voice resonated once again. You are well acquainted with Frisia's stronghold. In this operation, I shall place you alone within the territory of King Cooled. Conceal your energy well. Do not act recklessly, understood? Vegeta's fists crackled ominously. How dare this inexperienced child address him in such a commanding tone? Yet, he sensed the profound, unfathomable energy emanating from Cao Xiaobai, akin to the depths of a cosmic black hole. He recalled the astonishing surge of power exhibited by Sun Wukong and Klin on Namek. He understood that the source of all this lay in the seemingly harmless child before him. A humiliation, but it is also an opportunity. Vegeta felt the primal thirst for power coursing through his Saiyan blood. He remembered the golden aura of Kakarot's transformation into a Super Saiyan, that invincible figure. Unwilling to accept this. Why should he? I am the prince of the Saiyans. Humph. After a prolonged silence, Vegeta let out a cold huff through his nose, turning his head away in tacit acceptance. Cao Xiaobai's lips curled into a slight smile. It is done. He knew that to deal with a proud individual like Vegeta, one could not plead. Rather, one must present an irresistible bait. Excellent. Cao Xiaobai clapped his hands. Since everyone has agreed, before we set off, I shall present you with a gift. He led the group to the temple's apex. The pristine white tiles reflected sunlight above the clouds, with Mr. Popo and the Kai standing there, seemingly anticipating their arrival. Next, it may become somewhat peculiar. Just relax, Cao Xiaobai reassured the bewildered Z warriors. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. System. Initiate bulk resonance. Target lock. Vegeta, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, Klin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Jiaozi. Resonance mode activated. A surge of invisible mental power radiated from Cao Xiaobai, rapidly expanding outward. He unlocked the bloodlines of the Saiyans and Namekians. His mental energy, like countless invisible threads, precisely connected to each Z warrior, delving deep into their very bloodlines. This sensation was akin to simultaneously controlling 7 highly precise surgical instruments, editing and reconfiguring 7 distinct genetic sequences. The mental energy consumption was overwhelming. In an instant, Cao Xiaobai felt a sharp pain in his brain, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Bloodline mark. Vegeta, resonance link. Talent infusion. High-speed regeneration, primary. Bloodline mark. Piccolo, resonance link. Talent infusion, strengthened at death's door, intermediate. Bloodline mark. Klin, resonance link. Talent infusion, strengthened at death's door, intermediate. Bloodline upgrade, silver level. Bloodline mark. Tianjin Fan. Resonance link. Bloodline upgrade, silver level. Bloodline mark. Yamcha. A series of system prompts flooded Cao Xiaobai's mind. Meanwhile, atop the temple, the Z warriors experienced an unprecedented metamorphosis. Vegeta was the first to emit a pained roar, feeling every cell within him being torn apart, only to be rapidly reassembled by an extraordinary life energy. A sensation of unparalleled relief radiating from the wounds. Piccolo shuddered, acutely aware that within his Namekian bloodline, a fierce and indomitable combat factor had been forcibly implanted once more. This was the talent of the Saiyans, and this time, it was stronger and purer than before. Klin and Yamcha felt the change even more intensely. They sensed the invisible shackles of their pure earthling bloodline limits being shattered by an overwhelming force. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi experienced the same transformation. Boom. Their bloodlines were forcibly elevated by a level. Their combat limits soared from a meager 10,000 to an astonishing 10 million. For a full 10 days, Cao Xiaobai sat cross-legged in the center of the temple, fasting, his mental energy continuously pouring forth. His cheeks thinned, his complexion pale as paper. Yet, his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. As the sunlight of the 10th day illuminated the temple, Cao Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Bulk resonance complete. It is done. He stood, gazing at the rejuvenated Z warriors before him. While their energy levels had not drastically changed, their bloodlines and talents had received an epic enhancement, eliciting a paternal smile of satisfaction from him. How do you feel? He inquired. What is this power? Clin clenched his fist, astonished by the transformation within his bloodline. My body. Vegeta stared at his palm, sensing a new, regenerative power coursing through his veins. Enough with the sentiments. Cao Xiaobai interrupted them. The gift has been delivered, and now it is time for class. He approached the group, extending his small hand. Everyone, come together, hand in hand. The group exchanged glances. Vegeta's face darkened instantly. I refuse. Refusal means remaining on Earth to await your demise, Cao Xiaobai remarked coolly. Vegeta's lips twitched, but ultimately he begrudgingly extended his hand, grasping Tianjin Fan's wrist, his expression betraying his disdain. Observing the Z warriors forming a circle like kindergarten children. Hand in hand, Cao Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Amidst their astonished, puzzled, and bewildered gazes, he activated his ability. Destination, Frisia's flagship, training area. Instant transmission. Whoosh. The fabric of space warped. In the next moment, the temple stood empty. In the spacious lounge of Frisia's flagship, Sun Wukong lay sprawled on the bed, soundly asleep. A droplet of saliva glistening at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the space around him rippled. In the next instant, Clin, Wufan, Piccolo, and a host of others materialized in the room. They gazed at the cold metallic walls, feeling the familiar oppressive atmosphere, momentarily stunned. Is this Frisia's ship? Clin's voice trembled. Wufan quickly spotted Sun Wukong, who was sleeping like a pig, and exclaimed in delight, rushing over. Dad! Dad! Sun Wukong stirred awake, bleary-eyed. And when he recognized the familiar face before him, he was utterly dumbfounded. Rubbing his eyes, he saw Clin, Piccolo, and even Vegeta. Clin? Wufan? Piccolo? Sun Wukong leaped from the bed in disbelief. How are you all here? I can't be dreaming, can I? Chapter 86. The Bulk Chives Cultivation Plan. Earth's warriors surge in power. Shoo! Cao Xiaobai's cherubic face suddenly leaned close, a finger raised to his lips. His movement was gentle, yet his pitch-black eyes conveyed an unsettling calmness that belied his youth. The entire lounge fell into an instant silence, leaving only the persistent low hum of the spaceship's engine. The air seemed to freeze. Sun Wukong, recently awakened, along with Clin, Piccolo, and others who had suddenly been transported to this unfamiliar environment, appeared as if they had been paused, staring in bewilderment at the commanding little figure before them. Cao Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. He had managed to prevent his undercover tour guide role from crashing at the outset. This was the domain of the Frisia Force. Although he had prepared this area meticulously, one could never know if there were advanced surveillance devices present. Caution is the mother of safety. Cao Xiaobai succinctly uttered a single word that only a few could hear, signaling everyone to control their energy. It was then that the group awoke from their stupor, retracting their formidable auras, and the room suddenly appeared to be populated by several ordinary individuals. Sun Wukong scratched his iconic spiky hair and leaned closer to Cao Xiaobai, lowering his voice, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement. Xiaobai, your trick is amazing. You brought everyone here at once. He noticed Prince Vegeta in the corner, arms crossed, his expression dark as the bottom of a pot. Hey, Vegeta, didn't he expect to see you here? Sun Wukong greeted boisterously. Humph. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, turning his head away, too proud to give Sun Wukong even a glance. He felt as if his dignity was being trampled repeatedly. Such humiliation. Yet, he could not resist the allure of the situation. He sensed two overwhelming energies on this spaceship. One belonged to Frisia, while the other was even more terrifying. Danger and opportunity coexisted, igniting the warrior instinct within him. Cao Xiaobai observed everything with delight in his heart. A naive fool and a proud eccentric together. This was bound to be entertaining. All right, we can reminisce later. He clapped his hands. resembling a small leader gathering his employees for a morning meeting. First, let us change our equipment. He skillfully opened a hidden compartment in the wall and retrieved several standard battle suits from the Frisia force. Put these on. They will be your uniforms for the next 2 months. While everyone changed, Cao Xiaobai approached Vegeta, looking up at him. Your operational area is not here. He pointed to the other end of the spaceship, where King Cold's territory lay, with superior training facilities. I've arranged your identity. Don't cause any trouble. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Once again, that commanding tone. But glancing at Piccolo and the others, who had already donned their uniforms and were curiously examining the suit's features, he eventually gritted his teeth and accepted the clothing offered by Cao Xiaobai. Remember, you are now my soldiers. All actions follow my orders. Cao Xiaobai declared like a little adult, hands on his hips, surveying the new recruits. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. His final word was delivered lightly, yet it sent a chill down the spine of every individual present, including Vegeta. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. With Cao Xiaobai's established network of connections and his cover as a mid-ranking officer, the Z-Fighters seamlessly integrated into this massive war machine like ghosts. Frisia and King Cold remained oblivious to the fact that the very Earthlings they despised were lurking right under their noses, utilizing their advanced technology to engage in intense training. No, this was no longer mere training. This was a matter of life and death. The gravity room's door scarcely paused. Within, one could hear the groans of bones under immense strain, the agonizing roars of muscles being torn, and the relentless cries of energy being drained and then forced out again. Ahead of the spaceship lay their homeland, Earth, while inside, their mortal enemies, Frisia and his father, awaited them. The sword of Damocles hanging above them served as the fiercest catalyst, incessantly urging them to break their limits. Essentially, each day consisted of charging into the gravity room, training until unconscious, being dragged out, and then Cao Xiaobai, like a merciless medic, would revive them with his miraculous healing abilities, only to send them back in again. This cycle continued. Cao Xiaobai felt akin to a diligent farmer tending to a flourishing patch of leeks, daily watering, fertilizing, harvesting, and repeating the process. His own combat power had not significantly increased. Yet witnessing the combat power of his companions surge like a rocket on the system panel filled him with a sense of harvest joy. However, among this field of leeks, one was struggling to flourish, Vegeta. If calculated proportionately, his growth rate was the slowest among them all. For him, mere numerical enhancement had little significance. The key was to shatter that barrier and transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Cao Xiaobai had seen Vegeta training alone in the training room, frantically unleashing energy against the wall, torturing himself until battered and bruised, muttering incantations as if imitating son Wukong's transformation anger. Yet, he had never succeeded. That haughty personality acted as a shackle, binding his lips and preventing him from inquiring about the secrets of transformation, especially not to son Wukong or this earthling, Cao Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai watched from behind the surveillance screen, sipping a chilled blue juice he had procured from the officer's cafeteria, shaking his head internally. Alas, such pride. Could he not just ask? If he did, I would surely tell him. Instead, he stubbornly racked his brain. What a fool. Of course. He only mused this in his mind. He was eager for Vegeta to hold out a bit longer. This yearning for the unattainable, this frustration of being overshadowed by Kakarot, would serve as the finest fuel to ignite the flames of the Super Saiyan. On this day, within the grand throne hall of King Cold, Frisia, holding a glass of red wine, was engaged in casual conversation with his even larger father. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in a panic. Report to Lord Frisia. Speak. Frisia replied, swirling his wine glass, barely lifting his eyelids. We have discovered a missing single-pilot combat spaceship not far from our fleet. Its trajectory seems to lead to Earth. Frisia's actions faltered. The soldier swallowed nervously and continued, trembling. Moreover, according to our long-range scans, a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from that ship not long ago. That surge far surpasses Vegeta's and could rival your own power, my lord. Creak. Frisia's goblet shattered into dust in his grip, crimson liquid dripping through his fingers. Humph. He emitted a chilling laugh, his purple lips curling to reveal his white teeth. Those detestable Scion monkeys. Very well. They dare to pilfer our spacecraft and roam the cosmos. A terrifying aura erupted from him, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. This time, I will ensure he experiences true despair. Frisia commanded the communication officer, immediately traced the flight path of that spaceship. All units, change course. Pursue it according to its trajectory. Yes, Lord Frisia. However, none of them knew that within the spaceship they had locked onto ahead, the vessel was currently on autopilot, completely unoccupied. Its owner, son Wukong, was engaged in spirited training with Piccolo in the flagship's gravity room. Time flew by. In the span of 2 months. Amidst the fervent training of the masses, time slipped away in an instant. The good news is that everyone's combat prowess has experienced an epic surge. The bad news is that Kellen, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi found their bloodline limits stubbornly stuck at 10 million, failing to ascend to the next divine level, and even not reaching the legendary tier. It appears that mere resonance and talent infusion are insufficient. The promotion of one's bloodline indeed requires the sedimentation of time or a catalyst of higher quality. Cao Xiaobai gazed thoughtfully at the data on the system panel, stroking his chin. Nevertheless, 10 million in combat power signifies a transformation for Kellen and his companions, akin to evolving from a bicycle to a Ferrari. In the vast universe, they can now be regarded as formidable warriors, no longer the weaklings who could be easily annihilated. Others, however, are even more terrifying. Bic. Leveraging the Scion ability of near-death power boost, intermediate, combined with the innate potential of the Namekians, saw his combat power skyrocket to 40 million. Vegeta reached an impressive 47 million. Sun Wukong achieved a staggering 59 million. Even Sun Wufan, liberated from Chi-Chi's academic constraints, unleashed his potential and reached 30 million. Such overwhelming power transformed everyone's demeanor profoundly. Yet, the shadow of gloom still lingered on Vegeta's face. He had yet to grasp the secret of transformation. Cao Xiaobai waited patiently for him to inquire, but this fellow remained silent even as their fleet arrived in the solar system. Cao Xiaobai felt a sense of helplessness. Very well, if you wish to remain obstinate, so be it. The massive fleet loomed like a dark cloud, casting a shadow over the earth. The flagship, bearing Frisia and King Cold, trailed closely behind a solitary small spacecraft, gradually descending onto a desolate expanse of Gobi. As the hatch opened, Frisia and King Cold emerged, grinning menacingly, hovering before Sun Wukong's ship. "Ha ha!" Frisia exclaimed, arms wide open, his laughter piercing the air. "Cursed Scion monkey, come out. What skill is there in hiding? Allow me to demonstrate my true strength." His voice brimmed with a sense of vindictive pleasure and absolute confidence. Yet, the only response he received was an echoing silence. The hatch of the small ship emitted a faint sound as it slowly opened, revealing an abyss of darkness within, devoid of any presence. Amidst swirling sands and howling winds, Frisia and King Cold hovered in the air like ominous statues, their eyes fixed on the empty spacecraft. "Where are they?" Frisia's crimson eyes widened, his trademark high-pitched voice filled with fury and disbelief. "Where has that damned Scion monkey hidden? Curse it! Have I been tricked again?" He trembled with rage, the terrifying aura of his recently honed 200 million combat power spilling uncontrollably, fracturing the ground beneath him with spiderweb-like cracks. "Calm yourself, my son Frisia," King Cold, a towering figure resembling a mountain of flesh, advised with a steadiness that contrasted Frisia's fury. He descended before the ship, his thick, purple-armored fingers tapping casually on the control panel. Instantly, a star chart flickered on the ship's screen. "Oh." A knowing smile crept across King Cold's face. "Frisia, observe. This Scion monkey originated from Yadrit. I recall that your previous target was this planet, rumored to be home to beings with extraordinary escape abilities." Frisia paused, realization dawning upon him. He recalled the elusive tactics employed by Sun Wukong and his companions on Namek, as well as the uncanny ability of the Earthling Cao Xiaobai to conceal his energy. So that is indeed the case. Frisia's anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of superior delight. They must have sensed my unparalleled power and fled in terror. He laughed triumphantly, his signature cackle echoing across the desolate landscape. With the Scion gone, this planet seemed to have lost its significance. Frisia raised a finger, gathering a purple orb of destructive energy at its tip. "Let me see just how formidable this lowly planet's warriors truly are." As he spoke, he activated the latest model of his power detector. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, atop a steep mountain peak, Cao Xiaobai and a large group observed the scene like eager tourists, captivated by the familial display below. The strong winds tousled his soft black hair, his cherubic face appearing particularly harmless amidst the swirling sands. Ah, the king truly possesses an imaginative prowess. It would be a shame if he did not write novels, Cao Xiaobai thought to himself, suppressing his laughter. Beside him, son Wukong was in a state of anxious agitation, fidgeting restlessly. Xiaobai, Xiaobai. He leaned closer, lowering his voice, though his excitement was palpable. Can I go now? That fellow called King Cold seems incredibly powerful. I can hardly contain myself. Cao Xiaobai shot him a glance. Over the past 2 months, in Frisia's flagship's gravity chamber, Wukong's base combat power had surged from 50 million to 59 million. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would push his power close to 3 billion. More than enough to subdue King Cold. Of course, Uncle Wukong, Cao Xiaobai nodded, wearing a mischievous grin. However, you must act swiftly, as someone else may reach him first. Who? Son Wukong glanced around, his heightened senses scanning the entire earth. Just then, Cao Xiaobai's smile widened. They're coming. An entirely unfamiliar, yet immensely powerful energy suddenly tore through the fabric of space, appearing within Son Wukong's perception without warning. What is this energy? Son Wukong's pupils constricted. Before he could ponder further, his body instinctively reacted. In an instant, he teleported, reappearing before Frisia and King Cold. However, he was a moment too late. Just before his arrival, a blue-haired youth clad in a light purple jacket, wielding a long sword, had already appeared like a specter before the cosmic tyrant duo. Simultaneously, Cao Xiaobai activated his abilities, teleporting alongside Vegeta, Bic, and a throng of onlookers to a closer vantage point on another mountaintop, securing a prime viewing spot. Oh ho ho ho, the show is about to commence. Cao Xiaobai settled onto a smooth stone, as if attending an outdoor cinema. He recognized the blue-haired youth as Trunks, the son of Vegeta from the future. This child was indeed unfortunate. According to the history he knew, son Wukong should have been the one to confront Frisia alone at this moment, allowing Trunks to make a dramatic entrance, swiftly dispatching the tyrant duo and presenting Wukong with the cure for his heart disease. Yet now, while Wukong's ship had arrived, the man himself was nowhere to be found, and not a single Z warrior could be located on Earth. The entire script has descended into chaos. Thus, when Tanan Kasi encounters the father-son duo of Fu Li Sa, he does not immediately engage as in the original narrative. Instead, he wears a perplexed expression, seemingly wishing to inquire about the situation. Earthlings, Fu Li Sa gazes at the suddenly appeared blue-haired youth, and the number 5 displayed on the scouter evokes a look of utter disdain upon his face. A worthless being with a power level of merely 5. My son Fu Li Sa, wait. The king of Ku restrained him, reminding, did you not say that earthlings conceal their true strength? Fu Li Sa's expression stiffened as he recalled that little brat, Cao Xiaobai, another earthling who could transform into a dazzling golden monster, rendering him utterly powerless. His eyes suddenly cleared, becoming vigilant. Indeed, Fu Li Sa retracted his condescension, coldly staring at Tanan Kasi. Who are you? Where's Kakaluata? Kakaluata? Tanan Kasi inquired. I was just about to ask you, where is Suin Wukong? What? You are also searching for that detestable monkey? Fu Li Sa cackled as if he had heard the greatest joke. Humph. That monkey, you must have seen it, sensing my might. It has likely fled with its tail between its legs. However, since it has escaped, all the inhabitants of this earth shall accompany it to their doom. Fu Li Sa's gaze turned cruel. By the way, before that, hand over the Dragon Balls. You should know what they are, right? Suddenly, Suin Wukong's figure appeared beside Tanan Kasi. Hey, he shouted to Tanan Kasi, stay away from those two. They are the most vile beings in the universe. Tanan Kasi whirled around, and upon recognizing Suin Wukong's face, he stood frozen. Uncle Wukong? Are you all right? A flash of ecstatic joy crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by profound confusion. Something is amiss. Completely amiss. Uncle Wukong, could you come here for a moment? Tanan Kasi grasped Suin Wukong's arm, pulling him aside. Suin Wukong appeared puzzled. What is going on? How do you know my name? Uncle Wukong, it's complicated to explain. Tanan Kasi's expression grew exceedingly grave. How about I first handle Fu Li Sa and his son, and then you will believe what I say? Having said that, he no longer allowed Suin Wukong the opportunity to question him. With a swish, Tanan Kasi reappeared before Fu Li Sa. Fu Li Sa? He roared in fury, perish. Before his words faded, he abruptly drew the bandaged longsword, the sword of courage. A golden aura erupted from him like a volcanic eruption. His blue hair stood on end, instantly transformed into a radiant golden hue, and his pupils became a fierce emerald green. Super Saiyan. Swish, 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 swish. The sword light flickered, moving at a speed beyond the naked eye's grasp. Felica barely had time to utter a single nanny, as his face contorted in terror, seemingly frozen in time. His body, with a power level of 200 million, was as fragile as tofu before the terrifying force of Tanankasi's 500 million and the Sword of Courage. He lacked even an ounce of strength to resist. As the sword light dissipated, Felica remained suspended in midair, yet his body was neatly sliced into countless fragments. Bowing his head, he beheld his disintegrating form, his crimson eyes filled with shock and bewilderment akin to seeing a ghost. Boom. Tanankasi casually unleashed a ki blast, obliterating those fragments into cosmic dust. The cosmic emperor Felica, arriving with a heart full of vengeful flames, ultimately left this world without uttering a single last word. This scene shattered the worldviews of everyone atop the mountain. Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes nearly popped out, gripping the nearby rocks with white knuckles, deeply embedded within, his lips trembling, producing incoherent sounds. How can this be? Another one. When did the legendary Super Saiyan become so cheap? His worldview was ruthlessly crushed at that moment, trampled and ground into dust. First Kakaluata, then that earth brat Cao Xiaobai, and now another blue-haired youth appearing from nowhere. Why? Why can they all transform? I am the prince of the Saiyans. I am the noblest warrior. Despair, jealousy, fury, and humiliation gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes, pushing him to the brink of madness. Oh, Sun Wukong was equally astounded, but his excitement prevailed. How incredible. He can also transform into a Super Saiyan. Piccolo, Krillin, and Tianjin fans stood with mouths agape, utterly numbed. Once upon a time, the name Felica loomed over them like a nightmare. But now he is gone, cut down by a suddenly appearing youth. As if slicing vegetables, the world is changing too swiftly. They felt their minds were struggling to keep up. On the mountaintop, only Cao Xiaobai remained composed. He extracted a lollipop from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it in his mouth, leisurely swinging his short legs. Alas, Felica, you truly met an unjust end. He silently mused. With 500 million against your 200 million, the advantage is mine. How could I lose? A classic plot indeed. However, his gaze shifted towards the ever-calm Kuurda. What will happen next? How will Kuurda react now that he is on guard? Can you still handle it? Little Ta? On the battlefield, after swiftly dispatching Felica, Tanankasi did not pause for a moment. His golden aura surged once more as he charged towards Kuurda. However, Kuurda merely regarded him coldly. Kid, do not be too arrogant. An aura far more terrifying and sinister than that of Felica erupted from Kuurda. His body began to crackle with the sounds of bone explosions. Muscles rapidly swelling, his form constricting, horns retracting, shoulders and arms becoming rounded, ultimate form. Similar to Felica's final form, yet with some differences and significantly greater height. How dare you kill my dear Felica? Kuurda's voice turned low and hoarse. Although he spoke of love, his face bore no trace of sorrow. Only a chilling intent to kill. Die? Boom. His figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, a massive fist landed squarely on Tanankasi's abdomen. What? Tanankasi's pupils constricted. Too fast. He could not even see the opponent's movement. An irresistible, terrifying force surged from his abdomen, instantly shattering his protective aura. PFF. A mouthful of golden blood spewed forth. Tanankasi flew backward like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. The distant peaks were pierced by his body, leaving behind immense human-shaped craters, smoke billowing into the sky. Humph, easily crushed. Kuurda shook his fist, a hint of disdain on his face. His battle power, in ultimate form, had soared to 2 billion, a complete overpowering. This is true domination. His gaze turned cold as his body transformed into a blur, instantly catching up to the still reeling Tanankasi. A massive palm opened wide, gathering destructive energy, ready to deliver a fatal blow. At this critical moment, a golden figure, like a flash of lightning, instantaneously appeared before Tanankasi. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura soaring into the heavens. He raised his arm effortlessly, and with a mere motion, he deflected the devastating blow from King Kurd, a strike potent enough to obliterate planets. The violent shockwave emanated from the two combatants, sweeping outwards and carving a massive chasm into the earth. As the dust settled, Wukong stood there with an expression of serene calm, his arm as steady as a mountain. He lifted his gaze to the astonished King Kurd and flashed a smile brimming with the spirit of battle. Kurd, your opponent is me. Chapter 88. The 3-Year Agreement. Earthling's power surges. Oh, from your tone, you must be the scion spoken of by my son, Frieza, King Kurd intoned, his voice low and oppressive as he slowly flexed his wrist, betraying no hint of anxiety. After all, that previous strike had not even required him to exert a fraction of his power. It was hardly surprising that it was blocked. Cao Xiaobai scoffed quietly, internally mocking the old man for his pretentious act. This old coot, still pretending. A typical villain, doomed by his own verbosity and overconfidence, lacking any originality. Beside him, Vegeta had already gouged the rock, his eyes fixated on Wukong, filled with a jealousy so intense it seemed it might bleed. Indeed, I am the scion referred to by Frieza, Wukong grinned, revealing his bright white teeth, his expression pure and innocent. Your opponent now is me. Let me see just how strong you truly are. Humph, arrogant fool, King Kurd snorted, and a terrifying energy, far exceeding that of Frieza, began to boil within his powerful frame. Very well, I shall deal with you first before seeking the Dragon Balls on Earth. Prepare to perish. With that, before his words had fully dissipated, King Kurd vanished in an instant. The very sky seemed to tear apart. Cao Xiaobai felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, causing his training suit to flutter violently. In the distance, the sky transformed into a tempest of intertwined gold and purple energies. Each collision ignited cataclysmic shockwaves. The earth groaned, and mountains crumbled. The sky appeared to be punctured, alternating between blinding brightness and impenetrable darkness. My goodness! Kring's face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground, feeling as though his heart might burst from the oppressive force. Is this their battle? Tianjin Fan and Yamcha also wore expressions of horror, feeling like a tiny boat amidst tumultuous waves, on the verge of being shredded by the aftermath of the conflict. Over the past 2 months aboard Frieza's flagship, they had fought valiantly, their power skyrocketing to 10 million, believing they had undergone a transformation into formidable warriors. But now they realized how utterly mistaken they were. Before those two godlike monsters, their 10 million power was insufficient even for the role of cannon fodder. The vast chasm before them instilled a profound sense of helplessness and despair. All gazes instinctively converged upon the smallest, most leisurely figure, Cao Xiaobai. This childlike monster was the one who had granted them the opportunity to grow stronger, and it was he who had unveiled a whole new world to them. Their eyes sparkled with gratitude and an almost fervent anticipation. They too wished to stand on such a battlefield one day, provided, of course, that Cao Xiaobai would continue to assist them. On the other side of the mountain, Tanenk leaned against the wall, gasping for breath as he gazed at the golden figure in the sky, filled with shock and fervor. Mother was right. Uncle Wukong is truly powerful. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the nearby Vegeta. Is that my father? Indeed, just as Mother said, he is a man of intense pride. Cao Xiaobai observed the expressions of everyone, a slight smile playing on his lips. Excellent. This is precisely the effect I desired. Unless you experience true despair, how can you hope to keep pace with the main force? The battle had persisted for 5 minutes. The swirling violet energy in the sky began to show signs of chaos and fatigue. Heh, King Kurd, it seems I am the stronger one after all. Wukong's laughter echoed from above, filled with confidence and ease. Quit the chatter. King Kurd roared in fury, realizing he had underestimated this legendary Super Saiyan. If this continued, his defeat was inevitable. Then let us end this and allow you to vanish along with this planet. A glint of madness flashed in King Kurd's eyes as he broke free from the skirmish, his figure transforming into a streak of purple light that shot through the atmosphere and into the pitch-black cosmos. He intended to annihilate Earth. The Dragon Balls? Humph. I can retrieve those from Namek later. Such a terrifying threat must be quashed in its infancy. In the cosmos, King Kurd spread his arms wide, unleashing his full battle power of 2 billion without reservation. A massive, unfathomably dark purple energy sphere began to coalesce above his head. It emanated an ominous glow, rapidly swelling until it resembled a miniature sun, casting a layer of despairing purple over the surrounding celestial expanse. This is bad. Wukong's expression shifted. The energy contained within that sphere was sufficient to obliterate Earth completely. Boom. King Kurd cackled wickedly as he propelled the sun-like energy sphere toward the azure planet. The sphere trailed a long tail of flames, descending with the force of annihilation. Kamehameha. Suin Wukong had no choice but to firmly plant his legs, channeling brilliant blue energy into a similarly robust energy column that surged upward to meet the cataclysmic star. However, King Kurd's strike was fueled by desperation, a full-force attack. Meanwhile, Suin Wukong had already expended considerable energy during their previous battle. In this clash of forces, the purple sun began to inexorably push downward toward the earth at a visible rate. Damn it! Suin Wukong gritted his teeth, the golden aura raging fiercely as his muscles strained and bulged. I must hold it. I will hold it. Yet he knew that doing so would surely inflict significant damage on his body, just as he prepared to exert himself to the utmost. His peripheral vision caught sight of that little boy leisurely enjoying a lollipop on the mountaintop. Xiaobai, come help. Suin Wukong shouted without hesitation. On the mountaintop, Cao Xiaobai heard the call for help, rolled his eyes in exasperation, and spat out the remaining stick of his lollipop. Good grief, he muttered, rising to shake off the dust from his pants. You have your fun, and I have to clean up this mess. A tool should at least be a bit more aware of its role, don't you think? Yet, despite his words, his figure vanished in the next moment. When he reappeared, he was directly beneath Suin Wukong. Hee, Uncle Wukong, leave it to me, he said in a childish voice. Then, to the astonishment of Suin Wukong, Vegeta, Namek, and everyone on the ground, he shouted, Hiya? With that, a golden aura erupted from his small frame, far surpassing the combined terror of Suin Wukong and King Kurd. The dazzling golden light, akin to a divine miracle, surged forth. 50 billion battle power unleashed in an instant without reservation. The entire earth trembled beneath this overwhelming force. The figure of Cao Xiaobai was enveloped in a golden aura, gracefully ascending into the sky. He lifted one petite leg and directed it towards the colossal energy sphere, radiating an aura of utter annihilation that instilled despair in all who beheld it. With a simple motion, he kicked it. A soft sound echoed, akin to striking a soccer ball. The energy orb, initially brimming with a formidable force as if it could crush the entire world, could not withstand even a moment before that small foot. All its might, all its impact, was utterly shattered and reversed in an instant by an incomprehensible power. Then, at a speed 100 times faster than its arrival, it was sent hurtling back. What? In the cosmos? The sinister grin on the face of the Kurda king instantly froze. He only saw a purple light rapidly expanding in his pupils. He had no time to react. Boom. He was struck squarely by the energy sphere he had painstakingly created, transforming into a shooting star that vanished into the depths of the universe. A dire fate awaited him. From afar, in the cosmic fleet, elite warriors were paralyzed with fear upon witnessing this scene. Two great kings, one dismembered, the other obliterated by his own ultimate move? What sort of infernal planet is this Earth? Run, hurry, and flee. In an instant, every spacecraft turned around and fled in panic. Suin Wukong, panting heavily, reverted from his transformation and slowly descended. He gazed at the diminutive figure, now restored to black hair and black eyes, floating in midair, and opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a single word. That power was simply too extraordinary. Uncle Wukong, who is this? Namek rushed over first, his gaze darting between Suin Wukong and Cao Xiaobai, his face a canvas of astonishment and confusion. Another Super Saiyan? And so absurdly powerful. There was no record of such a figure in history. Greetings, Namek. Cao Xiaobai floated before him, wearing an innocuous smile. I am a human from Earth. You may consider that I am not from this timeline's Earth, just like you. Those words struck Namek like a bolt from the blue, leaving him rigid with shock. How could he know my name? How does he know I am not from this timeline? Namek's brow furrowed tightly, his mind racing. A human from Earth. Yet not from this timeline. Wasn't he that precisely his own situation? Moreover, this child not only knew his name, but also possessed a terrifying power far surpassing that of Uncle Wukong. Could it be that the timeline he belonged to was even more brutal than his own, which had endured the catastrophic artificial human crisis? In an instant, Namek elevated Cao Xiaobai's danger level to the maximum in his mind. He abandoned his original plan and chose to converse with Cao Xiaobai at once. Hello, I am Namek from the future. His expression was exceedingly grave, Although I do not know your purpose for being here, I can tell you that I have come to assist Uncle Wukong and the others in overcoming the challenges ahead. At the same time, I seek their aid. Oh, Cao Xiaobai smiled and pulled out a lollipop from his pocket. If we are to speak, my goal is far less grand than yours. He unwrapped the candy and, with it in his mouth, mumbled, I merely wish to return home. To Nank, I am aware of your intentions. For the specifics, you should discuss them with Uncle Wukong. With a playful grin, Cao Xiaobai flew away to bond with Vegeta and the others. Nank stood momentarily stunned, gazing at Cao Xiaobai's retreating figure, his expression growing more serious. Nonetheless, he proceeded as planned and recounted the events concerning the artificial humans to Sun Wukong. 3 years hence, in the year 767 of the Age of the Universe, 2 exceptionally powerful artificial humans would emerge on a small island to the southwest of the southern capital. Sun Wukong listened, bewildered, yet his demeanor remained exceedingly earnest. Nank disclosed the grim news that Sun Wukong would succumb to a viral heart disease and handed him the special medicine. All of this aligned perfectly with the script in Cao Xiaobai's memory. In the distance, Bike, utilizing his extraordinary hearing, absorbed every detail. As Sun Wukong returned, having forgotten the crux of Nank's message, Bike recounted the key points, discreetly omitting Nank's relation to Vegeta. Nank glanced around but did not spot Bulma, his youthful mother, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, upon learning of Cao Xiaobai's support, he felt reassured and bid farewell to everyone. Cao Xiaobai rejoined the group. All right, you are now aware of the future crisis. He surveyed the assembly, his gaze traversing Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi. I have but one request. For the next 3 years, you all must train with me. As for Wu Fan, Uncle Wukong, and Vegeta, you are free to do as you wish. His intent was clear. Wukong and Vegeta, both scions, possessed their own growth trajectories and immense potential, requiring little intervention from him. Merely a nudge at critical moments. However, Krillin and the other Earthlings had limited potential, necessitating his personal guidance to shatter their bloodline shackles through collective resonance, transforming them into top-tier allies for the impending battles. Meanwhile, he himself needed to seize opportunities to traverse the cosmos, garnering resources to enhance his training speed. Time flew by. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the year 767 of the Age of the Universe, Cao Xiaobai and Sun Wufan had both reached the age of 8. Over these 3 years, while Earth remained tranquil, the Z fighters underwent monumental transformations. Cao Xiaobai's teammate development plan achieved resounding success. Under the influence of his bloodline resonance and the various treasures he had scavenged from the universe, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi all elevated their bloodlines to the subdivine level, completely breaking through the limitations of being Earthlings. Their power limits surged from a mere 10,000 to a staggering 50 billion. Although they were still far from reaching that limit, their baseline combat power had undergone a qualitative leap. Krillin's baseline combat power stood at 200 million, Tianjin Fan's at 220 million, Yamcha's at 180 million, Jiaozi's at 170 million. Others also progressed rapidly. Sun Wukong's baseline combat power reached 500 million, Vegeta's at 400 million, Bike's at 400 million, Sun Wufan's at 300 million. Each individual's prowess surpassed that of the original timeline by countless dimensions. Cao Xiaobai stood at the edge of the temple, observing the sparring below, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, this batch of teammates showed remarkable promise. Yet, he glanced down at his own hands. His bloodline remained at the subdivine level, unable to break through. In these 3 years, he had nearly scoured the galaxy, reaping the bloodlines of countless races, and his training speed had escalated to astronomical figures. His baseline combat power had also successfully surpassed the 1 billion mark. Yet, the barrier to a higher realm remained as impenetrable as adamantine. It seemed he would need to devise a strategy involving those few individuals. Cao Xiaobai licked his lips, a barely perceptible glint of crimson flashing in his eyes. The bloodline of Shalu must be acquired. Moreover, it must be the complete form, after absorbing number 17 and No. 18. Chapter 89. The Artificial Human Saga unfolds. In the year 767 of the Age of the Universe, on a private island near the site of the impending artificial human outbreak. In order to better monitor the androids, the affluent Bulma lavishly purchased this small island. The sun warmed the skin, accompanied by the characteristic briny scent of the sea breeze, making one irresistibly inclined to find a lounge chair for a midday nap. Atop the hill, Cao Xiaobai, clad in a deep purple training outfit, resembled a retired old gentleman as he squatted upon a smooth, sun-heated rock. At the tender age of 8, he held a nearly flavorless orange-flavored lollipop in his mouth and peered through a high-powered telescope, specially crafted by Bulma, capturing a delightful scene on the nearby beach. Within the lens, the blue-haired gentleman from the future, Trunks, was gently, perhaps somewhat clumsily, amusing the infant version of himself cradled in Bulma's arms. Little Trunks giggled, his chubby hands flailing in the air, drool cascading down his chest. "You little rascal!" exclaimed the older Trunks, extending a finger cautiously for the baby to grasp, his face beaming with an expression that was a blend of exasperation and overwhelming affection. Cao Xiaobai shifted the lollipop in his mouth, producing a satisfying crunch. If this scene were to be shared on social media, the caption would undoubtedly read, "I amuse myself." His gaze drifted from the telescope to the shadow of a large rock nearby, where Vegeta stood with arms crossed, leaning against the stone. His handsome face set in a cool demeanor, head tilted slightly upward at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of disdain for such trivial family activities. Yet, his eyes were magnetically glued to the duo of Trunks, both young and old. The complexity of his gaze was profound, intertwining awkwardness, curiosity, resistance, and perhaps more significantly, a warmth he himself might not have recognized. Not long ago, son Wukong had inadvertently let slip a hint, leading Vegeta to deduce some aspects of Trunks' identity. Well, Prince, mused Cao Xiaobai internally, envisioning this as a grand display of prideful recognition. If this were to unfold back home, it would surely make headlines. Shock. The aloof prince is revealed to be a devoted son doting on his child. Over the past 3 years, Earth had been remarkably tranquil. Under his teammates' development plan, the Z warriors had undergone a transformation of epic proportions. Now, even the weakest among them, Jiaozi, boasted a combat power exceeding 100 million. Such a formidable lineup, if placed within the original narrative, would likely allow one to skip directly from the android saga to the grand conclusion, encapsulated merely by the phrase, "They vanquished the villains." Of course, this was solely from Trunks' observational perspective. He remained oblivious to the looming presence of Cell. Thus, when he reappeared in his time machine and witnessed the astronomical combat powers of Earth's defenders, he was left utterly astonished. His face, previously marked by the solemnity of a dire future for humanity, transformed into a bewildered expression of, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here?" The weighty, desperate atmosphere of the original narrative had vanished, replaced instead by a sense of leisurely ease akin to a vacation on an island. Look, here was Trunks, heralded as a beacon of hope for the future, now engaging in childcare. Had it not been for Cao Xiaobai's warning that this timeline was far more intricate than he had anticipated, Trunks might have already summoned son Wukong to return to the future and confront the androids. Cao Xiaobai, feeling somewhat bored, lowered the telescope and stretched lazily. The joints of his 8-year-old body cracked delightfully, bringing him a sense of comfort. He glanced up at the distant, bustling skyline of Nandu, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Time was drawing near. The main event was about to commence. Boom, accompanied by the explosion of a spaceship delivering senza beans. The battle against the androids officially commenced. In the bustling commercial district of Nandu, the midday sun streamed through the gaps between towering skyscrapers, casting a lively scene of bustling pedestrians and hovering vehicles, epitomizing an era of peace and prosperity. In midair, several figures flew at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, skimming the rooftops as they conducted a meticulous search, akin to a radar sweeping the area. Krillin, Tianjinhan, Jiaozi, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Son Wukong, the Earth's mightiest warriors, were currently engaged in a mission to locate 2 unknown androids. Cao Xiaobai instantaneously teleported, silently appearing at the rear of the group. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his training outfit, his small stature seemed to blend in seamlessly. His adorably round face resembling that of a typical child being escorted by older companions on a shopping trip, devoid of any sense of incongruity. "Xiaobai, are you sure this is the right place?" Krillin slowed down and leaned in to ask quietly. Clad in the signature orange GI of the Turtle School, his shiny bald head gleamed in the sunlight. After 3 years of rigorous training, combined with Cao Xiaobai's unique bloodline resonance technique, his combat power had soared to an impressive 200 million. Yet, the prospect of confronting the terrifying android capable of matching a Super Saiyan in strength, as described by Trunks, still sent a shiver of apprehension through him. Rest assured, Uncle Krillin, Cao Xiaobai replied in a sweet, innocent tone, exuding an aura of harmlessness. However, his gaze transcended Krillin's bald head, scanning a corner of the street below. A young man clad in an eye-catching orange jacket was scanning the surroundings with intense focus, exuding an air of anxious vigilance that was palpable even from 800 meters away. Lu Ping, Cao Xiaobai sighed inwardly, silently lighting a candle for him. Brother, I'm sorry. For the smooth progression of the main storyline, your role as a renowned combat bait is essential. Just then, Lu Ping let out a blood-curdling scream tinged with terror. Sun Wukong's expression shifted instantly. All present swiftly locked onto that direction. At the street corner, an emaciated elder clad in a white robe and wearing a black hat emblazoned with the Red Star insignia was forcefully covering Lu Ping's mouth with one coarse hand. In his other hand, a sinister red glow flickered ominously, pressing tightly against Lu Ping's chest. Beneath Lu Ping's orange jacket, his body convulsed violently. He struggled, but his limbs lacked strength, and the spark in his eyes faded at a visible rate. Android 20, Dr. Gero. Beside him stood another figure, adorned with heavy clown makeup and possessing an even more rotund and comical physique, staring blankly as if awaiting orders. Android 19. Scoundrel! Krillin and the others shouted, their energy flaring momentarily as they prepared to dive into action. Wait! Cao Xiaobai's voice, though soft, fell like a bucket of cold water, halting everyone in their tracks. He pointed toward the crowd below, which was beginning to panic in response to the scream, still unaware of the situation. Do you wish to engage in battle here? We must lure them to an uninhabited area. The group paused, quickly realizing the implications. Fighting in the city would result in the collateral damage devastating half of Nandu. However, during those fleeting seconds of hesitation, Lu Ping was on the verge of losing consciousness. Cao Xiaobai snorted softly, sending a mental impulse directly into Lu Ping's hazy mind. Uncle Lu Ping, after 3 years of training, is this the best you can manage? Are you really going to be taken down in the opening act? What happened to your Wolfang fist? The voice resonated like a wake-up call. Just as Lu Ping was about to succumb, a spark ignited in his eyes. Right. I possess a combat power of 180 million. Roar. He exerted the last vestige of his strength, unleashing the residual energy within him in a sudden explosion. A powerful wave of energy detonated around him. Yet although he could not break free from Dr. Gero's grasp, this outburst momentarily stalled the Doctor's movements. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Dr. Gero's murky eyes. The energy of this earthling was unexpectedly profound, surpassing the data in his archives by more than 1,000-fold. However, that was where it ended. With a combat power of 400 million, dealing with someone who barely exceeded 200 million was more than sufficient. Just as he prepared to intensify his absorption and eliminate this unforeseen complication, a diminutive, violet figure appeared before him as if teleported, without any warning. Was it that child? Dr. Gero's electronic eye barely had time to analyze the situation. All he saw was a small foot, clad in purple kung fu shoes, rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Dr. Gero felt an overwhelming force surge from his abdomen. He was propelled backward as if struck by a high-speed maglev train, his body contorting like a shrimp, flying away at a speed several times faster than he had come. Boom! He crashed through a building at the street corner, vanishing amid a cloud of dust. Cao Xiaobai had, of course, controlled the force. He had no intention of obliterating Dr. Gero with a single kick, for he was the one to initiate the unfolding of the plot. Cao Xiaobai leisurely descended to the ground and helped the collapsed Lu Ping to his feet. All right, Uncle Lu Ping, stop playing dead. Chapter 90. The plot arrives. A heart attack, though late, has finally come. Cao Xiaobai rummaged through his pocket and produced a self-made mystical being, a high-end version with 500 million energy. During these 3 years of peace, which had nearly turned stagnant, he had focused on the transformation of energy substances, producing an abundance of such items. The costs ranged from 200 million to 500 million energy, emphasizing quantity and sufficiency. He bent down, pried open Lu Ping's mouth, and casually flicked the mystical bean inside. Boom! An energy surge several times more potent than before erupted from within Lu Ping. Once pallid and vacant, Lu Ping sprang to life, his muscles crackling as if imbued with explosive power. He looked down at his hands, feeling the tumultuous energy coursing through him. Disbelief etched across his face. My combat power. In Cao Xiaobai's view, the number above Lu Ping's head fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing at 216,000,000. The effect of near-death strengthening, intermediate, was impressive. Cao Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that true strength blossomed through real combat. After all, adversaries would not show mercy as he did, pulling their punches. Remarkably, there existed such a powerful little fellow on Earth. A chilling voice emerged from the debris-laden street corner. As the dust settled, Dr. Gero emerged slowly, brushing off the dust from his attire, an eerie, confident smile gracing his lips. His murky electronic eyes were fixed intently on Cao Xiaobai. Truly incredible. It seems you knew we would appear here, did you not? Indeed, Cao Xiaobai replied, crossing his arms. A smile on his cherubic face that belied his age. We are here to eliminate you. Yet, internally, he scoffed. Old man, what are you so confident about? If I had exerted even 1/10 of my strength, you would no longer be a collection of parts, but rather a mere speck of fundamental particles in the universe. Just you? Dr. Gero sneered, as though he had just heard the most ludicrous joke of this century. Yet, before his laughter could escape, it froze on his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures descended from above, suspending themselves in midair, surrounding him completely. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Tianjinhan, and Sun Gohan. The Z-warriors had assembled in full force. The aura emanating from each of them caused his expression to shift. All our nourishment. Dr. Gero's eyes flickered with a confident gleam. He suddenly spread his arms wide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless red energy beams erupted from his hands, not targeting any individual Z-warrior, but instead commencing an indiscriminate barrage upon the surrounding commercial streets, office buildings, and densely packed crowds. Stop! Sun Wukong's furious roar echoed like thunder. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing the next moment with a solid punch landing squarely on Dr. Gero's face. Bang! A muffled impact resonated. Dr. Gero's body jerked backward, his black hat flying off under the immense force, spinning through the air before landing on the ground. Beneath the hat, a transparent glass dome encased a still pulsating brain. Everyone was taken aback by this bizarre scene. Indeed, it was an artificial human. Cao Xiaobai felt no ripples of emotion within. Observing such a sight in an anime was one thing. Witnessing it live was merely underwhelming, lacking the visual impact of a horror film's zombies. Humph, Doctor. Gero regained his composure, his expression devoid of any pain, as he bent down to retrieve his hat and leisurely placed it back on his head. I intended to create a deserted battlefield for you, but it seems you were not appreciative. Sun Wukong surveyed the devastated streets and the panicking crowds. His eyes ablaze with fury. He pointed toward the distance and shouted, "If you wish to fight, follow me." With that, he soared into the sky, heading toward the desolate outskirts. All the Z-warriors immediately followed suit. Dr. Gero exchanged a glance with the comical artificial human, number 19. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he confidently trailed behind. Cao Xiaobai lingered at the back of the group, his small frame tracing a violet arc through the air. It appeared that the collective surge in combat power had not deviated significantly from the overarching narrative, which was reassuring. When the time for battle arrived, he needed to maintain control over the situation. These two frail and vulnerable individuals could not be allowed to perish just yet. They were the keys to unlocking the high-value targets, number 17 and number 18. If they were to perish, where would he find the perfect genetic lineage combining all the Z-warriors' genes, including those of the Scions, Namekians, and the Frisia race? His ultimate goal was, of course, the ultimate amalgamation of power, Cell, a creature embodying the genes of Scions, Namekians, and the strongest entities of the Frisia lineage. In a brief moment, the group landed upon a desolate expanse of gravel, with jagged rocks and parched earth providing an ideal battlefield. You two, come at me together. Sun Wukong stepped forward, blue energy flames erupting around him, his usual combat power of 500 million unleashed without reservation, causing the very air to hum. A wheel battle, is it? Doctor. Gero scoffed, his tone laden with blind faith and data. Very well. Number 19, go entertain Sun Wukong. The rotund, comical robot nodded, ambling forward with exaggerated steps, charging directly at Sun Wukong. The battle was about to commence. Sun Wukong's speed was akin to lightning. In his normal state, he completely overpowered number 19, whose combat power hovered around 400 million. With fists and feet flying, sonic booms erupted. Number 19 struggled to keep pace with Sun Wukong's rhythm, becoming nothing more than a punching bag. At that moment, Piccolo keenly furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. Despite enduring a relentless assault, number 19's energy showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, it seemed bottomless, an abyss of power. Old Sunday. Piccolo's voice carried a note of confusion. Cao Xiaobai clicked his tongue, hands tucked into his pockets, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Here it came, the classic plot twist. Sun Wukong's heart attack, though delayed, had finally arrived. Within the arena, Sun Wukong's offensive began to exhibit signs of impatience. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breaths grew labored. He seemed to sense the anomaly within his body and resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Kamehameha. A colossal blue energy column roared towards Android 19. The energy was executed flawlessly, leaving Cao Xiaobai inwardly astonished. This maneuver seemed to have delivered the meal directly into the enemy's mouth. As anticipated, facing this cataclysmic strike, Android 19 stood his ground, opening his arms wide. The red device in his palms emitted an eerie glow, absorbing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha entirely. With a soft beep, 19's combat power surged dramatically, surpassing the 500 million mark. The tides of battle reversed instantaneously. Android 19 launched a counterattack, leaving Sun Wukong utterly defenseless. He gasped for air, staggering a few steps back, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. His black hair began to float upward, flickering with golden light. He was preparing to transform. Uncle Wukong, stop! At that moment, Cao Xiaobai's voice resonated throughout the arena. Your current state is unsuitable for transformation. He stepped forward, tilting his head towards Lu Ping. Uncle Lu Ping, please escort Uncle Wukong home and have Aunt Chi-Chi administer his heart disease medication. Sun Wufan also reacted, anxiously explaining. Dad hasn't had a heart issue in 3 years. I thought he was fine, but it seems he hasn't escaped after all. Lu Ping nodded gravely. All right. I will take Wukong home. Wufan, stay here and assist. Sun Wukong attempted to assert himself further, but his black hair merely flickered with golden light a few more times before falling silent. With his combat power now soaring to 500 million, transforming into a Super Saiyan would exponentially increase the burden on his body. Moreover, his heart, ravaged by a virus, could not sustain such colossal energy flow. Thud. Unsurprisingly, his body failed to endure, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed backward, unconscious. Dr. Gero observed as Lu Ping swiftly departed with Sun Wukong, using the instant transmission technique. Opting not to pursue, his gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, swept across the gathered Piccolo, Wufan, Krillin, and others, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips. Very well. Who will be the next to meet their demise? Chapter 91. Vegeta. The reveal. I am also a Super Saiyan. Dr. Gero's murky electronic eyes scanned each individual present. Piccolo, Sun Wufan, Tien Shinhan. Each one merely a potential energy source awaiting absorption in his sight. The atmosphere turned frigid. Piccolo furrowed his brow, muscles taut on his purple arms. He sensed that the two androids before him were formidable adversaries. Sun Wufan wore a grave expression. With his father incapacitated, he felt compelled to step up. At that tense moment, a voice, laden with arrogance, thundered through the air. Step aside. Vegeta emerged from the crowd, hands in his pockets, striding forth with an air of nonchalance, his lips curling into a characteristic, disdainful smirk. For him, Sun Wukong's exit was not a crisis, but rather an opportunity, a chance to demonstrate to the world, and that damned cockroach, who the true warrior of the universe is. Cao Xiaobai crossed his arms, leaning against a sun-heated rock, nearly bursting into laughter at Vegeta's ostentatious entrance. Here he comes. The perennial second fiddle finally seizes the chance to take center stage. The background music, his movements, his expression management, it was as if a member of some idol group had made a surprise appearance. Piccolo snorted, watching Vegeta's retreating figure with a complex gaze. To his perception, Vegeta's standard combat power barely exceeded 400 million, comparable to his own. Even he lacked complete confidence in easily overcoming the stout android who had absorbed Wukong's Kamehameha and surpassed 500 million. What audacity! But if he wished to show off, let him encounter a setback. Oh, another one volunteering for death? Dr. Gero's electronic eyes flickered. He issued a command to Android 1919, show him what you've got. Android 19 nodded mechanically, stomping twice on the ground and charging towards Vegeta like an out-of-control tank. Boom, boom, boom. The battle erupted instantaneously. The figures of Vegeta and 19 transformed into two blurs in the wilderness. Each collision produced a thunderous roar, stirring up clouds of dust. Krillin and the others watched in trepidation. Too fast. We can't see anything. All they could discern was a blue energy aura and a white figure entangled in a chaotic struggle, with each impact sending shockwaves that trembled the earth beneath their feet. It seems Vegeta is being suppressed. Sun Wukong clenched his fists anxiously. Indeed, although the exchanges were fierce, it was evident to the discerning eye that Vegeta, with a combat power of 400 million, was at a disadvantage against Android 19, whose energy seemed nearly limitless and whose power overshadowed Vegeta's. Many of his attacks were absorbed by that bizarre palm. Yet, at the center of the fray, Vegeta displayed no signs of distress. Instead, he remained confident, even reveling in the conflict. Cao Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, akin to a fox that had spotted its prey. The lollipop stick between his teeth snapped in his grip. Here it comes. It appeared that 3 years of intense training, alongside Sun Wukong, Trunks, and his own facade of a Super Saiyan, had finally pierced through that veil for the proud Saiyan Prince. As expected, after being struck by Android 19's punch and rolling awkwardly on the ground, Vegeta not only exhibited anger but erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, quite impressive. Your combat power is indeed formidable, far surpassing that of Frieza. He slowly rose from the ground. Brushing off the dust, his eyes ablaze with a fierce battle spirit akin to a volcano's eruption. I am not someone of your ilk that you can provoke. Open your eyes wide and behold. This is the true power of the Saiyan Prince. A terrifying aura, unprecedented in its ferocity, erupted from within Vegeta. The heavens and earth trembled. A violent wind spiraled outward from him. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and countless fragments of stone were swept into the air, trembling violently. Vegeta's black hair began to rise uncontrollably, strands of golden light flashing amidst his locks, growing ever brighter and more dazzling. Accompanied by a deafening roar that split the heavens, a radiant golden flame erupted skyward, painting the entire sky in a golden hue. A dashing head of wild golden hair. A pair of cold, aloof, emerald eyes. Super Saiyan Vegeta has arrived. What? Krillin, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan. All were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them, mouths agape, eyes nearly bulging. Uncle Vegeta, Sun Wukong murmured, disbelief etched across his face. Cao Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction, discarding the now tasteless plastic stick from his mouth. Oh, this transformation effect is truly exhilarating to witness live. He mentally scrolled through comments. Well done, Your Highness. You've truly stolen the show, transforming just as Sun Wukong fell. You've perfectly seized the moment to shine. The target has been identified. Vegeta, Super Saiyan form. Battle power, 20,000,000,000,000. 2 billion. A 50-fold increase from his normal 400 million. Perfect. Cao Xiaobai gazed at the shimmering golden figure, a hint of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Akin to a farmer witnessing the fruits of his labor finally fetching a good price. However, within the processor of Android 19, there was evidently no program for shock. In its data assessment, the enemy had merely changed hair color. It continued to execute Dr. Gero's commands, charging fiercely towards Vegeta. Foolish machine. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, he materialized behind 19, a hand lightly resting upon its shoulder. 19's corpulent body stiffened suddenly, its electronic eye flickering wildly, utterly incapable of tracking Vegeta's movements. Too swift. So fast that its system could not respond. Are you looking for me? The cold voice echoed, reminiscent of the whispers of death. 19 spun around, only to be met with an exaggerated face full of mockery, alongside an iron fist that tore through the air. Bam! That punch landed squarely on 19's pallid face. A complete and utter obliteration. Purely one-sided, devoid of any rationale. Transformed, Vegeta's battle power soared to 20 billion, while 19 languished at a mere 500 million. This was no longer a battle, but a slaughter. Like a cat toying with a mouse, after several exchanges, not a single unscathed spot remained on 19's body. Aren't you quite adept at absorbing energy? Vegeta seized 19's arms, yanking them apart with force. The sharp sound of metal tearing echoed as 19's arms, along with the peculiar absorption devices in its palms, were forcibly ripped off. For the first time, fear manifested as a data stream in 19's electronic eyes. It wished to flee, but Vegeta would not afford it that opportunity. Become dust in the cosmos. He raised his hand, palm facing the terrified, retreating 19. A massive energy sphere coalescing instantly. Big bang attack. Boom. A blinding light consumed all, a colossal mushroom cloud rising over the desert. When the brilliance faded, only an unfathomable pit remained on the ground. Android 19 had been obliterated, not even a fragment left behind. Next is you, old man. Vegeta slowly turned, his icy gaze fixated upon the utterly stunned Dr. Gero nearby. How is this possible? Data error. Severe error. Doctor. Gero's brain quivered within its glass enclosure. How could such a formidable being exist on Earth? This was entirely beyond his comprehension. Flee. He must escape. Doctor. Gero turned to run, yet a golden figure appeared before him as if teleporting. Where do you think you're going? Vegeta threw a punch, the resulting wind distorting the very fabric of space. Just as that punch was about to shatter Dr. Gero into pieces, Vegeta, Cao Xiaobai's voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the arena. Vegeta jolted. That little brat. His fist instinctively veered an inch to the left. Boom. The fist grazed past Dr. Gero's body, the unimaginable terror of power obliterating his entire right arm in one blow. The immense inertia sent Dr. Gero crashing into the rocky mountainside like a ragged sack. Boom. Dust and debris flew. Vegeta, did I not mention that they might still be of use? Cao Xiaobai's voice resounded again, imbued with an undeniable authority. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, gradually retracting his fist, the golden aura around him dissipating as he returned to his normal state. He cast a complex glance at Cao Xiaobai, ultimately saying nothing. Pridefully retreating to the side, arms crossed, adopting an expression of a prince who could not be bothered to argue. Cao Xiaobai sighed in relief. That was close. He nearly allowed that overzealous individual to eliminate the main NPC. If Dr. Gero perished, who would activate androids 17 and 18? Where would he find the perfect cell lineage? Just then, amidst the haze of dust, Dr. Gero, seizing his chance, reduced his energy signature to the bare minimum, swiftly retreating like a specter towards the distant mountains. He escaped. Krillin, quick-eyed, caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow vanishing among the peaks and immediately shouted, "Pursue! Follow him!" Piccolo commanded in a low voice. The Z fighters were ready to chase after him. Cao Xiaobai smiled faintly, trailing at the back of the group, leisurely calling out, "Everyone, do not pursue too closely. Be wary of ambush." The group instinctively slowed their pace at his words. Cao Xiaobai's inner thoughts raced. Yes, this is the rhythm. You are just to feign pursuit. Pretending to be unable to catch up, do not force the actor into a corner. The narrative should unfold like this. Indeed, as he had anticipated. With the Z fighter's masterful act of feigned pursuit, Dr. Gero escaped unscathed to a concealed mountainside, hurriedly inputting a password as a heavy steel door creaked open. A vast underground research facility emerged before them. Dr. Gero stumbled inside. Boom. The door slammed shut behind him. Cao Xiaobai and the others hovered before the entrance of the facility. Damn it. He got away. Krillin fumed, punching the nearby mountainside. Humph, just a rat hole. Vegeta scoffed coldly, raising his hand to blast the door open. Wait. Cao Xiaobai's voice halted him again. He pointed at the door, a cryptic smile adorning his face. Let him go. He is delivering a package to us. Inside the research facility, Dr. Gero panted heavily, glancing at the surveillance footage displaying the group of formidable warriors outside, a flicker of mad hatred flashing in his eyes. He staggered to the innermost part of the laboratory, where two enormous stasis pods stood silently. My most perfect creations, Dr. Gero whispered, caressing the cold hatch, though your personalities may have some flaws. You are the only ones who can save me now. He initiated the unsealing procedure. Boom. At that moment, the facility's massive door was forcefully burst open by an overwhelming force. The normal Vegeta, accompanied by his companions, strode in. Found you, rat. Doctor. Gero had just grasped a gray remote control, and upon seeing the intruders, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Too late. Everything is far too late. Android 17. Android 18. Kill them. The stasis pod doors slowly opened. A handsome young man and woman emerged, their expressions cold and detached, dressed in fashionable attire. They resembled models stepped out from a trendy magazine rather than lethal weapons. They glanced at Dr. Gero, then at Vegeta and the others, their faces betraying no emotion. "As you command, Doctor," the black-haired youth, Android 17, replied coolly. He advanced towards Vegeta, seemingly intent on attacking. Yet, in the fleeting moment as he brushed past Dr. Gero, his form moved. In an instant, he was too quick. Dr. Gero felt his hand empty. The urgent stop remote had already fallen into Android 17's grasp. This bothersome object is no longer needed. Snap! On the 17th, without even a glance, he crushed the remote control beneath his foot. Dr. Gero's electronic eye widened in horror and betrayal. "Farewell, Doctor." With a blank expression, 17 kicked him away. Thud! Dr. Gero's head flew off cleanly, rolling across the ground, while the brain in the glass dome splattered into a mushy mess. "By the way, let's activate this as well. It seems like it will be quite entertaining." Number 18. The beautiful blonde girl approached another cryogenic capsule and pressed the activation button. A burly man with a red mohawk emerged. The three of them completely disregarded Vegeta and the others, as if they were mere wisps of air. "Hey, you guys." Vegeta, ignored, was furious. He raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast towards 17. Boom. The deafening explosion resonated, shaking the entire underground laboratory until it collapsed. As the dust settled, 17, 18, and 16 stood unscathed on the lawn above. 17 glanced at 16 and asked, "Hey, big guy, you can fly, right?" 16, with his expressionless face, nodded slightly. "Then let us go." The three ignored the Z fighters behind them and soared into the distance. Surprisingly, Vegeta was not consumed by rage this time. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. He transformed into a beam of golden light, calmly following after them. Trunks was momentarily stunned. He glanced at Vegeta's back and then at the retreating androids. In his future, these two androids were an unbeatable nightmare. However, upon witnessing his father's terrifying battle power of 200 billion, he suddenly felt that perhaps the androids were not so fearsome after all. With a sense of determination, he followed suit. Piccolo, Gohan, and Tianjinhan exchanged glances and also pursued. Only Krillin and Cao Xiaobai lagged behind. Krillin gazed at the wreckage with a complex expression. Suddenly, he spotted the remnants of the crushed remote control among the rubble. "Xiaobai, look at this," he said, picking it up and handing it over. "This must be the android control device, right? Though it's broken, Bulma should be able to fix it." Cao Xiaobai nodded. Krillin took a deep breath. Determination etched on his face. "Xiaobai, I feel that these newly emerged androids are quite extraordinary. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, I must take this to Bulma. It might come in handy later." "All right." Cao Xiaobai nodded again, patting his shoulder. "Uncle Krillin, you go ahead and be careful on your way." Watching Krillin rush off with the crucial item towards West City, Cao Xiaobai smiled with a fatherly pride. "Go for it, Uncle Krillin. For your future wife, charge ahead." Although this item may seem useless, it is indeed a key plot device. It is essential. After Krillin departed, Cao Xiaobai stretched lazily, looking in the direction where Vegeta and the others had pursued. A mischievous smile spread across his youthful face. The show has only just begun. He transformed into a streak of light and leisurely followed after them. Chapter 92, 200 billion battle power. A shock Trunks. Above the winding asphalt road, Cao Xiaobai instantaneously appeared in an inconspicuous spot, his small body housing a mischievous adult spirit. With a piece of clean grass root casually held in his mouth, he mimicked the swagger of a cowboy from an old movie, yet his gaze was as sharp as a master director, precisely locking onto the three figures ahead, Android 17, 18, and the silent giant 16. One cannot deny that Dr. Gero had an eye for aesthetics. 17 donned a black t-shirt paired with blue jeans, and around his neck, he flamboyantly wore an orange scarf. His handsome face was as cold as ice, making him a veritable heartthrob. 18 was even more striking. With her blonde hair and blue eyes, clad in a denim jacket and a short skirt, her long legs mesmerizing enough to make one dizzy. She was the very embodiment of a cover model stepping straight out of a fashion magazine. These were not mere weapons of destruction. They were clearly idols debuting before an audience. As Cao Xiaobai chewed on the grass root, his inner thoughts raced. What a pity that such exquisite forms were embedded with self-destruct mechanisms. The harrowing modification process must have been excruciating. At that moment, swoosh. A golden streak of light, with an incredibly domineering presence, suddenly cut through the air, crashing down in front of the trio. It was Vegeta, with arms crossed and chin held high. He exuded an air of arrogance that seemed to create an invisible but palpable realm of royalty around him. "Hey, are you three blind? Can't you see this great prince?" Vegeta's voice was as cold as ice, filled with undeniable authority. "Where are you headed?" Cao Xiaobai nearly burst out laughing, almost spitting out the grass root. The classic introduction from the prince. This familiar formula, this familiar flavor, my youth has returned. He watched with great interest, even adjusting his floating position for a more comfortable view. 18's icy blue eyes cast a cold glance at Vegeta, her lips curling into a barely perceptible smirk. "Oh, who are you? Does it matter?" Her voice, as frigid as her gaze, bore no trace of emotional fluctuation, as if she were regarding an inconvenient stone by the roadside. Ignored, Vegeta felt a soul-shattering blow. "As for us," 17 replied, hands in pockets, tilting his head, his handsome face equally expressionless. "We're simply going to find Son Goku. By the way, we're not following orders. We find this quite entertaining." Upon hearing the name Son Goku, Vegeta's eyes twitched. Again, Kakarot. Why is everyone's focus on him? "You mentioned Kakarot?" Vegeta sneered, disdain dripping from his voice. "Let me tell you the truth. He is no longer my opponent. If you seek amusement, look for me instead. I, Vegeta, will show you who is the strongest in this world." That overwhelming arrogance made even the arriving Z fighters like Piccolo raise their eyebrows. "Oh, you're so confident?" 17 seemed genuinely intrigued, appraising Vegeta as if evaluating a new toy's durability. However, 18 stepped forward. "Wait, 17, let me have a go at him." She cracked her knuckles. The sound crisp and clear. "Vegeta, is it? Let us see just how strong you truly are." The atmosphere ignited instantly. The somewhat delayed Z fighters quickly spread out, providing ample space for the impending battle. Cao Xiaobai leisurely floated to Trunks and Tianjin Han's side. Vegeta gazed at the eager 18, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. He didn't even bother to transform, maintaining his normal state as he beckoned her with a finger. "Woman, you will pay for your ignorance." Before his words could fade, 18's figure transformed into a blur, instantly appearing before Vegeta. Bang, 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 bang. The battle escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. They abandoned any flashy key attacks, engaging in pure, unadulterated physical combat. With each collision, a thunderous roar erupted. The shockwaves unleashed tore the sturdy asphalt beneath their feet into gaping chasms, while the cars by the roadside were sent tumbling into the distance as if swept away by a hurricane. Wu Fan and his companions watched in horror, cold sweat trickling down their backs. It was astonishing. In a normal state, such apocalyptic devastation could be wrought. Yet, in Cao Xiaobai's eyes, the details of this battle were magnified infinitely. After years of grueling training and the resonance of his bloodline, Vegeta's battle power in his standard form had firmly reached the threshold of 400 million. In the universe, this was a terrifying presence that even the likes of Frieza would look up to. However, his opponent was number 18, Cao Xiaobai's Eye of the Scholar, word into action, and the data on the system panel materialized clearly. Android number 18, battle power assessment, 1,480,000,000. Nearly 1.5 billion in battle power. Moreover, she possessed infinite energy. Inwardly, Cao Xiaobai couldn't help but scoff. "Your Highness, this isn't a fight. It's akin to giving her a massage, a polished one at that." As expected, the tide of battle was overwhelmingly one-sided from the very beginning. Each of Vegeta's punches, heavy and forceful, sliced through the air with a howl, yet when they struck number 18, it felt as if they were landing on cotton, effortlessly absorbed by her seemingly delicate form. Conversely, number 18's attacks appeared casual, yet each kick and chop contained a terrifying force that made even Vegeta struggle. In the mere span of a few seconds, number 18's trendy denim jacket showed not a single wrinkle, while Vegeta's combat suit, crafted by Bulma to withstand a small nuclear explosion, bore several noticeable tears. "Vegeta, is it?" A light sidekick from number 18 sent Vegeta hurtling back several meters, rolling on the ground before finally coming to a stop in a disheveled heap. She looked down at Vegeta with disappointment in her tone. "You're not as formidable as you boast." Not far away, number 17 leaned against an overturned truck, hands in his pockets, coolly interjecting, "Hey, you lot watching the show over there, if anyone dares to intervene, I won't hold back." His icy gaze swept over Piccolo, Sun Wufan, and the others, carrying an unmistakable warning. The Z fighters wore serious expressions but remained motionless. They had just witnessed Vegeta transform into a Super Saiyan, and the memory of his cataclysmic 2 billion battle power was still fresh in their minds. This minor disadvantage should merely be a warm-up for His Highness, right? Trunks and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances, unable to suppress their whispers. Is this what you described as those terrifying androids? They don't seem that impressive, Tianjin Fan remarked. Cao Xiaobai nearly burst out laughing at the comment. Tian-san, you're quite bold now. Have you forgotten that without my mass resonance teammate cultivation plan, your battle power wouldn't even surpass 100,000? You'd have to unleash everything against a mere cultivator. And now that your power has exceeded 200 million, you're starting to think that a 1.5 billion android isn't that formidable? Humanity, indeed, changes. Trunks, however, wore a grave expression, his eyes locked on No. 18 as he nodded. Yes, Mr. Tianjin Fan. These two androids are identical to the nightmares from my future world. He paused, glancing back at Vegeta, who, despite his disheveled appearance, still burned with fierce fighting spirit. But the father of this era seemed to possess even greater strength. Tianjin Fan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze instinctively drifting to the back of the group, where Cao Xiaobai, chewing on a blade of grass, appeared utterly relaxed. The strength Vegeta wielded now, including a regenerative ability reminiscent of Namekian's, was all thanks to this seemingly harmless boy. Noticing Tianjin Fan's gaze, Cao Xiaobai flashed a smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Tianjin Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his eyes reflecting a hint of respect and awe. Just then, Trunks suddenly exclaimed, "Father is about to transform." As if to validate his words, Vegeta, who had been on the receiving end of relentless blows, erupted into a manic, unrestrained laughter. "Ha! Not bad. Truly not bad. I can finally stretch my muscles." He slowly rose from the ground, brushing off the dust, his black pupils ablaze with a fire fueled by humiliation and exhilaration. "You are indeed strong, your power likely comparable to that of King Cold." However, Vegeta's lips curled into a cold, cruel smirk. "The warm-up is over. I hope you can endure a little longer beneath my transformed power." A surge of golden lightning erupted around Vegeta without warning. A terrifying aura, amplified countless times over, exploded forth like an awakened ancient beast. Accompanied by a roar that pierced the heavens, a brilliantly radiant golden flame shot skyward like a supernova. With his striking, unruly golden hair and icy, proud green eyes, the Super Saiyan, Vegeta, made his grand reappearance. 2 billion. A 50-fold increase from his standard 400 million. Neither too much nor too little, but perfectly flawless. Cao Xiaobai watched the figure bathed in golden light, as if a divine being had descended, and contentedly discarded the grass he had been chewing. Moreover, he could clearly sense that within Vegeta, the life energy belonging to Piccolo was operating at high speed, rapidly healing the abrasions and bruises sustained in battle. Near-death strengthening, intermediate, combined with rapid regeneration, beginner. The current configuration of His Highness is truly the ultimate fusion of a blood cow and a berserker. A splendid show is about to unfold. Cao Xiaobai retrieved a lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth, preparing to enjoy the impending one-sided slaughter. For the first time, an expression of surprise crossed number 18's eternally frosty face. She could distinctly feel that the aura emanating from the golden-haired man before her had expanded dozens of times in an instant, exceeding her comprehension. Yet, as a perfect android, the concept of fear did not exist in her lexicon. Bang! The two clashed again. This time, number 18's icy visage transformed from shock into sheer horror. If the earlier battle against standard Vegeta felt like striking a solid piece of wood, now it felt as if she were hitting a block forged from the hardest alloy in the universe. No, it was even harder than that. Vegeta's speed, strength, and defense had undergone a comprehensive, overwhelming enhancement. He didn't even bother with unnecessary movements, simply standing there and allowing No. 18's fists and kicks to rain down upon him like a tempest. "Is this it?" Vegeta even yawned, his face reflecting boredom and disappointment. "This prince finds your efforts laughably weak." He suddenly extended his hand, moving faster than number 18 could react, seizing her by the neck and lifting her effortlessly into the air. For the first time, a glimmer of terror flickered in number 18's eyes. Crack! Vegeta showed no mercy. twisting his wrist to shatter her arm bone. The excruciating pain elicited a muffled groan from her. Humph, utterly fragile. With a casual flick, Vegeta tossed No. 18 aside as if she were mere refuse. He then raised a foot, striking her squarely in the abdomen. Bang! On the 18th, she resembled a cannonball, forcefully propelled into the distant rock wall, resulting in a thunderous roar that shook the entire mountain. Countless stones cascaded down, burying her beneath their weight. The battle concluded with such ease, such abruptness. The fashionable denim jacket adorning 18 was now tattered, evoking a myriad of contemplations, while a trickle of blood seeped from her lips. The advantage of infinite energy appeared utterly ludicrous in the face of an overwhelming disparity in strength. "You despicable fiend!" roared 17, his voice resounding through the air. He gazed upon the battered 18, and for the first time, the perpetually stoic expression on his icy visage was overtaken by an emotion known as rage. Boom! His form transformed into a streak of black lightning, propelled by an insatiable desire for vengeance, charging towards Vegeta. Yet, despair enveloped 17, for he too was no match for Vegeta. His combat power, comparable to 18's, paled against the 200 billion power of the Super Saiyan Vegeta. The outcome remained unchanged. Bang! Another deafening explosion erupted. 17 was similarly sent flying by a single punch, collapsing not far from 18, struggling momentarily, but ultimately failing to rise. Humph, this is utterly tedious, Vegeta remarked, reverting to his normal state. He could hardly spare a glance at the pitiful siblings, merely casting an imperious silhouette towards the sky as he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens and vanishing from sight. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Goku, Tianjin Fan, and Sun Wu Fan were all rendered speechless, overwhelmed by Vegeta's overwhelming might. Among the crowd, Teinua Kasi trembled, rooted to the spot. He stared in the direction Vegeta had vanished and glanced at the two androids in the rubble, whom he regarded as lifelong adversaries, insurmountable nightmares. Was this truly how it ended? So effortlessly, so decisively. In his future, these two androids had slain Goku, Vegeta, and all the Z-fighters save for Wu Fan, transforming the world into a veritable hell on earth. He himself had struggled under their shadow for over a decade, narrowly escaping death time and again. Yet in this era, his father, the man who had always perished heroically in his memory, had utterly subdued these nightmares with an overwhelming display of dominance. Tears unwittingly welled in Teinua Kasi's eyes. He turned to Cao Xiaobai, the 8-year-old child still licking his lollipop, his gaze filled with unprecedented astonishment and gratitude. This transformation stemmed entirely from him. It was this enigmatic and powerful child who had bestowed his father with the ability to be reborn, who had radically transformed the strength of all the Z-fighters, redirecting the course of history in this era away from despair. Teinua Kasi exhaled a long, heavy breath, as if expelling all the anger, struggle, weakness, and resentment from his world. For the first time, he perceived a clear and tangible hope. Perhaps, with Cao Xiaobai's assistance, the future of his world could also be salvaged. He might even have the opportunity to vanquish those two demons that had obliterated everything he cherished. Cao Xiaobai sensed the fervent gaze of Teinua Kasi and turned to him, offering a radiant, innocuous smile, while internally devising his plans. Oh, this lad has awakened. Indeed, the hope for the future world must be prioritized. Perhaps, once the battle with Shalu concludes, I could accompany him to the future. I wonder if collecting Shalu's blood twice would yield any surprises? Contemplating this, the act of licking his lollipop became even more delightful. Chapter 93, The Divine Assimilation. Goku, the explosive surge before complete transformation. After Vegeta's golden streak vanished into the horizon, the battlefield succumbed to an eerie silence. Cao Xiaobai, with a blade of grass in his mouth, leisurely floated in midair, surveying the devastation below. The asphalt road was cratered from explosions, cars lay overturned, and in the distance, two disheveled androids sprawled in the ruins. The scene vividly depicted the aftermath of war. Yet, an inexplicable awkwardness permeated the atmosphere. Sun Wu Fan scratched his head, breaking the silence. Are we really just going to leave Uncle Goku like this? Goku, arms crossed, stood atop a shattered rock, his taut muscles glistening under the sun. He regarded the two beleaguered androids in the distance and clenched his fist, producing a series of sharp cracks. A myriad of emotions stirred within him. These 4 characters encapsulated Baiku's current state of mind perfectly. His years of diligent training seemed like a mere jest in the face of Vegeta's overwhelming display of power after his transformation. The disparity was colossal. Baiku inhaled deeply. His voice low, "Wu Fan, let them handle it themselves. You should return to care for your father." He paused, casting a glance at the silent, imposing figure of Android 16, who stood beside the siblings. That fellow would likely take responsibility for the aftermath. With that, Baiku leaped away, transforming into a purple streak of light, speeding towards the temple. Sun Wu Fan watched Baiku's retreating figure, then turned to Cao Xiaobai, scratching his head and revealing his signature naive grin. "Cao Xiaobai, I'll head back now." "My dad." Cao Xiaobai waved his hand. "Go on. Remember to give Uncle Wukong his medicine." "All right," Sun Wu Fan affirmed, then took off. Tianjin Fan and Jiao Zi exchanged glances. "Tiangu?" Jiao Zi whispered. Tianjin Fan nodded. "Yes, we should leave too." He turned to Cao Xiaobai, offering a solemn nod of respect before departing with Jiao Zi into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling battlefield was left with only Cao Xiaobai as an observer, along with the 3 androids. Cao Xiaobai spat out the tasteless blade of grass from his mouth, adjusting to a more comfortable position in midair. With his hands behind his head, his legs swung leisurely. Thus, he found himself locked in a silent gaze with the imposing Android 16. A moment passed, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, before Cao Xiaobai could no longer contain himself. He grinned and spoke. "Hey, brother 16, aren't you going to check on them?" The emotionless mechanical eyes of 16 slowly shifted towards Cao Xiaobai. His voice was deep, resonating as if emanating from a metallic resonance chamber. "They are not as fragile as you imagine." No sooner had he spoken than a fit of painful coughing erupted. Android 17 struggled to rise from the rubble, one hand clutching his abdomen, his face pale and cold sweat pouring from his forehead. His ostentatious black t-shirt had long been shredded, revealing his muscular physique. Not far away, Android 18 also shakily managed to stand. Her condition was even more dire than 17's. One arm hung limply, evidently broken. Her once fashionable denim jacket was now a tattered remnant, resembling the attire of a beggar scavenged from a garbage heap. Her face, which had always been as cold as ice, was now smeared with dust and blood, a trickle of crimson seeping from her lips. The phrase "utterly pitiful" had, for the first time, manifested upon this once cold android. Cao Xiaobai beheld this scene, his mind racing with thoughts. How stark was this contrast? Just moments ago, they were merciless killing machines, and now they appeared as vulnerable little lambs in need of protection. "Dr. Galuo, your aesthetic sense is truly remarkable." As the woeful figure of 18 approached, any reasonable man would surely feel a pang of sympathy, wouldn't he? "Ah, Clin, that fellow must be enduring quite a trial." Just as Cao Xiaobai was internally lamenting this situation, a white gust of energy surged from the distance. "Wait!" A familiar voice echoed. Cao Xiaobai paused and turned his head. Lo and behold, it was Clin. That rotund, bald head gleamed under the sun, reflecting a dazzling light. He soared breathlessly above the battlefield, tightly clutching the remote control device that Bulma had repaired. Emergency stopped the androids. Upon landing, Clin's gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield, overturned cars, shattered pavement, and there, amidst the debris, sat 18, battered and bruised, with one arm hanging limply. His mind momentarily short-circuited. Wasn't this android supposed to be the harbinger of doom? Wasn't it supposed to wreak havoc upon the earth? Yet, what Clin saw before him was a pitiful, fragile, disheveled blonde beauty. Both 18 and 17 caught sight of Clin, or more accurately, the remote control in his hand. Their pupils constricted in unison, their bodies instinctively tensing. Fear, an existential dread that emanated from the depths of their souls. With the mere press of a button, he could not only render them dormant, but could also trigger the explosives within them, obliterating them into nothingness. Clin and 18 exchanged a glance, their eyes locking in the air. From those icy blue orbs, Clin perceived terror, despair, and perhaps a flicker of faint hope. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. That was not the gaze of an evil android. It was the look of a living soul confronting death. Clin's hand began to tremble, his mind racing in turmoil. Trunks had warned him that these 2 androids would annihilate everything in the future. Yet, that was the future. In this moment, they had committed no such acts. Moreover, they were once human, merely altered by the deranged Dr. Gero. None of this was their fault. Clenching his teeth, Clin struggled, tormented by his decision. At last, he stomped his foot down with resolve. Bam! He smashed the remote control against the ground. Then, raising his foot, he crushed it. Crack! The device shattered into countless pieces. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. 18's pupils quivered violently. She stared at the pile of fragments on the ground, utterly stunned. Deep within her, an emotion long frozen in time stirred, gently prodded awake. A subtle, yet unmistakable sensation. 17 was also taken aback, his gaze toward Clin filled with complexity. Clin scratched his bald head, his cheeks flushed. He dared not meet 18's eyes, lowering his head like a guilty schoolboy. I heard that you were once human. Although I don't understand why you became like this, please. He inhaled deeply, abruptly raising his head with determination. Do not destroy the earth. I beg you. With that, he bowed deeply. 18 gazed at Clin's glimmering bald head, opening her mouth to utter something, but found her throat constricted, unable to voice a single word. Clin looked up again, scanning the area until he spotted a toppled truck at the roadside, its cargo area ajar. It was a clothing delivery truck, with garments strewn about. Clin's eyes lit up. He rushed over, using his not-so-mighty yet powerful frame to lift the several-ton truck effortlessly. With a grunt, Clin set the truck down firmly on the road. The driver, trembling in the cab, looked at Clin as if he were a monster. Clin patted his hands together and flashed an awkward smile. My apologies. Consider this a reward for your rescue. I just need to grab a few things. Without waiting for a response, he rummaged through the scattered clothes. Soon, he found a brand-new denim jacket and skirt, resembling the tattered outfit 18 wore. Holding the clothes, Clin blushed deeply as he approached 18 step by step. His heart raced so rapidly he could hear the pounding in his ears. Why your clothes are torn, he stammered. His voice barely above a whisper. Take this. He extended the garments toward 18, nearly bursting into flames from embarrassment. Then, he pulled out 2 small green beans from his pocket. And this, it's a senzu bean. Consuming it will restore your health instantly. I heard you were once human. So it should be effective for you, right? After speaking, he turned abruptly, as if he had committed a transgression, ready to flee. Wait. 18's voice rang out. Clin's body froze in place. He felt a cool breath drawing near from behind. Then, a soft, warm pair of lips gently pressed against his cheek, a light kiss. Clin's mind went blank, as if struck by lightning, standing there in stunned silence, his face burning crimson. 18's voice reached his ears, laced with a hint of awkwardness and pride. Fool, don't think this means I owe you a debt of gratitude. With that, she took the clothes and senzu beans. Turning to join 17 and 16, she bit into the senzu bean and swallowed it. In an instant, a gentle yet powerful surge of life energy erupted within her. Fractured bones mended instantly. Torn skin healed at an astonishing rate. The injuries on her body visibly restored. 18 flexed her arm, feeling the invigorating power coursing through her. Casting a complex glance at Clin. Then, she stepped into the overturned truck's cargo area to change into her new attire. When she re-emerged, she had regained her icy demeanor, though a subtle softness lingered in her gaze. 17 also consumed a senzu bean, his wounds healed. 16 remained silent, standing quietly nearby. 18 approached Clin, looking down at him, and softly declared, "We are leaving." Oh, all right, Clin stammered, still dazed from the kiss. 18, 17, and 16 soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Cao Xiaobai floated midair, having witnessed this melodramatic scene unfold. Observing Clin's dazed expression, he couldn't help but smirk. TSK, TSK. Cao Xiaobai shook his head and drifted closer to Clin, a mischievous grin on his face. Uncle Clin, I know you're a soft-hearted person, but if you need assistance, I could always give 18 another thrashing, and you could step in to offer comfort. What? Clin snapped back to reality, his face flushing a deep red. Xiaobai, what nonsense are you spouting? Honestly, it's not what you think, he exclaimed, flailing his hands in panic, nearly combusting from embarrassment. Really, I just feel they are quite pitiful. Is that so? Cao Xiaobai drawled, wearing a skeptical expression that said he didn't quite believe him. Kellen appeared increasingly uncomfortable, scratching his bald head and stammering for quite some time before finally uttering, Xiaobai, please refrain from making wild assertions. I shall take my leave. With that, Kellen transformed into a streak of white light and fled in disarray. Cao Xiaobai watched his retreating figure, grinning like a cunning little fox that had just pilfered a chicken. the bald little fellow is finally on the brink of a new dawn. Alas, in the original narrative, you two would have to wait several years before becoming entwined. Now that the plot has been thrown into disarray, perhaps your progress could be expedited? As Cao Xiaobai was indulging in his inner monologue, a sudden shift in his expression occurred. Two formidable auras emerged. One was familiar yet ancient, imbued with divine authority, while the other, equally known but colder and more profound, resembled an abyss. Bic and the celestial god. Cao Xiaobai squinted, licking his lips in anticipation. It seems that the moment has finally arrived. Without hesitation, he activated his instant teleportation. A hum resonated as the space around him warped. In the blink of an eye, Cao Xiaobai found himself atop the temple. The temple, a mysterious edifice floating amidst the clouds, now enveloped in a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. The air seemed to solidify. Cao Xiaobai stealthily materialized in a corner of the temple, silent as a lurking kitten. In the center of the temple stood Bic and the celestial god, facing each other, separated by less than 3 meters. The icy aura emanating from Bic seemed to lower the temple's temperature by several degrees, while the seemingly frail and elderly celestial god exuded an undeniable authority. Cao Xiaobai's scholar's eye rapidly scanned the celestial god. Celestial god, combat power, 11,500. Oh my! Cao Xiaobai gasped internally. A combat power just over 10,000. To think that in the original narrative, the celestial god was purely a support character, with a combat power barely reaching a few hundred. Evidently, these past years had not been idle for the old man. Perhaps he was spurred into action by Bic's progress, secretly honing his own abilities. The celestial god's murky eyes shone with unexpected brilliance as he regarded Bic, speaking solemnly. Bic, I sense that something ominous is on the horizon. The earth is under siege by malevolence. Bic furrowed his brow. Are you implying that it is unrelated to those two artificial beings? The celestial god shook his head. Indeed, this malevolence is far more potent than those two artificial beings. Moreover, it is growing at an astonishing pace. Not long ago, it was not nearly as formidable. The celestial god paused, suddenly shifting his gaze to the corner, pinpointing Cao Xiaobai's location with uncanny accuracy. Perhaps that fellow cannot even handle Xiaobai. Am I correct, Xiaobai? Cao Xiaobai grinned widely, stepping out of the shadows with poise. Indeed, your keen eyes have not dulled, Grandpa Celestial God. He approached the two and nodded earnestly. You are correct. He is not my match at present. However, he may soon surpass me. Bic's brow knitted tighter. If even Cao Xiaobai, the most brazen and shameless yet powerful creature he had encountered, declared such a foe insurmountable, it was a grave matter. Bic clenched his fist tighter. Cao Xiaobai observed Bic's tense demeanor, internally mocking him. Uncle Bic, I speak only the truth. But I never claimed I couldn't contend with Shalu. The time simply has not yet arrived. Your fusion with the celestial god is a classic moment in the original narrative. How could I disrupt that? He licked his lips, a hint of nearly imperceptible crimson flickering in his gaze. What I seek is the blood of a complete Shalu. The celestial god sighed deeply, regarding Bic with a bittersweet but resolute tone. Bic, let us fuse. Rest assured, everything will be under your command. This way, you may still be of assistance. Bic fell into silence, glancing at Cao Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Uncle Bic, the decision is yours to make. I will not choose for you. After a moment's reflection, Bic could distinctly sense the elusive yet palpable aura of malevolence in the air. It was cunningly concealed, but as a former demon, his perception of evil far surpassed that of ordinary beings. That presence was perilous, extremely perilous. Is that entity an artificial being? Bic inquired of Cao Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai nodded. Indeed, it is Dr. Gero's ultimate masterpiece. Bic inhaled deeply, raising his gaze to the celestial god with unwavering determination. Very well, I consent to the fusion. The celestial god's face broke into a faint smile of relief. Then let us commence. Chapter 94. The Will of the Demon King. Bic slaughters the first form of Shalu. Bic and the celestial god stood face to face, the air thick with an indescribable tension, akin to the calm before a storm. The celestial god's voice, aged yet gentle, instructed, simply place your hand upon my chest. Bic nodded, taking a deep breath as he slowly raised his right hand and pressed it against the celestial god's chest. In the next instant, boom, a blinding white light erupted. Cao Xiaobai instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. The brilliance was overwhelming, akin to two suns exploding simultaneously. The entire temple was engulfed in this radiance. Squinting through his fingers, Cao Xiaobai caught a glimpse of Bic and the celestial god's forms merging in an indescribable manner. Two energy masses collided and intertwined in a frenzy before ultimately coalescing into one. As the light gradually dimmed, only one figure stood at the center of the temple, Bic, or rather, the fused Bic. He slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, deep, ancient, yet brimming with power. Bic raised his hand, gazing at his palm with shock. "Celestial God?" he murmured. "Lord Bic," Mr. Bobo exclaimed, his voice trembling beside him. Bic turned to face Bobo, pausing momentarily before speaking. "I am neither the celestial god nor Bic. I possess the memories of both individuals, but you may call me Bic." He paused again, a smile playing on his lips, for Bic's will has assumed dominance. Upon hearing this, Cao Xiaobai grinned widely, discarding the tasteless root he had been chewing and drifting before Bic. "Ah, the combat power is soaring, Uncle Bic." His scholar's eye had already begun scanning. The data surged before his eyes. Bic, after fusing with the celestial god combat power 16,000,000,000,000, 16 billion. Cao Xiaobai internally exclaimed in disbelief. From 400 million to 16 billion? That is a staggering 40-fold increase. Has Uncle Bic taken some sort of enhancement? In the original narrative, Bic's combat power increased from 100 million to 1 billion after fusing with the celestial god, a mere 10-fold increase. But now 40-fold? Cao Xiaobai swiftly calculated in his mind, correlating it with the previous fusion with Niru's power levels. After a moment, he reached a conclusion. It seems that the amplification factor from the Namekian's fusion is contingent upon the disparity in strength between the two parties. The greater the disparity, the higher the amplification. Understanding this, Cao Xiaobai raised his thumb in admiration for Bic. "Impressive," he stated sincerely. In the present moment, if Bic does not transform, Cao Xiaobai would find himself unable to contend with him. It is crucial to note that Cao Xiaobai's current base combat power stands at 1 billion, while Bic possesses a staggering 160 billion. This creates a disparity of 16-fold. Should a confrontation arise, without transformation, Cao Xiaobai would undoubtedly be subdued. However, Cao Xiaobai licked his lips, not feeling particularly concerned. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power amplifies 50-fold, resulting in a combat strength of 500 billion, thus maintaining superiority over Bic. It must be acknowledged that Bic's recent advancement is indeed remarkable. He feels an unprecedented surge of power coursing within him. Clenching his fist, arcs of electricity flicker around it. He inhales deeply, as his long-suppressed confidence resurfaces. For years, he has existed in the shadows of monsters like Cao Xiaobai, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong. No matter how diligently he trained, he could never keep pace with them. The overwhelming sense of helplessness and defeat nearly crushed him. Yet now, things are different. Bic has returned. He strides to the edge of the temple, gazing down at the vast expanse of land below. Squinting his eyes, he can distinctly sense the energy of every individual on Earth. There it is, the malevolent energy has been located. A cold smile creeps across Bic's lips. In the next moment, he transforms into a streak of green light, soaring into the sky. His speed is astonishing. Cao Xiaobai watches Bic's retreating figure, grinning widely. "Oh dear. Uncle Bic, please do not kill your opponent," he thinks to himself, chuckling. Despite his words, he understands that Bic would not do such a thing. Currently, Bic resembles a ferocious beast that has just been released from its cage, yearning for a thrilling battle to unleash his power. And Cell serves as the perfect sparring partner. Without hesitation, Cao Xiaobai activates instant transmission. The space warps around him, and in the blink of an eye, he appears not far behind Bic. The two of them race forward in unison. Soon, they arrive at a city. Cao Xiaobai hovers in the air, surveying the scene below. His brows furrow slightly. The city is eerily silent. The usual bustling traffic and lively chatter have vanished, leaving behind an unsettling stillness. The streets are deserted, littered with scattered debris. His pupils constrict as he notices clothing strewn about, jackets, t-shirts, jeans, skirts, chaotically scattered as if their owners had suddenly evaporated. No, it is not evaporation. Cao Xiaobai perceives something even more horrifying. Human skin, dehydrated, wrinkled, resembling the remnants of life drained of all moisture, lying lifelessly on the ground like empty husks. A chill runs down his spine. Cao Xiaobai licks his lips, realizing the dire situation. Cell, that abomination, has been absorbing humans, inserting his appendage into their bodies, siphoning their life, energy, and genetic material, leaving behind mere shells. The inhabitants of this city have all been drained dry. Cao Xiaobai scans his surroundings. A faint metallic scent of blood lingers in the air, accompanied by an indescribable stench. He grimaces. It is utterly revolting. Ahead, Big stands atop a skyscraper, looking down at the devastation with clenched fists. Damn it, he mutters under his breath. Cao Xiaobai can sense the anger in Big's voice. Even as a former demon, even as the ruthless incarnation of Big the Demon King, witnessing such a scene evokes fury. This is Earth, the very place he now protects. A peculiar sound emerges from behind, a soft, yet distinctly audible footfall in the silence of the city. Cao Xiaobai turns to look, spotting Cell. The grotesque monster approaches Big step by step, his appearance identical to what Cao Xiaobai remembers, Cell in his first form, draped in dark green exoskeleton, with a long, thick tail trailing behind him, its tip forming an aperture capable of opening. A sinister and eerie expression adorns his face, a cold smile forming at the corners of his lips as he edges closer to Big. In Cell's database, Big's combat power pales in comparison. After absorbing so many humans, Cell's own strength has surged to nearly 800 million, granting him an undeniable edge. By absorbing Big, his power could ascend even higher. Big has already sensed the commotion behind him. He does not turn around but stands resolutely, his back to Cell. As Cell closes the distance, within 10 meters, Big spins around, his gaze as cold as steel. "You monster," he articulates each word with conviction. Cell halts, scrutinizing Big with contempt and derision. "Heh," Cell emits a low, mocking laugh. "It's merely the natural order. Weakness is preyed upon by the strong. Do you not comprehend this?" Big snorts disdainfully. "Humph." He tightens his fist. Cao Xiaobai, hovering above, observes the shifting expressions on Big's face: anger, disgust, and a hint of complexity. Had this been the old Big, he might have agreed with Cell's sentiments. For he once held a similar belief. The survival of the fittest is the essence of the world. Yet now, after merging with the Kai, Big's mindset has undergone a subtle transformation. His mind is now filled with memories not his own, those belonging to the Kai, encompassing the resolve to protect Earth, reverence for life, and a dedication to kindness and justice. These ideals challenge Big's original values, causing his emotions to spiral into confusion. Cell, however, pays no heed to Big's internal struggle. He has no intention of engaging in idle chatter. In the next instant, Cell makes his move. His speed is remarkable. Transforming into a dark green blur, he lunges directly at Big. Demon Flash. Cell raises his hand, a spiral energy beam coalescing at his fingertips. That is Big's signature technique. Having absorbed Big's cells, Cell can wield this power. The energy beam screams forth, tearing through the air. Big squints his eyes. He does not evade. Instead, he raises a hand. With a swift motion, he easily catches the energy beam. Cell's pupils dilate in shock. What? His demon flash has been caught so effortlessly. Big tightens his grip. Boom. The energy beam is crushed, shattering into countless fragments that dissipate into the air. Before Cell can react, Big is already upon him. His speed so swift that Cell is left with no time to respond. Bang! A powerful punch lands squarely in Cell's abdomen. Cell's body curls up like a shrimp, spewing forth a torrent of green liquid. He is propelled backward like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, Cell plows through 3 buildings, ultimately crashing to the ground, leaving a long trench in his wake. Cao Xiaobai hovers in the air, marveling at the spectacle. Zay Zay. Bike Shushu intends to engage in a game of cat and mouse, and he perceives it well. Bike is not utilizing his full strength. His previous strike was merely a probing gesture. Had he unleashed his complete power, Shala would have been obliterated by now. Amidst the ruins, Shala struggles to rise, clutching his abdomen, his complexion ashen. That blow was excruciating. This is not right. Bike's strength should not be this formidable. According to his database, Bike's combat power is merely in the tens of thousands. Yet the force behind that punch far exceeds 1 billion. Shala grits his teeth, no longer holding back. He clasps his hands together at his waist. Kamehameha. A blue energy sphere coalesces in his palms, the energy intensifying, growing larger by the moment. The air around him begins to warp. Wave. Boom. The blue energy beam surges forth with a deafening roar. Its power is sufficient to effortlessly annihilate an entire city. Bike stands firm, observing the approaching energy beam with disdain. Is this all? He raises a hand, applying slight pressure. Slap. That terrifying energy beam is unexpectedly swatted away. Rumbling. The energy beam alters its trajectory, soaring into the sky, ultimately exploding in the clouds, creating a massive hole. Shala is utterly bewildered. How is this possible? Seizing the moment of Shala's astonishment, Bike charges forward once more. His fists rain down upon Shala like a tempest. Bang, 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 bang. Each strike elicits agonized cries from Shala. He attempts to resist, but it is futile. Bike's speed is too swift. His strength is overwhelming. Shala cannot keep pace. In mere seconds, the shell on Shala's body begins to crack. Viscous green liquid oozes from his wounds. He is in a pitiful state. Bike delivers a fierce kick to Shala's chest. Shala is sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Bike descends slowly, confronting Shala from above. Speak. Bike's voice is icy. What exactly are you? Where do you come from? What is your purpose? Shala lies on the ground, breathing heavily, his wounds continuing to bleed. He raises his head, his eyes filled with shock and terror. Who are you? Shala's voice trembles. Bike cannot possibly be this powerful. Bike smirks coldly. I am Bike. However, he pauses. I am much stronger now than I was before. Shala grits his teeth, aware that his situation is perilous. Yet, he possesses a trump card. As long as he can buy time, as long as he can absorb number 17 and number 18, he can evolve into his perfect form. At that point, this Bike will be nothing but an ant. With this thought, Shala takes a deep breath, deciding to stabilize Bike first. Thus, he begins to speak. I am Shala, the strongest android created by Dr. Geluo. I have fused the cells of all the strongest beings, Scions, Namekians, Frisia. Once I absorb number 17 and number 18, I will evolve into my perfect form, and I shall become the strongest existence in this universe. The more Shala speaks, the more fervent he becomes, his eyes glinting with a pathological madness. Bike listens to Shala's words, his brow furrowing deeper. You claim to have the cells of all the strongest beings inside you, including mine. Shala nods. Indeed, your regenerative abilities, Sun Wukong's combat talent, Frisia's potential, all reside within me. I am the perfect creation. Bike snorts disdainfully. If that is the case, he raises a hand, gathering energy in his palm. Then you shall perish. Shala's pupils constrict. This is bad. He suddenly raises both hands. Solar flare. A blinding white light erupts. Bike instinctively shuts his eyes. Now, seizing the opportunity, Shala propels himself upward, transforming into a blur as he flees into the distance. His speed is at its utmost. Escape. I must escape. This Bike is too strong to contend with. If only he can evade capture and find number 17 and no. 18, he still has a chance. However, just as Shala believes he can escape, a chilling voice resonates behind him. Do you think that upon learning you possess the cells of all beings, I would be unprepared? Shala's entire body stiffens. He whirls around to find Bike coldly standing behind him. Bike's eyes remain unaffected by the solar flare. He raises both hands, a massive energy sphere coalescing in his palms. The sheer force of that energy sends Shala into a quivering panic. Die. Boom. The enormous energy wave surges forth. Aya. Shala emits a desperate scream, exerting all his strength to resist, but it is utterly futile. The energy is overwhelmingly powerful, instilling despair within him. Just as Shala is on the verge of total annihilation, a golden figure suddenly appears before him. The figure raises a hand, effortlessly catching Bike's energy wave. Golden flames blaze upon his form, radiating an overwhelming aura. Bike's pupils constrict. Cao Xiaobai. Indeed, the one who has arrived is none other than Cao Xiaobai. At this moment, he has transformed into a super scion, with golden hair and emerald eyes, exuding a terrifying presence. Cao Xiaobai grins widely, casually supporting Bike's energy wave as if it were a basketball. Then, with a flick of his wrist, boom. The energy wave is hurled into the sky, exploding amidst the clouds. Shala stares at the golden-haired youth before him, utterly stunned. Saved. No, wait, who is this person? Why is he saving me? Cao Xiaobai turns to face the incapacitated Shala, a flicker of almost imperceptible crimson light flashing in his eyes. Run. Cao Xiaobai states flatly. Shala is momentarily taken aback. Then without further ado, he turns and flees, vanishing into the horizon like a shadow. Bike watches the direction in which Shala has escaped, his brow furrowed tightly. Cao Xiaobai. He abruptly spins around, glaring at Cao Xiaobai. What do you mean by this? Why save him? Cao Xiaobai dispels his Super Saiyan form. Floating in midair with his hands resting behind his head, looking innocently at Bike. Uncle Bike. Cao Xiaobai grins. A foe like this, you find tedious, do you not? Why not allow him to grow stronger? Bike is taken aback. What? He can hardly believe his ears. Do you know what you are saying? Bike steps closer to Cao Xiaobai. That would result in the deaths of many people. The earth would plunge into a greater crisis. You, Cao Xiaobai waves his hand, his expression suddenly turning serious. Uncle Bike, he articulates slowly, is your will truly so fragile? Are you not being influenced by the memories of the Grand Elder? Bike shudders. A flood of images flashing through his mind. The Grand Elder's memories, the unwavering dedication to protect the earth, the steadfastness of goodness and righteousness, all collide with his thoughts. He clutches his head, his face contorting in anguish. No, Bike mumbles to himself. Who am I? I am Bike. I am the Demon King. But Cao Xiaobai hovers in midair, remaining silent, simply watching Bike. He understands that Bike is currently embroiled in an inner struggle. The wills of the Grand Elder and Bike clashing within him. After a moment, Bik abruptly lifted his head, his gaze resolutely firm once more. Indeed, he stated word by word, I am Bik. I am the Demon King, not a deity. Do not let that influence my will. He inhaled deeply, a hint of a familiar sardonic smile gracing his lips. Little ghost, Bik said, fixing his eyes on Cao Xiaobai, you are correct. I am Bik. Even if the earthlings are gone, the Dragon Balls remain to resurrect them. My current strength is overwhelming. He flexed his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing. I wish to discover the limits of my power. Upon hearing this, Cao Xiaobai grinned broadly, giving a thumbs up. Now this is the Bik I know. Bik snorted dismissively. However, Cao Xiaobai swiftly changed the subject. But there is no need for such trouble, Uncle Bik. We can continue to hinder Shalu from consuming humans. If he cannot feed, he will inevitably seek out number 17 and number 18. Then, Cao Xiaobai licked his lips. You can have a glorious battle with him. After a moment of contemplation, Bik nodded. That is also a viable strategy. Observing Bik's expression, Cao Xiaobai's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, Bik was still under the influence of the deity. Although he spoke harshly, his actions were beginning to gravitate towards justice. In the original narrative, Bik perished protecting Wufan, marking his complete transformation from a demon to a warrior. Now, Cao Xiaobai narrowed his eyes. This evolution was still deepening. He floated in midair, gazing at the distant ruins, plotting his next move. Shalu had fled, and he would undoubtedly seek out number 17 and number 18 next. What Cao Xiaobai desired was the blood of the complete Shalu. That was his true objective. Chapter 95, The Birth of Complete Shalu. Cao Xiaobai hovered in the air, observing the desolate city below, once bustling with life. Shalu crouched atop a building, exuding an aura of agitation. His tail, akin to an enraged serpent, lashed violently behind him. TSK, Cao Xiaobai chuckled. This fellow is about to explode, isn't he? Indeed. Shalu was on the brink of madness. In recent days, he had been incessantly tormented by Cao Xiaobai and Bik. Every time he found a group of humans ready for a sumptuous feast, those two accursed beings would suddenly appear. Either Bik's icy visage or that golden-haired brat's grinning face would materialize. And what happened next? They did not kill him, but merely stood by, silently observing him, as if he were a mere jester. Should Shalu dare to absorb humans, Bik would kick him away, or that little ghost would hurl an energy wave at him. Not heavy, but utterly infuriating. The flames of rage within Shalu could incinerate an entire city. Damn it! Shalu bellowed, raising his hands and unleashing a barrage of energy waves into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted, and mushroom clouds blossomed in the heavens. Cao Xiaobai, from a distance, squinted to take in the spectacle. Venting emotions, are we? He licked his lips, sensing that Shalu was ready to concede. This guy had finally come to a realization. You want to let me consume humans, Shalu muttered hoarsely. Then what is your objective? He suddenly lifted his head, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. I understand. You wish for me to grow stronger, but not through the absorption of humans. Shalu's voice escalated in intensity. It is through the absorption of number 17 and number 18. Am I correct? You want to witness my transformation into completeness. Then, a sickly smile crept upon Shalu's lips. You wish to battle the complete me, do you not? Cao Xiaobai, still suspended in the air, remained silent, merely smiling in response. Clever, Shalu noted, confirming his suspicions. Excellent. Taking a deep breath, Xiaolu stood tall, his energy surging exponentially. Very well, his voice cold as steel. I shall do as you wish. Once I locate number 17 and number 18. Once I attain completeness, the first to perish will be you. With that, Xiaolu transformed into a green blur, shooting towards the horizon. Cao Xiaobai remained where he was, watching Xiaolu's retreating figure, his smile widening. Now this is more like it. Go on, seek your number 17 and number 18. He extended 2 fingers to his forehead, closing his eyes to sense Bic's energy. Found it. Came house. The space around him distorted, and Cao Xiaobai vanished from his location. At this moment, Came House was enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Number 17, number 18, and number 16. The 3 androids stood silently on a small island not far from Came House, resembling 3 cold statues. Inside Came House, Clin, Tianjin Fan, Lepin, and Wufan stood by the window, their expressions grave. Were they truly waiting? Clin swallowed hard. Tianjin Fan nodded. We have been waiting for nearly 2 hours without moving. Lepin frowned. I have never witnessed such calmness in an enemy before. Wufan said nothing, his gaze fixed intently on number 17, aware that the being's combat prowess far surpassed his own. Just then, a powerful energy suddenly surged. Clin and the others whipped around. That energy is Bic. Indeed, Bic had arrived. He descended slowly at the entrance of Came House, his deep-set eyes surveying the gathered individuals. Bic. Clin rushed out. What brings you here? Bic did not respond. Instead, he turned towards the 3 androids on the distant island. Are they waiting for Wukong? Bic asked flatly. Clin nodded yes. But Wukong is ill and cannot move. Bic scoffed coldly. Then let me entertain them. With that, he leaped forward, transforming into a streak of green light as he sped towards the island. Bic. Clin called out, attempting to stop him, but Bic had already vanished into the distance. On the island, number 17 sensed Bic's energy and raised his head slightly. He has arrived. Number 18 stood beside him. That Namekian? Number 16 remained silent, merely watching as Bic landed before them. Bic touched down, arms crossed, coldly observing the 3 androids. I hear you are looking for son Wukong? Number 17 chuckled. Indeed. We intend to kill him, but it seems he is unwell. Number 17 shrugged. Then we shall wait until he recovers to kill him. After all, we have all the time in the world. Upon hearing this, Bic's gaze turned icy. You may wish to kill son Wukong, but I shall not allow it. No. 17 raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you intend to do? Bic sneered. Let me witness just how weak your strength is compared to Vegeta. As his words fell, Bic's energy erupted instantaneously. Boom. A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across the entire island like a tsunami. Clin and the others at Came House were knocked back repeatedly by this force. How powerful! Clin's eyes widened. Why is Bic's energy so terrifying? Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth. What has he truly experienced? On the island, the formidable aura of Piccolo enveloped 17, causing the smile on his face to gradually fade. This energy made 18 frown in concern. Something was amiss. The crimson eyes of 16 sparkled ominously. The combat power was incalculable. We must flee. What? Both 17 and 18 widened their eyes in disbelief. Incalculable? What nonsense is this? 17 inhaled deeply, understanding the gravity of the situation. Today, they were destined for a fierce battle. 18, he spoke in a hushed tone. Let us attack together. 18 nodded affirmatively. Very well. In the next moment, both charged towards Piccolo with unparalleled speed. Piccolo narrowed his eyes. He did not evade. Instead, he merely raised one hand. With a resounding clap, he effortlessly caught 17's fist. 17's pupils constricted in shock. What? Before he could react, Piccolo swung his other hand towards 18. Bang! 18 was sent flying by a single strike, crashing into the sea and sending up a massive column of water. 17 gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to retract his fist. But Piccolo's grip was like an iron vice. It was impossible to break free. 17 lifted his head, gazing at Piccolo's frigid expression. A wave of unprecedented fear surging within him. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Piccolo's lips. Indeed, you are quite weak. With that, he swung his arm, flinging 17 away. The latter spun through the air several times before crashing onto the beach, carving a deep trench in the sand. Krillin and the others stood at the entrance of Came House, utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! Lipping swallowed hard. Is Piccolo truly this formidable? Tianjin Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, a complex emotion swelling in his heart. Once upon a time, He and Bika stood as equals. But now, the disparity was despairingly vast. Wukong clenched his fists. Uncle Bika has grown stronger, he murmured. On the island, 18 emerged from the sea, drenched, in her expression a stark reflection of distress. 17. She rushed to his side. Are you all right? 17 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. I am unharmed. He raised his head, eyes filled with defiance as he looked at Bika in the distance. Let us attack together. 18 nodded. All right. The two charged towards Bika once more, this time with enhanced synergy. 17 launched a frontal assault, while 18 executed a lateral ambush. Yet Bika remained unfazed. He blocked 17's attack with his left hand while seizing 18's leg with his right. Then, with a powerful motion, he slammed 18's leg against 17. They collided with a dull thud. Bika did not relent. He swiftly appeared above them, hands clasped together, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. Both 17 and 18 were driven into the ground, creating a massive pit. Dust and debris erupted. Bika hovered in the air, surveying the chasm below with a subtle smile. It appears, he mused, that he has noticed the battle here. What? Krillin and the others were taken aback. That guy? Who? At that moment, a sinister energy suddenly surged forth, rapidly approaching. Tianjin Fan's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, Sha Lu has arrived. He sensed the energies of 17 and 18. He has finally found them. Within the pit, 17 struggled to rise, his body battered and his face pale. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, pondering the nature of this monster. 18 managed to stand, in slightly better condition, yet still far from unscathed. They both looked up at Bika, their eyes filled with shock and defiance. Just then, Bika abruptly turned his head. He gazed into the distance, his eyes sharpening. Here it comes. As soon as the words left his lips, a streak of green descended from the sky. Boom. Sha Lu landed on the island, standing at the edge of the pit, looking down at 17 and 18 with a glint of madness in his eyes. At last, I have found you. The voice of Sha Lu was hoarse yet exhilarated. 17. 18. Upon seeing Sha Lu, the expressions of 17 and 18 transformed instantaneously. Who are you? Sha Lu did not respond. He merely licked his lips. I am Sha Lu, the most formidable android created by Dr. Guy Law. He opened his arms. And you shall serve as the nutrients for my evolution into my complete form. With that, Sha Lu lunged towards the pit, targeting 17. 17's pupils constricted. He attempted to flee. But at that moment, bang. Bika suddenly appeared before him, delivering a powerful kick to 17's chest. 17 was sent hurtling back, plunging deeper into the pit and creating an even larger crater. 18's eyes widened in shock. Bika, you. Bika ignored her, floating in the air and watching Sha Lu approach with a cold smile. Sha Lu's eyes lit up. He understood. This Namekian is aiding him. Without a moment's hesitation, Sha Lu dove into the pit, his tail unfurling to reveal a terrifying maw. 17 lay at the bottom of the pit, racked with pain. He raised his head to see Sha Lu charging towards him, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. No. Snap. Sha Lu's tail opened wide, swallowing 17 whole. Boom. Sha Lu's energy surged uncontrollably. His body began to undergo violent transformations. His skin became smoother, his form more elongated, and a sickly ecstasy illuminated his face. Ha ha ha. Sha Lu laughed maniacally. I can feel it. Power. Infinite power. He clenched his fists, arcs of electricity crackling around him. Krillin and the others stood at the entrance of Kame House, aghast. 17 was swallowed. Krillin trembled. How is this even possible? Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth. It seems he has evolved. Meanwhile, within the pit, 18 stood frozen, witnessing the scene unfold before her. 17. Her voice trembled. Sha Lu descended slowly, cracking his neck with a series of sharp pops. How delightful. He turned to face 18, his eyes gleaming with greed. Just one more to go. 18, come forth. Become a part of me alongside your brother. 18 shuddered, stepping back in alarm. No, do not come any closer. But Sha Lu offered her no reprieve. He vanished in an instant, reappearing before 18 with lightning speed. 18's pupils constricted. She sought to resist, but before she could act, boom. A massive figure suddenly blocked her path. It was 16. His imposing frame loomed like a wall, obstructing Sha Lu's advance. Sha Lu paused momentarily. Then a mocking smile crept upon his lips. Oh, right, you are 16. Do you wish to impede my progress? 16 remained silent, simply standing resolutely in place. the crimson eyes fixated unwaveringly on Xiaolu. Number 18 stood frozen, while number 16's voice trembled slightly. Gradually, number 16 turned her head to gaze at number 18. A hint of tenderness unexpectedly surfaced on her cold, mechanical visage. Number 18, her voice resonated with a deep, resolute tone. Flee quickly. I will hold him off. Number 18's eyes widened in shock. But hurry. Number 16 shouted fiercely. It was the first time number 18 had heard such fervor in her voice. Gritting her teeth, she turned and fled, becoming a fleeting shadow racing into the distance. Xiaolu's gaze turned icy as he watched number 18's escape. You think? He raised his hand. You can stop me? Before his words could fully escape, Xiaolu charged towards number 18's fleeing form. But at that moment, a resounding thud echoed as number 16's fist struck Xiaolu squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward, tumbling several times before crashing into a massive boulder, which exploded upon impact. From a distance, Clin and the others stood in stunned silence. Did number 16 just send that guy flying? Tianjin Fan narrowed his eyes, feeling his own energy surging. Indeed, number 16's power was escalating wildly. He stood firmly, emanating an aura of terrifying energy. His fists clenched tightly, and the mechanical armor on his body emitted ominous creaks. Cao Xiaobai had long since appeared on the battlefield, hovering in midair, rapidly scanning number 16's data with the Shui Shenji Yen. Number 16, combat power 19, 000, 000, 000, 19 billion. Cao Xiaobai squinted, as expected of number 16. But unfortunately, his current strength pales in comparison to Xiaolu's. In the ruins, Xiaolu emerged from the rubble, wiping the corner of his mouth as he regarded number 16 in the distance, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Oh, how intriguing. He stretched his neck. I didn't expect you, a mere robot, to possess such power. Number 16 did not respond. Instead, he advanced step by step toward Xiaolu, each footfall leaving a deep imprint on the ground. The oppressive aura he exuded thickened the very air around him. Xiaolu narrowed his eyes, yet a sinister smirk crept upon his lips. Do you really think your combat power is enough to defeat me? As soon as his words fell, number 16 charged at Xiaolu with incredible speed. His fist descended like a cannonball toward Xiaolu's face. Xiaolu raised his hand and, with a resounding clap, caught number 16's fist. Their fists collided, and the air erupted in an explosion of energy, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The ground cracked beneath them as number 16 gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to suppress Xiaolu. Yet Xiaolu merely stood there, a calm smile gracing his face. With a disdainful chuckle, Xiaolu unleashed a powerful tremor from his arm, sending number 16 flying. He tumbled through the air, crashing to the ground and carving a long trench. Struggling to rise, number 16's mechanical body bore faint cracks. But he did not relent. He charged at Xiaolu once more. However, before he could react, Xiaolu appeared before him in an instant, moving so swiftly it was nearly imperceptible. Farewell, Xiaolu coldly declared. Thud, 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 thud. His fists rained down upon number 16 with the ferocity of a tempest. Each strike fractured number 16's armor, green oil seeping from the crevices. Number 16 attempted to retaliate, but it was futile. Xiaolu's speed and strength were overwhelming, leaving him unable to keep pace. Finally, with a powerful blow, Xiaolu struck number 16 squarely in the chest, sending him flying in an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Half of his mechanical armor shattered, revealing the intricate inner workings, arcs of electricity dancing across severed wires as oil flowed like blood. Number 16 lay on the ground, his crimson eyes flickering faintly. His voice, weak and intermittent, urged, Number 18, flee. Xiaolu approached him slowly, looking down with disdain. How touching, his voice dripped with mockery. A robot fighting to such lengths for a companion. He lifted his foot, aiming at number 16's head. Yet, just as Xiaolu prepared to stomp down, a voice rang out from afar. Stop! Number 18 had halted her escape, turning to face the fallen number 16, her eyes filled with anguish and conflict. Xiaolu turned to her, a bizarre smile curling his lips. Oh, have you chosen not to flee? Number 18 clenched her fists, her teeth gritted. Let him go? Xiaolu laughed heartily. Haha, very well. He stepped back, his eyes glinting with greed. If you have the courage, come at me, number 18. Taking a deep breath, number 18's face was resolute. She unleashed all her strength, transforming into a streak of light rushing toward Xiaolu. Alas, Her nearly 15 billion in combat power was insignificant against his 90 billion. Xiaolu seized her by the throat, lifting her into the air. His tail unfurled, revealing a monstrous maw within. Perfect, Xiaolu licked his lips. It will soon be flawless. With a snap, number 18 was engulfed. The energy within Xiaolu erupted. A storm of power sweeping across the island. The ground fractured, and the sea surged inward as the entire island trembled violently. Number 18. How infuriating! Clin shouted in rage. Yet he was powerless, along with the others, pushed back by the sheer force of energy. This energy. Lupin's eyes widened in terror. On the island, Xiaolu's form underwent a dramatic transformation. His skin turned a deep green, his physique more balanced, and his features sharpened. A pair of wings sprouted from his back. As calm settled, Xiaolu slowly opened his eyes, revealing a profound, icy gaze brimming with an aura of annihilation. I have finally evolved into my complete form. Xiaolu clenched his fist, releasing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the sky. Piccolo hovered in the air, observing the newly transformed Xiaolu with narrowed eyes. Cao Xiaobai suddenly appeared beside Piccolo, resting his hands behind his head as he gazed down at Xiaolu, a hint of crimson glinting in his eyes. 500 billion in combat power, Uncle Piccolo. You've truly worked hard. Feeling Xiaolu's energy, Piccolo was utterly astounded. He turned to Cao Xiaobai. You little rascal. You've been plotting this from the start, haven to you? Cao Xiaobai grinned. What can I say? I need his blood. The blood of complete form Xiaolu. Piccolo snorted derisively. Are you not afraid of raising a monster? Cao Xiaobai shrugged. A monster? Wouldn't that be even better? He turned to face Baiku, his eyes glinting with a frenzied light. Uncle Baiku, let him witness what true power really is. Baiku paused for a moment. Then a cold smirk crept across his lips. Little brat, keep your eyes open. With that, Baiku dove down fiercely, charging directly towards Xiaolu. Feeling Baiku's energy, Xiaolu raised his head, a strange smile spreading across his face. Come on. He clenched his fists. Baiku, let me show you how I will entertain you with this perfect body. The two fists collided with a thunderous sound. The air erupted in an explosion of energy, sweeping across the surroundings like a nuclear blast. The entire island was instantly obliterated. Cao Xiaobai floated in midair, observing the terrifying battle below, his smile growing wider. Heh. The monster harvesting game has officially begun. Chapter 96. Perfect Form. Xiaolu's arrogant declaration, martial arts tournament. Boom. After the fierce clash, Baiku and Xiaolu separated. Xiaolu wore a smug grin. Baiku, just a few days ago, you wanted to witness my perfect form, didn't you? His lips curled upward, eyes filled with mockery. But it seems. Xiaolu paused, his voice suddenly rising. Your strength is too weak. You are no match for me. Baiku clenched his fists tightly, feeling the truth in Xiaolu's words. He had nearly exerted all his power in their earlier encounter, while Xiaolu had acted as though he was merely taking a stroll. However, Xiaolu's tone softened. I must thank you. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to evolve into my perfect form. Baiku's expression darkened. He realized his grave mistake. He understood what Xiaolu was implying. If he had not personally kicked the 17th android into Xiaolu's mouth, if he had not allowed Xiaolu to absorb the 18th android, the perfect form of Xiaolu would never have come into existence. To express my gratitude for your help. Xiaolu licked his lips, a glint of greed in his eyes. I have decided to absorb you as well. After all, your energy is exceedingly powerful. He spread his arms wide as if embracing something. If I absorb you, my power will become even greater. Baiku's entire being trembled. He suddenly lifted his head, a storm of fury igniting in his eyes. Do not get carried away. Baiku roared. In the next moment, he grasped the corners of his cape and tore it off with a powerful yank. The heavy cloak fell to the ground. Immediately after, his headband, his wristbands, and his shoulder armor were discarded one by one. With each piece of equipment he cast aside, Baiku's energy surged dramatically. Boom. The air trembled. The sea churned. The clouds in the sky were torn apart by this terrifying wave of energy. Cao Xiaobai narrowed his eyes. Eye of the scholar, scanning rapidly. Baiku, unburdened battle power 17, 000, 000. 17 billion. Cao Xiaobai licked his lips. TSK, Uncle Baiku is giving it his all. Unfortunately, he glanced at Xiaolu, whose smile remained unfazed. The gap was simply too vast. 5 billion against 17 billion was not something that effort alone could bridge. Take this. Baiku roared as he charged toward Xiaolu, his speed reaching its zenith. transforming into a green flash. Sha Lu merely chuckled, not dodging. He simply raised one hand. Slap. He effortlessly caught Bai Ku's fist. Bai Ku gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to suppress Sha Lu. Yet Sha Lu's hand remained unmoving. Sha Lu tilted his head. Is this truly all the power you possess? With a sudden jolt of his arm, Bai Ku was sent flying. Before he could regain his footing, Sha Lu had already appeared behind him, moving with a speed that left no room for reaction. Too slow. Sha Lu's voice echoed in his ear. In the next second, boom, a heavy punch struck Bai Ku's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body plummeting like a cannonball towards the ocean. Rumbling, he crashed into the sea, sending a towering column of water into the sky. Cao Xiaobai floated above, observing the scene, shaking his head. As expected, he sighed. Miracles do not occur. The disparity in battle power is too great. As the sea exploded, Bai Ku surged from the depths, drenched and with numerous wounds, green blood seeping from his injuries. Yet his eyes remained filled with fighting spirit. Not over yet. Bai Ku clasped his hands together before his forehead. Demon cannon. Energy coalesced at his fingertips. That spiraling energy grew stronger, distorting the air around it. Light-killing cannon. Boom. The spiral-shaped energy beam shot forth, powerful enough to easily pierce through a planet. Sha Lu regarded the incoming energy beam without so much as blinking. He merely raised one hand, lightly clapping it. Slap. The demon cannon was swatted away. Rumbling. The energy beam changed direction, shooting into the sky, exploding amidst the clouds. Bai Ku's pupils contracted. How is this possible? His strongest technique was effortlessly neutralized. Before he could process this, Sha Lu was upon him. His fists rained down upon Bai Ku like a torrential storm. Boom. Each punch made Bai Ku cry out in agony. He attempted to fight back, but it was futile. Sha Lu's speed was too rapid, his strength too overwhelming. He could not keep up. In mere seconds, Bai Ku was covered in wounds, his breath becoming labored, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Cao Xiaobai observed this with a slight furrow of his brow. This cannot continue. If Bai Ku kept fighting, he would truly perish. He placed a finger on his forehead, preparing to use instant transmission to save him. But just then, rumbling, two golden streaks of light surged from the distance. Their speed was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, two figures appeared before Sha Lu. Golden hair, emerald eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was Vegeta and Trunks. Both had transformed into Super Saiyans. Upon seeing Vegeta, Cao Xiaobai grinned widely. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. Vegeta stood before Sha Lu, first glancing at Cao Xiaobai floating in midair, his eyes brimming with pride. Little brat, why didn't you inform me of such a powerful android beforehand? He clenched his fists, golden flames surging around him. The era of androids ends with me. A cold smile graced Vegeta's lips. Though it hasn't even begun. Cao Xiaobai floated in midair, blinking in surprise, smiling. All right then. You can UBB. Vegeta paid no mind to Cao Xiaobai any longer. He turned to face Sha Lu, the terrifying aura causing his eyes to narrow. This guy. Vegeta took a deep breath. In the next moment, boom, his energy erupted. The golden flames surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing everything in their path. The entire sky trembled. Vegeta's battle power skyrocketed to its utmost peak. Meanwhile, the mighty Tien Shinhan stood bewildered, questioning the identity of this enigmatic figure. Who is this creature? His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the dark green monster before him. Where am I? What am I doing? His mind was filled with questions, for he had never encountered Cell before. This monster, what on earth is it? He turned to fly towards Cao Xiaobai. Xiaobai? Tien Shinhan urgently inquired. Who exactly is this individual? Cao Xiaobai glanced at him and succinctly replied. His name is Cell, an android created by Dr. Gero. Infused with the cells of all-powerful beings, Scions, Namekians, Frisia. Tien Shinhan's body shook with disbelief. What? His eyes widened further. Cao Xiaobai nodded affirmatively. Indeed. He has traveled back from the future. In your time, he killed you and stole your time machine. Tien Shinhan was left in shock. He was killed by this monster? His future self perished at the hands of this creature? How is that even possible? His voice trembled with fear. He recalled Little Mai. He thought of his mother. He remembered the ravaged world. Xiaobai? Tien Shinhan suddenly grasped Cao Xiaobai's shoulders, his eyes pleading. Can you make me stronger? I must grow stronger. I must protect my world. His voice crescendoed with urgency. Mai is still waiting for me. My mother is still waiting for me. Cao Xiaobai regarded Tien Shinhan. observing the despair and determination in the young man's eyes. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Do not worry, Cao Xiaobai spoke calmly. Once this matter concludes, I will assist you. Tian Xinhan's entire being trembled with emotion. His eyes reddened instantly. Thank you. His voice choked with gratitude. Thank you, Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai patted his shoulder, refraining from further words. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Vegeta had already engaged Cell in fierce combat. Their battle was nothing short of cataclysmic. Each collision unleashed terrifying waves of energy. The entire island began to fracture under this immense power. The ground split open, revealing countless abyss-like chasms. The sea surged in a frenzy. The island was visibly vanishing. Krillin and the others floated above Kame House, gazing at the chaos below, utterly astonished. Vegeta seems to have grown even stronger. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Lepin swallowed hard. Tian Xinhan remained silent, his gaze fixated on the battlefield, fists clenched tightly. The disparity is insurmountable. We Earthlings have no right to intervene in such a battle. Gohan tightened his fists, filled with a sense of helplessness. I am still too weak. With a final thunderous roar, the island disappeared entirely, leaving only a vast ocean behind. Vegeta and Cell hovered above the waters, locking eyes. Vegeta gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow, while Cell maintained his steady breath, a calm smile gracing his face. Not bad, Cell remarked as he stretched his neck. I did not expect to encounter such a formidable opponent. He looked at Vegeta, excitement flickering in his eyes. This is truly surprising. Vegeta's face darkened. He could sense that Cell was still holding back. Yet, with a smirk, Cell taunted, your power is insufficient to threaten me. Upon hearing this, Vegeta exploded with rage. What did you say? He roared. The golden flames surged wildly. Do not become overly complacent. Vegeta thrust his hands forward. I, the proud prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta, how could I possibly lose to someone like you? Come forth. Boom. A blue-purple energy sphere coalesced in his palm. The power grew stronger and larger. The entire earth trembled. The clouds above were torn asunder. The sea erupted into towering waves. Ultimate Gallic Gun. Vegeta bellowed. The blue-purple energy beam shot forth with a roar. This energy was capable of obliterating an entire continent. Cell observed the incoming energy beam, narrowing his eyes slightly. Oh, a cold smile crept across his lips. Let me show you what true power looks like. In the next moment, Cell raised a foot. Boom. He kicked the fearsome energy beam with such force that the ultimate Gallic Gun was sent spiraling away. Boom. The energy beam changed direction, hurtling towards the sky. It exploded at the edge of the atmosphere, creating a massive crater. Vegeta's eyes widened. How is this possible? His ultimate Gallic Gun was actually deflected by a mere kick. Before he could process this, Cell was already before him, moving at a speed that rendered him nearly invisible. Too slow, Cell's voice echoed in his ears. In the next instant, boom, a punch landed heavily on Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta instantly curled up, expelling a mouthful of blood. Clutching his stomach, he fell from his Super Saiyan state. His golden hair reverted to black. The golden flames vanished. He trembled, his face pale. That punch nearly killed him. Cao Xiaobai hovered in midair, observing the scene with a furrowed brow. TSK, Vegeta is far too impulsive. He placed a finger to his forehead, poised to intervene at any moment. Cell gazed at the fallen Vegeta on the sea surface, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, he tilted his head. Is this how it ends? How dull. Just then, Cell abruptly halted, his expression shifting to one of excitement and fervor. Ah, I have suddenly conceived a splendid idea. He slowly turned to face Cao Xiaobai and the others. I will host a martial arts tournament in 3 months. Cell's voice resonated across the entire sea. However, the rules shall be amended. All Earthlings may participate, but the challengers, he pointed to himself, will be limited to me alone. A grin spread across Cell's face. If you emerge victorious, peace will be restored to Earth. If you fail, he licked his lips, then you shall all become my sustenance. Cell burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Train diligently, everyone. Yes, now this is intriguing. He turned to the distance where Krillin and the others were, who had long been spotted by Cell. What do you all think of this idea? Krillin and the others were left speechless. A martial arts tournament? Is this guy playing games? Just then, a powerful aura surged from Kame House, barreling towards them. Cao Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Here it comes. A golden streak of light raced towards them from afar. In the blink of an eye, A figure stopped before the group. Golden hair, emerald green eyes. A familiar smile graced his face. It was Sun Wukong. His heart disease has completely healed. The martial arts tournament? Sun Wukong grinned widely. It sounds quite intriguing. He cast a glance at Xiaolu, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. I concur. Xiaolu's eyes lit up upon seeing Sun Wukong. Oh. He scrutinized Sun Wukong from head to toe. So it is you. I recall your presence from my memories. Sun Wukong. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiaolu's mouth. However, in your current state, he shook his head, you cannot possibly be my opponent. Xiaolu could sense Sun Wukong's aura. Although formidable, it still fell short of his own. Your decision is quite wise. After uttering this, Xiaolu suddenly turned his head to look at Cao Xiaobai. He too had noticed that Cao Xiaobai was the most composed and unruffled among them, possibly even surpassing Piccolo and Vegeta in combat prowess. He narrowed his eyes, attempting to sense the aura emanating from Cao Xiaobai. Yet, he could discern nothing. A wave of unease washed over Xiaolu. This little brat can conceal his strength. He was unable to sense the opponent's aura at all. After pondering for a moment, Xiaolu felt a desire to test Cao Xiaobai's strength. However, just as he was about to speak, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Cao Xiaobai was already before him. This speed may even surpass his own. Cao Xiaobai rested his hands behind his head, wearing a relaxed smile. Xiaolu, Cao Xiaobai's voice was light and easygoing. You are incredibly strong, strong enough to instill despair in all the people of Earth. The distance between the two was less than a meter. However, Cao Xiaobai narrowed his eyes. Except for me. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu's pupils constricted slightly. What an arrogant little brat. Now, Cao Xiaobai extended a finger. I offer you a choice. Give me a drop of your blood. I can promise, Cao Xiaobai's voice was calm, that I will not intervene until the martial arts tournament concludes. Xiaolu was taken aback. Blood? This little brat wants his blood? If not, Cao Xiaobai's gaze suddenly shifted. It turned cold and dangerous, emanating an indescribable sense of oppression. I shall let you know, Cao Xiaobai spoke each word deliberately, the consequences of arrogance. Xiaolu trembled slightly. He looked at Cao Xiaobai, feeling an unexplainable shiver in his heart. This fellow is not joking. Xiaolu fell silent for a moment, contemplating. A mere drop of blood is inconsequential. But what special ability might the opponent possess? Nevertheless, he was Xiaolu in his complete form, the strongest in the world. What is there to fear? Moments later, Xiaolu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, a drop of blood is nothing. He gazed at Cao Xiaobai. In light of the fact that you saved my life under Piccolo long ago, Xiaolu raised his hand, a droplet of dark green blood coalescing at his fingertip. This drop of blood is for you. The droplet floated slowly towards Cao Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai reached out and grasped it. The instant the blood made contact with his palm. Ding! A system notification echoed in his mind. Detected top-tier bloodline. Complete form Xiaolu. Xiaolu's vital blood mark successfully recorded. Acquired. Xiaolu's vital blood mark. Unlocked talent. Perfect cell, SSS grade. Unlocked talent. Infinite evolution, SSS grade. Unlocked talent. Energy absorption, S grade. Unlocked skills. A barrage of notifications exploded in Cao Xiaobai's mind. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of newfound power within him. Perfect cell. Infinite evolution. These two talents. Cao Xiaobai's expression grew serious. Cannibalism is absolutely out of the question. I will study this later. Xiaolu observed Cao Xiaobai's reaction, his brow slightly furrowing. Little brat, what exactly do you intend to do? Cao Xiaobai lifted his head to look at Xiaolu, still wearing that harmless smile. Nothing much. He shrugged. I simply look forward to the martial arts tournament 3 months from now. Floating in midair, Cao Xiaobai turned to face Sun Wukong and the others. Let us go? The group soared towards Came House. Xiaolu remained in place, watching their retreating figures, a cold smirk playing on his lips. 3 months from now, he murmured. An event truly worth anticipating. I will make you all nourishment for my body. With that, Xiaolu transformed into a streak of green light, vanishing into the horizon. The entire sea returned to tranquility. Only the vanished island bore witness to the terrifying battle that had just transpired. Chapter 97. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Wukong and his son's training plan. Cao Xiaobai leaned against the wall of Came House, holding a bottle of soda. He gulped down several mouthfuls. The icy liquid slid down his throat, refreshing. 3 months? Cao Xiaobai squinted at Sun Wukong, who sat cross-legged inside the house, a troubled expression on his face. Resting his chin in his hand, his brows furrowed tightly. Uncle Wukong, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Vegeta, and Gohan. The four of you must elevate your combat power to at least 40 billion, or there is no hope whatsoever. Cao Xiaobai placed the soda bottle on the windowsill. His voice calm. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Krillin swallowed hard. Tian Jinhan clenched his fists. Lepin lowered his head. Even the usually optimistic Sun Wukong wore a frozen smile. Over 40 billion, huh? Sun Wukong scratched his head. That truly presents a challenge. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice. Wukong's current combat power was just over 20 billion, leaving a significant gap to reach 40 billion. Xiaobai. Krillin suddenly stood up. He approached Cao Xiaobai, his eyes filled with anticipation. Are you really not concerned about Earth? Krillin's voice trembled slightly. With your strength, can't you defeat Shalu? Cao Xiaobai looked at Krillin. This fellow's eyes were filled with hope, as if he had grasped the last straw of salvation. Cao Xiaobai shook his head. My strength is actually quite similar to his. His voice was steady. In a real fight, the outcome is difficult to determine. This is not modesty. Shalu's combat power is 500 billion, whereas his normal combat power is only 1 billion. Even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he would only reach 500 billion. Their combat powers are almost equal. But that guy has perfect cells, infinite evolution, and that terrifying absorption ability. In a real battle, it is uncertain who would win. Indeed, Piccolo's voice came from the doorway. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his expression grave. That level of combat power is far too strong. Piccolo looked up at Cao Xiaobai. Without absolute certainty, I suggest waiting for the right moment. He paused. If Xiaobai were to be defeated, Earth would be doomed. As long as we do not engage, we can keep the opponent wary. The atmosphere in the room grew even heavier. Everyone fell silent. Cao Xiaobai could sense the despair within them. So what shall we do now? Datanks suddenly spoke up. Standing in the corner with his fists tightly clenched. That terrifying absorption ability of Shalu's means that if any one of us were to be isolated, we could easily be absorbed. Humph. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, a look of contempt on his face. It seems we can only rely on our Saiyan race's ability to grow stronger when near death. A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. If we die a few more times, our combat power will surpass Shalu's. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's brow furrowed. Vegeta. Suddenly, the voice of Sun Wukong took on a serious tone. He stood up and gazed at Vegeta. The Scion's method of gaining strength by approaching death was indeed remarkable. Yet I perceive flaws within this ability. His voice was earnest. I feel it would be wise to refrain from frequent usage. Cao Xiaobai nodded in agreement. He walked to the center of the room, drawing everyone's attention. Uncle Wukong is correct. This ability is indeed commendable, but it comes with high demands. One must reach the brink of death. Cao Xiaobai turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Just as Uncle Wukong experienced this time, his heart condition nearly claimed his life. However, even this severity did not meet the required threshold. He surveyed the room. If it weren't for the indomitable will of you martial artists. Cao Xiaobai paused. For an ordinary person, it would be exceedingly difficult to reach that critical point of near death. Upon hearing this, Krillin shuddered. He recalled his previous training. The terrifying sensation of teetering on the edge of life and death. Moreover, the essence of gaining strength through near death is, quite frankly, a means of exhausting one's potential. His voice was calm, yet each word struck the hearts of the gathered. The higher the potential, the greater the combat power that can be attained. Cao Xiaobai looked towards Vegeta. If one's potential is insufficient, or if the physical potential has been depleted, it implies that even at the brink of death, one would be unable to exert any effect. Vegeta's expression shifted upon hearing this. He remembered his rigorous training over the past 3 years. Despite pushing himself to the edge of death each time, his power enhancement had been increasingly sluggish. So it was because his potential was nearly exhausted? Observing the expressions of those around him, Cao Xiaobai thought to himself, I have confirmed this point through various experiments and the eye of the learning god. Strength gained through near death is fundamentally about squeezing out one's physical potential. Once the physical potential is depleted, what use is there in squeezing further? This seems to be related to bloodlines and training. The atmosphere in the room became utterly still. Everyone fell into silence. If gaining strength through near death could consistently yield leaps in combat power, then Cao Xiaobai would have ascended to divinity long ago. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated in everyone's minds. Xiaobai, Wukong, Piccolo, it was Mr. Popo's voice, gentle and serene. I am Popo, and I have something to share with you. Cao Xiaobai's eyes brightened. Here it comes. In fact, there is a place in the temple that is ideal for your training. Mr. Popo's voice continued. It may be of assistance to you. A faint smile graced Cao Xiaobai's lips. The spirit time room. It has finally arrived. He had been awaiting this moment. Mr. Popo. Son Wukong abruptly sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What place are you referring to? It is the spirit time room in the temple. Mr. Popo's voice remained calm. In there, 1 day of training equates to a year in the outside world. What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. 1 day equals a year? This is utterly outrageous. Furthermore, Mr. Popo continued, the gravitational conditions, temperature variances, and air thinness in that place. He paused. They are almost conducive for training. Upon hearing this, Krillin became exhilarated. Then let us hurry there. He turned to Son Wukong. Wukong, we must rush to the temple. But Son Wukong shook his head. Wait. He turned his gaze toward Mr. Popo. Are there any restrictions regarding that place? Indeed. Mr. Popo's voice remained composed. Only 2 individuals can enter at a time. Moreover, each person may only enter twice in their lifetime, with a maximum stay of 2 years, which translates to 2 days in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Cao Xiaobai furrowed his brow slightly. Only 2 people at a time, and only twice in a lifetime. These restrictions are indeed stringent. However, he recalled that during the time of Majin Buu, such restrictions were relaxed. Then, Son Wukong scratched his head. We must make careful arrangements. He turned to the group. Who should go first? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became delicate. Everyone pondered. Who should be the first to go? This is a significant question. I believe. Tianjin Fan suddenly spoke up, standing and looking at Son Wukong. Wukong and Gohan should go first. His voice was resolute. Wukong is the strongest among us. Tianjin Fan paused. And Gohan. He glanced at Gohan, who was in the corner. His potential is the highest. Krillin nodded in agreement. I concur. He turned to Son Wukong. Wukong, you and Gohan should go first. Lu Ping also nodded. Indeed. His tone was earnest. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly, standing with arms crossed. Kakarot, once you emerge, it will be my turn with Trunks. The Trunks looked at the others and inquired. Is that acceptable? The group nodded, for Vegeta was indeed the second strongest. Very well, Gohan, let us be swift. We depart. Yes. Son Wukong approached Gohan, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Following this, after discussions among the group, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were next, followed by Krillin and Lu Ping, and finally, Piccolo. Cao Xiaobai observed this scene, a faint smile emerging. These fellows truly exhibit unity. Suddenly, Vegeta turned to Cao Xiaobai. Kid, aren't you going? Cao Xiaobai shook his head. I shall not. His voice was calm. I have other matters to attend to. Vegeta frowned. Other matters? Cao Xiaobai nodded. I intend to continue my training in the universe. Very well, do as you wish. Vegeta beckoned Trunks, and they departed from the Kame house. Chapter 98. The Bloodline of the King Xiaobai. Why aren't you going to train in the spirit time room? Krillin approached him and asked. Cao Xiaobai guzzled down several sips of cola. The icy liquid sliding down his throat, bringing him comfort as he squinted his eyes. After acquiring some of Cell's blood, I feel my bloodline is on the verge of a breakthrough. I need to seek out powerful beings in the universe to borrow some blood. He shook the cola bottle in his hand, watching the bubbles dance within. The system panel displayed that his current training speed had reached an astonishing 50,000. This meant that 1 day of his training equated to 50 days for others. Krillin and Lu Ping exchanged glances, silently mourning for the unfortunate strong beings in the universe for 3 seconds. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, Cao Xiaobai made his way to the city center. The television was broadcasting explosive news. Cell stood in the studio, announcing the martial arts tournament to the world. This news instantly ignited global interest. Yet, amidst the panicking crowd, one person saw an opportunity, Satan. This former champion, who had won consecutively in tournaments without the participation of Son Wukong and others, commenced his performance. Ha! Cell? Merely a bluster. On the screen, Satan stood before the reporters, his expression one of utter disdain. Then, with a flourish of his hands, he effortlessly smashed 60 tiles with his bare hands. The audience erupted in cheers, their voices thunderous. Mr. Satan, you are our savior. Satan, Satan, Satan. Cao Xiaobai watched this scene on television, unable to suppress his laughter. This Satan, though pitifully weak, possessed an extraordinary talent for making money. What was even more absurd was his uncanny luck in every major crisis. He somehow managed to come out ahead through various fortuitous events. Meanwhile, in Cao Xiaobai's divine perception, Cell was constructing the arena for the martial arts tournament. Surprisingly, he was not continuing to devour humans, but was instead focused on preparing the competition grounds. It seems that the blood of Shalu also embodies the tenacity of a martial artist. Cao Xiaobai stroked his chin, and in an instant, he vanished from his location. Over the subsequent 2 months, he tirelessly traversed the cosmos in search of formidable adversaries to collect their bloodlines. The system indicated that he had amassed the blood of 4,000 individuals, resulting in an astonishing cultivation enhancement of 80,000. This meant that a single day of his training equated to 80 days for others. Even without training, his battle power increased by over 1,000 each day. To put this into perspective, Radit's battle power was merely 1,500 at that time. If he were to train earnestly, he could potentially augment his battle power by nearly 1,000,000 in a day. Yet, this was still insufficient, far from enough. Such a level could not compare to the monstrous training speed of Frisia. 2 months later, Cao Xiaobai sat despondently atop a massive boulder on a mountain peak. The mountain winds howled, tugging at the edges of his garments. Why was he unable to break through? He rubbed his temples, reflecting that despite having increased his training speed to 80,000 over these 2 months, it still felt as though he was missing something. He knew that aside from the system, he possessed another formidable asset, Shala's perfect cells and infinite evolution abilities. As long as he dared to consume others, he could seamlessly merge their bloodlines, potentially yielding results even more direct than the system's collection. However, would that still allow him to consider himself human? This crossed his moral threshold. At least for now, he had no intention of resorting to such measures. As he grappled with his thoughts, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura. Wait, this energy was not from within the cosmos. The Cao Xiaobai sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with realization. Indeed, there was the Cao. If he could obtain the blood of the Cao, it would transcend into an entirely different dimensional caliber. With this thought, a smile crept across Cao Xiaobai's lips as he vanished from the mountaintop in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an extraordinarily unique location. This was not a planet within the cosmos, but rather a small, independent celestial body suspended in the void. The sphere was diminutive, only a few hundred meters in diameter, adorned with peculiar trees and a winding path. Most striking was an ancient little house, alongside a stout, blue-skinned figure tending to flowers in the front yard. The East Cao. As soon as Cao Xiaobai landed, the stout, blue-skinned figure turned, revealing a knowing smile. Ah, Cao Xiaobai, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. The East Cao set down the watering can, placing his hands behind his back, and ambled closer. Cao Xiaobai paused, puzzled. Waiting for me? What does that mean? Does the Cao already know I would come? He inquired cautiously. The East Cao nodded with a grin. Of course I know. He raised a finger and pointed to his head. I am the Cao. I can sense all that transpires throughout the East Galaxy. After a brief pause, a glint of amusement danced in his eyes. I've been fully aware of your 2 months of wandering the cosmos in search of blood. Cao Xiaobai's heart raced. Indeed, he could not escape the Kao's watchful gaze. However, upon reflection, since the Cao had known all along yet did not intervene, it suggested that he did not oppose Cao Xiaobai's actions. Lord Cao Xiaobai scratched his head sheepishly, offering a harmless smile. Then you must also be aware of my purpose for being here? The East Cao burst into laughter. Of course, you wish to obtain my blood, right? He waved his hand dismissively. That is not an issue. Cao Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Really? It's that simple? But in the next moment, the East Cao shifted his tone. However, a sly smile formed at the corners of his mouth. I have a rule here. If you want my blood, you must first make me laugh. He extended a finger. Tell me a joke. If you can amuse me satisfactorily, I shall grant you my blood. Cao Xiaobai was taken aback. Tell a joke? Is that all? He nearly chuckled aloud. Isn't that just a pun? This is my specialty from my previous life. No problem. He patted his chest confidently. Lord Cao, you better brace yourself. The East Cao, intrigued, settled onto a nearby stone bench, arms crossed, wearing an expression that suggested he was eager to see what Cao Xiaobai had to offer. Clearing his throat, Cao Xiaobai began, Lord Cao, do you know why Super Saiyan's have golden hair? The East Cao blinked in confusion. Why? Cao Xiaobai replied earnestly, because they use Piao Ruo, naturally radiating confidence and shine. The East Cao's lips twitched. What kind of joke is that? Yet, inexplicably, he felt the urge to laugh. Suddenly, PFF. The East KO could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Haha, do you have more? Cao Xiaobai smirked. Indeed. Lord KO, do you know why Vegeta always loses to Goku? The East KO blinked. Why? Cao Xiaobai maintained a serious expression. Because Vegeta's hairline is higher than Goku's, creating greater air resistance. Thus, he flies slower. The East KO's eyes widened. What kind of logic is that? But why is it so funny? Haha. The East KO doubled over in laughter, clutching his stomach. Seizing the moment, Cao Xiaobai continued, Lord KO, do you know why Shalo holds martial arts tournaments? Tears of laughter streamed from the East KO's eyes. Why? Cao Xiaobai replied solemnly. Because he wants to prove that even in his perfect form, he can still be defeated by imperfect humans. This is the art of self-denial. The East KO roared with laughter, rolling on the ground. I can't take it anymore. You little rascal. You are too clever. Struggling to rise, he pointed at Cao Xiaobai. All right. I concede. The East KO took a deep breath to calm himself. Your jokes are truly remarkable. He raised his hand, and a droplet of golden blood materialized at his fingertip. This is my blood. The East KO's tone grew serious. Take it. The droplet of golden blood floated gently towards Cao Xiaobai. He reached out and grasped it firmly. At the moment the blood touched his palm, a notification from the system erupted in his mind. Ding. Detected divine bloodline. East KO. East KO's vital blood imprint recorded successfully. Acquired. East KO's vital blood imprint. Unlocked talent. Divine bloodline, SSS level. Unlocked ability. Spatial storage, SSS level. Unlocked ability. Gravity bestowal, SSS level. Unlocked ability. Divine perception, SSS level. Battle power limit breakthrough, infinite. Cao Xiaobai was left in a state of bewilderment. Infinite. His battle power limit had transformed into infinity. He could feel the new power coursing through him. An entirely different sensation. It was as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Spatial storage. Gravity bestowal. Divine perception. Countless applications for these abilities flashed through Cao Xiaobai's mind. Spatial storage meant he could carry anything with him, no longer worrying about resources. Gravity bestowal allowed him to impart weight to any object, potentially altering the course of battle. Divine perception meant he could sense a broader range, even predicting his enemy's movements. This was nothing short of a qualitative leap. Cao Xiaobai clenched his fists, feeling his bloodline finally ascend to the divine level. Haha. He couldn't help but laugh joyously to the heavens. He was on the verge of soaring with happiness. The East KO observed Cao Xiaobai's reaction, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Little ghost, make good use of this power. His voice took on a serious tone. The divine bloodline is not something that just anyone can bear. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. Thank you, Lord Realm King. He bowed sincerely. The East Realm King waved his hand dismissively. All right, no need for such formality. He turned and walked back to his small house. Remember to come visit me often and tell me a few more jokes. Cao Xiaobai grinned widely. No problem. With that, he vanished in an instant. Chapter 99, Divine Bloodline. The terrifying power exceeding Sheru. The river flowed tumultuously. Two golden figures sat quietly by the riverbank, each holding a rudimentary fishing rod. At the moment Cao Xiaobai appeared with his instant transmission, he happened to see Sun Wukong reel in a large fish. Dad, can we really do this? Sun Wukong flicked the fishing rod, and the fish, which was nearly as tall as a person, arched gracefully through the air before landing securely in a bamboo basket on the shore. Cao Xiaobai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, this fellow has transformed into a super scion. But the level of his control is remarkable. After all, Wukong is currently in super scion form. The terrifying power capable of overturning the entire river can be controlled with such precision. Oh, Xiaobai, you're back. Sun Wukong turned his head, his face still wearing that iconic smile. His golden hair shimmered under the sunlight, yet not a hint of energy leaked out. Yes, Uncle Wukong. It seems your training has yielded impressive results. Cao Xiaobai nodded, secretly admiring him. The data from Scholar's Eye indicated that Sun Wukong can now maintain a stable battle power of 4 million in Super Saiyan form while living a normal life like an ordinary person. What does this signify? It signifies that this fellow has reached an extraordinary level of control over his power. Even the slightest touch could shatter a cup. Yet Sun Wukong can fish as if nothing is amiss. This level of training awareness is simply terrifying. Looking at Sun Wufan, he maintained a steady power level of 3,800,000, exhibiting control akin to that of an experienced veteran. With such control at a young age, he truly is a prodigious talent. Wufan, congratulations on becoming a Super Saiyan as well. Cao Xiaobai approached and patted Wufan's shoulder. Son Wufan smiled shyly, ruffling his hair. Haha. Xiaobai, but you're still stronger than me. It seems you've become even more powerful. Cao Xiaobai scratched his head. Thankfully, I've only grown a little stronger. Just a little. If Wufan knew he had just acquired a divine bloodline, his jaw would probably drop to the ground. Xiaobai, what do you plan to do next? Son Wukong put away his fishing rod, his expression turning serious. Cao Xiaobai pondered for a moment. That fellow Shero has indeed been quite calm lately, merely waiting for the martial arts tournament to commence. It appears he genuinely desires a fair fight, since Shero seems inactive. I will also head to the spirit time room to train for a couple of days. Son Wukong's eyes lit up. Great. If you go, our chances of victory will increase significantly. He stood up and patted Cao Xiaobai's shoulder. You must become stronger, strong enough to easily defeat Shero, just in case we lose. There is still you. Cao Xiaobai could sense the pressure on Son Wukong's shoulder. This seemingly carefree fellow is more aware of the responsibility he carries than anyone else. All right, I'll do my best. After a bit more casual conversation, Cao Xiaobai vanished with another instant transmission. The next moment, he appeared in the divine temple. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the air. Cao Xiaobai turned to see a green-skinned child. It was Tian Tian. It seems that during his absence, Son Wukong had already brought the new Supreme Kai from Namek over. Hello, Xiaobai, my name is Tian Tian. Thank you for saving Namek. Tian Tian stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The little one appeared to be around 10 years old, yet his eyes bore a maturity beyond his age. After all, he was chosen to become the Supreme Kai. Oh, you must be Tian Tian. I remember you. Congratulations on becoming Earth's Supreme Kai. Cao Xiaobai responded with a smile. He recalled this kid, who had given him a drop of blood back on Namek. Although his combat talent was average, Tian Tian was a genius in creating Dragon Balls. Perhaps his talent was what allowed Cao Xiaobai's ability to create from nothing to evolve. Xiaobai, you came to the Divine Temple to train, right? Tian Tian's voice was calm. Just in time, they had finished their training. The spirit time room is currently vacant. He paused, his expression turning serious. Bobo and I have been waiting for you for quite some time. If no one restrained Shero, it could spell disaster not just for Earth, but for the entire universe. Cao Xiaobai nodded. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. Though he said this, his mind was occupied with other thoughts. The divine bloodline. He was eager to test out his newly acquired power. Well, follow me. I will take you to the spirit time room. Tian Tian turned and led the way. They traversed a long corridor until they arrived at a grand, ancient door within the temple. This is it. Tian Tian pushed open the heavy wooden door. A wave of searing heat rushed towards them. Cao Xiaobai squinted. Behind the door lay a vast, white expanse. The temperature fluctuated violently between -40 and 50 degrees, and gravity stabilized at over 10 times normal. The air was so thin that breathing became arduous. Truly, this is the spirit time room. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath and crossed the threshold. The door slammed shut behind him. He was alone in the vast world. The endless white void was devoid of anything but a simple haunt in the distance. Being here was indeed a dual torment for both mind and body. Cao Xiaobai stretched his limbs. However, this suited me perfectly. His training speed had reached a terrifying 80,000. He could increase his battle power by over 1 million in a single day. In 2 years, that would amount to nearly 1 billion. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was the divine bloodline he had just acquired, and Sheru's perfect cells and infinite evolution. What kind of chemical reaction would these talents create when combined? Cao Xiaobai was eager to discover the answer. On the first day, Cao Xiaobai began to train fervently. 10 times gravity? For him now, it felt negligible. Extreme temperature differences? The divine bloodline had granted his body an absurd adaptability. Thin air? His lung capacity could leave ordinary people in despair. Even more terrifying was his innate ability to survive in the universe. Inherited from Frisia, he could survive without air. But soon, Cao Xiaobai realized there was a problem. Not enough. This level of training was too slow. He needed a more extreme method. On the 7th day, Cao Xiaobai made a reckless decision. He would attempt near-death experiences. Although he had previously believed that becoming stronger through near-death experiences would deplete potential, he was different. His divine bloodline had rendered his potential limitless. Coupled with the bloodline talents of Sheru, Frisia, and many other powerful beings, What was there to fear about depletion? Bring it on. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath and began to push his body to the extreme. He trained in the most extreme manner, disregarding his physical limits. If bones broke, he continued. If muscles tore, he pressed on. If his internal organs were injured, he would not stop. Finally, on the 10th day, Cao Xiaobai collapsed. He lay on the ground, covered in blood, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. This was true near death. Just as his life was about to slip away, his healing ability was unleashed. His regenerative powers activated. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from within him. His cells began to repair themselves frantically. The gift of infinite evolution enabled every single cell to undergo transformation. The divine bloodline propelled this evolution to its zenith. Cao Xiaobai could distinctly sense his body reassembling, his power surging, and his level of existence ascending. When he stood once more, the data displayed by Shui Xinjian left him utterly astonished. Normal combat power, 12 billion. It skyrocketed from nearly 2 billion to 12 billion, a staggering six-fold increase. What did this signify? It implied that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power would reach a terrifying 600 billion. Meanwhile, Shala's combat power was merely 50 billion, a disparity of 12 times. Incredible! Cao Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This was utterly outrageous. He clenched his fists, feeling the almost overflowing power within him. This sensation was exhilarating. In the time that followed, Cao Xiaobai continued his training. However, he no longer needed to flirt with the brink of death. Once was sufficient. What he required now was to adapt to this surging power. 2 years swiftly passed. To the outside world, it was merely 2 days. When Cao Xiaobai pushed open the door of the mental time room, Tian and Bo were already awaiting him outside. Xiaobai, how has your training been? Tian inquired, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he froze. Why do I feel as though you have transformed? As if you belong to a different dimension? As a celestial being, Tian possessed keen perception. He could distinctly sense the subtle, yet palpable pressure emanating from Cao Xiaobai. It was not merely a pressure of power, but rather a pressure of life levels. It resembled the instinctual fear lower beings experience in the presence of higher beings. Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. Having spent years in the temple and witnessed countless powerful beings, he had never encountered anyone who instilled such a sensation. Fortunately, dealing with Shala should pose no problem. Cao Xiaobai smiled, his tone relaxed. No problem. Tian and Bo exchanged glances. But that is the complete form of Shalu. A monster with 50 billion combat power. You say it's no problem? Yet, observing Cao Xiaobai's confident demeanor, they hesitated to press further. All right, I must take my leave. With a wave of his hand, Cao Xiaobai vanished in an instant, leaving Tian and Bo bewildered in the wind. Mr. Bo, did you feel that? Tian gulped. Indeed. Bo nodded, cold sweat forming on his brow. That sensation was akin to having once conversed with the Kai. Facing the great Kai whom he had never met before. Both shuddered simultaneously. What manner of existence had this human named Cao Xiaobai become? Chapter 100. Life in the manner and the eve of the Shalu tournament. At this moment, Cao Xiaobai stood upon the surface of the Azure planet, his feet pressing against the soft soil. This planet harbored no intelligent life, only dense primordial forests and crystal-clear lakes. The air was suffused with the fresh scent of vegetation, mingled with the aroma of earth. He raised his hand, palm facing upwards. Space rippled as a cosmic warship, measuring 300 meters in length, materialized before him. Its silvery metallic shell reflected blinding rays of sunlight. The surface of the warship was adorned with intricate energy patterns, exuding an air of advanced technology. Who would have thought that saving a planet would result in a king insisting on gifting me this? Cao Xiaobai stroked his chin. Well, I have no use for it. So it's perfect for trading. With a flick of his hand, the warship vanished, replaced by heaps of gold and silver treasures, alongside various high-tech products. Among them were energy weapons, life support devices, and several small spacecraft. Each item, if presented to scientists on Earth, would drive them to madness. However, for Cao Xiaobai, he thought, I'll just sell some to that wealthy Bulma. He grasped a spacecraft and directly stored it in his spatial storage. It was far more convenient than constructing one himself. Although he possessed the ability to conjure objects from thin air, it consumed energy, given the availability of ready-made items. Why waste resources? In the next moment, he vanished from sight. West City. At Bulma's mansion, Cao Xiaobai suddenly appeared in the living room. Bulma's sister. It wasn't he intentional. His eyes widened as he quickly turned. Bulma sat on the sofa, cradling little Trunks in her arms, feeding him. The critical detail was that she had not even bothered to cover herself. Cao Xiaobai's mind buzzed. Goodness, this woman is far too bold. No, wait. I seem to have intruded forcefully. There's no time to leave now. Xiaobai, you're back. Bulma's voice was casual, showing no sign of stopping. Cao Xiaobai stared fixedly at the wall, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Bulma sister, please maintain your decorum. His voice trembled. I fear Vegeta will come after me. Although he was still in the body of a child, his soul was that of a man over 30. This scene was too stimulating. Hee Xiaobai. I never expected you to have a shy side. Bulma chuckled merrily. What? Have you been watching some educational films? Cao Xiaobai's lips twitched. Bulma sister. I truly fear Vegeta will seek vengeance on me. He inhaled deeply. If he finds out what? Bulma arched an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing at her lips. You haven't done anything, and besides, aren't you still a child? She deliberately leaned closer, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. What's this? Little brother Xiaobai wouldn't he have secretly watched something inappropriate, would he? Your face is all red. Cao Xiaobai felt a wave of despair, hastily retreating 2 steps. Bulma sister, please be serious. Yet, Bulma remained unfazed, her laughter only growing more joyous. Oh, I never realized our little Xiaobai was so innocent. Your reaction reminds me of the Goku from back in the day. She elongated her tone. Remember when that wild child didn't understand anything and even lifted my... Cao Xiaobai inwardly cursed furiously. Innocent my foot. My soul is over 30. But wait. What did Bulma just say? Goku lifted her skirt? This indeed occurred in the original story when Bulma wasn't even wearing underwear. If Vegeta truly sought revenge on me, I could easily spill this secret. After all, Goku would bear the blame for his reckless behavior. Yes, that's exactly what I shall do. With this thought, Cao Xiaobai felt a surge of confidence. All right, I was just teasing you. I've finished feeding him. Bulma stood up, adjusting her attire. Come, Trunks, look. Brother Xiaobai has come to see you. She held little Trunks aloft, shaking him playfully. The little one giggled, reaching out his chubby hands. Only then did Cao Xiaobai dare to turn back. Phew, thankfully she is dressed. He sighed in relief and walked over to tease little Trunks. Xiaobai, did you come to see me for something? Bulma placed the child back in the crib and turned to inquire. Cao Xiaobai cleared his throat. Well, actually, he pulled out a remote control from his spatial storage. I plan to sell you some items to avoid the hassle of exchanging money. What items? Bulma asked curiously. I intend to purchase a property in West City, Cao Xiaobai replied. After drifting for so long, I lack a place to settle down. Is that all? Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Sister can just gift you a property, no need for any trouble. Bulma sister, that would be too much of an imposition. Cao Xiaobai shook his head. However, you might think differently after seeing what I have. He stepped into the courtyard. Bulma followed him outside. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath and waved his hand. Boom. A colossal spacecraft materialized in midair, its silvery metallic shell glimmering in the sunlight, blindingly bright. Measuring an impressive 2,000 meters in length, it hovered above the home of Buurma, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Buurma's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Xiaobai, have you ventured into space to become a pirate? Cao Xiaobai stumbled slightly, exasperated. Sister Buurma, couldn't you wish for something better for me? He rolled his eyes. This ship was a gift from a king after I saved a planet during my cosmic travels. It was the truth. At that moment, he had fortuitously passed by a colossal planet and witnessed a meteor plummeting towards it. The meteor, with a diameter of 10 kilometers, would have annihilated half the planet's inhabitants had it struck. With a mere push, he had sent the meteor careening out of the atmosphere. It was as simple as that. The meteor had already entered the atmospheric layer. Cao Xiaobai shrugged. I pushed the meteor away from the planet, and the king insisted on gifting me this vessel. Buurma fell silent, glancing between the spacecraft and Cao Xiaobai. Very well, she sighed. You martial arts enthusiasts indeed possess the capability to accomplish such feats. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a white lab coat hurried towards them. Dr. Buurma, Buurma's father. Ah, Xiaobai, Dr. Buurma exclaimed. His gaze fixed on the spaceship above, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That magnificent creation is your doing, isn't it? Dad, Buurma approached. Xiaobai wants to sell this to us in exchange for a property. Not a problem. Dr. Buurma nodded vigorously. I have longed to study such advanced technology. He turned to Cao Xiaobai. Xiaobai, just place it on the lawn behind my house. Dr. Bulefu stated excitedly. I'll arrange for someone to take you to a estate in Shidu. It's a manor with servants and a butler. From now on, that place will belong to you. I'll handle the paperwork. Cao Xiaobai blinked. All right, he replied, waving his hand. The spaceship vanished. In the next moment, it gently landed on the vacant lot behind Buer Ma's home. Dr. Bulefu rubbed his hands together in delight, exclaiming, "Splendid." He then dashed towards his laboratory. Cao Xiaobai observed his retreating figure, amused. A spacecraft for a manor? I feel slightly cheated. Nevertheless, he thought, I have plenty of money. A butler dressed in black approached. Mr. Cao, please follow me. The butler bowed. I will escort you to the manor. Cao Xiaobai nodded and accompanied the butler into a hovering vehicle. The car activated and soared towards the outskirts of Shidu. 10 minutes later, the vehicle halted before a grand manor. Cao Xiaobai stepped out, confronted by a towering black iron gate, intricately adorned with elaborate carvings, exuding luxury. The gate opened slowly, revealing a straight asphalt road flanked by cherry blossom trees. Pink petals danced gently in the breeze, carpeting the ground. Cao Xiaobai stepped inside. The estate was vast, at least the size of 10 football fields. At its center stood a 3-story white villa, its marble exterior gleaming under the sun. Surrounding the villa was a meticulously manicured lawn and a grand fountain, featuring a dragon statue from which water spouted, creating a rainbow in the air. Cao Xiaobai swallowed hard. The opulence was somewhat overwhelming. The butler smiled. Mr. Cao, this estate includes a farm, a greenhouse, a gym, a swimming pool, and a media room. He paused. Additionally, there are 20 servants, 5 chefs, 3 gardeners, and a private doctor on the premises. Cao Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow. The taste of Buer Ma's family was indeed unparalleled. It offered both enjoyment and health, not to mention the assistance. This is fantastic. Cao Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh. He entered the villa. The first floor housed a living room and dining area, furnished with genuine leather sofas and a colossal LCD screen mounted on the wall. The dining room featured a long table that could seat 20, already adorned with an array of fruits and snacks. The second floor contained the bedrooms and study. The bedroom featured a 3-meter-wide bed, its mattress as soft as a cloud. Cao Xiaobai lay down to test it. Comfortable. Exceedingly comfortable. This bed surpasses the hard one in the spirit time room by 100-fold. The third floor housed a gym and entertainment room. The gym was equipped with various machines, including a gravity training room. The entertainment room boasted gaming consoles, a billiard table, and a mahjong table. Cao Xiaobai surveyed the area, nodding in satisfaction. This will suffice. For the ensuing half-month, Cao Xiaobai indulged in leisure. Each morning, he awakened naturally, swimming a few laps in the pool before enjoying breakfast. The chefs prepared an array of breakfast options, from steak and bacon to buns and fried dough, as well as sushi and sashimi. After breakfast, he would work out in the gym, although his immense strength rendered ordinary equipment ineffective. He could only adjust the gravity of certain weights, such as dumbbells, to 1,000-fold. After lunch, he would lounge on the lawn, basking in the sun as cherry blossom petals fluttered down upon him, a sensation so blissful it nearly lulled him to sleep. In the afternoon, he would soak in the hot springs, the water at the perfect temperature, opening every pore. With his eyes closed, his mind was blissfully empty. This is living. In the evenings, he would watch movies in the media room or play games, occasionally taking a few shots in the billiards room. Life was undeniably comfortable. Cao Xiaobai reclined on the sofa, a chilled cola in hand, reveling in the tranquility of existence. He gulped down several sips and burped contentedly. Throughout this half-month, he fully relaxed, devoid of battles or training, simply savoring life. After all, his power had surpassed that of Sha Lu, boasting a combat strength of 600 billion. Compared to Sha Lu's 500 billion, the 12-fold disparity rendered tension unnecessary. While he lounged on the sofa watching television, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the living room. Cao Xiaobai was startled, nearly dropping his cola. What the? He sat up. Uncle Wukong? Wufan. Suan Wukong and Suan Wufan stood before him, both clad in martial arts attire. Although Wufan wore the Demon Clan outfit gifted by Bika, both bore smiles on their faces. Xiaobai. The Sha Lu tournament is about to commence. Suan Wukong scratched his head. Shall we go together? Cao Xiaobai paused momentarily. The Sha Lu tournament? Right. Today marks the commencement of the tournament. He had almost forgotten. All right, let us go. Cao Xiaobai stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Suin Wukong and Suin Wufan took in their surroundings. The leather sofas, the enormous screen, the fruits and snacks on the table, and the meticulously trimmed lawn and fountain outside. Both were momentarily taken aback. Xiaobai, Suin Wukong swallowed hard. This place is quite impressive. Suin Wufan's eyes widened. Xiaobai, do you live here? Cao Xiaobai scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. I just bought it. He felt somewhat embarrassed. In exchange for a spacecraft. Suin Wukong and Suin Wufan exchanged glances. A spacecraft? That thing can be traded for a house. Enough dawdling, Cao Xiaobai waved his hand. We must prioritize the important matters. Let us go. Suin Wukong nodded. I'll take you there. He placed a hand on Cao Xiaobai's shoulder, while Suin Wufan did the same on the other side. Are you ready? Suin Wukong inquired. Cao Xiaobai took a deep breath. In the next moment, the three vanished from their location, utilizing instant transmission. When Cao Xiaobai opened his eyes once more, they found themselves in a desolate expanse of Jebiton. Before them stood a colossal arena, its white surface stretching 100 meters on each side. At the center was a green figure, Xiaolu. With arms crossed and a confident smile gracing his face, he seemed entirely at ease. Surrounding the arena had gathered a considerable crowd, including Kellen, Tianjin Fan, Leping, Bike, Vegeta, and Date Nankes. Among them was Sadan, a robust man clad in a white martial arts uniform, striking poses for the camera with unabashed enthusiasm. Ha! Xiaolu, today marks your demise, Sadan proclaimed with a hearty laugh. The world champion Sadan will personally defeat you, you monster. Cao Xiaobai couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This fellow certainly had audacity. Yet, he was aware that despite Sadan's woefully inadequate strength, his luck was remarkable, allowing him to survive numerous crises and often benefit from them. Cao Xiaobai, Kellen exclaimed, rushing over. You've finally arrived. Tianjin Fan, Leping, and Bike approached as well. How has your training been, Xiaobai? Bike inquired. Cao Xiaobai smiled calmly, replying, it's been fine. I should have no trouble with Xiaolu. Bike narrowed his eyes, sensing an intangible pressure emanating from Cao Xiaobai, not one of mere strength, but of a higher existential caliber, reminiscent of his encounter with the KO. What have you become exactly? Bike swallowed hard. Cao Xiaobai offered no answer, merely smiling as he turned to face Xiaolu. Their gazes clashed in the air, sparks igniting. Xiaobai. Xiaolu's voice echoed across the Jebiton. I've awaited you for quite some time. Once I have dealt with everyone else, it will be your turn. His aura seemed to intensify, suggesting that, unlike in the original tale, he had taken the time to train upon sensing Cao Xiaobai's formidable presence. Cao Xiaobai squinted, activating his divine vision, combat power at 70 billion. A remarkable feat, indeed, clearly stemming from Frieza's cells, showcasing an extraordinary training speed. Cao Xiaobai's lips twitched. Is that so? Then allow me to witness just how powerful you are in your perfect form. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and everyone held their breath. For the great battle was about to commence. Chapter 101, The Champion's Mockery. Wukong makes his entrance. All right, all you amateurs, step aside. Let Sadan take the lead. Dressed in his white martial arts attire, Sadan leaped onto the arena. Cao Xiaobai stood below, observing the antics of this man posing for the camera, his lips twitching involuntarily. Truly, he was the comic relief. Sadan halted before Xiaolu, turning to the camera with a broad grin, displaying a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Everyone, watch closely. He retrieved a large stack of tiles from his bag, an impressive 90 pieces. Today, I aim to challenge my personal record of 70 tiles. He neatly arranged the tiles on the ground. Cao Xiaobai sighed, incredulous. Was he serious? Xiaolu stood by, arms crossed, hardly acknowledging the display. Sadan inhaled deeply, assumed a stance, and shouted, Hiya. His hand came crashing down. The sound of breaking tiles echoed, 89 shattered. Rising with a disappointed shake of his head, Sadan lamented, what a pity. Just one short. He turned to the camera, giving a thumbs up. But this proves my strength has improved. Today, I will show this trickster the true power of a martial artist. The global audience erupted in excitement. Heavens! Sadan is incredible. I can't even break 3. Is this the might of a world champion? Sadan! 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 The cheers were deafening. Cao Xiaobai glanced at Kellen beside him, whose expression was one of disbelief. This guy really knows how to show off. Ha! Wufan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. That's true, Tianjin Fan remarked, arms crossed, his third eye fixated intently on Xiaolu. I hope he doesn't get slapped to death. Cao Xiaobai remained silent, watching the mustachioed man posing for the camera, feeling a mix of admiration and incredulity. This fellow truly had luck on his side. In the original story, he boldly provoked the ultimate bosses, always teetering on the brink of death, yet managing to survive, often emerging with unforeseen advantages. What a peculiar character he was. At that moment, Shala spoke, his tone cold and devoid of emotion. There is but one rule for this match. He raised his hand, pointing towards the edge of the arena. Falling out of the arena results in defeat. Pausing, a smirk of mockery crept onto his lips. Life and death are determined by fate. Upon hearing this, instead of feeling fear, Sadan became even more confident. He circled Shalu, even poking at his muscles. Sadan frowned, adopting a professional demeanor. You seem to have trained well, but your muscles are too rigid, clearly the work of an amateur. He then turned to face the camera. I just observed. This guy is nothing but a novice. Defeating him 1T even take me a minute. Cao Xiaobai's lips twitched again. Where did this man derive his confidence? Sadan turned to the main cast, waving his hand. Hey, you competitors over there. Let me go first. You have no objections, right? After all, they were the only ones participating. Bike shot him a cold glance. Let him go, he muttered, even if he dies. We have the Dragon Balls to revive him. The others nodded in agreement. Kellen shrugged. We're not in a hurry. Sadan smiled satisfactorily, turning back to Shalu. Assuming a proper martial arts stance. Cao Xiaobai squinted. Though this man's strength was laughable, his form was commendable, indicating some degree of training. Unfortunately, his opponent was Shalu, a perfect being with a combat power soaring to 70 billion. Just as Sadan prepared to strike, a rumbling sound echoed through the sky. A helicopter approached from afar, hovering above the arena. Shifu, wait. A voice called from the helicopter. Sadan looked up, astonished. Was that Cao? 3 figures leapt from the helicopter. The first was a handsome young man, holding a bouquet of roses, landing with exaggerated flair. The second was a stunning blonde girl, her figure striking, her hair flowing in the wind as she walked. The third was a burly bald man, his face adorned with a hearty smile. Upon landing, the 3 knelt before Sadan in unison. Shifu, the handsome man rose, twirling the roses in midair. A person of your caliber should not need to sully your hands on this. The blonde girl tossed her hair. Let us handle him for you. The burly man chuckled, scratching his head. Shifu, you should take a break. Sadan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! Truly my prized disciples. He patted their shoulders. All right, show him a thing or two. Cao Xiaobai observed this scene, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. These 3 may appear eccentric, yet their prowess as martial artists was commendable, at least superior to that of ordinary individuals. In accordance with the standards of an average individual on Earth, the dashing man was the first to charge forward, tossing a rose into the air as he spun around, delivering a flying kick towards Shalu's head. Shala did not even flinch. A wave of intangible energy radiated from him, and before the man could make contact, he was sent flying back by the force. With a resounding crash, he collided with a distant rock wall, embedding himself half a meter deep. Kale, gasped the golden-haired beauty. Her teeth clenched as she launched herself next. Take this. Shalu remained unmoved, and the girl was similarly launched off the stage. Impossible, bellowed the bald, muscular man as he charged in, fists swinging toward Shalu. With a sigh, Shalu revealed a hint of his aura. The man was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall and landing in the same pit as the previous 2. All 3 were defeated without Shalu even lifting a finger. Cao Xiaobai glanced at the 3 figures, still alive but unconscious. It must be a trick, roared Satan, his face flushed with anger as he pointed at Shalu. Since you wish to engage me so eagerly, I shall oblige you. You will learn the consequences of insulting a martial artist. He charged forward. With a flurry of blows raining down upon Shalu, Satan's fist struck like a torrential downpour, mixing punches and kicks with impressive speed. The audience erupted in excitement. What a force! Look! Shalu is utterly immobilized by Satan's presence. Cao Xiaobai watched with a smile, while Shalu remained unfazed, not even blinking. After a full minute of relentless strikes, Satan, panting heavily, paused. Shalu finally turned his gaze towards the main group, his voice icy. Is the farce over? How long must I wait? His impatience was palpable, and a dangerous edge crept into his tone. My patience is not infinite. Satan faltered, taking 2 steps back. Anger etched across his face. Hey, where are you looking? I am your opponent. He pointed at himself indignantly. This is outrageous. Fine then. He took a deep breath. I shall show you my deadly spinning kick. With a furious shout, Satan leaped, aiming a kick at Shalu's head. Shalu merely glanced at him, just a glance. Suddenly, Satan's body was uncontrollably thrust backward like a cannonball, crashing against the opposite wall with a deafening explosion, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Unconscious, he slumped to the ground. Silence engulfed the world. The audience stared, mouths agape in shock, as they processed what had just occurred. The reporter stood frozen, nearly dropping her microphone. Cao Xiaobai observed the scene, his lips twitching in sympathy for those who were so easily overwhelmed by Shalu's might. Krillin shook his head, lamenting Satan's predicament, while Lu Ping crossed his arms, remarking that he had brought this upon himself with his arrogance. At that moment, Satan regained consciousness, tumbling to the ground from the wall, coughing as he struggled to rise. Anger filled his face as he staggered to the camera. Damn it! This guy has no sense of martial ethics, he shouted, pointing at Shalu. Just another despicable trick. The reporter, recovering slightly, raised her microphone, her voice trembling. Mr. Satan, are you all right? What do you mean by trick? We, the untrained, cannot comprehend the terminology of your martial world. Could you please explain what just transpired? Satan opened his mouth to respond, but Shalu interrupted. Enough. Flies have been swatted. He turned towards the main group, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Have you decided who will step up first? Cao Xiaobai surveyed his companions. Vegeta, with a power level of 700 million, Daidaninkasu, also 700 million, Piccolo, 20 billion, Krillin, 280 million, Lu Ping, 260 million, Tian Shinhan, 290 million, and Jiaozi, 230 million. As for Sun Wukong and Wufan, both were in their Super Saiyan forms, their golden hair shimmering under the sunlight. Sun Wukong surveyed the group before stepping forward. Let me go first, he stated calmly. Is everyone all right with that? Piccolo nodded. Be careful, old Sunday. Krillin approached, patting Wukong's shoulder. Haha, Wukong, do you really think you can defeat Shalu? Sun Wukong shook his head, casting a glance at Shalu. I am not a match for Shalu. His tone was serious. That guy is too strong. Really? But you are the strongest among us, aside from Xiaobai, Krillin replied. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, turning to Wufan. Wufan, pay close attention to my battle. With that, he leaped onto the stage. Vegeta stood aside, arms crossed, his expression grave. Very well, Kakarot. Let me witness the fruits of your training. Cao Xiaobai remained in place, a smile forming as he observed Sun Wukong on the stage. At last, it is about to begin. The battle between Sun Wukong and Shalu, one of the most thrilling confrontations in the original tale. Shalu, Sun Wukong's voice resonated. We have made our decision. He lifted his head, locking eyes with Shalu. Your opponent is me. Shalu narrowed his eyes, a smirk appearing on his lips. Oh, Sun Wukong. I did not expect you to be the first. How surprising. He crossed his arms. But it makes no difference. A tense atmosphere enveloped the arena as both combatants took their stances. What? Below the stage, Satan questioned, observing the two combatants, his brow furrowing. These two are adopting a formal stance, the starting pose of martial artists. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Just as he stood bewildered, the two figures vanished. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fierce collisions echoed from the stage. Satan's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did they go? The audience was equally baffled. The reporter stammered, what is happening? Meanwhile, Cao Xiaobai, Krillin, Tian Shinhan, Lu Ping, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Daidaninkasu all focused intently on the stage, their eyes tracking the swiftly moving figures. Too fast. Krillin swallowed hard. Is this the power of Wukong? Tian Shinhan's third eye fixated on the blurred silhouettes. Incredible. No wonder Wukong is so formidable. Wufan stood by, captivated. His gaze was somewhat intricate. What is wrong with them? Father did not exert his full strength at all. Vegeta remained silent, his fists tightly clenched. Damn it, Kakarot. He gritted his teeth. Cao Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, and he could clearly see the battle on the stage. Although the speed of Sun Wukong and Sheru was astonishing, it appeared crystal clear to him. The two engaged in rapid movements on the stage, their fists and feet colliding. Each clash unleashed a fierce gust of wind. Bang! A deafening sound erupted as the two figures separated. Sun Wukong landed at the edge of the stage, while Sheru settled in the center. How formidable! Sun Wukong contemplated silently. Sheru's strength exceeded his expectations. A faint smile crept onto Sheru's lips. Not bad. He rotated his neck, finding it much more entertaining than he had anticipated. The two exchanged glances before vanishing again for their second encounter. At that moment, they moved to the edge of the stage, exerting pressure with their feet. Bang! The edge suddenly exploded. A massive rock flew outward, shattering in midair, sending countless fragments flying. Crack! The debris struck the crowd, some faces lacerated, others impacted, blood streaming forth. Ah! Cries of horror echoed. Satan's eyes widened as he stared at the exploded rock, his mind blank. What? What is happening? He swallowed hard. The voice of the reporter resonated in the ears of the entire nation. Can someone explain this to me? Her voice trembled. What on earth just happened? The camera focused on the stage, revealing a massive crater at the edge, left by Sun Wukong's earlier landing. Satan gazed at the pit, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It's a trick. It must be a trick. Chapter 102. The Despair of Super Saiyan 2. Cao Xiaobai finally takes action. Below the stage, Cao Xiaobai stood at a distance. Arms crossed, squinting at the two rapidly moving figures. The battle between Sun Wukong and Sheru had reached a fever pitch. Their speed was astonishing, beyond the grasp of ordinary eyes. Yet for Cao Xiaobai, every detail of this battle was vividly clear. The data from Shuesh and Ji Yin continuously refreshed in his mind. Sun Wukong, full power Super Saiyan 1, combat power 40 billion. Sheru, complete form, combat power 70 billion. The disparity was evident. However, Wukong's combat skills and experience allowed him to hold his ground against Sheru for a time. Bang! A loud crash resounded as Sun Wukong hurled a punch at Sheru's face. Sheru sidestepped, countering with an elbow strike aimed at Wukong's back. Wukong twisted his body just in time to evade, propelling himself toward Sheru like a cannonball. The two collided midair, fists meeting flesh. Each impact stirred up a tempest. The stones at the edge of the stage were lifted by the shockwave, disintegrating into dust. Cao Xiaobai observed this scene, nodding inwardly. Wukong truly possesses a strong combat instinct. Despite being at a significant disadvantage in power, he manages to hold on for so long through skill and experience. Truly a combat genius among the Saiyans. Just then, Sheru abruptly halted his movements, hovering in the air with a mocking smile. Sun Wukong. Sheru's voice echoed across the battlefield. Your strength is indeed commendable. He raised his hand, palm upward. But that alone will not secure victory against me. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sheru's body suddenly split. 1, 2, 3, 4. Four identical Sheris appeared in the air. This is... Sun Wukong's eyes widened. For Symbol's fist. Cao Xiaobai squinted. Indeed, this is Tianjin Fan's signature technique. By splitting his body, he creates multiple clones with the full strength of the original. Sheru possesses Tianjin Fan cells, allowing him to utilize this technique as well. The four Sheris launched simultaneous attacks from four directions, encircling Sun Wukong. Wukong gritted his teeth, bringing his hands together. Kamehameha. Boom. A blue energy wave erupted from his palms, sweeping toward the four Sheris. However, the Sheris evaded simultaneously. The next moment, the four Sheris materialized behind Wukong. What? Sun Wukong had no time to react. Bang 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 bang. Four heavy punches struck him simultaneously. Wukong's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom. The earth erupted into a massive crater, smoke and dust swirling. Cao Xiaobai watched this scene, his lips twitching. Sheru is indeed cunning. For clones with a combat power of 70 billion attacking at once, even Wukong cannot withstand that. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong crawled out of the pit. His martial arts uniform tattered, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. Taking a deep breath, he wiped the blood from his lips. Truly Sheru. He grinned. But I have not yet lost. No sooner had he spoken than Wukong's body suddenly vanished. Afterimage fist. Numerous afterimages of Sun Wukong appeared in the air, rushing toward Sheru from all directions. Sheru narrowed his eyes. Interesting. He raised his hand. A red light suddenly coalescing at his fingertips. Let me show you this. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless red beams shot forth from his palm, akin to a machine gun, sweeping toward the afterimages. Cao Xiaobai's eyes widened. This is Friesia's death beam. The red beams pierced through all afterimages, one by one disappearing. Finally, a beam accurately struck Sun Wukong's true form. Ah! Wukong let out a pained scream, his shoulder pierced. Blood splattered. His body lost balance, plummeting from the air. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the ground. Wukong. Krillin shouted, wanting to rush forward, but was stopped by Piccolo. Don't go, Piccolo said sternly. This is their battle. Cao Xiaobai stood still, gazing at the fallen son Wukong, his emotions complex. TSK. It seems their battle has deviated from the original plot. But the difference in strength is indeed considerable. Wukong, knowing he is no match for Sheru, still insists on persevering, entirely to set an example for Wugohan, allowing him to see Sheru's combat style. However, Cao Xiaobai was uncertain whether son Wukong merely desired to relish the thrill of battle. Sheru slowly descended, the four clones merging back into one. He approached son Wukong, looking down upon him. How do you find it? Sheru's lips curled into a smile. My repertoire of techniques is quite impressive, isn't it? He paused. Tianjin Fan's four symbols fist, Frisia's death beam, Krillin's keyblade. Sheru raised his hand, gathering a disc-shaped energy blade in his palm. The energy blade spun rapidly, emitting an ear-piercing hum. I possess the cells of all of you. Sheru's voice brimmed with pride. I can utilize all your techniques. With a flick of his wrist, the key blade flew forth. Whoosh! It grazed son Wukong's cheek, carving a deep gash into the ground. Son Wukong gritted his teeth, struggling to rise. Cough, cough. He pressed on the wound on his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers. Sheru. Wukong raised his head, his gaze unwavering. You are indeed strong. He took a deep breath. However, victory in battle cannot be achieved solely through techniques. As the words left his lips, Wukong gritted his teeth against the pain and clasped his hands together. Kamehameha. A colossal blue energy wave erupted from his palms, surging toward Shalu. Shalu squinted, seemingly unperturbed. Instead of evading, he mirrored Wukong's gesture, his own hands coming together. Kamehameha. An even larger blue energy wave shot forth from Shalu's palms. The two waves collided midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The energy waves grappled for dominance, but soon enough, Shalu's wave began to overpower Wukong's, inching closer and closer. Son Wukong clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead. He roared with all his might, pouring every ounce of energy into the Kamehameha. Yet it was futile. Shalu's wave continued its relentless advance, drawing nearer. Cao Xiaobai observed this scene with a heavy heart. Realizing the disparity in power, 700 billion against 400 billion was a staggering difference. Just as Wukong's energy wave was on the verge of being completely subdued, he abruptly released his hands, his body flickering as he vanished from sight. Instant transmission. In the next instant, Wukong appeared behind Shalu. Take this. He launched a fierce punch towards the back of Shalu's head. However, Shalu did not even turn. He merely raised his hand. Slap. He effortlessly caught Wukong's fist. This move is ineffective against me. Shalu turned his head, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. I am fully aware of your fighting style. As soon as he finished speaking, Shalu retaliated with a punch. Bang! It landed heavily in Wukong's abdomen. Ugh! Wukong let out a cry of anguish, his body curling up like a shrimp. Shalu did not relent. He thrust his knee. Bang! It struck Wukong's chin. Wukong's body was sent flying, tumbling through the air several times before crashing forcefully to the ground. Boom! The earth erupted into a deep crater once more. Cao Xiaobai watched Wukong lying in the pit, feeling a pang of sympathy, yet he refrained from intervening. He understood that Wukong had not given up. Indeed, Wukong climbed out of the pit once more, his face marred with bruises, his martial arts uniform tattered, but his gaze remained resolute. Wukong breathed heavily. Shalu, he smiled widely. You are indeed formidable. He paused. But I still have one final move. With that, Wukong raised both hands high above his head. This is a technique I learned from the Cao. His voice echoed across the battlefield. Spirit Bomb. In the sky, countless specks of light began to converge. It was the energy of all life on Earth. From plants, animals, and humans, all energy was drawn towards Wukong's hands. A massive blue energy sphere coalesced in his palms, growing larger, growing brighter. Cao Xiaobai squinted. The Spirit Bomb. I never anticipated son Wukong would employ this technique. It is a classic from the original story, one that both Frisia and Majin Buu had succumbed to. This technique is undeniably powerful, but it bears a fatal flaw. The gathering time is excessively long, and it requires the opponent's cooperation. As expected, Shalu observed the ever-expanding energy sphere in the sky, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Spirit Bomb? He crossed his arms. How amusing. He did not attempt to intervene, but instead stood there, calmly watching Wukong gather energy. Cao Xiaobai shook his head inwardly at this scene. Xiaolu is indeed terrifyingly confident. Yet it makes sense. With a battle power of 700 billion, even if Wukong were to gather the spirit bomb, it might not be able to harm him. At last, the spirit bomb was fully formed, a massive energy sphere over 100 meters in diameter, radiating a dazzling blue light. Xiaolu, Wukong shouted. Prepare to receive it. He thrust his hands forward, sending the enormous spirit bomb crashing down towards Xiaolu. Boom. The energy sphere streaked through the air, stirring up a tempest. Xiaolu gazed at the descending energy sphere, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. It comes well. He did not evade, instead raising his hands. Allow me to see. He paused, just how powerful this technique truly is. As his words fell, Xiaolu braced himself against the spirit bomb. Boom. The colossal energy sphere pressed down upon him. Xiaolu's feet sank into the ground, which cracked under the strain. Yet he remained steadfast. Huh. Xiaolu roared, exerting his strength. Boom. He lifted the spirit bomb overhead. Then, with a toss of his hands, he hurled the spirit bomb into the sky. Boom. The spirit bomb exploded high above, scattering into countless specks of light. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. How can this be? He swallowed hard, stunned that the spirit bomb had been. Xiaolu clapped his hands. A commendable technique. A smile graced his lips. But for me, it is still insufficient. He paused. Sun Wukong, do you possess any other techniques? Wukong fell silent. He looked at Xiaolu and then at his own hands. Finally, he sighed. No more. Wukong's voice was calm. I have exhausted all my strength. He lifted his head to meet Xiaolu's gaze. Xiaolu, I concede. The arena fell into silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Krillin exclaimed. Wukong, what are you saying? Tian Jinhan frowned. Old Sunday. Piccolo remained silent, sensing Wukong's sincerity. Xiaolu squinted. Surrender? A smirk of mockery crossed his lips. Son Wukong, are you certain? Wukong nodded. Indeed. He turned to face the crowd below the stage. I apologize, everyone. Wukong grinned. I did my best. He paused, his gaze landing on Sun Wufan. It's up to you now. Sun Wufan's eyes widened. Dad. Wukong approached Wufan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Wufan, you can do it. His voice was gentle. I believe in you. Cao Xiaobai stood to the side, observing this moment with a sigh. Wukong continues to follow the narrative of the original story. He believes in Wufan's potential, trusting that Wufan will unleash his strength and anger. However, this Xiaolu possesses a battle power of 700 billion, significantly stronger than in the original tale. Can Wufan truly rise to the occasion? Cao Xiaobai glanced at Sun Wufan. Activating Eye of the Scholar, he assessed Wufan's stats. Sun Wufan, Super Saiyan, battle power 38 billion. Infinite potential. Cao Xiaobai narrowed his eyes. It seems Wukong's judgment was not incorrect. Wufan indeed possesses this potential. Yet the question remains, can he unleash it in battle? Xiaolu stood at the center of the arena, eyeing Sun Wufan. Oh, a smile crept across his face. Are you next? He paused. Sun Wufan. Wufan clenched his teeth, glancing at his father and then at Xiaolu. Finally, he took a deep breath and leaped forward, landing steadily before Xiaolu. Xiaolu assessed the young boy before him. Sun Wufan, the son of Sun Wukong. He squinted, appearing unimpressed. Wufan remained silent, taking his stance as golden energy flared around him. Xiaolu chuckled. Interesting. He crossed his arms. Let me see your true strength, he paused. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaolu vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Wufan, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the back of Wufan's head. Yet Wufan reacted swiftly, spinning around and raising his hand to block. The impact echoed as their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Wufan staggered back a few steps, but managed to steady himself. Xiaolu squinted his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems you are not entirely useless after all. As soon as he finished speaking, both combatants launched their attacks simultaneously. The sound of fists and feet colliding rang out continuously as Wufan and Xiaolu moved rapidly across the arena, exchanging blows in a fierce back-and-forth struggle. Cao Xiaobai observed this scene with astonishment, recognizing Wufan's terrifying combat talent. Despite possessing a mere battle power of 38 billion, he was able to hold his own against Xiaolu, who boasted 70 billion. Truly, he was a remarkable hybrid of Scion and Earthling, with boundless potential. Of course, Xiaolu was undoubtedly holding back. Below the arena, Vegeta stared wide-eyed, clenching his teeth. This little brat, he thought, how can he be so strong? The Nanks was equally astonished. Wufan brother, He gasped, awed by his prowess. Krillin excitedly pumped his fists, cheering Wufan on. Tianjin Fan and Lu Ping also focused intently on the arena, while Piccolo stood nearby, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Yet Cao Xiaobai understood that this was merely a temporary advantage. Xiaolu had not yet fought seriously, merely testing Wufan's abilities. Indeed, a few minutes later, Xiaolu abruptly halted his movements, hovering in midair as he regarded the panting Wufan. Not bad, Xiaolu remarked, a smile creeping across his face. Your strength exceeds my expectations. He paused, and then his aura suddenly surged. A terrifying energy erupted from within him, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Now, I shall get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolu vanished once more, reappearing in front of Wufan and delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen. Wufan had no time to react. The blow landed heavily, causing him to cry out in pain, his body curling up in agony. Xiaolu did not relent. He followed with a knee strike. The impact connected with Wufan's chin, sending him hurtling back, flipping through the air before crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom, creating a massive crater. Wufan, Piccolo shouted, attempting to rush forward, but was halted by Sun Wukong. Do not intervene. Sun Wukong spoke firmly. Trust in Wufan. Cao Xiaobai remained rooted in place, gazing at the fallen Wufan in the pit, sighing inwardly. As expected, once Xiaolu became serious, Wufan was no match for him. The disparity between 70 billion and 38 billion was far too great. Wufan struggled to rise from the pit, his face marred with bruises, his martial arts uniform tattered. Coughing, he clutched his abdomen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xiaolu descended slowly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. How does it feel? This is the chasm that lies between us. He paused briefly. Wufan, do you wish to continue? Wufan clenched his teeth, lifting his head with determination in his eyes. He inhaled deeply. I will not give up. As soon as he spoke, Wufan charged forward once more. Yet Xiaolu merely raised his hand, flicking it dismissively. Boom. Wufan was sent flying again, crashing to the ground with another resounding thud, creating yet another crater. Cao Xiaobai observed this scene with a heavy heart. But he understood that this was a necessary trial. Only through despair could Wufan unleash his true potential. At that moment, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing the vast difference in power. Wufan would be annihilated by Xiaolu before he even had a chance to showcase his strength. Krillin. He turned to Krillin. Give me a Senzu bean. Krillin was taken aback. Huh. He hurriedly retrieved a small pouch from his clothing. Here. Sun Wukong took the pouch and extracted a Senzu bean. Wufan, he shouted, before tossing it toward Wufan. However, just as the Senzu bean soared through the air, a shadow darted past. Slap. Xiaolu caught the Senzu bean in his hand. Oh. He examined the bean with a grin. Is this the legendary Senzu bean? How intriguing. Without hesitation, Xiaolu swallowed the Senzu bean whole. Boom. His aura immediately surged back to its peak, even stronger than before. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. This is bad. He clenched his teeth. What a foolish mistake I made believing in Xiaolu's martial spirit. Cao Xiaobai watched this unfold, his lips twitching. Wukong is blindly confident, thinking Xiaolu would not seize the Senzu bean. Now, Xiaolu had not only regained his strength, but had also enhanced it further. Xiaolu stretched his neck, surveying Sun Wukong. Not bad. Thank you for the Senzu bean. He paused, a cruel smile forming. As a reward, I shall show you what true despair looks like. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiaolu's tail suddenly expanded. A terrifying energy coalesced at the tip of his tail. In the next moment, 7 smaller versions of Xiaolu burst forth from his tail. Each one resembled Xiaolu, albeit smaller in stature. Cao Xiaobai narrowed his eyes. Shueshen Jiyan, you activated. Xiao Xiaolu. Battle power 40 billion. 7 of them. Cao Xiaobai sighed inwardly. This is troublesome. 7 little Xiaolu with 40 billion battle power. Alongside the original Xiaolu at 70 billion. This formation is utterly insurmountable. Go. Xiaolu waved his hand. Show them your strength. The 7 smaller Xiaolus surged into action, each targeting a different Z warrior. One charged at Piccolo, another at Vegeta, one at Tetanex, one at Krillin, one at Tianjin Fan, one at Lu Ping, and one at Jiaozi. Yet none aimed for Cao Xiaobai. Standing still, Cao Xiaobai observed the small Xiaolu with a cold smile. Xiaolu is quite clever. Realizing I am not to be trifled with and deliberately choosing not to attack me, the battle erupted instantly. Piccolo engaged with a small Xiaolu, but was quickly overpowered. With a battle power of only 20 billion, He was no match for the 40 billion of the smaller Shalu. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power soaring to 35 billion, yet he still could not contend with the smaller Shalu. The Tainanks transformed too, achieving the same battle power of 35 billion, but was still overpowered. As for Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Lu Ping, and Jiaozi, they could not withstand a single punch from the smaller Shalu and were instantly sent flying. Cao Xiaobai watched this unfold, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, the power of the smaller Shalu was overwhelmingly strong. The Z warriors were no match for them. Cries of anguish echoed as Piccolo was kicked away by a small Shalu, crashing violently against the rocky wall. While Vegeta was struck in the abdomen by a punch from another small Shalu, the entire figure bent into a shrimp-like shape. The Tainankisi was struck in the back by a brutal elbow from Xiao Xiaolu, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Klin, Tianjin Fan, Lu Ping, and Jiaozi were utterly powerless against the onslaught. In the whole arena, only one individual remained untouched, and that was Cao Xiaobai. He stood still, arms crossed, quietly observing everything transpiring. Sha Lu turned his head, fixing his gaze upon Cao Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai, he said, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you not going to make a move? Cao Xiaobai shook his head, unhurried. His voice was calm. I am waiting for someone. Sha Lu squinted, waiting for someone. He paused. Who? Cao Xiaobai offered no response, but instead looked toward Sun Wufan, who lay on the ground, battered and weak, yet his eyes remained open, watching his comrades being tormented by Xiao Xiaolu. Big uncle. Wufan gritted his teeth. Klin uncle. He struggled to rise, but his body would not obey. Damn it. Tears welled in Wufan's eyes. Why am I so weak? At that moment, a Xiao Xiaolu suddenly appeared before him. Hee. A cruel smile crept across Xiao Xiaolu's face as he lifted his foot, aiming to stomp on Wufan's head. Wufan. Sun Wukong shouted. But it was too late to intervene. Just as the imminent danger loomed, a figure abruptly appeared. Bang! The figure delivered a powerful punch to Xiao Xiaolu, sending him flying. Cao Xiaobai narrowed his eyes. It was number 16, restored by Bulma. Number 16 stood in front of Wufan, blocking Xiao Xiaolu's attack. Number 16. Wufan's eyes widened. Number 16 turned to him, Sun Wufan, its voice calm. You must fight. It paused, to protect this world. As soon as the words left its mouth, number 16 turned and charged at Xiao Xiaolu. However, its power was only 9 billion, while Xiao Xiaolu possessed 40 billion. The disparity was overwhelming. Bang! Xiao Xiaolu's punch landed squarely in number 16's abdomen, sending its body hurtling through the air, crashing harshly to the ground. Clearly, Xiao Xiaolu had not regarded number 16 as a worthy opponent. Yet number 16 did not relent. It struggled to rise again, rushing at Xiao Xiaolu once more. Bang! Another simple punch, but the outcome was the same. Number 16 was once again sent flying. Cao Xiaobai observed this scene, sighing inwardly. Number 16, aware of its disadvantage, was still determined to fight. Was it to protect Wufan? Or was it for the sake of peace? Just then, number 16 made a reckless decision. It charged directly at the core of Sha Lu, arms outstretched, tightly embracing him. What do you intend to do? Sha Lu asked calmly. Number 16's voice was equally serene. Sha Lu, it paused, I will perish with you. As soon as the words were uttered, an explosive surge of energy erupted from within number 16. The terrifying energy waves burst forth. Cao Xiaobai squinted. Was number 16 going to self-destruct? But in the next moment, nothing happened. Number 16 froze, confused. What is going on? It looked down at its body. Why? Sha Lu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Ha. Did you think I was unaware of your intentions? Even if you were to self-destruct, you could not harm me. It seems you no longer even qualify for self-destruction. How pathetic. Klin shouted, Number 16, run. Bulma disassembled the bomb inside you. Number 16's eyes widened in shock. What? Xiao Xiaolu's fist slammed into number 16's abdomen. Bang. Number 16's body was sent flying, crashing down heavily. Sha Lu approached, placing a foot on number 16's chest. You worthless piece of junk, he sneered. You can't even manage a self-destruction. As the words left his lips, Sha Lu stomped down. Crack. Number 16's body was crushed, leaving only its head rolling aside. Cao Xiaobai gazed at this scene, sighing inwardly. Number 16 was ultimately destroyed. However, number 16 was the catalyst for Wufan's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, and Cao Xiaobai had no intention of intervening. The head rolled to Satan's feet, startling him. Satan, holding the host, quickly retreated a few steps. What? Number 16's eyes still moved, fixing on Satan. Please, its voice was weak. Throw me beside Sun Wufan. Satan hesitated, glancing between number 16's head and the distant Wufan. Finally, he gritted his teeth. All right. He picked up number 16's head and ran towards Wufan. Hey, kid, he shouted, tossing number 16's head towards Wufan. The head rolled to rest before Wufan. Number 16. Wufan looked at the head, tears streaming down his face. Son Wufan, number 16's voice was gentle. Do not fear the battle. It paused. This world is beautiful. Its voice grew fainter. The birds are singing, the flowers are blooming, and all life strives to exist. It paused again. Please protect them. As the last words echoed, number 16's eyes dimmed, ceasing to function altogether. Wufan gazed at number 16's head, tears finally spilling down. Number 16. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling. A terrifying energy erupted from within him. Boom. Golden flames ignited around him. But this time it was different. The flames crackled with countless bolts of lightning. Wufan's hair stood on end, even his bangs defying gravity. His gaze turned icy. Super Saiyan 2. Cao Xiaobai squinted. Finally. It had arrived. Shueshin Jiyan, you activated. Sun Wufan, Super Saiyan 2, battle power 100 billion. A smile crept across Cao Xiaobai's face. Excellent. He closed his eyes, beginning to analyze the transformation principles of Super Saiyan 2. Moments later, he opened his eyes. He had mastered it. Super Saiyan 2. His baseline battle power was 12 billion. Transforming into Super Saiyan yielded 60 billion. If he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, it would be 120 billion. Cao Xiaobai calculated silently. Not bad. His power had ascended to another level. In the arena, Wufan slowly rose to his feet, eyes fixed on Sha Lu, his gaze frigid. Sha Lu. His voice was calm, yet brimming with murderous intent. I will kill you. Sha Lu squinted. Oh, a smile flickered on his lips. Interesting. He paused, then come. As the words left his mouth, Wufan vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared before a Sha Lu. A punch was unleashed. Bang. Sha Lu's body exploded into countless fragments. Wufan did not pause, continuing to attack the other Sha Lu. Bang, 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 bang. One after another. The Sha Lu could barely react before Wufan dispatched them with a single blow each. In less than 10 seconds, all 7 Sha Lu had been eradicated. Cao Xiaobai watched this scene, nodding inwardly. Super Saiyan 2 Wufan was indeed extraordinarily powerful. The battle power of 100 billion effortlessly crushed the 40 billion of Sha Lu. Sha Lu's expression turned grave as he observed this scene, swallowing hard. Is this the evolved form of the Super Saiyan? As Wu Fan turned to face Sha Lu, he paused momentarily and declared, It's your turn. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wu Fan vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared before Sha Lu, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Sha Lu hastily attempted to block, but it was futile. With a resounding thud, Wu Fan's fist pierced through Sha Lu's defense, striking him hard. Ugh! Sha Lu cried out, his body bending in a shrimp-like position. Wu Fan did not relent. He thrust his knee upwards, smashing it into Sha Lu's chin. Sha Lu's body was sent flying, tumbling through the air several times before crashing violently to the ground. The ground erupted, creating a massive crater. Cao Xiaobai observed this spectacle, feeling a deep admiration for Wu Fan in his Super Saiyan 2 form, realizing his terrifying strength. A power disparity of 100 billion against 70 billion was utterly overwhelming. Sha Lu struggled to rise from the pit, clutching his abdomen, his face pale. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, glaring at Wu Fan with a flicker of fear in his eyes, which was quickly replaced by rage. Since it has come to this. He inhaled deeply. I shall show you my true power. As he spoke, Sha Lu's body began to swell, his muscles expanding exponentially. His form growing larger and larger until he transformed into a grotesque muscle-bound monster. Cao Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, activating the Shueshin Jiyan. Sha Lu, in his swollen form, possesses a battle power of 80 billion, but his speed has significantly decreased. He shook his head, noting that Sha Lu had taken the same path as in the original story, mistakenly believing that mere muscle mass would translate to strength, while in reality, it only diminished his speed. Indeed, Wu Fan regarded the inflated Sha Lu with a smirk of derision. Do you truly believe this will secure your victory over me? He paused. You are gravely mistaken. With that, Wu Fan vanished once again. Sha Lu's eyes widened in shock. What? He spun around, but it was too late. Bam! Wu Fan's fist struck Sha Lu's back, causing him to tumble forward. Wu Fan continued his assault, raining down punches and kicks upon Sha Lu with relentless ferocity. Sha Lu was unable to react. His speed was too sluggish, failing to keep pace with Wu Fan's rhythm. Oh! Sha Lu screamed as he was battered backward. Finally, Wu Fan delivered a heavy blow to Sha Lu's abdomen, causing his mouth to open wide as a figure flew from within. 18 How? Cao Xiaobai squinted, realizing that 18 How had finally been expelled. She traced an arc through the air before landing steadily on the ground. Krillin rushed over to scoop up the drenched 18 How and carry her away from Sha Lu. Meanwhile, Sha Lu knelt on the ground, unable to focus on Krillin as he reverted to his second form, clutching his abdomen, his complexion ashen. Damn it, he gritted his teeth. With 18 How now freed, he raised his head to face Wu Fan, a glimmer of despair flickering in his eyes. Am I to lose? He swallowed nervously. At that moment, Sha Lu made a frenzied decision. He stood up and addressed everyone. In that case, he inhaled deeply. Let us all perish together. As soon as he finished, his body began to swell once more, a terrifying energy erupting from within him. Ha! You will all accompany me to the grave, he bellowed. In 1 minute, this planet will be utterly destroyed. A hush fell over the crowd as everyone stared in disbelief. What? Krillin exclaimed. Is he going to self-destruct? Tianjin Fan's face turned pale. Has this guy gone mad? Piccolo clenched his jaw, seething. Damn it. Vegeta remained silent. Date Ninkasu gazed at Sha Lu, a trace of despair crossing his features. Son Goku stood still, surveying everyone, his gaze finally settling on Son Wu Fan. Wu Fan, he spoke softly, I am sorry. He paused. Father must take the lead. With that, Son Goku advanced toward Sha Lu. Goku! Krillin shouted in alarm. What are you doing? Son Goku turned back, smiling at everyone. Everyone, he paused, glancing at Cao Xiaobai. I never anticipated this outcome. It seems you will not have the chance to intervene. The safety of Earth will now rest upon my shoulders. Until we meet again, after your demise. As he finished speaking, Son Goku placed a hand on Sha Lu's shoulder. Sha Lu, his voice calm, I will take you to a place. Sha Lu was taken aback. What? In the next moment, both vanished in a flash. Cao Xiaobai stood rooted in place, watching the two disappear, sighing inwardly. Goku has indeed followed the path of the original story, he mused. He intends to take Sha Lu to the King of the Worlds, sacrificing his own life for the safety of Earth. Moments later, a deafening explosion resonated from the King of the World's planet, a colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Son Goku. Krillin gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. You fool. Tianjin Fan bowed his head. Old son, Piccolo remained silent. Vegeta turned away without uttering a word. Son Wu Fan knelt on the ground, father. He gritted his teeth, tears flowing uncontrollably. Alas, Cao Xiaobai observed this scene, feeling a swirl of complex emotions. The sacrifice of Goku was indeed moving. Yet this was not the end, for Sha Lu would surely resurrect, and he would return even stronger. As expected, mere moments later, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Sha Lu, but this time he was different. His entire body shimmered with golden energy, surrounded by crackling lightning, his aura magnitudes more potent than before. Cao Xiaobai squinted, activating the Shui Shenji Yen. Sha Lu, in his lightning form, boasts a battle power of 200 billion. Cao Xiaobai's lips twitched in disbelief. 200 billion is vastly superior to the original. Sha Lu hovered in the air, gazing down at the onlookers with a cruel smile. Ha! I have been resurrected. He paused. And I have grown even stronger. He raised his hand. Thanks to the Scion's ability to grow stronger when near death. He continued, moreover. With Piccolo's regeneration and Son Goku's instant transmission, a mocking grin spread across his face. Now, I am invincible. As he spoke, Sha Lu vanished from sight once more. The next moment, he appeared before Son Wu Fan, delivering a punch to Wu Fan's abdomen. Wu Fan was caught off guard. Bam! Sha Lu's fist struck him hard in the gut. Ugh! Wu Fan cried out, bending over in pain. Sha Lu did not relent. He thrust his knee upward. Bam! It connected with Wu Fan's chin, sending his body crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. The earth shattered beneath him, creating a gaping hole. Cao Xiaobai watched this unfolding drama. A deep sigh escaped my heart. 200 billion against 100 billion. The disparity is simply too immense. Wugohan stands no chance at all. Sha Lu gently descended to the ground. How does it feel? A smirk of derision curled at the corners of his lips. This is the chasm that separates us. He paused momentarily. Wugahan, do you still wish to continue? Wugahan, struggling, crawled out of the pit, clutching his abdomen, his complexion pale. He gritted his teeth. I will not give up. No sooner had he spoken than Wugahan charged forward once more. Yet Shallow merely raised a hand and waved it lightly. Bang! Wugahan's body was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the ground. Boom! Another deep crater formed. Shallow gazed down at the fallen Wugahan. It appears you still do not grasp the extent of our disparity. He paused again. Then allow me to plunge you into utter despair. As soon as the words left his lips, Shallow clasped his hands together. Kamehameha. A colossal blue energy wave erupted from his palms, hurtling toward Wugahan. Wugahan's eyes widened in alarm. Not good. He hurriedly pressed his hands together. Kamehameha. Boom. The two energy waves collided midair, but soon, Shallow's wave began to overpower Wugahan's, inching forward relentlessly. Wugahan gritted his teeth, veins protruding on his forehead. He poured every ounce of strength into his Kamehameha. Yet it was futile. Shallow's energy wave continued to advance, drawing closer. Wugahan, Krillin shouted. Hold on. Tianjinhan, Lu Ping, and Jiaozi rushed forward, unleashing their energy waves to attack Shallow. However, Shallow simply lifted his other hand and waved it lightly. Bang, bang, bang. All energy waves were deflected effortlessly. Piccolo charged in, throwing a punch at Shallow, but Shallow merely glanced at him. A wave of invisible force emanated from him, instantly sending Piccolo flying, crashing to the ground. Vegeta and Trunks also charged forward, but the outcome was the same. They were all sent reeling. Shallow's energy wave loomed ever closer. Wugahan was nearing his limit. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. Am I really going to lose? At that moment, despair enveloped everyone. Krillin knelt on the ground. It's over, he grumbled, clenching his teeth. We're finished. Tianjinhan lowered his head. Is it true? He swallowed hard. Is the Earth really going to be destroyed? Piccolo remained silent. Vegeta turned away, saying nothing. Just as despair took hold of everyone, Wugahan suddenly called out, Xiaobai? He shouted with all his might. Xiaobai. His voice echoed across the battlefield. Xiaobai, save us, save the Earth. Krillin quickly reacted. Yes, Xiaobai. He yelled. Mr. Xiaobai, please intervene. Tianjinhan joined in the call. Xiaobai, Lu Ping, Jiaozi, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Trunks all shouted in unison, Xiaobai, Xiaobai, Xiaobai. Even Sun Wukong, from the realm of King Kai, called out, Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai stood still, listening to the chorus of pleas. A smile forming at the corners of his mouth. At last, it is my turn to take the stage. He took a deep breath. Wugahan. His voice was calm. Hold on. He paused. I am coming. No sooner had he spoken than Cao Xiaobai transformed into Super Saiyan, his figure vanishing from sight. In an instant, he reappeared beside Wugahan, gazing at the energy wave that threatened to engulf him. Cao Xiaobai raised a hand and flicked it lightly. Slap. Shallow's Kamehameha was effortlessly deflected. As if swatting a fly, silence fell over the battlefield. All eyes widened in disbelief. What? Krillin swallowed hard. What is happening? Tianjinhan was taken aback. Xiaobai. He gasped. Piccolo's eyes widened. He casually deflected Shallow's Kamehameha. Vegeta stood silently, arms crossed. His expression darkening as he regarded Cao Xiaobai, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Just how strong is this guy? Shallow was also taken aback, staring at Cao Xiaobai with disbelief. Cao Xiaobai. He swallowed hard. You. Cao Xiaobai turned to face Shallow, a smile gracing his lips. Shallow, it is my turn now. His voice remained calm. Is that so? I have been waiting for you. Shallow narrowed his eyes. Cao Xiaobai, he crossed his arms, a smile curling on his lips. The warm-up is over. Chapter 103, Crushing Power. Shallow's despair. Cao Xiaobai stood rooted in place, hands in his pockets. Observing the astonished yet regaining confidence on Shallow's face, a smile creeping across his lips. This fellow truly does not shed tears until he sees the coffin. Cao Xiaobai, able to withstand my half-powered Kamehameha, has earned my recognition. Shallow's voice reverberated across the battlefield. He crossed his arms, a smile playing on his lips. It seems you are indeed the strongest among all, I concede, even including my former self. He paused, his gaze sharpening. However, at present, your strength cannot possibly rival mine. Cao Xiaobai, upon hearing these words, nearly laughed aloud. This fool truly does not comprehend his own limitations. 200 billion battle power? In his presence, Such a figure is insignificant. His normal state boasts a battle power of 120 billion. In transformed state, 600 billion. In Super Saiyan 2, 1,200 billion. 6 times Shala's power. What does that even imply? It is akin to an adult fighting a kindergarten child. No. It is more accurate to say a professional boxer against a kindergarten child. They exist on entirely different planes. Cao Xiaobai chuckled softly. Shalu, from whence do you derive your confidence? His voice was calm, yet each word struck like nails into Shalu's heart. With your meager strength, you have yet to ignite any desire for me to engage. As soon as the words left his mouth, silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were wide with shock. Krillin swallowed hard. What is Xiaobai saying? Tianjinhan was similarly stunned. Is he serious? Piccolo furrowed his brows. He could sense Cao Xiaobai's immense energy. But to such a degree? To possess no desire to act? This is outrageous. Vegeta stood aside, arms crossed, his expression grim as he regarded Cao Xiaobai. A tumult of emotions swirling within him. Just how powerful is this young lad? Shala's expression instantly darkened. His eyes narrowed, and his aura began to swell. You are indeed arrogant. He gritted his teeth. I had some expectations of you, yet you have proven to be so unbearably arrogant. He raised a hand, pointing at Cao Xiaobai. To not even feel the might of my formidable strength is truly disappointing. He paused, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In that case, you shall meet the same fate as the others. He opened his arms wide. You will all become nourishment for my body. Shala did not believe that Cao Xiaobai's strength surpassed his own. After all, he had not fought with his full power earlier. If it were himself, he could easily send the Qigong wave flying. Cao Xiaobai observed the self-assured demeanor of Shalu, shaking his head inwardly. This fellow truly would not turn back until he ran into a wall. If that is the case, let him collide headfirst and bleed profusely. Cao Xiaobai extended a finger, pointing at his own face. Shalu, I stand here, he declared, his voice calm, yet each word detonated like a bomb in the hearts of all present. If you can harm even a single hair on my body, I shall concede defeat. The moment these words escaped his lips, everyone was rendered speechless. Klin widened his eyes in disbelief. What? What are you saying, Xiaobai? Piccolo also rushed forward, his steps heavy. Kid, what are you trying to do? He grasped Cao Xiaobai's shoulders. This battle concerns the fate of all Earthlings. You cannot treat it lightly. Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow. Xiaobai, your strength is formidable. But Shalu's power is several times greater than before. Lu Ping swallowed hard. Yes, Xiaobai, don't act rashly. Jiaozi nodded in agreement. Xiaobai, this is far too dangerous. Vegeta stood at a distance, observing Cao Xiaobai with a complex expression. Xiaobai, are you serious? His voice was low and grave. Confusion spread among them all, as they could not comprehend why Cao Xiaobai would take such a risk. Wasn't this akin to courting death? Even Satan and the reporters, hiding at a distance, were taken aback. Satan, clutching the host, trembled all over. What did he say? He swallowed hard. A mere child dares to challenge that monster? He paused. How arrogant. The reporter nodded, raising his broken camera, instinctively aiming it at Cao Xiaobai. Dear viewers, we are witnessing a shocking scene. His voice trembled. A boy who appears to be barely in his teens has issued a challenge to that terrifying monster. He paused again. He claims that if the monster can harm even a single hair on him, he will accept defeat. Though the photographer's equipment was damaged, he still held it up as a matter of course. Cao Xiaobai listened to the warnings surrounding him, quietly sighing. These people still did not understand his true capabilities. However, it was to be expected. He had never fought at full strength before. Naturally, they were unaware of his hidden cards. Since that was the case, let them see. Let them witness what true domination looks like. Cao Xiaobai turned to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, do not worry, he said calmly. I am well aware of what I am doing. He paused. Just watch from the sidelines. Piccolo gazed into Cao Xiaobai's eyes, which held no trace of panic, only absolute confidence. Piccolo was taken aback and released his grip. Very well, he said, taking a deep breath. I believe in you. Klin clenched his teeth. Xiaobai, be careful. Tianjin Fan nodded. We are ready to assist you at any time. Cao Xiaobai smiled lightly. No need. He turned to face Shalu. Come on, Shalu. He spread his arms wide. Show me your strength. Shalu looked at Cao Xiaobai in surprise, then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. How amusing. So very amusing. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. I misjudged you earlier. He pointed at Cao Xiaobai. You are not arrogant, nor are you reckless. You are simply a complete fool. His aura began to surge violently, golden energy flames igniting around him, lightning crackling. The entire battlefield trembled. Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Shala bellowed. Take this. The moment he finished speaking, Shala moved. His figure vanished in an instant, and the next moment, he was right in front of Cao Xiaobai, less than a meter away. Shala clenched his fist, unleashing 70% of his power. Intent on delivering a fatal blow to Cao Xiaobai, aiming to make this arrogant little brat understand what despair truly meant. Boom. His fist struck out, tearing through the air with a deafening sonic boom. Cao Xiaobai stood his ground, not even blinking. He observed the approaching fist, silently calculating. 70% of a battle power of 200 billion amounts to approximately 140 billion. In the face of his 1.2 trillion, it was hardly even a tickle. Bang! The fist crashed down hard against Cao Xiaobai's face. The heavens trembled. Energy waves radiated outward, splintering the ground into countless cracks. Nearby rocks were sent flying. The Z warriors were knocked back by the shockwave. Clin shielded his face with his hands. Such immense power. Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth. Xiaobai? Piccolo's eyes widened. Damn it. Vegeta frowned as well. But in the next moment, everyone was dumbstruck. For they beheld that Cao Xiaobai remained standing, unmoved. Shala's fist pressed tightly against his face. Yet there were no wounds, not even a trace of redness. He merely smiled faintly. Shala, haven't you eaten? This force feels a bit light. Boom. These words resonated like thunder, exploding in the minds of all present. Shala's eyes widened. What? It's impossible. He swallowed hard. 70% power. How can he remain unscathed? This is illogical. Absolutely illogical. Shala's body began to tremble, not from fear, but from rage. Impossible. Impossible. He roared. I refuse to believe it. With that, Shala attacked again, this time unleashing his full strength. Bang, 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 bang. His fists rained down like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with world-shattering power. The air shattered around them, and the ground was obliterated. Shockwaves pulverized the surrounding rocks. The Z warriors were staggered back by this terrifying force. Clin gritted his teeth. What kind of power is this? Tianjin Fan's eyes widened. It's too terrifying. Piccolo spoke in a grave tone. Shala is using his full strength. Vegeta observed the scene, his expression darkening. This kind of power. I cannot withstand even a single blow. Data Nankasu swallowed hard. Father Satan and the reporter were sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing down hard onto the ground. Satan clutched the host, trembling all over. This is too frightening. Too frightening. The reporter's face turned pale with fear. Is this truly a power that a human can possess? As for Cao Xiaobai, he stood amidst the storm of Shala's fists, a faint smile gracing his face. Yes, right here, he said, pointing to his back. Shala, put in a bit more effort. It tickles. His tone was light-hearted, as if he were enjoying a massage. Shala's fists fell upon him, not only causing no pain, but instead feeling quite soothing, akin to a massage. Cao Xiaobai mused inwardly. Is this what it feels like to dominate? I'm rather enjoying it. Ha ha ha, this is utterly delightful. I have experienced the thrill of arrogance. He gazed upon Shala's increasingly contorted visage, delight blossoming within his heart. Shala, utterly enraged, roared in fury. He unleashed a barrage of skills upon Cao Xiaobai. Qi Yuanzhan, Si Xiang Quan, Si Wang Guangxian, Gui Pai Qigong, Mo Guan Guang Sha Pao. Every technique within his arsenal was employed. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions reverberated incessantly. The entire battlefield trembled. Smoke and dust billowed forth. Energy waves surged chaotically. The Z warriors were pushed back, reeling from the shock. Clin swallowed hard. This is too exaggerated. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened. Shala is truly desperate. Piccolo remarked gravely. Xiaobai, he hesitated. Are you really unscathed? Vegeta surveyed the cloud of dust, his gaze complex. This little brat, he clenched his teeth. What manner of monster is he? As the dust settled, all eyes widened in astonishment. For they beheld Cao Xiaobai, standing resolutely, utterly unmoved. Not a speck of dust clung to him, for surrounding his form was a faint golden shield, an energy barrier he had effortlessly conjured. All of Shala's assaults struck this barrier, not even causing a ripple. Cao Xiaobai yawned. Shala, are you finished? His voice was calm. I am nearly asleep. Shala, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless. He knelt upon the ground, hands braced against the earth, trembling uncontrollably. No, this is impossible. He gritted his teeth. How can this be? He raised his gaze to Cao Xiaobai, disbelief etched in his eyes. What manner of monster are you? Cao Xiaobai chuckled softly. He paused. Am merely an ordinary earthling. No sooner had he spoken than Shalu completely collapsed. Ah, 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 he bellowed. No, no. How can this be? He shook his head violently. Impossible. Impossible. He looked at Cao Xiaobai, fear radiating from his eyes. You monster. Clin watched, swallowing hard. Why do I feel he paused? Shala seems rather weak. Tianjin Fan was taken aback. What are you saying? He turned to Clin. Did you not feel it? He pointed at Cao Xiaobai. That guy is truly just playing around. Piccolo remained silent, observing Cao Xiaobai with a complex expression. This little brat, he paused. Just how powerful is he? Vegeta's fists clenched, cracking audibly. He gritted his teeth. Cursed be it. His pride lay shattered. Son Goku had surpassed him. Son Gohan had surpassed him. Unbelievably, Cao Xiaobai's strength dwarfed his own. This fellow. He gritted his teeth. What kind of monster is he? Shalu knelt upon the earth, trembling. He gazed at Cao Xiaobai, despair filling his eyes. Suddenly, he laughed. Excellent. He stood, wiping the sweat from his brow. Now, this is interesting. He crossed his arms, a smirk gracing his lips. Cao Xiaobai, I concede your strength. He paused. However, do not underestimate me. He lifted his chin, gazing into the sky. Just because I cannot defeat you now does not mean I will not be able to in the future. He turned back to Cao Xiaobai. Once I absorb the life of the entire universe, you too shall fall before me. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Ha ha ha, Cao Xiaobai. Just wait for my return on Earth. He paused. Until we meet again. With a flash, Shala's figure vanished, having instantaneously teleported away. Cao Xiaobai watched the space where Shalu had been, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Trying to escape? He shook his head. Too late. Lepin's eyes widened. That guy actually fled. Clin was also in shock. Shalu ran away? Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow. Cursed be it. Jiaozi grew anxious. Xiaobai, what should we do? Piccolo spoke gravely. Wait. The matter is not yet resolved. He turned to Cao Xiaobai. That fellow intends to absorb universal life. He paused. If that comes to pass, not only Earth, but the entire universe shall perish. Cao Xiaobai smiled gently. Fear not, Uncle Piccolo. His voice was tranquil. Even if I do not intervene, that fellow cannot possibly absorb the entirety of the universe. Piccolo frowned. What do you mean? Cao Xiaobai turned to Vegeta. Right, Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's body stiffened momentarily. He recalled a certain terrifying entity, something even more dreadful than Bifulisa. He swallowed hard. Humph. He turned away. Xiaobai is correct. He paused. That fellow wishes to absorb the entire universe? He scoffed. Utterly delusional. Piccolo observed Vegeta's reaction, his mind filled with further questions. What precisely could it be? Cao Xiaobai waved his hand. Enough. You all wait a moment. He stretched his neck. I shall deal with Shalu. He paused. After all, this creature originated from Earth. And should any formidable being be angered, Earth could face ruin as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Xiaobai pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Whoosh. In an instant, he vanished from before them. All were left in a state of shock. Clin swallowed hard. What does Xiaobai mean? Tianjin Fan frowned. That formidable being? Lepin scratched his head. I am unsure. Jiaozi turned to Piccolo. Piccolo, do you know? Piccolo shook his head. I am also unclear. Even Vegeta remained silent, withholding explanations. For some matters, revealing them would only instill greater fear. After several breaths, whoosh. Cao Xiaobai's figure reappeared, holding aloft a severed head. No. It should be referred to as Shala's head. Terror was etched across Shala's face. He was attempting to regenerate, but Cao Xiaobai's energy barrier held him firmly in place, preventing his regeneration from succeeding. I'm sorry, Cao Xiaobai. Shalu cried in terror. I was wrong. Spare me. His voice trembled. I shall never dare again. Cao Xiaobai regarded him, a smile curling at his lips. Too late. He casually tossed Shala's head into the air. A golden beam of energy shot forth from his fingertips. Boom. Shala's head exploded in midair, disintegrating into countless motes of light, leaving not even a single cell behind. Silence enveloped the scene. All gazed in astonishment. Clin swallowed hard. Shalu is dead. Tianjin Fan was likewise stunned. Just like that? Lepin scratched his head. It feels rather easy. Jiaozi nodded. Xiaobai is incredible. Piccolo regarded Cao Xiaobai. His expression complex. This little brat, he paused. Just how powerful is he? Vegeta remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Cao Xiaobai. Fists clenched tightly, a sound of cracking echoed. First, he gritted his teeth. That guy, Sun Wukong's eyes widened. Xiaobai swallowed hard. So powerful. Cao Xiaobai turned around, addressing everyone. All right, he clapped his hands. Shallow has already been dealt with. He paused momentarily. You may return home now. As soon as the words left his lips, a wave of cheers erupted. Wonderful. We have triumphed. The Earth has been saved. Klin leaped up in excitement. Tianjin Fan also wore a smile. Lepin and Jiaozi embraced each other. Piccolo let out a sigh of relief. Even Vegeta turned around, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Though displeased, at least the Earth was preserved. Satan and the reporters crawled out from the rubble, gazing at the jubilant Z warriors with bewilderment. What transpired? Satan swallowed hard. That monster is dead. The reporter was also stunned. It seems that young lad was the one who did it. Satan stared at Cao Xiaobai, his eyes filled with astonishment. Who on earth is this person? Meanwhile, in a distant realm, a handsome blue man wielding a scepter observed everything happening within a crystal ball. A faint smile graced his lips. Oh my, oh my. His voice was light-hearted. What a splendid performance I have witnessed. He paused briefly. It is a pity Lord Beerus did not see it. He shook his head. Never mind. Let him see it. Who knows what trouble it might stir. He sighed. Alas, the food has been increasingly unpalatable lately. He gazed at the crystal ball, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. I wonder where in this universe there exists delectable cuisine that could captivate my heart. He turned and walked away, the scepter striking the ground, producing a clear sound. On Earth, Cao Xiaobai observed the cheering crowd, a smile gracing his lips. At last, the Shala saga has concluded. Next, it is the Majin Buu arc. He took a deep breath. There is a long journey ahead, but at least for now, the Earth is safe. Chapter 104, Celebration Feast and Future Journey in Bulma's Yard. The lights shone brightly. Cao Xiaobai stood at the edge of the courtyard, gazing at the scene before him, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The expansive yard was adorned like an open-air banquet hall. Long dining tables were arranged in 3 rows, laden with an array of delicacies. Barbecue, fried chicken, sushi, steak, lobster. Desserts. The aromas mingled together, wafting into the air. Cao Xiaobai inhaled deeply. Truly delightful. Several individuals clad in white chef uniforms busily maneuvered about, wielding spatulas and stir-frying ingredients. Flames flickered, and smoke billowed. Cao Xiaobai glanced at the dining table. Vegeta and Sun Wukong were voraciously devouring food, their mouths scarcely pausing. A piece of steak was shoved into one mouth, barely swallowed before reaching for another. Plates piled up one after another. Cao Xiaobai couldn't help but twitch his lips. These two certainly have an astonishing appetite. No wonder they are scions. Klin sat beside the table, stuffing his face with fried chicken while sighing. What a pity. Goku is not here. His tone was somewhat somber. Cao Xiaobai moved closer and sat down next to Klin. Klin turned to him, looking expectantly. Xiaobai, with your capabilities, couldn't you have saved Goku back then? Cao Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Klin's hopeful face, sighing inwardly. Save. Of course. I could have saved him. With his strength, retrieving Goku from the King Kai's planet would have been effortless. However, he couldn't. If Goku returned, how would the Majin Buu saga begin? Without Majin Buu, how could he collect Buu's bloodline essence? Cao Xiaobai placed a hand on Klin's shoulder. Uncle Klin. His voice calm. Goku's death was destined. He paused. I could not prevent it. Upon hearing this, Klin's expression turned to one of disappointment. Is that so? He lowered his head. I thought Piccolo, leaning against a nearby tree with arms crossed, had been listening with closed eyes. Upon hearing the dialogue between Klin and Cao Xiaobai, he opened his eyes. The young lad speaks the truth. Piccolo's voice was low. This may indeed be Old Sun's fate. He paused. Moreover, during the wish at the temple, Old Sun also mentioned he did not wish to be revived for now. Wanting to train with the King Kai, Klin lifted his head, sighing. Ah, we have finally defeated Shalu. Yet Goku is absent. His voice trembled. Cao Xiaobai regarded Klin. His heart filled with complex emotions. Klin's feelings for Goku were undeniably profound. Growing up together as brothers, comrades in life and death. Now that Goku is gone, Klin must be feeling quite miserable. Yet, it was unavoidable. The plot necessitated it. Cao Xiaobai lifted a glass of juice from the table and took a sip. The icy liquid slid down his throat, refreshing. Just then, a loud crash resonated. Cao Xiaobai turned to see Vegeta standing up, slamming his utensils onto the table. His expression dark. That damned Kakarot must have devised yet another peculiar training method. No time for food. With that, Vegeta turned and stormed off. Bulma quickly stood up. Hey, Vegeta, where are you going? Vegeta didn't look back. To the gravity chamber. There is still room for me to enhance my strength. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta's figure vanished into the darkness. Cao Xiaobai watched Vegeta's departing back, pursing his lips. Well, Vegeta is certainly dedicated. Unlike me, who hardly trains at all, yet my power increases steadily. How delightful. A sense of satisfaction filled Cao Xiaobai. This is the advantage of having a golden finger. I can grow stronger even while lounging. Piccolo observed the direction Vegeta had gone, shaking his head. Then he turned to Cao Xiaobai. Youngster, what do you plan to do next? Cao Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. What to do? Piccolo furrowed his brow. Now that Earth has returned to peace, will you continue to reside in this universe? Lepin also approached, gnawing on a chicken leg while looking at Cao Xiaobai. Yes. Xiaobai, what are your plans for the future? Cao Xiaobai regarded them, pausing for a few seconds. If possible, I would like to return to my original universe. However, I hope to be able to return anytime and also come back here whenever I wish. A smile graced his lips. After all, I still have property here. Clin burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ah, ha ha ha. He laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Xiaobai, you have property now. A look of self-deprecation crossed Clin's face. Unlike me, still borrowing a place at Master Wutian's home. Lepin joined in the laughter. Clin, are you thinking of Android 18? Ha ha. Lepin mimicked Android 18's tone. Silly. Yes, my little brother. Clin's face turned crimson in an instant. Why you shouldn't he say such things? He waved his hands in a flustered manner. Jiaozi and Tianjin Fan exchanged glances, sharing an awkward smile. Cao Xiaobai looked at Clin's reddened face and chuckled. Uncle Clin, I find the 18th ant quite remarkable. They are, after all, much like humans, merely altered to a slight degree, and as far as I know, they can even bear children. You ought to take the initiative. Cline's face reddened further. Well, enough of this. He waved his hands repeatedly, hastily changing the subject. He turned his gaze towards the corner where Date Nankisi sat. Date Nankisi. Cline's voice grew serious. What do you plan to do? Do you need assistance? Date Nankisi set down his chopsticks and looked at Cline with a determined expression. Uncle Cline, Trunks' voice was steady. I plan to return to the future after the celebration banquet. With my current strength, I should be able to handle those two androids, as well as Shalu. Upon finishing his statement, Date Nankisi turned his head to look at Cao Xiaobai, his eyes filled with gratitude. Cao Xiaobai understood. After training in the spirit time room, Trunks had sought him out, requesting his help. Utilizing bloodline sharing, Cao Xiaobai had granted Trunks an intermediate regeneration talent superior to that of Kakarot. Now, Trunks' abilities far exceeded those depicted in the original narrative. Cao Xiaobai nodded. Trunks, I shall accompany you. Trunks displayed a look of astonishment, as he had never anticipated someone would willingly assist him. Xiaobai, are you willing to return to the future with me? Trunks quickly sought confirmation. However, my time machine might be a bit cramped. Cao Xiaobai chuckled. Of course. Don't you wish to see Uncle Goku and Gohan in the future? What? Trunks abruptly stood up, his chair sliding backward from the impact. You mean? His voice trembled. You can revive them? Cao Xiaobai nodded. According to your account, the Dragon Balls on Earth have been destroyed, but the Namekian Dragon Balls remain, correct? Trunks nodded vigorously. Yes. He was well aware of the connection between the Dragon Balls and Namek. My intention this time is to deal with Shalu and then search the universe for the Namekians. Cao Xiaobai nodded, took a sip of juice, and remarked, That's right. I have many tasks awaiting me in the future, particularly concerning Namek. I assure you, I will locate them with ease, for I possess the ability to instantaneously teleport. Upon hearing this, Trunks suddenly came to a realization. He had forgotten that both Xiaobai and Goku could teleport. Xiaobai? Trunks excitedly approached, grasping Cao Xiaobai's hand tightly. Thank you so much. His voice was somewhat choked with emotion. If that is the case, everyone can be revived. Then let us depart at once. Observing the exuberant Trunks, Cline, Lepin, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi all chuckled. Haha, Trunks, you are overly eager. Cao Xiaobai nodded. Very well. I have nothing pressing at the moment. After all, Uncle Goku is still training on King Kai's planet, and I have no tasks to occupy me. In truth, Cao Xiaobai secretly contemplated that his strength was still insufficient. With such power, he could barely touch the edges of the universe. Why not seize the opportunity to gather more bloodline imprints in the future? Cao Xiaobai's heart swelled with delight. As dusk fell, the lights in the courtyard illuminated the surroundings. Cao Xiaobai and Trunks stood beside the time machine. Sun Wufan and Chi-Chi approached. Chi-Chi's eyes were somewhat red. Xiaobai, please take good care of yourself. Her voice was slightly choked with emotion. Sun Wufan nodded as well. Xiaobai, do take care. Cao Xiaobai smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Brother Wufan, Aunt Chi-Chi. Lepin also came over, patting Cao Xiaobai on the shoulder. Xiaobai, you must revive our future selves. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi approached too. Mr. Xiaobai, we entrust this to you. Bulma stepped in front of Trunks, opening her arms to embrace him tightly. Trunks, be careful. Her voice was gentle. Trunks returned Bulma's embrace. Yes, I will, Mom. Bulma released her hold, then turned to Cao Xiaobai, winking at him. Xiaobai, I believe the future me will also take a liking to you. Cao Xiaobai felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. How peculiar that sounds. Piccolo stood beneath a large tree, nodding at Cao Xiaobai and Trunks. Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber, drenched in sweat, yet he walked over, nodding at the two. Observing the people around him, Cao Xiaobai suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. Although he was a traveler from another world, his time spent with them had truly made him regard them as friends. Taking a deep breath, he conjured a set of keys from the void, then tossed them to Klein with a smile. Uncle Klein, I entrust my home to your care. If I do not return, all my possessions shall be yours. A smile crept upon Cao Xiaobai's lips. If I return, the house will also belong to you. In the original narrative, although the 18th followed Klein and they shared a loving bond, they had endured much hardship. Cao Xiaobai hoped for their happiness. Fear not, I have plenty of money. Klein was taken aback, staring blankly at the keys in his hand. Huh. He quickly raised his head. No, Xiaobai. But Cao Xiaobai had already waved his hand. Now then, my friends. His voice echoed through the courtyard. Until we meet again. As soon as the words left his lips, Cao Xiaobai and Trunks squeezed into the time machine. The time machine was a circular pod, its space quite confined. The two were crammed together. Trunks felt somewhat embarrassed. Xiaobai, I apologize. Cao Xiaobai waved his hand nonchalantly, gazing outside the pod. Klein remained rooted in place, holding the keys, looking utterly bewildered. Cao Xiaobai chuckled softly. And then Trunks pressed the activation button. The time machine began to vibrate. A blue light illuminated from the device, growing increasingly bright. Finally, with a roar, the time machine soared into the sky, tracing a blue trajectory before vanishing into the rift of time and space. In the courtyard, everyone gazed upwards at the sky. Klein clenched the keys tightly. Xiaobai, you must return safely. Bulma also looked to the sky, her eyes slightly reddened. Trunks, Piccolo turned and walked towards the large tree. Those two boys will surely be fine. Vegeta stood still, staring at the sky with a somber expression. Humph. He turned and walked towards the gravity chamber. I must become stronger. I cannot lose to that boy. Inside the time machine, Cao Xiaobai felt the vibrations around him. In the time tunnel, a kaleidoscope of bizarre sights flashed before his eyes. Blue light, purple light, golden light, various colors intertwined like an abstract painting. Cao Xiaobai gazed at the lights, reflecting on the marvel of traversing time and space. Trunks sat at the controls, gripping the joystick tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xiaobai, the time travel is somewhat unstable. Hold on tight. Cao Xiaobai nodded in acknowledgement. He reached for the handrail inside the cabin as the time machine continued its journey through the temporal tunnel. The vibrations intensified, causing a tumultuous sensation in his innards. Yet, he gritted his teeth in silence. At last, with a resounding boom, a blinding white light enveloped them as the time machine burst forth from the tunnel, emerging onto a desolate landscape. Through the cabin window, Cao Xiaobai gazed outside, witnessing the future Earth. The sky loomed gray, shrouded in thick clouds, while the ground lay strewn with ruins, collapsed structures, and scorched remnants. A heaviness settled in Cao Xiaobai's heart. Was this truly the future Earth, ravaged by artificial beings? It was indeed a tragic sight. Trunks pressed a button, and the cabin door opened. The two stepped out of the time machine. Cao Xiaobai inhaled deeply, the air thick with the acrid stench of charred remains and a hint of blood. He frowned, finding the odor intolerable. Trunks stood amidst the ruins, his expression complex. This is my world, he spoke in a low voice, a world destroyed by artificial beings. Cao Xiaobai placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not worry, he said calmly, things will improve soon. After a brief pause, he continued, let us first locate those two artificial beings. Trunks nodded, his fists clenched. This time, I shall personally deal with them. Cao Xiaobai observed the resolve etched on Trunks' face and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Excellent. Now, it is time to reap what we have sown. Chapter 105. The demise of the artificial beings. The complete form of Shalu reappears. Cao Xiaobai followed Trunks as they descended before a concealed research facility. Surrounded by ruins, this building still stood relatively intact. The entrance was rusted, indicating frequent visitors. Trunks expertly pushed the door open, leading Cao Xiaobai inside. Trunks, you have returned. A familiar voice called out. Cao Xiaobai looked up to see a figure hastily descending the stairs. It was Bulma, albeit a much older version of her. Her hair was frosted white, and her face bore the marks of time. Clad in an oil-stained work uniform, she appeared quite weary. A pang of sorrow struck Cao Xiaobai. Was this the future Bulma? She seemed like a completely different person compared to the vibrant Bulma of the past. Mom. Trunks rushed forward, enveloping Bulma in a tight embrace. I'm back. And I have good news. Uncle Goku from the past is alive. Everyone has been saved, and the issue with the artificial beings has been resolved. A smile of relief spread across Bulma's face, though her eyes were tinged with melancholy. That's wonderful. At least everyone from the past is still alive. Unfortunately, the future world we have lost cannot be changed. Her gaze suddenly shifted to Cao Xiaobai. Trunks, put me down. Bulma approached Cao Xiaobai, scrutinizing the unfamiliar child. And who might this be? Oh, Mom. Do not underestimate this gentleman, Trunks interjected hastily. Without him, the past world might never have been saved. There exists an artificial being far more terrifying than number 17 and number 18, and he helped us defeat it. Mom, let me introduce you. This is Cao Xiaobai. He is 9 years old, and he is also your best friend from the past. Bulma looked perplexed. She had no recollection of a person named Cao Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai offered a slight smile. Hello, Bulma Jie. I am Cao Xiaobai. I have come with Trunks for two purposes. First, to assist in dealing with the artificial beings, and second, to seek out Namek to revive those who have perished. What? What did you just say? Bulma exclaimed, astonished at the words of the 9-year-old child. While skepticism flickered in her eyes, she glanced at the reliable Trunks and chose to suppress her doubts. Do not worry. Bulma Jie, we will be back shortly, Cao Xiaobai said with a broad grin. Trunks, let us proceed. We must first deal with the artificial beings. Those two must be wreaking havoc. Trunks nodded in agreement. Indeed, number 17 and number 18 are two devils. Their only joy lies in destruction and slaughter. Trunks glanced at Bulma, offering a gentle smile. Mom, you should return inside. The time machine needs an energy refill. Otherwise, Cao Xiaobai won't be able to return. All right, I will refill the energy right away. Bulma pressed a button on the time machine, transforming it into a capsule. With a roar, Cao Xiaobai and Trunks soared into the sky like shooting stars. As they flew, Trunks retrieved a communicator. Xiao Wu, inform everyone that they need not hide anymore. I have returned, and my strength now surpasses that of number 17 and number 18. I will ensure that these two despicable artificial beings pay for their actions. Really? That is wonderful, Trunks. A mature female voice responded from the communicator. Cao Xiaobai recognized it well. It belonged to Xiao Wu, one of the formidable allies of the Z fighters. Thanks to the Dragon Balls, she had regained her youth and was now one of the leaders of the resistance, as well as Trunks' savior. Their relationship was likely close to that of romantic partners. Cao Xiaobai pondered briefly, then shook his head. He surveyed the ravaged landscape below, internally lamenting the destruction wrought by the artificial beings. Was this truly the Earth after their devastation? The ground was littered with ruins, dust floated in the air, and the atmosphere was thick with the scent of death. Swiftly, they pinpointed their targets. Number 17 was leisurely sitting atop a pile of debris, munching on an apple, while number 18 stood nearby, gazing into the distance with an air of boredom. With a crash, Cao Xiaobai and Trunks descended directly before number 17 and number 18. Hey, number 18, look who has come to visit, number 17 remarked, taking a bite of his apple with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Well, Trunks. I didn't expect you to walk right into our trap. You won't be as fortunate as before, number 18 sneered as she flew towards Trunks. Number 17, no. 18, your reign of terror ends today. This shall be your final day. Trunks bellowed in fury. Oh, how amusing. Number 17 discarded his apple. Number 18, take care of Trunks. I'll handle the unfamiliar brat over there. Cao Xiaobai smirked. These two were exceptionally arrogant. However, that suited him just fine, as it presented an opportunity to collect their bloodline signatures. Come, little boy, let us play. Number 17 charged at Cao Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai, disinterested in transforming, effortlessly absorbed all of number 17's attacks with a single hand. For him, this level of combat was a mere child's play. Meanwhile, Trunks had transformed into a Super Saiyan and was effortlessly engaged in battle with number 18. Trunks, do not kill number 18 outright. I have use for her, Cao Xiaobai advised. Understood, Mr. Xiaobai, Trunks replied. What do you mean? Who is this little brat to you? Number 17 sensed something amiss. The battle prowess displayed by this child was astonishing, continually reshaping his understanding of strength. Cao Xiaobai chuckled, curious about our relationship? Well, defeat me, and I shall reveal it. Arrogant little brat, you will pay? Number 17 was incensed. He unleashed all his power, launching an energy blast at Cao Xiaobai. Yet, Cao Xiaobai remained unharmed, instead smiling as he delivered a casual punch to number 17's midsection. Coughing, number 17 clutched his abdomen, blood spilling forth. In the distance, Tainan Kisi delivered a powerful kick that sent number 18 soaring through the air, crashing to the ground near number 17. The two lay helplessly on the ground. No, 17 sensed something was amiss. Tainan Kisi had grown far too powerful. Number 18's expression darkened. Cao Xiaobai approached the two with a playful grin. Give me a drop of your blood, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, death awaits. A formidable aura emanated from Cao Xiaobai, causing a shiver to run through both number 17 and number 18. Exchanging glances, they reluctantly surrendered a drop of blood. A series of system notifications chimed, unlocking the vital blood mark of number 17 and number 18. Cao Xiaobai smiled knowingly. Very well, you may leave now. The two exchanged looks and, bursting with all their strength, fled into the distance. Tainan Kisi, there's no need to pursue. Just observe, Cao Xiaobai instructed, blocking Tainan Kisi's intention to chase after them. Mr. Xiaobai, do you mean Tainan Kisi seems to understand something? Tainan Kisi inquired. Indeed, Cao Xiaobai nodded. I wish to see what this version of Shala looks like. Rest assured, dealing with him will be effortless. Understood, Tainan Kisi replied, fully aware that Cao Xiaobai's power was unforgettable, and he had no doubt that Shala would not pose a significant threat. They followed the energy signatures of No. 17 and number 18, soon spotting a familiar silhouette. Shala. The creature was devouring survivors on the other side of the earth. With a glance from his scholarly eyes, Cao Xiaobai discovered that this being's battle power had reached an astonishing 1.5 billion. No wonder Tainan Kisi had fallen to him. Such strength, combined with the ability to conceal his energy, indeed posed a threat of a successful ambush. Amidst the ruins below, the severely injured number 17 and No. 18 were no match for Shala. It wasn't long before they were consumed. A brilliant light flashed, and the complete form of Shala appeared in the center of the devastated ruins, his overwhelming energy obliterating everything around him. Ha ha ha, I Shala have become the strongest being in the entire universe. No one on earth can rival me. Shala laughed maniacally. But there's still one more individual to consume, Tainan Kisi. I shall devour him now and ascend to even greater heights of power. Then, I will venture into the universe and consume more lives. I must discover the limits of my power. As Shala reveled in his grand aspirations, a chilling voice interrupted. Hey, Shala, are you looking for me? Tainan Kisi and Cao Xiaobai descended from the sky together. Oh, Tainan Kisi, it's you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep, Shala exclaimed, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Cao Xiaobai stood beside Tainan Kisi, quietly assessing this future version of Shala. While his appearance was identical to the past Shala, his energy was considerably diminished. With a sweep of his scholarly gaze, Shala's battle power data materialized before him. 38 billion. TSK, Cao Xiaobai scoffed, shaking his head inwardly. This future Shala was disappointingly weak, barely half of his past self. He turned to Tainan Kisi with a smirk. How about testing your strength against Shala? Tainan Kisi hesitated, glancing at Cao Xiaobai. Mr. Xiaobai, are you serious? Absolutely, Cao Xiaobai affirmed, his eyes encouraging. Taking a deep breath, Tainan Kisi nodded slowly. All right, I will give it a try. Despite sensing Shala's strength, it wasn't enough to instill fear within him. He flew to face Shala, golden energy erupting around him. Shala, I will be your opponent. Oh, such powerful energy. Shala narrowed his eyes. But what surprises me is how you knew of my existence. That's not for you to know, Tainan Kisi retorted coldly. You only need to be aware that tomorrow's sun will not rise for you. Before he finished speaking, Tainan charged at Xiaolu. The two collided with a tremendous impact, sending shockwaves that leveled the surrounding ruins. After several exchanges, they had battled their way to another battleground, leaving destruction in their wake. How can you be so strong? Holding your own against my complete form? Xiaolu's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? I didn't expect you to be so weak, significantly less formidable than your past self. You can't even compete with me, Tainan mocked. What did you say? The past version of me? Xiaolu's eyes gleamed as realization dawned upon him. So, you traveled back in time and altered the outcome. You guessed correctly, Tainan replied coldly. However, I will not grant you the chance to escape. Escape? What nonsense? Xiaolu sneered. I will devour you and return to the past to consume all your companions. The two continued to battle and converse, each attempting to distract the other and find a weakness. After all, Tainan battle power was only around 40 billion, comparable to Xiaolu's strength. From what you imply, the one who defeated me was not you. Xiaolu's eyes gleamed with intrigue. If I'm not mistaken, was it the past son Wukong? Tainan shook his head. Regrettably, Xiaolu, the one who killed you is not son Wukong. Even if you rack your brain, you will not uncover the truth. Is that so? In that case, take this. Xiaolu's gaze turned cold. Seizing the moment Tainan was distracted, he unleashed a death ray from his fingertips, aimed directly at Tainan's eyes. You scoundrel! Tainan shouted angrily, narrowly evading the attack. Solar flare. Xiaolu suddenly executed Tianjin Fan's signature move, blinding light enveloping the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, he soared into the sky. Possessing Frisia's cells, Xiaolu was undeterred by the cosmic environment. Cao Xiaobai, standing still, shook his head at the unfolding scene. As expected, Xiaolu is still the same. When faced with defeat, he retreats. However, it is understandable, as he has been observing and must have realized my strength. As the blinding light dissipated, Tainan opened his eyes only to find Xiaolu had vanished. Where is he? Where? Tainan frantically searched, ultimately sighing as he turned to Cao Xiaobai. I'm sorry. Mr. Xiaobai, I let Xiaolu escape. You fought well, Tainan Cao Xiaobai nodded. But do not underestimate your opponent. Indeed, you are right, Tainan admitted, lowering his head. My power surge led to a misjudgment. No worries. You need not concern yourself with Xiaolu anymore. Have Bulma prepare the Dragon Ball radar, Cao Xiaobai smiled. Vanishing in an instant. In the silent cosmos, Xiaolu was frantically fleeing. Damn Tainan, just you wait. Once I grow stronger, I will return to settle the score. His teeth ground together in frustration. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. What? Xiaolu's pupils constricted. It's you, the child who was observing from the sidelines. Indeed. It is I, Cao Xiaobai replied with a faint smile. Xiaolu, I must admit, you are clever and possess formidable strength. However, I cannot allow you to grow stronger. I'll give you a choice. Surrender a drop of your blood, and I shall grant you 5 minutes to escape. If you can flee from me, I will no longer pursue you. You dare? Xiaolu began, but abruptly paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Wait, how can you survive in the cosmos? I possess Frisia's cells, so I am unafraid of the cosmic environment, Cao Xiaobai explained. But how can this seemingly ordinary Earth child accomplish such a feat? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Here's a secret. I am the one who killed you in the past. Consider carefully whether you will comply. Cao Xiaobai urged impatiently. What? Xiaolu was taken aback, staring intently at Cao Xiaobai, feeling the dangerous aura radiating from him. Ultimately, he chose to trust him, forcing a drop of blood from his body and presenting it. Ding! Xiaolu's vital blood mark has been generated. The bloodline is weaker than the generated bloodline mark and cannot be updated. The system notification rang out. Cao Xiaobai paused momentarily. I see. To repeatedly collect someone's blood, that individual must make significant progress for it to hold value. All right, the 5-minute countdown begins. You may flee now, Cao Xiaobai smiled. That smile, however, appeared exceptionally ominous to Xiaolu. Xiaolu cast a penetrating glance at Cao Xiaobai before unleashing his full power, vanishing from his position with a thunderous sound. Cao Xiaobai, however, remained unperturbed, quietly counting down the seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. In an instant, he reappeared before Xiaolu. Time's up. Unfortunately, your speed is rather lacking, he remarked. What? How is that possible? Xiaolu exclaimed in disbelief. The moment time was up, you managed to catch up with me. Are you cheating? My apologies, Cao Xiaobai replied with a shrug. That is merely my ability, and you have no right to question it. To be frank, even if you attempted to flee for a year and a half, I could materialize beside you with but a thought. Sha Lu suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, accompanied by a suffocating sense of being toyed with. Gritting his teeth, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he abruptly launched an energy ball, shouting, "Die!" He then followed it with the solar fist. He had thought to buy himself a moment, but was met instead with a crushing punch. The blinding light posed no threat to Cao Xiaobai. He had been well prepared. "Let me go?" Sha Lu whimpered in terror, clutching his abdomen. "Sorry," Cao Xiaobai shook his head. "If you do not perish, others in this universe will. I have no choice in the matter. So farewell, Sha Lu." With a resounding boom, an energy wave surged forth, obliterating Sha Lu's form from the cosmos. Cao Xiaobai exhaled deeply. "All right, it is time to head to Namek." Chapter 107, Shenlong Purunga, the time reversal of Earth. Cao Xiaobai stood beneath the sky of New Namek, gazing at the verdant landscape below, his heart filled with myriad sentiments. This planet, though smaller than Earth, thrived with life, adorned with towering trees. With a single teleportation, he appeared before the elder Namekian. The elder, seated comfortably in a grand chair, showed no surprise at Cao Xiaobai's sudden arrival. A flicker of understanding passed through his murky eyes. "Greetings, elder," Cao Xiaobai said with a gentle smile. "I am a friend from Earth." "I am aware," the elder nodded. "You carry the essence of an Earthling." Cao Xiaobai wasted no time, succinctly narrating the dire situation on Earth. When the elder heard of the demise of son Wukong and the others, a look of profound sorrow crossed his face. "How can this be? The warriors from Earth who once rescued us, all gone." His voice trembled with emotion. Observing the elder's reaction, Cao Xiaobai quietly affirmed his sentiments. This elder was indeed a being of great loyalty and compassion. "Elder, I seek to harness the power of the Super Shenlong Purunga to resurrect them," he stated. Without hesitation, the elder agreed. Soon, the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered together. "Arise, Shenlong Purunga." With the elder's invocation, the sky darkened instantaneously. A golden light shot skyward, transforming into a colossal dragon. Cao Xiaobai beheld this awe-inspiring dragon, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. This dragon was far more powerful than the one from Earth. "State your wish." The dragon's voice resonated throughout the cosmos. Cao Xiaobai first wished for the resurrection of all those who had been slain by the androids on Earth. With his second wish, he brought son Wukong, who had succumbed to a heart ailment, back to life. He then contemplated his third wish. Meanwhile, on Earth, Trunks was with Bulma and Xiao Wu when he suddenly sensed a surge of familiar energies. Gohan, Tian Shinhan, Jiaozi, Krillin, Lu Ping, Piccolo, and even his father Vegeta. "Mom, Mr. Xiaobai has done it. Everyone on Earth has been revived," Trunks exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Years of grievances and struggles culminated in this moment of overwhelming relief. "Is this true?" Bulma gasped, her eyes brimming with tears, as years of heartache and helplessness were finally released. "Quick, take me to everyone." She was eager to reunite with the others. However, her steps faltered as she caught a glimpse of her aging reflection in a mirror. "Mom, to me, you will always be the most beautiful," Trunks tenderly reassured her. "Indeed, you are the most remarkable and revered scientist. Without your contributions, Earth would have perished long ago," Xiao Wu added. The other survivors echoed their admiration for Bulma's achievements. With renewed determination, Bulma nodded resolutely. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was son Wukong, having teleported in. "Hey, Bulma, long time no see." Without Trunks needing to seek out the others, son Wukong, Gohan, and all the others gathered at Bulma's lab with remarkable speed. "Thank you for your hard work, Bulma." Son Wukong consoled her before gritting his teeth in frustration. "It's utterly infuriating. I died from a heart condition, without even facing the androids. Bulma, we saw the situation on Earth while in the afterlife. We owe you so much," son Wukong expressed, particularly commending Trunks. "You did exceptionally well. You are brave and a true man, taking such good care of your mother. I believe Vegeta would be proud of you, right, Vegeta?" At that moment, a cold-faced Vegeta strode into the room. "Humph, Kakarot, do you even recognize whose son this is, and whose woman?" "Vegeta, Dad." Bulma and Trunks both wept tears of joy upon hearing his words. "Ha ha ha, everyone has been revived. Let us not be so mournful. Frankly, Bulma is the one who has suffered. We may have been dead for over a decade, but we returned just as we were, while Bulma has aged so much. Additionally, Trunks has grown up, Krillin remarked. Krillin, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, Leping noted, having observed the melancholy on Bulma's face. Just then, a voice echoed in everyone's minds. Trunks, and everyone else, I have a question for you. The Shenlong Porunga has one wish remaining. Would you be willing to allow the time on Earth to revert to the moment the androids first appeared? Who is speaking? Krillin and the others looked around in astonishment. Only Trunks' eyes lit up. Everyone, listen. If we revert time, we can encounter Mr. Xiaobai, he explained, sharing the details of what had transpired. The group reacted with shock and began deliberating on Mr. Xiaobai's proposal. Ultimately, the long-lost friends agreed to turn back the clock on Earth to the timeline before the androids' arrival. Mr. Xiaobai, we have decided to revert Earth to the time before the androids appeared. Trunks communicated telepathically. All right, I understand. Cao Xiaobai nodded, far away on New Namek. With a flash, a white light enveloped everyone on Earth as time began to reverse, swiftly returning to 3 years prior to the emergence of the androids. A period of peace. Of course, only Earth's timeline was affected, while Sha Lu's soul, having been slain by Cao Xiaobai, vanished without a trace. Startling the red ghost responsible for escorting Sha Lu's soul, Cao Xiaobai remained on Namek, beside the time machine he had obtained from Trunks before making the wish. Although the timeline on Earth had been reversed, the timelines elsewhere proceeded normally. Cao Xiaobai took a moment to confirm Trunks' state, who was still in infancy. Indeed, Trunks possesses the soul of an adult, imbued with memories of the future. Cao Xiaobai smiled faintly. It appeared that everyone from the future retained their memories upon returning to the past, making their confrontation with the androids a seemingly effortless task. A year later, Cao Xiaobai had successfully enhanced the bloodlines of all Z fighters through resonance, bestowing upon them the talents of near-death empowerment and regeneration, resulting in a remarkable increase in their strengths. He then embarked on his grand scheme of collecting bloodlines. Having gathered only the bloodline imprints from the Eastern Supreme Kai universe within the main universe. In the future world, Cao Xiaobai could freely amass bloodline imprints from other universes. The bloodline of the Southern, Western, and Northern universes was, through the tireless diligence of Cao Xiaobai, collected over a span of 7 years, culminating in the acquisition of the renowned warrior bloodline imprints from across the cosmos. At this moment, his cultivation speed became formidable, boasting an enhancement exceeding 1 million. Over these 7 years, his ordinary combat power ascended to the astonishing level of trillions. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, his power would soar to unimaginable heights, surpassing even that of the formidable Majin Buu. Thus, it was time to return to the main universe. Chapter 108. Return to the main universe. The bloodline of Majin Buu acquired. Cao Xiaobai appeared before the 8-year-old Trunks in the blink of an eye. Mr. Xiaobai? Trunks exclaimed with delight. Observing the young boy clad in khaki shorts and a white t-shirt, Cao Xiaobai could not help but smile. The crisis of this world had long been resolved. Cell had been defeated by Gohan, who was now attending high school in Satan City. As for Son Goku, he had concealed himself deeply, having already attained the Super Saiyan 3 form in the afterlife. During the battle against Cell, he refrained from intervening, allowing Gohan to resolve the matter entirely. This could be understood, as Gohan's strength had also seen improvement in the afterlife, further augmented by the regeneration talent shared by Cao Xiaobai. His combat power had surged, with his Super Saiyan 2 form now boasting a staggering 600 billion, comparable to Cao Xiaobai's Super Saiyan 1 state, surpassing even the past strength of Gohan. Cao Xiaobai couldn't help but marvel at the future Goku and Gohan, along with Vegeta and Piccolo, all of whom exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, easily toying with Cell. These warriors had, through sheer force, compelled Cell to revert to his complete form and subsequently back to his normal state, culminating in a lightning form that Gohan ultimately dispatched. It must be said that the future Gohan exhibited none of the naivety or kindness typical of youth, having once fallen to the androids. In confronting the future Cell, he treated him as nothing more than a punching bag, devoid of any compassion. Truly, a lamentable fate for the future Cell. Cao Xiaobai patted Trunks on the shoulder, encouraging him to remain optimistic, as the enhancement of everyone's strength was a positive development. Yes, Mr. Xiaobai, I understand. But I heard you mention there would be another major crisis. We must strive harder in our training to survive the next calamity, Trunks declared earnestly. Indeed, Cao Xiaobai affirmed. The martial arts tournament is about to commence, which serves as the precursor to the impending crisis. Ah, why didn't you mention such crucial news sooner? Trunks inquired eagerly. Do not worry. Should any issues arise, you can always return to seek me out via the time machine. Unless unforeseen circumstances occur, I shall remain in the past universe. Cao Xiaobai reassured him. All right. Thankfully, my mother has upgraded the time machine over the years. It should still resonate with your energy signature, allowing us to locate your universe's coordinates, Trunks replied. I knew it. Truly. Bulma is remarkable, Cao Xiaobai praised. Now, Trunks, I must pay a visit to Bulma before returning to the past timeline. Until we meet again. He waved farewell and vanished from Trunks' sight. Trunks bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Cao Xiaobai. In Bulma's research lab, Cao Xiaobai materialized unexpectedly. Hey, Bulma, have you prepared the time machine as I requested? Also, what about the design blueprints and records for my past self? Yes, I've had everything ready for quite some time, Bulma smiled. After 7 years, the youthful Bulma had regained her previous vigor, and as she had instinctively felt towards Cao Xiaobai in the past, that sentiment remained unchanged. That's wonderful. I shall return to the past now. Until we meet again. Really, can't you stay a bit longer? What difference is there between the past and the future? Bulma complained softly. Sister, there's a saying. You rise from where you fall. Since I have appeared in the past, perhaps there is a reason for my presence, Cao Xiaobai replied. Well, perhaps you are right, Bulma conceded. Thank you so much, Xiaobai. Suddenly, she embraced the youthful Cao Xiaobai and kissed his forehead. Please send my regards to my past self and everyone. All right, understood, Cao Xiaobai said, his face flushed as he stepped aside. He then transformed the time machine into a capsule and stored it away. Sister Bulma, farewell, he said, and with that, he vanished in an instant. Goodbye, safe travels. Bulma's voice echoed softly as it faded away. When Cao Xiaobai reappeared, he found himself in a pitch-black underground chamber. In the center of the space lay a pulsating mass. The sealed Majin Buu, gathering energy to prepare for resurrection. Cao Xiaobai's purpose here was straightforward, to collect the bloodline. Suddenly, Babidi appeared beside him. Babidi, right? I know your intentions, but I did not come to oppose you. However, that largely depends on your attitude, Cao Xiaobai stated. What do you mean by opposing me? That's absurd. Dabura, kill him. Babidi commanded. Yes, Lord Babidi, the demon king Dabura replied, spitting toward Cao Xiaobai in an attempt to petrify him. However, Cao Xiaobai's figure vanished from their sight in an instant. With a resounding impact, Cao Xiaobai unleashed his overwhelming power, defeating Dabura with a single punch, rendering him immobile. Are you now willing to listen to what I have to say? Cao Xiaobai chuckled, revealing his pearly whites. Babidi was terrified. His strongest subordinate couldn't withstand even a single blow from this being. What manner of monster was he? What do you intend? Babidi stammered, retreating under pressure. Moments later, Cao Xiaobai acquired the blood of Majin Buu, along with that of Dabura and Babidi, gaining the immortal trait of Majin Buu, allowing for infinite resurrection as long as a single cell remained. He also obtained the magic of material transformation, along with Babidi's supernatural abilities and Dabura's petrifying spit. On an ordinary planet in the universe, Cao Xiaobai entered the time machine, disappearing into the future sky. Now, please welcome the young competitors, Trunks and Goten, for the final match. In the sky, Cao Xiaobai stored the time machine, having unexpectedly materialized at the site of the martial arts tournament, a deliberate act by Bulma. Below, on the arena stage, the blue-haired Trunks and Goten took their places, commencing their duel. Meanwhile, the attention of Goku and others in the audience was not on the competitors, but rather on the figure of Cao Xiaobai high above. Huh. I didn't expect to be spotted so quickly, Cao Xiaobai thought as he instantaneously appeared beside them. Hey, Gohan. I can't believe I've been gone for 7 years. And you've already gotten a girlfriend while I'm still single. Cao Xiaobai teased. Is that really you, Xiaobai? Where have you been all these years? Gohan asked, rushing over with a look of relief. Hee, I'm back, Gohan. Uncle Goku, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Launch, Uncle Tien, Uncle Chaozu, and oh, Uncle Piccolo. Cao Xiaobai acknowledged the familiar faces, glancing toward the corner where Piccolo and Vegeta stood. Good to have you back. Krillin chimed in as he approached. Xiaobai. About your house. Krillin hesitated to speak. Cao Xiaobai quickly deduced the situation. A little girl was currently playing under the care of a maid in his estate. It seemed Krillin had not hesitated to take advantage of his generosity. However, this had been Cao Xiaobai's intention all along, to alleviate Krillin's predicament. Uncle Krillin, don't worry. I had already mentioned I would give you that property. You need not fear its reclamation, Cao Xiaobai reassured him. Krillin sighed in relief. Xiaobai, thank you so much. Otherwise, I, Android 18, and our daughter would have been left to wander. Over the years, managing the estate had allowed him to achieve a comfortable life. Splendid. Congratulations to you, Uncle Krillin. Although aware of the outcome, Cao Xiaobai still extended his heartfelt wishes. 18. You are here too. Congratulations. It was only then that Cao Xiaobai noticed the presence of 18 beside him. Fool, 18 remarked. Yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of gratitude. Xiaobai, your timing is impeccable. You've arrived just in time for the battle between Trunks and Goten. Sun Wukong proudly gestured towards the arena below. Cao Xiaobai nodded, offering a slight smile towards Sun Wukong, who was adorned with a halo. He marveled at how much Trunks had grown, truly impressive. Nonetheless, internally he scoffed. You leisurely folks probably remain oblivious to the impending emergence of the Majin Buu incident. Chapter 109. The Majin emerges. Energy is seized. On the stage, a golden aura erupted dramatically. Trunks delivered a powerful kick to Goten's back, sending him flying off the stage. The match is over. The victor is Trunks, the referee announced, raising his arm triumphantly. Standing in the spectator area, Cao Xiaobai wore a subtle smile. The Trunks from the main universe was markedly different from the future Trunks. He was akin to a sheltered child. Though he was a year older than Son Goten, his combat experience was not significantly superior. Indeed, Trunks is formidable, Clint observed with admiration. Just barely, Vegeta crossed his arms, a rare smirk gracing his face. Cao Xiaobai cast a glance at Vegeta, chuckling inwardly. This fellow may not voice it, but he is undoubtedly pleased. Well, the youth category matches have concluded. Next up is the adult category. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Kakarot, this time I shall defeat you, Vegeta declared with a disdainful snort. Despite Vegeta's fierce competitive spirit towards Sun Wukong, he had never expressed a desire to battle Cao Xiaobai. During the clash between Trunks and Goten, he had learned about the future from Cao Xiaobai, though Cao Xiaobai spoke lightly of it. Vegeta could not believe that Cao Xiaobai had done nothing for 7 years but travel. In his mind, Cao Xiaobai had ascended to a level far beyond their own, rendering competition pointless. Cao Xiaobai observed these two adversaries, shaking his head. Truly, they were rivals. However, his attention soon shifted to two figures in the corner. He recognized them as Kaioshin Shin and his attendant, Kibito, who had been watching intently since earlier. Shin's gaze held a hint of appraisal, mixed with a touch of apprehension. How intriguing. It seems this Kaioshin has begun to sense his strength. Soon, the adult category matches commenced. Xiaobai, a voice suddenly resonated beside him. Cao Xiaobai turned to find Gohan, his expression fraught with urgency. What is the matter, Gohan? Biddle has sustained severe injuries during her match. Do you have any senzu beans? Gohan's voice was laced with evident anxiety. Not long ago, Biddle had been injured by the Majin Spopovich, and in the original story, it was Goku who retrieved the senzu beans from Karen Tower. Yet now, Gohan sought him first. A warm feeling surged within Cao Xiaobai. It appeared that over the years, Gohan had come to regard him as his most trusted confidant. Xiaobai, you must have senzu beans, right? I recall you possess the ability to create them, Sun Wukong chuckled, patting Cao Xiaobai's shoulder, before shrugging helplessly. Though I can instantaneously travel to Karen Tower, it still takes considerable time. Yes, I have some, Cao Xiaobai replied, pursing his lips. It seems Sun Wukong also holds a favorable opinion of his daughter-in-law. He nodded, flipping his hand to reveal several small pouches. Perfect. During my idle time these years, I made some senzu beans. Each of you shall have a share. He distributed the pouches to Gohan, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Vegeta, Klin, Tien Shinhan, and others. Upon receiving the pouch, Gohan's eyes lit up. Xiaobai, thank you. Without missing a beat, he dashed towards the medical room like a streak of light. The others exchanged amused glances, momentarily bewildered by the pouches in their hands. Piccolo opened his pouch, glancing at the plump, glistening senzu beans, his pupils narrowing slightly. Xiaobai, how did you achieve such quality in these senzu beans? Cao Xiaobai shrugged. Uncle Piccolo, that's of little significance. His demeanor abruptly shifted to seriousness as he scanned the faces of those present. You all sense it, don't you? The atmosphere seems off. Piccolo's green visage darkened slightly. He followed Cao Xiaobai's gaze towards Kaioshin and Kibito in the corner. The air grew heavy. Piccolo could feel the aura emanating from those two. They were on a completely different dimensional plane. It was a suppression of life levels, akin to the sensation he experienced when he was still a Kai facing mortals. Though I know not what is afoot, it surely bodes ill, Piccolo intoned gravely. Piccolo, you don't seem well, son Wukong remarked, obliviously. Old son, there's no need for your concern. My complexion has always been this way, Piccolo replied, somewhat awkwardly. Cao Xiaobai nearly burst into laughter. Their banter was delightful. Son Wukong scratched his head, glancing towards the Kaioshin, his brow furrowed tightly. Their aura is quite peculiar. Humph, that is of no concern to me. As long as I can battle Kakarot, other matters are irrelevant, Vegeta stated coldly. Cao Xiaobai shot him a sidelong glance. This fellow remains as proud as ever. At that moment, Gohan emerged from the medical room after delivering the Senzu beans. The next match was set to be Gohan facing Kibito. He leaped gracefully, landing firmly on the stage. Opposite him, Kibito regarded Gohan with an impassive expression. A sudden stir erupted in the audience. Hey, that guy is Gohan, right? It's Son Gohan. Oh, now that you mention it, it truly is. No way it's Gohan. Go, Gohan. No way. The identity of the Super Saiyan hero that I painstakingly uncovered is now exposed. Damn it, Gohan, give me back my camera. Regardless, Gohan, you got this. His classmates rose in unison, waving their fists and cheering wildly. Gohan removed his sunglasses, forcing a smile as he waved to his classmates. However, his expression soon turned serious. All right, sorry to keep you waiting. Son Gohan, transform into a Super Saiyan. Kibito stated calmly. What? You actually know about Super Saiyans? Gohan was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Piccolo and Cao Xiaobai below the stage. Piccolo, who was already aware of Kaioshin's identity, nodded. Cao Xiaobai also signaled to Gohan that he could proceed. Gohan took a deep breath. Fine, since you wish to see, I shall show you the power that transcends Super Saiyans. Gohan began to gather energy. A low hum resonated as the air began to vibrate. The stage quaked, and the stones beneath trembled. The entire venue was in a state of upheaval, prompting spectators to grip their seats in terror, fearing the ground beneath them would crack. Cao Xiaobai, standing in the spectator area, narrowed his eyes. This kid, his power seems to have diminished. Below the stage, Majin Spopovich and Yamu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, this is the power we seek, he licked his lips. Such formidable strength. Yamu, when the time comes, restrain him, and I shall forcibly absorb his energy. Understood. With such immense power, our mission should be achievable. On the stage, Gohan's aura intensified. A golden flame began to radiate from him, as if threatening to tear through the very air. In the corner, Kaioshin Shin's pupils constricted. Such formidable energy. Kibito was equally astonished, whispering, is this truly a power a mortal can possess? Ah, Son Wukong, the son of Gohan, roared towards the heavens. A golden radiance erupted from within him, and his hair instantly stood upright, transforming into a golden hue, embodying the form of Super Saiyan 1. Yet he did not halt. The intensity of his aura grew more ferocious, causing the ground beneath to fracture. Hissing sounds accompanied golden lightning coursing through the tempest of energy. His hair became sharper, evolving into Super Saiyan 2. A profound silence enveloped the audience. Every eye widened, jaws agape, as if one could fit an egg within. Gohan flexed his neck and gazed across at Jebet. This is the power that surpasses even Super Saiyan. How will you contend with me now? Jebet's complexion darkened. The magnitude of this power was terrifying. Below the arena, Spovich's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a formidable force. Now is the moment. AMU, act swiftly. The two ascended the stage, retrieving a peculiar vessel from their garments. What are you planning? Gohan instinctively readied himself. At that moment, a force, invisible yet palpable, suddenly pressed down upon Gohan. His body froze, unable to move even a finger. What are you doing? Son Wukong's eyes turned crimson as he prepared to charge forward. Son Wukong, observe and trust us. There is no need to intervene, Xian intoned solemnly. Son Wukong, seeing the earnestness in his eyes, suppressed his fury. Gohan, save him. Gohan. Krillin exclaimed, ready to rush out. No worries, do not panic, Uncle Krillin, Cao Xiaobai assured calmly. Krillin glanced at Cao Xiaobai, recalling his terrifying combat prowess, and nodded. Retreating behind the wall. On the arena, Spavich had already positioned the vessel's opening towards Gohan's Dantian. Hiss. Golden energy surged like a torrent, being frantically siphoned into the vessel. Gohan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, yet not a word escaped his lips. After several seconds, Spabich withdrew the vessel, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Let us depart. He and AMU soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Son Wukong, we must discreetly follow them. Leave the rest to Jebet. You can trust that he will tend to Gohan's injuries. Upon finishing, Xin also ascended into the air. Very well. Son Wukong followed suit. Hey, Kakarot, what about our battle? Vegeta roared. Vegeta, let us discuss this later. Later? Do not think I am unaware. You can only remain in the mortal realm for a single day. Haha, you caught me. Son Wukong scratched his head. Now is not the time for this. We must hurry. Damn it. Vegeta grumbled, yet took to the skies. Krillin exchanged glances with Android 18, who nodded. Krillin, be careful. They have left. And I shall remain to seize victory in the tournament. Indeed, it is thanks to you, 18, that our blissful life relies on your strength. Krillin, as always. You are a true brother. Krillin approached Cao Xiaobai. Xiaobai, shall we go together? You all proceed first. I shall arrive shortly. Cao Xiaobai replied to Krillin and Tianjin Fan. All right, Xiaobai, but do hurry. I have a foreboding feeling, Krillin warned. Rest assured, Cao Xiaobai smiled confidently. Krillin and the others ascended into the sky. On the arena, Gohan's golden aura had returned. The energy that had been siphoned was replenished with Jebet's assistance. Gohan, let us move together. Your aid will be invaluable, Jebet urged. Gohan nodded. At that moment, Bidai rushed out from the crowd. Gohan, where are you headed? Can I join? Gohan glanced at the approaching Cao Xiaobai, who winked at him. Gohan nodded in agreement. Very well, but if danger arises, you must flee. I sense that this situation is far from simple. He took to the skies, and Bidai followed suit, albeit unsteadily, managing to keep up. Cao Xiaobai trailed behind. Jebet regarded Cao Xiaobai without speaking. Mid-air, Gohan suddenly turned. Xiaobai, if danger arises, could you protect Bidai for me? Cao Xiaobai nearly burst into laughter. Gohan, it appears you have been neglecting your training these past 7 years. Leaving the protection of your beloved to a brother seems rather unseemly, does it not? Gohan's face flushed instantly. Bidai also blushed, casting a furtive glance at Gohan. Gohan, who is this person? I have never seen him before, Bidai whispered. Bidai, this is my childhood training partner. Sure. Yes, I am Gohan's junior disciple. Please treat me kindly, Cao Xiaobai interjected. That is not inaccurate. Both are disciples of Piccolo, after all. Now, son Gohan, I must convey the impending events to you. Please listen intently. Jebet interrupted their conversation and began recounting the tale of Babidi and Majin Buu. Upon hearing this, Gohan's expression grew grave, while Cao Xiaobai remained composed. Bidai appeared utterly bewildered. We must hasten our pace. At this rate, we cannot keep up with Lord Kaioshin, Jebet stated. Understood. Jebet accelerated, and Gohan followed suit. However, Bidai, who had only recently learned to fly, struggled to maintain their speed. Gohan, she called out from behind. Gohan halted. Your speed is too swift. I cannot keep up. Bidai panted. Bidai, you have just mastered the flight technique. It is natural to feel unaccustomed at first. You will adapt, Gohan reassured her. Cao Xiaobai observed Bidai, quietly amused. This girl is quite stubborn. I understand now. Bidai took a deep breath, her gaze suddenly resolute. Gohan, you are the child who defeated Cell, correct? Gohan was taken aback. Do not worry about hurting my pride. I have long harbored doubts about the authenticity of my father's victory over Cell, and today, I have finally confirmed it. Thank you, Gohan. Bidai looked at Gohan, her eyes filled with concern. Gohan, please be cautious, do not perish. Good. Gohan nodded, his aura erupting violently. The surface of the water below was thrust into tumultuous waves, soaring several meters high. Gohan transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing into the sky. Bidai watched Gohan's retreating figure, suddenly shouting towards the heavens. Gohan, if you return safely, I may consider going on a date with you. This proclamation went unheard by Gohan, yet Cao Xiaobai could not suppress a chuckle. This girl truly knows how to flirt. He glanced at Bidai before hastening to pursue. Bidai lingered in the air, gazing at the direction in which they vanished, her eyes filled with worry. After a lengthy moment, she finally turned, sorrowfully flying back towards the tournament venue. When everyone reconvened, they soon followed Spabich and AMU to their destination. Lord Babidi, we have amassed sufficient power. What? You collected it so swiftly? You must be deceiving me. The narrative unfolded as per the original tale. As Babidi approached the entrance below, the Demon King, Dabura, vanished without a trace. Spitting forth several droplets of saliva, he transformed everyone, except for Gohan, Son Wukong, Vegeta, Kaioshin, and Jebet, into stone statues. Cao Xiaobai was no exception. Yet, he transformed himself, escaping the fate. Witnessing even Cao Xiaobai petrified, Son Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta were astonished. How could this be? Xiaobai's strength cannot be so feeble. Humph, Son Wukong, if you possess the ability, come in after me. At this moment, Dabura had already returned to the entrance, slipping inside. What shall we do? Should we follow him? Gohan inquired anxiously. We have no choice. Perhaps we must defeat him to restore everyone. Son Wukong replied with a grim expression. Kaioshin Xian nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that Wukong was indeed correct, they must prevent Majin Buu's resurrection, or the entire universe would suffer dire consequences. The group swiftly reached a consensus and entered the subterranean entrance one by one. With a crack, the stone statue of Cao Xiaobai gradually returned to its original form. He sat upon the rock, chuckling to himself. How intriguing! What shall I do next? Should I charge in directly, or wait until Majin Buu emerges? Chapter 110, Breaking the Petrification. Cao Xiaobai Scheme. Cao Xiaobai sat cross-legged upon the boulder, his fingers gently tapping against his knee. The tremors from the depths below grew increasingly intense, as if some monstrous being were about to burst forth. He squinted his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Perhaps I should simply adhere to the script. I shall merely be a bystander. In his heart, Cao Xiaobai mused. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, his combat power soared to approximately 10 trillion, more than sufficient to handle the newly born Fat Buu. Yet, he still fell slightly short of matching the original Buu. However, this was not a significant concern. The room of spirit and time remained intact, and Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 form would soon make its appearance. Once he mastered Super Saiyan 3, his power would quadruple compared to Super Saiyan 2, reaching a staggering 400 times his base form. Consequently, his strength could ascend to 40 trillion. Defeating Majin Buu's ultimate evil form, which possessed 16 trillion in combat power, would be a mere formality. Cao Xiaobai's objective was straightforward: to observe Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 3 and acquire that transformation for himself. Majin Buu would pose no threat to him thereafter. With this thought in mind, he raised his right hand, a faint glow emanating from his palm. He had already acquired Dabura's petrification ability for the future. With a crisp crack, the petrified state encasing Krillin began to dissolve, revealing his healthy complexion. Krillin suddenly opened his eyes, frantically searching his body with trembling hands, his face still etched with fear. What is happening? Tianjinhan and Jiaozi also regained their senses, exchanging bewildered glances. At this moment, their combat power had reached the limit of 5 billion, enhanced by Cao Xiaobai's bloodline augmentation. Yet, on the current battlefield, such power was utterly insufficient. What a cunning fellow! Piccolo's voice emerged from the shadows, leaning against a rock with his arms crossed, his face reflecting shock. As one of the Z fighters with the highest combat power, Piccolo had discerned Dabura's recent actions. The saliva from that individual possessed petrifying capabilities. Yet, the true terror lay in Cao Xiaobai. He had clearly witnessed Cao Xiaobai being petrified, only to discover it had been an act, allowing him to free others from their petrified states. Piccolo's lips twitched. Xiaobai, you truly are remarkable. You can lift our petrification. Well done. He approached and patted Cao Xiaobai on the shoulder. Cao Xiaobai waved his hand, offering Piccolo an innocuous smile. It was nothing. My journey to future Trunks' world was not in vain. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Cao Xiaobai for several seconds. You, my boy, are indeed a true enigma. Thank you, Xiaobai, Krillin said, rubbing his hands together, his face radiating the relief of one who has just escaped calamity. Otherwise, my little Marin would be heartbroken. Cao Xiaobai chuckled inwardly, amused by Krillin's familial devotion. What shall we do next, Mr. Xiaobai? Tianjinhan inquired, his 3 eyes filled with seriousness. Indeed, with our combat power, we would merely be obliterated. Lu Ping chimed in, cold sweat beading on his forehead. That Dabura's aura was outrageous. If we went up against him, we would likely not withstand a single blow. The situation is thus, Cao Xiaobai explained, pointing toward the depths below. Uncle Wukong, Uncle Vegeta, and Gohan, along with Kaioshin, have infiltrated the enemy's stronghold. We merely need to wait. Is that truly acceptable? Krillin asked, a hint of unease in his tone. With Wukong's abilities, they should be able to handle the enemy, right? They should be able to, I hope, Lu Ping replied awkwardly, uncertainty lacing his voice. Xiaobai, if any problems arise, you will intervene, won't you? You can defeat them, can't you? Krillin's gaze was filled with anticipation as he looked at Cao Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai nodded. Yes, I will definitely intervene. Whether I can win remains to be seen. Kid, Piccolo suddenly leaned closer, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Knowing you, if you do not join them, you are likely up to something devious, aren't you? Cao Xiaobai chuckled, not denying it. Uncle Piccolo, you truly understand me. In truth, his motives were not as convoluted as Piccolo imagined. He simply sought the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Although his presence had slightly deviated from the original plot, Jebbit had not met his demise at Dubra's hands as in the original story. As long as Jebbit remained alive within the stronghold, the variables would only increase. However, it seemed this would not hinder Wukong's transformation. Very well, let us observe, Cao Xiaobai said, resuming his position on the stone, crossing his legs. The others exchanged glances. Yet none dared to intrude upon the passage leading underground. Time ticked by, and the tremors from the depths intensified, occasionally accompanied by the sounds of explosions and roars. With his eyes closed, Cao Xiaobai fully activated his divine perception, monitoring all movements below. At that moment, Gohan was engaged in combat with Dubra, while Wukong, Vegeta, Kaioshin, and Jebbit stood by, observing the fray. After an indeterminate period, Cao Xiaobai's divine perception revealed that the tournament of the world's strongest martial artists had concluded. The victor was Satan, who had purchased his victory with money, while the true winner was the immensely popular Android 18. Goten and Trunks fled in disgrace after the unmasking of the masked figure. Simultaneously, Vegeta fell under Babbidi's influence, transforming into Majin and appearing at the tournament venue. After slaughtering numerous spectators, he forced Wukong into combat. The energy from their clash was absorbed by Buu's gelatinous form, quickly approaching its critical threshold. Observing this, Gohan unleashed a full-powered Super Saiyan 2 assault on the gelatinous mass, resulting in a cloud of pink gas filling the air. The emergence of Fat Buu was imminent. As in the original narrative, this was Buu's initial form, yet with a staggering power level of 65 trillion, far beyond Gohan's capacity to contend with. Gohan and Kaioshin were swiftly defeated, and Jebbit found himself on the brink of collapse. Hiding behind a rock, Cao Xiaobai and his companions watched in trepidation. Xiaobai, do you think Gohan and the others will be alright? That guy is too powerful. Can you handle him? At this moment, witnessing Majin Buu's might, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others lost faith in Cao Xiaobai's power. Cao Xiaobai feigned a grave expression, yet his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Wait, Vegeta has arrived. Indeed, Vegeta, adorned with a black M on his forehead, reached the battlefield, engaging Majin Buu in combat. His formidable strength astonished Babidi. However, Piccolo perceived that Vegeta was not a match for Majin Buu. With a sigh, Piccolo remarked, Xiaobai, prepare for the worst. When Majin Buu is distracted, use instant transmission to rescue them. Gather at the sanctuary. Piccolo had already begun to brace for the worst-case scenario. Cao Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Understood, Uncle Piccolo. Yet inwardly, he mused. In the original narrative, this battle represented Vegeta's true redemption, fully embracing his identity as an Earthling. Such tragic drama was best avoided. He would assist the proud Prince Vegeta shortly. Before long, Vegeta found himself cornered, contemplating self-detonation. Goten and Trunks arrived at the battlefield, intending to assist, only to be halted by Piccolo. Cao Xiaobai smiled. I will hold off Majin Buu. You must leave at once. With that, he executed instant transmission, appearing before the self-destructing Vegeta, wearing a smile as he gazed at him. Uncle Vegeta, self-destruction is truly not a commendable habit. Cao Xiaobai smiled at Vegeta. You little brat. Mind your own business and get lost. Vegeta, under Babbidi's control, unleashed his malice with a furious roar directed at Cao Xiaobai. Cao Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, sensing the internal struggle hidden deep within Vegeta's gaze. This fellow, despite his words, held a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. TSK, Uncle Vegeta. It seems you have not learned your lesson. Do you require another lesson from me? Cao Xiaobai replied coldly. Vegeta shuddered, feeling an unexpected chill. If Sun Wukong was the figure Vegeta aspired to surpass, yet could never achieve. Then Cao Xiaobai represented an insurmountable chasm in Vegeta's mind, a psychological shadow that instinctively urged him to concede. Nevertheless, Vegeta stubbornly retorted, "Brat, I am under Babedi's control, even if you rescue me. I cannot guarantee I won't commit any misdeeds." "Humph, is that all?" "Just wait," Cao Xiaobai replied. You are obstructing my path. Get out of the way, you despicable creature." At this moment, Fat Bu addressed Cao Xiaobai. Ignoring Bu, Cao Xiaobai directed one hand towards Vegeta and uttered a single word, "Release." A miraculous scene unfolded. Vegeta, once ensnared by Babidi, astonishingly broke free from his control, and the M mark on his forehead vanished. Vegeta stood stunned, gazing at his hands, sensing the return of his normal energy. This is unbelievable." Vegeta raised his head, fixating intently on Cao Xiaobai. What manner of creature is this little brat? He can even break Babedi's control? "Let us go, quickly gather Trunks and the others." Cao Xiaobai's voice remained calm. "Xiaobai, you." The restored Vegeta stared in shock at Cao Xiaobai. Inside, Cao Xiaobai felt elated. This fellow doesn't think I intend to sacrifice myself, does he? He intentionally donned a grave expression and said, "I have no family. Only you friends remain. Vegeta, behind you are Bulma, Trunks, and a home. You are not alone. Remember that. Now go." Vegeta's body froze. His throat felt constricted, words failing him. In that moment, he experienced an unfamiliar emotion for the first time, a bond. Vegeta gazed deeply at Cao Xiaobai before turning to fly towards Piccolo and the others, not forgetting to rescue Kaishin, Jebet, and Gohan along the way. "You are not allowed to escape. If you do, I shall turn you into chocolate." Fat Bu glared at Vegeta's movements, ready to pursue. Cao Xiaobai swiftly appeared in front of Bu. Boom. Bu felt as though he had collided with a wall, forcefully rebounding and halting in midair. Shaking his head, his eyes widened in surprise. You are quite powerful. You seem more entertaining than that fellow." "Majin Bu, what are you doing? Kill them, and do not let them escape." Babidi shouted angrily. Yet, Bu seemed deaf to his commands, showing greater interest in Cao Xiaobai. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others seized the opportunity to vacate the battlefield. Cao Xiaobai chuckled, "Little fatty, this is the spirit. I shall play with you, but do take it easy." Upon hearing this, Bu's head released bursts of gas, clearly irritated. Crash! Bu's fist struck Cao Xiaobai's face, splattering blood as half of his face was obliterated. Cao Xiaobai's body spun through the air several times before stabilizing mid-flight. He touched his face, activating his cellular regeneration ability. Flesh and blood visibly reformed at an astonishing pace. Moments later, Cao Xiaobai's face returned to its original state. He shrugged. "I did say to go easy. Why do you not listen, child?" Bu's mouth gaped in awe, clapping his hands repeatedly, sensing a kindred spirit within Cao Xiaobai. Good, let's do it again." Cao Xiaobai rotated his neck, bones cracking. "Since you are so eager to play, I shall indulge you for a while." His expression shifted to one of seriousness, his energy beginning to surge. Boom. A golden aura erupted from within him, his hair standing on end, turning golden, Super Saiyan. Yet he did not halt there. Oh, the aura intensified, causing the ground beneath to fracture. Sizzling, golden lightning danced within the energy. His hair sharpened further, Super Saiyan 2. Cao Xiaobai's power surged to 10 trillion. He gazed at Fat Bu, a smile curling at his lips. "Come on, little fatty. Show me just how entertaining you can be." Bu leaped in excitement. "Remember, I am Majin Bu, not just a fatty." He lunged at Cao Xiaobai, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle. The sound of fists colliding echoed, each impact unleashing terrifying shockwaves. The ground trembled, boulders soaring. Babidi, hiding at a distance, turned ashen. Damn it, when did such a formidable creature emerge on Earth? Who is he to contend with my Bu? Truly, two monsters. Chapter 111. The Ascendancy of Super Saiyan 3. Bang, bang, bang. The ground erupted, the heavens darkened. Bu and Cao Xiaobai grew increasingly animated in their combat. A punch from Cao Xiaobai sent Bu's form scattering like clay, only to quickly reassemble. Occasionally, Bu's attacks would land on Cao Xiaobai, causing him to lose limbs, but against his grotesque regeneration ability, it meant little. "You are quite strong. I cannot defeat you right now, but I shall grow stronger." Bu realized he could not overpower Cao Xiaobai, muttering before taking off on his own. "Majin Bu, where are you going?" Babidi hurriedly followed. "I want chocolate. I need to grow stronger to play with this person." You are useless. Majin Buu, you have disappointed me greatly. I once thought you were the mightiest, yet you cannot even defeat a mere earthling. Babidi exclaimed angrily. Buu's eyes drooped, revealing a sinister expression. What kind of expression is that? What if I scold you? You better enhance your power, or I will cast a spell. You wouldn't want to be sealed again, would you? Upon hearing this, Buu feigned a foolish look, quickly nodding and restoring his smile. Excellent. Now, that is my Majin Buu. That detestable earthling is indeed formidable. However, he has no idea how high your potential truly is. Once your strength surpasses his, make sure to show him. Babidi's wicked grin emerged at the thought of Majin Buu's potential. Cao Xiaobai observed the departing duo, choosing not to follow. Of course, he had not fought Buu with his full strength. He was merely toying with him. At this moment, he aimed to match their power levels, intending to apply pressure on the protagonist team, urging Sun Wukong to unleash his Super Saiyan 3 form, allowing Cao Xiaobai to learn it. In the future world, while Sun Wukong would attain Super Saiyan 3, he only did so once, during Cell's self-destruction, while Cao Xiaobai happened to be wandering in space and missed it. In the future, Sun Wukong and Cao Xiaobai were not particularly close, so Cao Xiaobai did not actively request him to reveal his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Having accomplished what he set out to do, he pondered how the storyline would unfold, especially since Vegeta had not perished. Soon, Cao Xiaobai caught up with Piccolo and the others, who had reached the sacred temple. Kaioshin, Wufan, and Jebet were all present, fully revived after being fed the senzu beans by Cao Xiaobai. Just then, Sun Wukong appeared in the temple with a sudden instant transmission, battered and bruised. Oh, everyone is here. Goku weakly greeted everyone. Krillin quickly gave Goku a senzu bean. Vegeta guiltily turned his head away. Vegeta, it's so good you're alright. Goku greeted Vegeta cheerfully. Yeah, it's alright. All thanks to Shiro. Vegeta rarely admitted Shiro's contribution. Alright, now that everyone's here, I think everyone has seen Majin Buu's power. What are your plans now? Everyone was silent. Shiro, since you say that, it means you can't defeat that guy either, right? Goku asked. Yes, my strength is almost equal to that guy's, but that guy is practically an unkillable monster. I don't have any good ideas right now. I can only run away and make plans later. Just then, Piccolo's expression turned shocked. Damn it. That guy? What's wrong, Piccolo? Krillin asked. Those two guys are destroying the city, turning everyone into chocolate and eating them. What? Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and the others all looked shocked. Could it be? Yamcha's face showed fear. That guy can also devour humans to become stronger, just like Cell. Piccolo sighed. You guessed right. You can sense that guy's aura. It seems even stronger than before. Damn it. At this rate, soon even White might not be a match for that guy. What should we do? Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, Cao Xiaobai nodded inwardly. Good, that's it. Now all we need is Bulma's help. As Cao Xiaobai was thinking, suddenly, the sky above Earth completely darkened. What's going on? What's this reaction? Shenron? Who summoned Shenron? It's Bulma. Why would she summon Shenron for no reason? You'll have to ask Vegeta. Vegeta killed many people at the martial arts tournament. Bulma probably wants to revive them. Krillin and the others guessed. Vegeta glanced guiltily to the side. Xiaobai, you go over there. Because of Shenron's influence, I can't contact Bulma telepathically, Piccolo said. Okay. Xiaobai nodded, then teleported away immediately, which suited him perfectly. Xiaobai arrived at Bulma's side and asked Shenron to preserve 2 wishes. At this moment, the Supreme Kai said, Excuse me, everyone, the situation is urgent. To defeat Majin Buu, I think I have another way. I need to take Gohan away. You have no objections, right? Goku and Piccolo looked at Gohan and the Supreme Kai, and they all nodded in agreement. Gohan naturally had no objections either. Kibito used teleportation, and the 3 disappeared. Wait a minute, Majin Buu is destroying cities everywhere, which will definitely affect West Capital. We need to get the Dragon Radar. Piccolo suddenly realized. I can't contact Xiaobai right now. That place is still affected by Shenron's aura. I'll go. I know where the radar is. Trunks stepped forward. All right, Trunks, I'll leave it to you. Come back quickly after you get the radar, Goku said. Actually, I learned a very useful skill in the afterlife. I'll give it to you when you get back. If I'm not mistaken, defeating Majin Buu shouldn't be a problem. Unlike the original story, Vegeta didn't die, and Trunks' attitude towards Goku wasn't as questioning as it was in the original. Dad, I'll go get the Dragon Radar first, Trunks said to Vegeta. Go ahead. Be quick and come back soon. Be careful on the way, Vegeta nodded. After Trunks left, Vegeta looked at Goku and asked, Kakarot, what method did you mention? Goku was about to explain the fusion technique he learned in the afterlife when Piccolo suddenly looked shocked. Oh no. Majin Buu is starting to move towards West City. What? That bastard. Vegeta immediately became alert. West City. His most important family members were there. How could he let Majin Buu go there? He'd stop him. Vegeta said, taking to the air. Wait, Vegeta, you stay here. I'll go. I can teleport. I can escape anytime. Goku glanced at the group, then teleported away without giving them a chance to speak, heading to the airspace above the strait leading to West City. Stop, Majin Buu. It's you? You actually survived Vegeta's attack. Babidi recognized Goku. What? Are you here to die? Babidi mocked. Majin Buu, you want to become stronger, right? But my friends are in that direction. I won't let you go. Goku said bluntly. What an arrogant fellow. Majin Buu, kill him. Babidi ordered. As in the original story, after dealing with the two, Goku plans to transform into Super Saiyan 3. As he transforms into Super Saiyan 1, Cao Xiaobai, who had been focusing his attention on Goku, immediately notices the situation. He teleports to the distant sky. Perfect timing. Aya. Next, Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 2, then Super Saiyan 3, continuing his fight with Buu to buy time. Super Saiyan 3 Goku's power level reaches a staggering 15 trillion, but unfortunately, Super Saiyan 3 consumes too much stamina. Although Goku's power level is overwhelming Buu, he cannot defeat the incredibly regenerative Buu. Furthermore, Goku is already dead and cannot use this power for long in the mortal world. Ultimately, he can only revert to normal, leaving behind the words, Majin Buu, with your strength, you shouldn't stoop to being subordinate to Babidi, before disappearing. Hearing this, Babidi is furious and curses loudly. Completely oblivious to Buu's feigned ignorance, Buu, though seemingly naive, was anything but stupid. Taking advantage of Babidi's momentary lapse in attention, he swiftly grabbed Babidi by the neck, rendering him speechless, and then killed him, gaining complete freedom and beginning to unleash his true potential. Cao Xiaobai floated silently in the air, his eyes gleaming, a look of joy on his face. He had successfully mastered Super Saiyan 3 under the eye of the god. Haha, that's it. For me, the crisis with Majin Buu is nothing. However, my goal is to possess the power to escape this universe, at least to be on par with Zeno. While this current strength is strong, it's far from enough. A long road ahead. Continue training. Chapter 112. Gogeta is born. Xiaobai, you've been hiding it well. The plot unfolded like a runaway truck floored on the gas, perfectly following the trajectory in Cao Xiaobai's memory. Trunks, encouraged and guided by Goku, mustered his courage and safely retrieved the dragon radar from West City, unharmed. Above the temple, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Chi-Chi, Bulma, and their families were brought up, their faces etched with apocalyptic terror. Cao Xiaobai sat listlessly atop a white marble pillar, watching Goku patiently explain a magical technique called fusion to Goten and Trunks like a kindergarten teacher. Just like that, the two struck perfectly symmetrical poses, then touched their fingers together and shouted fusion ha. Goku demonstrated as he spoke, his movements textbook perfect. Cao Xiaobai's God's Eye had already seen everything clearly. This technique was practically a bug. No bloodline or talent is needed. Any martial artist with internal energy and a partner of similar strength can multiply their power through a comical dance, unleashing a new and more powerful warrior. It's practically a divine technique tailor-made for the Z Fighters, a group with generally low individual strength but large numbers. Cao Xiaobai only watched once, yet his mind automatically broke down all the key movements and energy flow methods perfectly, while the temple was busily rehearsing its pair calisthenics on the other side of Earth. Another grand drama was unfolding. The world champion, Satan, astonishingly leveraged his extraordinary luck to connect with the rotund Majin Buu. Even more outrageous was the fact that this plump, pink creature, under Satan's influence, began to embrace the path of righteousness, even rescuing a small dog. Cao Xiaobai observed this spectacle from a distance through divine perception, nearly falling off the pillar in laughter. Truly, Mr. Satan, the fated child of the Dragon Ball universe, radiated a protagonist's aura that outshone even that of Uncle Goku. He thought to himself with fervent sarcasm. Within Majin Buu's being, the inherent goodness bestowed by the Grand Kaishin was gradually awakening. However, the law of Murphy is never absent. Just as everything seemed to drift toward a fairy tale ending, two oblivious earthlings, akin to foolish street rats, emerged brandishing sniper rifles. Bang! A gunshot shattered the fleeting peace. They first shot the dog that Bu had saved, and then, taking advantage of Bu's absence, struck Satan down. Boom. After reviving Satan, an indescribable aura of malevolence erupted violently from the pores atop Majin Bu's head, akin to a volcanic eruption. The dark, viscous, evil energy twisted and coalesced in midair, ultimately transforming into a gaunt, sinister-eyed embodiment of malevolence. Evil Bu. Without a moment's hesitation, Evil Bu obliterated the two reckless humans and then turned to gaze at the benevolent Majin Bu with a predatory glint. After a brief and predictable confrontation, Evil Bu transformed the kind-hearted Bu into a piece of chocolate and devoured him whole. In the next instant, a pink radiance enveloped everything. When the light faded, a new, tall and well-proportioned figure emerged, emanating sheer malice. Thin Bu, with a power level of 16 trillion. Cao Xiaobai felt the surge of power and nodded in satisfaction. The script was moving to the next act. Almost simultaneously, atop the temple, Sun Wukong, having just transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to satisfy Trunks and Goten's curiosity, found his already limited time in the mortal realm evaporating. His body began to fade. Oh no, time's up, I must return to the underworld, Sun Wukong lamented. Shortly after the fortune teller whisked him away, an overwhelming, suffocating aura, like a guided missile, locked onto the temple. Thin Bu had arrived. Sun Wukong, Cao Xiaobai, come out and fight me. Bu's voice resonated like a command from the depths of hell. Babidi had thoroughly researched the Z fighters before his demise. Piccolo's face turned pale, yet he bravely stepped forward to shield everyone. I'm afraid Sun Wukong has long since perished and returned to the underworld. As for you, Cao Xiaobai, hey, Majin Bu, I'm right here. Cao Xiaobai strolled out leisurely from behind the pillar, a strawberry-flavored ice cream cone in hand, wearing an innocuous smile. He felt no panic at all. With Super Saiyan 3 now at his disposal, his base power level was in the hundreds of billions, and transforming into Super Saiyan 3 would yield 40 trillion, easily overwhelming the 16 trillion of Thin Bu. However, he had no intention of engaging just yet. The narrative must unfold as intended. Thin Bu's crimson eyes fixated intently on Cao Xiaobai, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Yes, it's you. Are you ready to fight me? My strength has increased. He clenched his fists, causing the surrounding space to groan under the strain as the air burst around him. Not quite, Cao Xiaobai replied, shaking his finger while savoring another lick of his ice cream. Your current power level is beyond my capability. However, we have someone even more formidable to contend with you. Recently, he had conferred with Piccolo about a plan to send Goten and Trunks into the hyperbolic time chamber for training. If they could delay for an hour, a powerful new warrior would emerge. No, I refuse to wait. Thin Bu, losing patience, scanned the temple with his piercing gaze. You will fight me now, or I will kill them. Majin Bu. Piccolo took a deep breath and delivered a shocking line. Why not hunt some Earthlings first? By the time you've annihilated them, your opponent will likely be ready. Cao Xiaobai mentally applauded Piccolo. Truly, the former Demon King was ruthless and decisive. This is simple enough, Thin Bu sneered, raising his right hand. In the next moment, thousands upon thousands of energy blasts erupted from his palm like a meteor shower, raining down upon every corner of the earth. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. All right. Bu retracted his hand, as if he had merely completed an inconsequential task. Every Earthling had perished. Now we can fight, right? The temple fell into a deathly silence. Krillin, Launch, and Chi-Chi wore expressions of despair and shock. Piccolo's complexion was greener than usual. No, we must wait another hour. He retrieved an hourglass from his pocket, placing it on the ground. Once the sand runs out, I will take you to your opponent. Thin Bu's patience had clearly reached its limit. He pointed a finger at Videl, who was hiding behind Satan. I want to fight now. Otherwise, I will kill her. Cold sweat dripped from Piccolo's forehead. Thinking quickly, he shouted, That's Satan's daughter. She hopes you will wait another hour. Upon hearing Satan's name, Thin Bu paused. He leaned in closer to Videl, sniffing her like a dog. There was indeed an essence of Satan about her. All right, I will wait another hour. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group. In that moment, they all acknowledged Satan's power, albeit not in terms of combat prowess. However, the reprieve was short-lived. Just half an hour later, Thin Bu erupted, I can't take it anymore. He shattered the hourglass beneath his foot and pointed at Cao Xiaobai, who was still leisurely licking his ice cream. You, fight me. I want to fight you now. Cao Xiaobai shrugged. Finishing the last bite of his ice cream, and savoring the taste. But I don't want to fight you right now, he said, wiping his mouth and rising to his feet. However, it seems the time has come. Come with us. We will take you to meet your opponent. What followed was a delay of nearly artistic proportions. Piccolo and Cao Xiaobai led Thin Bu toward the staircase leading to the hyperbolic time chamber, their steps resembling a slow-motion spacewalk. One step, then another, as if they aimed to tread upon every speck of dust on the stairs. Behind them, Bu was restless, his head thrumming with energy, nearly losing control several times. Finally, just before Bu could no longer contain his impatience, they entered the pristine white realm. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Goten and Trunks had long completed their training and were waiting out of sheer boredom. Upon seeing Bu enter, the two boys immediately struck a fusion pose. You dare deceive me. These two brats seem utterly unimpressive. Thin Bu roared, incensed. Don't worry. You'll soon understand their true capabilities. Trunks and Goten began performing a synchronized, comical dance, ultimately touching their fingertips together. Fusion. In a flash of light, a new warrior emerged, clad in a vest, sporting an eccentric hairstyle, and exuding arrogance and confidence. Gotenks was born. The ensuing battle unfolded like a farcical spectacle. Two mischievous youths, upon merging into Wutian Keisai, pretended to be overwhelmed, with Bu relentlessly pursuing them, nearly driving Piccolo to the brink of a cerebral hemorrhage. Meanwhile, Cao Xiaobai, arms crossed, observed with keen interest, occasionally offering commentary. Oh dear, that backflip lacks flair. TSK, that energy blast has splendid effects, but its power falls short. Cornered, Piccolo ultimately resorted to the same desperate measure as in the original narrative, destroying the sole exit of the hyperbolic time chamber. Bu, unable to escape, succumbed to utter fury. Wutian Keisai finally set aside their playful demeanor, unveiling their true might, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and engaged in a cataclysmic battle against the lean Bu. Their powers were evenly matched, shaking the very fabric of the dimension. Piccolo watched in awe, for the first time sensing a glimmer of hope for victory. However, Bu had lost all desire to continue the fight. With a heart-wrenching roar, he tore open a rift in the dimensional wall with sheer force and burst forth. Above the temple, Bu's rage was on the verge of manifesting as destructive energy. In a pivotal moment, Vegeta stepped forward, intercepting Bu's assault. Simultaneously, Cao Xiaobai executed an instantaneous movement, whisking Wutian Keisai and Piccolo out of the hyperbolic time chamber. The battle raged on, shifting from the temple to the desolate wilderness. Yet, due to the limitations of the fusion time, Wutian Keisai reverted to their original forms at a critical juncture. Throughout the ordeal, Cao Xiaobai merely spectated, showing no intention of intervening. He gazed upward into the cosmos, a slight smile gracing his lips. The delivery should be arriving soon. No sooner had he spoken than a divine and formidable aura descended. Clad in the attire of the turtle school, yet radiating a distinctly different essence, Sun Wufan returned. The form of Shinfan. Battle power, 18 trillion. The tide of battle shifted instantly. Wufan, exuding overwhelming dominance, dispatched the lean Bu with ease. However, Bu, ever cunning, seized the opportunity presented by Wufan's momentary lapse in vigilance, stealthily utilizing his separated body to ambush and devour the newly refused Wutian Keisai and the unprepared Piccolo. Cao Xiaobai had already teleported 100 miles away, watching as the pink mass swept past the spot where he had stood moments before. Boom! Wutian Keisai Bu was born. Battle power surged to 20 trillion. The situation had flipped once more. Wufan, who had once held the advantage, now found himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, in the realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin finally resolved to sacrifice his life to fully resurrect Sun Wukong. A flash of light illuminated the scene as Sun Wukong reappeared on the battlefield. He produced the Patera earrings given by the Kaioshin, tossing them to Wufan. Wufan, catch! We must fuse. However, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. The battle-weary scholar, slightly dazed from the fight, clumsily failed to catch the small earrings. They fell to the ground, bouncing a few times before rolling into a crevice. As Wufan frantically searched for the earrings, the fusion time within Wutian Keisai Bu reached its end. With a soft pop, the vestiges of their power vanished, significantly diminishing, leaving only the Piccolo Bu who had absorbed Piccolo. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and engaged in fierce combat with Piccolo Bu. Although lacking in battle strength, Piccolo Bu possessed the cunning intellect of Piccolo. Proving to be quite crafty, pretending to falter, he executed yet another ploy, successfully consuming Sun Wufan while he and Wukong were distracted. Boom. Xinfan Bu was born. Battle power skyrocketed to 26 trillion. Sun Wukong, picking up the earrings from the ground, gazed at this unprecedentedly formidable foe, despair etched across his face. His gaze ultimately landed on Cao Xiaobai, who had been watching the drama unfold with an air of indifference. Xiaobai, quickly, fuse with me. Together, we can surely defeat him. Sun Wukong roared with all his might. Cao Xiaobai blinked innocently, approaching with a semblance of feigned naivety. He glanced at the earrings in Wukong's hand, then at the urgency painted on Wukong's face, before shaking his head with utmost seriousness. Uncle Wukong, I apologize. What? Wukong was taken aback. I have a cleanliness obsession, Cao Xiaobai stated, his demeanor akin to that of delivering a scholarly lecture. I cannot fuse with you. Huh. Wukong's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Xiaobai, do you not understand the gravity of the situation? Just bear with it. Cao Xiaobai internally rolled his eyes in exasperation. If I fuse with you, my true power will be exposed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Uncle Wukong, just a moment. I will find a more suitable candidate for you. What? Dajin and Tian are absolutely out of the question. Wukong swiftly dismissed the trembling pair in the distance. Uncle Wukong, am I that sort of person? Cao Xiaobai left Wukong with a mysterious smile before vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he materialized atop the temple. Vegeta, exuding a disgruntled aura as he sat cross-legged, observed the distant battle with an attitude of indifference, as if to say, I am strong, but I refuse to engage. Xiaobai, what do you intend to do? Vegeta inquired, eyeing the sudden appearance of Cao Xiaobai with suspicion. Nothing much, just borrowing something. With a mischievous grin, Cao Xiaobai acted before Vegeta could react, swiftly affixing a Patera earring onto Vegeta's left ear. Huh. Before Vegeta could erupt in anger, Cao Xiaobai seized his shoulder. Let us go. The two teleported directly into the main battlefield, standing before Sun Wukong. Almost simultaneously, the earrings emitted blinding light. Two powerful gravitational forces emerged from nowhere, forcibly drawing Sun Wukong and Vegeta towards one another. Kakarot, you bastard. Vegeta. The beams of light collided with a resounding crash, merging into one. A blinding white light illuminated the cosmos, and a new warrior, radiating an aura of invincibility, stood proudly between heaven and earth. Battle power, 90 trillion. Vegeta was born. The newly formed Vegeta casually flexed his wrist, savoring the cataclysmic power surging within him. He then turned his gaze towards Cao Xiaobai, his expression complex, seemingly seeing through everything. He rubbed his head, as if digesting all the memories and perceptions of Cao Xiaobai held by Wukong and Vegeta. Moments later, a knowing smile crept across Vegeta's lips. Oh, Xiaobai, you truly have hidden your depths. He neither scolded nor questioned. Very well, since you choose not to intervene, I presume you have your reasons. With that, Vegeta pivoted, fixing his gaze upon Xinfan Bu. Come forth, monster, the game is over. The fierce battle erupted instantaneously. Xinfan Bu stood before Vegeta like a mere child of 3, mercilessly subjected to a one-sided, overwhelming beating. Bu, his psyche shattered, exhausted all his tricks, ultimately believing he had caught Vegeta off guard, using his last ounce of strength to swallow him whole. This, however, played right into Vegeta's hands. Once inside Bu, Vegeta was forced to revert to his original forms. Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two wreaked havoc within Bu's body, successfully rescuing the devoured Wufan, Wutian, Trunks, and Piccolo. Outside, bereft of all potential absorptions, Bu's body began to undergo violent, uncontrollable transformations. In a cacophony of anguished screams, his form continuously shrank and distorted. Ultimately, all the malevolence and pure destructive desire coalesced into a diminutive, pink, vacuous, yet frenzied primordial form. Thus was born the most primal and evil entity, Majin Bu. Chapter 113. The reveal, no more pretense. I am the ultimate trump card. The primordial form of Majin Bu bore no resemblance to any prior manifestation. Devoid of superfluous chatter and emotional fluctuations, those hollow black eyes were filled solely with annihilation. Cao Xiaobai stood at a distance, idly scratching his ear. Well, what is destined to come will eventually arrive. This little creature, ruthless and terse, favored a straightforward approach. Indeed, in the next moment, Primordial Bu cracked a silent, maniacal grin and raised a single hand high. A dark red energy sphere, larger than any previous iteration and imbued with thick, malevolent energy, swelled in his palm, nearly obscuring the entire sky. His target was the earth itself. Damn it! Vegeta's anguished roar pierced the air, his golden aura raging fiercely. Yet his gaze betrayed a sense of impotence. Moments ago, within Bu's belly, he and Kakarot had arrogantly crushed the Patera earrings. Now to merge again. They were left with the damned, humiliating fusion dance. But time was no longer on their side. Curse it! Goku clenched his teeth. His current energy levels rendering him unable to transform into Super Saiyan 3, while the sins of beings had long been reduced to dust in the chaos of battle. Faced with this world-ending strike, he too found himself powerless. On the sacred land, Chi-Chi, Biddle, Satan, and others flashed through his mind in an instant. They were scattered, unable to come to their aid in time. Were they all destined to perish here, once more meeting their demise? Despair engulfed their hearts like frigid ocean waters. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta seemed to recall something, and a flicker of light ignited in their eyes filled with despair. They abruptly turned their heads, their gazes locking onto the figure who had remained unfazed throughout. Xiaobai? Xiaobai? They both shouted simultaneously, expending every ounce of strength to call out his name. Indeed, Gogeta. During their brief fusion as Gogeta, they had shared each other's memories and perceptions. Goku recognized the Cao Xiaobai in Vegeta's eyes, the cunning, greedy little trickster who always sought to extract samples from him. Vegeta, in turn, understood the Cao Xiaobai in Goku's eyes, the extraordinarily gifted, unfathomable secret weapon who appeared at crucial moments. Their collective memory revealed Gogeta's penetrating gaze upon Cao Xiaobai, sensing the unfathomable, abyss-like terror emanating from him. That power eclipsed even that of the Supreme Kai. Under the dual rays of intense scrutiny, Cao Xiaobai let out a resigned sigh, rising from a floating rock and brushing off the dust from his trousers. All right, the cards are on the table, no more pretense. I had hoped to enjoy the show a bit longer, but it seems my chance for leisure has vanished. Die? In the sky? The youthful visage of Primordial Bu bore a cruel smile, his chin tilted slightly as he forcefully swung his arm downward. The colossal energy sphere, capable of obliterating an entire planet, plummeted with a deafening shriek that tore through the atmosphere. The apocalypse was upon them. Bu, you shall not. A clear, resonant shout echoed across the heavens. As all eyes widened in shock, Cao Xiaobai moved. He made no extraneous motions, simply tilting his head upward. Ah! The golden aura erupted like a dormant volcano awakening after eons, exploding forth. His black hair instantaneously transformed into a resplendent gold, growing wildly like a golden satin cascade down to his waist. His brow became pronounced, his facial contours increasingly austere, and his dark pupils morphed into captivating emeralds. An unprecedented, overwhelmingly dominant aura swept across the battlefield. Super Saiyan 3 was achieved in an instant. It was exponentially faster than Goku's transformation. The golden hair danced in the tempestuous winds stirred by the energy sphere, and Cao Xiaobai's figure surged forward like a golden arrow, unwavering and unyielding. Directly confronting the descending sun, he extended his hands, firmly supporting the energy sphere teeming with boundless malevolence. Boom! The terrifying pressure caused the ground beneath Cao Xiaobai to collapse instantaneously, vast cracks spreading like a spider's web. Yet he remained utterly unperturbed. Incredible! Vegeta's jaw nearly hit the ground, his eyes bulging in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if a dinosaur egg could fit inside. This strike, even at his peak, would have been impossible to absorb with such ease. What kind of monster is this little brat? Goku too was left in a daze, his mind blank. He sensed the energy radiating from Cao Xiaobai. It was robust, dense, and unfathomable. His Super Saiyan 3 felt like a mere stream encountering a vast ocean in comparison. In the underworld, King Yin and his minions stood transfixed before a massive crystal screen, utterly astonished. Who is that? When did such a figure emerge on Earth? The judge's pen slipped from King Yan's grip, clattering to the ground. In the realm of the Kais. The old Kai was so taken aback that he spat out his tea, while the nearby Shin and Kibito were so startled they fell to the ground, losing all composure. This is utterly inconceivable. Shin stammered. It turns out the most formidable one has been Cao Xiaobai all along. He has been concealing his true power. On the battlefield, Cao Xiaobai felt the searing and violent energy coursing through his palms, a slight smile gracing his lips. Is this all the power you possess? He mused internally, soon deciding that simply pushing it back was too unoriginal. In the next instant, as all present wore expressions of utter disbelief, Cao Xiaobai raised his right leg sharply, gathering golden energy at his toes. Then, as if kicking a soccer ball, he elegantly delivered a powerful blow to the base of the energy sphere. Boom! The energy sphere changed direction, hurtling away like a red comet, propelled into the boundless depths of the universe. Moments later, a silent yet intense flash erupted in the distant cosmos, illuminating the entire sky of Earth with the brilliance of that explosive white light. Very well. Cao Xiaobai clapped his hands, turning to the still-stunned Goku with a grin. Uncle Goku, follow me. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he vanished in an instant, teleporting directly to the side of Primordial Bu. The pink Majin Bu, still reeling from being kicked away like a ball, found a hand pressing firmly on his shoulder. Cao Xiaobai activated teleportation once more. Whoosh! They vanished from Earth in an instant. In the realm of the Kais, the two Kais, still in shock from Cao Xiaobai's power, suddenly felt a disturbance in the surrounding space. In the next moment, Cao Xiaobai and Primordial Bu appeared before them. Old Ancestor, the young Kai Shin, was so terrified that he scrambled behind the old Kai. What are you bringing this calamity here for? Chapter 114. The Relentless Assault, Despair of Majin Bu. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku sensed the familiar yet unfamiliar potent aura of Cao Xiaobai as he vanished from Earth, only to reappear in the far-off realm of the Kais. He instantly grasped Cao Xiaobai's intent. This was a tactical relocation to safeguard Earth. Goten, Vegeta, Goku shouted, seizing the still-dazed Goten and the bewildered Vegeta and teleporting after him. With a flash of light, the three appeared in the realm of the Kais. Goten, Son Wukong hurriedly tore open the package enveloping Wu Fan, liberating him from his confines. He then retrieved a magical bean from his pocket and placed it into Wu Fan's mouth. As the bean took effect, Wu Fan's consciousness was instantly restored, and he gazed around in bewilderment. Is this the Kaishin realm? His gaze soon fell upon the figure suspended in midair, confronting the original Bu, a being with golden hair. Xiaobai, have you finally decided to make your move? Son Wu Fan's voice was filled with relief and disbelief at having survived such dire circumstances. During his skirmish with little Bu, he had noticed the terrifying aura emanating from Cao Xiaobai. Seeing Wu Fan restored to normal, Son Wukong and Vegeta both exhaled deeply, aware that Wu Fan possessed the power to overpower little Bu. The original Bu's combat strength was merely around 15 trillion, which Wu Fan in his divine state could easily handle. Not to mention, their gazes unanimously turned towards the golden-haired figure, whose strength surpassed even Wu Fan's. And he was at full capacity. This was a guaranteed victory. The original Bu, a quintessential combat entity, wasted not a moment with idle chatter. His body transformed into a pink flash, launching a vicious assault towards Cao Xiaobai. However, who exactly was Cao Xiaobai? His guiding principle had always been, if you are weak, I shall conceal my strength. If you are strong, I shall become stronger. But today, he had no intention of playing coy. In the face of the original Bu's attack, Cao Xiaobai showed no mercy. His golden figure left a trail of afterimages in the air, each punch landing with brutal precision. With a single blow, Bu's form was shattered, resembling a piece of clay, torn into countless fragments. The scattered remnants of flesh instantly morphed into numerous diminutive versions of the original Bu, converging from all directions towards Cao Xiaobai. Intriguing. A tactic of overwhelming numbers? Cao Xiaobai smiled slightly, standing firm with arms outstretched. Chi-bomb. Countless golden energy spheres, akin to a swarm of bees with eyes, erupted from his hands, precisely targeting each small Bu. Boom, boom, boom. Each energy sphere obliterated a small Bu into a cloud of meat. The pink remnants attempted to coalesce anew into a singular form, but how could Cao Xiaobai afford to grant them such an opportunity? He extended his right hand, fingers pressed together at his forehead, a playful smirk appearing on his lips. Come, taste Uncle Big's technique. The magic convergence light cannon. A spiraling, golden beam of terrifying penetrating power pierced through the void, scattering the pink mist that had just begun to congeal once more. But that was not the end. Cao Xiaobai struck a classic pose with his hands on his waist. Kamehameha. The blue energy beam, entwined with the golden aura of Super Saiyan 3, transformed into a devastating torrent, completely engulfing the pink mist. He then shifted his stance yet again. Gallic Gun, Ki Blast, Kaioken. He even dramatically raised his hand, forcibly borrowing a minuscule amount of divine energy from the astonished Kaioshin surrounding him, condensing it into a marble-sized energy sphere, which he flicked away nonchalantly. This series of fluid movements left Son Wukong and Vegeta, watching from a distance, utterly dazzled and awestruck. All these were their techniques. This guy truly knows how to play. Under the onslaught of such a relentless barrage, the original Bu found himself with no opportunity to retaliate, forced into a desperate cycle of coalescing and disintegration. When the countless pink vapors finally struggled to form the original Bu's shape once more, a glimmer of confusion flickered in his hollow eyes. It was as if he were pondering the ultimate philosophical question. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I being beaten? Cao Xiaobai's figure materialized before him like a specter. Bang! With no embellishments, a simple uppercut struck the original Bu squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! The original Bu clutched his belly, his body convulsing violently, and he suddenly opened his mouth to regurgitate the kind-hearted, pudgy Bu. All done. Cao Xiaobai retracted his fist, dusted off his hands, and as his golden hair reverted to its original short black, the overwhelming aura dissipated. He turned to the astonished onlookers, flashing them a radiant smile. Uncle Wukong, Uncle Vegeta, my task is complete. The rest is in your capable hands. You. The original Bu on the ground pointed at Cao Xiaobai, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He finally grasped the reality. This guy was merely toying with him. He could have easily annihilated him at any moment. Yet he chose not to. In the end, he simply stopped fighting. This was far more tormenting than being killed outright. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, both reflecting sheer astonishment and a hint of amusement. Son Wukong caught the pouch of magical beans tossed by Cao Xiaobai, administering one to himself and one to Vegeta, instantly restoring their vitality. Clutching the bulging pouch of beans, they felt an unprecedented sense of security. What a boon. They even had the leisure to play rock, paper, scissors to decide who would take the lead. Rock, paper, scissors. Ha! Kakarot, I win. I shall go first. Vegeta exclaimed excitedly, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and charging into battle with the severely weakened original Bu. Unsurprisingly, Vegeta was defeated. He calmly retreated, consumed a magical bean, and was revitalized. Next, Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and engaged Bu in combat, even kindly offering Bu a magical bean. Their strengths were evenly matched. Yet due to the immense energy drain of Super Saiyan 3, Son Wukong ultimately succumbed as well. He then retreated, allowing the fully restored Vegeta to take over. From a distance, the Kaioshin Zenjabite was utterly astounded. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh hard to confirm that he was not dreaming. He turned to his ancestor, his voice trembling. Why? Oh, why has it come to this? In the past, the Grand Kaioshin, West Kaioshin, South Kaioshin, and North Kaioshin. So many great deities sacrificed their lives to seal that monster. And now, it is being toyed with by a handful of earthlings? You are cheating. The original Bu finally bellowed in frustration and despair. Although his endurance was reputedly limitless, how could he withstand the relentless onslaught of Son Wukong and Vegeta, who were revitalized by magical beans and employing a wheel of combat strategy? Ultimately, in a fit of endless rage and despair, the original Bu was played to death by Son Wukong and Vegeta, vanishing into nothingness within a spirit bomb fueled by the life energy of the revived Earthlings. Of course, the hero who saved the world remained that man with the explosive hairstyle. The hero of Earth would forever be Mr. Satan. Cao Xiaobai merely shrugged in response. Quite well, the script has finally returned to its rightful course. Now, that feels right. Chapter 115, The Conclusion. The Path of Dominance, the farce of Majin Bu concluded in an exceedingly hasty and darkly amusing manner, as Son Wukong and Vegeta took turns battling, rejuvenating themselves with magical beans to outlast the purely evil original Bu. Cao Xiaobai had already grown bored, yawning as he instantaneously returned to Earth. For him, this battle had concluded the moment he revealed his true capabilities. What remained was merely to provide a dignified resolution for the protagonists of the original tale and allow Mr. Satan to continue as the hero of Earth. After all, a script must adhere to its flow. Otherwise, what is the point? A victory feast? Not in the cards. Cao Xiaobai had completely lost interest in the raucous gatherings. for he had far more pressing matters at hand, to reap the spoils of victory. In the realm of the old Kaishin, when Cao Xiaobai's figure reappeared without warning, the old Kaishin and the young Kaishin Xin nearly leapt from the ground in fright. What do you want this time? The young Kaishin stammered, his face awash with a desperate plea for civility. The recent spectacle of the demonic Majin Buu being kicked around like a mere plaything had utterly shattered their last vestiges of dignity as deities. Disregarding their alarm, Cao Xiaobai strode directly to the benign, plump Majin Buu, who was innocently cradling a puppy gifted by Mr. Satan, a look of pure innocence on his face. Hey there, chubby one. Cao Xiaobai squatted down, wearing an innocuous smile. Mind if I borrow a drop of your blood? Majin Buu blinked in confusion, not quite grasping the situation, when he suddenly felt a slight tingling at his fingertips. Ding! Detected the bloodline of the benevolent Majin Buu. Automatic grant initiated, now fused with the original Buu bloodline. Majin Buu vitality mark complete. Talent unlocked. Infinite regeneration, perfect level. Transmutation of all things, magical level. Indeed, the future Buu's bloodline was incomplete, and during their previous battle, Cao Xiaobai had sensed that his regenerative abilities paled in comparison to those of the true Buu. Now, this was a boon. Satisfied, Cao Xiaobai clapped his hands together and turned his gaze toward the two trembling Kaishins in the corner. He approached them step by step, the crisp sound of his footsteps echoing in the vastness of the Kaishin realm like the ominous tolling of a death knell. Lord Cao Xiaobai, the old Kaishin swallowed hard, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. You have saved the entire universe. We have nothing to offer in return. Ah, but of course. Cao Xiaobai beamed even more brightly, waving his finger in front of the two. Don't be nervous. It's merely a small token of remembrance. As guardians of the universe, it is only reasonable to contribute a little something for the sake of peace, wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers thoughtfully, his expression assessing where to begin, leaving the two Kaishins feeling as vulnerable as fish on a chopping block. Resistance? That was a joke. The aura of this little monster, transformed into a super scion, was 1,000 times more terrifying than any deity they had ever encountered. Ultimately, whether by gentle persuasion or coercion, let's say it was friendly negotiation, Cao Xiaobai successfully collected precious blood samples from the two Kaishins. No, 3, including the plump Majin Buu and Jebit. Afterward, with great care, he returned the benevolent Majin Buu to Satan, earning an overwhelming affection rating from Buu. He even took the time to visit the underworld, where, under the terrified gaze of King Enma, he engaged in amiable exchanges with the other 3 Kaishins who were idling about. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring East Kaishin Vitality Mark, Old Kaishin Vitality Mark, and South Kaishin Vitality Mark. A cascade of system notifications filled Cao Xiaobai with delight. The Majin Buu chapter concluded splendidly. Next came a tranquil period of development. Rather than hastily returning to Earth to indulge, he proceeded directly to the Supreme Kai's palace. Mr. Bobo, Tian, I am here to utilize my final opportunity in the room of spirit and time. Tian and Mr. Bobo regarded the increasingly enigmatic youth before them, devoid of any surprise, merely nodding silently as they opened the grand white door. In the room of spirit and time, 2 years would pass, while only 2 days elapsed outside. For Cao Xiaobai, whose training speed had already surpassed millions of times, those 2 years would suffice to familiarize himself with and digest the newly acquired divine bloodline marks and talents. When he emerged once more, his entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. If he had previously been an unfathomable ocean, now he embodied an infinite cosmos enveloping an entire planet. He stood there quietly, doing nothing, yet instilling a sense of soul-level tremor in Tian and Mr. Bobo, as if confronting a being from a higher dimension. Mr. Bobo, your true identity is actually Hush. Mr. Bobo, who had accompanied countless deities, was revealed to have a remarkable background. However, Cao Xiaobai chose not to expose him. The subsequent 4 years marked a rare period of peace in the Dragon Ball world. Cao Xiaobai indulged in the leisurely life he had longed for. Most of his time was spent in the lavish mansion, an extravagant gift from Bulma, far more luxurious than the previous one, where he would sleep in and soak in the outdoor hot springs, sipping chilled juice while contemplating life. Occasionally, he would teleport to Krillin's home to check if the house he had gifted was being put to good use, and to enjoy a meal prepared by Android 18. It must be said that this once cold android possessed an astonishing talent for cooking. He would also visit Capsule Corporation to provide Bulma with cutting-edge inspirations, such as space-folding technology and anti-gravity engines, earning her admiration and Dr. Brief's fervent adoration, thereby solidifying his position as a secret shareholder. Vegeta remained entrenched in his gravity chamber, training relentlessly. Each time he spotted Cao Xiaobai leisurely sipping afternoon tea, he would keep his distance, preferring not to see or be bothered. Meanwhile, Son Goku engaged in sparring with the Kaioshins in the underworld, occasionally returning to Earth for a break, seeking Cao Xiaobai's guidance. To this, Cao Xiaobai would merely wave his hand dismissively. Uncle Goku, fighting is just too exhausting. Isn't it better to enjoy peace? He had no desire to intervene, for he knew that the real challenge was just around the corner. On the day of Bulma's birthday party, held aboard an opulent giant cruise ship, Cao Xiaobai reclined on a sun lounger in casual beach shorts and a floral shirt, sunglasses perched on his nose, sipping a blue cocktail adorned with a tiny umbrella, relishing the sea breeze. Ah, this is the essence of life, he mused, savoring the refreshing drink and sighing contentedly. Indeed, a life of conflict is ill-suited for one who cherishes peace. As he reveled in this thought, two powerful and unfamiliar auras suddenly descended upon the cruise ship. They had arrived. The corners of Cao Xiaobai's mouth curled slightly beneath his sunglasses. Destruction God Beerus. Angel Whis. He remained unmoved, even too languid to lift his eyelids. Instead observing with keen interest everything that transpired next. He watched as Vegeta stiffened in fear upon recognizing Beerus, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The proud Scion Prince instantly transforming into a servile lapdog. He witnessed Beerus fly into a rage when Majin Buu devoured all the pudding. He saw the Z warriors rush forth one by one, only to be swatted away by Beerus as effortlessly as swatting flies. Everything unfolded precisely as scripted in his memories. Finally, it was Goku's turn to take the stage. We need 5 Scions with pure hearts to channel their power into another. The Eternal Dragon appeared, explaining the ritual for becoming a Super Saiyan God. All the Scions present, including the yet-to-be-born Xiao Fong, precisely matched the required number. Cao Xiaobai continued to recline in his chair, utterly still, appearing as if he were asleep. Yet his scholar's eye was operating at full capacity. As Goku was enveloped in 5 golden beams of light and began to ascend slowly, countless streams of data cascaded across his retinas. Ding. Beginning analysis of the composition of the divine realm. Analyzing energy structure, simulating cellular-level transitions, elevating the essence of the soul. The trajectory of divine energy has been locked. Constituents of the transformation ritual have been fully analyzed. Ding. Congratulations, host. No ritual required. You have perfectly mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan God through Scholar SI. A power system, profoundly distinct from that of the Super Saiyan, emerged vividly within the mind of Cao Xiaobai. It dawned upon him that the so-called Super Saiyan God was not merely an amplification of strength, but rather a transcendence of life's very essence, a key that unlocked the path from mortal to divine. In the sky, Son Wukong had completed his transformation. His crimson hair and eyes blazed with a divine aura, altering his entire presence. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan God? He murmured, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him. This was soon followed by an epic battle against Beerus, ranging from the cruise ship to the city, and ultimately soaring into outer space. Cao Xiaobai held his glass, as if watching a crystal-clear 4K cinematic spectacle. It seemed that Uncle Wukong had unleashed about 60% of Beerus's power. He took a sip, assessing the situation with precision. Quite impressive, indeed, befitting of a protagonist. Yet, alas, it still fell short. As predicted, after exhausting his divine energy, Son Wukong ultimately succumbed, plummeting from the sky. Beerus floated above Earth, wiping the corner of his mouth, seemingly still craving more. Although it had been entertaining, a promise is a promise. It was time for Earth to meet its end. He slowly raised his finger, and a purple sphere, brimming with destructive energy, began to form at his fingertip. Despair engulfed everyone on Earth. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, nails digging into his palms. His face a portrait of frustration and helplessness. Just then, a languid voice cut through the tension. I say, Lord Beerus. It was a clear yet unassuming sound that reached everyone's ears. Beerus paused, turning toward the source. On the deck of the cruise ship stood the black-haired boy who had been lounging in a chair all along, now standing upright. He removed his sunglasses and tossed them onto the table, stretching languidly, his bones cracking audibly. Interrupting someone's slumber is a most impolite act, Cao Xiaobai grumbled. Rubbing his eyes, he looked up at Beerus in the sky and flashed a grin. How about I join you for a bit of fun? Before his words had fully settled, an indescribable aura surged from within him. There was no explosion of golden flames, nor the cataclysmic pressure of the earth splitting. Instead, a faint, flame-like red halo enveloped him. His black hair and eyes instantly transformed into a brilliant crimson, signifying the birth of a Super Saiyan god. However, if Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan god resembled a flickering campfire, then Cao Xiaobai's incarnation was akin to a star capable of incinerating all existence. That aura was restrained and tranquil, yet it harbored a terrifying energy that even Beerus could not ignore. Oh, a genuine look of interest crossed Beerus's feline visage for the first time. This one feels considerably stronger than the previous. Whiss's eyes sparkled with recognition. He remembered that boy, the one who had vanquished Cell. He had not anticipated such a remarkable transformation. How much stronger? Let us find out, shall we? Cao Xiaobai's words barely left his lips before his figure vanished from sight. The next instant, he stood before Beerus, delivering an unremarkable punch directly to Beerus's face. Beerus's pupils constricted, instinctively raising his hand to block. A thunderous impact erupted, reminiscent of two celestial bodies colliding. An observable shockwave radiated from the two, shaking the very atmosphere of Earth. For the first time, Beerus was visibly pushed back, sliding several hundred meters. Shaking his numbed arm, Beerus's expression shifted completely. You. Meanwhile, Cao Xiaobai merely retracted his fist, blowing away non-existent dust. Warm-up's over, he declared with a smile. Now, it's time to get serious. Thus commenced a true battle of gods. Cao Xiaobai's fighting style left Beerus utterly astounded. At times, he would extend two fingers, summoning a spiraling golden beam akin to Piccolo's Mekankasapo. At other times, he would trace circles with both hands at his waist, unleashing a Kamehameha infused with divine essence. He could even, while moving at high speed, hurl an energy sphere into the sky, creating a high-density energy blast, reminiscent of Vegeta's lunar creation technique. These techniques, enhanced by divine energy, were magnified exponentially, forcing Beerus to engage with full effort. Even more startling was the seemingly infinite strength of Cao Xiaobai, who only grew stronger with each exchange. Impossible. Beerus sliced through a Gallic gun with a hand strike, his face etched with disbelief. Your power, it surpasses mine. Indeed, Cao Xiaobai's base power far exceeded that of Wukong and Vegeta. And now transformed into a Super Saiyan god, his strength eclipsed even Beerus at full capacity. This is the final blow, Lord Beerus. Cao Xiaobai's figure soared into the sky, raising both hands high. A silver energy sphere, infused with the life force of the entire earth and an immense amount of divine energy, materialized in his grasp. Beerus gazed at the sphere, sensing the immense power within capable of severely wounding him, and erupted into laughter. Ha ha, how amusing. Truly delightful. I concede. I yield. He waved his hand, signaling his withdrawal from the fight. Cao Xiaobai dissipated the energy sphere, altering the fate of Earth's destruction. Through this battle, Cao Xiaobai, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta successfully established a connection with Beerus and Whis. Under Beerus's introduction, Cao Xiaobai also met Kampa, Vados, and other deities from various universes. This time, Cao Xiaobai was disinterested in diplomatic negotiations. He stood directly at the doorsteps of those formidable beings, flanked by the ever-curious Beerus and Whis. One drop of blood in exchange for peace. This deal is quite favorable, wouldn't you say? Faced with this entity, whose might rivaled that of a destroyer god, and the true destroyer behind him, no one dared utter a word of dissent. Consequently, Cao Xiaobai's training speed surged exponentially, advancing at a rate measured in millions. His bloodline evolved from divine level to a new, astonishing tier that even the system could not fathom, supreme god level. At the moment of this bloodline evolution, Cao Xiaobai felt his essence of life undergo yet another transformative leap. He possessed the terrifying power to annihilate an entire universe with but a thought. This power was reminiscent of the Omni King, yet distinct in its own right. Simultaneously, a new ability was born, time-space jump. He could traverse any known or hidden timeline within the Dragon Ball universe at will. However, he quickly realized a pressing issue. Despite his current strength, He remained unable to breach the outer shell of this world. The Dragon Ball universe resembled an incredibly sturdy cage. He could do as he pleased within its confines, but could not step beyond its boundaries. Is this still not enough? Cao Xiaobai pondered, standing in the void of space with a furrowed brow. Suddenly, he felt a spark of inspiration and activated time-space jump. Among the myriad of timelines, he discovered a forgotten tributary radiating a peculiar glow, the GT timeline. Without hesitation, he dove headfirst into it. There, he disturbed no one, quietly collecting the bloodlines of the 7 evil dragons formed from the evil Dragon Balls. As the last drop of blood from the one-star dragon merged with his being, a resounding explosion echoed within him. Within his body, the myriad bloodlines of formidable beings from diverse universes and races seemed to receive an ultimate command at that moment, commencing a frenzied fusion, complementing one another, and ultimately merging into a singular entity. The battle instincts of the Scions, the latent potential of the Frisia clan, the regenerative prowess of the Namekians, the magic of Majin Buu, the divine power of the Kaioshin, the authority of the gods of destruction, the transcendental mastery of the angels, and the negative energy of the evil dragons. All these forces finally coalesced into his very bloodline. A notification chimed, congratulating the host for successfully collecting the bloodlines of all key powerhouses from the Dragon Ball world. Another notification announced the commencement of ultimate evolution, with the host's bloodline level elevated to the Dominator level. A further notification declared that the host's power had transcended the confines of the universe, granting him the privilege to traverse the dimensional boundaries of the current universe at will. Cao Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with realization. He could distinctly feel an indescribable, overwhelming power within him that surpassed all comprehension. With a mere thought, the previously impenetrable barrier of the universe appeared as fragile as paper. He stepped forward lightly, and the vista before him suddenly opened up. A notification congratulated the host for successfully conquering the Dragon Ball universe. The host was granted the identity of a second-dimensional sovereign, currently at level 1, with a prompt to strive for a higher dominion level. Puzzled by this new interface, Cao Xiaobai wondered if he could not return home even after his emergence. Yes, host. Please look upwards, the system instructed. Upon raising his gaze, he pierced through the boundless void to behold a silver line stretching across all existence, reminiscent of the horizon of another world, infinitely distant and unattainable. Even at Whis' speed, one could not hope to reach it. Yet, with a mere thought, Cao Xiaobai traversed the immeasurable distance and stood before the silver line. An invisible barrier obstructed his passage. No matter how forcefully he tried, he could not penetrate it. What lies above? He inquired of the system. That is the reality of your world, came the reply. To return, you must elevate your second-dimensional sovereign level to 100. How do I achieve that? Cao Xiaobai had regained his composure. Please look downward, the system suggested. As he glanced down, his eyes widened in disbelief. Countless celestial fruits radiating various hues floated within the boundless darkness, each representing a world he was profoundly familiar with. Naruto Universe, Pirate Universe, Demon Slayer Universe, Bleach Universe. The system informed him that he needed to enter these anime universes and defeat the reigning sovereigns therein. If a universe lacked a sovereign, he would need to cultivate according to its rules until he reached the sovereign realm. Each successful conquest would elevate his dominion level by 1. Cao Xiaobai could not help but curse at the system's absurdity. How long would it take to reach such heights? Taking a deep breath, he posed the crucial question. If I reach level 100 and return to my original world, will my powers vanish? Will I revert to being an ordinary person? In response, the anime worlds are part of the celestial order, though they are creations of human imagination in your universe. Can you definitively assert that your human universe is not an imagined realm of beings from higher dimensions? The system's words struck like thunder in Cao Xiaobai's mind. Indeed, the anime worlds are real. Once your Dominator title reaches level 100, you will gain the ability to traverse between the human universe and all anime universes freely. Your powers will remain intact across any realm. Moreover, you will also attain the qualifications to enter higher dimensional worlds, such as the realm of cultivation, where your starting point will be exceedingly high. Understanding dawned upon him. After a long silence, he finally accepted this surreal premise. The temptation of returning home with unparalleled power was irresistible. He posed one last question, gazing at the dazzling cosmic river below, softly inquiring about the nature of existence itself. That question exceeds your clearance level, the system replied. Perhaps, when you stand atop the myriad realms, the answer will reveal itself. With that, Cao Xiaobai ceased his inquiries. His gaze swept across the myriad celestial fruits, finally settling upon a blue planet engulfed in nine-tailed flames. A familiar, playful smile returned to his lips. Then, let us commence with you. He hoped that in the Naruto universe, a sovereign had already emerged. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. The end. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all readers for accompanying me on this journey. The story concludes here. And I wish everyone could live as splendidly as Cao Xiaobai, ultimately achieving their desires. May you enjoy good health and good fortune, and may our paths cross again.